Your dad was once the strongest soldier. Your mom is the CEO of a publicly listed company. Yet you are a well-known good-for-nothing playboy. Every day is filled with nightlife and surrounded by beautiful women. But what no one knows is that you are actually a novice. It's just that the Su family was once the top family in China. The old man feared drawing attention, so he ordered the family to withdraw from the capital and live in seclusion. This seclusion lasted for 25 years, and the once renowned Su family has gradually been forgotten by the world. At this moment, in the Queen Bar of Linzhou, dozens of young men and women are swaying in the center of the dance floor. Meanwhile, you sit in a booth on the second floor, looking at the woman across from you, saying, Miss Moo, as the most beautiful woman in Linzhou, I'm surprised you agreed to go on a blind date with me. Mu Qinyu smiled slightly and said, I've heard that among the Su brothers, the eldest, Sun Yan, is sharp as a knife, the second, Su Qin, is steady as a mountain, and the third son, Su Wuji, is a playboy. It's nice to meet you today. You chuckled with a cigarette in your mouth, saying, so, you found out they really know how to judge people. However, Mu Qianyu shook her head and lightly laughed, saying, today, I find that young Master Su is quite an interesting person, not quite what the rumors suggest. Then, a glint appeared in her eyes as she said, young Master Su, there's actually a problem in the Mu family, and my dad said you're the only one who can help me. Hearing this, you grinned and said, Miss Moo, your dad really overestimates me. I'm just a good-for-nothing who hangs around nightclubs every day. How could I possibly get involved in your family's disputes? Just then, 3 beautiful women happened to walk by, wearing tight-fitting skirts that exuded strong allure. You whistled loudly at them, smiling as you called out, hey, the 3 of you, come find me later, just like yesterday. Let's party until dawn. The 3 girls responded with flirtatious glances and said, Boss Su, we'll definitely keep you company until the end. You laughed heartily and said, great. No one can leave unless they break their backs. This made Mu Qianyu frown slightly, but then she smiled and said, even at a time like this, you still remember to flirt. Young Master Su is truly a clever one. There was no disappointment in her eyes. After all, rumors say that this young Master Su was involved in shady dealings and is quite the scoundrel. Mu Qianyu was puzzled as to why her dad would want someone like him to help. At that moment, an unpleasant shout came from a nearby table, you ignorant little bitch, if you don't drink this wine today, don't even think about signing your company's contract. Several people looked over and saw a man in a suit yanking a girl's hair, forcefully trying to shove a bottle into her mouth. You waved your hand irritably and shouted, it's so noisy. Xiao Pang, tell them to quiet down. Okay, boss. The bodyguard, built like an iron tower, walked over to the adjacent table and smashed his fist, the size of a cooking pot, into the man's face. The man was left bloodied, screaming, and fell to the ground. Then Xiao Pang returned and asked, boss, how's it going? As it quieted down, you twitched your lips and frowned, saying, how many times have I told you? You need to be gentle when handling things. Xiao Pang replied innocently, boss, I only used 10% of my strength. That was really gentle. You pointed to your temple, feeling a bit awkward, and said, Miss Moo, my brother here isn't exactly bright. You smiled and changed the subject, saying, actually, I'm not interested in seizing the family inheritance. The reason I decided to do this is for self-preservation. Li Wenyan shook his head and laughed, saying, in the power struggles of large families, one careless move can cost you your life. I can't assist Miss Moo with her request. Mu Qianyu frowned, then took out an envelope and said, if we cooperate, I won't let young Master Su suffer any losses. You took the envelope, opened it, and found an 8 million yuan check inside. Mu Qianyu said seriously, this is just a deposit, there will be more rewards upon completion. You looked Mu Qianyu up and down, grinning as you said, Miss Moo, I'm not short on money. I can help you, but I'll need to change the terms. Just then, Xiao Pang interrupted, saying, boss, the finance department says we're really short on money. You replied with some exasperation, if we're short on money, just deduct it from your salary. This almost made Mu Qianyu burst into laughter. She always felt that Su Wuji, unlike the rumors of being a violent, bloodthirsty, and womanizing scoundrel, had some differences. So she met his teasing gaze and softly said, feel free to specify your terms, young Master Su. In fact, Mu Qianyu had already guessed what you were going to say, men's conditions for women are usually related to physical intimacy. Sure enough, you chuckled and said, if Miss Moo is willing to be my girlfriend, then your family's matters will naturally become my concern. Mu Qianyu had a look of expectation and said, I've heard that young Master Su has many girlfriends, I'm sure I'm not unique. I think we can be good friends. You shook your finger and smiled, saying, no. I never befriend beautiful women. Xiao Pang seized them off. Mu Qianyu was momentarily stunned, then revealed a charming smile and said, young Master Su, you are truly a clever one. We will meet again. Such a smile left you momentarily stunned, and you instinctively said, so beautiful. so beautiful that I'm almost tempted to change my mind. Outside the bar, as Moo Qianyu opened the passenger door, she suddenly turned and asked, Mr. Pang, there are rumors outside that your boss has many girlfriends. How many women are actually around him? Xiao Pang's square face showed no expression as he said, my boss won't let me say. Instantly, a glint of gossip flashed in Moo Qianyu's eyes, and she followed up, what did he say? Xiao Pang answered without hesitation, my boss told me not to say he's a virgin. Moo Qianyu couldn't help but laugh, saying, Mr. Pang, no one in the entire Linzhou nightlife would believe that. Before the words were out of his mouth, his phone received a message, although Miss Moo cannot be my girlfriend, I won't return this check that has been offered. Then, the DJ's energetic shout echoed in the bar, tonight, young Master Su has made a fortune. All expenses are on young Master Su. The explosive cheers poured out from the bar's entrance. This left Moo Qianyu speechless. She stomped her foot and shouted, the Su Wuji, taking the deposit but not following through, is worse than the rumors suggest. On the top floor of the Queen Bar, there is a suite reserved for you. Rumor has it that every girl who enters here walks out looking rosy the next morning, and it always starts with 2 girls. Your debauched reputation has spread because of this. At this moment, you're sitting at a table with 3 girls, excitedly playing mahjong, saying come on, let's battle until dawn. The 3 girls are all smiles, while Rand encounters a wealthy girl with poor skills, winning quite a bit each time they play. Before the hand is even finished, the door bursts open, and Xiao Pang, with his tower-like physique, squeezes in. Seeing this, you said irritably, Xiao Pang, how many times have I told you to knock before entering? What if I'm engaged in some very private activities? One of the girls giggles and says, what can I do? I would love to do something scandalous, but Boss Su only ever plays cards with us. You grumble, you little vixens, keep it pure, then glance at the motionless Xiao Pang and ask, what did Moo K say before leaving? Xiao Pang, looking serious, replies, Boss, Miss Moo said you took the money but didn't deliver. It's even worse than the rumors suggest. The 3 girls burst into laughter again. You retort, I'm not even Moo's son-in-law, why should I wade into this mess? What's in it for me? Then you throw down a tile, declaring 3-1. Win! Win! The 3 girls exclaim as they push their tiles over, sweetly saying, thank you, young Master Su, for this explosive victory. Suddenly, you feel a rush of frustration, you throw a stack of money on the table and say, I'm done. I'm not in the mood today, let's fight again tomorrow. It's all that Moo Qianyu's fault for ruining my game. Thank you, young Master Su, the 3 girls say as they happily leave with a bundle of cash. At that moment, a woman in a qipao walks in and says, Boss, I have 2 things to report to you. First, your Aunt Su Shurian just called me. You sit up straight, feeling slightly tense, and ask, what did that witch say? The woman in the qipao smiles slightly and says, your aunt said if you dare to upset Moo Qianyu during the blind date, she will no longer cover our bar's losses. Why didn't she say this earlier? Moo Qianyu has already left in anger, so now I have to find a way to win her back. Am I that shameless? Meanwhile, Xiao Pang nods and says, Boss, you can do it. You shoot Xiao Pang a glare, then wave your hand dismissively, saying, what's the second thing? The woman in the qipao's expression turns serious as she says, I caught 3 kids in the VIP room. They were secretly using drugs. I came to ask for the boss's opinion. Li Wenyan smiles mischievously and says, according to the usual rules, just get rid of them. Why do you need to ask me about such a trivial matter? Is there something more to it? The woman in the qipao nods and says, all 3 are under 18, and one of them happens to be Moo Qianyu's cousin, Moo Jiawei. You slap your thigh and laugh, great. Just when I'm looking for a chance to win Moo Qianyu back, here comes an opportunity. You immediately dial a number and switch to speakerphone. Soon, Moo Qian's cool voice comes through, young Master Su, what made you think of calling me? Did your conscience finally prompt you to return the money? You chuckle and ask, what's your relationship with your cousin Moo Jiawei like? Moo Qian responds with a hint of sarcasm, not great, we almost clash with each other. You just made me a hefty sum, and shouldn't you be busy with the ladies instead of asking about this? Looking at the piles of mahjong tiles on the table, you grin and say, the battle just ended. Moo Qianyu raises an eyebrow and mocks, that ended quickly. You nearly choke on your drink, then take a moment to respond, Moo Jiawei and a few others are using drugs in my territory. I'm planning to break their legs and hand them over to the police. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Moo Qianyu straightens up and suddenly shifts her tone, saying, thanks for asking, but this isn't something my family can handle. It's up to you to decide. Instantly, your smile brightens even more, after all, she's so beautiful, and you feel it's only right to show more respect to lovely women. Moo Qianyu pauses for 2 seconds before saying, if I have a good relationship with Moo Jiawei, are you planning to let him off the hook this time? You burst into laughter and say, Miss Moo, while you might become my girlfriend, I have my own rules that no one can break. After saying this, you hang up the phone and give yourself a thumbs up, laughing. That was so smooth, not forced at all. Seeing this, Xiaopeng frowns and says, "Boss, I read in a book that men should let women hang up first." Li Wenyan curses, "That lousy book must be written by a desperate loser. Tear it up and just learn from me instead." Xiaopeng raises an eyebrow and says, "Boss, weren't you just acting like a desperate loser?" You shoot back with a frown, "Xiaopeng, you're not getting paid next month." Meanwhile, looking at Mu Qianyu after she hangs up the phone, you mutter to yourself, "Su Wuji, are you getting involved in the Mu family conflict? Your shift seems a bit too sudden, it makes me uneasy." After tossing and turning in bed for 2.5 hours, Mu Qianyu still can't sleep. She decides to send a message, "Sister Yanxi, are you asleep? I want to chat." Immediately, she receives a call back, "Qianyu, I was about to sleep, but 3 minors with broken legs were brought to the precinct, so I can't sleep now either." Mu Qianyu frowns upon hearing this and asks, "What happened? Was there a fight?" Park Yanxi shakes her head and says, "No, it's 3 spoiled brats causing trouble after partying, and by the way, one of them is your cousin Mu Jiawei." Mu Qianyu quickly explains, "Mu Jiawei has been abroad and just returned in the past 2 years. Our relationship isn't that good." Park Yanxi lowers her voice and says, "Mu Jiawei was previously arrested for attempted rape and even threatened to strip me of my police uniform. I find it quite satisfying that Su Wuji did this." Upon hearing your name, Mu Qianyu's expression shifts. After pausing for 2 seconds, she asks, "How do you know it was Su Wuji?" Park Yanxi smiles slightly and replies, "We're old partners." Mu Qianyu asks in disbelief, "Isn't Su Wuji a nightclub owner and part of the underworld? Aren't you going to do anything about his violent actions?" Park Yanxi gently laughs and says, "Just because someone seems glamorous doesn't mean they're just. The gray area isn't entirely dark. Qianyu, being born into the Mu family, you should understand this better than I do." Mu Qianyu immediately stands up and says, "Sister Yanxi, I have many questions I need to clarify, I'll come find you to chat right now." After saying this, she hangs up. Just as she was about to take the car keys from her bag, a folded white note fell out. Mu Qianyu opened it and found it was an 8 million yuan check, exactly the one she had left for Su Wuji. Did he not cash it? Before Mu Qianyu could figure out what was going on, she received another message, "Don't go out alone tonight. You're so beautiful, it would be troublesome if you ran into danger." The sender was none other than Su Wuji. Mu Qianyu immediately called back, "Young Master Su, you're really meddling too much." Su Wuji lazily replies, "I only reminded you because you're so beautiful. Just do as I say." Suddenly, Mu Qianyu's gaze drops as she recalls the increasingly intense conflicts within the family. She knows she's favored by her grandfather, but her peers vying for power will surely target her, and they might resort to violent means. Thinking of this, she inexplicably puts the car keys back in her bag and says, "Thanks, young Master Su, you're really a good person. By the way, why didn't you cash the check?" You smile and say, "Why discuss money? I'm not that mundane." Mu Qianyu furrows her brow and says, "Well, young Master Su, you are indeed very refined, but I must remind you, your men injured Mu Jiawei. My 5th uncle will never let this go." Li Wenyan smiles nonchalantly, "Hearing that warning from Miss Moo brings me great joy. You truly are the most beautiful and kind-hearted person in Linzhou." Before he could finish that flippant remark, Xiao Tang's booming voice interrupted, "Boss, we've rounded up all 6 people involved in selling graves to Mu Jiawei's suppliers. 4 of them have been dealt with and tossed into the Linen River." "Xiaopeng, when will you learn to knock? What if I'm doing something very private?" "No, right now I'm calling your future sister-in-law." The call ends amidst your frantic shouting, leaving Mu Qianyu both amused and bewildered, but soon her expression turns serious. There have always been rumors of your violent and bloody actions in Linzhou, and this time, she hears some truths firsthand. 6 people had their limbs broken and were tossed into the turbulent Linen River. How could they possibly survive? Moreover, they managed to uncover 6 suppliers of flour in just 2 hours. Is that even real? This efficiency might be beyond what even Linzhou's drug enforcement could achieve. Mu Qianyu lies down hugging a blanket, her mind racing and unable to sleep for a long time. It's only when dawn approaches that she starts to feel a bit sleepy. At that moment, Park Yanxi's call comes in. "Qianyu, I've been busy all night. Your Aunt Wu and Xiaoyu have been shouting at the deputy director for a whole hour, and now they've taken Mu Jiawei to the hospital for surgery." Immediately, Mu Qianyu sits up and says, "Sister Yanxi, my aunt isn't very kind, be careful." Park Yanxi, however, seems unconcerned and says, "We have our police uniforms, they'll think twice." But Su Wuji might have to face the heat since the incident happened on his turf. Upon hearing Su Wuji's name, Mu Qianyu's sleepiness vanishes. She cautiously asks, "Sister Yanxi, shouldn't we arrest those who sold drugs to Mu Jiawei as well?" Park Yenchi pauses for a moment and says, we extracted some leads from Mu Jiahui, but when we followed up, we didn't find anyone. Mu Qianyu is alarmed by this. Could it be that those 6 drug dealers were really thrown into the Linen River? Even though she is close to Park Yenchi, she chooses not to reveal the truth at this moment, as doing so would be akin to betraying Su Wuji. At this moment, Park Yenchi, who has just finished her call, is sitting in a soup dumpling shop. She looks at the young man sitting across the table, eating dumplings, and with a hint of reproach in her tone says, my junior didn't betray you, are you satisfied? I've told you before, Qianyu is absolutely reliable, yet you insisted I test her. You look at the beautiful woman across from you and smile, Yenchi, you've helped me again, and I'm not sure how I should repay you. Park Yangxi, I'm older than you, so call me Sister Yenchi. Stop calling me Yenchi every time. You quickly deny, no way. If I call you sister, it'll be inconvenient to pursue you. Park Yenchi, however, isn't swayed and gently shakes her head, Wuji. Qianyu is a good girl, you two make a great pair. Focus and treat her well, she advises. You immediately put down your chopsticks and say, that sounds so old-fashioned, it's definitely not your style. My good aunt, Su Shuryan, must have told you to say that. Park Yenchi doesn't deny it and says, Sister Yen told me to choose a girlfriend for you, she's definitely a good match. By the way, she also asked me to remind you that today marks 25 years since the Su family left the capital, and it's time for the younger generation to return. At noon at Jiangnan Orthopedic Hospital, Mu Jiahui's leg surgery has finished, and a dozen relatives are present, offering their concerns. When Mu Qianyu arrives at the hospital door and glimpses her cousin through the crowd, she is momentarily stunned before nearly cracking an unsympathetic smile. Mu Jiahui, with no idea how many slaps he's taken, looks bruised and battered, resembling a pig's head. What's even funnier is that most of his blonde hair has been yanked out, making him look like he has a severe case of alopecia. Mu Qianyu struggles to hold back her laughter as she pulls out her cousin Mu Huanrui from the fourth uncle's side and asks, Huanrui, Mu Jiahui took quite a beating, didn't he? Mu Huanrui usually gets along well with Mu Qianyu, saying, Qianyu, Mu Jiahui almost ruined his leg. As far as I know, he was stripped naked at that time. Mu Qianyu can't help it and bursts out laughing. That guy always takes the unconventional route even when it comes to fighting. At that moment, a sharp voice rings out from the ward, Mu Qianyu, you've harmed your brother to this extent and are still able to laugh? Hearing this, Mu Qianyu smiles slightly and says, Aunt Wu, on what basis do you think I did this? You were on a blind date with Su Wuji, and right afterward, he broke your waist leg. How can you claim this isn't something you instigated? You two are quite the pair, Aunt Wu accuses. Facing such harsh accusations, Mu Qianyu still smiles and replies, Aunt Wu, if I had known Mu Jiahui was using drugs in the VIP room while I was on a blind date at the Queen Bar, I would have been the first to call the police. At her words, the room erupts in commotion. Those who were nearby, offering their concern for Mu Jiahui, quickly step back. Aunt Wu immediately shouts sharply, no matter what Jiahui did, he's still a child. Mu Qianyu's pretty face shows a hint of sarcasm as she replies, he'll be 18 in a month, still a child? Just then, a lazy voice comes from behind, he's still a child, and that's even more reason not to let him off the hook. Mu Qianyu turns around to see Su Wuji and Xiao Pang standing in the hallway. That guy actually came here on his own. At that moment, Mu Jiahui has come to from the haze of the anesthesia. As soon as he opens his eyes, he sees the culprit and immediately shouts, Su Wuji. Mu Qianyu, you've tormented me to this extent. I'm going to kill you. He yells. You leisurely say, Xiao Pang here still doesn't understand things, he needs a good beating. Okay, boss, Xiao Pang says as he pushes through the crowd and walks up to the bedside, grabbing the stainless steel forestand. With a loud crash, Mu Jiahui's head nearly splits open, and he faints on the bed, his face covered in blood. Instantly, the Mu family members present are all stunned, their minds racing trying to comprehend what just happened. Su Wuji's eyes blaze like fire as he shakes with rage, pointing at the two and shouting, grab them. As soon as he finishes speaking, several bodyguards in black appear from the other end of the hallway. Seeing this, you spread your arms to shield Mu Qianyu behind you and shout at the bodyguards, if you have business, come at me alone, it has nothing to do with her, she's innocent. Upon hearing this, Mu Qianyu's eyelids twitch. Then she pokes Su Wuji in the lower back with a finger and says, hey, young Master Su, that's a bit exaggerated. Our relationship hasn't reached that level yet. You turn your head and chuckle, a hero saving the damsel must have some flair. It's my first time doing this, I'm not quite familiar with the process. However, Xiao Pang immediately calls you out, boss, this isn't your first time. You instantly glare at Xiao Pang and shout, Xiao Pang, are you trying to get yourself killed? Mu Qianyu watches with a gentle smile. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu, who is now unrestrained, grows even angrier, her sharp voice ringing out, Su, from today onwards, your bar will never open again. My husband will definitely drive you out of Linzhou. No one among the Moo family present, except for Mu Qianyu, thinks she's just boasting. Yet the next moment, you leisurely say, Xiaopang, this woman is too loud. Why haven't you made her shut up yet? Xiaopang's fist, as big as a stew pot, lands solidly on Xiaoyu's face. Xiaoyu immediately falls backward, her head hitting the ground with a sharp thud. Instantly, the other Mu family members are dumbfounded. Usually, the power struggles among wealthy families are filled with cunning schemes, yet today it's become so simple and brutal. At this moment, a few of Xiaoyu's bodyguards surround Xiaopang, ready to take action. However, Mu Qianyu suddenly speaks up. Let's see who dares. Those simple words carry a force that contrasts with her delicate figure, causing the bodyguards to halt in their tracks. Then Mu Qianyu calmly says, step back. The bodyguards hesitate for a moment, then surprisingly don't dare to oppose her and retreat to the end of the hallway. This scene leaves the other Mu family members stunned. They can't comprehend how Mu Qianyu managed to control these bodyguards. At this moment, you clap your hands and say to the Mu family members, let me remind you all, if I find out who dares to bully Qianyu, they'll be in for a world of hurt. Got it? Xiaopang nods seriously, boss, I remember. Cut them into 8 pieces. You blare at Xiaopang and say, I didn't ask you. Then you turn to Mu Qianyu with a grin and say, Qianyu, since everything's fine, I'll be on my way. Mu Qianyu nods and smiles, you're leaving? Don't scare them like that, otherwise, they won't invite you over anymore. As she says this, she gently pulls your arm, and the words and gesture feel like something only old friends would do, making you smile broadly. But when you reach the hospital entrance, Mu Qianyu looks at you seriously and asks, why did you suddenly decide to help me? You smile and say, of course, it's because the Mu family's 5th branch is up to no good, and I must step in. Upholding justice. However, Xiaopang interjects, boss, that's not what you said on the way here. Hearing this, Mu Qianyu struggles to suppress her laughter and asks casually, Xiaopang, what did your boss say? Xiaopang, ignoring your murderous gaze, earnestly replies, Miss Moo, my boss said he's here to be the hero saving the beauty, mainly because he's wrapped around you. Mu Qianyu, hearing such blunt words, blushes and watches Su Wuji's car drive away before waving goodbye. A Mercedes-Benz pulls up. She gets in and asks the man in the driver's seat, Uncle Chen, is there any news from my 5th uncle? The man wears a baseball cap and a mask. His features are obscured, but Miss Moo Sudong was in Guangqing discussing a partnership. Upon hearing that her son was beaten last night, she flew back this morning and has just landed. Mu Qianyu's lips curl into a slight smile as she says, my 5th uncle is back, things are going to get even more interesting. The masked man, however, speaks seriously, Miss, the master called yesterday and told me to inform you that even if you don't want to compete, you absolutely must not back down. Given such a large family business, no one believes you would willingly step back. To do so would mean being trampled by those who win, and you might even lose your life. Mu Qianyu narrows her eyes slightly and says, I've never thought about backing down. But Uncle Chen, you seem a bit off today. Li Qingchen hesitates for a moment before saying, Miss, at 2:30 a.m. Yesterday, I found 2 assassins in your neighborhood's garden. Mu Qianyu immediately sits up straight, her eyes sharpening. Li Qingchen continues, when I found them, they had already been knocked out, and their limbs were all broken. Mu Qianyu furrows her brow slightly and says, since they're still alive, we can extract some information from them. Miss, I've interrogated them. These 2 assassins were once part of the main rebels. They were paid handsomely to smuggle you out, arrived in Linzhou yesterday afternoon. However, while they were surveying, a masked person suddenly appeared and broke their limbs. Mu Qianyu's gaze sharpens slightly as she asks, can we find out who that masked person is who helped me? Li Qingchen furrows his brow and says, during the confrontation, the masked person was cut on the back by a dagger. That's the only lead we have. At that moment, Mu Qianyu suddenly remembers your call from last night. She whispers to herself, could it be you? Li Qingchen glances at her in the rearview mirror and asks, Miss, do you have an answer in mind? Mu Qianyu snaps back to reality and replies, no. She then calls Park Yanxi, Sister Yanxi, do you have time? I'd like to chat. Park Yanxi's voice comes through, I'm just outside Jiangnan Orthopedic Hospital. I took the afternoon off and can be with you the whole time. Mu Qianyu quickly gets out of the car and waves at a domestic SUV in the distance. Then she says to Li Qingchen, Uncle Chen, just drive and follow me. Li Qingchen nods, and once Mu Qianyu shuts the car door, he makes an international call, Master, I have something to report to you. Mu Yuanming's voice comes through, alright, go ahead. Hey, Su Wuxian, why are you peeking at my cards? Li Qingchen is momentarily speechless, wasn't the master recovering? Why is he playing cards? Nevertheless, he recounts the events of last night in detail. To his surprise, Mu Yuanming casually replies, what's the big deal? With Su Wuji around, it shouldn't be a problem. He's Su Wuxian's nephew. Ha, a flush. A furious voice interrupts, Old Moo, just mentioning this angers me. That damn brother of mine gave his son such a ridiculous name that sounds like he's on my level. He's deliberately taking advantage of me. A flush? What's the use? I had 6 of a kind. Half an hour later, Park Yanchi brings Mu Qianyu back to her residence. This is a villa area in Linzhou. As Mu Qianyu steps inside, she exclaims, Sister Yanchi, this house is truly priceless. Park Yanchi chuckles and replies, this is a house sponsored by an older sister. If it were based on my salary, I could barely afford the rent here. At that moment, a bare-chested guy stands on the second floor, unwrapping a bandage while complaining, Yanchi, you came just in time. I got into a fight last night and hurt my back. Hurry and help me with some medicine, it hurts so much. If it weren't for that idiot Mu Qianyu. The next second, your gaze drops, and you see the girl in a white dress sitting on the living room sofa, leaving your words stuck in your throat. Upon hearing that you were injured, Park Yanchi quickly rushes upstairs and asks, you're hurt? How bad is it? Who did this? Even Mu Qianyu is momentarily stunned. She can't comprehend how Su Wuji ended up in Sister Yanchi's house after just mentioning he was hurt last night. Suddenly, the pieces click in her mind like a thunderbolt, and she quickly gets up to follow. However, at this moment, Park Yanchi, who reached the stairs first, is pulled into the bedroom by you, and the door slams shut. You push Park Yanchi against the wall with one hand and say, Yanchi, you knew I might come today, so you deliberately brought Mu Qianyu here. Park Yanchi quickly pushes you away and asks, why didn't you mention you were hurt at breakfast? Let me see your injury first. You laugh dismissively, it's just a small cut, this isn't the first time you've seen me injured. Why are you worried? Park Yanchi's cheeks flush slightly as she says, don't talk nonsense. I'm older than you, so you should call me sister. Now lie down, and I'll treat your injury, otherwise, I'll call Sister Qian. Upon hearing that she would report you, you obediently lie down on the bed, revealing a long wound on your back, measuring several inches from your shoulder blade diagonally down to your side. Park Yanchi feels a pang of sympathy, but just as she is about to apply the medicine, Mu Qianyu's voice suddenly calls from outside, hey, hey, hey. My blind date and my best sister are in the bedroom behind closed doors. What are they doing in there? After deliberately pausing for 2 seconds, Mu Qianyu pushes the door open and enters. Her gaze immediately falls on your back, and seeing the cut, waves of emotion flicker in her eyes. Park Yanchi glances at the stunned Mu Qianyu and says, Qianyu, let me treat Wuji first. Don't misunderstand, my relationship with him isn't what you think. You wince at her tone, feeling like it has the vibe of someone caught in an affair trying to explain to the wife. Sure enough, Mu Qianyu directly asks, with such a long wound, why didn't you go to the hospital to get stitches? You say smugly, of course not. That would leave a scar. I need to use my secret remedy to preserve my beautiful skin. At this moment, Park Yanchi opens the medicine cabinet and takes out a transparent bottle of alcohol. Seeing this, Mu Qianyu steps forward and takes the alcohol bottle from her, saying, I'll do it. Park Yanchi looks momentarily shocked. You're also surprised and grin, Qianyu, if you're this worried about me, I might just get flattered. Mu Qianyu doesn't respond to the teasing but asks, won't using alcohol hurt? Why not use iodine? You smile and say, iodine and that powder don't mix. For the sake of my smooth skin, I'll just have to endure a bit. Mu Qianyu gently takes the cotton ball and dips it in the alcohol to clean the cut. As Mu Qianyu applies the powder to the wound, your hair becomes drenched in sweat, and your back is covered in fine beads of perspiration. As Mu Qianyu wraps the bandage around you, she tries to keep a calm tone and asks, who did you get into a fight with to get hurt like this? You grin and say, when we fight over territory and women, it's always with real weapons. This little injury is nothing, it's as easy as eating and drinking. Mu Qianyu doesn't say anything, just lowers her gaze slightly and ties a beautiful bow with the bandage. You grin and say, so, do you think those young masters from the Mu family are weak compared to a real man like me? This time, Mu Qianyu doesn't argue, just sits on the edge of the bed and softly replies, yeah, they are indeed quite weak. Once the two return to the living room downstairs, Mu Qianyu's cheeks flush slightly, and she speaks less, clearly lost in thought. At that moment, her phone suddenly rings. It's her uncle Mu Shanho calling. Qianyu, there will be a family meeting at the old house in an hour. You must attend, prepare yourself mentally. Mu Qianyu hangs up the phone and stands up, saying, Sister Yanchi, I have to go. There's an emergency family meeting. This time, Mu Qianyu has to face not the young generation she saw in the hospital, but a bunch of cunning old foxes. You quickly stand up and say, this is a great opportunity for a hero to save the beauty. Let me help you. Mu Qianyu gently laughs and says, no need. I can handle it. I'm not just a sweet little girl. You gaze at her stunningly beautiful face and smirk, I'm not sure about being sweet, but you definitely look pure and lovely. Moo Qianyu glances at you and then smiles slightly, saying, stop commenting and just rest well. After saying goodbye, the first thing Moo Qianyu does when she gets in the car is open her phone and send a message. You must have seen the entire fight last night. What's your evaluation of her? Actually, Moo Qianyu has always had someone protecting her. Meanwhile, the driver, Li Qingchen, seems unaware of this. Soon, a reply comes back, he's not bad, he's qualified to be on your chessboard. Moo Qianyu reads the reply, her lips curl into a charming smile. Meanwhile, after she leaves, Park Yenchi looks at you and quietly asks, I don't believe anyone in Linzhou could hurt you. Who exactly did you face? You sigh helplessly and say, 2 assassins from Maine. If I hadn't sustained some internal injuries earlier, I wouldn't have gotten this cut. The director immediately asked with concern, are you still injured? When did this happen? Without waiting for a response, he pulled your hand onto his leg, his fingers lightly touching your pulse. A minute later, Park Yenchi pondered, the pulse is obviously present, somewhat heavy, and the lungs are slightly injured, needing some time to recover. However, your heart rate is abnormal. Why is it so fast? You smiled and looked at your right hand. You placed my hand on your thigh, so close together, how could my heart not race? Piao Yenchi looked down and saw that your hand was being pressed by him. If the bent fingers moved forward just 1 more centimeter, they could brush against the crack of the exhibition door to the secluded garden. Ah, Yao Yenchi immediately released her hand, gave your arm a light hit, and shyly said, what about your injury? Don't be sarcastic, you chuckled and said before I left home, my dad threw a booklet at me and told me to explore it when I had time. As a result, a while ago, it caused me to develop internal injuries. Saying this, you took out a crumpled booklet from your pocket and casually tossed it to Park Yunhee. The boy's notebook, the legendary boy's notebook, although it is just one book, it is the supreme treasure of traditional Chinese martial arts, and you are keeping it like this. You raised your eyebrows and asked, this is the supreme treasure, how come I've never heard of it? Park Yenhui carefully smoothed out the pages of the booklet, and the rumor is that when your dad was dominating the world back in the day, he relied on a four-sided military dagger in this book of notes from the South China Sea. Suddenly you were so surprised, my unreliable dad has also roamed the world. Pu Yanixi was equally surprised that you didn't know these things. When your dad was making waves back in the day, the Su family was at its peak, but the old master of the Su family ordered the entire family to withdraw from the capital to avoid drawing attention. The stories related to the Su family have been completely wiped clean from the internet, and this generation of young people has almost no impression of the Su family. You look very unhappy. It seems that I was supposed to live comfortably as a rich second generation, but when my dad kicked me out of the house, he left me with only 200 yuan. Park Yenui smiled slightly and said, it's probably Uncle Su who wants to train you. As a result, you gritted your teeth and said, he just likes to give me some messy tasks, wanting to see me make a fool of myself. At that time, I didn't know this broken book was so valuable, otherwise, I would have sold it for a good price. Park Yenui heard a layer of meaning in your words and asked, so you decided to help Qianyu, which is also Uncle Su's intention. You shook your head and said there is not only one reason, but another reason is that my aunt asked me to make her happy, suddenly not giving me money. Park Yenui helplessly said that it was Sister Yen who did well, but this is definitely not the main reason for your involvement with the Moo family. Suddenly, a trace of killing intent flashed in your eyes, and on another note, according to the information I received, someone in the capital has their eyes on Moo Qianyu, and I just happen to need an opportunity for the capital to remember the Su family. The rumor Shi Wenyan sat up straight and said word by word, I don't know the capital, nor the whole of Huaxia. After a moment of calm, you weakly said, such a heavy responsibility, I really don't want to bear it. Park Yunhee's eyes were gentle, and she said I can push you from behind to help you exert some effort. Push me from behind, Yuan don't know what you're thinking, grinning with a somewhat improper smile, then you immediately regain your composure, looking at the other person's pretty face, and smiling, then I have to go help Moo Qianyu, aren't you jealous? Park Yenhee smiled slightly and said, seeing that you found such a handsome younger brother, I'm happy enough as it is. You smiled and said that she is indeed very beautiful, but at most, my relationship with her is one of mutual use. Then you called Xiao Pang, asked him to find me a sturdier car, and we will set off in half an hour to flatten the wooden frame. Xiao Pang repeated the command word by word, okay, boss, I will resolutely complete the task, use a sturdier vehicle to flatten the wooden frame. After 23 minutes, you stood at the door and called Xiao Pang again. It's been half an hour, why hasn't the car come to pick me up yet? Xiao Pang frowned and said, boss, please come to the entrance of the neighborhood. The security guard didn't complain about not letting this car in. With both hands directly in your pockets, you swaggered to the entrance of the villa area, and when you saw the scene outside, your eyes widened, this is the car you brought. Little Pang nodded seriously and said, "Boss, you said you want a sturdier car. You look at the giant tire in front of you that is taller than yourself, gritting your teeth and saying this is too sturdy. What is parked in front of you at this moment is a tall Scania heavy-duty truck, and it's even modified, with 2 excavators behind it. You, with a face full of black lines, walnut Xiaopang, while others rescue beauties on white horses and drive luxury cars, you let me sit on a truck. Go digger." As a result, Xiaopang said seriously to the boss, "With 2 excavators working at the same time, it shouldn't take more than 2 hours to level the wooden frame." You raised your arm and weakly patted Xiaopang's shoulder, saying, "Why don't you just drop 100 excavators directly? Isn't that faster?" It's Little Pang. Wen Yan immediately picked up the phone to contact the long-legged female manager of the Queen's Bar. Manager Xiao said they still need 98 excavators, so hurry up and arrange for them. Suddenly, you drew your gun and almost fell, glared at Xiaopang, climbed onto the driver's seat of the heavy truck with your butt sticking out, and directly started the vehicle with a dark face, pressing down on the accelerator. The Scania heavy truck rumbled away. Xiaopang saw this and shouted from behind, "Boss, I haven't gotten in the car yet. I haven't gotten in the car yet." Your voice came out from the roar. Xiaopang divided into 2 routes. "I will go to the Moo family's old house. You go find Moo." Zhiwei Xiaopang jumped onto the excavator and shouted fiercely. After finding it, cut it into 8 pieces. He still remembered that order. You stuck your head out of the car window and shouted, "Cut a hair." You grabbed his ear and said, "Bring him to the wooden frame." However, because this heavy truck engine is really too big. I don't know if Xiaopang has heard it or not. On the east side of Yunyan Lake, there lies a classical garden covering more than 200 acres, the old residence of the Moo family. The old house is nestled among mountains and waters, with intricately carved beams and painted rafters, and the ancient trees and bonsai are worth a fortune. The Moo family once dominated the business world in Jiangnan, leading in textiles, cross-border trade, and real estate. Although the market has been poor in recent years, a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. To the elders of the Moo family, the greatest secret to maintaining the family's vitality is the ongoing power struggle among the younger generation. However, this competition seems to have dulled the familial bonds among each generation of the Moo family members. At this moment, the Moo family's conference hall is shrouded in a heavy atmosphere. At the front of the hall, 3 grand chairs are arranged, with the middle one empty. Current family head Mu Qingye is absent from this family meeting due to health reasons. This old man has always favored Mu Qianyu. On either side of the empty chair sit the second uncle Mu Chengchang and the third uncle Mu Chengsheng, both elderly men who rarely involve themselves in family matters but still hold significant influence. On both sides of the hall, a dozen middle-aged men and women sit, led by the eldest uncle Mu Shanho, the core second generation of the family. Dressed in a white long dress, Mu Qianyu stands alone in the center of the hall, seemingly undergoing a 3-way interrogation. Bang! Fifth uncle Mu Sudong slammed his hand on the armrest of his chair and said in a deep voice, "Mu Qianyu, do you know why this emergency meeting is being held today?" After rushing back from out of town, Mu Sudong immediately arranged for his wife Qiao Yueyu and youngest son Mu Zhouwei to take a private plane out of the country, then returned to the old residence and ordered the family meeting. Mu Qianyu remained unfazed, smiling lightly. "Fifth uncle, you're holding this emergency family meeting to try to strip me of my competitive qualifications, aren't you?" Upon hearing this, Mu Sudong's face darkened considerably. "Mu Qianyu, you colluded with Su Wuji to seriously injure your cousin, which has had an extremely negative impact. You are simply unworthy of being a member of the Mu family." Mu Sudong said coldly, "Now, I can retain your Mu family identity, but you must withdraw from the power struggle." Threatening to expel her from the family? Mu Qianyu ignored Mu Sudong and instead looked at the 2 elderly men in front of her, her smile unchanged. "Second uncle, third uncle, don't you think having a minor in the family using drugs is an even worse influence?" Mu Qingchang's murky eyes revealed no emotion as he said lightly, "Qianyu, today we will not discuss the mistakes made by Zhiwei. After all, he is still a minor. The main purpose of today's meeting is to talk about your collusion with the underworld to assault family members." What a clever way to dodge the main issue. The intent was already clear. Su Wuji is part of the underworld? Mu Qianyu seemed unfazed by the obvious bias against her. She shook her head. "You are all mistaken. That is how most people see him, but it is not the real him." Thinking of Su Wuji's injuries, she momentarily lost her focus but quickly regained her composure, showing no signs of distress. Mu Sudong slammed the armrest of his chair and shouted, "Mu Qianyu, speaking up for that scoundrel shows you cannot distinguish right from wrong. If the next generation's power is in your hands, the family is doomed." Third uncle Mu Chengsheng said in a deep voice, Xianyu, that kid Su Wuji has a terrible reputation in Linzhou. It is truly disappointing to see you associating with such trash. The middle-aged elders began to speak up. Yes, Mu Qianyu, if you just listen to your elders, the family can still give you a place. Mu Qianyu, you've injured your cousin like this. We are all considering you. Clearly, they had long been prepared, seizing the opportunity to attack collectively. What started as a family meeting instantly turned into a chaotic collective assault. Mu Qianyu's delicate face not only showed no signs of grievance but instead wore a faint smile. Grandfathers, uncles, you might as well lay out all your arrangements. Fifth uncle Mu Sudong's gaze was cold. Mu Qianyu, there are only two paths before you. The first is to withdraw from the power struggle. The second. Before he could finish, Mu Qianyu took over the conversation. The second is to marry me off to Fong Jingyang of the Fong family in the capital. The Mu family can also take this opportunity to form a union with the emerging families in the capital, right? After saying this, Mu Qianyu suddenly felt a strange sense of anticipation. Anticipating Su Wuji's reaction when he learned she was being forcibly married off. She thought to herself, will this guy be so angry that he comes knocking? Hearing Mu Qianyu's words, Mu Sudong was clearly taken aback and said in a deep voice, how do you know about the marriage alliance? This matter had been in his plans for a long time, and he had already reached an agreement with the elders Mu Chengchang and Mu Chengsheng to keep Mu Qianyu away from Linzhou. Fifth uncle, there's no need to ask how I know, Mu Qianyu replied with a smile. It's not the old society anymore. Marrying me off without consulting me and my father seems rather inappropriate, doesn't it? Mu Sudong sneered coldly. Our Mu family has always been unable to break free from Jiangnan, while the Fong family in the capital is currently on the rise. Marrying into them is a shortcut for the Mu family's development. Mu Qianyu, this is your chance to contribute to the family. If you lack even this spirit of sacrifice, how can we trust you to lead the family to greater heights? It must be said that Mu Sudong came well prepared, piling on various high-sounding hats, filling the air with family righteousness. If it were an ordinary person, they would have long since found no way out. Mu Qianyu remained unflustered. That Fong Jingyang has a debauched private life. If the family truly cared for me, how could they marry me off to such a person? Second grandfather Mu Chengchang said solemnly, Qianyu, marrying Fong Jingyang is far better than mingling with the underworld. Being so close to that scoundrel will ruin your reputation. This was indeed the truth. In Linzhou's nightlife, Su Wuji's tarnished reputation was not as bad as Fong Jingyang's. Mu Qianyu gently shook her head. What if I refuse? Second grandfather Mu Qingchang's expression darkened further. If you refuse, we will jointly issue a statement that, effective immediately, you will be expelled from the Mu family. Mu Sudong added, Mu Qianyu, think carefully. If you are expelled from the Mu family, you will completely lose the family's protection, and many dangers will come your way. This was clearly a threat. This was what Su Wuji had said before. In the struggle for inheritance in a wealthy family, one cannot take the initiative to withdraw. Once one loses power, it could mean losing one's life. It's too early to draw conclusions now, Mu Qianyu smiled lightly. Fifth uncle, don't you want to hear what preparations I've made? The fact that she could still maintain her smile made Mu Sudong somewhat uncomfortable. You won't be a member of the Mu family soon. No matter what preparations you've made, they will be of no use, Mu Sudong said. That may not be the case, Mu Qianyu replied gently. Just then, Mu Sudong's secretary rushed in. His expression was urgent, and his face was pale. Boss, it's bad. The boss lady and young master Zhehui couldn't leave the country. Why couldn't they leave? Mu Sudong said in a deep voice. All the procedures for the flight had been completed. Mu Qianyu raised an eyebrow, seemingly surprised as well. Boss, two excavators suddenly appeared out of nowhere and smashed our plane to pieces with a jackhammer. Good heavens, using excavators against an expensive private jet? What? Mu Sudong could hardly believe his ears. Mu Qianyu immediately guessed who was behind it. She couldn't help but laugh out loud, the stubbornness in her eyes instantly replaced by warmth. No matter what that guy's intentions were, at least, when she was being attacked by the crowd, he still stood firmly behind her. The secretary took a deep breath and continued, Boss, the lady has fainted in the cabin, and young Master Zhehui. Mu Sudong was extremely angry, grabbing the secretary by the collar. What happened to him? Get to the point. Young Master Zhehui has been taken away. We found a bloody ear in the cabin. The secretary's lips turned pale as he stammered, this ear wasn't cut off, it must have been torn off. Bang! Mu Sudong staggered back 2 steps and fell into his chair. Mu Qianyu rubbed her temples. This style certainly matched the notorious reputation of that scoundrel. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed. The strong smell of diesel exhaust was carried by the wind into everyone's nostrils. The crowd hurried outside, just in time to see the outer wall collapse with a loud crash. A tall Scania truck emerged from the dust, ruthlessly crushing the debris beneath it, arrogantly charging in. Faced with the heavy truck crashing into the old house, everyone present was frozen in shock. Was the truck driver drunk? The situation was so absurd that they didn't even think it was a deliberate crash. Sitting in the driver's seat, Soo Woo-jae complained, "What a broken yard, why is the road so narrow?" Then, he pressed down on the accelerator. The heavy truck immediately let out an even more deafening roar. The tall front easily smashed through the circular archway, crashing into a beautifully crafted courtyard, ruthlessly shattering all the pots inside. Those exquisitely carved bonsais were instantly reduced to broken branches and fallen leaves under the tires. Most of these bonsais were the painstaking efforts of Uncle Moo Chengsheng, who had spent a fortune acquiring them from all over the country and took care of them daily. At this moment, seeing the bonsais crushed by the truck's wheels, Moo Chengsheng trembled with rage. "Stop him! Hurry!" Moo Chengsheng shouted. The old man was nearly out of breath. Before anyone could react, Soo Woo-jae swung the truck around, executing a perfect drift. The most expensive yellow mountain pine in the corner of the bonsai garden was directly smashed in half by the truck's rear. "That bastard! Moo Chengsheng was so furious that he fainted on the spot. "Quick, pinch his acupoint. Isn't this CPR? Call an ambulance." With the old man fainting, the Moo family was thrown into even more chaos. Amidst the panicking crowd, Moo Qianyu stood quietly, her white dress particularly eye-catching in the dust. Her gaze fell on the young man in the driver's seat, a hint of barely perceptible emotion hidden in her eyes. After wreaking havoc in the bonsai garden, Soo Woo-jae showed no signs of stopping, directly driving the truck towards the crowd with a rumble. The Moo family members began to scatter, stumbling and looking utterly disheveled. Soo Woo-jae was clearly trying to scare them on purpose. He turned the steering wheel, pressed the accelerator to the floor again, crashing through half of the corridor, then barreled straight into the conference hall. Boom! The hall collapsed in a series of crashes. "What a shoddy construction," Soo Woo-jae scoffed. Indeed, this garden had been passed down for so many years, and many beams were somewhat decayed. The brick and mortar walls crumbled at a touch. "Go stop him," Moo Soo-dong shouted, getting up from the ground, covered in dirt. However, none of the bodyguards dared to step forward. After all, being hit by a heavy truck was basically a death sentence. Seeing no one stepping forward, Moo Soo-dong was about to lose his temper when the heavy truck suddenly accelerated, charging towards his position. The arrogant momentum seemed as if it wanted to run him over directly. Moo Soo-dong panicked and scrambled to dodge, clumsily tumbling into the pond. Immediately after, the heavy truck came to a sudden stop, precisely halting beside the pond. The window of the driver's seat rolled down, and a hand made a peace sign, waving at Moo Qianyu. Looking at this somewhat juvenile gesture, Moo Qianyu's lips curled up slightly. She raised her delicate, pale finger and gave a thumbs up. At this moment, the elegantly designed Moo family garden had been trampled into several paths by the heavy truck. The rockeries, gardens, and intricately carved corridors were all in disarray, shrouded in dust. This garden had been passed down for hundreds of years, and now it was severely damaged in such a bizarre manner. Soo Woo-jae jumped out of the car, clapped his hands, and said to Moo Qianyu, "Hey, I'm not late, am I?" In front of the Moo family members, Soo Woo-jae shamelessly bent down to brush off the dust from Moo Qianyu's skirt. Moo Qianyu subtly pulled her skirt back from his hands and smiled. "You came too early. You didn't give me a chance to show off." She had prepared a whole arsenal to deal with Moo Soo-dong, but before she could use any of it, Soo Woo-jae had already made a chaotic entrance, leaving the pampered Moo family members dumbfounded with his crude and straightforward tactics. "How about you show off now?" Soo Woo-jae patted Moo Qianyu's shoulder, pointing at the disheveled Moo family members with his other hand. "Just say a few words. If anyone dares to disobey, I'll run them over with the car." However, whoever he pointed at instinctively took a step back. Many didn't even dare to make eye contact with Soo Woo-jae, fearing that this unruly madman would set his sights on them. Moo Soo-dong shouted angrily, "Bodyguards, catch him!" Soo Woo-jae raised an eyebrow and playfully replied, "Are you sure?" A bad premonition surged in Moo Soo-dong's heart. He suddenly thought of his son, who was still missing. Just as Moo Soo-dong was about to say something, a rumbling sound suddenly came from outside the courtyard wall. The intensity of the diesel smell was more than 10 times stronger than before. Everyone turned to look, and dozens of excavators had raised their long arms high, surpassing the height of the walls, then came crashing down. The exquisite gray tiles and white walls were directly smashed. Amidst the swirling dust, dozens of excavators revealed their massive forms. Moo Qianyu covered her forehead. "I really can't invite you over anymore. You're going to demolish the entire Moo family ancestral home." Soo Woo-jae chuckled. "Actually, I originally planned to send 50 excavators to the Moo family ancestral grave, but then I thought it was too much and wouldn't be good for you." "You were even planning to dig up the Moo family ancestral grave? Please, you think that's too much?" Moo Qianyu looked at the super demolition team and helplessly said, "Thank you. Family, no need to be polite, Su Wuji replied with a smile. At that moment, a large excavator rumbled over from the ruins, driving right up to Su Wuji's side. The cabin opened, and a long-legged woman in a high-slit cheongsam jumped down. She was Xiao Yinlei, the manager of the Queen Bar, known alongside Xiao Pang as Su Wuji's right-hand woman. Previously, Xiao Pang had called her to mobilize 98 more excavators. This woman exuded a mature charm, the kind that drips with allure. The fitted cheongsam accentuated her voluptuous figure, and this pure femininity seemed to evoke all kinds of fantasies in the opposite sex. However, none of the Moo family members present focused on Xiao Yinlei's figure. Everyone who often mingles in the night scene of Linzhou knows that this woman is truly not to be trifled with. In many instances, Su Wuji does not intervene in the small disputes at the Queen's Bar, but it is this long-legged general manager who loves to wear kipeos that can silence a crowd of night owls just by standing on stage. Xiao Yinlei, in her 8-centimeter high heels, gracefully walked up to Su Wuji and said, "Boss, time is tight. It's not easy to find 98 excavators, we've only managed to dispatch 60 so far, and the remaining 38 are rushing over from the surrounding counties." Su Wuji waved her hand dismissively, "No need for the rest of the excavators to come. We don't want to scare these cowards to death." Xiao Yinlei glanced at Mu Qianyu and asked, "Is the boss lady alright?" Su Wuji clapped her hands, "Hey, well said. I'll give you a raise when you get back, Mu Qianyu." At this moment, Mu Sudong finally crawled out of the pond, drenched from head to toe. He pointed at Su Wuji and shouted angrily, "Catch him. Don't let this bastard continue to make trouble." The bodyguards finally approached cautiously. Su Wuji gave a disdainful smile to the bodyguards, then waved her hand at Xiao Yinlei, "Tear down the Mu family completely." The 60 excavators roared to life again, their tracks turning, long arms raised high. Seeing this, the bodyguards immediately stopped in their tracks. No one dared to move. Faced with such a simple and brutal approach, Mu Sudong felt an unprecedented sense of powerlessness. "Su Wuji, hand over my son. I can pretend this never happened today." Mu Sudong took a deep breath, trying to suppress the anger in his chest. However, at that moment, an off-road vehicle suddenly burst through the gap in the wall and rushed into the center of the venue. Then, the car door opened, and the tall figure of Xiao Pang squeezed out. He got out of the car, dragging down a person whose leg was wrapped in bandages. It was Mu Jiahui. His face was covered in blood, one ear was missing, and the other ear was barely hanging on by the earlobe, blood streaming down. "Stop pulling, it hurts, it hurts." Mu Jiahui cried out desperately, clutching Xiao Pang's arm. Yet, Xiao Pang's large hand still gripped the ear tightly, refusing to let go. Su Wuji raised an eyebrow. "Xiao Pang, what are you doing with Mu Jiahui's ear?" Xiao Pang dragged Mu Jiahui and said, "Boss, you told me to grab his ear and bring him over." He executed the task without missing a word, resolutely fulfilling all the requirements. "Oh, I see." Su Wuji's tone was lazily casual, "Then leaving half an ear would look quite ugly. It's better to just tear it off completely." "Don't!" Mu Sudong quickly intervened. Before his words fell, his youngest son let out a terrible scream. With a tug of Xiao Pang's arm, Mu Jiahui's precariously hanging ear was finally completely torn off. Seeing both of his youngest son's ears ripped off, Mu Sudong trembled with rage. Mu Jiahui's face was covered in blood, howling as if he had lost his humanity. The other bodyguards still dared not make any moves, fearing that provoking Su Wuji, this madwoman, could lead to Mu Jiahui's immediate death. Mu Qianyu rubbed her temples. "It's a bit bloody." Su Wuji grinned, "I'm used to it. If you don't like it, I can change gradually." Mu Qianyu gently supported her forehead. "I can adapt. You just keep it up." Mu Sudong finally couldn't take it anymore and shouted, "Su Wuji, what exactly do you want to do?" "Of course, I'm here to help Qianyu settle things with you." Su Wuji stepped on Mu Jiahui's chest, smiling slightly. "Isn't your family selecting a spokesperson for the younger generation? I propose that this spokesperson be Qianyu. No one in the Mu family is more suitable for this position than her." Looking at the bewildered members of the Mu family, Su Wuji stepped on Mu Jiahui's face with the sole of his shoe and cheerfully concluded, "I've finished speaking. Who's in favor, and who's against?" In the past, disputes over leadership within the Mu family lasted at least a year, often extending to 3 to 5 years. Yet here with Su Wuji, was it to end today? Many in attendance had defiance in their eyes, but no one dared to speak up. Su Wuji smiled slightly. "It seems everyone agrees?" Mu Sudong took a deep breath. If violent means are used to obtain this position, then even if Mu Qianyu becomes the leader of the younger generation, she will never gain the people's support. Su Wuji shot him a sidelong glance. "Mu Lao Wu, if you don't force Qianyu, would I resort to violence? If you dare to voice any opposition today, I'll sell your son to Thailand to become a ladyboy." Mu Sudong's face turned ashen, and he tightly shut his mouth. Mu Qianyu was at a loss, tugging at Su Wuji's arm. How about I have a go too? Su Wuji laughed heartily. Of course, a man and a woman working together makes it easier. Mu Qianyu glanced at her cousin, who was being stepped on, and softly said, let's release Mu Zhihui first, and return into them. Her tone carried a sense of inquiry. After all, it was Su Wuji who had captured him. Even if Mu Qianyu had her own ideas, she still needed to consult Su Wuji's opinion. Upon hearing this, Su Wuji didn't ask why they should release him but directly grabbed Mu Zhihui's arm, twisting and flinging him. Mu Zhihui was thrown several meters away, landing in the pond, his head hitting and bleeding. The bodyguards rushed into the water to save him. Seeing his son released, Mu Sudong let out a long sigh. Losing an ear could be stitched back, but preserving a life was a blessing. In fact, if Mu Qianyu kept Mu Zhihui in her grasp, it would greatly aid her in the struggle for inheritance, yet she chose to let him go. Su Wuji watched the scene, almost wanting to applaud. This girl was not simple. Her apparent retreat was to take a big step forward. Mu Sudong looked at his niece and said solemnly, Mu Qianyu, you must take primary responsibility for the Mu family's predicament today. But since you just decided to release Zhihui, we can put an end to today's farce for now. He retreated. In truth, Mu Sudong wanted nothing more than to chop Su Wuji into minced meat. But he understood that at least today, he was completely crushed by the two young people opposite him. Any desire for revenge would have to wait for another opportunity. Mu Qianyu found it amusing, a smile curving her lips. But I haven't agreed to end it yet. When these people attacked her, they were all righteous and guiltless. Now that they were at a disadvantage, they wanted to finish it? What a joke! Hearing this, Su Wuji couldn't help but feel that Mu Qianyu's style of doing things really suited his temperament. A bad premonition surged in Mu Sudong's heart, and he said weakly, Mu Qianyu, I advise you to know when to stop. Mu Qianyu glanced at her watch and smiled. Fifth uncle, if nothing unexpected happens, the tax inspection team from the capital should already be at the door of Mu's real estate. Tax? What? What are you going to do? Mu Sudong suddenly realized what Mu Qianyu was planning. Immediately after, his phone rang. It was a call from his secretary. Boss, the tax inspection team from the capital has suddenly arrived at the real estate headquarters and sealed off the floor where the finance department is located. Along with them, the economic investigation team from the capital has also come. Even the economic investigation team was involved? Mu Sudong's face turned pale. During the booming real estate market, Mu's real estate was practically a money printing machine. Mu Sudong himself had made a fortune and had also transferred a significant amount of assets through illegal special channels abroad. In the past 2 years, the housing market has cooled down, and several new developments by the Mu family have struggled to sell. The real estate business has left behind a pile of bad debts, and if this were to come to light, it would undoubtedly tarnish the Mu family's reputation. If the local tax authorities from Linzhou were involved, Mu could still rely on connections to negotiate, but now the investigation team has been sent from the capital, and the incident happened suddenly, making it difficult for Mu Sudong to find a starting point. He shouted in exasperation, Mu Qianyu, you are betraying the family's interests. There's no question of family interests, at most, it's about making Uncle Wu pay some personal costs, Mu Qianyu replied with an unchanged smile. Actually, this matter is quite simple. As long as Uncle Wu returns all the money he took, that will suffice. Mu Sudong clenched his fists tightly, knowing that if he were to make up for the past tax payments and bad debts, it would definitely be a heavy blow to him. Mu Qianyu turned around and looked at her second grandfather, Mu Chengchang, whose face was ashen, and said, Second grandfather, are you willing to help Uncle Wu cover this part of the funds? Mu Chengchang remained silent, his face dark, not expressing any opinion. After all, the bad debts in the real estate business are a bottomless pit. Anyone who steps forward to help would surely end up in trouble themselves. As for the third grandfather, Mu Chengshang, he was still lying on the ground, unconscious. The elders of the Mu family would certainly not take the initiative to spend money to help Mu Sudong fill the hole. Mu Qianyu's simple move had directly divided their camp. Seeing that Mu Chengchang maintained his stern expression, Mu Qianyu said, Second grandfather, the struggle for control has just begun. You all shouldn't be so openly biased like today, as that wouldn't be good for the family. Although she said this with a smile, it was laden with warning. Mu Chengchang had already concluded that Mu Qianyu also had her own leverage, but she was just not revealing it at this moment. She and Su Wuji were a perfect match. One was good at using her brain, and the other at creating chaos. Mu Qianyu glanced around, her gaze sweeping over everyone's faces, and mockingly said, In recent years, the Mu family has been declining. If it weren't for our branch continuously providing blood transfusions to the family, do you really think you could still live in such luxury? You are all sitting on empty mountains, completely unaware of your own worth. Faced with this pointed questioning, the expressions of the elders were worse than crying. Mu Qianyu looked at the mess on the ground and casually added, As for the money for renovating the old house, let Uncle Wu cover it. Moo Sudong's face turned ashen. A third of the old house had collapsed, and many precious features had been reduced to rubble. Restoring it completely would definitely cost a fortune. Then, Mu Qianyu added, by the way, this is not up for discussion. This simple statement pressed down on the entire room. Since everyone has no objections, let's disperse, Mu Qianyu sighed lightly. My dad is currently abroad recuperating, and I'm sure he would be even less willing to see today's scene. Just as the Mu family members were preparing to leave, a voice suddenly rang out. Wait, I haven't let you go yet. Su Woji. Everyone instinctively stopped in their tracks, worried about what trouble this guy might stir up. Mu Qianyu seemed to have an inkling of what Su Wuji was about to do. Su Wuji walked to the front of the crowd, looked around, and smiled as he asked, which one is Mu Ziang? All eyes turned to a young man standing at the back. He was Mu Ziang, the eldest son of Mu Dongsheng, the third uncle of the Mu family, just a year older than Mu Qianyu. What do you want with me? Mu Ziang asked, his expression somewhat sinister. Throughout the family meeting, I haven't attacked Mu Qianyu even once. Don't be so nervous, Su Wuji said, extending his hand to the side. Xiao Pang immediately placed a baton in his palm. Without even looking, Su Wuji said, change it. Xiao Pang then placed a spring knife in his boss's palm. Don't mess around. Panic finally surged in Mu Ziang's eyes. Su Wuji grinned. You dare hire a hitman from abroad to deal with Qianyu, yet you're afraid of me messing with you? Before he finished speaking, he pressed the switch of the spring knife. The bright blade shot out, directly stabbing into Mu Ziang's thigh. Su Wuji's speed was so fast that the Mu family had no time to react at all. It wasn't until Mu Ziang lay on the ground screaming in agony that everyone snapped back to reality. Hiring a hitman from abroad to deal with Mu Qianyu? Was this something Mu Ziang would dare to do? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. A middle-aged man shouted, Su Wujie, don't slander Ziang. The speaker was none other than the third uncle of the Mu family, Mu Dongsheng. He had rushed over, wanting to shield his son. Su Wujie glanced at him and stabbed Mu Ziang in the other thigh. Blood spurted out. Mu Ziang screamed again. He lay on the ground trembling, his face pale from the pain. Seeing his son in such agony, Mu Dongsheng's eyes were bloodshot as he roared, Su Wujie, are you trying to kill someone? Are you out of control? Su Wujie looked at Xiao Pang. This old man is too noisy. Hearing this, Xiao Pang stepped forward and threw a heavy punch, landing solidly in Mu Dongsheng's stomach. The third uncle of the Mu family immediately bent over and knelt on the ground, retching violently. He couldn't even speak. Today, Su Wujie had come to deal with everyone from the young to the old. This simple and brutal method left the Mu family, each with their own thoughts, unable to find a strong countermeasure. Mu Qianyu. At this moment, Mu Qianyu's sixth aunt, Mu Yunxia, spoke up, quick, make Su Wujie stop. At this rate, someone will die. Mu Qianyu stood still, showing no intention of stopping Su Wujie, her calm voice carrying determination. Whatever he does, I support it. Hearing this, Su Wujie grinned. Hey, just for that sentence, this trip of mine is truly worth it. At this time, Li Qingchen stepped forward, his voice slightly heavy. The two hitmen who smuggled in from Maine have already been sent to the Lakeside Precinct. They have confessed the entire process of being hired by Mu Ziang, and the suspect who connected them has also been captured internationally and is being sent back from Maine. In fact, Mu Qianyu was a bit surprised after hearing this, surprised by the efficiency of the precinct's investigation. From last night until now, they had even completed an international capture? This was a bit too fast. Sixth Aunt Mu Yunxia shouted, where's the evidence? How can you be sure this isn't a frame-up? Frame up my ass. The criminal police in Linzhou have no need to frame Mu Ziang. Can you use your brain for once, you stupid woman? Su Wujie said, glaring at Mu Yunxia, raising the knife in his hand sharply. Mu Yunxia was startled by this action, stumbling back several steps before sitting down on the ground. Her momentum instantly weakened. Su Wujie coldly smiled. In matters like hiring hitmen, who would personally go abroad to negotiate, this fool Mu Ziang has no idea that he was recorded the entire time while discussing the price. At this moment, the long-legged manager, Xiao Yinlei, casually tossed out several USB drives, saying, this is the video the boss asked me to copy. If you don't believe it, you can take it back and watch. A ripple flashed in Mu Qianyu's eyes. Su Wujie had quietly done so much? Mu Dongxing's face turned ashen as he asked his son, is it true? Mu Ziang trembled, his face deathly pale. He didn't dare to refute at all. Mu Dongxing's face was filled with disappointment. Mu Ziang, are you confused? However, Uncle Mu's reaction was much quicker. He clutched his stomach and moved to Mu Qianyu's side, panting heavily, Qianyu, for today's matter, I am willing to pay the price in exchange. I just hope you can contact the sub-bureau to withdraw the case. Attempted murder for hire, how many years would that be? A lifetime ruined. Mu Dongsheng was pleading for a way out for his son. Mu Qianyu gently pressed her lips together. Let Wujie decide. On this matter, I will listen to him. I will listen to him. Previously, Mu Qianyu had always referred to Su Wujie as young Master Su. This was the first time she had called him by the last two words. To everyone present, the fact that Mu Qianyu would say such a thing indicated that the two must have a relationship beyond friendship. In reality, Mu Qianyu still felt guilty towards Su Wujie. Every time she thought of him being hurt further, her mood would become unsettled. Su Wujie grinned. Since Qianyu says so, then, Uncle Mu, it depends on how sincere you are in getting your son back. At this moment, Xiao Pang had already lifted Mu Ziang, whose pants were nearly soaked with blood. Mu Dongxing thought for a moment before saying, I will send Mu Ziang abroad, never to interfere with family business again, and my other children will also withdraw from the competition among the younger generation. Su Wujie looked directly into his eyes, smiling. Not enough. But you also stabbed Mu Ziang twice. Mu Dongsheng said. Who said I stabbed him twice? Su Wujie replied, not even looking back, suddenly swinging his hand behind him. The dagger in his hand flew 2 meters, directly embedding itself in Mu Ziang's shoulder. A scream erupted again. This guy sneered, clearly 3 stabs. Mu Ziang. Mu Dongsheng. This unconventional negotiation method left the Mu family utterly defenseless. Uncle Mu, you'd better think it through. If I accidentally stab Mu Ziang in the chest, it won't be fun. Su Wujie still smiled. Mu Dongxing gritted his teeth and said, the family's textile business has always been managed by the third branch. Starting today, I will transfer it entirely to Qianyu. How about that? As soon as these words were spoken, the Mu family members present were somewhat shocked. Because this textile business was one of the most important businesses of the Mu family, and Mu Dongsheng was still serving as the president of the Jiangling Province Textile Chamber of Commerce. To save Mu Ziang, Mu Dongsheng was actually willing to give up such a large piece of meat. Su Wujie coldly smiled. This textile market is in terrible shape. It will turn into a mess in less than 2 years. Uncle Mu, who are you trying to fool? Hearing this, many members of the Mu family disagreed. After all, the Mu textile business had once been the leader in the Jiangnan textile industry. Although the market was currently poor, it was still true that a dead camel was bigger than a horse, and relying on this business to earn for another 10 years was not a problem. All eyes were on Mu Qianyu. However, she said, Wujie is right, uncle. I want Lin Mu Insurance. Lin Mu Insurance Group. The Mu family was a major shareholder. Su Wujie snapped his fingers. Hey, that's exactly what I want. It seemed he had been waiting for Mu Qianyu to say this. Lin Mu Insurance was jointly established by several major consortiums in Jiangling Province, and the replacement of shareholders requires a very complicated process, with low efficiency. Mu Dongsheng said. Su Wujie grinned. I have plenty of ways to help you improve efficiency. The next second, he pulled out a baton and struck Mu Ziang's knee hard. This guy had already been stabbed 3 times, and now his knee was also caved in. The screams were relentless and incredibly tragic. Alright, Mu Qianyu, the 30% stake that the Mu family holds in Lin Mu Insurance Group will be transferred to your name within 3 days. Mu Dongxing shouted, drenched in sweat. He was afraid that if he shouted too late, he wouldn't be able to save his son's other leg. Why didn't you do it this way earlier? Su Wujie snapped his fingers at Xiao Pang. Pang, let him go, be gentle. Xiao Pang lifted his foot and kicked Mu Ziang right in the backside. The latter arced through the air, landing in a pond several meters away. Seeing Su Wujie glare, Xiao Pang quickly explained, Boss, it's still 1/10 of my strength, very gentle. At that moment, no one from the Mu family dared to speak or leave. They never expected that Mu Qianyu would obtain shares in Lin Mu Insurance in such a manner. It seemed that the power struggle had already been settled, and there was no longer any need to continue. Among the younger generation, who could compete with her? Mu Qianyu turned to Su Wujie and gave him a deep look. Thank you. Su Wujie waved his hand. Hey, family doesn't talk about family matters. Once today's events spread, the entire Linzhou would likely think these two were a couple. Mu Qianyu didn't refute this but instead said, you should go back and rest up. I'll handle my matters first and come find you at the Queen's Bar tomorrow. Her voice was soft, a stark contrast to her earlier commanding presence, making Su Wujie grin widely. Xiao Yinlei immediately beamed, a warm welcome to the boss lady. Su Wujie clapped his hands. Well said, Manager Xiao. I'll give you a raise. Xiao Pang interjected, Boss, the finance department already said we're out of money. Su Wujie chuckled, then just deduct your salary for next year, and we'll have money, right? Xiao Pang looked serious. Boss, no wonder the finance department always says you're bad at math. Su Wujie replied, she's talking nonsense, I'm bad at math? Xiao Pang added, Manager Xiao has said so too. Xiao Yinlei's smile froze. Watching the trio bicker, Mu Qianyu chuckled softly, warmth flowing in her eyes that hadn't been there for a long time. The next day, at 10 o'clock in the evening, beautiful women dressed lightly were getting out of various luxury cars, continuously entering the Queen's Bar. Mu Qianyu and Li Qingqian stood side by side at the entrance of the hottest nightclub by Yunyan Lake, but they didn't go in immediately. Uncle Chen, have you found out the results regarding the situation in Maine? Mu Qianyu asked. The efficiency of the Linzhou police in cross-border arrests is too high, unreasonably so. In less than a day after the incident, they had captured the intermediary who introduced the assassin to Mu Ziang, even obtaining the video from the business negotiations. What kind of power did that require? It was done by an international mercenary team. They were originally involved in a pacification mission for the main government but suddenly left to capture everyone involved in the Mu Ziang case, Li Qingqian explained. But we don't know who hired this mercenary team. Mu Qianyu paused for a moment before asking, how much would it cost to hire this mercenary team for a task? Li Qingqian replied, it depends on the difficulty of the task, but the starting fee for this team is quite high, at least $300,000. Mu Qianyu smiled lightly. Then arrange it. Transfer $300,000 to the Queen's Bar account. No, just send $1 million directly, since he's been short on cash lately. Li Qingqian was somewhat surprised. Miss, you mean? That's exactly what I mean. A smile spread across Mu Qianyu's face as she stepped toward the bar's entrance. After a busy and exhausting day and night, her steps were surprisingly light. Li Qingqian realized, looking at the neon sign of the Queen's Bar, and sighed, yes, after all, Su Wujie is Su Rui's son, his connections abroad must be solid. When Mu Qianyu reached the door, the tall general manager Xiao Yinlei was already waiting at the entrance. The fitted qipao accentuated her mature and voluptuous curves, making the incoming guests unable to help but steal a few extra glances. Boss lady, you're here. Xiao Yinlei was all smiles. The boss and Xiao Pang went out to take care of some business and haven't returned yet. I knew he wouldn't just sit around and rest. Mu Qianyu lazily refrained from arguing about the title. Then I'll wait for him a bit. Madam, please follow me to the lounge, Xiao Yinlei said. I can just sit here casually and have a drink to relax. Mu Qianyu looked around. She was quite interested in learning more about this bar, and even more about its owner. It's all up to you, madam, Xiao Yinlei said as she brought Mu Qianyu a glass of low-alcohol fruit wine and then returned to the second floor. She leaned on the railing, looking down at the hall below, and the pose gave the illusion that her qipao was about to burst. Seeing a few girls in tight skirts who often played mahjong with Su Wuji enter the bar, Xiao Yinlei turned to the security behind her and said, tell those little vixens that no one is allowed to approach the boss tonight. If they disturb madam's mood, I'll break their legs. Mu Qianyu sat on a small sofa near the entrance, sipping the fruit wine. She had never been able to adapt to the deafening music, but after a chaotic day, she now felt an indescribable relaxation. At that moment, Mu Qianyu suddenly saw a girl walk in. The girl looked no older than 20, carrying a seemingly heavy backpack, wearing a pair of faded jeans, and a plain white t-shirt, with her hair tied in a ponytail, looking very simple. She seemed to have been sunbathing all day, her face slightly flushed, which only enhanced her youthful aura. Her stunning beauty was impossible to ignore. On the front of her white t-shirt were 4 large characters, Linjian University. This girl clearly wasn't there to consume. After entering, she looked around hesitantly before asking the security, excuse me, is Su Wuji working here? The security glanced at her, you can find a place to sit, but I can't guarantee you'll get to see him, as many girls come looking for our boss every day. Wuji is the boss here? The girl seemed surprised. He told me he works as a security guard at the Queen's Bar. Mu Qianyu, not far from where she sat, almost spat out her drink upon hearing this. This guy Su Wuji is even attracting such a pure girl, Mu Qianyu snorted softly. Although she and Su Wuji had become comrades, his playboy image had never changed. The 2 security guards exchanged glances, both thinking that the boss, that scoundrel, must have used a fake identity while flirting. They could only say, Miss, why don't you leave a contact number? When the boss arrives, we'll let you know. After all, the real boss lady was coming to inspect the work tonight. If this beautiful young girl had an affair with the boss, it would be quite the spectacle. The girl thought for a moment and said, then I'll wait here for a while. She didn't sit down but placed her heavy backpack in a corner and stood quietly. Her simple attire contrasted sharply with the dreamy lights of the night scene, creating a strong sense of beauty, a purity that didn't belong to the chaotic nightlife. Mu Qianyu suddenly felt that perhaps things weren't as she had imagined. She noticed that the girl's eyes were very clear, showing no signs of being tainted by society. There was no resentment in her expression, unlike someone who owed Su Wuji a debt of affection. Just as Mu Qianyu was about to walk over and ask about the situation, a black old-style Santana, at least 20 years old, rumbled over. The security guards, upon seeing this, immediately directed the luxury cars at the entrance to move aside, clearing the parking space at the bar's entrance. Many first-time guests at the Queen's Bar were filled with curiosity. After all, in this day and age, finding such an old Santana was no easy feat. Mu Qianyu had already noticed that Xiao Pang's large frame filled the driver's seat, creating a rather comical sight. As soon as the car was parked, Su Wuji stepped out from the back door, still holding an unlit cigarette in his mouth. He slammed the door shut a couple of times. But did this boss ask you to speak? Song Jiyu chuckled, but the next moment, her eyes instantly turned red. Tears streamed down her face. In the top suite of the Queen Bar, the soundproofing in this room was excellent, completely isolating it from the noise and chaos outside, making it feel like two different worlds compared to the revelry below. Mu Qianyu and Song Jiyu were both sitting on the sofa. However, the latter appeared much more restrained, her legs tightly pressed together, her hands folded on her thighs, and her back not touching the sofa back at all. The two of them sitting together resembled two blooming flowers, one fragrant and rich, the other fresh and elegant, both refreshing to the heart. As for Xiao Yinlei and Xiao Pang, they stood to the side. Seeing Song Jiyu so tense, Mu Qianyu handed her a cup of water. Here, Jiyu, drink some water, don't be too nervous. The way she said it made it seem as if it wasn't her first time in this room. Thank you, sister. Song Jiyu took the cup with both hands, took a small sip, and placed it back on the table. Immediately after, as if remembering something, she opened her heavy canvas backpack and said, Woji Gu, I brought all this from my hometown. The large bag was filled to the brim, weighing at least 30 to 40 pounds, containing pomegranates and apples from Liangshan. Su Wuji lifted the large backpack with his hand, frowning slightly. So heavy, did you carry it all the way from Liangshan to Linzhou by yourself? He had been to Song Jiyu's home before and naturally knew how inconvenient the transportation was. To get to Linzhou, one would have to traverse mountains for half a day, then take a motorcycle, switch to a bus, and finally ride a green train, which would take at least 3 to 4 days. It's not heavy. Song Jiyu smiled. This smile was like a delicate mimosa, quietly blooming. Don't do such foolish things in the future. Look at how Linzhou lacks fruit. What kind of fruit can't you buy? Su Wuji said irritably. Okay. Song Jiyu's expression tightened slightly, and her legs pressed together even more. Xiao Yinlei, knowing her boss's style, kept smiling. Meanwhile, Mu Qianyu shot Su Wuji a playful glare and gently patted the back of Song Jiyu's hand, saying, Your Wuji Go is clearly concerned about you, but he just can't speak nicely. Don't take it to heart. Su Wuji shook his head. I just think this behavior is too foolish, completely unnecessary. Song Jiyu lowered her head and softly replied, Then, Su Wuji picked up an apple, washed it without hesitation, and took a big bite. Not bad, quite sweet and crisp and juicy. As he spoke, he tossed one to Mu Qianyu, calling out to Xiao Yinlei and Xiao Pang, Come and try. Mu Qianyu also didn't wash it, simply wiped it with her skirt and took a big bite. It really is delicious. Seeing this, Song Jiyu's tense expression relaxed, and a smile of satisfaction spread across her face. Xiao Yinlei walked over, bent down to pick up the entire bag of fruit, and said, Boss, I'll make a fruit platter. With this bending motion, the curve of her hips and legs beneath the qipao, along with the high slit, heightened the allure several times. Mu Qianyu pulled her gaze away from Xiao Yinlei's waist and said to Su Wuji, It must be hard for you to stay calm with a beauty like Manager Xiao around all day, right? Whether this was a test or not was unclear, but after all, in the eyes of most people, what's there to guess about the relationship between a lecherous male boss and a sexy female subordinate? Su Wuji waved his hand. Oh, Xiao Yinlei is already too familiar. Someone like you, Qianyu, is more to my taste. Xiao Yinlei was just about to walk out and almost bumped into the doorframe. There are no outsiders here, so stop acting. The show is over. Mu Qianyu is also clear-headed in this world, she smiled, then turned to Song Jiyu. Jiyu, why don't you tell us how you met Wu Ji? I'm quite curious. Perhaps, at that moment, Mu Qianyu was unaware that every time she spoke, she was subconsciously probing into Su Wuji's past. When the past was mentioned, a hint of brightness clearly appeared in Song Jiyu's eyes. She immediately said, 4 years ago, I was still in the 3rd year of junior high, and Wu Ji came to our place to teach. If it weren't for him, I might have dropped out to work. You went to Liangshan to teach? Mu Qianyu glanced at Su Wuji with some depth. That really doesn't seem like you. Song Jiyu replied, Wuji taught for a whole semester, mainly English, and also acted as a PE teacher. He was quite popular at our school. You taught for a whole semester? And taught English? Mu Qianyu's surprise grew. After all, these days, many people go to teach just to show off, take a few photos, and leave after a few days. Few can persist for a whole semester in such harsh conditions. If the people of Linzhou knew that this arrogant and violent nightclub ruffian had once been a respected teacher, their glasses would surely shatter. Hey, I got into a bit of trouble abroad back then, and my dad sent me to Liangshan to avoid the storm and hide from disaster, Su Wuji said. biting into an apple and grinning, "Don't think too highly of me." Moo Qianyu smiled in a way that was neither fully believing nor disbelieving, elongating her tone. "Oh, really?" Clearly, she didn't believe a word of it. Song Jiyu glanced at the clock on the wall, hesitated for a moment, and said, "Well, Wuji, Qianyu, it's getting late. The dormitory building locks up at midnight, so I should head back." She clearly didn't want to leave. Su Wuji said, "Then what are you waiting for? Hurry back." Mu Qianyu gave Su Wuji a light slap. "Speak properly." "Alright." Su Wuji's tone was old-fashioned, much like an elder's. "Remember to study hard while you're in school, strive for progress, and if you get a scholarship, remember to buy your grandma some clothes." Song Jiyu's eyes shone with purity and seriousness. "Yes, Wuji, don't worry, I will definitely get a scholarship." Mu Qianyu seemed to think of something and suddenly asked, "Jiyu, how many points did you score on the college entrance exam?" Song Jiyu replied, 712. 712? Mu Qianyu was taken aback by the score. "That's at least top 10 in Sichuan province, right? With that score, you could go to a good major at one of the 2 universities in the capital. Why did you choose Lin University?" Su Wuji looked heartbroken. "Yeah, I thought that choice was really foolish at the time. I must have had a hole in my head." This guy had previously claimed he didn't know Song Jiyu had gotten into Linjiang University, but now he kept revealing his knowledge. Song Jiyu glanced at Su Wuji, her eyes clear and gentle. "Lin University is also great. It's third in the country." Upon seeing that look in her eyes, Mu Qianyu immediately understood why Song Jiyu chose Linjiang University. She smiled lightly. "Jiyu, at this hour, the buses and subways have stopped running. Let Wuji drive you back to avoid any safety issues on the road." At that moment, Xiaoyinlei happened to bring in the fruit platter she had just cut and heard this, feeling a bit surprised. Was the boss lady trying to help Song Jiyu? Song Jiyu quickly said, "Xianyu, there's no need to trouble Wuji to take me back. I can ride a shared bike. 20 kilometers? How long would it take to ride?" This girl's simplicity was ingrained in her bones. Su Wuji immediately stood up and walked outside. "It's really a hassle. I'll take you back and see if there are any pretty junior sisters at your school." With that said, no matter how pretty the junior sisters were, could they compare to the Song Jiyu and Mu Qianyu in front of him? After all, these were the former and current school flowers. "Okay." Song Jiyu stood up, her smiling eyes curved charmingly, somewhat captivating. After they went downstairs, Mu Qianyu also prepared to leave, but before stepping out, she turned around and asked, "Xiaopeng, what kind of person do you think your boss is?" This question was a bit difficult. Xiaopeng thought seriously for a moment before saying, "I don't know if the boss counts as a person." "What?" Mu Qianyu was both amused and exasperated. "What do you mean by that?" Xiaopeng replied earnestly, "Because the finance department often says, 'Boss, please act like a human being.'" Mu Qianyu couldn't help but bend over with laughter, her smile brightening the room significantly. 2 minutes later, the old Puzang downstairs roared to life, its unpleasant exhaust fumes causing the surrounding guests to step back several paces. Next to a Mercedes G63 with a capital license plate stood a few young men under 20. "What year is it? And we can still see such a broken car. It's practically an antique. Can this car even sell for 1,000 yuan? How embarrassing to drive it to the Queen's bar to pick up girls. Maybe they want to show off to the girls at the Queen's, but if they have the face to drive this broken car, they probably can't even afford a bottle of wine there." However, one young man dressed in a blue LV summer outfit widened his eyes. "I can't be mistaken, the girl sitting in the passenger seat of the Puzang is our school Song Jiyu?" "Jiang Xiao, that's right. It really seems to be that campus beauty." The young man in LV tossed his cigarette butt on the ground, opened the driver's door, and started the car. "Let's go, get in, and follow them." A Mercedes G and a Porsche Cayenne roared to life and quickly gave chase. At this moment, Mu Qianyu and Li Qingchen also arrived at the bar entrance. Seeing this scene, Mu Qianyu smiled lightly. "Uncle Chen, I see someone from the Su family in Linzhou inside. You should follow them and see if they bump into my good warrior friend. Just give them a little lesson." After a pause, she added, "No need to let Wu Jia know." Inside the Santana, Su Wujia had mostly been silent. His demeanor at this moment was completely different from the scumbag he appeared to be in front of Mu Qianyu, showing no intention of flirting with the innocent girl beside him. Song Jiyu sat in the passenger seat, also silent, her hands folded on her knees, her whole being seeming a bit tense. "Look to the right. It's the evening light show of Linjiang." Su Wujia suddenly raised his hand and pointed outside. "It's quite beautiful." "Oh." Hearing Su Wujia finally speak, Song Jiyu relaxed immediately and turned to look out the window. When the dazzling lights shone in, she couldn't help but softly say, "So beautiful." The dreamlike light reflected on the pure face of the girl, making her even more enchanting. "Is your grandmother doing well?" Su Wujia suddenly asked. At that moment, Song Jiyu was also thinking that if her grandmother could be here to see this beautiful light show, it would be wonderful. In the quiet depths of Liangshan, at night, there was only the cool moonlight and the lonely starlight. Grandma isn't as well as before, but she can take care of herself without much problem, Song Ji-yu said. She's 71 this year. Su Wujie smiled. When I went 4 years ago, the old lady was quite spry, climbing the ladder and descending steep slopes quickly. I couldn't keep up. The small mountain village where Song Ji-yu lived was at the top of a cliff, and to get there, one had to climb a steep slope for over an hour, known as the cliff ladder. In recent years, with increasing funding, the ladder had been rebuilt with steel pipes, making the climb less difficult, but it was still a considerable test of physical strength. Just thinking that Song Ji-yu had carried 40 pounds of fruit down the ladder and out of the deep mountains made Su Wujie's brow furrow again. Uncle Wujie, are you unhappy? Song Ji-yu noticed Su Wujie's expression and gently bit her lip, feeling a bit nervous. In the future, you need to distinguish between priorities and key points, Su Wujie said irritably. Like this time, with your scores, not applying to those 2 universities in the capital is just plain foolish. His tone had a bit of a teacher's demeanor. I can wait until I take the graduate entrance exam to go to the capital, Song Ji-yu explained with a light smile, sensing the concern in his words. But honestly, I prefer Linzhou much more than the capital. Su Wujie replied, that's just not using your brain. Even if you like Linzhou, you can still go to university in the capital and come back after graduation. Song Ji-yu said, oh, but that would take 4 more years. I don't want to wait. Su Wujie continued, maintaining a serious expression, with your looks, there will definitely be a lot of boys in school who like you. Before deciding to date, you must be careful. Song Ji-yu's smile brightened a bit more. Don't worry, Uncle Wujie, I won't date anyone at school. That's good, Su Wujie added, but outside of school is not allowed either. Song Ji-yu glanced at Su Wujie's profile, remaining silent and not agreeing. The car fell into silence again. Su Wujie said, just around the next bend is Lin University. Song Ji-yu felt that the half hour had passed quickly. Thank you for bringing me back, Uncle Wujie. Su Wujie suddenly changed the subject. Don't go looking for me at the Queen's Bar anymore. Don't go to the Queen's Bar anymore? Upon hearing this, Song Ji-yu's gaze dimmed slightly. It seemed that since Uncle Wujie had seen her, he had intentionally kept his distance. Even when he expressed concern, he did so with a frown and an impatient tone. Could it be that the relationship between a sponsor and a sponsored person mostly follows this pattern in the future? She couldn't quite understand why, but after seeing Su Wujie this time, she instinctively felt that he was different from the big boy he was 4 years ago. In fact, what Song Ji-yu didn't realize was that she herself had changed significantly from the junior high school student she was 4 years ago. Girls change a lot in 18 years. This girl had grown to a point that could astonish the entire Linzhou. The baton of the campus beauty of Linjian University had already been passed from Park Yenhui to her. Su Wujie noticed the slight drop in the girl's mood and frowned. The bar is a mixed crowd, and fights often break out. It's too chaotic and not suitable for you. Oh, okay. The dimness in Song Ji-yu's eyes instantly faded. She understood her sister Qianyu's words more deeply now. This Uncle Wujie cares for people, but he just doesn't know how to speak properly. After getting out of the car, Su Wujie opened the trunk and took out a brand new backpack, handing it to Song Ji-yu with a stern face. Inside are your phone and computer. I've saved my number in the new phone. If you encounter any problems you can't solve, you can call me, but don't call too much. I'm very busy. Song Ji-yu's eyes filled with emotion, mist rising. Uncle Wujie, I can't take this. You've already given me so much. I can buy it with my scholarship. Just take it, I said take it. Stop being so verbose, Su Wujie said, looking a bit impatient as he shoved the backpack into Song Ji-yu's arms. These gifts were clearly prepared in advance, and Song Ji-yu knew that Su Wujie was deliberately putting on a stern face to hide his concern. Oh, okay, thank you, Uncle Wujie. Song Ji-yu no longer declined. The girl's eyes had turned red, and the sparkle in her eyes was about to overflow. Seeing this, Su Wujie, with his furrowed brow, rarely smiled. It's been years since we last met, and you're still the same crybaby. Song Ji-yu smiled upon hearing this, but she wouldn't tell Su Wujie that she had cried for several days when he left Liangshan back then. At that moment, a Mercedes G63 roared over and came to a halt right in front of Su Wujie. This G-Class, equipped with a V8 engine, was powerful, yet it was held back by several red lights and couldn't catch up to the old Santana ahead. Following closely, a Porsche Cayenne with a Linzhou local license plate also parked beside them. As they turned the corner, they happened to see Su Wujie stuffing a bag into Song Ji-yu's arms. Get away from her, stay away from Ji-yu. A boy in a blue LV summer outfit jumped out of the driver's seat, directly blocking Song Ji-yu's path and forcefully pushing Su Wujie aside. Immediately after, 3 boys and a girl got out of the car, surrounding Su Wujie. Surprisingly, Su Wujie didn't get angry at all. He brushed off his chest and looked at the young man, smiling as he said, driving a G-Class with a capital license plate, following us for so long, just to play the hero and save the beauty, right? The boy stared at Su Wujie, his eyes filled with obvious arrogance and disdain. Don't think Jiyu is easy to fool just because she just arrived in the big city. Driving a broken Santana, you dare to take Jiyu to the Queen Bar? Do you know what the minimum spending is at that bar for one night? Su Wujie, the owner of the Queen Bar, was amused by this remark. What's wrong with me going to the Queen Bar? Not to mention the minimum spending, just the phrase tonight, the whole place is on Su Gongzi had echoed countless times in the Queen. If you don't have money, don't pretend to be rich, said the LV youth. You are not allowed to get close to Jiyu again, remember that. Otherwise, I will make you worse than a beggar on the street. With that, he pushed Su Wujie's shoulder hard again. The youth then turned to Song Jiyu, and you, Jiyu, just came out of the mountains. Don't let the flashy world blind you, don't be so short-sighted. However, Song Jiyu pushed this guy aside. She stood next to Su Wujie, her eyes showing clear concern. Wujie, are you okay? Seeing this, the LV youth's face darkened considerably. Song Jiyu, don't you know what's good for you? Su Wujie glanced at the group opposite him and said, are these idiots your classmates? Song Jiyu replied, 2 of them are in the same class. She turned to the LV youth and said, Zhang Haobing, you shouldn't do this. I think you need to apologize. This girl was very clear about her stance. However, before she could finish, she was interrupted by a tall boy in a black short-sleeved shirt beside her. Song Jiyu, Zhang Xiao is just trying to help you. Why can't you be more tactful? You really are inexperienced coming out of the mountains. Just as Song Jiyu was about to say something, Su Wujie pulled her behind him. You don't need to speak here. For some reason, every time Su Wujie spoke to Song Jiyu, he used this impatient tone, as if he didn't want to build a good relationship with her. Oh, Song Jiyu replied, looking quite obedient. Zhang Haobing, with his hands in his pockets, wore a grim expression and coldly stared at Su Wujie. I came from the capital, and my family arranged for me to attend Linjiang University. Do you understand what that means? In his view, this statement carried significant weight. Coming from the capital, being able to choose a top-tier university like Lin University, it will clearly indicated a strong background. Su Wujie, with his hands in his pockets, looked at him as if he were a fool. Oh, so you couldn't get into Lin University and had to use connections to get in. His attitude only fueled the anger of the people opposite him. How can you speak to Jiang Shao like that? Don't know what's good for you. Apologize to young Master Jiang immediately. Otherwise, you'll face the consequences. What identity do you have, and what identity does young Master Jiang have? Just a pathetic loser. Do you even know what a capital family is? Several people were speaking, and it looked like they were about to fight. Just barely an adult, not yet 20. It was easy for blood to rush to the head. Su Wujie looked at the few guys across from him who were a few years younger and couldn't help but feel that responding to these people was simply an insult to his intelligence. It seems there are quite a few people who got in through the back door. What a shame for such a good school. Su Wujie seemed to suddenly feel a bit sentimental, saying this as he looked towards the school gate. The 4 powerful characters Linjing University had already entered his sight. Next to the school name, there was also a signature, Su Yaogua. At this moment, only Song Jiyu noticed that in Su Wujie's gaze towards the school gate, there was a clear hint of nostalgia. Su Wujie softly said in his heart, Old man, I haven't come to see you in a long time. In fact, not just Linjing University, even those 2 top universities could enroll students if you had strong enough connections. And this Zhang Haobing, clearly a person from the capital, chose not to attend those 2 schools but instead came to Linzhou, which precisely indicated that his family's connections weren't that strong. Just as Su Wujie was looking at the school gate, the tall guy in the black t-shirt had already opened the trunk of a Kayan and pulled out a golf club. He poked Su Wujie's chest with the club, his tone filled with arrogance. Now, apologize to Haobing immediately, or I, Su Jiazi, can make sure you have no place to stand in Linzhou. Upon hearing this name, Su Wujie grinned. Your name is Su Jiazi? Is Su Laolu your dad? In his view, a group of just adult college students were so childish even when trying to sound tough. Su Jiazi sneered, you can still laugh? Soon, I'll make you kneel on the ground and cry. Saying this, he swung the golf club and smashed it hard against the front windshield of a Santana. With one hit, the glass was smashed out into a fist-sized hole, surrounded by cracks. Su Wujie wasn't angry at all. He smiled and pulled out a cigarette, putting it in his mouth without lighting it, and leisurely took out his phone to record Su Jiazi smashing the car. Su Jiazi didn't mind Su Wujie recording. Even if the video was posted online, he had ways to make it disappear immediately. In Su Jiazi's view, there was nothing he couldn't handle in Linzhou, especially not a pathetic loser driving a Santana. Bang! 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 The golf club smashed down repeatedly, and all the glass of the Santana shattered. The inside of the car was filled with shards of glass, making it impossible for anyone to sit inside. Song Jiyu watched this scene, her eyes clearly showing some pain, and the arrogance of these so-called classmates made her, who had just come out of the mountains, witness another side of society. Su Jiazi was also panting. After smashing so many times, it was indeed a bit too much exercise for his body, which had already been drained by nightlife. Are you done smashing? Su Wujia's face still wore a mocking smile. Still not apologizing? Su Jiazi coldly laughed. If you don't apologize now, your head might very well end up looking like this. Saying this, he swung the golf club hard against the car's headlight. The headlight immediately shattered. Su Jiazi, stop it. Don't smash anymore. Song Jiyu finally shouted out, disregarding Su Wujia's request for her to stay silent. Zhang Haobing, with his hands in his pockets, coldly smiled. Jiazi, keep smashing, don't stop, let them regret what they did before. Saying this, he also lifted his foot and kicked the door of the Santana hard. Bang! The door caved in significantly. Su Jiazi mockingly glanced at Song Jiyu. Song Jiyu, it's your fortune that Haobing can look at you. Now it's proven, even when given a blessing, you can't handle it. You're just a bumpkin who has never seen the world. The only girl among them crossed her arms, her voice dripping with sharp sarcasm. Song Jiyu, don't think you're so pretty. In fact, you're as rustic as they come. Go take a look at the girls lining up at the Linzhou Business Club. They're way more stylish than you, and their education is even better. Insulted like this, Song Jiyu's pretty face turned red. Her fists were tightly clenched, her pearly teeth biting down on her lower lip, nearly drawing blood. At that moment, Su Wuji merely patted Song Jiyu on the shoulder, offering no words of comfort, as if he had no intention of standing up for her. With his other hand, he held up his phone, still recording the video. Seeing this, Su Jiazi and Zhang Haobing both thought Su Wuji was a coward. After all, any man would find it unbearable to see a pure girl being insulted like that. At this moment, Zhang Haobing was very pleased with his classmate's performance. He had been smitten by Song Jiyu at first sight, but she had just made him apologize, which made Zhang Haobing want to crush the simple girl's pride underfoot. Su Jiazi shouted again, "You too, hurry up and apologize to Haobing." Among this group, only he called Zhang Haobing Haobing. Everyone else referred to him as young Master Zhang, making the hierarchy clear. Su Wuji looked at his phone screen and chuckled. "Su Lalu, did you see that?" A deep, middle-aged man's voice came from the phone. "Young Master Su, I saw it. How did I end up with such a useless son?" Hearing this voice, Su Jiazi immediately trembled. He looked at Su Wuji. Are you on the phone with my dad?" Su Wuji chuckled. "Su Lalu, your son smashed my luxury car. You should think carefully about how to compensate." Su Jiazi scoffed. "Luxury car? That broken Santana of yours isn't even worth $2,000. What kind of luxury car is that?" However, at that moment, a cold shout came from the phone. "Su Jiazi, you useless brat. Hurry up and apologize to young Master Su." Su Jiazi incredulously said, "Dad, you must have mistaken someone. You want me to apologize to him?" On the other end, Su Dongkai was nearly driven mad with anger. After pulling strings to get his son into Linjiang University, he had now gotten involved with this formidable figure right at the start of the semester. "Su Jiazi, if you can't get young Master Su's forgiveness, don't even think about stepping into our home again." Su Dongkai shouted. Su Dongkai, will act as if I never had a son like you." The other students were stunned. They couldn't imagine why Su Laolu, who had a significant status in Linzhou, would be so afraid of a young man driving a broken Santana. Su Jiazi shouted, "Dad, why are you speaking up for such a loser?" The middle-aged man on the video end took a deep breath. He almost fainted from that title. Su Wuji smiled slightly. "Su Laolu, your son pointed at my nose and cursed. I'm just helping you discipline him. Isn't that too much to ask?" Su Dongkai immediately shouted, "Not too much, not too much. Young Master Su, please feel free to discipline him. I'll buy a brand new Maybach right away and have it delivered to the Queen's Bar tomorrow. Forget the car, hurry up and get your foolish son to withdraw from school." Su Wuji then looked at the name on the school gate, his gaze somewhat wistful, and said lightly, "Having him study here will tarnish Lin University's reputation." Su Jiazi, hearing this, raised his golf club and jabbed it hard into Su Wuji's chest, angrily saying, "Who the hell are you to make me withdraw? I'm here to study at Lin University to give it face." Slap! The next second, he suddenly felt a burning sensation on his face. Su Wuji raised his hand and slapped him. Su Jiazi lost his balance from the slap, staggering several steps before sitting down hard on the ground. The golf club in his hand had already been snatched away by Su Wuji. He coldly said, "Do you think you can give face to Linjiang University?" At that moment, the cold glint in Su Wuji's eyes made Su Jiazi shiver uncontrollably. Zhang Haobing, seeing Su Jiazi get slapped, immediately said, "You dare to hit someone openly?" Su Wuji glanced at him, sneering coldly as he casually tossed the golf club. "Yeah, I did." Bang! Ah! Su Jiazi let out a miserable scream, because the club had struck his shoulder squarely. The crisp sound of a bone cracking echoed in everyone's ears. Su Wuji's ruthless actions made the few rich second-generation students feel a bit uneasy. They were usually quite arrogant, but this guy's audacity was several times greater than theirs. Song Ji-yu watched the scene, her eyes, which had been suppressing anger, now brightened significantly. At this moment, Su Wuji displayed a violent side he had never shown in Liangshan, yet it did not make the girl feel the slightest bit of fear or discomfort. Instead, a glimmer of brilliance, never seen before, emerged in her eyes. Jiang Haobing felt a bit uneasy inside. He frowned fiercely, staring at Su Wuji. "Do you know what kind of price you will pay for doing this?" Su Wuji chuckled. "I don't know, why don't you tell me?" Suddenly, he took a big step forward and kicked Jiang Haobing hard in the stomach. The latter stumbled back several steps, his back crashing heavily against the front of a Mercedes G-Class. Jiang Haobing felt a severe impact on both his chest and back, as if his insides were churning violently, and his entire back felt like it was about to split open. "You bastard, you're really asking for death." He half knelt on the ground, his face flushed, gagging, and finding it hard to speak. Su Wuji sneered, "Make sure to notify your family, let them come to Linzhou to pay their respects at the dock, otherwise, don't expect to have a good day here." After a pause, he added, "By the way, let me introduce myself, I am Su Wuji, the owner of the Queen's Bar." "The owner of the Queen's Bar?" The faces of the rich second-generation students were filled with disbelief, and Su Jiazi, whose shoulder had been shattered, was pale with terror. He pointed at Su Wuji, as if he had seen a ghost, stammering, "Why you are Su Wuji?" At this moment, the young people across from him no longer doubted Su Wuji's identity. After all, when facing him, Su Jiazi's sixth master, Su Dongkai, showed a deep respect and fear that was not fake. Besides, who would impersonate such a notorious figure in Linzhou? However, they couldn't help but curse inwardly. Why the hell does a bar owner who plays both sides have to drive a shabby Volkswagen when chasing girls? If he were in a Rolls-Royce, who would dare to provoke him? Just then, Li Qingchen drove over in a black Mercedes sedan. He got out, surveyed the situation, and said, "Young Master Su, the young lady asked me to come and take a look, leave the rest to me." It seemed that Li Qingchen had no intention of following Mu Qianyu's instruction of not letting Wuji know. He didn't want to see the young lady silently suffering. Su Wuji waved his hand. "Hey, it's just a small conflict, there's no need to trouble Uncle Chen to step in. You are my elder, just call me Wuji." This polite demeanor was completely different from the arrogance he had shown earlier. Li Qingchen would not consider himself an elder to Su Wuji. After these few days of contact, he had realized that he could not see through the young man before him at all. Su Wuji always seemed to be lost in a drunken stupor under the night sky, but behind many events, one could always find his shadow. Li Qingchen said, "Young Master Su, please rest assured, after this matter, the Su family will receive a lesson, and as for the other participants, they will all pay the price." He then looked at Jiang Haobing, who was half kneeling on the ground, clutching his stomach, and slowly added, "Of course, those from the capital are no exception." Jiang Haobing's face was dark, but at this moment, even if he felt 1,000 grievances in his heart, he could only endure it for now. Su Jiazi, who grew up in Linzhou, knew Li Qingchen and was aware of his significant status in the Mu family, possibly even the top expert. With someone of that caliber taking the initiative to act, Su Jiazi's face turned ashen. Seeing this, Su Wuji laughed and said, "All right, I won't be polite with Uncle Chen. Please also thank Qianyu for me. She is truly a warm-hearted and good person. In all of Linzhou, she is the most beautiful and kind-hearted. Also, tell Qianyu not to transfer money to my account anymore. There's no need to be so clear-cut between us, after all." Upon hearing this, Li Qingchen let out a bitter laugh. "Young Master Su and Miss are close, you can tell her yourself." This sentence was so long that old Li had a hard time remembering it. Moreover, how could he convey such mushy words? Su Wuji laughed heartily and said, "Uncle Chen, my relationship with Qianyu is not what you think. Perhaps there can be deeper development in the future, but for now, it's just a mutual ride." Li Qingchen turned his head and met Su Wuji's gaze. That gaze was clear and sober. "So, all that flattery towards my family's young lady was just an act? After all, our elders want to bring us together, so at least on the surface, we can't let them down too much." Su Wuji grinned. Although they hadn't said it outright, Su Wuji's exaggerated performance had never fooled Mu Qianyu from the start. Li Qingchen was a bit puzzled by Su Wuji suddenly bringing this up. He nodded slightly. "All right, I will convey it to the young lady." But he now genuinely felt that this young man was a perfect match for his young lady. "Then I'll leave this to Uncle Chen," Su Wuji said, looking at Song Jiyu. "Let's go, Jiyu. I'll walk you back to your dorm." "Okay." Song Jiyu, holding her backpack, smiled with joy in her crescent-shaped eyes. Li Qingchen watched their backs, pursed his lips, shook his head, and sighed. He suddenly felt a bit displeased for Mu Qianyu. Walking side by side on campus, Su Wuji asked, "Do you know why I didn't comfort you when they insulted you?" Song Jiyu understood very well. "I know, Wuji Gu, you want me to adapt to this environment in advance. I want to tell you that these are nothing, Su Wuji continued. After all, half of Linzhou calls me a villain and a scoundrel, and many people wish I would just die right now, but I'm still living well. Song Jiyu was extremely indignant, but they have never seen the you from Liangshan. That doesn't matter, Su Wuji smiled, and in that smile, all the deliberately feigned impatience vanished. They haven't seen it, but you have, haven't you? Remembering those precious memories in her heart, Song Jiyu's smile blossomed instantly, and at that moment, the moonlight spilling over the Ling University campus seemed to dim in comparison. I have seen it. I will never forget. As they approached the dormitory building, Song Jiyu casually asked, Woji Gu, you and Qian Yu Jia really match well. Should I call her sister-in-law the next time I see her? Sister-in-law? What are you talking about? Su Wuji said nonchalantly, it's completely a non-issue. That's great. What? What's great? Nothing, Wuji Gu, goodbye. Song Jiyu smiled, waved her hand, and turned to run into the dormitory building. Su Wujia stood still, seemingly entranced by that smile. He murmured to himself, when did this girl become so beautiful? The campus of Linjiang University was vast, and by the time Su Wujia returned to the school gate, Li Qingchen had already left, and Jiang Haobing and the others had been taken away. The shards of glass in the Santana's seat had also been cleaned up. Su Wujia drove his drafty little car straight back to the Queen's Bar. Boss, are we playing cards today? Xiao Yinlei asked, should I call over those girls in tight skirts? No more playing, those little vixen skirts are getting shorter and shorter. Playing cards with them, I can only focus on their thighs and keep losing, Su Wujia said, leisurely making his way to the top floor suite, propping his feet up on the desk and closing his eyes. Xiao Yinlei moved her voluptuous legs and walked to the back of the chair, gently massaging Su Wujia's temples. The rich, fragrant scent had already penetrated Su Wujia's nostrils. He didn't know if it was perfume, but he had never smelled anything like it on anyone else. Xiao Yinlei asked, Boss, what are you thinking about? Su Wujia replied, I just took over the Oriental Beauty Club, and there are many things that still need sorting out. Xiao Yinlei's voice was soft, Boss, just leave it to me to sort out. This seemingly simple statement hinted that Xiao Yinlei would face enormous difficulties and dangers. Those were the industries of several influential figures in the capital, and they wouldn't easily admit defeat, especially that fiercely competitive by Xu Yang. In fact, for most of the time, while Su Wujia was out fighting, it was Xiao Yinlei who was responsible for cleaning up behind him. Without this long-legged goddess, Su Wujia's influence in Linzhou could not have developed to this extent in just 2 or 3 years. Su Wujia grinned, well, you are the woman behind me. Xiao Yinlei smiled but did not respond to this remark. After resting his eyes for a while, Su Wujia asked again, so, who do you think is more suitable to be your boss's wife, Park Yenui or Mu Qianyu? A glimmer of gossip flashed in Xiao Yinlei's eyes. Boss, can't we choose both? Of course not, what era is this? Still running a harem? Su Wujia immediately opened his eyes, speaking with righteous indignation. What you said is quite unorthodox and needs criticism. When he opened his eyes, he couldn't see Xiao Yinlei's face. His view was completely blocked by the waves beneath her cheongsam. It was overwhelming, like a mountain pressing down. The distance was so close that it felt suffocating. Actually, since the boss is asking this, it means you already have 2 answers in your heart, Xiao Yinlei said. But I have a different suggestion. What suggestion? Hurry up and tell me. Su Wujia sat up straight, accidentally bumping his head against the peaks, causing the cheongsam to sway. How about adding Song Jiyu to the mix? Xiao Yinlei pressed down on her still swaying chest, took a step back, and smiled. I've always liked this girl. Su Wujia rubbed his head. How old is Song Jiyu? What do you like about her? Xiao Yinlei replied, smart, beautiful, and young. I don't like young ones, Su Wujia said irritably. Why don't you add yourself to the list? Xiao Yinlei smiled gently, her eyes sparkling. I'm afraid the boss wouldn't dare. I'm vigorous and strong, and not lacking in anything. What is there to be afraid of? In this kind of banter, Su Wujia seemed not to be Xiao Yinlei's match, and he quickly changed the subject awkwardly. Let's not talk about women for now. Our main focus should be heading north. Xiao Yinlei took a step forward again, preparing to enter the capital? Su Wujia grinned. No, it's to return to the capital. Xiao Yinlei's smile brightened significantly. Tonight, it seems someone in the capital will have trouble sleeping. Not just the capital, even in Linzhou, there were those who couldn't find sleep. Mu Qianyu, dressed in a white sheer nightgown, leaned against the headboard, her fair collarbone exposed, the hem of her dress quite short, revealing almost all of her smooth long legs. Anyone who saw her at that moment would undoubtedly think that the title of Linzhou's first beauty was well deserved. In that simple home nightgown, Mu Qianyu exuded an aura that was both pure and alluring. At that moment, she received several aerial photos along with a brief text introduction. The photos seemed to capture a campus nestled among the mountains, featuring teaching and dormitory buildings. Although it was quite late, the classrooms were still brightly lit. Through the windows, the figures of students writing furiously were clearly visible. Moo Qianyu lightly moved her finger to enlarge one of the photos. She focused on the words at the school gate and softly read them aloud. Tianji High School. Upon seeing the name of the school, Moo Qianyu immediately thought of Su Wuji. She then glanced at the text below. Miss, the investigation is complete. Tianji High School was completed 4 years ago and only enrolls impoverished students from the Liangshan region, with tuition and living expenses fully waived. When she saw the next line, Moo Qianyu's gaze visibly trembled. The content of that line was, Tianji High School's undergraduate admission rate has maintained 100% for 3 consecutive years. Late at night, at an abandoned construction site, Zhang Haobing was on the phone with his family. At that moment, his face was bruised and dirty, looking utterly disheveled. As for the other rich second-generation youths, they were in a similar state, each with serious superficial injuries, their appearances truly pitiful, hardly able to face anyone, all at the hands of Li Qingchen. Sister. Once the call connected, Zhang Haobing could only utter one word before choking up and unable to continue. He had never been bullied like this in his life. Haobing, why are you still crying? The voice on the other end seemed a bit curious. Hee, how old are you, still crying like this? Sister, I was beaten by a bar owner in Linzhou. Zhang Haobing sniffed, his eyes filled with unwillingness and anger. Tonight, he had intended to trample Su Wuji's pride underfoot, but in the end, it was he who was trampled down. What was the bar owner of the Queen Bar? In Zhang Haobing's view, the other party was just a small-time local thug. He knew so many big shots from the capital, any one of them could easily overpower Linzhou, especially his protective and beautiful older sister, who could definitely beat Su Wuji to a pulp. Then just endure for a couple of days. Ha, sister, you want me to endure? The woman on the phone sounded quite calm. Bai Shuyang and a few friends are investing in a club in Linzhou, and they've recently run into some problems. In 2 days, I'll take a break and go to Linzhou with them. The guy who hit me is named Su Wuji, the owner of the Queen Bar. Zhang Haobing covered his swollen face. Sister, wait for you to come and take revenge for me. We'll talk about it then. I'm hanging up. Little did he know, after hanging up, his sister tossed the phone onto the nearby sofa, her face showing no trace of anger. She was dressed in a white tight-fitting quick-dry outfit, as if she had just returned from a run. Even with only her legs exposed, she still showcased a fiery and sexy figure. The curves of her body, every inch revealing the marks of long-term training, embodied the ultimate beauty of health. Seeing her made one understand what the most standard peach-shaped bottom looked like. Even without touching, one could visually perceive the fullness, roundness, and bounciness. It truly exemplified the saying, not too fat, not too thin, just right. Zhang Haobing got beaten up, and it seems it wasn't light. The girl in sportswear said as she unzipped her quick-dry jacket. The entire jacket had been tight, completely bearing the unexpected strain from the designer. On the nearby sofa, a woman in a nightgown sat with her legs crossed, quickly saying, you should go vent for Haobing. He traveled all the way to Linzhou for school, working so hard. How can you let him suffer such grievances? He was born in a honeypot. How could he have any grievances? The girl in sportswear replied, folding her jacket neatly and setting it aside, then starting to untie her shoelaces and take off her white knee-high socks, her fair feet exposed to the air. Her feet were also extremely beautiful, delicate, with toes that exuded a round and smooth feeling, enough to be considered at the level of foot play. She responded with annoyance, Aunt, I said back then that you should just send my useless brother to the army directly, but you all couldn't bear to do it. Look, even after leaving the capital, he still can't change his troublemaking ways. The woman beside her had voluminous waves in her hair and a more voluptuous figure, exuding a strong sense of femininity. Under the intense lighting, her large expanse of fair skin was incredibly eye-catching, with a strong mature allure radiating from her figure. The loose-fitting nightgown, simple in style, was a new release from a luxury brand, outrageously expensive. On her, it added a lazy feeling of a concubine who loves to linger in bed. Jiang Wanqing, after all, Haobing is your brother, you're being too unkind as his sister. The woman with the big waves gently patted the mask on her face. You'll end up giving me wrinkles at this rate. Although she called herself aunt, her skin was as smooth as cream, seemingly without any signs of age. Fang Qianxue, my parents are no longer around, so of course, I have to be more low-key. Even though my maternal grandparents are wealthy, it doesn't mean Zhang Haobing can act spoiled. Jiang Wanqing began to call her by name, pouting as she continued, just starting college and driving a Mercedes G-Class. What kind of image is that? I can guarantee that this time he got beaten, he must have started the trouble. This sister knew her brother's character too well. The woman with the big waves shrugged it off. What's wrong with that? Earning money is just for the kids to spend, right? If you start dating, I'll even buy my nephew-in-law a G-Class. Fang Qianxue, have you grown your brain on your chest? What good does it do for the Jiang and Fang families to spoil Jiang Haobing? Jiang Wanqing shot a glance at her aunt, whose fair skin was indeed a bit blinding. I don't care, anyway, I have plenty of money. Fang Qianxue was unconcerned, then asked, but why did you lie to Haobing saying you'd go to Linzhou in a couple of days when you're actually going tomorrow? Jiang Wanqing replied, Bai Shuyang has been running rampant in the capital. He invested in a club in Linzhou, but it was snatched away from him. I'm going early to see who it is that can make Bai Shuyang suffer. After a pause, Jiang Wanqing added with interest, I heard my maternal grandparents want to matchmake Mu Qianyu with my cousin, but there was a bit of a hiccup, so I'm going to find out the situation. Previously, Mu Sudong had been pushing hard to marry Mu Qianyu to Fang Jingyang from the capital, and this Fang Jingyang was Jiang Wanqing's cousin. Fang Qianxue said, Bai Shuyang has pursued you for so many years, and you still haven't agreed to him? Being friends with him is fine, but if we were to become a couple, that would be too boring. Jiang Wanqing stood up and stretched, her healthy lines presenting an explosive beauty with the movement. I don't like people who fawn over me. It's utterly dull. What's wrong with fawning over you? I like others to fawn over me. Are you secretly insulting me? The woman with the big waves, unable to contain her anger, picked up a cushion and threw it at Jiang Wanqing. Jiang Wanqing executed a magnificent kick, sending the cushion flying, and laughed, Fang Qianxue, you need to hurry up too. While you're still not considered old, find me a reliable little uncle from that pile of admirers around you. Otherwise, in a couple of years, when you're past your prime, you'll only be able to look for someone who's divorced with kids. After saying that, she turned and walked upstairs, even the simple act of climbing the stairs exuding a strong sense of healthy beauty. You little cotton-padded jacket, how dare you say that about your aunt? Fang Qianxue shouted back, hey, if you meet any handsome guys in Linzhou this time, remember to send me photos. Su Wujie woke up in his suite, and it was already 10 in the morning. After washing up, he walked out of the bedroom shirtless and was immediately startled. Sitting on the sofa was a girl in a loose beige suit. It was actually Mu Qianyu. Her suit sleeves were rolled up to her forearms, and although her long hair still draped over her shoulders, the top and ends were clearly styled, with the hair at her temples tucked behind her ears, giving her an air of refinement and competence. At that moment, Su Wujie was only wearing boxers, and his first instinct was to turn around and find a shirt. Mu Qianyu put down the magazine in her hands and smiled. I've already seen everything while cleaning the wound, so what's there to be shy about? Isn't it just that I have a thin skin? Su Wujie stopped in his tracks, chuckling awkwardly. When did you arrive? Mu Qianyu smiled lightly. I've been here for an hour. I had manager Xiao let me in. Then she stood up, walked behind Su Wujie, and looked at the injury she had caused. The recovery speed is quite fast. The cut is already scabbed. I told you, it's just a small injury. Su Wujie waved his hand dismissively with a smile. The cut was actually not light, but the quick recovery was mainly due to the effectiveness of the medicinal powder. Mu Qianyu pointed to the bedroom. There's no one inside, right? Today is just a coincidence. Su Wujie laughed. If you had come another day, you might have found several girls in bed. Everyone outside says you're a playboy, never sleeping alone at night, Mu Qianyu said with a light laugh. Can you really change that habit? Saying this, she directly walked into the bedroom and took a glance. The bedroom wasn't large, and aside from the unmade bed, everything else was very tidy. This was extremely mismatched with Su Wujie's playboy image. Shouldn't the bedroom of this nightlife prince be filled with beautiful bodies, dazzling white light, and lacy lingerie scattered everywhere? Su Wujie followed behind with a smile. So, what do you think? Are you satisfied? Mu Qianyu didn't answer that question but casually asked, can I come over often in the future? She took the initiative to propose visiting. However, when she asked this, she didn't look directly into Su Wujie's eyes. Of course you can. Su Wujie beamed. If you come to play mahjong, I won't have to worry about missing a player. What mahjong? You told Uncle Chen to relay my words, and he told me everything. Mu Qianyu suddenly turned around, looking into Su Wujie's eyes, her gaze clear and serious. Oh, I forgot what I told him. Su Wujie chuckled awkwardly. Mu Qianyu changed the subject. By the way, Xiao Peng has Asperger's, right? No, he's just an idiot. Su Wujie pointed to his temple. Mu Qianyu smiled slightly. Asperger's is a form of autism, lacking emotional communication skills and unable to read social cues. The most obvious manifestation in Xiao Peng is, he can't lie. Su Wujie looked at Mu Qianyu warily. So, what has he talked to you about? Mu Qianyu's lips curled slightly, her eyes radiating a soft light. He hasn't talked about anything. Su Wujie had a face full of despair. Damn it, he must have even told you the color of my underwear. Mu Qianyu couldn't help but chuckle, and then got to the point. By the way, can you accompany me to the Linmu Insurance headquarters today? I need to formally take over the shares. Su Wujie asked, just the two of us? Mu Qianyu thought for a moment. We can bring Xiao Peng along. Su Wujie laughed. This feels like a couple going out together, and we have to bring a big fool. Mu Qianyu didn't respond, her earlobes slightly heating up. She appeared calm as she walked over to the wardrobe and opened the door. Su Wujie laughed heartily. Don't worry, there's no one hiding in this closet. Unexpectedly, Mu Qianyu picked out a beige shirt from the closet, gestured in front of Su Wujie, and said, let's wear this one today, it looks good. Half an hour later, Su Wujie and Mu Qianyu had arrived at the Lin Mu Insurance headquarters. For Mu Qianyu, this battle had to be won. For some reason, bringing Su Wujie along made her feel inexplicably relaxed and at ease. The two of them coincidentally looked at the mirror in the elevator. Su Wujie then realized, our clothes are the same color? Both of them were wearing beige, looking like a matching couple's outfit. Mu Qianyu smiled slightly. Yes, quite a coincidence. At that moment, Su Wujie, embodying a typical straight man, raised an eyebrow. What coincidence? Didn't you pick this shirt for me? Mu Qianyu bit her lip, put away her smile, and remained silent. Xiao Pang, standing behind them, said in a deep voice, Boss, look, Miss Moo's face is red. Mu Qianyu. At that moment, she suddenly understood why Su Wujie always went crazy deducting Xiao Pang's salary. Su Wujie looked at Mu Qianyu in the mirror. Her cheeks were indeed flushed, the rosy hue spreading rapidly across her face, incredibly charming. He couldn't help but exclaim, so beautiful. Xiao Pang chimed in from behind, her ears are red too. Under the scrutiny from both sides, Mu Qianyu felt like ants were crawling all over her body. She clenched her fists, suddenly wanting to escape from the elevator. If it weren't for knowing that Xiao Pang was an honest Asperger's patient, she would really think these two were teaming up to flirt with her. At this moment, all the board members were already waiting in the conference room. The atmosphere here was far from as relaxed as in the elevator. It is said that Mu Qianyu used extremely disgraceful means to take this portion of shares from Chairman Mu Dongsheng. Starting today, we will have a new chairman over us. New chairman? The board will definitely not approve the vote. Anyone here would be more suitable for this position than Mu Qianyu. At worst, we can kick them out. The violent methods Mu Qianyu used against the Mu family can be turned back on her. From this chaotic discussion, it was clear that most people did not want to see Mu Qianyu take over Lin Mu Insurance. Even though Mu Dongsheng had transferred the shares to Mu Qianyu, it would still be extremely difficult for her to get involved in the company's management. At least 2/3 of the people present were old friends of Mu Dongsheng. At this moment, the board secretary He Hung suddenly stood up, because, through the floor-to-ceiling glass of the conference room, it was already clear that the elevator doors had opened. 2 men and a woman appeared in front of everyone. At this time, in the corridor in front of the conference room, stood about 10 bodyguards, all brought by those directors. However, as soon as Xiao Pang appeared, he stood out like a crane among chickens. These strong bodyguards were completely overshadowed. Mu Qianyu was the first to walk into the conference room. Su Wujie followed behind and instructed Xiao Pang, stay at the door. No one can come in or go out without my permission, or else, I'll break their legs. Understood, Xiao Pang replied. After saying this, thinking about Xiao Pang's stubbornness, Su Wujie quickly added, except for me and Qianyu. Xiao Pang, looking a bit dazed, said, Boss, I can still tell the difference. You don't need to emphasize it. Just as Mu Qianyu was about to muster her courage to confront the dozen or so shareholders, she almost burst out laughing. Xiao Pang stood at the door, and from the meeting room, all one could see was his neck down, as his entire head was blocked by the doorframe. His tower-like figure completely blocked the entrance. At that moment, the atmosphere in the meeting room instantly became tense. Mu Qianyu glanced at Su Wujie, who had just entered, and suppressed a laugh. Hello everyone, I am Mu Qianyu, the largest shareholder of Lin Mu Insurance. I believe you all know that today, the group will elect a new chairman. A director slammed the table heavily. Your Mu family is completely making a fool of yourselves. What kind of order is this? Can the chairman just be replaced like that? I firmly disagree. His name was Zhuo Qingqi, 56 years old, holding 5% of the shares. Mr. Shua, Mu Qianyu had already anticipated this outcome. She said, if you disagree, you can choose not to raise your hand during the vote later. There's no need to shout so loudly now. Zhuo Qingqi crossed his arms, his tone filled with warning. Everyone, if anyone dares to vote in favor of Mu Qianyu, that means they are opposing me, Zhuo, and will become my enemy for life. He had never regarded Mu Qianyu with any respect. Before coming here, Zhuo Qingqi had already declared that he would absolutely not allow Mu Qianyu to take the position. Su Wujie stood behind Mu Qianyu and glanced at her, his expression akin to looking at a fool. In fact, at this moment, the dozen or so directors present still thought Su Wujie was just Mu Qianyu's lackey, at most an assistant. They completely failed to connect this young man with the notorious figure from the nightclubs in Linzhou. Of course, even if they knew Su Wujie's identity, they wouldn't take it seriously. A small-time thug who mingled in such places was merely a clown in the grand setting of a board meeting. Another director, Lu Liangxian, sneered repeatedly, "Miss Moo, why don't you explain in detail what despicable means you used to snatch the shares from Mu Dongsheng?" Despicable? Hearing this rather unpleasant description, Mu Qianyu frowned slightly. Mu Ziyang had hired a hitman to kill her, and as a price to save his son, Mu Dongsheng had handed over the shares. Compared to them, who was more despicable? Before she could speak, Su Wujie interjected, "It's pointless to explain it again. How about I demonstrate it for you? Who do you think you are? What right do you have to speak here?" Lu Liangxian slammed the table. "This is a board meeting. What kind of riffraff can just walk in here?" Su Wujie shook his head and snapped his fingers. "Xiao Pang, give him a demonstration." That tower-like figure suddenly moved. Bang! The crowd barely saw it. Xiao Pang's heavy punch landed squarely on a bodyguard's face. The latter lost his balance completely, his head crashing heavily against the glass wall of the corridor. Crash! The glass wall shattered into pieces. The bodyguard was left bloodied on the ground, unconscious. Several directors stood up in panic. Sit down, I said no one is allowed to leave." Su Wujie raised his hand to calm the air, smiling as he said, "Otherwise, I really will break your legs." Lu Liangxian trembled all over, because the one knocked out by Xiao Pang's punch was the bodyguard he brought. Is this a coincidence? Or is it a deliberate act to kill the chicken to scare the monkey? Could it be that the other party had thoroughly investigated what his bodyguard looked like before coming here? The directors present were truly witnessing something unprecedented. They had never seen a board meeting unfold like this in their lives. Su Wujie smiled and said, "So, is there anyone who still has objections? Feel free to voice them. I am a very democratic person." Lu Liangxian clenched his fists. "Bastard, is this what you call democracy?" Mu Qianyu maintained a smile on her face. She hadn't even played a single card yet, and Su Wujie had already intimidated more than half the people present. At that moment, the first to voice opposition, Zhuo Qingqi, slammed the table again. "This is simply nonsense. Call the police immediately. Someone here is maliciously injuring others." "This little injury is called malicious?" Su Wujie glanced at the bloodied bodyguard, then looked at him and smiled. "Xiao Pang, teach him what true malicious injury is." Malicious injury? Xiao Pang received the order, stepped forward, and kicked out fiercely. With just those two simple movements, a bodyguard standing 5 meters away was sent flying. By the time he landed heavily, he had already fallen to the other end of the corridor. Immediately after, Xiao Pang walked over, grabbed him from the ground, and delivered a heavy punch to his chest. The bodyguard was sent flying back again. He lay on the ground, coughing up blood, not knowing how many ribs were broken. Su Wujie looked at Zhuo Qingqi and grinned. Actually, this kick and punch were just a slight release of malice. Zhuo Qingqi's lips trembled. He pointed at Su Wujie, his fingers shaking, unable to speak, because the bloodied bodyguard was one of his men. Clearly, from the director's perspective, today, Mu Qianyu had come prepared, targeting her opponents with extreme precision. But at this moment, Mu Qianyu was turning to look at Su Wujie, her beautiful eyes filled with boundless surprise and brilliance. She had no idea her good partner was so well prepared. Su Wujie winked at Mu Qianyu, flicked his tongue, and wore a very frivolous expression. Lu Liangxian still thought Su Wujie was Mu Qianyu's lackey. He slammed the table, pointed at Mu Qianyu, and shouted, "No matter what, using violent means will never get Lin Mu insurance. I am a good friend of Mu Dongsheng and will definitely not vote in your favor." Mu Qianyu gently shook her head. "Director Lu, if you check your email now, you will definitely see a message regarding a series of violations since you took office, with data detailed down to every decimal point." Lu Liangxuan's expression suddenly stiffened. Then, he said fiercely, "Are you trying to smear my name?" Mu Qianyu continued, "Whether it's a smear or not, Director Lu knows in his heart. If this email is made public, it will cause tremendous harm to Lin Mu Insurance. By then, the company's reputation will be severely damaged, and customer trust in the company will plummet." She scanned the room, her gaze sweeping across the faces of everyone present. "Lin Mu Insurance is the hard work of everyone here. I believe no one wants to see it fall apart due to someone's personal greed." "You are slandering me." Lu Liangxuan's expression grew even more ferocious. At that moment, Mu Qianyu glanced at the board secretary, He Hung. The latter opened the document box on the table, took out a stack of documents, and said, "This is all the evidence of Lu Liangxuan's violations. Whether it can be made public, everyone can decide after reviewing it." His words were even more shocking than Su Wujie's violent actions. He Hung was the board secretary. No one present understood the group's operations better than he did. It turns out that Mu Qianyu actually has such a powerful insider. Lu Liangxian glared fiercely at He Hung and scolded, "You traitor." He Hung didn't mind the insult. while personally distributing the documents, he said, "There's no such thing as betrayal. I have always been a person of Uncle Yuan Ming, Moo family's second master, Moo Yuan Ming, Moo Qianyu's father." A few board members gasped, and the conference room fell silent, as if a pin could be heard dropping. Once everyone had finished reading the documents, Moo Qianyu continued, "Everyone, the data in the documents is all true. I don't know if you felt a shocking sensation after reading them." Silence ensued, no one spoke. Even the previously most arrogant Zhuo Chengqi was now rendered speechless. Lu Liangshuan's face had already turned pale. After a long silence, a board member finally spoke heavily, "This document absolutely cannot be made public, otherwise, Lin Moo Insurance will be finished." Mu Qianyu looked at Lu Liangxian and said, "Director Lu, you probably have to leave the board now. However, I can remind you that there are two ways for you to leave." After a pause, Mu Qianyu continued, "Surrender, or jump from the building. Surrender or jump." At that moment, the aura around Mu Qianyu re-emerged. The delicate and charming girl suddenly exuded a queenly presence that commanded the room. The last time Su Wuji saw her display such an aura was at the Jiangnan Orthopedic Hospital when Mu Qianyu had shouted away those bodyguards. This time, no shareholder dared to reprimand Mu Qianyu, nor did anyone think her death-threatening demands were excessive. If everything written in the documents is true, then Lu Liangxian really only has these two options. Zhuo Qingqi slammed the table heavily and angrily said, "Lu Liangxian, you're really dragging us down." Originally, he and Lu Liangxian had already united several board members in advance, planning to deal a heavy blow to Mu Qianyu today, but with Lu Liangshuan's negative information suddenly exposed, Zhuo Chengqi found himself in a passive position. Mu Qianyu glanced at Lu Liangxian, her voice cold. "So, Director Lu, for the sake of the group's interests, return all the money you took. I and the board members can give you a dignified way to say goodbye." Lu Liangshuan's face had turned ashen. He slumped in his chair, unable to speak. Everything Mu Qianyu listed was real. If all were convicted, he would at least face life imprisonment. Su Wuji looked at the scene and signaled to Xiao Pang, "Take this old man out and make him spit out what he should." The latter walked over and dragged Lu Liangxian out, who showed no intention of resisting. Just outside the conference room, Xiao Pang delivered a heavy punch to Lu Liangshuan's stomach. "Spit it out," Xiao Pang said. Lu Liangxian, ugh. Seeing this, Su Wuji's mouth twitched, hands on his hips, turning his face away. This ridiculous scene did not provoke any laughter. Even Zhuo Qingqi, who had opposed the most, sat in his chair with a sullen face, silent. Several board members who had originally agreed to join forces with him now looked at him with distrustful eyes, clearly doubting Zhuo Qingqi's integrity. Mu Qianyu picked up a piece of broken glass from the messy floor and casually placed it on the conference table, saying, "I originally had no conflict of interest with the board members. If you had shown me a friendly attitude from the beginning, things wouldn't have escalated to this extent." Looking at the piece of broken glass, many board members' gazes trembled. This girl looked young, but her cunning far exceeded their imagination. Mu Qianyu, along with the young man in the beige shirt behind her, one applying direct pressure and the other taking a cunning approach, instantly turned the situation around. "Next, as long as no one uses harsh words to attack me, I will not retaliate." Mu Qianyu surveyed the room, her voice remarkably calm. No one responded, everyone was deep in thought. Seeing this situation, Zhuo Qingqi knew that even if he continued to oppose, it would likely be ineffective. Mu Qianyu continued, "In the past few years, the profits of the second branch of the Moo family have increased sevenfold under my management. As for Lin Moo Insurance, it has been declining for the past 2 years. What I can guarantee is that if I become the chairman of Lin Moo Insurance, I will absolutely not let the interests of the shareholders be harmed." After a full minute of silence, a director who had previously opposed her finally spoke calmly, "Actually, thinking back, how could Miss Moo possibly be an ordinary person to stand out in such a fierce power struggle within the Moo family?" Another director said, "In business, one must be pragmatic. I won't go against money. Collaborating with Miss Moo, I believe the future of Lin Moo Insurance should be promising." If a vote were held at this moment, even if Mu Qianyu couldn't achieve a complete victory, the results wouldn't be too unfavorable. Su Wujie stood aside, gazing at the girl dressed in matching outfits with him, his mouth agape. In fact, at this point, his task was nearly complete. His unconventional approach had helped Mu Qianyu gain an advantage in the opening phase, but to win people's hearts, she would have to rely on herself. However, Su Wujie felt that this girl was just one step away from fully controlling the board. Although Mu Qianyu had not yet revealed her trump card, Su Wujie inexplicably believed that she must have made preparations. At this moment, Secretary He Hung said, "Everyone, let's vote. Those in favor of Miss Mu Qianyu becoming the new chairman of Lin Moo Insurance Group, please raise your hands. However, at this moment, Moo Qianyu interrupted, wait a moment. She then took out a piece of paper from her briefcase. Upon opening it, a red-headed document. All the directors' eyes were fixed on this document. Moo Qianyu said, this is the approval for the establishment of Linmu Commercial Bank. All of you present will become the founding shareholders of Linmu Bank. A gasp of astonishment filled the chaotic conference room. The trump card. At the inception of Linmu Insurance, establishing a commercial bank had been a major goal. However, in the past 2 years, the government had imposed extremely strict entry requirements for banks to prevent financial risks, and the approval process was fraught with obstacles. Linmu Insurance had the intention but lacked the capability, and had not obtained the approval from the relevant departments in the capital. Yet, in this messy board meeting, Moo Qianyu had actually brought out this invaluable approval document. The conference room fell silent once more. But a few directors, looking at Moo Qianyu, had expressions of disbelief. Moo Qianyu continued, the headquarters of Linmu Bank will be located in Linzhou, and the first branch will open in Ninghai. Secretary He Hung took a deep breath, his eyes filled with shock. He had been completely unaware of this matter, but he knew that to obtain the approval for Linmu Bank, the preparatory work must have been incredibly vast and complex. Moo Qianyu must have started preparing for this at least a year or two ago. All the preliminary work had been arranged, they were just waiting for the shares to be secured, and everything would fall into place. Now, let's vote for Miss Moo Qianyu to serve as chairman. Those in favor, please. Before He Hung could finish his sentence, about 10 directors had already raised their hands. I agree. I agree. Soon, another 6 people raised their hands. The number of votes in favor had exceeded 2/3. A super turnaround. Seeing this, He Hung said, congratulations to Miss Moo Qianyu on becoming the new chairman of Linmu Insurance Group. He originally thought today would require a lot of effort, but unexpectedly, it went smoothly to this extent. Applause followed. Su Wuji raised his hand and pointed at Zhuo Qingqi, smiling as he asked, hey, what about you? Zhuo Qingqi's face turned ashen. I abstain. No, you can't abstain, Su Wuji said with a smile, you must take a stand, otherwise, I really worry you might cause trouble for Qianyu in the future. I hold 5% of the shares, and the board can't possibly have only your voice. If the new chairman doesn't do well, I will naturally bring it up. Zhuo Qingqi narrowed his eyes. What? Are you planning to solve this with violence? On the surface, he appeared calm, but in reality, he was genuinely afraid that Xiaopeng's fist, like a heavy pot, would land on his head. Su Wuji smiled slightly, but your hands aren't exactly clean either. Zhuo Qingqi sneered. Are you trying to smear me now? If you want to do this to me, you should ask the other board members if they agree. However, none of the board members, who usually had a good relationship with him, spoke up to help him at this moment. No one sitting here was completely without dirt on their hands. They also didn't know what Moo Qianyu and this young man had grasped. This pair of young men and women worked together seamlessly, giving an impression of being unbeatable. Only a fool would continue to oppose them. The silence in the conference room made Zhuo Qingqi's face look extremely ugly. Zhuo Qingqi, think carefully. While that 5% of shares is still worth something, hurry up and transfer them, Su Wuji said, otherwise, by tomorrow, you might not even have time to cry. Zhuo Qingqi's face was stern. I am clean within Linmu Insurance. If you want to frame me, at least find a suitable reason. I actually don't know if you have any issues within Linmu Insurance, Su Wuji said. Zhuo Qingqi slammed the table. If you don't know, why are you talking nonsense here? Su Wuji wore a hint of mockery on his face. But, your family's Drusher real estate, how did they acquire the land back then? I don't need to say more, do I? Zhuo Qingqi was furious. Haven't you smeared enough dirt? You changed the nature of the land, converting the industrial land you bought at a low price into commercial and residential land. Su Wuji shook his head, a smirk on his face, and just yesterday, the person in charge of this matter back then was taken to the disciplinary inspection department for serious dereliction of duty and hasn't come out yet. Upon hearing this, the anger on Zhuo Qingqi's face suddenly froze. The rage that had just been on his face seemed to lose its support and dissipated in an instant. Moo Qianyu glanced at Su Wuji, her eyes filled with surprise and a soft glow, incredibly captivating. Clearly, Su Wuji's performance at this moment far exceeded her expectations. How could this guy have grasped so many clues in advance? Of course, this is an old matter. They might have forgotten it and may not necessarily implicate you, Su Wuji said. As long as I don't report it, you are temporarily safe for now. Zhuo Qingqi did not breathe a sigh of relief. He pointed at Su Wuji, his finger trembling. What do you really want? Everyone present was a businessman, choosing to maximize their own interests. In their view, Su Wuji had completely taken the initiative at this moment. If he wanted to take the opportunity to drive down the price and acquire Zhuo Qingqi's shares, the latter would likely not refuse. However, Su Wuji did not mention the shares. He appeared to be smiling, but his words sent a chill down people's spines. I want you to rot in prison. Rot in prison. This phrase made it seem as if he and Zhuo Qingqi had some deep-seated hatred. Mu Qianyu did not know what had happened, but she instinctively put away her smile, and her charming face became much more serious. Zhuo Qingqi, do you remember what methods you used back then to curry favor with that person in charge? Su Wujie stared at Zhuo Qingqi. I can remind you, it's not just money. Not just money. What else could it be? In the hearts of everyone present, an answer was on the tip of their tongues: women. Su Wujie narrowed his eyes, his voice laced with coldness. You bought 2 girls for him, one 12 years old, the other 13. You really should be damned. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere in the conference room suddenly changed. Several board members looked at Zhuo Qingqi with expressions full of disgust. Mu Qianyu also clenched her fists. She couldn't help but think of the incident a few days ago when Su Wujie had thrown 6 drug dealers into the river within an hour. Mu Qianyu believed that such things, coming from Su Wujie's mouth, could not possibly be false. You're talking nonsense, Zhuo Qingqi shouted. How could I do such a thing? The police haven't even come to me, you're just slandering me. Although he said this, his confidence was clearly lacking, and sweat was already soaking through his shirt. Yes, the police don't know about this yet, Su Wujie said, and I haven't thought about letting them know for now. Everyone's expressions froze. They thought Su Wujie was going to take the opportunity to start bargaining. Although this behavior lacked some morality, if it were business, it could indeed pressure Zhuo Qingqi to lower that 5% stake to a very low price. However, in the entire conference room, only Mu Qianyu did not think this way. She knew that in the heart of this playboy, there must be something more important than money. Su Wujie's voice was cold. I won't tell the police because it's unnecessary. Zhuo Qingqi clenched his fists. What? What do you want? Because you have caught the attention of Silver Moon, Su Wujie said, looking at him with a pitying gaze. The conference room fell silent, but almost everyone's eyes were filled with confusion. They had no idea what Silver Moon was. Let me take this opportunity to educate you all. Silver Moon's headquarters is in Northern Europe. It is a radical organization opposing the trafficking of minors, Su Wujie said. As for how radical they are? He paused deliberately, his gaze like 2 sharp swords, piercing Zhuo Qingqi's eyes painfully. Silver Moon's assassins are spread across the globe. To set an example, Silver Moon considers buying and selling to be equally culpable. If one person commits a crime, the entire family will be executed. The whole family buried. Zhuo Qingqi slammed the table, forcing himself to muster courage, and shouted, You don't need to scare us with your words. Do they really kill people just like that? Are they above the law? Su Wujie looked at him as if he were a fool and said, Let me remind you again, if Silver Moon takes action, the police will find no evidence, and you will definitely be deemed an accidental death. Upon hearing this, Zhuo Qingqi, who had a guilty conscience, could no longer hold on. His lips lost all color, and he sat down on the ground with a thud. On the way back in the car, Mu Qianyu opened her phone, searched for news about Silver Moon abroad, and said, So, there really is a Silver Moon organization internationally, but the effective information available is quite limited, mostly just rumors. Now, she felt a bit dazed. After all, the information Su Wujie had thrown out had exceeded her usual understanding. The board meeting reached its conclusion, and Zhuo Qingqi was so frightened by this Silver Moon organization that he was practically paralyzed with fear. I heard from a friend that Silver Moon's assassins have already arrived in Linzhou. Zhuo Qingqi won't be able to last much longer, Su Wujie said. Mu Qianyu asked, if Zhuo Qingqi hires a high-end security company for protection, would that be useless? Su Wujie continued, the members of the Silver Moon organization are all rescued orphans who have undergone harsh training since childhood. However, this organization is highly controversial internationally, as many people believe that their collective punishment system for relatives is inhumane. Su Wujie knew that once the Silver Moon had set its sights on them, Zhuo Qingqi's son and wife would inevitably not survive. No matter what, human trafficking is unforgivable, Mu Qianyu said softly. She saw through it all and did not stand on some so-called moral high ground to criticize Silver Moon. After a pause, she added, I can't really comment on such matters. After all, if I were to put myself in the shoes of those orphans in Silver Moon, I might act even more recklessly than they do. Su Wujie grinned. It's comfortable to be with a smart woman. I don't have to deal with stupidity every day. Mu Qianyu glanced at Su Wujie and chuckled. I also like partnering with smart men. Su Wujie laughed heartily. Are you complimenting me on being smart? Xiao Pang, driving the car, chimed in. Boss, Miss Moo is saying she likes you. Mu Qianyu, can we extract keywords from this? Su Wujie was amused. Xiao Pang, it's rare for you to be so articulate today. I won't deduct your salary for next year. Mu Qianyu's ears turned slightly red, but she didn't say anything more. She didn't ask Su Wujie when he had investigated Zhuo Qingqi's dark past, nor did she inquire about the downfall of the person in charge and whether he had any connection to it, much less ask how they had locked onto Lu Liangshan and Zhuo Qingqi's bodyguards in advance. It seemed she had grown accustomed to this young man constantly surprising her. "Don't you have anything you want to ask me?" Su Wujie inquired. Mu Qianyu thought for a moment before saying, "You can't be the shadow heir of the Su family, can you?" "Shadow heir?" Su Wujie laughed. "What a strange nickname, so fresh. For some families, they have a public spokesperson and a master who stands in the shadows, wielding great power, with many matters handled by the shadow master," Mu Qianyu said, looking at the young man beside her with a meaningful glance. "You seem a bit like that role." "What a joke. I know the Su family used to be strong, but that was over 20 years ago. Our family is now a fallen phoenix, not even as good as a chicken, and we can't even compare to the Mu family, so how can we talk about masters and heirs?" Su Wujie replied. "If what you said is your true thought, it can only mean," Mu Qianyu smiled gently, "it means you don't really understand how strong the Su family used to be." She looked directly into Su Wujie's eyes, as if trying to see through his innermost thoughts, but ultimately failed, because at that moment, there was a clarity in Su Wujie's eyes, a clarity of foolishness. "I really don't know if you're acting or not," Mu Qianyu said, feeling a bit helpless. She changed the subject. "To show my gratitude, let me treat you to dinner. Can you honor me with your presence?" "Of course," Su Wujie immediately replied, "but actually, I'm already full." Mu Qianyu raised an eyebrow. Su Wujie grinned, because the beauty is a feast for the eyes. Hearing this, Mu Qianyu's eyes sparkled with laughter. Xiao Pang said, "Miss Moo, the boss means he wants to eat you." Mu Qianyu, Su Wujie, "Pang, your salary for next month is safe." However, when the car arrived at the entrance of the Queen's Bar, Su Wujie saw a brand new Maybach S680 parked there. Su Dongkai, the sixth son of the Su family, stood beside the car, while Su Jiajia, bruised and battered, knelt on the ground. Meanwhile, General Manager Xiao Yinlei was trying to persuade them, but the father and son refused to leave no matter what. "The Su family really bought you a Maybach." Mu Qianyu smiled and, whether intentionally or not, asked, "Why does Uncle Su listen to you so obediently?" "It's a long story," Su Wujie waved his hand with a smile. "Just some trivial matters, not worth mentioning." He didn't get out of the car immediately but instead opened his phone speaker and called Xiao Yinlei. "Tell those two father and son that I'm not interested in the Maybach and don't want to see them. Just fix my little broken car, and let Su Jiaza hurry up and get out of Linjiang University." Mu Qianyu thought that with Su Wujie's attitude towards money, it was really abnormal for him not to accept this Maybach worth 5 to 6 million. If he didn't take the opportunity to ask for a couple of Rolls Royces, he must be feeling exceptionally kind. Xiao Yinlei said, "I've already said that, but Su Dongkai said he still wants to thank the boss for saving his daughter last time, so please be sure to accept it." Mu Qianyu immediately showed a curious look. She knew that Su Dongkai's eldest daughter was named Su Jiayan, who had been studying abroad and rarely came back. This girl was quite beautiful and could be considered one of the top beauties among the many stunning women in Linzhou's aristocratic families. While they were on the phone, Su Dongkai saw Su Wujie's car and quickly walked over, his face full of excitement. "Can't avoid it, so annoying," Su Wujie said helplessly, then opened the door and got out of the car. Mu Qianyu hesitated for 2 seconds, not knowing what she thought of, and the corners of her lips curled up slightly as she followed him out. Su Dongkai immediately said, "Young Master Su, I will take responsibility for fixing your old car, but you must accept this new one." Su Wujie didn't respond to this but said lightly, "Linjiang University was established by my grandfather in his early years. Letting Su Jiaza study there would ruin its reputation. Rest assured, young Master Su, the withdrawal procedures are already being handled. I'm preparing to send him to the army." Su Dongkai kicked his son. "This useless thing needs to go to the military for some training." Su Wujie actually agreed with this. If Su Jiaza didn't go to the army, with his temperament, he might cause a big mess in a couple of years. Then it's settled, but the army doesn't accept just anyone. Su Wujie turned to call Mu Qianyu. "Qianyu, let's go, it's time for dinner." Mu Qianyu glanced at the Maybach, smiled, and walked over to Su Wujie's side. No, young Master Su." Su Dongkai looked troubled. "I have one more request, it's about my daughter Su Jiayan. She insists on." Su Wujie glared. "What does she insist on?" "She insists on coming to find you." Su Dongkai said this with great difficulty, already sweating profusely. Every time he faced this junior, he felt an indescribable immense pressure. As soon as he finished speaking, the driver's door of the Maybach opened. The first thing that caught Su Wujie's eye was a pair of brown leather boots. Next, a pair of smooth, delicate white legs stepped out. The length of these legs was somewhat astonishing. The owner of the legs was definitely over 175 meters tall. Further up, the long legs were beige hot pants and a white sleeveless turtleneck. It looked like a very ordinary outfit, but the sleeveless shirt was tight-fitting, with 2 horizontal slits about 10 centimeters long at the chest, making it look as if it had been torn. Although the slits were only a finger wide, they revealed the fair skin underneath. Even though not much was exposed, the clever design of the clothing added more than 50% to the attractiveness of the figure. If the figure wasn't up to par, one would definitely not dare to wear such an outfit. This was Su Jiayan. Why is she dressed so provocatively? Su Wuji frowned and muttered. Hearing this, Mu Qianyu almost couldn't hold back her laughter. Hi, dear Wuji, we finally meet again. Her voice was very special, soft and glutinous, with a hint of a charming laziness. Su Jiayan said, walking over gracefully, glancing at Mu Qianyu who was wearing a couple outfit, a hint of provocation curling at the corner of her mouth, and then she suddenly hugged Su Wujie. Under that soft and swaying assault, Su Wujie's body instantly stiffened. Let go, let go. Su Wujie hurriedly pulled Su Jiayan's hands down and took a big step back, escaping this wave of softness. He then turned to look for Mu Qianyu, only to find that she had already taken several steps to the side, standing shoulder to shoulder with Xiao Yinlei. Mu Qianyu completely ignored Su Jiayan's provocative move, her delicate face surprisingly filled with a look of amusement. Su Jiayan spread her arms and twirled in front of Su Wujie, saying, Wujie, do you think my outfit today is pretty? Su Wujie deliberately glanced at the 2 openings on her chest. You've definitely been abroad for too long. Your outfit is quite revealing. Do you like it? If you do, I can show a bit more. Su Jiayan fluttered her long eyelashes, a strong allure flowing from her eyes as she emphasized, only for you. Then I'm sorry to disappoint you, I prefer more traditional women. Su Wujie took another step back. Like her? Su Jiayan shot a glance at Mu Qianyu, her eyes clearly showing some hostility. She's very pretty and even wearing a couple outfit with you. Humph, I'm jealous. Her name is Mu Qianyu, you should have heard of her. Su Wujie smiled slightly, the eldest daughter of the Mu family. Prettier than you and richer too. Isn't that infuriating? How can you bear to say such cold words with that 37-degree mouth of yours? Su Jiayan pouted, clearly a bit jealous, and puffed out her chest, but I have a better figure. This woman really had a kind of enchanting aura. Despite her young age, she always made people feel as if she had countless romantic experiences. That heavy curve could create a sense of suffocation for the opposite sex just visually. Su Wujie grinned, I don't like them too big, hers is just right. Put. Over there, Mu Qianyu suddenly burst into laughter. Just right? In the past, if someone dared to comment on her figure like that, Mu Qianyu would have been very angry. But today, hearing Su Wujie say this in front of Su Jiayan, she felt quite happy. Meanwhile, Xiao Yinlei slightly lowered her head, glancing at Mu Qianyu's chest, and said with a smile, our boss's judgment is off. In this regard, Su Jiayan really might not be able to win against the boss lady. Women understand women best. Mu Qianyu's face turned slightly red as she silently buttoned up her suit jacket, covering her taut lines. She suddenly had the urge to dock Xiao Yinlei's salary. Unable to bear the gaze of this long-legged manager, Mu Qianyu could only change the subject and asked, what exactly is going on between those two? Xiao Yinlei smiled and said, Boss lady, do you remember the large-scale conflict that happened in the gray area of Linzhou last year, where the Queen Bar took out hundreds of thugs from Jelly International Club? Mu Qianyu replied, I know about that conflict. Since then, no one in Linzhou's nightlife has been able to stand on equal footing with the Queen. After a slight pause, she chuckled, but they say that during that time, your boss took away hundreds of beautiful girls from Jelly International. Before that, Jelly International was renowned for its abundance of beautiful women in the nightlife of Jiangnan. Xiao Yinlei said, the outside world claims that our boss instigated that conflict to steal the beautiful women from Jelly International, but that's not true. Most of the girls there were coerced, even completely losing their personal freedom. The club looks magnificent, but in reality, it's utterly dark. Mu Qianyu's eyes suddenly sparkled with brilliance. Is it really like this? Even though Mu Qianyu was deep in thought, it was hard to imagine that in people's mouths, that conflict with Jelly International had snatched away over 100 beautiful girls, pushing Su Wujie's reputation as a scumbag and lecher to its peak, while the reality was completely the opposite. Mu Qianyu truly did not know how many misunderstandings the world still held about Su Wujie. That time, we cooperated with the Linzhou City Bureau, rescuing many girls from the inside out, Su Jiayan being one of them, Xiao Yinlei said. Su Jiayan was actually inside? Mu Qianyu was somewhat surprised. Jelly International is really bold. Su Jiayan was originally working abroad and returned to Linzhou for vacation. As a result, she was drugged in a taxi and secretly sent to the Jelly Club. Xiao Yinlei explained. Our boss saved Su Jiayan at a critical moment, carrying her out, and since then, this girl has been unable to forget him, but our boss has been avoiding her, even blocking her contact information. Mu Qianyu laughed. Su Jiayan is quite beautiful, how could Wu Jie not be moved? Xiao Yinlei gave a perfect answer. Because the boss's wife is even more beautiful. Mu Qianyu gently shook her head, her clear gaze becoming somewhat distant. I really don't know how many surprises your boss is still hiding. Xiao Yinlei continued. At that time, the provincial department even awarded our boss a certificate of commendation. Awarding a notorious playboy known for his bloody and violent reputation a provincial commendation? Even after these past few days of experiences and gaining a new understanding of Su Wujie, Mu Qianyu still felt this matter was too unreal. What about that commendation certificate? Mu Qianyu glanced at Su Wujie, who was looking at Su Jiayan with a face full of disdain, and whispered, "Can you show it to me?" Xiao Yinlei smiled gently. The boss's wife can look at it anytime. It's under the boss's mahjong table, propping up the legs. Mu Qianyu, the honor that others could only dream of was actually being used to prop up a table? At that moment, Su Jiayan seemed to have finished teasing Su Wujie. She walked straight up to Mu Qianyu. Miss Moo, I've long admired your name. Su Jiayan did not extend her hand but looked directly into Mu Qianyu's eyes and said straightforwardly, but we are destined not to become good friends because I like Su Wujie. Mu Qianyu smiled gently. I'm not stopping you, that's between you and Wujie. After a pause, she added, moreover, I never thought of becoming good friends with Miss Su. A sharp retort. The shimmering light in Su Jiayan's long, charming eyes flowed. It seems you are not in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship yet. He is currently my best partner, Mu Qianyu said, unexpectedly emphasizing, but only for now. Who could say what would happen in the future? Mu Qianyu's words surprisingly left herself quite a bit of leeway. Su Jiayan smiled lightly. I've been sent back to Ninghai for work by headquarters, just a 2-hour drive from Linzhou, so I can come back often. And then? Mu Qianyu's smile remained unchanged. Su Jiayan's provocative tone grew stronger. Miss Moo, not to mention that you and Wu Jie are not in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship now. Even if Wu Jie becomes your man in the future, I will absolutely not give up, and that would be even more exciting. Mu Qianyu smiled lightly, not angry at all, but rather found it very interesting. I wish you success. I'm looking forward to it, she said with a light laugh. I have something to do, so I'll take my leave first. Su Wujie called out, why are you leaving? Didn't you say you would treat me to a meal? Mu Qianyu waved her hand with a smile. Not convenient today. I'll owe you one, let's do it another day. After saying that, she got into the car. When Mu Qianyu saw the smiling Su Jiayan through the glass, her hands gripping the steering wheel tightened noticeably, and she immediately started the car, quickly driving away. The speed of her departure suggested she didn't want to linger for even a second. However, on the way home, Mu Qianyu couldn't help but recall the scene of Su Jiayan teasing Su Wujie, as well as the other person's swaying chest. She gently thumped the steering wheel and muttered to herself, it has nothing to do with me, so why do I feel a bit upset? Faced with Su Jiayan's entanglement, Su Wujie felt overwhelmed. Miss Moo is really outstanding, Su Jiayan said with a slight smile at the corners of her lips, but I won't give up. Su Wujie was somewhat speechless. Hey, I hit your brother, shouldn't you be seeking revenge for him and hating me? Oh, really? Su Jiayan responded, beckoning her brother Su Jiaza with a finger, come here. Su Jiaza, who had been kneeling on the ground, shivered at his sister's call. Nevertheless, he still crawled over while kneeling. Su Jiaza, tell me, should I seek revenge for you now? Su Jiayan asked with a smile. Before Su Jiaza could think of an answer, Su Jiayan suddenly lifted him off the ground. She grabbed her brother's shoulder, twisted her sensuous waist and hips, and executed a clean and swift throw. Su Jiaza was slammed heavily onto the ground, feeling as if his shoulder was about to be torn off, the pain bringing tears to his eyes. Su Wujie's brows twitched at the sight. The throw was executed so perfectly, it was clear she had practiced it countless times. Su Jiayan kicked Su Jiaza again. If you annoy your sister's husband again, I'll throw you to death. Su Jiaza, teary-eyed, repeatedly responded, Sister, I won't dare anymore, I promise, please forgive me, brother-in-law. If this guy knew the relationship between his sister and Su Wujie, he wouldn't have dared to provoke Song Jiyu even if he was beaten to death. What brother-in-law? Su Dongkai, take your bastard son and get the hell out of here, Su Wujie said, otherwise, every time I see him, I'll hit him. Yes, yes, yes. Su Dongkai quickly agreed, pulling Su Jiaza away while giving his daughter a meaningful glance. The look clearly meant, hurry up and take him down. Su Jiayan looked at Su Wujie and smiled. I'll be working in Ninghai from now on, so I can come to Linzhou to see you often. Then you should work hard, Su Wujie coughed lightly, and bother me less. The sight of her chest swaying in front of him, with 2 glimpses of white peeking out from her clothing, was somewhat dizzying. This made Su Wujie feel quite unsettled, even lacking strong confidence to refuse her. You are my savior. Su Jian's voice was soft. If it weren't for you, I would have been taken by those scummy men long ago. Indeed, when Su Wuji rushed into the Jelly International Club, Su Jian was bound hand and foot. She was only wearing 2 pieces of close-fitting cotton clothing, and the scene of her being tied up and exposed, combined with her extremely hot figure, was enough to make anyone's blood boil. So, you gave me a second life. Su Jian reached out a hand, resting it on Su Wuji's shoulder, her eyes filled with deep affection. My body and heart belong to you, you can take them whenever you want. Su Wuji said fiercely, you better not regret it. If I really get going, I could take your life. What? Su Jian laughed so hard she almost made Su Wuji dizzy. Then you must keep your word. As soon as I finish my current work, I'll come find you. Su Jian hugged Su Wuji tightly again, and when that time comes, you must make sure to torment me to death. Su Wuji was rendered stiff by this soft pressure. What do you do for work now? Surgeon. Su Jian smiled charmingly, pulled out a business card from the back pocket of her hot pants, and handed it to Su Wuji. He looked down and saw it read Ninghai Tsihue International Hospital, General Surgery, Dr. Su Jian. Remember to come see me when you have time. I look great in a white coat. I can wear just the white coat, you know. After Su Jian finished speaking, she turned and walked towards her car. Su Wuji stared at her enchanting figure, and a flurry of action movies related to hospitals flashed through his mind, making him feel a bit lightheaded. After a few years abroad, you've become quite the tease, Su Wuji called out irritably. You should learn a thing or two from Mu Qianyu. By 10 o'clock at night, the Queen Bar was at its liveliest. Su Wuji sat in a booth on the second floor, earbuds in, blocking out most of the noise. The chaos in the hall below seemed unrelated to him, yet his seemingly frivolous eyes held a hint of calm, focused entirely on his phone screen. He was reading an email, all in English, but he could vaguely see words like Silver Moon, Linzhou, and Zhuoqingqi. He quickly replied in Chinese, do whatever you want, I won't interfere. Xiaoyinlei leaned against the railing beside the booth, her back to Su Wuji, looking down at the scene below. The railing was bearing the soft yet heavy pressure. From Su Wuji's angle, he could see Xiaoyinlei's curvaceous waist and legs. This mature silhouette made one want to press against her from behind, hold her waist, and sway gently. In the past, countless men had tried to make advances on Xiaoyinlei, but they all ended up with a slap from the bar's security, beaten to a pulp. Suddenly, Xiaoyinlei turned around, sat down beside Su Wuji, and pulled the earbuds from his ears, leaning in to say, Boss, a pretty girl just walked in. The two were so close that the familiar and unique fragrance emanating from Xiaoyinlei began to fill Su Wuji's nostrils. Where? Let me see. Su Wuji immediately became interested, leaning over the armrest. Countless beauties frequented the Queen Bar, but those deemed pretty by Xiaoyinlei were truly rare. Right there, Xiaoyinlei pointed to the entrance. A short-haired girl in a white summer sports outfit walked into the bar, holding a glass of juice, sitting alone on a high stool. At that moment, the dance music was at its peak. Everyone was dancing passionately, yet this girl frowned slightly, occasionally blocking her ears with her fingers, seemingly finding it too loud. Her features were the epitome of Eastern elegance, but alongside this classical beauty, there was also a sense of grandeur and spirit in her brows. She is indeed quite beautiful, with a great figure, radiating a healthy, sunny beauty, Su Wuji commented. Most importantly, she's a natural beauty. Many of the beauties who frequented the Queen Bar had undergone technological adjustments to their appearances, with some having over 40% of their bodies altered. Having seen so many, Su Wuji could easily tell the authenticity just by observing how someone danced, even from a distance. She is indeed a sight for sore eyes, Xiaoyinlei said. Boss, should I go ask for her contact information? But Su Wuji pointed at the short-haired girl. She frowns occasionally, clearly uncomfortable in this noisy environment, yet she's still looking around. What do you think she's here for? Xiaoyinlei clearly noticed this too. This girl is a newcomer. She must be here to find someone. Most likely, she's looking for you, boss, Su Wuji said. Then you find 2 people to check her out. Xiaoyinlei laughed again. Shouldn't the boss personally handle something like probing? Probing her bottom line? The double entendre in this statement was too strong. Su Wuji shot her a glare, annoyed. If you keep joking about me, I'll probe your bottom line first. Xiaoyinlei replied with the same line. I'm just afraid the boss won't dare. At that moment, Xiao Peng spoke up. Boss, I have a question. It's rare to see you take the initiative to ask. This behavior deserves encouragement. Su Wuji patted Xiao Peng on the shoulder. Go ahead, I'll answer any question. Boss, if I say something wrong, you can deduct my salary. But if Manager Xiao is joking with you, why don't you probe mine? Xiao Peng asked. Put. Xiaoyinlei couldn't help but laugh, her blue and white porcelain cheapao swaying with an alluring rhythm. Su Wuji gritted his teeth. Xiao Peng. At that moment, 2 men walked over to the short-haired beauty, smiling as they clinked glasses and exchanged a few words. The short-haired girl waved her hand, indicating disinterest. One of the men pulled out a car key and slapped it on the table, Judging by the key's design, it was a Porsche. Immediately, the short-haired girl picked up the Porsche key and tossed it directly into her drink. Su Wujie's eyes lit up. Now that's personality. Xiao Yinlei said with a smile, yes, it's the type the boss likes. This short-haired girl was Jiang Wanqing, the older sister of Jiang Haobing. Su Wujie wanted to collaborate with Mu Qianyu to remind the capital of the Su family. Meanwhile, someone in the capital had come to Linzhou early due to his deliberate high profile. The moment Jiang Wanqing walked into the Queen Bar and Su Wujie's gaze fell on her, the north and south lines officially began to intersect. They were about to probe each other's bottom lines. Jiang Wanqing's figure was smooth, achieving a perfect balance between well-developed and postnatal exercise, especially her long legs, which were clearly full of healthy elasticity. Her delicate features exuded a strong and refreshing aura, with a heroic spirit often visible in her eyes, forming a stark contrast with many girls filled with a worldly vibe. At this moment, Jiang Wanqing was the most eye-catching presence in the entire nightlife scene. Zhang Xingming was the son of a local factory owner in Linzhou, often visiting the Queen Bar with friends. Encountering a girl with such unique charm for the first time, he felt a sudden urge to flirt. His method of flirting was quite straightforward, showing off his car key. Zhang Xingming had a bit of money, but not much. The Porsche he had was a second-hand 718, already run for 60,000 kilometers, worth just over 400,000 in the market. However, many girls in the nightclub didn't know it was a second-hand car, and they found it hard to distinguish between a 718 and a 911 from the outside. In the past, as long as Zhang Xingming showed his car key, he would often succeed, invincible in his pursuits. But today, this uniquely charming short-haired woman actually tossed the car key into her drink. Zhang Xingming was furious, staring at Jiang Wanqing, and said in a low voice, I give you face, and you don't want it? Do you know who I am? Jiang Wanqing coldly replied, I'm not interested in knowing who you are. Then I'll make you know right now. He raised his glass, ready to splash the drink on Jiang Wanqing. However, Jiang Wanqing didn't even turn to look at him. She simply raised her hand and accurately grabbed Zhang Xingming's wrist. Zhang Xingming was shocked to find that his hand couldn't move. A strong sense of numbness spread from his wrist, extending throughout his entire arm. Jiang Wanqing coldly snorted, then pushed with her left hand. As a result, Zhang Xingming's wrist was pushed back, and the drink splashed all over his face. The guy was left squinting, stung by the high alcohol content. Get lost, don't bother me, Jiang Wanqing said. After making this move, her hands surprisingly didn't even get a drop of liquor on them. Xiao Yinlei commented, her skills are even more beautiful than she is. At the same time, she raised her hand, signaling the security on the first floor to stop. Su Wujie squinted and smiled, not bad, she's trained. Just then, Jiang Wanqing looked up, seemingly unintentionally glancing towards the second floor. Damn woman, you're asking for it. Zhang Xingming's eyes hurt, his anger flaring as he shouted. However, before he could even open his eyes, Jiang Wanqing directly picked up a heavy solid wood bar stool and smashed it hard against Zhang Xingming's back. This move was done with one hand, incredibly stylish. Many men present began to cheer, and several girls looked at her with starry eyes. The lively atmosphere of the bar reached a new peak. After being hit with the stool, Zhang Xingming immediately fell to the ground, feeling as if his entire back was about to split open, struggling a few times but unable to get up. The bar stool also instantly fell apart, showing just how much force was used. Damn woman, looking for a fight, shouted another of Zhang Xingming's companions, raising his hand to slap Jiang Wanqing. However, Jiang Wanqing still didn't even look, casually lifting her foot without much force, yet accurately hitting the guy right in the groin. He immediately doubled over, kneeling on the ground. Good. Many patrons began to clap. In the past, such fights were a staple at the Queen's Bar, often handled personally by the owner Su Wujie, dealing with rowdy customers, each time eliciting cheers from the crowd. This beautiful girl has come to stir things up, Xiao Yinlei said, signaling to the security, please invite her up, be a bit polite. Two security guards in black suits approached Jiang Wanqing and whispered, Miss, our boss requests your presence. Jiang Wanqing didn't even lift her head. Is it a male boss or a female boss? The security replied, I am not obligated to answer that question. Then I am not obligated to go up with you, Jiang Wanqing's voice was. Let your boss come see me. The security could only return to report. Hearing this, Xiao Yinlei smiled, this girl has quite the personality. She wants us to come to her 3 times, too purposeful. Su Wujie chuckled, alright, since she's so willing to put on airs, let her be. Just ignore her, she's playing hard to get with me. Let's see who can't hold out first. He then patted Xiao Yinlei's arm and said, call 3 more girls, let's play mahjong. After saying that, Su Wujie turned and left, not even glancing downstairs again. So, Jiang Wanqing sat there for another hour. During that hour, no security came to invite her again. This beautiful woman was left hanging like this. The owner of the Queen's Bar didn't show up at all. Jiang Wanqing couldn't stand it anymore, lifted her head, and looked towards the second floor, only to find that Su Wujie and Xiao Yinlei had long since left. What a show-off, Jiang Wanqing huffed, but she didn't expect to get the result she wanted today, preparing to get up and leave, looking for another opportunity tomorrow. However, at that moment, the security stopped her. "Miss, you broke one of our glasses and damaged a stool. You need to compensate." Jiang Wanqing frowned. "What?" The security handed Jiang Wanqing a bill. "This is our purchase price, a total of 3,273 yuan. For this little bit, you want over 3,000? Why don't you go rob someone?" Jiang Wanqing suppressed her displeasure. "It was those two men who harassed me first. You should go ask them for compensation." The security guard said, "Miss, we have surveillance proof that the items were damaged in your hands. Our boss said he can give you a discount, just 3,270 yuan. A discount, just 3 yuan off? Taking off 273 would be more reasonable." Jiang Wanqing had never seen such a ridiculous operation and was almost laughing in anger. "Let your boss come see me," Jiang Wanqing said coldly. The security guard remained unmoved. "Miss, the boss said he is dealing with important matters and no one should disturb him." "Then let Xiao Yinlei come. I know she is the general manager here." Jiang Wanqing felt very frustrated. Several security guards gathered around. "Miss, if you don't pay, there will be some trouble." The boss said, "Don't blame him for not warning you then." Jiang Wanqing swept her gaze over them, a sharp aura flashing in her eyes, and sneered, "With just you can't stop me. I want to see what trouble your boss can bring me." To be honest, Jiang Wanqing wasn't afraid of getting physical with these security guards. However, before a minute had passed, 2 police cars pulled up at the bar's entrance. Several officers walked in and said, "We received a report that there is a fight here." The security guards all pointed at Jiang Wanqing. "Officer, it's her." Seeing this scene, Jiang Wanqing's eyes widened. "You bunch of gangsters, how did you learn to call the police?" Jiang Wanqing said angrily. Her well-defined and beautiful nose almost got crooked from the anger. She had intended to probe into Su Wujie's background today, but she hadn't even seen the person and was already half dead from anger. Just as Jiang Wanqing was about to be taken to the police car, she turned her head and saw Su Wujie standing by the second-floor window, grinning widely. This guy even flashed her a peace sign. An hour later, 2 security guards returned from the police station as eyewitnesses after giving their statements. "Boss, her name is Jiang Wanqing." As soon as she got into the police car, she showed her officer's ID, the security guard said, "Serving in the capital military district, she's a major." Su Wujie, while playing mahjong, said, "With that identity, no wonder her figure. No, her skills are quite good. But what is a major from the capital military district doing in Linzhou?" Xiao Yinlei said, "Boss, she also has the surname Jiang. Could she be related to Jiang Haobing?" Su Wujie raised an eyebrow and thought for a moment. "Song Jiyu's classmate? The one who drives a big G?" Young Master Su played with too many people every day and really couldn't remember names. "Yes," Xiao Yinlei chuckled, "if they are really siblings, it would be interesting. She beat up the younger brother, and now the older sister comes knocking. If she wants to take revenge for her brother, she could just use her influence to pressure me directly," Su Wujie said. "Why bother coming to test the waters? Isn't that a hassle?" As he spoke, he pushed the mahjong tiles down and grinned. "Hee, I won. Pay up." Boss Su had actually won for once. The 3 girls in tight skirts could only obediently pay, but as they handed over the money, they leaned forward a bit too much, their arms inadvertently pushing up their chests, seemingly showing off their figures to Su Wujie. "I'll go check her out," Xiao Yinlei said and immediately walked out. Amidst the high-slit cheongsam, her long legs looked incredibly alluring. However, before the door had even closed, her phone rang. After answering, Xiao Yinlei's face immediately filled with a serious expression. She walked back and said to the 3 girls in tight skirts, "The boss has things to attend to today and doesn't have time to play cards. You can leave now." The 3 little vixens could only pout, looking at Su Wujie with pitiful expressions. Their looks were so sorrowful they were almost in tears. Seeing these little green tea girls' pitiful appearances, Xiao Yinlei responded with a cold smile. "Hurry up." When they twisted and turned away, Su Wujie finally asked, "What happened?" Xiao Yinlei said, "Boss, Zhuo Qingqi from Linmu Insurance has died. He jumped off a building to commit suicide." "That must be Silver Moon's doing. This family is doomed." Su Wujie shook his head. "I remember, Zhuo Qingqi's son doesn't seem to be a good person either." Zhuo Qingqi's son is named Zhuo Xishuan. He's 37 this year and serves as the president of Zhuoshe Real Estate, usually staying in Ninghai, Xiao Yinlei replied. He was also a key participant in the previous bribery case involving young girls. In that case, his death is no loss, Su Wujie said. Xiao Yinlei nodded. However, some interested parties might be dissatisfied with this, especially since this is Huaxia. We can't let Silver Moon act recklessly. At that moment, Mu Qianyu called. Wujie, I heard Zhuo Chengqi jumped off a building to commit suicide. Her tone was somewhat complex. Su Wujie said, I just found out about this. It's likely Silver Moon's doing. Mu Qianyu asked, will the police investigate Silver Moon? It's hard to find evidence, Su Wujie replied. Moreover, the Silver Moon organization is elusive. Unless a killer defects, it's nearly impossible to catch them. Hearing Mu Qianyu fall silent on the other end, Su Wujie asked, what are you worried about? Mu Qianyu said, I'm just inexplicably a bit worried about Silver Moon. She was actually worried that if something happened to Silver Moon, it might implicate Su Wujie. After all, if he wasn't connected to this organization, how would he know in advance that Silver Moon's killer was coming to Linzhou? Su Wujie grinned, if you feel unsafe, I can come stay with you. Shameless. Mu Qianyu's mood instantly relaxed. That's not necessary. If I get scared, I'll come find you with my suitcase. Then I really look forward to that day. Su Wujie laughed. For some reason, the image of Mu Qianyu's smiling eyes suddenly flashed in his mind. In the past few days, he had unconsciously thought of her delicate features, like a quiet night daffodil. After hanging up, Su Wujie fell into deep thought. Xiao Yinlei looked at her boss's expression and chuckled. Boss is about to fall in love. Love my ass, Su Wujie scoffed. Wise men don't fall in love. It's better to get a foot massage. At that moment, his phone happened to ring twice. It was a new email notification. He opened the email, and a hint of dangerous light flickered in his eyes. The email's title was Silver Moon's killer's whereabouts exposed, currently being hunted by the Dakaro hunters. Su Wujie concealed the light in his eyes, expressionless as he handed the phone to Xiao Yinlei. Take a look. Dakaro has even come to Huaxia, Xiao Yinlei said. Boss, should we help or not? If we help, we'll offend those mad dogs from Dakaro. After all, Su Wujie had previously stood by and watched Silver Moon kill Zhuo Chengqi, showing no intention of getting involved. Even if he didn't help this time, it would be within reason. The Dakaro organization specifically targets Silver Moon and is said to be related to international human trafficking groups, possibly backed by certain forces in the dark world of the West. Dakaro has been established for over 20 years, training a large number of elite killers, pursuing Silver Moon globally without scruples, and they won't hesitate to harm innocents. This organization has long declared that anyone who dares to help Silver Moon will be an eternal enemy of Dakaro. Su Wujie smiled lightly, the dangerous light in his eyes fading, replaced by mockery and amusement. This is Huaxia. How can we allow Dakaro's wild dogs to act so recklessly? Clearly, this statement had already indicated his thoughts. Xiao Yinlei chuckled. I'll go prepare the car. She had long guessed that, given her boss's style, he would say he wouldn't interfere with the Silver Moon organization's actions, but when the other party encountered danger in Linzhou, he would still lend a hand. Tell Xiao Pang to grab a weapon and wait for me downstairs, Su Wujie said. Got it. Grabbing a weapon. Upon hearing this, a light clearly shone in Xiao Yinlei's eyes. Su Wujie rolled up his sleeves and said fiercely, since Du Carlo has come to Linzhou, he shouldn't think about leaving. However, when they quickly walked downstairs, they found Jiang Wanqing, who had been taken away by the police earlier, already waiting at the door. Although it was already early morning, the bar was still lively, bustling with people and a vibrant atmosphere. The girl was still wearing that tight sports outfit, hands in her pockets, blocking Su Wujie's path. She looked him over and said, You are Su, the boss of the Queen's Bar? I am Su Wujie. Major Jiang has come all the way to find me. What brings you here? Su Wujie directly pointed out her identity. I have a few friends who invested in the Oriental Beauty Club here, and they were forcibly taken away. Jiang Wanqing assessed the young man in front of her, suppressing the urge to hit him. I just came to see who has the ability to make them suffer. Su Wujie stared into her starry eyes and smirked. That's just business tactics, but it seems this isn't something a current military officer like Major Jiang should be concerned with. Jiang Wanqing replied, I'm not an ordinary active duty officer, but I'm just an ordinary bar owner. Su Wujie circled around Jiang Wanqing. If Major Jiang wants to cause me trouble, please come back tomorrow. I have an important appointment tonight. Saying this, he opened the door of an old Volkswagen Tiguan. Although this car couldn't compare to the ancient Santana, it was at least over 10 years old. Bai Shuyang is coming to Linzhou the day after tomorrow. Are you ready? Jiang Wanqing suddenly asked. Bai Shuyang was the behind-the-scenes boss of the Oriental Beauty Club, and since the club had suffered a setback in Linzhou, he would definitely come to reclaim his territory. What does that have to do with me? Su Wujie chuckled. I do business properly. What, do you capital big shots want to come and bully me? My brother was also injured by you, right? Jiang Wanqing asked again. His name is Jiang Haobing, and he studies at Linjiang University. Su Wujie, I don't know him. He found this woman annoying. The more he wanted to leave, the more she clung to him. If he delayed any longer, the Silver Moon assassins would be done for. A mocking smile appeared on Jiang Wanqing's pretty face. Dare to act but not to take responsibility. At that moment, her phone suddenly beeped. Jiang Wanqing's expression turned serious as she immediately checked the message. After reading it, her eyes filled with gravity. Boss Su, I have an important mission. Your car has been requisitioned by the capital military district. Jiang Wanqing abruptly pulled Su Wujie, who was about to get in the car, aside, then jumped into the driver's seat and sped away. This woman is crazy, running from the capital to Linzhou to steal a car? Su Wujie cursed as he watched Jiang Wanqing suddenly take his car. Xiao Peng had already driven over a domestic SUV, extending a rectangular box out of the window, waving it and shouting, "Boss, the weapon is ready." You idiot, can this thing be shown in public? Put it back. Without waiting for the car to stop, Su Wujie took a running leap and dove through the window. Xiao Yinlei huffed, you didn't take me with you. However, when she prepared to walk back, she found Mu Qianyu standing at the bar's entrance, smiling at her. Boss lady, what brings you here? Xiao Yinlei was slightly taken aback. In fact, when she was on the phone with Su Wujie earlier, Mu Qianyu had already arrived nearby. I just wanted to see what kind of choice your boss would make, Mu Qianyu said lightly, her smile far more beautiful than the myriad lights and shadows at that moment. He really is a good person. The way she said it made it seem as if Mu Qianyu already knew that Du Carlos Hunter had also arrived in Linzhou. Xiao Yinlei pursed her lips, falling into silence, unsure whether she should tell the boss's wife what the boss was actually up to. However, Mu Qianyu did not bring it up again, instead smiling gently. I won't be in Linzhou for the next few days. I need to go to the capital. Please let Sister Yinlei inform your boss of this news. Xiao Yinlei smiled and said, these words can be conveyed directly by the boss's wife. But Mu Qianyu shook her head with a smile. Recently, there have been quite a few matters for Wujie in Linzhou. I don't want him to be distracted by my affairs. After saying this, she stepped away, and as she turned, her gaze seemed to add a few more colors to the shadows of the night. Xiao Yinlei couldn't help but mutter to herself, no wonder the boss can't help but be moved. Miss Moo truly has a divine beauty. Watching that graceful figure, she smiled gently again. But is it only the boss who was moved? Xiao Peng drove the car, speeding for several kilometers before Jiang Wanqing had vanished without a trace. Boss, where are we heading now? Xiao Peng stopped the car and asked. Idiot, how could you lose her? Your driving skills are worse than a woman's, Su Wujie said with a look of disdain. In truth, it wasn't entirely Xiao Peng's fault. Jiang Wanqing's driving skills were simply too high. Even though she rarely came to Linzhou, she could still maneuver through unfamiliar streets, drifting and swerving, appearing perilous yet remaining steady. All of this indeed proved her earlier statement, I'm not an ordinary active agent. At that moment, Su Wujie's phone received another message. He opened it to find a real-time location, a red dot flashing in a certain area. This red dot indicated the position of the Silver Moon assassin. Su Wujie said, 2 kilometers away, and moving quite fast. Next to this real-time location, there was a line of small text stating, 4 Du Carlo hunters detected. Silver Moon requests ranger support. Du Carlo actually sent 4 hyenas at once. Su Wujie squinted and said, perfect, this time, let's teach them a lesson. Due to the unjust nature of Du Carlo's organization, people did not have a good impression of them, often referring to their hunters as hyenas. Before Su Wujie could give the order, Xiao Peng had already slammed on the gas. Su Wujie took the rectangular box from the back seat, checked the trajectory of the Silver Moon assassin, and then pointed ahead, take me to that building, leave the car for me, and try to catch one alive. Xiao Peng cautiously asked for clarification, does half-dead count as alive? Su Wujie's response was equally cautious, as long as there's a breath left, just don't hit too hard and kill them. The fact that he could say this indicated that Su Wujie had absolute confidence in Xiao Peng's skills. Xiao Peng repeated, got it, leave a breath. Upon reaching the building ahead, Su Wujie got out of the car with the long box, while Xiao Peng parked at the entrance and quickly ran forward. Despite his tall and sturdy frame, resembling a heavy tank, he made almost no noticeable sound while running, and his speed was astonishing. Meanwhile, the Silver Moon Organization's assassin was also moving toward this side, their speed fluctuating, sometimes pausing in place, clearly caught in a struggle. A minute later, Su Wujie arrived at the rooftop terrace. He opened the box and took out several pitch-black parts, simply assembling them, and a sniper rifle was formed. Old buddy, you haven't made your debut in Linzhou yet. Su Wujie rested the sniper rifle on the edge of the rooftop, blending into the night. Then, through the scope, he saw his old Model T1 that had been stolen. Jiang Wanqing, what a narrow road for enemies. Su Wujie grunted unhappily, his hand resting on the trigger. The car was parked in the middle of the road, the driver's door wide open, clearly indicating that Jiang Wanqing had been in a great hurry when she got out. Soon after, Su Wujie saw a figure in black sportswear rush out from a building, stumbling into the nearby underground parking garage. From the way this person was running, it was evident that they were injured. Su Wujie checked the real-time location and confirmed that this person was indeed a killer from the Silver Moon organization. At that moment, two tall men wearing baseball caps rushed out from the building. From over 200 meters away, Su Wujie couldn't see their faces clearly, but both of them were holding daggers. They were the hunters of Ducaro. Immediately after, another person burst out of the building, dressed in a tight white sports outfit, her fiery figure unmistakably identifying her as Jiang Wanqing. She leaped suddenly, her graceful form lunging forward, arms outstretched, directly knocking the two tall hunters to the ground. It seemed her urgent mission was also to pursue the Ducaro organization. After rolling on the ground, the three of them almost simultaneously got up. Jiang Wanqing's movements showed no signs of hesitation. After leaping up, she twisted her body and executed a split kick, sending one of the hunters flying. The hunter rolled on the ground twice and hadn't even had time to get up when a loud bang suddenly erupted from the rooftop across. Bang! His body jolted violently, and he fell to the ground with a scream. The hunter's abdomen had been shot open. Blood gushed out, even his intestines spilling out. Fortunately, it was already late at night, and there were almost no pedestrians around. Otherwise, that gunshot would have caused quite a panic. Jiang Wanqing was also startled by the gunfire, her attack momentarily delayed. Seeing this, the opposite hunter lunged forward, grabbing Jiang Wanqing's ankle and yanking hard. The force exceeded Jiang Wanqing's expectations, and she was pulled down to the ground. She kicked fiercely at the hunter's head, but he held onto her ankle tightly with one hand while the dagger in his other hand slashed toward Jiang Wanqing's thigh. Jiang Wanqing had received the mission on short notice and was not carrying any weapons. If she were to be cut by the dagger now, she would surely lose most of her mobility. In front of the frenzied hunter, if Jiang Wanqing got injured, the outcome was unimaginable. At that moment, gunfire rang out again from the distant rooftop. Bang! The hunter was about to stab Jiang Wanqing when his body suddenly trembled violently. Then, a desperate scream erupted. One of his legs had been shattered by a bullet. Blood sprayed out wildly from the severed thigh. Jiang Wanqing immediately withdrew, leaping up, and then her knee struck heavily against the back of the hunter's neck. The guy passed out instantly. However, with a gunshot wound to the thigh and a severed artery, this hunter probably wouldn't wake up again. Jiang Wanqing's expression turned serious as she gasped for breath, her white sports outfit splattered with blood. She looked up in the direction of the gunfire, but unfortunately, through the vast darkness, she couldn't even make out the outline of the rooftop. The shooter was clearly bold and skilled. If that last shot had been slightly off, it would have been Jiang Wanqing with the broken leg. Linzhou actually had such a powerful sniper. This was definitely not a small matter. However, at that moment, Jiang Wanqing noticed a sound of wind coming from behind her. Danger! Jiang Wanqing suddenly twisted her body to evade. Bang! A heavy punch landed hard on her shoulder. Another hunter. If Jiang Wanqing hadn't made a preemptive move, that punch would have hit the back of her head. The hunter she encountered this time was much stronger than the intelligence suggested. Jiang Wanqing was sent flying by the punch, and the hunter who attacked her took the opportunity to escape. Stop right there! After landing, Jiang Wanqing, ignoring the pain in her shoulder, immediately got up and chased after him. However, with that brief delay, the opponent had already run 30 meters away. This hunter was experienced. He knew roughly where the sniper was positioned, using cars and buildings to create shooting blind spots with every step. It was unclear whether the sniper was unable to lock onto the target, as no gunfire followed. The hunter's speed was fast, and he was getting further away, about to disappear into the vast night, and Jiang Wanqing was unable to catch up. Damn it, let one get away, Jiang Wanqing said unwillingly. At that moment, a sharp screech of brakes and a crash suddenly rang out. Bang! A domestic SUV suddenly emerged from around the corner, directly knocking the Ducaro hunter several meters away. The SUV came to a screeching halt. The driver opened the door and rolled out, his face pale and filled with panic. It was actually Su Wujie. Did I hit someone? He moved to the side of the Ducaro hunter, looked at the blood on the man's face, checked for his breath, and then, as if electrocuted, immediately pulled his hand back. Oh my god, I killed someone. He looked genuinely terrified. At this moment, Jiang Wanqing also ran over, first checking the hunter's carotid artery, discovering that his cervical spine had been deformed from the impact, and shook her head, no saving him. Then, she glanced at Su Wuji, who was slumped on the ground, and smirked, "Hey, Boss Su, it's just a matter of killing someone. Your courage doesn't seem like that of someone who dares to compete with Bai Shu Yang for the Dongfang Club. Competing for business and killing someone, are they the same thing?" Su Wuji still sat on the ground, saying, "I'm going to be sentenced. It's fine, as long as you get the victim's forgiveness, right?" Jiang Wanqing teased, "But it seems the victim is already dead. He can't forgive you now." Su Wuji looked like he was about to cry. At that moment, Jiang Wanqing picked up her phone and made a call. "Boss, I intercepted 3 Ducaro organization assassins, 2 dead, 1 seriously injured." The voice on the other end suddenly rose significantly. "As expected of our top female soldier from the top secret training department, even on vacation, you can catch terrorists. I'll apply for a commendation for you, you really are." However, before the other party could finish, Jiang Wanqing interrupted, "Boss, stop praising me, those guys were incredibly strong, and I almost couldn't handle them. If you hadn't sent a sniper to help, I might not be here." "A sniper?" The voice on the other end clearly paused. "I didn't send a sniper. You're the only one in Linzhou from the entire top secret training department." "You didn't arrange for a sniper?" Jiang Wanqing frowned. "So, does that mean the special operations team from Linjiang province is supporting me?" "The Linjiang special operations team has other tasks and didn't participate tonight." "What?" Jiang Wanqing's brows furrowed. Where did the sniper come from? Could it be the local SWAT? However, she quickly relaxed again. "Let the national security of Linjiang province handle the aftermath. I'm on vacation, so don't disturb me." "Alright, you enjoy your vacation. After all, you're the ace of the department, and I have to pamper you. But I have a good suggestion," the voice on the other end of the phone said. Jiang Wanqing snorted. "I suggest you don't suggest." The voice continued. "You're not a kid anymore. While you're on vacation, you should hurry up and find a boyfriend to take care of. No, to accompany you well." Jiang Wanqing hung up the phone directly. Su Wujie, sitting on the ground beside her, tugged at Jiang Wanqing's shoe heel, looking a bit timid. "Speaking of which, if you hadn't stolen my car, I wouldn't have had to chase you here, and that person wouldn't have died. You have to take responsibility for me. For a man at your age, that's really something," Jiang Wanqing said, lightly kicking Su Wujie. "Where did that arrogance go when you were showing off to me through the window?" She had been in the army and didn't know much about local affairs. With her personality, she wouldn't care about those family feuds, and the declining Su family was even less on her radar. So, she only heard about the notorious Su Wujie from her childhood friend Bai Shu Yang a few days ago. "You were pretty tough when you hit my brother, weren't you?" Jiang Wanqing grabbed Su Wujie's hand and pulled him up from the ground, chuckling. "You're scared to death after hitting someone. When Bai Shu Yang gets here, won't you wet your pants?" Su Wujie seemed unsettled, wiping the sweat from his forehead. "Is this Bai Shu Yang really that formidable?" Jiang Wanqing's lips curled into a slight smile, though it was hard to tell if it was teasing or mocking. "Of course he's formidable. Bai Shu Yang is known as the most ruthless young master of the capital's aristocracy, merciless and unflinching, quite terrifying." For some reason, seeing Su Wujie's cowardly demeanor lifted her spirits, and all the grievances she had suffered in the bar were gone. I want to leave here." Su Wujie looked at the corpse of the hunter and lost his balance again, leaning against the car door, unable to stop retching several times. It looked too realistic. Jiang Wanqing didn't even notice the acting involved. "Then you can leave." "I'm not stopping you," Jiang Wanqing said, crossing her arms and leaning against the car door, the curve of her arms giving a thrilling impression. Su Wujie uncertainly asked, "If I leave like this, does it count as a hit and run?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Wanqing couldn't help but want to kick him again. She held back and said, "How about this? I'll help you settle the matter of the hit and run, and you owe me a favor." Su Wujie immediately replied, "Hey, are you being reasonable? This matter was brought on by you. It can at most be considered even." However, the next second, he saw the bloodstains on Jiang Wanqing and swallowed hard, falling silent. "Then I'll take that as your agreement." Jiang Wanqing smiled. "The person you hit was an international terrorist. With me as a witness, the local police and national security in Linzhou won't make things difficult for you." "What exactly do you do?" Su Wujie asked. "Are you with national security? Or special forces?" "Something like that," Jiang Wanqing replied, "but I can't tell you." Su Wujie's mouth twitched. "With your capabilities, why do you have such an arrogant and useless brother?" After chatting with Jiang Wanqing for a bit, he suddenly felt that this girl had a pretty good personality. At least she wasn't unreasonable. Jiang Wanqing said, "What about you? You're acting so cowardly now, but you dare to compete with Fang Jingyang for women and with Bai Shu Yang for business. You seem even more arrogant than my brother." Su Wujie smiled sheepishly. "Mu Qianyu wants to use me as a shield. Do I have a choice? If you weren't in Linzhou, you probably wouldn't know how much weight the Moo family carries. If Moo Qianyu were here and heard this, she would probably scold Su Wujie for being a scumbag. Jiang Wanqing glanced at Su Wujie and surprisingly agreed. It seems there is some truth to that. At that moment, the sound of police sirens came from a distance. The national security agents had not yet arrived, but the anti-riot vehicle of the Linzhou criminal police had already pulled up. The vehicle stopped, and more than a dozen fully armed police officers jumped out. Su Wujie noticed that Park Yenhui was among them. Even with her goggles on, she couldn't hide her captivating features. Fully armed, Park Yenhui first checked Su Wujie to confirm he was unharmed before approaching Jiang Wanqing and asking, "I am Park Yenhui from the Linzhou Lakeside branch, here to assist. May I ask who is Major Jiang?" Su Wujie grinned. With only 2 people present, did she really need to ask who Jiang Wanqing was? Sister Park still needed to work on her acting skills. "It's me," Jiang Wanqing replied. The suspects currently have 2 dead and 1 seriously injured. The seriously injured one. She turned to look at the injured person in the distance, who had been shot in the stomach by Su Wujie. He had been making noise before, but now he was completely silent. Thus, Jiang Wanqing changed her statement. All 3 assassins from the Decaro organization are dead, but we are not sure if there are any that escaped. "Major Jiang, we will conduct an immediate search," Park Yenhui said. However, Jiang Wanqing patted Su Wujie on the shoulder. This citizen acted bravely, intercepting the suspect with his car, and has made a significant contribution. Su Wujie was a bit surprised by this praise. It seemed that Jiang Wanqing was truly not the type to be indifferent to right and wrong. She was much better than her brother. "Yes, I was filled with courage at that moment. Not everyone has the guts to stand up in such dangerous times. It truly deserves recognition," Su Wujie immediately replied. Jiang Wanqing shot him a sidelong glance, thinking, what a shameless person. Jiang Wanqing did not have a car in Linzhou. She continued to use the Tuareg, and Su Wujie did not voice any objections. This matter was not yet concluded. After all, the identity of that sniper, whether he belonged to a certain department in Huaxia or was a foreign mercenary, remained an unknown. However, when Jiang Wanqing returned to her room, she instinctively sniffed. While she was outside, she hadn't felt anything was wrong, but in the enclosed room, some smells became quite apparent. Jiang Wanqing looked at her right hand, brought it to her nose, and sniffed carefully. She was far too familiar with this scent. It was the unique metallic smell of firearms, and the lingering smell of gunpowder after firing. Jiang Wanqing began to recall what her hand had touched before. Besides grappling with the Ducaro assassin, she had also pulled Su Wujie up from the ground. Jiang Wanqing immediately took out her tablet from her bag and started to recall the terrain from today's battle. She quickly sketched a building, marked the sniper's position, drew the escape route of the last assassin, and indicated where Su Wujie had driven to hit the suspect. No way? Looking at this rough sketch, the image of Su Wujie's pale and terrified face surfaced in Jiang Wanqing's mind, and her gaze began to turn sharp. After Jiang Wanqing left, Su Wujie drove around, picked up Xiao Pang, and then returned to the Queen's bar. The car drove directly into the underground garage. This garage was not open to the public. To enter, one had to pass through 2 remote-controlled password doors. The reason for taking this route was that there was a barely breathing Ducaro assassin lying in the trunk. For hyenas, 3 dead, 1 captured. Xiao Pang strictly followed the order of leave only 1 breath, almost beating the assassin to death. Interrogate him well. I want to know all of Ducaro's arrangements in Huaxia. Su Wujie handed the person over to Xiao Pang and turned to go upstairs. While in the elevator, he replayed the entire process of today in his mind. However, the first image that floated into Su Wujie's mind was of Jiang Wanqing pulling him up from the ground. He raised his hand to smell it and frowned. That woman, could she have a dog's nose? However, when Su Wujie reached the door and opened it just a crack, he sniffed as well. A faint, almost imperceptible smell of blood had already wafted in. He had just called Jiang Wanqing a dog's nose, but now he was no better off. How could there be such a smell in the room? Su Wujie immediately became alert. He suddenly yanked the door open, only to find a person lying on the floor in the middle of the room. The person was wearing a black tracksuit, a baseball cap had fallen to the side, and a head of hair was stuffed into the back of the collar. Even though the sportswear was loose, the curves of her waist, back, and legs still revealed a seductive beauty. A woman? Su Wujie saw her figure and couldn't help but say, that butt is as perky as an American captain's. The other party was clearly injured, spitting out blood on the floor. Su Wujie did not immediately help her up. He suddenly thought of something and checked the real-time location on his phone. The red dot representing the Silver Moon assassin was located at the Queen's bar. Clearly, this woman in black was the fleeing Silver Moon assassin. Su Wujie felt helpless and mentally complained, "Why did you run here? I don't want to be targeted by that pack of mad dogs from Ducaro." However, the assassin spoke up. The books say that when you encounter difficulties, you shouldn't look for those you've helped before, but for those who have helped you. So I came to find you. Her voice was obviously weak, but at that moment, Su Wuji's eyes widened. What the hell, Su Jian? Su Wuji truly did not expect that this Su Jian would be a Silver Moon Organization assassin. This woman was supposed to be a highly educated returnee. Wasn't she supposed to be a doctor in Ninghai? Didn't they say that Silver Moon's assassins were only chosen from abducted orphans? Su Jian clearly had parents and a comfortable life. How could she get involved in such dangerous matters? Su Wuji couldn't help but feel that his brain was a bit overwhelmed. Hurry, help me cut my clothes open, Su Jian said with difficulty. What are you standing there for, idiot? Her current weak appearance was completely different from her previous flirtatious and charming demeanor. She wasn't wearing makeup, her face was bare, and there were bloodstains on her mouth and chin. Su Wuji immediately locked the door, pulled the curtains, and squatted beside Su Jian. Now, can you move your body? Of course, it should just be a broken rib. Su Jian winked and smiled at Su Wuji. You're really a good person, you've saved me twice now. That weak smile was quite heart-wrenching. Su Wuji said irritably, who did you offend to end up like this? If your enemies come after me, I definitely won't let you off. This guy was acting quite well, after all. Su Jian still didn't know that the sniper on site was Su Wuji. You can also not let me off now. Do whatever you want with me. Su Jian did not answer directly. If you don't want to say, then forget it. You're already so badly injured, so stop being flirtatious. Su Wuji picked up a pair of scissors and cut open Su Jian's clothes. The smooth, delicate skin of her back appeared before his eyes. There were knife wounds on her left arm and right shoulder, but fortunately, the cuts weren't deep. Su Wuji turned her over to cut open her tracksuit. This woman's figure was simply too good. Even though there were still close-fitting clothes covering the key areas, the explosive curves still boldly assaulted Su Wuji's eyes. Is it beautiful? Su Jian followed Su Wuji's gaze and looked down at her chest, asking, I always feel that carrying these two things is really a bit too cumbersome. Don't you find it heavy? Su Wuji said, as he slipped one hand under Su Jian's armpit and the other around her leg, lifting her up and carrying her into the inner bedroom, placing her on the bed. Although his words were filled with disdain, his actions were surprisingly gentle. I must be the first woman to sleep in this bed, right? Su Jian smiled. She was indeed very weak at the moment, and her smile seemed to aggravate her internal injuries, causing a trickle of blood to seep from the corner of her mouth. This bed has a woman sleeping in it every day. I change to a new one daily, Su Wuji said, taking out a medicine box from the cabinet, using tweezers to pick up a cotton ball, and starting to clean her wounds. It was unclear whether it was her low tolerance for pain or if she had completely let her guard down here, but when the alcohol brushed against her cut, Su Jian's eyes filled with tears. Don't play the victim, Su Wuji said. You didn't cry when you were hurt like this, but now you suddenly become weak with me? I'm afraid of scars, Su Jian pouted. I still need stitches. No need for stitches, Su Wuji replied, opening a white porcelain bottle and carefully pouring the powder onto her wound. Su Jian was in so much pain that she broke out in a cold sweat, and the two pieces of white, close-fitting cotton clothing were almost soaked through, becoming nearly transparent. You sweat so much, Su Wuji remarked. My sheets are all wet. Su Jian said, I've always been like this, a water doll. Su Wuji replied, you might as well just die from being so flirtatious. While speaking, he picked up a wet wipe and cleaned the blood from the corner of Su Jian's mouth and collar. There's blood on your chest too, Su Jian pointed out. Indeed, there were 2 streaks of blood extending from her neck down into the deep white valley. Your arms aren't paralyzed, wipe it yourself, Su Wuji said. In fact, at this moment, he was already struggling to maintain his composure. With something so white in front of him, it was impossible to stay calm. If he picked up the wet wipe and wiped along the valley, that would truly be crossing a line. Not at all gentle with a lady, Su Jian mumbled, her voice growing softer. In the end, she didn't wipe it herself, her head tilted, and she fell into a deep sleep. Su Wuji checked Su Jian's pulse, it was steady enough, which eased his mind a little. After covering her with a blanket, Su Wuji called for Xiao Yinlei. Wow, the first woman to lie in this bed, Xiao Yinlei exclaimed, surprised. Su Jian is so lucky. Take her to a safe place, Su Wuji said, lifting the blanket. It's a bit dangerous for her to stay here. Understood, Xiao Yinlei said, picking up Su Jian and heading to her own room. Don't worry, boss. If Major Jiang comes back, do you need me to block him? She was clever, even without asking about Su Jian's identity. She understood where the danger Su Wuji mentioned was coming from. I can handle it myself, Su Wuji replied. Jiang Wanqing is decent. If she's smart enough, she won't choose to be my enemy at this time. After Xiao Yinlei took Su Jian away, Su Wuji discarded her clothes, cleaned up the traces outside the window and in the room, even finding every strand of long hair on the bed. Looking at the time, it was already 1:30. The nightclub downstairs was still lively. Su Wuji thought for a moment, stripped down completely, and walked into the bathroom to take a shower. However, he did not close the bathroom door while showering. The scent of the shower gel spread out, filling the entire room with steam, masking all previous odors. When Su Wuji finished his shower and walked out naked, he was startled. "You, who are you?" At that moment, another figure had appeared in the room. She had changed into a tight black sports outfit, with leggings that reached mid-thigh, revealing her slightly tan long legs. Even with the tan, it was clear that this girl's skin must be very fair. It was just that long hours of exercising in shorts had caused this color difference. Her upper body was clad in a fitted t-shirt, covered by a quick-dry jacket, as she turned her back to Su Wuji. That flexible waist, that full hip shape, was simply the epitome of health, perfect to the point where one couldn't find any flaws. The girl turned around, glanced at Su Wuji with a faint smile, and said, "Boss Su, your acting is quite good." After a pause, her gaze dropped down and she added, "Oh, and your development is not bad either." It was Jiang Wanqing. "You little rascal." Su Wuji looked down at himself and shouted, "Hey, I'm covering up. What can you see?" Well, indeed, one could see something. At that moment, Su Wuji felt a mix of sadness and anger. Being barged into a room by a woman who commented on his development level was something that could make anyone furious. He could only think, this girl is not bad. Can't we have a few more like her with the same quality? Jiang Wanqing boldly sat on the sofa, looking at Su Wuji with a half-smile, and said, "Let me reintroduce myself. My name is Jiang Wanqing, serving in the capital military district. As for my current unit, forget it, it's too classified to tell you for now. I'm mainly responsible for maintaining national security from the dimension of the night." She didn't explain what the dimension of the night was. Su Wuji said irritably, "So, you barged into my room while I was showering just to give me a vague self-introduction?" Jiang Wanqing pulled out a gun from her jacket, raised it, aimed at the key area of the naked man across from her, and then placed the gun on the sofa. "I've already laid everything out for Boss Su. Don't you plan to be honest about your identity?" "What do I have to be honest about?" Su Wuji covered his lower abdomen, straightened his waist, and said, "If you're pointing a gun at me like this, do you believe I could point a gun at you too? I have a gun too, and I carry it with me. My gun barrel is much more flexible than your pistol, and it's adjustable in hardness. I can even do a quick draw." Bending over and jumping onto the bed, Su Wuji finally felt a bit safer. Jiang Wanqing watched him perform with a cold smile, remaining silent for a full minute before saying, "Why were you there? Why did you happen to run into the hunter of Ducaro? This is too coincidental to the point where it seems it shouldn't have happened." It felt like she was interrogating Su Wuji, or perhaps talking to herself. "Are you crazy? If you hadn't stolen my car, would I have chased after you there?" Su Wuji replied irritably, "And you say I killed someone? I've never even dared to kill a chicken in my life." Hearing this, Jiang Wanqing shook her head and smiled lightly. "Then what's the smell of gunpowder on you?" "What gunpowder smell?" Su Wuji replied irritably, "Can you stop throwing dirt on me?" Jiang Wanqing said, "That's the smell of guns, bullets, and gunpowder. I've fired countless times. This kind of smell can't escape my senses." "Fine, say whatever you want. I really don't know what's going on." Su Wuji shook his head and sneered, "If you want to frame me, you need some evidence, right?" Jiang Wanqing said, "Your room is filled with the scent of shower gel, and the clothes you wore today have all been thrown into the washing machine. Even if there was originally a lingering smell of gunpowder, it has now been completely eliminated. I truly can't find any evidence. If you have no evidence, then what are you even saying?" Su Wuji replied irritably, "I have a cleanliness obsession. I wash the clothes I wear every day immediately." "Is that a problem? Are you from the Western dark world?" Jiang Wanqing changed the subject abruptly. "This question seems a bit abrupt. I've really never heard of this bullshit dark world," Su Wuji said, "but many people say I'm part of the underworld. Can that also barely count as a dark world?" "Are you satisfied with that answer?" Clearly, this was not the answer Jiang Wanqing wanted. "Before coming to Linzhou, I also thought that the owner of the Queen Bar was part of the underworld, using unscrupulous means to take over the Oriental Beauty Club, but now, I've changed my mind." Jiang Wanqing gently shook her head. She saw no signs of lying in Su Wuji's expression. The so-called techniques for detecting micro-expressions of deceit all failed on this young man. "You really didn't come for the Oriental Beauty Club?" Su Wuji asked. "I'm a soldier, I shouldn't be involved in business matters, let alone this kind of nightlife business," Jiang Wanqing said. "I came to Linzhou just to watch a show." Su Wuji, watch a show? Bai Shuyang is my childhood friend and also a behind-the-scenes shareholder of the Oriental Beauty. In fact, I'm quite looking forward to how you will deal with him. Jiang Wanqing smiled gently, but now, the excitement of this show might exceed my expectations. After facing so many enemies, Jiang Wanqing still couldn't see through Su Wujie. She didn't draw any conclusions and seemed to have little interest in talking anymore, directly lying down on the sofa. Su Wujie was stunned. Hey, what are you doing? I have no place to stay in Linzhou, so I'm borrowing a few days here. Jiang Wanqing closed her eyes, using the brim of her hat to shield her face, and pointed to the luggage bag beside her. Are we that familiar? Su Wujie was completely exasperated. We're not even at the point of sharing a room. At least we can be considered comrades who fought side by side, Jiang Wanqing said straightforwardly, but if I want to see through you, I can only get a little closer. Su Wujie angrily said, bullshit comrade, that's all in your imagination. However, Jiang Wanqing completely ignored him, her breathing gradually stabilizing, as if she had already fallen asleep. Su Wujie really wanted to throw this woman from the special forces out. If this beautiful nuisance kept sticking to him, he wouldn't be able to accomplish anything. Even relieving himself would be inconvenient. Just then, bang! The situation Su Wujie at least wanted to see happened. Xiao Pang walked in. Xiao Pang, how many times have I told you, you just can't learn to knock? Su Wujie shouted angrily, didn't you see there's a woman in my room? Xiao Pang glanced at the motionless Jiang Wanqing lying on the side. I saw her, she's very beautiful. Su Wujie replied irritably, she's covering her face with a hat. Which eye of yours saw she's beautiful? Xiao Pang seriously answered, my mom taught me that women like this can have sons, and women who can have sons are all beautiful. Su Wujie looked at the area below Jiang Wanqing's waist and said, Auntie is wrong. A big butt doesn't necessarily mean she can have sons. It's a matter of genetic probability. Jiang Wanqing felt a bit warm from being looked at in a certain way, so she sat up. She looked at Xiao Pang and asked Su Wujie, tall and strong, good physique, is he your bodyguard? Su Wujie, he's my uncle. Xiao Pang? His expression froze for a moment, thinking that the boss might be joking, and then said, boss, I'll go wait for you outside. I have something to report. Xiao Pang actually used his brain. He didn't reveal anything in front of Jiang Wanqing. Clearly, he had pried open the mouth of that Decaro hunter. Su Wujie pulled on a robe and was about to go out. At that moment, Jiang Wanqing also stood up. Where are you going? Where I go is none of your business, Su Wujie said. This is my territory. I can go wherever I want. This is my personal privacy. No matter where you go, I will be with you. Jiang Wanqing smiled slightly. You have offended the Decaro organization, and they will retaliate against you. For your personal safety, I must protect you closely. To be honest, her figure was really good, and her appearance had a rare charm, but right now, Su Wujie just wanted to kick this woman away. Xiao Pang chimed in, boss, she likes you. Su Wujie glared. Which of your eyes saw that she likes me? Xiao Pang replied, my mom said, when a man pursues a woman, there's a mountain in between. When a woman pursues a man, there's only a veil. As long as a beautiful woman is willing to pursue, it's hard not to succeed. Su Wujie said irritably, is that how your aunt caught your dad back then? No, Xiao Pang said, my mom said my dad liked her mainly because she had a big butt and could bear sons. Jiang Wanqing burst out laughing. However, when she noticed Su Wujie's gaze subconsciously falling below her waist again, she quickly stopped smiling and tugged at the hem of her coat. Xiao Pang, if you have anything, report it to Manager Xiao, Su Wujie said. As long as I'm with this beautiful lady, you shouldn't disturb me. Yes, wishing the boss a son, Xiao Pang said before turning to leave. Jiang Wanqing couldn't help but chuckle. She thought Xiao Pang was a bit dull, and his words were not malicious, so she wasn't angry. Boss Su, I may not necessarily be your enemy. You should do what you need to do. There's no need to be so wary of me. Jiang Wanqing's words carried some depth. Who would believe that? Anyway, I'm upright and not afraid of shadows, Su Wujie said irritably as he lay back on the bed. Jiang Wanqing continued to sleep on the sofa, fully clothed. Aren't you going to take a shower? Su Wujie looked at her graceful yet strong figure and said, it's so unhygienic. As a woman, isn't that inappropriate? Well, he definitely wasn't trying to see Jiang Wanqing shower. He just wanted to take the opportunity to sneak out while she was bathing. Going out on missions and staying in the rainforest for a month is common, Jiang Wanqing said nonchalantly. I was stinky back then. What does this count as? However, after saying this, Jiang Wanqing's expression changed slightly. She covered her stomach and sat up. Oh no! In her eagerness to catch the Decaro assassin, she forgot that today was the day she was supposed to have her period. She hadn't taken precautions. Jiang Wanqing glanced at Su Wujie, grabbed her bag, and hurried into the bathroom. Su Wujie looked at the spot where she had just sat and couldn't help but shout angrily, you owe me for the sofa. You're extorting me. Jiang Wanqing stood opposite Su Wujie, indignantly saying, 350,000? How could your sofa possibly be that expensive? Su Wujie opened the official website image. Take a good look. Is it not exactly the same? Imported from Italy. Can't I just wash it for you? Jiang Wanqing clenched her fists. She compared the image and saw that the price and style were indeed identical, and she immediately felt a bit deflated. She didn't know if it was because her physical condition was too good, but every time she had her period, the amount was far more than other girls, almost like a hemorrhage. She cleaned herself up in the bathroom and took over an hour to come out. Now, Jiang Wanqing had changed into a pair of loose long pants and no longer wore the tight sports shorts. Instead, she washed her dirty clothes on the spot and hung them in Su Wuji's bathroom. The close-fitting ones were the same. If she weren't still thinking about the case, Major Jiang would have wanted to find a hole to hide in. Su Wuji sneered, "Can you really clean it? The outer layer of my sofa is cashmere, your blood has seeped inside." Indeed, that large patch of deep red was quite conspicuous and definitely couldn't be washed away. The inner core must have been stained as well. At times like this, Jiang Wanqing really didn't want to be a woman. 350,000 is way too expensive. Have you been scammed? This sofa doesn't even feel that great to sit on. Jiang Wanqing's confidence was clearly wavering. She wasn't without savings, especially since her grandmother's family, the Fong family, was quite wealthy. However, ever since her parents passed away, Jiang Wanqing had never taken a single penny from her grandmother's side. She had very low material desires. After all, her workplace provided meals and accommodation, and she could live quite well on her salary alone, which was a stark contrast to her brother who drove a luxury car. If her Aunt Fong Qianxue were here, she would have pulled out her phone to pay without hesitation. Even a slight frown would be a sign of disrespect towards her wealth. But Jiang Wanqing truly didn't want to spend someone else's money. "I own several bars. If I were that rich, would I buy a cheap sofa of poor quality?" "Major Jiang, if you want to dodge the bill, at least come up with a reasonable excuse," Su Wuji sneered. I didn't mean to dodge the bill." Jiang Wanqing's expression was stubborn. "I never thought about it." Su Wuji chuckled. "How about this? I've used this sofa for a few months already, so I'll give you a discount and charge you 320,000. Jiang Wanqing opened her phone and checked her savings. It wasn't that she didn't have enough, but spending such a large sum on something trivial would definitely hurt her finances, and psychologically, it felt too frustrating. However, she understood the principle of compensating for someone else's damaged property. 300,000 is the lowest I can go. Seeing Jiang Wanqing silent, Su Wuji added, "I don't want it to get out that I'm bullying a woman." Jiang Wanqing pursed her lips, thought for a long while, and then somewhat shyly said, "I have 15 days of vacation. During those 15 days, I can work as your bodyguard to offset the cost. How about that?" Upon hearing this, Su Wuji nearly jumped up. "Hey, even if you were my girlfriend for a year, that wouldn't be worth 300,000. Jerk, why am I not worth 300,000? Jiang Wanqing was also annoyed. "If I spread the word that I'm offering to be someone's girlfriend for a year, those men would." As she spoke, she caught Su Wuji's teasing gaze and realized she had lost her composure, so she immediately shut up. Su Wuji laughed and said, "Then you be my girlfriend for a year, and I won't make you pay." "You?" Jiang Wanqing was furious. She didn't want to pay this money, and there was no way she could be Su Wuji's girlfriend. Originally, she thought she would take control of the situation tonight for the case, but this damn aunt had ruined everything. What a terrible relative. In fact, dealing with a rogue, if your moral standards are too high, you will end up at a disadvantage. Just like now, if Jiang Wanqing hadn't been thinking about paying, but instead decided to dodge the bill outright, she wouldn't have found herself in this awkward situation. "Forget it, if I have to pay, then I will." Jiang Wanqing stomped her foot. "Once I return to the capital, I'll transfer the money to you. Before I go back, to prevent me from dodging the bill, you can keep me by your side." "Goodness." Su Wuji's eyes widened. "Keep you by my side? Major Jiang, you have quite a thick skin." Jiang Wanqing huffed. It's all thanks to Boss Su's good teaching." Su Wuji said, "To prevent you from dodging the bill, give me a 20,000 deposit first." "Fine, I'll give it." Jiang Wanqing thought about how she was doing this to find out the whereabouts of that sniper and gritted her teeth. "Let's add WeChat, and I'll transfer it to you." A 20,000 deposit was much more acceptable than 300,000. Su Wuji opened the friend add interface. "Here, this is my secondary account, add it." "I want to add your main account," Jiang Wanqing said. "Main account is off limits. The secondary account is for flirting. You can add it or not." Su Wuji clearly knew Jiang Wanqing wouldn't leave. "Alright then." Jiang Wanqing could only scan the code to add him, and then her pretty face immediately showed her disdain. "Your name is really disgusting. How could anyone have such a WeChat name?" Su Wuji looked innocent. "What's disgusting about this name? I just like the taste of this kind of guava." His little account was named turkey-flavored guava. Jiang Wanqing then realized she had read it wrong. She stamped her foot. "You did it on purpose." Su Wuji sneered. It's you who isn't pure." Jiang Wanqing felt powerless to refute. How did she get involved with such a weirdo? Not only had she made such a huge fool of herself, but she also felt like she could explode at any moment. Facing so many ruthless enemies before, she had never felt as helpless as she did now. I've transferred the 20,000 deposit to you, Jiang Wanqing said. I'll stay by your side for over 10 days, and when I return to the capital, I'll transfer the remaining 280,000 to you. After giving him 20,000, Jiang Wanqing finally felt a bit more confident when she spoke. Su Wuji accepted the money and then called Xiao Yinlei. You and Xiao Pang come to my room and take this sofa away and throw it out. Xiao Yinlei already knew that an uninvited guest had come to the boss's room. In fact, while Jiang Wanqing was in the bathroom washing up and changing pants, Su Wuji had already told her everything that was happening here. Under Xiao Yinlei's arrangement, the captive from the Dakara organization had already been moved, and Su Jiayan definitely wouldn't show up before her injury healed. As soon as Xiao Yinlei and Xiao Pang entered Su Wuji's room, they were startled by the red stain on the sofa. Being a woman herself, Xiao Yinlei knew just how terrifying that amount was. She hesitated for a moment and asked, Miss Jiang, would you like me to make you some yam, red date, and black rice porridge? Thank you, I'm not hungry, Jiang Wanqing replied. She was already full of anger. It's not that I'm afraid you might be hungry, Xiao Yinlei said with a genuinely concerned expression. I just want to help replenish your blood. Ah, no need. Jiang Wanqing realized and suddenly felt extremely embarrassed, her face turning bright red. It was as red as her backside an hour ago. Su Wuji was laughing so hard he was in pain. Jiang Wanqing suddenly wanted to silence this guy. Why was she so dedicated? Why was she sticking to a man at night to investigate a case? Otherwise, how could she have lost so much money? How could she have faced social death? At that moment, Xiao Pang walked in, looked at the bloodstained sofa, then at Jiang Wanqing, who could still bear children, and asked seriously, Miss Jiang, are you injured? Ha 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 ha. Su Wuji laughed until tears came out. Jiang Wanqing felt like she wanted to bang her head against the wall. Xiao Pang was still waiting for an answer. Su Wuji finally managed to stop laughing. Miss Jiang isn't injured. Xiao Pang was confused. Then how could there be so much blood? It looks like quite a serious wound. Jiang Wanqing. She felt like she might as well jump off a building. Xiao Yinlei covered her mouth and chuckled. Xiao Pang, take the sofa out, and tomorrow we'll go buy a new one. Xiao Pang effortlessly lifted the blood-stained sofa. However, just as he was about to leave, he asked, Boss, are we buying this kind of 800 yuan imitation sofa tomorrow? 800 yuan? Imitation? Jiang Wanqing was taken aback. The room instantly filled with a murderous aura. For an 800 yuan sofa, you asked me for 300,000. Bastard. Su Wuji smiled awkwardly. Well, I only took a 20,000 deposit from you. Can't I just forget about the rest? The next second, Jiang Wanqing jumped onto the bed, straddled Su Wuji's waist, grabbed his neck, and shouted, Return the money, or I'll strangle you. Jiang Wanqing had never encountered such a shameless businessman in her life. How could he dare to make her pay 300,000 for something worth 800? This guy had pretended to be a good person before, saying the sofa had been used for a few months and wiped off the 35,000 remainder. Truly shameless. His two subordinates were also quite the oddballs. Their seemingly caring words made Jiang Wanqing feel embarrassed to face anyone. Jiang Wanqing was riding on Su Wuji's waist, wishing she could strangle this guy right there. The repeatedly broken defenses of Major Jiang now made her look like a Persian cat with its claws out. If someone familiar with her saw this frenzied scene, they would probably be shocked enough to drop their eyeballs. When had Major Jiang ever been this intimate with a man? This action was indeed too ambiguous. Even with a blanket between them, it sparked endless imagination. With her weight pressing down, Su Wuji instinctively wanted to straighten his back, but thought better of it. Otherwise, he feared for his life. I'll pay you back. Is that not enough? Su Wuji hurriedly grabbed his phone and started operating it. In fact, while it looked like Jiang Wanqing was choking him, she wasn't using much strength. But Su Wuji couldn't handle her sitting on him. With her thighs so firm and perky, a virgin who had only seen pigs run but never eaten pork couldn't withstand such pressure. Hurry and pay me back, or I really will strangle you. Jiang Wanqing was too worked up to realize her position was inappropriate. Su Wuji replied, Okay, don't crush me. His mind was so muddled that he misheard Choka's squeeze. Just as Su Wuji was about to input his password, his phone suddenly rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, his expression changed, and he immediately answered. The voice on the other end was urgent and excited. Boss, we have news about Fenjia. All these years, she and a few accomplices have been hiding in Jinyang. Jinyang was about a 3-hour drive from Linzhou. Su Wuji narrowed his eyes. Send me her location. Saying this, he grabbed Jiang Wanqing's shoulders and suddenly thrust his hips, throwing her off him. The force of this action was quite strong, and Jiang Wanqing was caught off guard, landing on the floor. Everyone assemble. Su Wuji shouted fiercely, go to Jinyang and catch them. Xiao Pang and Xiao Yinlei immediately rushed out. Hey, what's wrong with you? Jiang Wanqing shouted, you haven't paid me yet. However, after shouting that, she realized she was actually sitting on the ground. Su Wuji's sudden burst of strength was a bit too much. Jiang Wanqing was extremely confident in her own skills. She knew how strong her core strength was. Originally, being on top of Su Wuji put her in an absolute advantage, so how could he just throw her off? A serious look appeared in Jiang Wanqing's eyes. At that moment, she was certain her intuition was right. That sniper rifle must be related to Su Wuji. I have to get to the bottom of this. Jiang Wanqing gritted her teeth. Perhaps due to her profession, or perhaps because she had been cheated out of money, Jiang Wanqing really wanted to arrest Su Wuji on the spot for illegal possession of a firearm. By the time Jiang Wanqing rushed downstairs, more than 20 cars were already parked outside the bar. The efficiency of this assembly was too high. It was almost 3 in the morning, and the Queen Bar was still open, but all the security and male staff had hurriedly come out and quickly got into their cars. The Queen is closing, taking a day off tomorrow, not open for business, Xiao Yinlei said through the intercom. As her words fell, the entire bar instantly lost power. The colorful lights went out immediately, and what was once a spectacular nightclub turned pitch black in the blink of an eye. The guests inside were all stunned, but they didn't think much of it, assuming it was a sudden power outage. Jiang Wanqing began to feel curious. What could possibly make the entire Queen Bar stop doing business? What could cause such a change in Su Wuji? Jiang Wanqing felt that the killing intent that had previously emanated from Su Wuji was truly familiar. It was the scent of gunpowder that only seasoned warriors could exude. Her heart was indeed filled with curiosity, but she didn't dwell on it any longer and immediately jumped into the domestic off-road vehicle, taking a seat in the back row next to Su Wuji. When Su Wuji saw Jiang Wanqing get in, he didn't rush her away. It's good that you're here, it adds another strength. Jiang Wanqing said, I've already mentioned that I'll be following you for the next 10 days. However, Su Wuji didn't joke any further. His expression was filled with intense seriousness. This expression, this aura, Jiang Wanqing had never seen in the previous Su Wuji. This guy definitely had secrets. What exactly is going on? Jiang Wanqing changed her tone. Can you tell me in advance? She could see that the waitstaff and bar security who got in the car with them were all elites. Not to mention that they were clearly a cut above the security hired by other bars. Even those professional security companies couldn't compare. Xiao Yinlei sat in the passenger seat and took over the conversation. The boss has been investigating this matter for 2 years, and it finally has a result. 2 years? And this case has been filed by the Public Security Bureau for over 20 years, but the investigation has stagnated, Xiao Yinlei said. It's the case of Sister Fun's human trafficking ring. Sister Fun? Jiang Wanqing's eyes widened in shock. No wonder she felt a strong sense of familiarity when she heard that name from Su Wuji's phone call. Jiang Wanqing knew that a trafficker named Sister Fun had abducted over 60 children and more than 20 young women. Over the years, several victims had come forward to accuse her, yet Sister Fun had remained at large. During the abduction process, when faced with disobedient or low-value children, Sister Fun would either abandon them directly or strangle them on the spot, disposing of their bodies in the mountains. Her crimes were heinous. Due to the long passage of time, the Public Security Bureau only had a vague sketch of Sister Fun. Even with a nationwide manhunt, they had never managed to capture her. The boss has never given up, Xiao Yinlei said. Fortunately, today we finally have a result. At this moment, the familiar charm and allure that had once surrounded her had diminished significantly, replaced by a coldness that had almost never appeared in her before. Jiang Wanqing glanced at Su Wuji and didn't say anything more. With her work experience, she naturally knew how much manpower and financial resources such a nationwide investigation would require. She hadn't expected that a rogue boss from a nightlife venue was quietly doing this. Suddenly, Jiang Wanqing didn't want to ask for her 20,000 yuan back. Boss, Li Chaosheng is on the line, Xiao Yinlei said. Put it on speaker. Su Wuji didn't choose to avoid Jiang Wanqing. Boss, we've confirmed that the current Sister Fun is hiding in Xiyang Town, Jinyang City. Her name is now Han Guilan, 62 years old, and she has been running a restaurant for many years. Several of her former accomplices work at this restaurant, posing as waitstaff and chefs, and the business is doing quite well. I suspect that this restaurant has existed for so many years as a transit point for the previous human trafficking. Li Chaosheng continued, in a child abduction case that occurred 2 years ago, the trail went cold when it reached Jinyang City. This group should still be continuing their trafficking activities. Jiang Wanqing had a deep impression of the abduction case from 2 years ago. Now that the internet was developed, that pair of parents often posted help videos online, which were heart-wrenching, making one wish to tear the traffickers apart. Good, Su Wuji said in a deep voice, don't alert the enemy, wait for me to arrive. Jiang Wanqing clenched her fist and said, Boss Su, in this matter, You are like a living bodhisattva. Then I'm far from it. Su Wuji shook his head slightly. I'm just doing what I can. Impressive, Jiang Wanqing said. She couldn't understand, nor did she want to think about why a person could have such a stark contrast in demeanor. Unless he was inherently a good person, merely hiding that kind side with his acting skills. Major Jiang is willing to help me, which is actually a good thing. At least I can have a few words explained to the police later. Su Wuji smiled. This doesn't count as provoking trouble. Helping you explain is unnecessary, Jiang Wanqing replied. Su Wuji raised an eyebrow. You hold a grudge like that? Because I can help you with something else. As she spoke, Jiang Wanqing picked up the phone and dialed a number. Once connected, she said, this is the Confidential Operations Training Department, Major Jiang Wanqing, requesting the mobilization of the Special Operations Team from Linjiang Province for fire support. Location, Jinyang City, Xi'an Town. Linzhou and Jinyang are both prefecture-level cities in Linjiang Province, both economically developed. However, the northern part of Jinyang is mountainous, and Xi'an Town is a rural town in the mountains, but it holds a very important geographical position located at the junction of Linjiang Province and Xizang Province. A mountain road connects the two provinces, and trucks traveling north and south often pass through Xi'an Town to save on highway fees. The Guilan Hotel is located next to this road and also offers accommodation. At this time, it was already 7 in the morning, and the group had not slept all night. All the hotels along the mountain road had already opened for business, with large trucks parked by the roadside. Long-distance drivers, having driven all night, often choose to have breakfast and rest their feet in Xi'an Town. Su Wuji said, we'll drive in first, and the other vehicles will stand by on the outskirts. Have you all memorized the suspect's appearance? Xiao Yinlei replied, Boss, all the subordinates have memorized it for 2 years, ensuring we won't mistake anyone. Jiang Wanqing, listening from the side, was secretly astonished. They had prepared for this day for 2 years. Clearly, Su Wuji had involved all his subordinates in this matter. Good, don't let a single one escape. Su Wuji narrowed his eyes. It can't just be those few accomplices. This is a criminal organization, and today, we will uproot it. The Linjiang Special Operations Team will arrive in 10 minutes. Jiang Wanqing glanced at Su Wuji. You can take command. This Special Operations Team was a branch of the Confidential Operations Training Department in Linzhou, with all members selected from elite special forces. At this moment, Jiang Wanqing was actually going to hand over command of this team directly to Su Wuji? Isn't this a violation of discipline? Su Wuji asked in surprise. The so-called discipline is not more important than the lives of children, Jiang Wanqing said, taking out 2 communication devices from her bag and handing one to Su Wuji. Clip this to your collar, you can give orders through this at any time. There are a total of 24 people, including the assault team and the sniper team. She knew that transferring command was against the rules, but Jiang Wanqing believed that Su Wuji had prepared for this day for so long, so he must have simulated operations many times, with many details already in place. Thank you, Su Wuji then said to Xiao Yinlei, Yinlei, you and I will go to the Guilan Hotel first to check the situation. I'll go with you, Jiang Wanqing volunteered. In her view, her skills should be stronger than that of this mature sister in a qipao. If a real fight broke out, she could help. Alright, Su Wuji didn't refuse and continued to Xiao Yinlei, then you take my gear and find a suitable position to wait. If anyone dares to come out and resist, take them out directly. Directly take them out. As soon as the command was issued, it undoubtedly proved that Su Wuji was the mysterious sniper from last night. Yes, Xiao Yinlei got out of the car, took a long box from the trunk, and with her long legs, quickly disappeared from view. Jiang Wanqing found it hard to believe. Boss Su, are you really saying this right in front of me? After all, whether it was holding a sniper rifle or issuing a kill order, both were illegal. Have you forgotten? We are comrades now. Su Wuji glanced at the distant Guilan Hotel and said lightly, you wouldn't want to arrest your comrades first, would you? But you want Manager Xiao to shoot and kill someone. Su Wuji replied, these human traffickers deserve to die 100 times. The current laws are far too lenient for them. Jiang Wanqing was a bit anxious, but no matter what, if you shoot and kill someone privately, you will have to bear legal responsibility afterward. Su Wuji looked at her and patted her thigh. That's why I didn't refuse your special operations team's support. Jiang Wanqing immediately understood. Su Wuji wanted the special operations team to take the blame for the sniper rifle. He must know that the power of this top-secret unit is frighteningly large, and during missions, they could easily shoot first and report later. Jiang Wanqing looked deeply at Su Wuji, shocked by his meticulous thinking. She didn't hesitate much. Alright, all the bullets fired from that gun just now will be counted on the heads of the Linjiang Special Operations Team snipers. Reasonable and very understanding. Su Wuji smiled, thank you, it's good that you're not a pedantic woman. This was the first smile he had shown in the several hours of driving. Jiang Wanqing took the conversation further. but I also feel a chill down my spine about your actions." The two got out of the car, and a middle-aged man stepped out of a nearby van. "Boss," he said in a low voice, "I've had people keep an eye on the home addresses of several accomplices." This man was Li Xiaosheng, who had spoken with Su Wuji earlier. He looked very plain, with a crew cut and a straight back. Jiang Wanqing glanced at his right hand. There were quite a few calluses on his fingers and the area around his thumb. She was very familiar with the distribution of these calluses, because she had them too. "Alright, you take people to block the other end of the town and wait for my orders," Su Wuji said. "Yes." Li Xiaosheng then climbed back into the van. "Is he a veteran?" Jiang Wanqing asked. "An old scout from the Southwest Military Region, has fought with monkeys," Su Wuji replied. Jiang Wanqing understood that the monkeys Su Wuji referred to were people from a certain country. Impressive, a senior. Jiang Wanqing's surprise grew. Such old scouts who had been on the battlefield were treasures in special forces. Even ordinary generals might not be able to command them, yet Li Xiaosheng obeyed Su Wuji's orders without question, clearly convinced by this young boss. Su Wuji and Jiang Wanqing walked to the entrance of the Guilan Hotel. Outside, a middle-aged man in his 40s was frying dough sticks. Seeing the pair approach, he called out, "Are you two here for breakfast? We have everything here, and you can rest if you're tired. The rooms are very clean." Jiang Wanqing glanced at Su Wuji, her eyes holding a hint of vigilance, but her smile had a playful tone. "Honey, I'm hungry, these dough sticks smell so good." The source of Jiang Wanqing's vigilance was simple. On the way here, she had already memorized this face from the photos on her phone. This was one of the main accomplices of Finjie's criminal group. Even though this person looked a bit different from the previous photos, she recognized him at a glance. Su Wujie saw Jiang Wanqing being so cooperative and said, "Alright, let's eat here. Next time when I drive, you mustn't be so mischievous in the passenger seat. Stop reaching over, it's exhausting me." The man frying the youtiao next to them revealed a knowing smile that men understand, then he stared at Jiang Wanqing, glancing at her a few more times. That gaze was like assessing prey. Jiang Wanqing pinched Su Wujie, looking like a young couple teasing each other, but only Su Wujie knew that her pinch was quite hard. 2 bowls of salty soy milk, 2 youtiao, and 2 baskets of soup dumplings, Su Wujie ordered and then pulled Jiang Wanqing to sit down. "What time is it? How can you make such jokes?" Jiang Wanqing whispered, giving Su Wujie a glare. Su Wujie leaned in close and said softly, "That guy frying youtiao is looking at you in a very inappropriate way." Jiang Wanqing thought for a moment. His smile is indeed not sincere. Su Wujie pointed to the 5-story building behind the restaurant, which was the accommodation area of the Guilan Hotel. "You came here alone, something might happen." A cold light surged in Jiang Wanqing's eyes as she emphasized in a low voice, "They dare." She understood Su Wujie's meaning. There were many mail drivers coming in and out of the accommodation area behind the hotel, and the business was clearly much better than other inns. It was obvious that there was a high probability of forced prostitution happening there. Su Wujie looked at her face, which was both spirited and charming, paused for a few seconds, and then said, "They dare, because you are too beautiful." Jiang Wanqing lowered her head, no longer meeting Su Wujie's gaze. She certainly didn't think he was trying to flirt with her at that moment, but for those women who had been kidnapped and sold, being beautiful might be the original sin that led to their tragic lives. At that moment, Su Wujie slightly lowered his head, his lips close to the communicator tucked in his collar, and said, "Now, the Linjiang Special Operations Team is under my command. The assault team is blocking the main roads of Xi'an Town, and the sniper team is in position, watching the Guilan Hotel. They can shoot freely, there's no need to capture anyone alive." Jiang Wanqing watched Su Wujie issue commands with authority, feeling that he was very professional, as if it wasn't his first time commanding such an operation, almost like he came from a special forces background. But, no need to capture anyone alive. Jiang Wanqing knew this order was against regulations, but after thinking about it, she surprisingly did not voice any objections. At that moment, the man frying youtiao shouted, "The youtiao is ready, come and get it." Su Wujie said, "I'll go get it." Just as he was about to take the youtiao, their 2 bowls of salty soy milk were served at the table in the restaurant hall. Seeing the woman bringing the dishes, Jiang Wanqing instinctively tensed up. Even though the woman was wearing a mask, it was still evident that she had a gaunt face, high cheekbones, downturned eyes, and silver hair. The bangs on her forehead concealed her sinister gaze. It was Finjie, who had been on the run for many years. Upon seeing this, Su Wujie directly lifted his foot and kicked the edge of the frying pot. The pot of boiling oil was immediately overturned. The scalding oil splashed all over the middle-aged accomplice's head and face. It was a face that looked filled with malice. Even though the old photos were blurry, and even after many years, her hair was longer and she was thinner than before, Su Wujie and Jiang Wanqing still recognized her at a glance. This woman was indeed Finjie. Su Wujie kicked over the frying pot, and the middle-aged man began to cover his face and scream, rolling on the ground in agony. Everyone eating turned to look over. However, the highly experienced Fenjie did not attract attention. She merely glanced this way and turned to walk inside. Jiang Wanqing would not allow this situation to happen. She reached out and grabbed Fenjie's shoulder. However, Fenjie unexpectedly pulled a knife from her pocket and turned to slash at Jiang Wanqing's neck. This woman, over 60 and thin as a rail, possessed skills beyond that of an ordinary person, with reflexes and alertness that far exceeded the norm. However, her lethal move might have been effective against other ordinary people, but in Jiang Wanqing's eyes, it was far too slow. She merely sidestepped and dodged the dagger, then her right leg shot up, landing a heavy kick into Fenjie's ribs. Crack! Crack! At least 3 of Fenjie's ribs broke. She completely lost her balance, sent flying 3 meters away, crashing heavily into a dining table. Yet even in such pain, she still clutched the dagger tightly. "Dare to come to Xi'ang town, I'll kill you all," Fenjie shouted. Her voice was sharp and vicious, filled with a strong sense of malice. Just as Jiang Wanqing was about to step forward to restrain Fenjie, Su Wuji's figure appeared in front of her. Su Wuji grabbed Fenjie's hair and yanked her up suddenly. "Who will kill whom?" Su Wuji said, then seized Fenjie's head and slammed it down onto the table. Bang! 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 1 hit, 2 hits, 3 hits. Fenjie could no longer hold onto the knife, and it fell to the ground. However, Su Wuji did not stop, continuing to pull her hair, lifting her up and smashing her down again. He struck her down a dozen times until the entire wooden table was smashed to pieces. Fenjie was covered in blood, unconscious. The arrogance she had shown earlier was completely gone. Yet, this was not the end. Su Wuji picked up a table leg and swung it down hard onto Fenjie's ankle. The ankle was immediately shattered, visibly deformed. With such an injury, even if she regained consciousness, she would have no way to escape. Jiang Wanqing did not stop Su Wuji. She understood the anger in this young man's heart. At that moment, more than a dozen strong men burst out from the backyard. Su Wuji fixed his gaze on the group and shouted into the communicator, "Assault team and sniper team, be alert. If any suspects attempt to breach the checkpoint, do not ask questions, just shoot." He issued another command to the Special Operations Team of Linjiang Province. After all, with the fight breaking out and the main culprit Fenjie captured, the other members of the gang would likely scatter. Bang! Before Su Wuji's words had even finished, gunfire erupted outside. A man got into a car, trying to force his way through the checkpoint, and Xiao Yinlei's sniper rifle fired directly, shattering the driver's side window and taking the man's life. Meanwhile, the security and staff from the Queen's Bar, armed with batons and daggers, charged into the town. A large-scale capture operation had fully unfolded. The momentum was like driving a tiger to swallow a wolf. However, Su Wuji's approach to the capture differed from the police's. They directly engaged, incapacitating the opponent before capturing them. As for those who accidentally got killed, well, they were dead, and the follow-up would be handled by the boss. At this moment, facing the more than a dozen strong men rushing out from the backyard, Jiang Wanqing was the first to move. Her long, elastic legs kicked one man down, then she knocked another out with a punch. Every single one who was hit by her attack lost their combat ability on the spot. Jiang Wanqing's explosive power was astonishing, and her strikes targeted vital points known only to special forces, making her attacks incredibly effective. However, after she took down 6 or 7 people, the entire restaurant fell silent. At Su Wuji's feet lay more than 10 men. His efficiency in incapacitating them was even higher than Jiang Wanqing's as a special forces soldier. Each of those men was left with broken bones. Jiang Wanqing was somewhat surprised but did not ask further. Instead, she said, "They have quite a few people. Let's split up and act. You keep an eye on Fenjie. I'll go catch them." Su Wuji shouted, simultaneously pulling out a baton from his waist and throwing it over. "Okay." Jiang Wanqing caught the baton and responded. Faced with Su Wuji's command, she did not argue or interfere. However, what surprised Jiang Wanqing slightly was the continuous gunfire outside, which was even quite dense for a few minutes. "Special Operations Team, report the situation." She couldn't help but ask, "Major Jiang, there are quite a few people trying to break through. More than a dozen of them even have handguns and rifles," a member of the Special Operations Team reported. Upon hearing the number of firearms, Jiang Wanqing completely understood that this town was a major hub providing shelter for the human trafficking industry. She had no idea how many people were involved. Over the years, the real number of trafficking cases must be far greater than the official statistics. Under attack, those traffickers would surely fight to the death. In this situation, Jiang Wanqing realized that the personnel Su Wuji brought might not be enough, and they would inevitably face significant resistance. So she said, "Special Operations Team, when facing escape and resistance, show no mercy, shoot to kill, and I will take responsibility for the explanation afterward." Jiang Wanqing came from a special forces background, Although she would not kill innocents indiscriminately, she was never a rigid person and would not amplify the danger to herself and her companions for the sake of so-called discipline. Just like today, if it were someone who only had a sense of justice or strictly followed the law, they would probably have arrested Su Wuji first. Jiang Wanqing had never considered whether she might be punished for going along with Su Wuji's madness. At that moment, a dozen scantily clad girls ran out from the accommodation area behind the Guilan Hotel. They were panicking, with men chasing and shouting behind them. Seeing this, Jiang Wanqing directly pulled out the baton Su Wuji had given her and charged forward. After a few simple strikes, all the pursuers had their legs broken and collapsed to the ground. "Please, save us, take us away from here. If we stay any longer, we will really be killed. We get caught every time we try to run," the girls cried out to Jiang Wanqing. Some even knelt before her, repeatedly bowing their heads. They wore very little clothing, and it was clear to see the bruises from beatings, with marks from ropes around their wrists and ankles. Seeing this scene, Jiang Wanqing felt a fire burning in her chest. "Don't worry, from today on, it will be fine." Jiang Wanqing held one girl's hand and said earnestly. She then looked at Finjia, who had been knocked unconscious by Su Wuji, her eyes filled with disgust. "Do you recognize her?" Jiang Wanqing asked. "It's her, she's the boss here." "That old woman." A girl pointed at Finjia, trembling uncontrollably. Clearly, this old woman had brought them immense fear. Jiang Wanqing walked over with the baton, striking Finjia's ribs and arms several times, each hit accompanied by the sound of cracking bones. This was not her usual way of doing things. After all, the suspect had already lost the ability to move. However, whether it was due to being influenced by Su Wuji or the situation at the scene, Jiang Wanqing now only wanted to use this disciplinary violation to seek a small measure of justice for those victims. An hour later, the battle in Xiyang town was basically over. The number of armed resistors shot dead by the Special Operations Team of Linjiang Province reached 12, and in addition, 6 more attackers wielding knives were killed by Xiao Yinlei's gunfire. Those who were incapacitated numbered around 60 to 70. If the city police had come to the town to arrest people without sufficient preparation of firearms, they would have suffered greatly. Even Su Wuji underestimated the enemy's strength this time. More than 80 young girls were rescued from a hotel near the mountain road, along with 7 toddlers aged 2 or 3 who had not yet been sold. A shocking number. The police forces from the Jiang Province Department and the Jinyang City Bureau had been deployed on a large scale, and the Municipal Bureau from the provincial capital, Linzhou, also sent criminal police for support, with police lights flashing everywhere. Jiang Wanqing sat on a hillside, glancing at the lined-up suspects being taken away, then at the young man beside her, covered in dust and blood. He was using a wet wipe to clean the dried blood on his hands, his short hair tousled by the morning mountain breeze, exuding a wildness and vitality that Jiang Wanqing had never seen in those young masters from noble families. At that moment, her Aunt Fang Qianxue sent a message. "So, are there any handsome guys in Linzhou that catch your eye?" Jiang Wanqing looked up at Su Wuji, then lowered her head to reply, "It seems there really is one." After a fierce battle, there was so much to do: searching, capturing, interrogating, taking statements, and helping the children find their parents. The aftermath was overwhelming. Moreover, the human trafficking group in Xiyang town had grown so large that it was hard to say there wasn't foreign assistance involved. Jiang Wanqing kept her word and took on all the explanation work afterward. As a result, the Jiang Province Department did not make things difficult for Su Wuji, but the cleanup at the scene took 2 days and nights. With all the elite forces deployed, the Queen Bar was closed for a full 2 days. The loss for such a booming nightclub from just 1 day of closure was unimaginable, yet Su Wuji was willing to bear that loss to capture Finjie. Jiang Wanqing noticed all of this. When the 20 or so cars from the Queen began their return journey, Su Wuji's subordinates, though exhausted, were all in high spirits. Many of them were injured, some even shot, but it did not dampen their good mood at all. After all, taking down the human trafficking den in Xiyang town and capturing the heinous Finjie was truly a great achievement. Jiang Wanqing hardly spoke during the journey, appearing to rest her eyes, but she was far from sleepy. She had participated in countless enemy elimination missions, and while the danger of capturing Finjie was not among the highest, it was the most shocking experience for Jiang Wanqing. The scenes of those girls expressing their endless gratitude and the parents of the children kneeling and crying before her continued to resonate deeply within her. Jiang Wanqing glanced at the man sitting beside her, and her sense of shock deepened. Just before getting into the car, the Jiang TV station contacted the head of the Jiang Province Department to understand the entire process of the operation to capture Finjie. However, the department head did not immediately step forward for an interview but chose to introduce Su Wuji to the TV reporters. Clearly, their relationship was not unfamiliar. Yet, faced with such a coveted opportunity for exposure that many sought, Su Wuji directly chose to refuse. "What are you thinking about?" Su Wuji glanced at Jiang Wanqing, and they happened to lock eyes. "Are you secretly peeking at me?" attracted by my profile? Jiang Wanqing replied, why don't you want to accept the interview? Hiding your achievements and fame? The host is a woman, Su Wuji grinned and said, I'm afraid she'll fall in love with me. Jiang Wanqing didn't believe that flimsy excuse, but she's the top host of Jiang TV. How many people wish they could be interviewed by her even once? Su Wuji looked outside. We're approaching a service area, let's stop and take a break. I need to wash my face. Jiang Wanqing happened to want to go to the restroom. By the way, after 2 busy days, I was afraid you wouldn't have enough supplies, so I had someone buy you some before we got in the car. Su Wuji said, pulling a large green eco bag from the trunk and stuffing it into Jiang Wanqing's arms. What did you buy? Jiang Wanqing asked as she opened the bulging eco bag. A large bag full of various brands of sanitary products. Day use, night use, and even adult diapers. Jiang Wanqing's pretty face immediately turned bright red, and the embarrassing scene of staining the sofa red resurfaced in her mind. Although she was extremely embarrassed, Jiang Wanqing still politely said, this. Thank you. You're welcome, mainly I was afraid you'd dirty my car, Su Wujie replied. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wanqing felt like she could strangle Su Wujie. She raised her hand and grabbed his neck. You still haven't paid me back. Originally, she had no intention of making him pay back after he caught the human trafficker, but did he really have to bring up old matters? Su Wujie laughed heartily despite being choked. Major Jiang has a really good figure. At that moment, Jiang Wanqing realized that in her attempt to choke Su Wujie, she had pressed half her body against him. Her thigh and chest were already touching him. Jiang Wanqing immediately sat back in her original position, her face slightly flushed and silent. When the car stopped at the service area, before Jiang Wanqing could make it to the restroom, her phone rang. Looking at the caller ID, it was her childhood friend, Bai Shuyang. Oh no, I forgot about him. Jiang Wanqing's heart sank. Initially, she had come to Linzhou with a mindset of watching the show, indifferent to whether Bai Shuyang or Su Wujie won. However, after 2 days of deep interaction with Su Wujie, she genuinely didn't want to see this conflict happen. Wanqing, I've arrived in Linzhou, Bai Shuyang said. I'm with Haobing right now. I heard he got beaten up by that guy with the surname Su, and I'm here to help him get back at him. Hearing that her useless brother was also there, several black lines appeared on Jiang Wanqing's forehead. Her expression then became a bit serious. Bai Shuyang, let Jiang Haobing take the call. As childhood friends, Bai Shuyang instinctively sensed that Jiang Wanqing's tone was a bit off. He handed the phone to Jiang Haobing, who said, Sis, brother Shuyang is here to take revenge for me. That guy with the surname Su is dead meat. When are you getting here? Jiang Wanqing turned to look at Su Wujie, who was bending over the sink, washing the dust off his face. Jiang Haobing, from now on, return your big G to auntie immediately, Jiang Wanqing said in a deep voice. If you keep being so arrogant, you'll ruin our parents' reputation. Jiang Haobing was stunned. Sis, what are you talking about? I got beaten up. You're not helping me get back at them, and you're here to criticize me? Jiang Wanqing's tone grew heavier. In the past, I always thought that since our parents are gone, Grandma and the others spoiled you, it was fine. But now, you're an adult. You can't be so ungrateful. Bai Shuyang took the phone back. Wanqing, after all, Haobing is our brother. He got beaten by that guy with the surname Su, and my business was also taken by this guy. Being stepped on by a kid from Linzhou is embarrassing for us, the children of the capital's courtyard. People will laugh at us if this gets out. Jiang Wanqing's voice turned cold. Bai Shuyang, do you and Jiang Haobing still remember that you are from the courtyard? Hearing this, Bai Shuyang was taken aback. Wanqing, what do you mean? Bai Shuyang, Jiang Wanqing said seriously, don't lead Jiang Haobing astray, or I won't spare you. At that moment, the aura of the big sister of the courtyard re-emerged. Bai Shuyang felt a bit embarrassed. Fine, let's talk when I see you, but I've lost quite a bit. I need to get some revenge. After saying that, he actually hung up the phone. A bad premonition arose in Jiang Wanqing's heart. Su Wujie had finished washing his face and cheerfully said, why the serious expression? Are you having a meltdown again? Jiang Wanqing glared at him. If you bring this up again, I'll strangle you. After saying that, she turned and walked towards the bathroom, still holding a pack of white vampires that Su Wujie had bought. However, when Jiang Wanqing came out, her phone rang again. A message came in, notifying her that she had received a transfer. 20,000. Hey, didn't you say you wouldn't pay me back? Jiang Wanqing caught up with Su Wujie and said, what, did your conscience finally kick in? You didn't even deduct the 800 for the sofa? It's nothing, just thinking about how low your salary is makes me a bit uncomfortable. Su Wujie patted Jiang Wanqing on the shoulder. With this little money, you might as well change jobs and come work at my bar serving plates. After saying that, he walked towards the car first. That self-important, supposedly handsome back view remained etched in Jiang Wanqing's eyes. Xiao Pang happened to pass by Jiang Wanqing and casually interjected, the boss didn't say that just now. Oh, Jiang Wanqing asked irritably, what did your boss say? Xiao Pang repeated verbatim, that money was earned by Major Jiang risking his life for the country. Whoever dares to cheat you out of it is a bastard. If only Su Wujie had heard this, he would have made Xiao Pang's salary for the next 2 years disappear. Jiang Wanqing was slightly taken aback and said to Xiao Pang, your boss doesn't seem like such a kind-hearted person. Xiao Pang responded seriously, the finance department often says the boss has a good heart, just a bad mouth. Jiang Wanqing couldn't help but laugh, you're right, he's a good person, but he just happens to have such a terrible mouth. As she laughed, she felt her eyes getting a bit warm, so she gently rubbed the corners of her eyes. Xiao Pang, Major Jiang, you're crying. Jiang Wanqing, I never cry. Xiao Pang, your eyes are all red. Jiang Wanqing, she suddenly wanted to practice with Xiao Pang. When the convoy was nearing Linzhou, Jiang Wanqing received a message from Jiang Haobing. Sister, Su Yang has smashed the queen bar, get back at them for me. Looking at this message, Jiang Wanqing suddenly became fierce. Jiang Wanqing really didn't expect that Bai Shuyan would actually smash the queen bar. At this moment, the queen bar was fully staffed, and there wasn't a single man inside. Bai Shuyan taking advantage of the situation was truly despicable. Jiang Wanqing knew that in the capital circle, if you get slapped in the face, you have to slap back on the spot, or you'll become a laughingstock. The kids who grew up in the courtyard, including herself, had been fighting since they were little. But Su Wujie had come out this time with his subordinates to eliminate a trafficking group. In terms of feelings, reason, country, and family, Bai Shuyang's actions were simply unacceptable. Seeing Jiang Wanqing's expression suddenly turn serious, Su Wujie smiled. What's wrong? Did you dirty my car again? Jiang Wanqing. However, this time she didn't go crazy with anger. Instead, she sat up straight, looked seriously into Su Wujie's eyes, and said, I'm sorry. Hey. Su Wujie was nonchalant. It's just a smashed door. What's the big deal? It's not that serious. Jiang Wanqing was taken aback. You already knew? Su Wujie grinned. If I still didn't know by now, then this boss would be too incompetent. This reaction surprised Jiang Wanqing even more. Aren't you angry? That bar is your hard work. What's the big deal? I can't just allow myself to smash others' places and not let others smash mine. Su Wujie's smile was bright. After so many years, I've seen this back and forth tugging plenty of times. Looking at that smile, Jiang Wanqing was sure that at this moment, Su Wujie really didn't care. But this guy, even if the sofa got dirty, he would want to pay for it himself. He was definitely not a magnanimous person. Could it be that the other party is being so accommodating because they are afraid of being caught in the middle? Thinking of this, Jiang Wanqing felt a strange sensation in her heart. Compared to the door being smashed, what I care more about is the apology you just gave me. Su Wujie looked directly into Jiang Wanqing's eyes, his tone very serious. This makes me feel like I might have gained a good friend. In fact, this matter didn't even require Jiang Wanqing to apologize. However, her apology was indeed heartfelt. She couldn't tell if it was just her imagination, but Jiang Wanqing felt that Su Wujie's smile was somewhat warm at that moment. After a few seconds of pause, Major Jiang collected her emotions, shifted her gaze, and said, Boss Su really knows how to make girls happy. If someone didn't know better, they might think you were flirting with me. You? Su Wujie shifted his position slightly. I wouldn't dare to flirt. Jiang Wanqing suddenly became competitive. Why? Am I an ugly monster? A terrifying female tyrant? No, mainly because, Su Wujie said seriously, I faint at the sight of blood. Bastard. The previous atmosphere was completely ruined, and Jiang Wanqing felt like she wanted to strangle Su Wujie again. The convoy had just entered the city of Linzhou, and before they reached the Queen's Bar, Su Wujie said, let's disband now, give everyone a day off, and continue resting tomorrow. A 3-day closure was unprecedented for the Queen's Bar. Xiao Yinlei smiled gently. I guess our difficult-to-please financial supervisor is going to cry again. This surprised Jiang Wanqing. After all, the bar had been smashed. If Su Wujie returned with hundreds of subordinates, he could still hold his ground in front of Bai Shuyang. But instead, he gave everyone an impromptu holiday? This young bar owner seemed too lazy to confront Bai Shuyang. Catching Fenjie really puts me in a good mood, Su Wujie stretched lazily and explained. No one can ruin the boss's good mood. Jiang Wanqing nodded, deep in thought, and after a minute of silence, she sincerely said, impressive. At that moment, several black cars were parked at the entrance of the Queen's Bar, including Zhang Haobing's Mercedes-Benz G-Class. A man in a casual shirt leaned against the hood, smoking. He was about 1.8 meters tall, muscular, especially his pectorals, which made his shirt bulge out, and his V-shaped physique exuded a strong masculine aura. He was Bai Shuyang. The revolving door of the Queen's Bar had been smashed, the nearby floor-to-ceiling glass was shattered, and the huge neon sign had been taken down. It looked severely damaged, but the interior of the bar was still intact, and no staff had been beaten. Bai Shuyang clearly wanted to vent but had restrained himself. As the car stopped, Jiang Wanqing jumped out first. A dark cloud loomed over her beautiful and spirited face. Seeing the goddess with such an expression, Bai Shuyang's heart skipped a beat. He immediately threw the cigarette butt on the ground and walked over. Wanqing, you're here. Bai Shuyang had seen this version of Jiang Wanqing before. Once, when the girls in the courtyard were bullied by thugs with knives, she had this gloomy expression and went directly to confront those thugs with a kitchen knife. Back then, Jiang Wanqing's reputation as the big sister in the courtyard was truly earned by her own actions. Jiang Wanqing raised her hand and pointed at the door, staring at Bai Shuyang. Did you smash this? Yeah. Bai Shuyang averted his gaze. Jiang Wanqing took a step forward, emphasizing her tone. But I told you over the phone not to do this. Why didn't you listen? Bai Shuyang took a step back, clearly lacking confidence. He explained, Wanqing, you know, Dongfang Liren was my first investment with a few buddies in Linzhou, but it was taken away by the owner of the Queen Bar using underhanded tactics. If I don't stand up, my brothers and I will lose all face. Only in front of Jiang Wanqing could Bai Shuyang explain so much. He didn't know what means Su Wuji had used, but now all the shares of Dongfang Liren Club had been transferred to Xiao Yinlei's name and were undergoing large-scale rectification, not yet ready to reopen. Jiang Wanqing said irritably, buddies? Those so-called friends of yours, taking advantage of your power. Now that something's happened, they want you to stand up. Bai Shuyang, how old are you? Still so immature, so foolish? Bai Shuyang, scolded, had no temper left. He was momentarily taken aback, not understanding why Jiang Wanqing was so disgusted with his actions. After all, although he and Jiang Wanqing had grown up together and were of similar age, their statuses had never been equal. Strictly speaking, he had always been the little follower of the big sister. But I have to see that bastard once, let him know my stance, Bai Shuyang said. He needs to know that Linzhou people have to shrink their necks in front of capital city folks. Men care about face, and besides, he had actually liked Jiang Wanqing for a long time, subtly trying to win her over for years, but she had never paid him any attention. I'm here, Su Wuji said as he opened the door and got out, grinning. Bai young master is really interesting, even bringing up regional discrimination. Zhang Haobing, seeing this, immediately shouted excitedly, Sister, Brother Shuyang, it's this guy who hit me. Bai Shuyang's expression immediately turned unfriendly, and his aura became fierce, a stark contrast to his previous submissiveness in front of Jiang Wanqing. So it's you. Bai Shuyang rolled up his sleeves. The dozen or so men he brought also stepped forward. Everyone, stop. Jiang Wanqing pushed Bai Shuyang hard, then grabbed Zhang Haobing by the collar, pointing at Su Wuji, and coldly said, You too, apologize to him. Bai Shuyang was completely dumbfounded. Seeing the girl he liked supporting another man, he didn't immediately blame the other party but began to doubt himself. Did I smash the wrong place? Bai Shuyang turned to look at the sign that had fallen to the ground. It was indeed the Queen Bar. Jiang Wanqing's voice grew colder. Bai Shuyang, you can choose not to apologize, but you must compensate for the losses of the Queen Bar double, then return to the capital and never come back to Linzhou. Bai Shuyang stared at Su Wuji, his eyes filled with complex emotions. Jiang Wanqing had always protected him. She had never been this fierce with him because of another man. In fact, Bai Shuyang didn't realize that Jiang Wanqing's mention of double compensation was already giving him a way out. From Jiang Wanqing's perspective, since Su Wuji had taken a step back, she had to step forward, forcing Bai Shuyang to retreat significantly as well. Su Wuji pulled Jiang Wanqing aside and said, What does it mean for a woman to stand in front of a man? Upon facing Su Wuji, Jiang Wanqing's voice softened considerably. I can't bear to see you suffer such grievances. In truth, her intention was to prevent someone like Su Wuji from getting hurt, but once the words were out, they sounded too ambiguous. Bai Shuyang found it even harder to believe. Wanqing, you care about him this much? Zhang Haobing was also stunned, looking at Su Wuji with suspicion, beginning to wonder if he might be his future brother-in-law. Jiang Wanqing reached out to shield Su Wuji behind her. That's right, today, I'm protecting him. Today, I'm protecting him. The tone left no room for argument. Throughout her life, Jiang Wanqing had never explained anything to the group of childhood friends in the courtyard. I want to know the reason. Bai Shuyang felt a bit suffocated. In his view, Su Wuji was just a small-time boss of a nightclub, using framing tactics to get a few of his brothers in charge at the club thrown into jail. Such a minor character could hardly make a name for himself in the circles of the capital's elite. Yet, the goddess he had admired since childhood was standing on his side. Su Wuji wore a smirk. Bai Shuyang, do you really have no idea why I managed to acquire shares in the Oriental Beauty Club? For some reason, after seeing Su Wuji smile, Bai Shuyang felt an inexplicable sense of foreboding. He replied, It's simple. You used underhanded means to frame my people. You're really an idiot, Su Wuji cursed. Bai Shuyang rolled up his sleeves, ready to take action. Su Wuji sneered. The Linzhou City Bureau has arrested 3 heads of the Oriental Beauty Club because they drugged a few female college students, taking turns, and even filmed it to control them into making money for themselves. Bai Shuyang frowned. Is that really true? Although such clubs operated under the guise of business, they were essentially part of a gray area. Running them cleanly was nearly impossible. However, those who went out to play were all willing participants, and even if there were transactions, they were private dealings. The club itself had to remain clean. Drugging female college students and filming them was just too despicable. Hearing this, Jiang Wanqing shot Bai Shuyang a fierce glare. Those friends of yours are truly disgusting. Su Wuji continued. So, those friends who invested in the club with you never told you the truth. They just wanted to use you, the young master of the capital, to crush me and then gradually take over all the nightclubs in Linzhou. Bai Shuyang said solemnly, they are my brothers, they wouldn't lie to me. Then go check with the Linzhou City Bureau yourself. The testimonies, evidence, and witnesses are all there. Su Wuji sneered. You, Bai Deshao, could have investigated first, yet you came to smash my place without distinguishing right from wrong. Isn't that a bit foolish? Faced with such blatant mockery, Bai Shuyang fell silent, but his momentum was clearly diminished. He wasn't a fool, he just had too much brotherly loyalty coming from his upbringing, and besides, his goddess was right there, making him genuinely nervous. Zhang Haobing, anxious, said, Shuyang, don't believe his nonsense. This guy is definitely trying to fool you. Jiang Wanqing's voice was icy. Zhang Haobing, if you can't tell right from wrong, I'll break your legs. She stepped forward, grabbed Zhang Haobing's arm, and swung him hard. He was thrown several meters away, landing on his backside and unable to get up from the pain. Bai Shuyang thought for a moment and decided to make a call, asking a familiar contact to inquire about the matter. He even put it on speakerphone, seemingly to prove Su Wuji wrong. The person on the other end was Li Hongchang, who had previously been Bai Shuyang's father's bodyguard and, after transitioning, was assigned to Linzhou as a police officer. Currently, Li Hongchang was the head of the Huban branch, directly overseeing Pu Yinshi. Li Ge, I'd like to ask you for a small favor, Bai Shuyang said without mentioning his presence in Linzhou. Shuyang, don't be so polite when talking to me, Li Hongcheng replied. If there's anything I can help with, just let me know. The Oriental Beauty Club is invested in by a few of my friends, but they've been arrested. I want to ask what exactly. Bai Shuyang was smart enough not to mention that he was actually the major shareholder, with a significant portion of the shares held by others on his behalf. Shuyang, you should stay out of this, Li Hongcheng said. That club has many issues. You should cut ties with those friends of yours as soon as possible. Cut ties as soon as possible. Li Hongcheng made his stance clear. Bai Shuyang was somewhat unwilling. Li Ge, they are all my brothers. However, Li Hongcheng was not moved at all. Shuyang, some people are not suitable to be brothers. They will only drag you down. Li Hongcheng had principles and did not help just because the other party was the son of his old leader. Bai Shuyang gritted his teeth. Li Ge, if this call was made by my dad, would you still not help? Li Hongcheng said solemnly. Shuyang, if it were your dad, he wouldn't even make this call. Bai Shuyang fell silent, his expression shifting between dark and light. Li Hongcheng continued, if you come to Linzhou, you must tell me. I'll take you to have a good look around Yunyan Lake and Lingjing Mountain. This time, even Zhang Haobing, who had been thrown to the ground, understood the hidden warning in Li's words. If you come to Linzhou, come find me. You can enjoy the scenery, but don't cause trouble. Okay, thank you, Li Ge. Bai Shuyang hung up the phone, his expression even worse. Do you have to wait until you hit a wall before you turn back? Jiang Wanqing said irritably. Bai Shuyang, why are you still so immature? This was the third time Bai Shuyang had heard this evaluation today, and for an adult man, the term immature was really quite damaging. Su Wuji raised his hand and pointed at the bar's entrance. Hey, pay up. Bai Shuyang maintained a stern face and said, I also invested in the Dongfang Club. Those shares can offset your losses. Offset my ass. Su Wuji sneered. I paid for your shares too. Xiao Pang, boss, the finance department said we didn't spend much. It's no different from robbing. Su Wuji. Bai Shuyang was momentarily confused about which side this 2-meter-tall oaf was on. He coldly said, you robbed my club, I smashed your door. If I take a little loss, let's call it even. By this calculation, it seemed that Su Wuji had indeed gained an advantage. Su Wuji laughed mockingly. Young Master Bai, if you don't pay, don't even think about leaving Linzhou. What if I don't? Bai Shuyang was so angry he almost laughed. If I want to leave, no one can stop me. Xiao Pang stepped forward and stomped his foot. The tiles beneath his feet immediately shattered into several pieces. Bai Shuyang looked at the towering figure. Su Wuji said irritably, Manager Xiao, those broken tiles will be deducted from Xiao Pang's salary. Xiao Pang, boss, treat me like a person. Watching this pair of master and servant bickering, Jiang Wanqing's expression relaxed a bit. her pretty face gaining a touch of brightness. At this moment, Xiaoyinlei finally spoke. Young Master Bai, don't think our boss is taking advantage. In fact, after he took over the Dongfan Liren Club, he personally compensated those bullied female college students out of his own pocket. Here are the expense records. Saying this, she placed her phone in front of Bai Shuyang. Jiang Wanqing also walked over, looked at the transfer interface, and then glanced at Su Wuji. In her gaze, there was a strong admiration and a hint of an unknown emotion. Then, she turned around and coldly stared at Bai Shuyang. Stop talking nonsense, pay up. Alright, Wanqing, I'll listen to you. Bai Shuyang found himself a way out and turned to Su Wuji. How much? Su Wuji, at least 8 million. Jiang Wanqing recalled how she almost spent over 300,000 on an 800 yuan sofa and nearly couldn't hold back her laughter. Su Wuji was clearly falling back into his old habits. Bai Shuyang was almost confused with anger. This broken door and a few pieces of glass are worth 8 million? Nonsense! This glass was all imported from Italy, crafted by a famous Chinese artisan. Just the labor cost alone is. Before Su Wuji could finish, Jiang Wanqing poked him and whispered, Bai Shuyang is my childhood friend, give him a little discount, or else he won't feel good about it. The implication of this sentence is, just charge him 4 to 5 times the original price, but if you go too hard, I'm afraid he might default. It feels a bit like a couple teaming up to swindle someone. However, hearing Jiang Wanqing speak up for him, Bai Shuyang's heart warmed significantly, as if all the unpleasantness of the day had vanished. A devoted admirer is always like this, easily self-satisfied. Then let's make it 880,000, for good luck, Su Wuji said. Since Wanqing has spoken, I'll take a little loss. A discount? Sure. Bai Shuyang was a bit surprised, thinking the discount was quite substantial, and he had to give Jiang Wanqing face, so he didn't haggle further and transferred the money directly. Then, Su Wuji received 1 million. I've transferred you 1 million, no need to give change, Bai Shuyang said, looking up at the sky, his nostrils flaring slightly. Thank you, Su Wuji replied cheerfully. Only a fool wouldn't want it. What's more important, face or money? I've never cared about face. Jiang Wanqing rubbed her forehead, suddenly realizing that she seemed to have underestimated Su Wuji's cunning business sense. That fool Bai Shuyang. She felt that Su Wuji had at least made 900,000 this time. Jiang Wanqing said, Bai Shuyang, you need to go back to the capital immediately and drive Jiang Haobing's car back. Bai Shuyang looked at her. What about you? I have nothing to do anyway. I might as well accompany you around Linzhou. Jiang Wanqing replied calmly, I have some matters to attend to and need to stay a few more days. You go ahead. I'm tired and want to catch up on some sleep. Goddesses treat their admirers like this. Su Wuji immediately asked, so are you still sleeping in my room tonight? Jiang Wanqing softly responded, Bai Shuyang? Bai Shuyang had initially wanted to make a grand scene in Linzhou, letting everyone in Jiangnan know that he, young Master Bai, was extending his business reach to Linzhou. However, due to Jiang Wanqing's presence, not only did he fail to make a scene, but he also ended up feeling frustrated and jealous. Jiang Wanqing watched Bai Shuyang's convoy leave and asked, what's your opinion of him? Su Wuji said, useless, just a devoted admirer. If Bai Shuyang heard this, he would definitely change his mind and smash the Queen's bar again. Jiang Wanqing shook her head and smiled, anything else? He's not a bad person, it's just. Su Wuji thought for a moment about how to phrase it, a bit of an idiot. Jiang Wanqing said, Bai Shuyang is straightforward, just like many young masters from big families, easily impulsive. This time he's trying to prove himself in the family by doing business in Linzhou, but unfortunately, he's a bit too naive. For men, naive and immature are not good terms. Su Wuji squinted and smiled, if he continues to do business in Linzhou, I couldn't ask for more. I could swindle him out of his last pair of pants. Jiang Wanqing wholeheartedly agreed, I believe that. At that moment, Jiang Haobing, holding his backside, slowly moved over from the ground. Sister. Jiang Wanqing, feeling exasperated, said, Jiang Haobing, from today on, I will suspend all your cards, and your monthly allowance will be cut to 800. If you fail any exams, don't even think about coming home. Jiang Haobing repeatedly said, okay, I promise. Let's go, we're heading to your school, Jiang Wanqing said. I need to meet that girl you bullied and sincerely apologize to her. Su Wuji clapped his hands from the side, grinning, Major John's values are so upright, it's captivating. Jiang Wanqing glanced back and smiled, the mysterious boss Su was also quite captivating. At that moment, her phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, Jiang Wanqing immediately stepped aside and answered, Boss, I've already sent you the general details of the situation from the system. Your vacation in Linzhou has yielded quite a bit of merit, the voice on the other end said. Jiang Wanqing laughed, just convert my bonus into vacation days. We have determined that the human trafficking crime group in Xiyang town is connected to the Dakara organization, which has long been assisting them in smuggling people abroad. Sister Fun, it actually has ties to foreign forces. Thinking about it, it does make sense, otherwise, where would they get so many guns? Jiang Wanqing glanced at Su Wuji. Actually, this operation was largely thanks to. Su Wuji placed his index finger on his lips and shook his head. Thanks to the excellent cooperation of the Special Operations Group in Linjiang Province, Jiang Wanqing corrected herself. All commendations, came the voice from the other end. Additionally, you mentioned that when you encountered the Ducaro assassin, there was a sniper assisting you. Have you found out who it was? The appearance of a highly skilled mysterious sniper in a provincial capital like Linzhou is definitely not a trivial matter. Several related units are clearly on edge about it. Jiang Wanqing looked at Su Wuji again. Currently, there aren't many clues. I suspect it might be someone from the Silver Moon organization. We need to check if there have been any suspicious individuals entering the country recently. But the scope of this investigation is too broad. I suggest we abandon it. She actively covered for Su Wuji. That's also my inference. But the Silver Moon organization isn't exactly righteous, the voice on the phone said solemnly. As for how to deal with the traffickers, it must be handled according to Huaxia law. The actions of the Silver Moon do not comply with Huaxia law, and we cannot turn a blind eye. Those who should be caught must be caught. Jiang Wanqing hesitated for a moment. Actually, emotionally, I lean more towards the Silver Moon side. The director on the other end said, feelings are feelings, and the law is the law. I have already arranged for personnel to investigate the assassins of the Silver Moon within Huaxia. You should take a good rest for a few days. There will be an important task for you when you return. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Wanqing looked at Su Wuji. I'll go to Linjiang University first, and then come back to talk to you tonight. Su Wuji clearly knew what the other party wanted to discuss with him. This Major Jiang likely thinks he has a connection with the Silver Moon. Okay, I'll clean up and wait for you, he laughed. I'll strangle you, Jiang Wanqing said, and indeed pinched Su Wuji's waist. Zhang Haobing watched the shameless man flirt with his sister and felt even more anxious. He knew that in the past, if any man dared to joke like this with his sister, he would definitely be beaten up. After getting into the car, Zhang Haobing finally couldn't help but ask, Sis, what is your relationship with him? Why does it feel like you are closer to him than to brother Xuyan? Jiang Wanqing glanced at her brother and said lightly, he saved my life. You should know how to behave when you see him in the future. After the siblings left, Xiao Yinlei walked over to Su Wuji and said softly, Boss, do you want to go see Su Jiayan? I now suspect that Su Jiayan was deliberately trapped when she was drugged and taken to the club, Su Wuji said irritably. Why would a well-off young lady from the Su family choose to be an assassin for the Silver Moon? Isn't that strange? Xiao Yinlei chuckled. Now, Su Jiayan is even more tied to the boss. Obviously, she meant more than just emotionally. Yes, she's been stuck to me, Su Wuji said irritably. Half an hour later, Su Wuji arrived at the top floor of an apartment building in the city center, pressed the fingerprint lock, and directly opened the door. However, Xiao Yinlei did not follow him in. She said, Boss, I just remembered that the finance department wants to discuss something important with me and Xiao Peng. I'll leave first. Su Wuji, don't mind her, come back. However, before his words had finished, Xiao Yinlei had already closed the elevator door. Xiao Peng's head was almost touching the top of the elevator, and he tilted his neck to say, Manager Xiao, the finance department didn't say they wanted to see me. Xiao Yinlei, are you stupid? We're creating a private space for the boss and Su Jiayan to be alone. Xiao Peng, why do you want to be alone together? Xiao Yinlei, the boss has been single for too long. He needs to interact more with beautiful girls to choose a boss lady, so naturally, he has to cast a wide net. Xiao Peng, but Manager Xiao sees the boss every day. Why doesn't she become the boss lady? A soul-searching question. Xiao Yinlei gave Xiao Peng a light slap. Don't talk nonsense. Is a person like me even qualified to think about being the boss lady? After saying that, the long-legged queen didn't say another word but stared at the constantly changing floor numbers, lost in thought. At that moment, Su Wujia was already sitting on the sofa in the living room of the top-floor apartment. The apartment wasn't large, but he hadn't seen Su Jiayan yet, because from the bathroom, the sound of running water was coming out. The door wasn't completely shut, and wisps of steam were wafting through the crack. As long as Su Wujia wanted to look, from his angle, he could see a glimpse of fair skin. Since you're here, why not come in and take a shower together? Su Jiayan's voice rang out. The voice was soft and lazy, but compared to her usual self, there was still a hint of weakness. Forget it, you tease. Su Wujia replied, hurry up and wash. I have something important to ask you after you're done. 10 minutes later, Su Jiayan came out wrapped in a bath towel. To cover her upper body, the towel barely reached the middle of her thighs. I didn't know you would come in while I was showering, so I didn't bring any change of clothes, Su Jiayan said, crossing her legs, the fair skin on the inside of her thighs pressed together. This is the only towel I have. You don't mind, do you? Since they were too close, their thighs were almost touching, and a strong fragrance had already invaded Su Wujia's nostrils. I do mind. He shifted to the side and pulled out a business card from his pocket, reading, Ninghai Tsihue International Hospital, General Surgeon, Su Jiayan, is that you? Su Jiayan extended her hands and gathered her hair. That's right, it's me. This action caused her chest to tremble slightly, as if an avalanche were about to occur. Su Wujia then asked, so what happened that day when you got injured? Don't tell me that a surgeon also moonlights as a fighter. Su Jiayan surprisingly put away her alluring demeanor, a complex light flashing in her eyes. I'm sorry, even if you're my lifesaver, I can't say. Why? Su Wujia asked again. Su Jiayan, this matter is related to the dark world of the West. I'm not saying it for any other reason but for your own good. Su Wujia raised an eyebrow, his expression somewhat strange. The dark world of the West? Su Jiayan's eyes held a clear sincerity. You may not have heard of this term, but I hope you never come into contact with it. At the campus cafe of Linjiang University, Jiang Wanqing looked at the girl across from her, unable to suppress the astonishment in her eyes. Even without makeup and dressed simply, she still exuded a beauty that transcended the mundane. No wonder Jiang Haobing was smitten. She was undoubtedly the campus belle of Linjiang University. Classmate Song Jiyu, I apologize on behalf of my brother, Jiang Wanqing said, regaining her composure. I promise he won't be so arrogant in the future and will definitely not harass you again. Jiang Haobing stood behind, his head down, silent. Song Jiyu looked directly at Jiang Wanqing, her tone neither humble nor haughty. Thank you, sister. But what I hope more is that classmate Jiang Haobing doesn't hold a grudge against brother Wujia, the owner of the Queen's Bar. No way, absolutely not, Jiang Haobing said with an awkward smile. As if he would dare to hold a grudge against his sister's lifesaver. With Jiang Wanqing's temper, he would be cut down. Don't worry, if Jiang Haobing dares to do that, I'll make him drop out immediately. Jiang Wanqing then curiously asked, by the way, classmate Ziyu, can I ask what your relationship with Su Wujie is? Song Jiyu looked up at the other person's face, which exuded a cool aura, and said, both teacher and friend. Jiang Wanqing replied, can you elaborate a bit? Don't worry, I have no ill intentions, and my relationship with Su Wujie is quite good. She then revealed her officer's ID. He helped me a lot while I was on a mission, so I want to know more. Upon seeing the officer's ID, Song Jiyu lowered her guard and was willing to say a few more words. I come from Liangshan. Brother Wuji used to teach there. A nightclub owner going to the mountains to teach? Upon hearing this news, Jiang Wanqing and Mu Qianyu had somewhat similar reactions. However, recalling the incident of capturing Frenjia, Jiang Wanqing smiled and muttered to herself, it really is something he could do. She then wrote down a number and handed it to Song Jiyu. If you ever go to the capital, remember to call me. Song Jiyu took it with both hands. Thank you, sister. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave now. I have tutoring to do. All right. Jiang Wanqing also stood up and casually asked, how much do college students charge for tutoring these days? Song Jiyu replied, 120 for 2 hours. Jiang Wanqing, so little? She revealed a satisfied smile. It's for elementary school students, which is already a lot for me. Although Song Jiyu had a scholarship, she still wanted to earn some extra money on her own. With her talent, spending 2 hours a day tutoring would still allow her to easily complete her daily school assignments. 120 a day amounts to nearly 4,000 a month, which would be enough for Song Jiyu's living expenses for more than half a year. Jiang Wanqing couldn't help but think back to when she saw Song Jiyu in the cafeteria, eating a steamed bun, a plate of stir-fried vegetables, and a bottle of unbranded chili sauce. Sister. A few minutes later, Jiang Haobing tugged at Jiang Wanqing's sleeve. Sister, the person has already walked far away. What are you still dazed about? Jiang Wanqing recalled Song Jiyu's satisfied expression when she mentioned 120 and looked at her brother, feeling furious. 120 isn't even enough for your G's gas for a day. Look at others, then look at you. Why are you so disappointing? Sister, I can't compare to a genius like Song Jiyu. She's in the top 10 in Sichuan province, clearly able to choose between those two universities in the capital, yet she chose to come to Lingda. Jiang Haobing pouted and continued, this place can't compare to the capital, who is even here in Lingzhou. This guy was completely missing the point. However, this statement reminded Jiang Wanqing of something. She opened her phone, entered an app, and after typing in a long password, searched for Song Jiyu's name. There were very few people with that name nationwide, and only one from Sichuan province. After clicking in, all of Song Jiyu's resumes appeared on the screen. Jiang Haobing leaned over, checking household registration on site. Jiang Wanqing slapped the back of Jiang Haobing's head, her eyes still glued to the screen. Song Jiyu, 18 years old, graduated from Liangshan Tianji High School, ID number. Upon seeing Tianji, she instinctively thought of Su Wujie. Is there a connection between these two? Jiang Wanqing murmured softly, So, she checked the history of Tianji High School, and her shock deepened. It seems this school must have been built by Su Wuji. Jiang Wanqing's eyes were filled with waves. Only admits impoverished students, yet has a 100% undergraduate rate. This carefree guy could practically be a representative figure of touching China. Sister, what are you mumbling about? Zhang Haobing didn't understand at all. I'll be going out of town for a bit, you stay put at school, or else, Jiang Wanqing said, rushing out. Soon after, she inexplicably bought herself a plane ticket to Sichuan province. In the taxi, Jiang Wanqing made a call. Boss, I'm heading to Liangshan. Have the special operations team prepare a car for me at the airport. What are you going to Liangshan for? The director of the classified training department asked. Jiang Wanqing replied, it's none of your business, personal matter. The director said, I'm making it my business, personal matters can't use public vehicles, or else I'll dock your bonus. Every time I use the car, haven't I paid for the fuel and repairs? Jiang Wanqing said, just arrange the car for me. The director asked, do you need me to send someone to assist? He was tough on the outside but soft on the inside. Jiang Wanqing hung up the phone directly. It wasn't until the plane took off that Major Jiang seemed to regain her composure, lost in thought. She murmured to herself, I must be crazy. The blue sky and white clouds rushed past the window, and Jiang Wanqing's thoughts soared. Growing up surrounded by the children of influential families, she had seen enough deceit and competition, accustomed to pretense and hidden daggers, which is why she chose a path similar to her father's. After all, a place where one speaks through willpower and military achievements is relatively simpler. But this time, Su Wuji really brought her a completely different freshness. Whether it was catching Fenjie or going to teach, this style of working without regard for personal gain resonated deeply with Jiang Wanqing, who came from a special forces background. She could also guess why an outstanding girl like Song Jiyu would give up the opportunities from two prestigious universities in the capital to come to Linjiang University. Wait a minute. Jiang Wanqing suddenly recalled something from when she looked at Song Jiyu's information earlier. Her ID number seems to be. Jiang Wanqing pulled up the app interface and read out Song Jiyu's ID number. 110,101. Her eyes widened, because the first 6 digits of this ID were exactly the same as hers. This was the starting number for ID cards in the central urban area of the capital. The capital has always had a so-called hierarchy of ID numbers, and the starting number 110101 is at the very top of that chain. The current central urban area is the former imperial city. Jiang Wanqing was puzzled, muttering to herself, strange, how could a girl who grew up in Liangshan have an ID number from the central urban area? By the time Jiang Wanqing landed, it was already 10 o'clock at night. She could only stay at the airport for the night and drive to Liangshan the next day. Before going to sleep, Su Wuji sent a message saying, I've been waiting for you to come back for a long time. Where are you? Jiang Wanqing replied, I've got another task, not coming back tonight, you go to sleep first. A quick response came back, oh, remember not to dirty the sofa outside. Jiang Wanqing lay in her blanket, laughing uncontrollably, then replied, no, I'm set on your sofa. After laughing, she felt her cheeks warm. This kind of joke seemed a bit too intimate. Soon after, she received a picture. It was a long, bare leg, with a bit of hair. The picture was accompanied by a line of text, see, I really cleaned up nicely. So disgusting. Jiang Wanqing pretended to be disdainful, but the corners of her lips were still curled up. Su Wuji sent another message, to be fair, let's see yours. See mine? Jiang Wanqing was at a loss for words. She only replied with 4 words, I fell asleep. However, Major Jiang didn't seem to feel sleepy. She read through the chat history with Su Wuji several times and even zoomed in on that leg photo for a few more glances. Unconsciously, she stretched her own elastic thigh out of the blanket, raised her phone, took a picture, and sent it out. She also added a line of text, forget it, I'll let you have this one. In fact, the level of exposure was about the same as when Jiang Wanqing usually wore summer sportswear, but the implication of one leg stretching out from the covers carried much more ambiguity and flirtation than usual. I must be crazy. After saying this, Jiang Wanqing, her cheeks burning, turned off her phone and buried her head under the covers to sleep. The next morning, Jiang Wanqing drove to Liangshan. She didn't know if the head of the training department had done it on purpose, but they had arranged for her a green military jeep, as if afraid Jiang Wanqing wouldn't be eye-catching enough. The journey would take about 3 to 4 hours. In the past, to reach Tianji Middle School, one would have to leave the car at the foot of the mountain and trek over the hills. However, after the school was built, a mountain road was opened, which, although narrow, at least allowed the outside world's wind to blow into the deep mountains along this path. Finally, in the afternoon, a weary Jiang Wanqing emerged from the mountains and saw the gate of Tianji Middle School. The 4 large characters, written in silver, looked very much like the inscription on the gate of Linjiang University, but there was no signature. The simple and unadorned gate was open, with students bustling in and out of classrooms and the cafeteria, all in a hurry. Some students even ran while eating, chasing time and the setting sun. Private school, all students from poor families, tuition completely waived. Undergraduate rate 100%. Jiang Wanqing murmured. Anyone born in Huaxia would know how shocking these words were when put together, almost equivalent to a miracle. At the school gate, there was a line of text that read, hiring teachers and volunteers year-round. The educational resources here were relatively scarce. Even if Tianji Middle School was willing to offer high salaries, there wouldn't be many teachers willing to dedicate their lives in this vast mountain. Moreover, this was a completely free school, and just the teaching and operational costs amounted to a significant sum each year. Jiang Wanqing's eyes became a bit misty. Perhaps only here could girls like Song Jiyu grow up, nurturing such clear and pure gazes. Then she thought of her useless brother and shook her head. When Jiang Haobing is on break, I'll bring him over to volunteer. At the school gate, several vans were unloading rice, flour, oil, and cotton clothing, with some teachers personally helping to carry them. At that moment, an elderly man from the school's communication office, leaning on a cane, came out and asked, "Little sister, what brings you here?" Hearing this term of endearment, Jiang Wanqing felt a sense of warmth and smiled, saying, "Hello, sir. I've heard about Tianji Middle School for a long time, and I happened to pass by today, so I came to take a look. Our school is in this deep mountain forest. Who just happens to pass by?" The old man chuckled and said, "Little sister, you must have come on purpose, right?" Jiang Wanqing smiled and nodded. "I want to donate some money to Tianji Middle School." It was true, she had planned to donate before coming, and after seeing the school, her resolve to donate became even stronger. This school carried the dreams of so many children to escape the deep mountains, and the weight of these dreams couldn't rest solely on Su Wuji's shoulders. The old man laughed heartily. "It's already early autumn. The donations we've received this year in the first half are enough. The principal said that anyone who donates this year won't be accepted. A little more wouldn't hurt, would it?" Jiang Wanqing said, "Running a school requires a lot of money." "That won't do. Our school has regulations, we don't make money, and we can't accept more." The old man replied, "If you want to donate, come back next year." As he spoke, he pointed to the vans and said, "You see, a few days ago, a pretty little sister also came to donate, but the principal wouldn't accept it. Today, she brought several loads of supplies again." Looking at the rice, flour, oil, and cotton clothes, Jiang Wanqing suddenly realized, so these are also donations. "By the way, old man, the person who donated to build this school, is it Su Wuji?" Jiang Wanqing finally took the initiative to ask. "You've asked the right person. Not many people in Tianji Middle School know about Teacher Su anymore. He doesn't want to promote himself, not even a donation plaque has been set up," the old man said. "Teacher Su is so low-key." Jiang Wanqing shook her head and smiled. If it weren't for their shared experience during the Finjie incident, it would be hard to connect the flamboyant bar owner with the tall figure before her now. The old man sighed. "Teacher Su is truly a good person. My leg was crushed by a steel beam on a construction site in the south. After I returned, I could only live on social assistance. It was Teacher Su who took me in, providing food and shelter at the school, and he even gives me 2,500 yuan every month." Jiang Wanqing pondered for a moment and then said, "So Su Wuji is quite a remarkable person, able to build a school here with a 100% undergraduate admission rate. That's not something that can be achieved just with money." "Who says it isn't? A group of teachers work very hard, and the government has helped a lot. The children's lives have been changed. Teacher Su's contributions are immeasurable," the old man said with a smile. He then pointed to the entrance and said, "Look, the one who donated these supplies is this girl. She, like you, asked about Teacher Su as soon as she arrived." Jiang Wanqing pressed her lips together, her earlobes slightly warm. After working in reconnaissance for so long in the army, she had never been so obvious about her intentions. Following the old man's finger, she saw a girl in a thin jacket and jeans, carrying a large stack of cotton clothes as she got out of the back of a car. Her movements were brisk and efficient, without a hint of delicacy or clumsiness. This girl was truly beautiful. Her appearance seemed to brighten the evening sunlight several degrees. Jiang Wanqing was momentarily stunned. "Mu Qianyu?" Yes, the girl appearing at the entrance of Tianji Middle School was indeed Mu Qianyu. Jiang Wanqing naturally knew what Mu Qianyu looked like. After all, the Mu family had previously hinted at wanting to arrange a marriage with the Fang family, and Fang Jingyang was Jiang Wanqing's uncle's son. The old man at the door glanced at Jiang Wanqing. "You two know each other?" "Two lovely girls, both beautiful and kind-hearted. I've heard of her, but this is my first time meeting her," Jiang Wanqing replied. At that moment, the light in her eyes took on a playful glint. After all, Su Wuji had previously told her that he pretended to be Mu Qianyu's boyfriend due to the Mu family's power being forced by the other party. Now it seemed that things were not quite as they appeared. "Humph, scumbag," Jiang Wanqing muttered under her breath. She saw Mu Qianyu busying herself and rolled up her sleeves to help. Mu Qianyu initially didn't see Jiang Wanqing, but after moving all the supplies, she finally noticed the beautiful girl. "Thank you," Moo Qianyu said, handing Jiang Wanqing a wet wipe to clean the dust off her hands. "You're not a teacher at the school, are you?" Even though she was quite familiar with the Fong family in the capital and knew that Fong Jingyang had a cousin named Jiang Wanqing, she didn't connect the dots at that moment. After all, due to her profession, Jiang Wanqing hadn't left any public photos in recent years. "I'm Jiang Wanqing, from the capital." Jiang Wanqing extended her hand and smiled. "Miss Moo, I didn't expect to see you here." Surprised to be called by name, Moo Qianyu was momentarily taken aback but quickly shook Jiang Wanqing's hand and smiled. "I didn't expect it either. To be honest, if we had met in Linzhou, I would have thought you were here to discuss a marriage with the Fong family." Her smile was very natural, without any guard. "I couldn't care less about my cousin's marriage," Jiang Wanqing said with a laugh. "I just heard that Miss Moo firmly rejected the family alliance, and I truly admire that, so I thought I would come to Linzhou to see this remarkable woman." "Sister Wanqing, just call me Qianyu," Moo Qianyu replied with a smile. "I don't deserve to be called a remarkable woman, I just want to fight for my own destiny." But what?" Jiang Wanqing asked. Moo Qianyu took out 2 bottles of mineral water, handed one to Jiang Wanqing, and said, "I told everyone I went to the capital, but in reality, I came to Liangshan." "How did Sister Wanqing know I was here?" Jiang Wanqing took a sip of water. "It was a coincidence. I didn't know you were here before I came to the school." Moo Qianyu immediately guessed the reason. The light in her eyes flickered, and her gaze, illuminated by the setting sun, sparkled beautifully. "Does Sister Wanqing know Wu Ji?" Wu Ji. Jiang Wanqing instinctively sensed that there was something unusual about the relationship between the two from that name. However, this female officer preferred to be straightforward. Jiang Wanqing looked directly into Moo Qianyu's eyes, smiled gently, yet with seriousness. "I only met him 3 days ago, but he left a deep impression on me. I happened to learn about this school and really wanted to come here to take a look." Moo Qianyu also met her gaze, her smile unchanged, her voice soft. "What a coincidence, so do I." At this point, it was already evening, and Jiang Wanqing and Moo Qianyu simply had a meal in the school cafeteria. At this hour, only the noodle soup was left in the cafeteria. Jiang Wanqing slurped the noodles, praising the taste as she ate, finishing even the soup. Perhaps having spent too long in the military camp, her eating style was not delicate, but it was refreshing and clean, surprisingly pleasant to watch. Moo Qianyu, on the other hand, took small bites, constantly gasping for air, with fine beads of sweat on her nose and forehead. Even if it was mildly spicy, this girl was struggling. Her throat and esophagus felt like they were on fire. After all, having grown up in Linzhou, the limit of spiciness Moo Qianyu could handle was the pepper and wonton soup. She managed to finish more than half a bowl of noodles, her pretty face flushed, her lips even redder, more vibrant than Chanel No. 196. Jiang Wanqing handed Moo Qianyu a bottle of ice water and casually said, "Su Wuji seems to be able to handle spicy food." Indeed, during the 2 days Jin Yang helped with the case, whenever it was mealtime, Su Wuji would squat by the roadside with her, directly eating steamed buns with chili sauce, savoring every bite. But when this was said by Jiang Wanqing, it seemed to carry a different meaning. "I can handle spicy food, Su Wuji can too, but you can't. If you two can't eat together, you definitely can't live together." Moo Qianyu seemed not to catch the underlying meaning. She gulped down half a bottle of ice water, caught her breath, and then said, "I haven't eaten with Wuji yet, so I didn't know he could handle spicy food, but I." She exhaled and fanned her mouth with her hand, her actions quite adorable. Jiang Wanqing immediately picked up on certain information from this statement. Since they hadn't even eaten together, these two were definitely not in a romantic relationship. "Qianyu, you're so beautiful, doesn't Su Wuji pursue you?" Jiang Wanqing asked again. Moo Qianyu smiled. "They all say he's a playboy, surrounded by flowers every day. He might be immune to someone like me." She seemed not to intend to reveal Su Wuji's true situation to Jiang Wanqing. Since that guy liked to flaunt himself as a party animal, Moo Qianyu thought she might as well help him solidify that image. This way, only she would know about his chaste nature. "Don't be modest, there are hardly a few in the entire capital who are more good-looking than you," Jiang Wanqing said. Indeed, with Moo Qianyu's appearance, it was no wonder that her cousin Fong Jingyang couldn't forget her after just one meeting. "But, Sister Wanqing, you are very beautiful," Moo Qianyu replied with a light smile. She wasn't trying to flatter, it was a sincere compliment. "As for me, I've spent too much time in the army, so I've lost a bit of my femininity," Jiang Wanqing said politely, shaking her head. "However, in my opinion, Su Wuji isn't really a playboy. At most, he just likes to talk big." "Oh, really?" Moo Qianyu felt a bit complicated. The secret she had worked hard to hide was easily exposed. "I come from a reconnaissance background," Jiang Wanqing said with a smile. If Su Wuji were really a scoundrel who indulged every night, would he really hold back from pursuing a girl like Song Jiyu? Previously, Zhang Haobing had already told Jiang Wanqing that Su Wuji seemed quite impatient with Song Jiyu. Moo Qianyu could only cover up with, so that's how it is. It seems I don't know him well enough. Jiang Wanqing's topic today revolved around Su Wuji. So, what is your relationship now? She had already deduced the truth but still wanted to hear Mu Qianyu say the answer herself. Strictly speaking, he and I are quite good partners, Mu Qianyu replied. Just like when she faced Su Jiayan earlier, she left some room in her words while temporarily denying their relationship. But although this answer was factual, it still made Miss Moo a bit displeased. Jiang Wanqing's smile seemed to lighten a bit. Oh, you're just partners. Then that's good. Mu Qianyu. Good? What do you mean by good? Sister, what exactly do you want? At that moment, Mu Qianyu's phone rang. To her surprise, it was a call from Su Wuji. She instinctively glanced at Jiang Wanqing and then said, Wuji is looking for me. Oh, then you should answer it quickly. Jiang Wanqing added hastily, don't mention that I'm here. Mu Qianyu looked at Jiang Wanqing again. She couldn't see any hint of disappointment on her face. After answering the call, Mu Qianyu said, what made you think to call me? Unknowingly, her finger rested on the volume adjustment plus button, pressing it lightly a few times. Su Wuji asked, you still owe me a meal, you haven't contacted me these days. What, do you want to back out of that meal? No, I'm just busy with the opening of Lingmu Bank and need to visit a few more people, so I have to postpone going back for a few days. As soon as Mu Qianyu spoke to Su Wuji, her eyes unconsciously curved, and a smile appeared on her lips. Jiang Wanqing glanced at the slight upward curve of Mu Qianyu's lips and turned her head away. However, since Mu Qianyu's phone volume was quite loud, their conversation still clearly reached Jiang Wanqing's ears. You're quite skilled at lying, Jiang Wanqing muttered to herself. Su Wuji then asked, after you rejected the proposal to marry Fang Jingyang, the Fang family hasn't made things difficult for you, right? No, I haven't even seen them, Mu Qianyu said. But Fang Jingyang did call me once, wanting to meet in person, but I didn't agree. Jiang Wanqing snorted inwardly, you're deep in the mountains of Liangshan, Fang Jingyang really can't find you. If the Fang family gives you trouble, remember to tell me, Su Wuji said. Mu Qianyu glanced at Jiang Wanqing and smiled lightly, got it, thanks for your concern. Su Wuji changed the subject, by the way, I met Fang Jingyang's cousin, Jiang Wanqing, these past few days. The originally feigning disinterest Jiang Wanqing immediately sat up straight. She's not bad, she knows right from wrong, understands reason, has a proper worldview, is very smart, and most importantly, she's quite beautiful. Ah, that's not important. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wanqing's expression instantly changed to one with crescent-shaped eyes and a smiling mouth. Mu Qianyu also smiled as she glanced at the beautiful woman across from her. It seems that this sister Wanqing has left quite an impression on you, to the point where you've used several adjectives in a row. Su Wuji said, don't worry, she will definitely stop Fang Jingyang from acting recklessly. Jiang Wanqing propped her chin on one hand, feeling very good, but inwardly she hummed, that's not necessarily true. Mu Qianyu chuckled lightly, next time, you should take me to meet this sister Wanqing. I'm getting more and more interested. Su Wuji asked seriously, when two beautiful women meet, won't they be at odds? Mu Qianyu replied, maybe she and I will hit it off and become good friends. Su Wuji laughed heartily, if you two can coexist harmoniously, that would be wonderful. Mu Qianyu raised an eyebrow, Be more specific, how do you coexist? Su Wuji laughed awkwardly, nothing, I'll hang up now. After the two ended the call, Jiang Wanqing said, at least this guy has a conscience, he didn't speak ill of me behind my back. After saying that, she immediately added, oh, I didn't mean to overhear, it's just that your phone volume was too loud. Mu Qianyu suddenly regretted turning up the phone volume. At that moment, Jiang Wanqing's phone rang as well. As soon as she saw the caller ID, her lips curled up slightly, and out of courtesy, she discreetly turned up the volume. Hello, what do you need? Jiang Wanqing asked. Su Wuji got straight to the point. Are you coming back to sleep tonight? I don't want to sleep alone, it's a bit lonely and cold. Mu Qianyu's expression suddenly became unnatural. She didn't say anything more, picked up her chopsticks, and quickly finished the remaining half bowl of noodles. Her ears buzzed from the spiciness, making it hard to hear what was being said on the other end of the phone, which made Mu Qianyu feel a lot more relaxed. She wiped her sweat and took a deep breath, only to realize that Jiang Wanqing had already finished the call. Did you hear that? Jiang Wanqing's lips curled up, half smiling. Yeah, just like you said, he just likes to talk big, Mu Qianyu replied with a light smile, taking a big gulp of ice water. At that moment, her smile was genuinely natural. Miss Moo's ability to adjust her mood was indeed extraordinary. She hadn't even established a relationship with Su Wuji yet, and they were far from being a couple, so why let a few of his jokes affect her mood? But even so, it was still a bit annoying. Seeing Mu Qianyu's forced nonchalance, Jiang Wanqing temporarily suppressed her slight feelings of female competition. She said honestly, actually, before, Su Wuji smashed the Oriental Beauty Club, and when I arrived in Linzhou, I wanted to see the excitement between him and Bai Shuyan. But then there was a case. After Jiang Wanqing finished recounting the general process of the Fenjie case, Mu Qianyu was silent for half a minute, then raised her bottle of mineral water and said, "Sister Wanqing, I have to toast you." Jiang Wanqing smiled gently, picked up her bottle, and clinked it with Mu Qianyu's. "Actually, we should toast Su Wuji instead. Without him, the Fenjie case wouldn't have been solved," Jiang Wanqing said. "Okay." Mu Qianyu picked up her phone and sent Su Wuji a cheers emoji. He was puzzled but didn't ask further, quickly replying with a "Is there a massage here?" emoji. Mu Qianyu directly showed the chat record to Jiang Wanqing, making the latter laugh uncontrollably. "That guy is quite interesting. He seems carefree but is actually full of righteousness," Jiang Wanqing said. "He's much better than those hypocrites in the capital circle." Mu Qianyu deeply agreed. "At first, I was also deceived by his playboy image." She then asked, "Is Fang Jingyang also a hypocrite?" "My cousin is not a hypocrite," Jiang Wanqing said. "He is a true scoundrel." After a pause, she adjusted her wording. "To be precise, he is a jerk, a scumbag, a bastard." These descriptors were too direct, making Mu Qianyu laugh. She said, "Many people use this term to describe Su Wuji as well." Jiang Wanqing continued, "But that's just the surface of Su Wuji." Mu Qianyu raised her water bottle again and clinked it with Jiang Wanqing's. "Sister Wanqing, what I said on the phone just now was sincere. We could really become good friends." Indeed, the more they talked, the more they felt their values aligned and found many similarities. Of course, this had to be set aside from some subtle competitive behaviors among women. "Indeed," Jiang Wanqing said. "It's getting late. Shall we take my car?" "It's too late. The visibility on the mountain roads is too poor," Mu Qianyu said. "We can stay in the school dormitory for a night and leave in the morning." "Yes, let's stay for a night. It's too unsafe to leave at night." At that moment, a voice came from the side. It was a chef responsible for cooking in the cafeteria. The 2 bowls of noodles they had just eaten were made by him. The chef wore a mask and a chef's hat, with only his eyes visible, which were smiling and gave a sense of warmth. "Uncle, I'm a good driver. The mountain roads are not a problem for me," Jiang Wanqing said with a smile. This was indeed true. The danger she faced while speeding on highways to chase suspects was much higher than this. "There are clean beds in the dormitory building behind. The school has prepared them for you kind-hearted people," the chef said. "You must stay for a night. Tomorrow morning, after eating my breakfast, it won't be too late to leave." As he spoke, he also brought over a simple fruit platter. Jiang Wanqing thought for a moment and said, "That's fine, Qianyu, you contact the principal, and we—" "Hey, no need to find the principal, I can handle this," the chef said with a smile. "Don't look down on me as just a cook. I still have some say in the school's logistics." "Uncle, you don't have the local accent," Jiang Wanqing asked. "You sound like a northerner. How did you end up working here in Liangshan?" "My old man is from the capital," the chef chuckled. "I saw the news report about Tianji Middle School and thought, since my kids have grown up, I might as well come here and do something meaningful." "Impressive." Mu Qianyu raised her mineral water bottle. "Uncle, here's to you." Jiang Wanqing smiled and said, "I'll join in too." "Good, good, good. You are all good kids," the uncle said happily. "Let's wash the bowls," Mu Qianyu suggested. The uncle immediately blocked her. "Oh, no, leave it. This is not your job. We have a dedicated washing lady for that. Just leave it to her." He then called over a young man to take Jiang Wanqing and Mu Qianyu to the dormitory building, while he carried the bowls back to the kitchen. In the back kitchen, a woman was standing with her arms crossed, looking at the chef with a half-smile. She wore a white mask, but from her brows and eyes, she seemed to be in her 30s, dressed in a tight black knit top that accentuated her feminine figure. Whether it was her face or her body, there were hardly any signs of aging. "Oh, so in your mouth, I'd become the washing lady?" the woman said. "My son isn't even married yet, and you're making me wash dishes for my future daughter-in-law?" The chef uncle took off his mask, revealing a face that surprisingly looked to be in his 30s. He rolled up his sleeves and chuckled. "I was just joking. I'll wash, I'll wash." The woman leaned over the sink and nudged the man with her elbow. "Hey, which one do you think is more suitable to be our son's daughter-in-law?" The uncle casually replied, "Can't we choose both?" The woman directly reached out and gave him a hard twist at his waist. "What's the matter? Do you want our son to learn from you? Not letting go of anyone you meet?" The uncle smiled awkwardly, not daring to continue on that topic. At that moment, his phone rang. Wiping his hands on his apron, the uncle immediately answered. "Oh, got it. It's not a big deal," he said nonchalantly before hanging up. "What's going on?" the woman asked. "They said 2 high-ranking hyenas from the Dakara organization have arrived in the Liangshan area, looking for the 2 kids they lost before," the uncle said. "Those 2 kids were rescued and are now in the first year of junior high here. The sooner you solve it, the sooner you can come back and sleep," the woman said. She clearly didn't think it was a big deal either. "All right, I'm going," the uncle said as he cleaned the bowl, untied his apron, took off his chef's hat, and walked out into the night. Meanwhile, Jiang Wanqing also received the same task. Her eyes sharpened as she looked at Mu Qianyu, who was making the bed, and said, "Two high-ranking assassins from the Ducaro organization have arrived in Liangshan. I'm going to take the special operations team from Sichuan province to catch them. You should sleep first." Mu Qianyu suddenly lost all desire to sleep. "Okay, Sister Wanqing, please be careful. I'll wait for you to come back." From Zhuoqingqi to Fengjie, Mu Qianyu had recently heard a lot of news related to the Ducaro organization, which made her see the dark side of the Western world. She suddenly felt that in this matter, Jiang Wanqing and Su Wuji must have a lot in common. She couldn't fall behind in this regard. Mu Qianyu stayed up all night, and just before dawn, Jiang Wanqing finally returned. She was clean and seemed not to have gone through a fierce battle. "How was it? Did you find them?" Mu Qianyu asked with concern. "Found them, but by the time we did, they were already dead." Jiang Wanqing shook her head. "The time of death was several hours ago, probably just after I received the task notification." She had many questions in her heart. "Dead?" Mu Qianyu gasped lightly. Could it be the Silver Moon organization's doing? It doesn't seem like Silver Moon's style. Both assassins had the same injuries. They were stabbed in the stomach and bled to death, Jiang Wanqing analyzed. There were no signs of a struggle at the scene. It seems the opponent completely overpowered them. She was silent for half a minute before adding, "From the shape of the wounds, it looks like they were injured by a four-edged military dagger." Su Wuji didn't know that Jiang Wanqing and Mu Qianyu had both appeared at Tianji High School and had met his parents. Early in the morning, he drove to the top-floor apartment in the city center, wanting to see how Su Jiayan was doing, and found her packing her things. At that moment, Su Jiayan was only wearing a simple tank top, with no inner clothing. The action of bending over to fold clothes, influenced by gravity, accentuated certain heavy shapes. "What's going on? Are you leaving?" Su Wuji asked. Su Jiayan had suffered serious internal injuries before and had not fully recovered. Her complexion was still somewhat pale. She smiled charmingly. "I have to report to the hospital. I'll come back to Sokyu next time." Su Wuji suddenly remembered when this woman called herself a water doll, and he wondered if this soak was meant literally. "You're hurt like this, so don't be so flirty." Su Wujia shook his head. "In such a hurry to go to Ninghai, I fear it's not just to report, right? I really have to go to work." Su Jiayan coughed twice. "Otherwise, the hospital will fire me." Su Wujia looked at Su Jiayan with deep meaning. "Actually, if you have something to say, you can tell me completely." "All right." Su Jiayan walked over and wrapped her arms around Su Wujia's. "When I feel I can tell you, I will definitely be honest with you." "Honest? Forget it." Su Wujia pulled his arm out from her soft embrace. "How about this? Since I have nothing to do, I'll just take you to Ninghai." Su Jiayan was taken aback by his words. Then, her eyes sparkled with laughter, her eyelashes curling. "After I've been pestering you for so long, have you finally decided to accept me?" Su Wujia looked at her as if she were foolish. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Su Jiayan said, "I am truly sincere about you, there's no acting involved." However, Su Wujia shook his head. "If you insist on leaving, then I'll arrange for someone to protect you for a month, no discussion." Su Jiayan's body trembled slightly. She suddenly felt uncertain whether Su Wujia had guessed her identity as a Silver Moon member. "Huaxia is very safe. I won't get hurt again." Su Jiayan gave a vague response. Su Wujia replied similarly, "Huaxia is indeed very safe, but some foreign breeds of dogs are heartless. Ducaro, hyenas. What do you know?" Su Jiayan's expression stiffened, finally asking, "You've been staying in this small house for the past few days, you might not know, but the case of Sister Fun, which has troubled the Huaxia police for years, has been solved, and the police have also uncovered the connection between Sister Fun's trafficking group and foreign organizations." After a pause, Su Wujia said, "This organization is called Ducaro." Once he finished, he noticed that Su Jiayan's eyes were already red. "Why are you crying?" Su Wujia asked. Su Jiayan didn't answer. The tears in her eyes burst forth like a dam breaking, flowing out in an instant. "You really are a water doll," Su Wujia said, pulling out several tissues to help Su Jiayan wipe her tears. Su Jiayan smiled through her tears. "So what? I have a few friends who are police officers in Linzhou. They told me that on the day you were injured, several assassins from the Ducaro organization were also caught in Linzhou," Su Wujia said. "Later, I asked someone to inquire about the Western Dark World, so I roughly guessed your true identity." The latter part of his sentence was clearly not true, but it was the most convincing to Su Jiayan. "So, are you going to hand me over to the police?" Su Jiayan was not nervous at all, directly raising her hands in front of Su Wujia. "You can handcuff me and pose me however you want." Tears were still flowing down her face, still being flirtatious. Su Wujia shook his head. "I won't tell anyone, after all, the private punishment of Silver Moon is also seriously illegal in Huaxia. Su Jiayan took a step forward and hugged Su Wujie tightly. The soft pressure from her chest almost pushed him away. Don't blame me for not telling you the truth, Su Jiayan said seriously. The Western dark world is too complicated, not something our local gangs can compare to. I don't want to drag you into it. Su Wujie thought to himself, but I've already been involved, much earlier than you. However, he didn't say much on the surface, instead asking, so, the charity hospital you work for, is it also an organization of Silver Moon? No, Su Jiayan said, at least, Ninghai Charity Hospital is not. Then the charity hospital in Europe is, Su Wujie said, that makes it even more necessary for me to take you to Ninghai, it's not safe. Although he didn't think Silver Moon's actions were necessarily right, he had a considerable admiration for these assassins who faced death without fear. This was also the main reason why Su Wujie repeatedly came to Silver Moon's aid. Su Jiayan looked at him with sparkling eyes and said, if you keep this up, you'll make me fall for you even more. I'll stick to you for the rest of my life. You keep saying you don't want to bring danger to me, yet you cling to me like this. Isn't that contradictory? Su Wujie chuckled, hypocritical woman. However, Su Jiayan gave an unexpected reply. On one side is emotion, on the other is faith. Both are beyond my control. She spoke with a serious expression, seemingly a bit emotional. Yet, she quickly added, of course, my body's reactions are also beyond my control. She couldn't help but tease Su Wujie with 3 sentences. A warm breath escaped Su Jiayan's lips, landing softly in Su Wujie's ears. He slightly lowered his head and glanced at her exquisite figure, feeling a heat rising within him. At that moment, Su Wujie truly understood that Su Jiayan was right. Bodily reactions were indeed uncontrollable. The little brother was showing signs of awakening. Su Wujie wanted to say, if you keep being flirty, I'll spank you, but thought better of it and held his tongue. After all, he was certain that if he said anything, Su Jiayan would definitely present herself for him to spank. 2 hours later, Su Wujie drove up to the entrance of Ninghai Tsihue Hospital. He had wanted to have a good chat with Su Jiayan in the car, especially since Feng Jie had been captured, and this girl had immediately shed tears of joy, which was no act. Now, aside from her sexy figure, Su Wujie was a bit more curious to explore Su Jiayan's inner self. But Su Jiayan was indeed a bit weak, having slept the entire way in the passenger seat. When she woke up, she rubbed her eyes, unbuckled her seatbelt, and said, I'm here to report, dear. Su Wujie finally dared to glance to the right. All the way, the seatbelt had highlighted her curves so clearly that he could only look straight ahead, not even daring to steal a glance. What dear? Don't call me that randomly, Su Wujie said. Okay then, dear, Su Jiayan smiled charmingly. Su Wujie coughed and said, ahem, well, in the future, wear something looser. Su Jiayan looked down at her chest and smiled brightly. Sure, I'll only not wear a coat in front of you from now on. Let's go, it's distracting to look at. Su Wujie waved his hand irritably. As for whether it was distracting or dazzling, only Su Wujie himself knew. Su Jiayan made a heart gesture to Su Wujie and then turned to walk towards the hospital. The high heels accentuated her graceful figure, making it even more alluring, and Su Wujie watched for a while until she entered the hospital before retracting his gaze. In fact, the reason he brought Su Jiayan here was that he was worried she would drag her injured body to carry out a cleansing mission. The Duquera organization had taken a big hit in Huaxia and was likely already preparing for their next retaliation. Given Dr. Su's current physical condition, it would be difficult for her to mount an effective counterattack. At that moment, Su Wujie's phone rang. The caller ID showed it was Park Yunhee. She had been busy with the aftermath investigation of Feng Jie's case these past few days. I heard from Xiao Pang that you went to Ninghai? Park Yunhee asked. Yes, I brought a friend to work, Su Wujie replied with a smile. Xiao Pang's mouth is like a pair of loose cotton pants. So, have you accepted Su Jiayan's pursuit? Park Yunhee seemed to be in a good mood. As a fellow woman, I can tell that girl really likes you. Her eyes don't lie. It's just because I saved her at the club, that's all. Su Wujie said, it seems she didn't even need me to save her back then. She's doing quite well, that figure. Park Yenhui chuckled lightly, she can have sons. You look like you can have children too, Su Wujie replied. Park Yenhui, you waited for me in Ninghai for half a day, I'll arrive tonight. Park Yenhui changed the subject. In the Feng Jie case, there was a little girl sold to the Su family in Linzhou. I checked and think it might be Su Jiayan. As soon as Su Wujie heard this, his expression suddenly sharpened. Su Wujie sat in the cafe at the hospital entrance for 3 hours, waiting until off-duty time before walking into the hospital. The environment of Tsihue Hospital was excellent, and the fees were extremely high. The patients coming here were either rich or noble, and the parking lot was filled with luxury cars. Su Wujie took out Su Jiayan's business card to look at it, then walked to the surgery department where she worked. A young nurse immediately approached him with a bright smile and asked, Sir, we're about to close, have you made an appointment with a doctor? The service attitude in high-end hospitals is indeed good. Even this young nurse was a fair-skinned beauty. Su Jiayan, Dr. Su Wujie said, she just started work today, I'm her friend, here to see her. However, the young nurse's expression froze for a moment, then she lowered her voice slightly, Sir, Dr. Su went to the director's office 5 minutes ago, she should still be there. Seeing the nurse's expression was off, Su Wujie immediately asked, what happened? Young Master Li came to see a doctor, saw Dr. Su, and immediately started arguing with her. It's already escalated to the director's office. When the young nurse mentioned young Master Li, fear was clearly visible in her eyes. Which young Master Li? Su Wujie asked. From the nurse's words, he could tell that Su Jiayan must have had a conflict with this young Master Li in the past, otherwise, they wouldn't have started arguing upon meeting. He's the son of our director Li Zuanyang, Li Yaoshua. The nurse pointed to the elevator. The director's office is on the top floor, you should go take a look. There were also 2 young female doctors nearby. One of them said, every time Li Yaoshua comes, it's chaos, he has harassed our female doctors many times, and no one can stop him. Poor Dr. Su, I don't know how she offended Li Yaoshua before, but now she will definitely be forced to leave. Hearing this, Su Wujie quickly went upstairs. At this moment, in the director's office, a thin man in his 30s was shouting loudly. Today, she either lets me beat her up or takes off that white coat, strips off her clothes, and gets the hell out of the hospital. Get out of Ninghai. This guy was Li Yaoshua, looking quite wealthy, dressed in a luxury coat covered in logos, his hair slicked back, and just the pair of frameless glasses on his face must be worth thousands. The director said, Li Yaoshua, Dr. Su is a key talent we specially hired at Sihue Hospital. Can you let go of past grievances? After all, it's been so many years. Chen Jieka, if you dare to say another word for Su Jiayan, I'll tell my dad to have you kicked out of the director's position. The director of Sihue Hospital was a returned Chinese, named Chen Jieka in Chinese, a renowned heart specialist in the United States. He was trembling with anger at this moment. Su Jiayan sarcastically said, Young Master Li, back when I was studying in the U.S., you drugged me, trying to assault me and my best friend. I sensed it in advance, kicked you, and slapped you a few times. You still hold a grudge about it? Li Yaoshua shouted, Su Jiayan, that kick of yours almost made me unable to be a man. I had 2 surgeries to recover. Su Jiayan crossed her arms and continued to mock. By the way, I also reported it to the police. To get you out of jail, your dad must have spent quite a bit of money, right? Chen Jieka listened to the whole story, stood up, and said seriously, Li Yaoshua, if you continue to make a scene and disrupt the hospital's operations, I will bring this matter to the board for discussion. If the impact is severe, your father may also be forced to revoke his board membership. You old bastard, who do you think you are to just revoke? Li Yaoshua raised his hand and slapped him. Chen Jieka was old, how could he dodge? His glasses flew off to the side from the impact. Immediately after, Li Yaoshua yanked Su Jiayan hard. The latter, still recovering from her injuries and in a weakened state, lost her balance and fell to the ground. Su Jiayan, I'll kill you. Li Yaoshua raised his hand to slap Su Jiayan's face. This guy was usually arrogant, but seeing an old enemy today made him lose control of his emotions. However, Li Yaoshua soon realized that he couldn't bring his hand down. A young man had grabbed his wrist. That hand was like a vice, and he couldn't break free no matter what. In the next moment, Li Yaoshua felt a sharp pain in his ribs. Su Wujie's left fist had landed solidly on his side. He clearly heard the sound of his ribs cracking. Not just one. This made Li Yaoshua unable to stand straight, clutching his ribs and gasping in pain. Then, Su Wujie pulled Su Jiayan up from the ground. Are you okay? He asked. Su Jiayan smiled with her eyes squinting. I have plenty of meat on my butt, it doesn't hurt when I fall. Su Wujie replied, why are you always? At that moment, Su Jiayan suddenly lifted her foot in high heels. Bang! With a light touch, she struck Li Yaoshua's vital point. He felt his soul tremble. He collapsed to the ground, screaming in agony. Su Wujie looked at Su Jiayan. I already took action, you didn't need to kick him. After all, the damage from that kick was significant, and if the police were called, Su Jiayan would also bear major responsibility. Su Jiayan smiled gently, even if something happens, I can't let you take all the blame. After saying that, she lifted her foot again, the tip of her high heel precisely kicking Li Yaoshua at the back of his neck. His head tilted, and he fainted instantly, his screams abruptly stopping. With that kick, Su Jiayan was definitely a seasoned fighter. Watching the two execute their actions so decisively, Chen Jieka was stunned. He picked up his glasses and put them back on. You work well together. Thank you. Su Wujie looked at the old dean's swollen face and said, is the Sihue Hospital going to let him be so arrogant? I find this young Master Li very unpleasant, but to deal with him, we must persuade Mr. Li Zuanyang, the hospital board member, to discipline his son, Chen Jieka said. However, Li Yaoshua's injury should be serious. Given Mr. Li Zuanyang's character, he will definitely respond with violence. He is not someone who strictly abides by the law, so you two might get into some trouble. Su Wuji grinned. Violent means? I like that. Seeing his mischievous smile, Chen Jieke couldn't help but feel a bit of anticipation. He was more accustomed to the previous medical and research environment, but in Huaxia, he faced many constraints, whether from administrative managers or hospital shareholders, who often meddled. If he didn't toast them at a banquet, some would directly show their displeasure. Especially that board member Li Zuanyang. Last time, he forced Chen Jieke to drink 3 pots of baijiu, and the next day he couldn't even pick up a scalpel. Please be careful, both of you, the old dean reminded seriously. Su Wuji smiled broadly. You are truly a good dean. Chen Jieke shook his head and sighed. I feel unworthy if even doctors can't be protected. Then, he looked at Su Jiayan and said, Dr. Su, the European headquarters has asked me to take special care of you. You don't look well, if you need to rest. Su Jiayan smiled and shook her head. No need, director, I won't affect my work. Chen Jieke glanced at her, remained silent for a few seconds, and then reminded her, you still need to take care of your health and safety. Su Wuji was somewhat surprised, feeling that this reminder was a bit strange. Su Jiayan was also slightly taken aback, then smiled. I will, please rest assured, director. After a few minutes, the doctors and nurses finished their shifts, but when they reached the lobby on the first floor, they found they couldn't move, because Li Yaoshua was lying in the middle of the lobby. He was awake but unable to move. Su Wuji moved a chair, sat down beside him, and placed one foot on Li Yaoshua's back. Wait until my dad comes, you're dead, Li Yaoshua shouted. His lower body had gone numb and lost sensation. He didn't even know if it would be surgically removed. Su Wuji chuckled. Your dad is Li Zuanyang, the boss of Jinzuan Entertainment, who owns several nightclubs. It's quite surprising that such a person has become a shareholder of the hospital. As long as you know, Li Yaoshua shouted, my dad plays both sides. Don't think you can leave Ninghai alive. Su Wuji smiled and said, is that so? With that, he grabbed a handful of Li Yaoshua's hair with his left hand and slammed his head against the ground several times. Bang, 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 bang. Each impact made one's heart tremble. Su Wuji's left hand didn't stop. He took out his phone and made a call. Listen to the sound of your son's head hitting the ground. If you don't arrive at Sihui Hospital within half an hour, your son's head is going to explode. Li Yaoshua's actions had already caused public outrage at Sihui Hospital, so when the medical staff saw Su Wuji's actions, they secretly cheered him on. But they were also sweating for Su Wuji, after all. In front of the formidable director Li Zuanyang, no one really had high hopes for this young man. More than 20 minutes later, a Rolls-Royce Ghost drove straight to the entrance of the outpatient building, followed by 3 business vans. The car door opened, and more than a dozen men in black suits jumped out. They all held batons, looking fierce, clearly a group of thugs. Then, from the back seat of the Ghost, a man in a floral shirt stepped out. He was quite tall and strong, with graying hair cut short and a face full of flesh. The color of the shirt and the large gold chain around his neck somewhat revealed his temperament. This was actually Director Li Zuanyang. As he walked into the hospital, he rolled up his sleeves, revealing tattooed arms with a green dragon on the left and a white tiger on the right. Upon learning that his son had been beaten, Li Zuanyang had no intention of calling the police to resolve the issue. Over the years, he had become too adept at using violence to push through. Upon entering and seeing his son lying on the ground covered in blood, Li Zuanyang's brows furrowed sharply. He couldn't remember the last time someone had dared to disrespect him. At this moment, he was clearly a bit hot-headed. Li Zuanyang glared at the young man with a frivolous expression and said in a deep voice, do you know what you've done to my son? This is Ninghai. I know better than you that this is Ninghai, Su Wuji replied, his words seemingly carrying some deeper meaning, but Li Zuanyang clearly didn't understand. He growled, let my son go, and I'll chop off one of your fingers and break one of your legs, and we can consider this matter settled. Su Wuji stepped on Li Yaoshua's head, smiled, and pointed to Su Jiayan beside him. You apologize to my friend, guarantee that you and your son won't cause trouble here again, and withdraw your shares from Sihui Hospital, then I'll let him go. Looking at Su Jiayan, a look of astonishment surged in Li Zuanyang's eyes. The allure of this woman was too strong. At that moment, Li Zuanyang even felt a desire to compete with his son for her. He quickly regained his composure. Being threatened face-to-face by a young man made him feel both angry and somewhat ridiculous. Withdraw your shares? What kind of joke is that? Get them! Grab Yaoshua and then kill this guy. With a wave of his hand, those subordinates wielding batons rushed towards Su Wuji. Alright, let's see who dies first. Su Wuji directly pulled out the chair beneath him and swung it fiercely. The chair crashed heavily into Li Yaoshua's chest. The latter, who had already been knocked out, was jolted awake by the impact and spat out a mouthful of blood. The thugs almost stopped in their tracks, standing there in a daze. In Ninghai, someone was actually competing with them in ruthlessness. The flesh on Li Zuanyang's face twitched. "If you dare come any closer, I'll keep smashing," Su Wuji said with a smile. "I want to see how many hits this young masterly can take." "You one thug, not believing in evil, took a step forward. Bang! Li Yaoshua was hit again, the wooden chair splintering. Su Wuji picked up a chair leg, weighed it in his hand, and sneered, "Who else wants to try?" Then, he casually swung it. The chair leg struck the thug's face hard. His nose was instantly broken, and with a scream, he crouched down, covering his nose as blood gushed out, tears and snot covering his face. Su Jian stood by, beaming with delight, her charm radiating. "So handsome." Seeing this, Li Zuanyang was utterly irritated. He had been domineering for so many years, always the one bullying others. When had he ever been treated like this? But his son was in the other's hands. He could only watch helplessly. Looking at the cowering thugs, Li Zuanyang took a deep drag from his cigarette and said to those around him, "I've really raised a bunch of useless trash. When will Kong Shirlei arrive?" "Boss, Lei Gu said he would arrive in 10 minutes. After saying this, Li Zuanyang turned to Su Wuji. "Kid, what's your name?" Su Wuji replied, "What, do you want to check my household registration? If I can know your name, I can find out who your parents are." Li Zuanyang's expression darkened as he said, "Kid, let my son go and compensate for the medical expenses, and I can pretend today never happened." Li Zuanyang could have ordered his thugs to rush in and grab the person, but he really didn't want to see his son get hit again. If this reckless kid swung a bat at Li Yaoshua's head next, it could be fatal. First, he needed to coax this guy into letting his son go. Su Wuji smiled and said, "Mr. Li, have you ever thought that if you can check my household registration, I can find out what your parents' names are, and even where your ancestral grave is?" Upon hearing this, Li Zuanyang's expression turned furious. He threw the cigarette butt to the ground with force, his face twisted as he growled, "Kid, are you threatening me?" "Threatening?" Su Wuji shrugged, not really. However, he added, "You and your son are such lowly characters that you don't even deserve to be threatened by me." Li Zuanyang felt he was about to explode with anger. "How much do you want?" he asked, forcing himself to suppress his rage. With his son in the other's hands, Li Zuanyang had no good options and could only buy time waiting for Kong Shirlei to arrive, and everything would be simple then. He was a former champion of the underground boxing matches in Lingzhou, said to have fought black fights for 8 years and only lost once. Later, Kong Shirlei was invited to Ninghai at a high price by Li Zuanyang. Over the past few years, he had secretly and openly helped Li Zuanyang resolve many troubles, solidifying the latter's position in the gray area of Ninghai. "I don't want money," Su Wujie smiled slightly. "After all, I haven't received President Li's apology yet. You just threatened me with my parents, which makes me even less willing to let him go." As he spoke, he picked up a chair leg and struck Li Yaoshua's shoulder hard. The sound of cracking bones echoed in everyone's ears. At that moment, Li Yaoshua didn't even have the strength to scream, only managing to let out a muffled groan of pain. Li Zuanyang's jaw trembled violently, his gaze growing darker, but he didn't say another word. Just then, a Toyota Prado drove up outside. The door opened, and a man in a blue suit jumped out. He had a crew cut, stood about 185 meters tall, and his muscles stretched the suit tightly, making him visibly larger than Su Wujie. This was Kong Shirlei. "Boss, I'm here," he said. Kong Shirlei's voice was deep, and his eyes were even darker. Just a glance from him could send chills down anyone's spine. "Yaoshua is in his hands," Li Zuanyang pointed at Su W. However, that was a battle that Kong Shirlei would never forget in his lifetime, so how could he possibly forget the other person's brows and eyes? Even if several years had passed, especially with that carefree demeanor, he would definitely not mistake him. "So it's you, I remember now." Su Wujie looked Kong Shirlei up and down, smiling. "You're not as good at fighting as you used to be." Just with a glance, he gave such an accurate assessment, which secretly shocked Kong Shirlei. He paused for a moment, then said, "Life has gotten better, so I've neglected training. I hardly get to fight in real combat throughout the year." Li Zuanyang's feeling was already extremely bad, and he growled, "Kong Shirlei, are you going to make a move or not?" Kong Shirlei glanced at Li Zuanyang and said, "Mr. Li, I can't beat him." Li Zuanyang's face was trampled underfoot, and he shouted angrily, "Have all the money I've spent on you over the years been wasted? At a critical moment, you damn well better stand up for me." Su Wujie shook his head. "After all, you were once a dignified Shaolin disciple, why stoop to being a dog for someone like him?" Upon hearing this, Kong Shirlei's body shook violently. "How do you know I'm a Shaolin disciple?" Kong Shirlei's eyes were filled with shock. This identity, he had hidden very well, even after returning to the secular world for so many years. He had never mentioned it to anyone. After our match, I knew. Su Wuji said, those gamblers watching the fight couldn't tell, but you were using Shaolin's Diamond Fist and Tiger Subduing Fist. Kong Shilei's pupils almost trembled. How do you know so much at such a young age? I've seen a lot, so I naturally know. Su Wuji didn't elaborate further but said, you still haven't answered my question from earlier. In the martial world, one is not free. Kong Shilei shook his head and sighed heavily. I'm not being a dog for Li Zuanyang. I'm just trying to make a living. In my life, I can only exist in the shadows where the black and white worlds intersect. Su Wuji continued, only Master Hengzhou is known for using the Diamond Fist and Tiger Subduing Fist in Shaolin. If I'm not mistaken, your master should be him, right? When Su Wuji mentioned this name, Kong Shilei's eyes instantly filled with tears, forming a stark contrast to his previously gloomy demeanor. Master. Kong Shilei wiped away a tear and sighed heavily. I haven't seen him in over a decade. In the past 2 years, Master Hengzhou's health has not been good. He may not have much time left. If you have the chance, you can return to Shaolin to see him. As Su Wuji spoke, he casually tossed the nearly beaten Li Yaoshua to Kong Shilei. He actually let the person go. Kong Shilei also casually handed Li Yaoshua over to those thugs, then deeply bowed. If my master is willing to see me, this unfilial disciple really. With this bow, his tears fell heavily to the ground. Su Wuji said, you can practice the Diamond Fist and Tiger Subduing Fist to such a level. You must be Master Hengzhou's favored disciple. No matter what happened in the past, after so many years, it should have blown away with the wind. Clearly, Su Wuji saw that a Shaolin disciple with such strong abilities had returned to secular life in his prime, which must have involved some regrettable events. After a pause, Su Wuji added, but he probably wouldn't want to see you working for someone like Li Zuanyang. Kong Shilei bowed again. Thank you, I understand. Can I ask one more question? Kong Shilei said again, how do you know my master's health is poor? Before Su Wuji could speak, a deep voice came from behind. Master Hengzhou has liver cancer and is undergoing surgery in Linzhou. My boss coordinated with the hospital. It was actually Xiao Pang. He rushed over from Linzhou. At this moment, Xiao Pang, who stood over 2 meters tall, made Li Zuanyang's thugs look like little chicks. Thank you, thank you. Kong Shilei bowed for the third time, tears streaming down his face. Xiao Pang, it cost a total of 400,000. Su Wuji, no need to mention that. Kong Shilei didn't bother to verify the truth. He instinctively chose to believe. I will remember your kindness. Then he turned around, glanced at Li Zuanyang, and looked at the thugs. If any of you dare to oppose this gentleman, you are making an enemy of me, Kong Shilei. Remember that. As he said this, the domineering and gloomy aura around him surged again. The thugs knew what kind of person Brother Kong was, and none dared to speak, while Li Zuanyang was on the verge of exploding with anger. Kong Shilei, have you forgotten how I raised you? Li Zuanyang shouted, you really are an ungrateful wolf. Slap. Kong Shilei actually raised his hand and slapped him. Li Zuanyang, who looked tall and strong, had a rather average ability to take a hit, and this slap sent him crashing to the ground. A clear red handprint appeared on his chubby face. You. Li Zuanyang was almost driven mad, but he didn't dare to retaliate, because he knew that the man in front of him could really go crazy and not care about his life. Kong Shilei said calmly, Mr. Li, over the years, you gave me money, and I helped you settle matters. I don't owe you anything. As he spoke, he lifted his foot to leave, but remembering Su Wujie, he said to Li Zuanyang, I told you not to oppose this gentleman, otherwise, when I return from Shaolin, I will come for your life. After saying that, Kong Shilei strode out. He got into the car and headed north. That was the direction of Mount Song in the Central Plains. Su Jian crossed her arms and stood with Su Wujie, watching Kong Shilei's car disappear into the traffic, saying, he's not a bad person, a prodigal son returning is worth more than gold. Maybe he wasn't a prodigal son to begin with. Su Wujie shook his head, then looked at Li Zuanyang, his expression turning colder. I don't need your apology anymore. Within 3 days, withdraw your shares from Ninghai Charity Hospital, or else. As he spoke, he lifted his foot. The broken chair on the ground was kicked away. Several thugs were hit in the head by the flying wood, covering their faces, blood flowing from their fingers, screaming in agony. You little brat, just wait for me. Li Zuanyang spat fiercely, then turned and left. He wasn't a simple-minded person, he had just grown accustomed to being overbearing over the years, and when trouble arose, he instinctively wanted to solve it with violence. So, when Su Wujie mentioned the share withdrawal again, he felt he needed to consult the big boss behind him quickly. After all, he could rely on his position as a director to call the shots at the charity hospital, but when it came to how to handle these shares, his word didn't count. Smack! Su Jian hugged Su Wujie's head and gave him a hard kiss on the cheek. You're so handsome. she said. Su Wujia pushed her away with a look of disgust and wiped the lipstick mark off his face with his sleeve. Some female medical staff had already started to applaud. Li Yaoshua had previously aroused public anger, and Su Wujia's actions were truly satisfying. What are you applauding for? Why are you all gathered here instead of finishing your shifts? At that moment, a middle-aged woman in a white coat stepped out. She walked in high heels, stood in front of Su Wujia, looked at him with an unfriendly expression. I am Gong Yanhua, the vice president of the charity hospital, in charge of administration. And then? Su Wujia asked, hands in his pockets. Gong Yanhua said, you are disturbing the hospital's order and assaulting a hospital director. I have already called the police. You can go explain at the police station. Oh, Su Wujie turned to leave, but before he did, he said, Xiao Pang, tell her to shut up. Xiao Pang stood in front of Gong Yanhua. Bang! After this commotion, Su Wujie and Su Jiayan arrived together at her residence in Ninghai. Su Jiayan had bought a 2-bedroom apartment in a residential area 5 kilometers from the hospital. Right downstairs was the bustling life of the market, very lively. As soon as they entered the room, Su Jiayan kicked off her high heels, took off her coat, and lay down on the sofa. The graceful curves of her body became even more alluring as she reclined. Su Wujie always felt that if he stayed with this woman for too long, something would inevitably happen. When did you buy this place? Su Wujie asked. He felt that the apartment had been decorated for a long time, not like someone had just moved in. This is my secret base in Ninghai, Su Jiayan said. I moved here 2 years ago. Weren't you abroad at that time? Su Wujie asked. I would occasionally sneak back. Su Jiayan stretched lazily, her chest rising and falling in waves. Even my family doesn't know I have a place here. You're the first guest. As she spoke, she looked deeply at the man beside her. In the future, you might also become the male host here. Su Dongkai seems to treat you pretty well. Su Wujie didn't take the bait. This place isn't cheap. Su Jiayan replied, I didn't use the Su family's money. The down payment was earned by me. Su Wujie understood that this was probably the commission Su Jiayan earned from her missions with Silver Moon. He sat down on the sofa and said lightly, according to Silver Moon's style of exterminating entire families, Zhuo Qingqi is dead, and his son Zhuo Sichuan probably won't last long either. Su Jiayan propped her head up with one hand, lying sideways, tilting her head to look at Su Wujie, and smiled. Are you afraid I would go after his son, so you came here to keep an eye on me? Su Wujie remained non-committal. Your current physical condition isn't suitable for such things. Su Jiayan nodded. Indeed, I'm so sexy. If I fell into the hands of the Duca Luo hyenas, I would definitely be ravaged by them in turns. Su Wujie, can't you just not be flirtatious? Su Jiayan stood up, bent over, and leaned close to Su Wujie's face, smiling as she asked, Are you so concerned about me because you're interested in me or because you're interested in Silver Moon? As she leaned over, Su Wujie instinctively glanced down at his collar. That beautiful shape. Full, plump, bouncy, soft. It truly deserved all the beautiful words in the world. Oh, so you're interested in this? Su Jiayan followed Su Wujie's gaze and looked down, laughing happily. Su Wujie immediately sat up straight. Then, she leaned close to Su Wujie's ear and said, I'm going to take a shower now. When I'm done, I'll be white and fragrant and delicious. Su Wujie turned his head and ignored her. When the sound of running water came from the bathroom, he steadied his mind, took out his phone, logged into a certain email account, and checked the new messages. The latest message caught his attention. The content was, the Duca Luo organization has begun to activate 5-star assassins lurking in Huaxia, and the Silver Moon organization has postponed its mission. Su Wujie's brows furrowed deeply. In the past, there were almost no Huaxia people among the assassins trained by the Duca Luo organization, and their main activity areas were all outside Huaxia. But this news undoubtedly confirmed that this organization had been laying plans in Huaxia for a long time, even infiltrating assassins several years in advance. Moreover, they were 5-star assassins. With Silver Moon's style of operation, Zhuo Qingqi's son Zhuo Sichuan was definitely going to die. As long as the Duca Luo organization kept a close watch on him, they could lure Silver Moon into a trap. In the bathroom, Su Jiayan seemed to be lathering herself with foam, her hands rubbing away. But she was clearly a bit distracted. She didn't want to involve Su Wujie. After all, if he caught the attention of Duke Carlos hyenas, he would never find peace in his life. When will you change this warm-heartedness? This matter has nothing to do with you. Su Jiayan sighed inwardly. The shower lasted for more than 10 minutes, and when Su Jiayan began to dry herself, her phone received a message stating Zhuo Sichuan had hired senior bodyguards from the Xing'an security company at a high price, and the Du Carlo organization had activated 5-star hunters lurking in Huaxia, raising the difficulty level of the mission, and Guanji could postpone the mission in the short term. This Guanji was Su Jiayan's code name. 5-star killers? Postponing the mission? Su Jiayan began to ponder whether she should show this message to Su Wujie. Would he leave Ninghai after seeing this message, no longer getting involved in this matter? While thinking, Su Jiayan put on her shorts. The fabric clung tightly to her hips and legs, the curves perfect without a hint of flaw. Just as she had put on her fitted tank top, her phone rang. Su Jiayan answered and said, "Hello, who is this? I am Detective Park Yoon-hee from the Linzhou Lakeside branch. May I speak to Su Jiayan?" A hint of caution appeared in Su Jiayan's eyes. "Hello, it's me. Could it be that something went wrong in Zhuo Qingqi's fall, raising the police's suspicion?" Park Yoon-hee said, "We are currently handling the case of Finjie's human trafficking and have some leads. We would like to talk to you in person." Su Jiayan was momentarily stunned. She took a gentle breath, as if making a significant decision, and said, "Okay, I have arrived in Ninghai. Where are you?" "I can come to find you," Park Yoon-hee said, "or you can come to the Ninghai City Bureau. Let's meet at the cafe next to the Baoping apartment, in half an hour, is that okay?" Su Jiayan's voice had an unmistakable tremor. "Okay." Su Jiayan looked at herself in the mirror. Her eyes were already red. At this moment, she still didn't know that the police officer who called her had a very close relationship with Su Wujie. Su Jiayan stepped out wearing only fitted clothing, and upon seeing this, Su Wujie immediately averted his gaze. "Darling, I have to step out for a bit. Will you wait for me here?" Su Jiayan said as she bent down to put on her jeans. She didn't shy away from Su Wujie, but he didn't dare to look directly at her. "What, darling? Don't call me that. Where are you going?" Su Wujie asked, looking out the window. Su Jiayan replied, "Officer Park wants to meet me at the cafe nearby to discuss Finjie's case." This time, Su Wujie didn't want to follow. He still turned his head away from her. "Then you go, be careful." Su Jiayan pulled up her tight jeans, covering her fair, glowing hips and legs. "I must thank the person who caught Finjie properly." Su Wujie smiled. "If it was a man who caught her, are you planning to offer yourself to him?" "That won't happen," Su Jiayan said. "Oh." Su Wujie breathed a sigh of relief. "Because I have already given my body to you." Su Wujie. After Su Jiayan left, Su Wujie looked around the room, a typical girl's room setup, completely unremarkable, making it hard to believe the owner was a killer. At that moment, Su Wujie's phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID, frowned, and then answered. "Hi, dear Shadow King." A man's voice came from the other end, sounding a bit effeminate and somewhat greasy. "What a ridiculous name, just get to the point," Su Wujie said impatiently. The other side said, "Let me guess, you are in Asia? You guessed right, and then, are you in Huaxia?" "No, I'm in India, drinking freshly made aloe vera juice while bathing in the Ganges," Su Wujie said. "No, you're in Huaxia." The voice on the other end seemed quite certain. "I've heard that Duke Luo's elite hyenas have been taken down one after another in Huaxia, and our 4 great ranger kings haven't made a move. Who else could it be? How would I know?" Su Wujie retorted, "And what's with this 4 great ranger kings nonsense? It's the dumbest title I've ever heard." Many people believe that Duke Luo's painful defeat has nothing to do with the ranger organization, but I don't think so. The voice on the other end chuckled, because they don't know that the 4 kings of the rangers are actually 5 people. After a pause, he added, "And the most dangerous one has always hidden himself in the night and shadows." "That's none of my business." Su Wujie hung up the phone directly. In the cafe, Park Yinchi and Su Jiayan sat across from each other. Park Yinchi wasn't wearing a police uniform but was dressed in black sportswear. Her delicate beauty contrasted sharply with Su Jiayan, who exuded a sensual charm. "Miss Su, have you ever learned anything about your background?" Park Yinchi asked. Sister Fun's interrogation work was progressing smoothly. According to her recollection, she had once sold a little girl to the Su family in Linzhou, and Park Yinchi easily found out that this matter was related to Su Jiayan. A cold light flickered in Su Jiayan's beautiful eyes. "Yes, even though I was only 4 years old at the time, I can never forget Sister Fun's sinister face. I wanted to bring her to justice every single day." What Su Jiayan didn't say was that the justice she referred to meant the private punishment of Silver Moon. For such a bastard who ruined her life, letting her rot in prison would be too lenient. Park Yinchi said, "So, you know that Su Dongkai is your adoptive father?" Su Jiayan nodded. "Although my memories before I was 4 are gradually fading, I have always been clear that I don't belong to Linzhou. My dad is a good man who has always treated me like his own daughter. However, the person who bought me from the human traffickers was not him, but my current grandmother." Park Yinchi nodded. "I know, Grandma Su passed away 2 years ago." Su Jiayan took a sip of coffee and sighed. "Grandma felt sorry for me, seeing that I had no thick clothes in the dead of winter, with scars all over my face and body from being beaten by Sister Fun, so she bought me. Actually, Grandma and my dad have always treated me well, but partly because of my adoptive mother, and partly because I remember things from before, it's been hard for me to truly integrate into this big family. Park Yenchi gently nodded. We have been working on finding your family, but it's been so long, and there's too little useful information, so. Su Jiayan immediately said, I understand. Finding my biological parents is like looking for a needle in a haystack. I'm already very content with the results we have today. No, I haven't finished, Park Yenchi said. After interrogating Sister Fun, we deduced that you might have been trafficked from Taishan City in Bailan Province, but specific clues are still pending. Before she could finish, she saw Su Jiayan's eyes redden again. Thank you. Tears began to pour uncontrollably from her eyes. Park Yenchi quietly waited for Su Jiayan to cry for a while before saying, you need to be mentally prepared. The search for your family may yield results soon, but it may also end up being fruitless. I know, I'm really already very surprised. Su Jiayan struggled to suppress her fluctuating emotions and said, by the way, can I meet the police officer who caught Sister Fun? I want to thank him in person. Park Yenhui smiled gently, a soft light unconsciously flickering in her eyes. It wasn't the police who caught him, it was a well-meaning citizen who wishes to remain anonymous. Su Jiayan keenly noticed the glimmer in Park Yenhui's eyes and immediately asked, does Officer Park know this person? I do know him, Park Yenhui added silently in her heart. You know him too. I really want to meet him. Please ask Officer Park for his opinion. Su Jiayan's tone carried a clear plea. All right. Seeing the redness in her eyes, Park Yenhui agreed. Then she asked, Miss Su, you've lived in Europe for many years. How much do you know about the Silver Moon organization? Su Jiayan's expression remained unchanged. I've heard of it, but I don't know much. She was somewhat puzzled by the sudden question from this beautiful police officer. Su Jiayan knew that her stance was opposed to that of the Huaxia police. Once the authorities discovered her connection to Zhuo Qingqi's death, she would undoubtedly be arrested and imprisoned. The Silver Moon organization has gained notoriety in the past 2 years, but their methods are somewhat extreme, Park Yenhui said, looking at Su Jiayan. A few days ago, a wealthy businessman, Zhuo Qingqi, committed suicide by jumping off a building, and we suspected may be related to the Silver Moon organization. In fact, Su Wuji had no idea that Su Jiayan was part of the Silver Moon, otherwise, he wouldn't have openly discussed this matter at the board meeting of Linmu Insurance. Su Jiayan remains silent. Zhuo Qingqi's son, Zhuo Xishuan, is currently in Ninghai and may become the next target of the Silver Moon. Park Yenhui continued. Zhuo Xishuan, I met him a few years ago, he's a charming playboy who even pursued me. Su Jiayan shook her head. This guy changes girlfriends more often than he changes clothes. Her expression revealed no emotion. In Huaxia, the actions of the Silver Moon are not permitted. Park Yenhui shook her head. We have already begun investigating Zhuo Xishuan, but gathering evidence is somewhat difficult and may take some time. Su Jiayan nodded. I hope everything goes smoothly and that such people are brought to justice soon. After chatting a bit more, Park Yenhui stood up to leave. However, before she departed, she added, Miss Su, you don't seem to be in good health, take care of yourself. Su Jiayan watched Park Yenhui's retreating figure, remaining silent for a long time. She wasn't sure if Officer Park had already suspected her, especially with that last remark, which could easily lead one to overthink. However, from her words, Su Jiayan could confirm that Zhuo Xishuan was already being monitored by the police. In this situation, if Su Jiayan were to take action against Zhuo Xishuan, she would inevitably face the risk of exposing herself. Her thoughts were somewhat chaotic, and Su Jiayan sat quietly for a while before preparing to return. During this time, Su Wuji had not contacted her. Just then, a black business car stopped in front of Su Jiayan. The passenger door opened, and a woman in a black suit stepped out, standing before her. Dr. Su, hello. Who are you? Su Jiayan asked. I am Secretary Li Zuanyan, Mr. Li wants to discuss the matter of withdrawing shares from Sihue Hospital with you in person. The woman had short hair, wore flat shoes, moved briskly, looked quite decent, but her tone was not very polite. Su Jiayan's expression remained unchanged as she replied coolly, if Mr. Li wants to withdraw shares, he can directly handle the procedures with the hospital's board. There's no need to go through me. As she spoke, she glanced at the business car, all the windows tinted dark, making it impossible to see inside. Dr. Su, I advise you to get in the car. The secretary's words carried a commanding tone. She stepped to Su Jiayan's side and reached out, grabbing her arm. Clearly, if Su Jiayan tried to run, she would immediately be restrained. Su Jiayan did not run or shout. She simply said calmly, with those skills, you are definitely not a secretary. Who exactly are you? In that moment, even though Su Jiayan's physical state was weak, she had more than 10 ways to take the life of the short-haired woman. The short-haired woman had already begun to exert force, coldly saying, get in the car. However, the next second, her hair was yanked from behind. Following that, a strong force came, and her head uncontrollably slammed against the car window. Bang! 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 After 3 hard hits, the sliding door's glass was completely shattered. The female secretary fell to the ground, her face covered in blood, and Su Wuji's figure appeared. In the back seat of the car sat a fair-skinned middle-aged man. He looked completely unfazed, adjusted his glasses, and smiled slightly. Indeed, heroes emerge from youth. You have passed the test and now qualify to meet the real boss. Su Wuji glanced at him and chuckled, idiot. The middle-aged man was taken aback for a moment, then anger surfaced on his face. You dare to insult me like that? Do you know who I am? Just by coming to see you today, I am already giving you face. Su Wuji completely ignored him, turned to the side, and said, Xiao Pang, find something to gag him. The middle-aged man then noticed a huge figure had appeared beside him. Immediately after, he was lifted up by his collar. Xiao Pang kicked open a nearby manhole cover, loosened his grip, and directly threw the middle-aged man into the roadside sewer. A strong stench hit him. Thick excrement instantly engulfed him. His mouth was full. It was only then that the middle-aged man realized that this big fool was using this stuff to gag him. Su Jian pinched her nose and stepped aside. The smell made her suddenly remember something. I've seen this person on TV. He seems to be someone's secretary, and his identity is quite sensitive. Shouldn't you avoid the limelight? Clearly, in that brief moment, Su Jian had already thought of the potential risks they might face. Su Wuji smiled slightly. It doesn't matter, because for everyone pretending to be tough in front of me, I must treat them all the same. Xiao Pang repeated, yes, treat them all the same. Then, thud, thud, bang. Xiao Pang threw the female secretary and the driver into the sewer, then covered the heavy manhole cover. Sounds of bubbling came from below. It seemed the three had eaten their fill. Su Jian smiled brightly, but there was a hint of emotion in her eyes. This has nothing to do with you, it all started because of me. You should leave quickly. She hugged Su Wuji's arm and urged, Ninghai is very dangerous for you right now. Su Wuji knew that Li Zuanyang's boss had already noticed Su Jian and himself, otherwise, he wouldn't have sent his secretary to pick them up. However, the way of picking them up was rather rude. In response, Su Wuji made sure they had a little more to eat in the sewer. It's already dark, why aren't you leaving? Su Jian lazily leaned against the headboard. Aren't you afraid I might eat you tonight? She had already changed into her pajamas, the white silk nightgown clinging smoothly to her body, with no restrictive clothing underneath. The originally breathtaking curves now appeared even softer visually. Just a slight movement would bring those lines to life, like flowing lake water. Indeed, from the outside in, she was a water doll. To be honest, in this state, if Su Jian wanted to eat Su Wuji, Su Xiaoshu might not be able to withstand even 88 seconds. Su Wuji said irritably, you don't know why I'm not leaving? Su Jian shook her head, even if Li Zuanyang's backer comes to trouble me, it will be within the rules. Besides, he is in the system, and his identity is sensitive, he can't act recklessly. I'm not worried about that, Su Wuji sneered. Su Jian directly tossed her phone to Su Wuji. Take a look at the information inside. Silver Moon has even asked me to postpone the mission. She had no intention of hiding these secret orders from Su Wuji. Su Wuji glanced at it and threw the phone back. In fact, he knew about this news even earlier than Su Jian. Even if Silver Moon orders a delay, can you just sit still? Su Wuji raised an eyebrow and asked. Su Jian lifted the blanket off her body. The white light on her abdomen and legs was exposed to Su Wuji's eyes. The hem of her nightgown only covered the back half of her thighs, and the secret garden seemed to be faintly visible. We're just chatting. What are you doing? Su Wuji said irritably. What does it mean to tease me from several meters away? Can't you just jump over? Su Jian crossed her long legs. Look at me, I'm so weak that even Li Yaoshua can easily knock me down. What else can I do? Su Wuji, you lifted the blanket just to show you're weak? No, I did it to show I'm sexy. Su Jian stared at Su Wuji, smiling as she winked. You're blushing. Su Wuji got up to leave. I can't be bothered with you, I'm out. If he stayed any longer, he was really afraid his buddies would make him unable to stand up straight. Su Jian laughed uncontrollably, her pure white body trembling all over. However, when the door was closed, Su Jian's smile faded, and she said softly, that's the Western dark world, I really don't want you to get involved. Su Wuji actually didn't know that, at that moment, in the dean's office, when Li Yaoshua pulled Su Jian down to the ground, it was intentional on her part, just to demonstrate her level of weakness. Otherwise, even in a state of internal injury, she could have taken down 10 Li Yaoshuas on the spot. Then, she got out of bed, took off her nightgown, and pulled out a black bodysuit from a box under the bed. After putting on the outfit, Su Jian opened her phone and sent a voice message. Security officer, this is Guanji. I need you to provide a sniper rifle and hack into Zhuo Sichuan's phone. I want to check all his chat records and whereabouts. The other side quickly replied, the Xingqing Security Company has intervened, and the Dakara organization has also activated high-level hunters. Due to the significant increase in task difficulty, the task officer has indefinitely postponed the mission. The voice was clearly altered, making it impossible to distinguish between male and female. Su Jian said, whether the mission proceeds or not, that's not something for the security officer to concern themselves with, you just need to provide the equipment. As a security officer, I still have to give you a friendly reminder, if you want to use a sniper rifle in Huaxia, you must think of a foolproof escape route. Su Jian, thank you for your friendly reminder, but unfortunately, I don't know your true identity, otherwise, I would definitely treat you to a meal. A few minutes later, the other side said, no need, I'm not interested in dining with someone who actively seeks death. Half an hour later, go to the southeast corner of the Poly International Garbage Recycling Station and pick up the equipment from the second green trash can. Su Jian, thank you. The security officer added, don't die too early. Su Jian put away her phone, gazing out at the night, softly murmuring to herself, at this time, it's all or nothing. Indeed, when everyone who knew the inside story believed that Silver Moon would not take action, the seemingly weak Su Jian chose to strike first. She didn't go through the front door but opened the wardrobe, pushing aside a row of hanging clothes. Behind the clothes in the wardrobe, there was surprisingly an invisible door that led directly to the neighboring unit. That's right, the apartment in the neighboring unit also belonged to Su Jian. She entered the adjacent apartment, opened the front door, took the elevator down, and arrived at the underground parking lot on the basement level. Exiting the community through the garage, she scanned a shared electric bike and rode towards the garbage station 2 kilometers away. At this time, the lady in charge of maintaining the garbage station had already finished her shift. Su Jian walked up to the green garbage bin and pulled out a large snakeskin bag from inside. The security officer is becoming increasingly unreliable. This packaging is too sloppy. Su Jian rode the electric bike for 50 meters, parked it at the return point, and then opened the bag to check. Inside were parts of a sniper rifle and a Volkswagen car key. Pressing the key, a gray Volkswagen Tiguan across the street flashed its lights. This car was very common, with a high ownership rate, and wouldn't attract much attention on the road. After getting into the car, Su Jian opened her phone to take a look. Although the security officer complained, he was quite reliable in his work. He had hacked into Zhuo Sichuan's phone and sent all the information to Su Jian. Tonight, Zhuo Sichuan is conducting business in Box 7 of the Earl's Club, with 6 senior bodyguards from Xingxing Security providing close protection. After reading the information, Su Jian uninstalled the communication app between her and the security officer, then drove towards the Earl's Club. 20 minutes later, Su Jian arrived at the entrance of the club but did not go in immediately. Instead, she drove around the club a few times. She had already seen the Maybach that Zhuo Sichuan usually rode parked in the lot. There was also a black business vehicle parked right next to the Maybach, which should belong to Xingxing Security. At the entrance of the parking lot filled with luxury cars, there were a dozen or so drivers on electric bikes waiting for jobs. Just then, several business vehicles suddenly turned out from the night traffic, crashing through the parking lot barrier and charging towards the entrance of the club. They were aggressive. The dozen or so drivers nearly got hit and hurriedly dodged, cursing under their breath. Seeing this, Su Jian immediately parked her car by the roadside and moved from the driver's seat to the back seat. The sniper rifle had already been assembled and was lying beneath the back seat. At that moment, a group of men in black suits jumped out of the business vehicles, all wielding batons and steel pipes. They rushed into the Earl's Club, attacking anyone they saw without hesitation. The security personnel inside the club had no idea what was happening. They were knocked down immediately, completely unable to resist. Su Jian stared at the main entrance, searching for Zhuo Sichuan's figure. If he tried to escape, she would shoot him dead. Just then, the entire Earl's Club suddenly lost power. The resplendent palace was instantly plunged into darkness. The private rooms and corridors inside had no windows, and with the power cut, everyone inside became blind. What Su Jian didn't see was that the group in black suits who had rushed into the club all pulled out night vision goggles and put them on. At the moment the Earl's Club went dark, Su Jian clearly noticed that among the drivers waiting at the entrance, one person knocked their electric bike to the ground, roughly pushed through the crowd, and squeezed into the club's main door. This person was either Zhuo Sichuan's bodyguard or a Ducalo hyena. Su Jian remembered the figure that squeezed in. She still hadn't gotten out of the car, and the Volkswagen remained running, ready to leave at any moment. A few minutes later, the chaos seemed to come to an end. The dozen or so men in black suits all withdrew, got into their cars, and hurriedly left. The security at the Earl's Club was left with no one able to stand. After several more minutes, ambulances and police cars finally arrived. Seeing this, Su Jian did not linger and drove away. However, about 10 minutes later, she reappeared at the scene riding a shared electric bike. People were continuously being carried out on stretchers and loaded into ambulances, and Su Jiayan clearly spotted Zhuo Sichuan and several security personnel from the Starship Company among them. When Zhuo Sichuan was brought out, the driver who had rushed into the club earlier immediately ran to the stretcher to check the situation. A few seconds later, he turned around and angrily kicked the nearby electric bike to the ground. Su Jiayan gave him a deep look and left for the second time. As she rode her bike, she sent a voice message, "Guardian, I may have found the lurking hyena from the Ducaro organization." The Guardian replied, "Wan Ji, you currently have no mission to deal with the Ducaro hyena. I will not provide you with any logistical support until your injuries are fully healed." Su Jiayan hesitated for a moment. Okay. In truth, when she said this, she was clearly a bit reluctant. After all, a great opportunity was right in front of her. When Su Jiayan returned to her room from the adjacent unit, Su Wuji's call came through. "It's so late, I was already asleep." Su Jiayan took several seconds to answer, her voice laced with laziness. "I heard there was a conflict at the Earl's Club, and Zhuo Sichuan was accidentally injured. The ambulance took him to Tsihui International Hospital, and he is now in the intensive care unit." Su Wuji asked irritably, "Did you do it?" "What?" Su Jiayan's voice was clearly surprised. Her surprise was genuine. After all, she had never expected that Zhuo Sichuan would be sent to Tsihui Hospital by ambulance. Wasn't that right under her nose? So, if she wanted to silently take Zhuo Sichuan's life, there were at least 800 ways to do it. "I don't have that ability," Su Jiayan said. "You know how weak I am." "Since it wasn't you, then that's fine," Su Wuji said. "I've returned to Linzhou, so behave yourself." With that, he hung up the phone and rolled down the car window. The evening breeze of Ninghai flowed in along the long Ning River. Su Wuji casually tossed a night vision goggles into the Ning River. Xiao Peng's voice came from the back. "Boss, the finance department said you can't just focus on looking cool. That night vision goggles are very expensive." Due to his conspicuous appearance, Xiao Peng did not participate in the conflict at the Earl's Club and was now awkwardly curled up in the third row of the business car, his legs numb. Su Wuji turned to the driver. "Xiao Yinlei, how about we fire this finance person?" Xiao Yinlei smiled. "Boss, if you fire her, she'll be snatched up by an investment bank on Wall Street as a vice president." "Ha!" Su Wuji waved his hand. "Considering her business skills are decent, I'll forgive her for being sharp-tongued with me." Xiao Peng, "Boss, isn't it because she's pretty?" Su Wuji gritted his teeth. "Xiao Peng." Xiao Yinlei said, "Boss, you've done so much for Su Jiayan, is it because—" No, Su Wuji clearly knew what Xiao Yinlei was about to say. "Isn't she just a bit pretty and has a sexy figure? Would my motivation for doing things be that shallow?" Xiao Peng, "Boss, the finance department said that if it weren't for your shallowness when dealing with women, our capital reserves could at least multiply tenfold." Su Wuji covered his forehead and closed his eyes. Xiao Yinlei smiled as she drove, enjoying the current state of the three of them being together in the car. "The Moo family hasn't made any moves recently, right?" Su Wuji asked. It has been several days since he drove the heavy truck to crush the Moo family's old residence. "On the surface, they are enduring and keeping calm," Xiao Yinlei said. "From what I know about them, the Moo family must be brewing their next attack on the boss's wife. Mu Qianyu has gone to the capital, and there hasn't been a word from her in days." Su Wuji scoffed. "Women, they are all creatures that burn bridges after crossing." Xiao Yinlei laughed. "Boss, the boss's wife is definitely not that kind of person." Coincidentally, just as she finished speaking, Su Wuji's phone received a photo. It was a selfie of Mu Qianyu taken at Tiananmen Square. In the photo, she wore a white ripple shirt, her long hair fluttering in the night breeze, and even without makeup, she exuded an extraordinary beauty. If this photo were paired with the background music of "The Red Sun Rises in the East, its great road is filled with rosy clouds," it would be absolutely stunning. "She really is beautiful." Su Wujia zoomed in on the photo, focusing on Mu Qianyu's face and chest, commenting, "With looks and figure like that, she barely matches up to me." Xiao Yinlei said, "If the boss and the boss's wife had a child, it would definitely be incredibly beautiful." Xiao Peng asked, "What about Officer Pu?" Su Wujia raised an eyebrow. Only children make choices, adults want it all." Xiao Peng continued, "What about Manager Xiao?" This time, it wasn't Su Wujia who spoke. Xiao Yinlei immediately interjected, "Xiao Peng, stop talking." At that moment, due to the dim light in the cabin, it was hard to tell if Xiao Yinlei's earlobes were turning red. Mu Qianyu sent another text message. "I've been busy for 3 days, just arrived at Tiananmen Square to take this, sending it to you to have a look." Su Wujia replied, "Wearing too much, bad review." If Mu Qianyu's admirers saw this message, they might have the urge to chop Su Wujia into pieces. However, the first beauty of Linzhou nearly laughed herself to death on the other end of the line. "He's really interesting." Mu Qianyu couldn't stop smiling. She flew over from Sichuan, and as soon as she landed in the capital, she rushed to Tiananmen Square to take selfies. It seemed this was just to prove that she had been in the capital these days and hadn't gone to Liangshan. Li Qingqian stood by, watching his young lady, and smiled, his face showing clear satisfaction. Seeing this, Mu Qianyu asked, "Uncle Chen, you don't know who I'm chatting with, so what are you laughing about?" Li Qingqian replied, "Miss must be chatting with Su Wujia, that's obvious, because only he can make you smile like this." Mu Qianyu touched her slightly warm cheek and asked, seemingly calm, "Oh, is it that obvious? I've watched you grow up. No man has ever made you this happy. Your father was really wise to arrange a blind date with Su Wujia." Mu Qianyu seemed a bit shy and lightly huffed, "My dad just likes to meddle." Li Qingqian smiled and didn't expose her. "The Mu family cannot be limited to Linzhou. We must always step into the capital and need the Su family as a strong ally. The Su family seems to be declining, making many forget this once colossal entity, but I can truly feel from Su Wujia these past few days." After a pause, Mu Qianyu said, "The Su family is just biding their time. They are so low-key simply because they don't want to compete, or they disdain competition." Li Qingqian said, "If our Mu family and the Su family were to unite, it would be good for both families. Uncle Chen, don't talk nonsense about uniting. Su Wujie and I are just a good partnership." Looking at the bustling traffic on Chang'an Street, Mu Qianyu's gaze seemed to firm up a bit. "Before the Mu family establishes a foothold in the capital, I will absolutely not consider personal matters." "Alright, if someone else gets there first, don't regret it, miss," Li Qingqian thought to himself. "By the way, I heard that the Queen's bar was vandalized a few days ago." Mu Qianyu suddenly changed the subject. At that moment, the light in her eyes seemed to take on a different flavor, cooler than the early autumn breeze in the capital. Li Qingqian replied, "It was done by a river dragon, Bai Shuyang from the Bai family in the capital." Mu Qianyu pondered, "I heard that Bai Shuyang has been pursuing Jiang Wanqing for years, and that Oriental Beauty Club is his property. He must have come to Lingzhou for revenge." Li Qingqian said, "It said that Su Wuji didn't retaliate. He just repaired the glass door of the Queen's himself. That's not Wuji's character, he must be considering Jiang Wanqing's feelings." Mu Qianyu thought she had seen through the truth. "Wuji not retaliating doesn't mean I can't take revenge for him." As she spoke, Mu Qianyu turned towards Sanlitun. "Uncle Chen, tonight, you're going to smash by Shuyang's Tailong Club." Hearing this request, Li Qingqian's eyes nearly popped out. Directly going to smash things was definitely not Mu Qianyu's style. Could it be that proximity to the red and black had affected her? Li Qingqian asked, "Just smash the front door?" Mu Qianyu's voice was soft, "Everything." Having been in charge of the Mu family for many years, this kind of streetwise expert had never engaged in smashing bars. The Mu family hadn't even stepped into the capital yet, and to directly clash with the Bai family like this was unwise from any angle. However, Li Qingqian resolutely executed this seemingly irrational decision of the young lady, firmly believing there must be deeper meaning behind it. At 3 in the morning, the luxurious Tailong Club suffered unprecedented destruction, turning into a scene of chaos. Bai Shuyang, who usually liked to work out at night, was shirtless, sweating profusely as he punched a sandbag in the gym when a beautiful female secretary suddenly rushed in. "Young master, something's happened. Our Tailong Club has been smashed." Bai Shuyang stopped his punches, staring at the secretary's face. "Are you joking with me?" "It's true." Dozens of people rushed in, and our security was no match for them. The club's renovations were smashed in many places, with losses nearing 10 million. The female secretary said. Bai Shuyang could afford this loss. It wasn't enough to cripple him, but this Tailong Club was in the capital. The Bai family was also in the capital. If someone came in and smashed it directly, where would that leave his face as the young master Bai? "It must be Su Wuji," Bai Shuyang said in a deep voice. He wiped the sweat from his face and threw the towel harshly on the ground. "I've been too lenient with this two-faced scoundrel. Wanqing has been deceived by him." Now, Bai Shuyang deeply regretted not smashing the entire Queen's bar back then. "Pack your things, bring some people, and head to Lingzhou now," Bai Shuyang said fiercely. "I'm going to kill that bastard." The female secretary seemed a bit hesitant. "Young master, don't be impulsive. Should we inform Sister Wanqing about this first?" Having followed Bai Shuyang for so many years, she knew all too well how humble her boss was in front of Jiang Wanqing. In his rage, Bai Shuyang actually hesitated after hearing this. After a brief moment of doubt, Bai Shuyang surprisingly became resolute. "Don't tell Wanqing about this. What do women have to do with matters between men?" However, just then, his phone rang. Seeing the caller ID, it was his good buddy Qin Gillan. "Shuyang, what's going on with that club of yours in Sanlitun?" Qin Gillan's voice was laced with mockery. "It must be that little punk from Lingzhou, right? Again in Lingzhou and the capital, you've been hit twice in just a week. I can't stand it anymore." Bai Shuyang said coldly, "I'm going to Lingzhou now, he's dead meat." Qin Gillan asked, "Why didn't you deal with that kid the last time you went to Lingzhou?" "Don't mention it, I ran into Wanqing at that time." "Forget it, I'm not in the mood. Bai Shuyang was reminded of an old wound, feeling frustrated and angry, and he hung up the phone directly. However, before he could even step out of the gym, a phone number from Linzhou called him. He glanced at the number, immediately answered, and before the other party could speak, he gritted his teeth and said, "Are you Su Wujie? Young Master Bai, I'm Mu Qianyu, from the Mu family in Linzhou." Mu Qianyu's voice came through. "I've heard of you." Bai Shuyang's brows furrowed tightly. "What do you want from me at this time?" "The incident at Tai Long Club was arranged by me," Mu Qianyu said. "Please don't blame it on Su Wujie." "It was you?" Bai Shuyang raised his eyebrows and said fiercely, "What do you want? Calling me at this time is just to cover for that bastard?" He had long heard that to thwart Fang Jingyang's marriage plans, Mu Qianyu had used Su Wujie as a shield. Their relationship should be quite good. However, how could this so-called number one beauty of Linzhou protect this little thug so fiercely? "Wujie is my friend, his queen's bar was smashed by young Master Bai, and I just wanted to vent for him, that's all," Mu Qianyu said. This calm and composed tone made Bai Shuyang very displeased. Sure, he did smash the bar's door, but he also compensated $1 million, okay? Bai Shuyang certainly wouldn't bring up the fact that he had paid, that would be too embarrassing. He coldly said, "You smashed my place and still dare to call me to flaunt it. Mu Qianyu, have you thought about the consequences?" "The consequences that I offend young Master Bai." Mu Qianyu's voice was calm, "But I'm willing." Bai Shuyang gritted his teeth. Good. From now on, the Mu family will be my enemy, Bai Shuyang. You guys are in big trouble. I will make you regret what you did today forever. Now, whether male or female, they dared to ride on his neck and flaunt their power, which made Bai Shuyang nearly explode with anger. Growing up in the courtyard, when had young Master Bai ever suffered such humiliation? I'll be waiting. Mu Qianyu's voice remained calm, but I also want to use this matter to let young Master Bai and your friends know that Su Wujie and Mu Qianyu from Linzhou are not to be easily manipulated by the families of the capital. After saying this, she didn't wait for Bai Shuyang to respond and hung up the phone directly. Perhaps this last sentence was another key purpose of Mu Qianyu's actions. Bai Shuyang threw his phone down and said to his female secretary, "Now, I want all the information on the Mu family. Find me a way to bring them down." Yes, although young Master Bai was ruthless and direct, he was definitely not a deep thinker. Even though he threatened to bring down the Mu family, in his current state of anger, he couldn't think of a suitable way other than smashing the Mu family. The more this happened, the more frustrated Bai Shuyang felt. An hour later, a young man walked into the gym. This was Bai Shuyang's private space, and there were only a few people who could enter without prior notice. The young man was dressed in a shirt and jeans, looking ordinary, but in fact, it was a new style from a luxury brand that hadn't been released yet, something money couldn't buy. This was Qin Gillen, who had grown up with Bai Shuyang, but unlike Bai Shuyang, who later joined the army, he had gone to study in Australia for a few years. "I found out about that Su Wujie. He's just a street thug who runs a small bar, not worth worrying about," Qin Gillen said. He reeked of alcohol, and there were lipstick marks on his neck, clearly just returning from a night out at the club. Bai Shuyang remained silent. After Qin Gillen sat down, he pulled out a cigarette and tossed it to Bai Shuyang. Getting bitten by such a small character is indeed infuriating, but don't take it too much to heart. These simple-minded brutes only show off their brute strength and will never be on the same level as us. Bai Shuyang lit the cigarette and smoked half of it in silence before retorting, "What level are we at?" Qin Gillen replied, "The starting point we were born into is already a destination that these small thugs can only look up to for their entire lives." If it were in the past, the self-satisfied Bai Shuyang would have wholeheartedly agreed with this statement. But this time, he was a bit uncertain. The sharp-eyed Jiang Wanqing favored Su Wujie so much, and the well-known Mu Qianyu would actually take risks for this young man. Did they really think these two women were fools? "Shuyang, it's not worth letting this guy affect your mood," Qin Gillen said. "At worst, I'll accompany you to Linzhou again and make this guy kneel down to apologize to you." "How about that? How do we make him kneel and apologize?" Bai Shuyang asked. Since childhood, they had been in endless fights between this courtyard and that courtyard, with the losing side always kneeling and slapping themselves. Bai Shuyang and Qin Gillen had lost their fair share, and the adults at home were too lazy to intervene in such brawls. Qin Gillen said, "I'll bring Qin Lang." Bai Shuyang raised an eyebrow. "Qin Lang? He's back?" Qin Gillen chuckled. Qin Lang was an elite in the Southeast Military Region's Special Forces. After retiring, he trained for 3 years on Siyu Song Mountain. Now, in the entire capital, there are probably no more than 10 people who can match him. That's fine, but it's unnecessary. Bai Shuyang recalled the bodyguard Xiao Pang beside Su Wujie, whose ability to crush the square tiles with a single kick was something many people probably couldn't achieve. He said, "Let's save Qin Lang for a critical moment. No need to bring him this time." "All right, I'll listen to you." Qin Gillen chuckled. Can't we, the young masters of the capital, deal with a small local thug from Linzhou? Bai Shuyang shook his head, but this time, it wasn't Su Wuji who smashed the Tailong club. Then who was it? Sheen Gillen asked with interest. His attitude clearly showed that he didn't take families outside the capital seriously at all. Mu Qianyu. Bai Shuyang shook his head and recounted what Mu Qianyu had said on the phone earlier. This girl has a great reputation. It's said she has even captivated Fong Jingyang to the point of being unable to move. How could she fall for a small thug? There must be some hidden story here, Sheen Gillen said. Bai Shuyang coldly replied, what hidden story? It's just a case of a male thief and a female prostitute. Sheen Gillen laughed heartily. Anyway, since she dared to confront you, young Master Bai, this girl is quite interesting. How about we go to Linzhou this time and make that Mu Qianyu kneel down to apologize in front of you? Bai Shuyang thought about the information he had just reviewed on the Mu family and then said, just in time. The opening ceremony for Linmu Bank is in a couple of days. Sheen Gillen slapped his thigh. Great, let's choose this time. Let her lose face. The next morning at 7, Xiao Yinlei knocked twice before directly opening the door and entering Su Wuji's room. He was only wearing a pair of shorts and was doing a handstand. Each of his hands was only extending 2 fingers, yet he was steadily supporting his body without any wobble. Boss, I have something to report, Xiao Yinlei said as she poured a cup of hot water for Su Wuji, then cheerfully sat on the sofa, raising her snow-white thigh and crossing her legs. After returning from Ninghai in the middle of the night, she had only rested for a little over 2 hours, yet she still appeared radiant, the strong allure of a mature woman seemingly never fading from her. A fragrant scent had already penetrated Su Wuji's nose. From his inverted perspective, he could just see the end of a pair of long, fair legs beneath the qipao. What has you so happy? Just a glance was enough. He couldn't look too long. After all, it was early morning, the time when one's blood was most vigorous. He then began to do handstand push-ups using only 4 fingers, moving quickly while maintaining a steady form. Bai Shuyang's place at the Tailong Club in the capital was smashed from the inside out, Xiao Yinlei said. Guess who did it? Interesting, but I can't guess. Su Wujie completed 100 push-ups, then flipped over and wiped his sweat. Who else besides me has the guts to smash Bai Shuyang's venue in the capital? It was the boss lady, Miss Moo. Xiao Yinlei's smile grew a bit more pronounced. Mu Qianyu? Su Wujie thought for a moment before saying, she found out that Bai Shuyang smashed the queen, so she stood up for me? Other than that, I can't find any other motive, Xiao Yinlei said. The boss lady really protects the boss. Su Wujie sat down next to Xiao Yinlei and raised an eyebrow, asking, is she trying to win me over by doing this? Xiao Yinlei was already used to Su Wujie's shameless demeanor. Clearly, it was the boss who made the first move on her. Su Wujie sighed, the hardest thing to bear is the favor of a beauty. Mu Qianyu quietly did this for me, and now I can only repay her with my body. Xiao Yinlei chuckled lightly. From the goals the boss lady has set for herself, if the boss wants to repay her with his body, she might not even accept it right now. Su Wujie appeared to be furious. She dares? This boss has never been so forward with other women. Then he pouted and said, however, this woman is too ambitious. She even wants to bring the Mu family into the capital. TSK, I can only wish her success soon. Xiao Yinlei said, so, both the boss and Miss Moo have the same goal. Maybe they really can end up together. I'm not the same as her. Mu Qianyu is ambitious and takes the initiative. I just want to live off my meals and wait to die, yet I end up being pushed into action. Su Wujie turned to look at the mature woman beside him. You should help me think of how to repay Mu Qianyu. The boss must already have a plan in mind. Xiao Yinlei chuckled. Although she often gave the boss ideas, Su Wujie had a unique talent for winning a woman's favor. Su Wujie said, the Linmu Bank is about to officially open. How about we transfer some money from the Queen's bar account to this bank to support Mu Qianyu? A clear look of difficulty appeared on Xiao Yinlei's pretty face. It was one thing to suggest other matters, but the boss actually dared to target the bar's account? Boss, we're about to run out of money, Xiao Yinlei said. There was indeed only a little money left in the bar's account, which was from the last time Mu Qianyu transferred US dollars into it. This money was only enough to pay the suppliers and maintain the bar's basic operations. Even with the additional 1 million scammed from Bai Shuyang, it was still far from sufficient. If they were to deposit money into the newly opened bank to support her, at least it would need to be over 100 million, right? What is the finance department doing? Su Wujie said irritably. Doesn't she know people on Wall Street? Just borrow some first. Xiao Yinlei replied, that's not impossible. If the boss is willing to endure her sharp tongue. Su Wujie felt a headache coming on. I guess I have to handle it myself. With that, he took out his phone and dialed a series of numbers. It was clearly an international call. Xiao Yinlei admired this about the boss. He rarely saved phone numbers, mostly keeping them in his head. Even if he changed phones, he wasn't worried about losing contacts. Who knows if this was related to his habit of using his phone to crack open others' heads during fights. Hello, I need to talk to you about something, Su Wujie said. A delicate voice emerged. Wow, dear Wujie, you actually took the initiative to contact me. I'm so happy. The person spoke in English, with an exaggerated tone, as if they were completely fragile, but it was clear they were a faux girl. Xiao Yinlei, listening from the side, felt a shiver run down her spine. At that moment, in Detroit, USA, at the headquarters of Maxwell Group, the world's largest electric vehicle manufacturer, a board meeting was underway to discuss investment plans for an electric vehicle production base in China. A very handsome man stood at the front of the conference room, one hand holding a PPT clicker, the other on the phone. He was indeed very beautiful, with no facial hair, meticulously groomed eyebrows, and brown hair slicked back into a short ponytail. He wore a black suit embroidered with gold thread and a purple tie. This man was exquisitely refined, resembling a classical European noble from the Middle Ages. Such looks could have been devastatingly attractive to the opposite sex if only the hand holding the clicker wasn't adorned with a delicate wrist. His name was Ross, the youngest son of Xavier, the founder of Maxwell Group. Ross was exceptionally capable, surpassing his brothers in company management and strategic vision. He was decisive in business battles, having won several impressive victories, and his father Xavier gradually began to delegate power, seemingly determined to hand the company over to him. Of course, strictly speaking, it was hard to say whether Ross should be referred to as he or she. It was said that Ross was a transgender person who had believed since adolescence that he should not be a man. For many years, he had been taking medication to suppress his male characteristics such as an Adam's apple and facial hair, which were no longer visible on him. There were also rumors that he had undergone gender reassignment surgery. In addition to being the heir of Maxwell Group, Ross was one of the founders of an LGBT organization in the USA. Xavier was reluctant to see his youngest son involved in such a ridiculous movement, often sighing and rubbing his forehead whenever it was mentioned. But the child had grown up and could not be controlled. After all, nowadays, what did the third gender and fourth love even mean? The USA had over 100 genders now. However, Ross had always been extremely professional and serious during meetings. When had the board members ever seen him cheerfully pause a board meeting just to take a call from a man? Listening to Ross's effeminate voice, Su Wujie felt a few black lines appear on his forehead and said, "I want to borrow some money." "Sure. Do you know how many days I've been waiting for you to ask me for money?" Ross replied, letting out a playful huff and stamping his foot. This action made many board members feel uneasy. "Actually, it's not borrowing money," Su Wujie said. "It's just that a friend's bank is opening, and I want you to deposit more money in that bank." Ross huffed again. "Is your friend a woman?" Yes," Su Wujie scratched his head. "Then I won't deposit, no money." Ross stamped his foot again. "Stupid man." Su Wujie said, "I originally called you first because I thought you were the richest and most righteous." "Well, forget it. I'll ask someone else." "Wait a minute." Ross's face lit up immediately. "You said you called me first?" "Yeah," Su Wujie replied. "It doesn't matter if you don't have money. I know Maxwell is about to make a large investment in China, and there are many places to spend money." "I have money. I have money." Ross's eyes clearly brightened. "How about this? The first phase of Maxwell Group's investment in the super factory in China will all be deposited in your friend's bank." Su Wujie asked, "Great, how much?" Ross replied, $3 billion. "Is that enough?" "That's not enough. I can add more." Su Wujie said, "That's enough, more than enough." This fake girl wouldn't expect to repay him with her body for such generosity, would she? Xiao Yinlei looked at the complex expression on the boss's face and teased, "Boss, it's the hardest to bear the favor of a beauty." Mu Qianyu returned to Linzhou from the capital, and throughout, she never mentioned the incident of smashing the Tai Long Club to Su Wujie. The opening of Lin Mu Bank was an important step for her, marking the second rise of the Mu family. As for the elders at home, there were definitely quite a few who wanted to see Mu Qianyu make a fool of herself. Ever since the old residence was damaged and Mu Qianyu successfully took over Lin Mu Insurance, the previously most vocal opponents among the elders had surprisingly become very quiet. Whether it was fifth uncle Mu Sudong or third uncle Mu Dongsheng, they both remained silent, their low-key demeanor feeling incredibly strange. Today was the day of Lin Mu Bank's opening. The elders of the Mu family had, a day prior, rejected Mu Qianyu's invitation to the opening ceremony. Only first uncle Mu Shanho and fourth uncle Mu Jiangming, who had rushed back from Xishan province, were present. Fourth uncle had been in politics and was now the head of a certain prefecture-level city in Xishan, with a promotion to deputy provincial level almost a certainty in a few years. As the first chairman of Lin Mu Bank, Mu Qianyu was welcoming the guests. Xianyu, I've heard everything from your elder brother about the family matters, Mu Zhangming said. This time, it's not your fault. After all, since the power struggle began, these disputes and conflicts have been passed down through generations. The Mu family seemed powerful but had never been united. Mu Zhangming had a very good relationship with second brother Mu Yuanming, and his son Mu Huanrui was also close to Mu Qianyu. Mu Qianyu smiled gently. Thank you, fourth uncle, for understanding and not blaming me for ruining the old residence. Mu Zhangming was quite open-minded. Some outdated old items should be buried in the ground. He then looked at first uncle Mu Shanho and said, Elder brother, aren't the others in the family coming? The opening of Lin Mu Bank is a big event for the Mu family. Mu Shanho shook his head with a bitter smile. I advised them, but they wouldn't listen. If they don't come, then so be it. As long as they don't sabotage from behind, I'll be grateful. Mu Zhangming knew his elder brother was soft-hearted inside. It's a great thing for the family to have a young and capable heir emerge. A bunch of old geezers, always fighting among themselves for a small piece of land, really lacks ambition. At this moment, the ceremony guests had all arrived, most of whom were business elites from Linjiang province and presidents of other banks. As for the political side, the heads of the Financial Regulatory Department and the People's Bank of Linzhou were also present. Mu Qianyu didn't care whether the family elders attended. While welcoming the guests, she looked towards the end of the distant road, trying to catch a glimpse of that old Santana. Qianyu, how much deposit has Lin Mu Bank received before the opening? Mu Zhangming asked. 280 billion, Mu Qianyu replied, basically just reaching the average level for city commercial banks. With so many banks in Linzhou, and your preparation period being so short, to have attracted this much deposit is already quite surprising, Mu Zhangming said. Mu Qianyu added, today, with the opening, about 150 billion more will be transferred in. Achieving this was largely due to Mu Qianyu's own connections. Mu Zhangming's eyes clearly brightened a bit, praising, very good, Qianyu, having you as the leader of the next generation of the family is definitely the best choice. At that moment, the secretary approached and said, Chairman, the opening ceremony is about to start, but Mayor Li, who is in charge of finance, hasn't arrived yet. The mayor in charge of financial affairs attended the ribbon-cutting ceremony, which indicated the government's stance. This is the reality of Huaxia. If the government leaders do not attend on the opening day, everyone will speculate about the city's attitude, and many of Lin Mu Bank's operations will struggle to proceed smoothly. Mayor Li agreed to attend a week in advance. Let's wait a bit longer, there's no rush, Mu Qianyu said. At that moment, several luxury cars drove up to the red carpet. Mu Qianyu's expression remained unchanged, but the amusement in her eyes was noticeably more playful. Her fourth uncle, Mu Zhangming, also recognized the cars and chuckled. They just arrived at this hour. Are they here to cause trouble or to pick the fruit? This tree of Lin Mu Bank was planted by Qianyu. No one can take its fruit. Their appearance now is probably to stir up trouble. Mu Shanho shook his head and sighed. Although he had a weak temperament, he understood many things clearly. The cars stopped, and a group of people got out. Second Grandpa Mu Chengcheng, third Grandpa Mu Chengsheng, as well as the third and fifth cousins, Mu Dongsheng and Mu Sudong, and the sixth cousin, Mu Yunxia, all appeared in suits. The two old gentlemen greeted the guests, all smiles, full of spirit, seemingly believing that the opening of Lin Mu Bank truly brought glory to the entire Mu family. However, the expressions on the faces of the third cousin Mu Dongsheng and the fifth cousin Mu Sudong were somewhat somber. After all, their son had suffered serious injuries at the hands of Su Wuji, and this resentment had been bottled up until now, with no chance to vent. Mu Zhangming approached and said, Second uncle, third uncle, you all came. Mu Chengcheng smiled and said, Qianyu has made such a great contribution to the Mu family, we should come to congratulate her, lest outsiders speculate that our family is not united. This remark seemed to have a pointed meaning, and there was a hint of a forced smile in his expression. Mu Qianyu smiled slightly and said, Thank you for the compliment, second grandpa. Third Grandpa Mu Chengsheng looked at Mu Qianyu and couldn't help but recall his ruined bonsai garden. He had been so furious at the scene that he fainted and spent several days recuperating in the hospital, only being discharged yesterday. This old fox, who had been thrown into disarray by the two younger generations, Su Wuji and Mu Qianyu, had finally regained his composure. He slightly retracted his smile and fixed his gaze on Mu Qianyu's eyes. Qianyu, I heard that before your opening, you had already absorbed nearly 30 billion in deposits? Clearly, there were people from Mu Chengsheng within the newly established Lin Mu Bank. Mu Qianyu replied, such trivial matters cannot escape third grandpa's notice. The current deposits are still too few, I have a long way to go. For your headquarters, this amount of deposits is indeed not enough. Mu Chengsheng still wore a smile. I think you are still waiting for the 15 billion from those major construction groups in Linjiang province to arrive, right? Mu Qianyu's eyes narrowed slightly. Experience speaks volumes. She had never underestimated her elders at home, but perhaps they still had a significant amount of untapped energy. She thought her relationship with those major construction groups was already solid, but Mu Chengsheng and the others might have been acquainted with them for longer than Mu Qianyu had been alive. Mu Chengsheng said, "You can stop waiting for that 15 billion, it won't be coming." Fourth cousin Mu Zhengming frowned. "Third uncle, there's no need for that, right? The opening of Lin Mu Bank is a good thing for the entire Mu family. Don't undermine your own family's younger generation just to let outsiders have a laugh." Mu Chengsheng chuckled. "Zhengming, you are in Xishan and haven't seen how Mu Qianyu teamed up with a little thug to flaunt her power at the old Mu residence that day." Second grandpa Mu Chengchang also said, "Regardless of whether today will let outsiders laugh at the Mu family, on the day the old residence was destroyed, the entire Mu family had already become a joke in Linzhou." Mu Qianyu gently shook her head, saying nothing. Uncle Mu Sudong finally spoke in a deep voice. "Qianyu, if you withdraw from the power struggle, I can reconnect with those major construction groups and have them transfer 15 billion to Lin Mu Bank, with a 1-year fixed deposit." Third uncle Mu Dongsheng remained silent. Whenever he saw Mu Qianyu, his mood was clearly not good. After all, the cash cow that was Lin Mu Insurance had been snatched from his hands by this good niece. The other guests attending the opening ceremony stood not far away, watching the Mu family's internal strife and whispering among themselves. Clearly, if Mu Qianyu couldn't hold her ground today, the future of Lin Mu Bank would be precarious. Isn't it time for the opening? Why hasn't the ribbon cutting started yet? If the auspicious time passes, it won't be good. A sarcastic voice reached everyone's ears. A young man in a white suit was slowly walking over, accompanied by a man in a brown LV coat. Behind them were a dozen bodyguards in black suits, creating quite a scene. "By Xu Yang, Qin Gillen." The voice just heard was from Qin Gillen. Bai Xu Yang stared at Mu Qianyu and said, "I know you're waiting for Mayor Li from Linzhou, but he won't be coming. He was called to the capital for a meeting." Mu Qianyu remained composed, still smiling. "A low-level attack. Young Master Bai really has good tactics." Bai Xu Yang's voice was heavy. "Mu Qianyu, when you were smashing my club, you should have thought about today." He was filled with pent-up anger. These 3 days had nearly driven the hot-tempered Bai Xu Yang mad. In fact, the Tai Long Club had long been suggested by his elders to find an opportunity to sell, but selling it himself and having it smashed were two completely different concepts. Growing up in the courtyard, he naturally knew how to deal the most damage to Lin Mu Bank. If Mayor Li, who oversees finance, couldn't attend today's opening ceremony, it meant the bank lacked official support. From then on, Lin Mu Bank's business would be mired in difficulties. However, looking at Mu Qianyu, Qin Gillen couldn't help but be captivated. Even in a simple white professional suit, Mu Qianyu looked stunning. The sunlight illuminated her bright eyes and white teeth, making her appear extraordinarily beautiful. No wonder she can enchant Fang Jingyang to such a state. She's just too beautiful. Qin Gillen couldn't help but exclaim, lost in admiration. Hearing this, Bai Xu Yang's nose nearly crinkled in anger, and he couldn't help but glare at Qin Gillen. "What a useless sight. Are you so mesmerized by a beautiful woman that you've lost your mind?" Qin Gillen then realized, coughed lightly. "Miss Moo, I am Qin Gillen from the Qin family in the capital, 26 this year. Today, I came with young Master Bai mainly to ask you to lower your head and admit your mistake. As long as your attitude is sincere, we can turn the page on this matter." Upon hearing that his good friend had actually started to announce his age, Bai Xu Yang's face darkened. "I asked you to help me step on someone, and you came to flirt instead? Why don't you mention that you're not even 1.8 meters tall and have height increasing insoles? You came here all fierce, threatening to make Mu Qianyu kneel and apologize, and now you just want her to admit her mistake? No need to compensate at all?" Mu Qianyu had no intention of backing down. "I won't apologize. The matter with the Tai Long Club was me standing up for a good friend. If young Master Bai and young Master Qin were my friends, I would do the same." Qin Gillen raised an eyebrow. "That makes some sense." No, Miss Moo, don't think that just because you're beautiful, some rules don't apply. Since you've offended my good brother's face, today, you must bear the consequences of losing face." He felt quite tough saying that. However, Bai Xu Yang, who knew Qin Gillen extremely well, understood just how arrogant this guy usually was. Compared to his usual self, the current young Master Qin could almost be considered humble. Immediately after, Qin Gillen added, "Miss Moo, Su Wuji is just a small-time thug, not worth you clashing with the aristocratic families of the capital. As long as you are willing to bow your head and apologize, we can discuss compensation easily." "Discuss compensation my ass." Bai Xu Yang couldn't hold back any longer. "Mu Qianyu, there's nothing to discuss between you and me. I said, since you dared to offend me for Su Wuji, I will make it so that the Mu family can't take a step forward from now on. Today is just the beginning." At that moment, third uncle Mu Dongsheng whispered something to Mu Chengchang and Mu Chengsheng, and then the two elders approached. Mu Chengchang said, "Young Master Bai, hello, I am Mu Chengchang." Moo Qianyu offending you is her personal action and has nothing to do with the rest of the Moo family. I want to. Bai Shuyang didn't give this old man any face, coldly saying, nothing to do with the Moo family? Ha! I want the entire Moo family to pay the price. Lin Moo Bank is just the beginning. I will keep a close eye on the other industries of the Moo family, making sure you have no good days ahead. Hearing this, third grandpa Moo Changsheng became anxious and shouted, Moo Qianyu, hurry up and apologize to young Master Bai. How could you offend the Bai family for that bastard and drag the entire Moo family down? Moo Qianyu gently shook her head, her voice steady. The incident started because young Master Bai smashed the queen bar first. I don't think I did anything wrong. It's just tit for tat. Fourth uncle Moo Zhengming didn't help his niece argue. He looked at Moo Qianyu's determined expression and patted Moo Shanhao's back. What a tit for tat. Big brother, with this kind of courage, who else is more suitable than Qianyu to be the leader of the next generation? Moo Shanhao sighed. Unfortunately, there are too many people in the family who oppose Qianyu. Moo Zhengming shook his head, just a bunch of short-sighted and outdated guys. Big brother, to be honest, if Qianyu hadn't taken Lin Moo Insurance from third brother back then, with the way Lin Moo Insurance was being run, it wouldn't last 3 years before a huge disaster struck. By then, the Moo family's cash flow would face serious problems. She is considering the whole family. Only then did Moo Shanhao realize, I see, no wonder I heard that Qianyu fired several treacherous directors during the board meeting. He looked at Moo Qianyu being besieged inside again. Fourth, I may be useless, but today both the Bai family and the Qin family in the capital are making a move. We must help Qianyu get through this ordeal. With Bai Shuyang and Qin Gillen's personalities and abilities. Moo Zhengming smiled. They won't be able to trip up Qianyu. This girl definitely has more tricks up her sleeve. Having been in the system for so many years, fourth uncle had a sharp eye. After just a few minutes of interaction, he could see through these two young men. Some bystanders had already opened their phone cameras, starting to livestream the opening ceremony on short video apps. After all, such a high-end and exciting conflict would surely bring in huge traffic. Bai Shuyang coldly smiled. Moo Qianyu, is this the result you wanted, being abandoned by everyone? As long as you kneel down and admit your mistake, agreeing to compensate me for all my losses, I can find a big leader to support you, and your Lin Moo Bank can open smoothly. Qin Gillen also shouted, yes, Miss Moo, hurry up and admit your mistake. Once you do, we can part as friends. Bai Shuyan looked at this lecherous brother who was siding with him, furious. Shut up. Moo Qianyu surprisingly remained unfazed, smiling lightly. Young Master Bai, the time has come. Even if no one comes to support me, I will announce the bank's opening. If you're in a good mood, you might as well continue to watch. Speaking of which, she took another look at the end of the road. That nearly scrapped Puzang still hadn't appeared. In fact, in Moo Qianyu's heart, the anticipation of a certain young man attending outweighed any high-ranking leader. Bai Shuyang, with his hands in his pockets, rubbed his feet on the red carpet. Moo Qianyu, your mouth is really tough. I might as well tell you, next, your Lin Moo Bank won't be able to attract even a penny in deposits. Whoever dares to transfer money here will be my enemy. The elders of the Moo family were somewhat anxious at this moment. After all, Bai's anger would surely spread to the entire Moo family, and they currently lacked the confidence to engage in an all-out war with the prominent families in the capital. If you're hoping that little punk will help you. Qin Gillen chuckled. Miss Moo, you should be more mature. You treat that kid as a friend and are willing to stand up for him. But now he's turned into a turtle, not even daring to show his face. However, just as Bai Shuyang's words fell, people began to look towards the end of the road in front of the door. A row of pure electric SUVs with temporary plates drove in, their body lines extremely sharp, resembling a sci-fi mech style. Some car enthusiasts gasped in surprise. These vehicles were the latest high-end models from Maxwell, with a pre-sale price exceeding $1 million, and they hadn't even been launched in Huaxia yet. To see unmasked new cars here was astonishing. Moreover, so many had arrived at once. The convoy stopped in front of Lin Moo Bank. All the front doors of the cars opened, and more than a dozen middle-aged men and women got out, some Huaxia people and some foreigners. But the rear doors remained closed. From the leading car, a man in his 50s stepped out. His hair was slightly curly and yellow, he wore rimless glasses, had a high nose bridge, and deep blue eyes. Upon seeing this man's appearance, those who had some knowledge of the Maxwell Group were stunned. This was a super heavyweight figure in the automotive industry. Among the guests present, who knew how many wanted to meet this person but had never had the chance, those still live streaming quickly pointed their phone cameras at the foreign guest. Bai Shuyang frowned. Why is he here? The man walked straight up to Moo Qianyu, smiling broadly as he extended his hand to shake hers, saying, Miss Moo Qianyu, I am De Boer, the global vice president of the Maxwell Group, here to congratulate you on the opening of Lin Moo Bank. Welcome. Moo Qianyu felt a strong sense of unreality. She knew she hadn't sent an invitation to the Maxwell Group. De Boer continued, to support Miss Moo, our president has decided to deposit the initial investment for the Maxwell Huaxia production base entirely into Linmu Bank. After a pause, he added, a total of $3 billion, and I hope Miss Moo won't find it too little. $3 billion? How is that possible? Bai Shuyang's brows furrowed deeply, he was genuinely bewildered. He had thought that by transferring the city leaders in charge of Linzhou's finance to the capital for a meeting, Linmu Bank would have no support and would naturally struggle to move forward. To use such a tactic could only mean that Bai Shuyang, who grew up in the capital, truly understood Huaxia. But he didn't understand Su Wujie. What he understood even less was the emotional impact on Mu Qianyu, such a good girl, after smashing the Tailong Club. At this moment, due to the arrival of the global vice president of the Maxwell Group, the number of people flooding into various live streams began to increase. The opening of Linmu Bank was about to break the precedent set by other banks, attracting unprecedented attention. Maxwell's massive investment in Huaxia to build an Asian production base was already a globally significant event. Who would have thought that all the funds for this investment would be deposited into such a newly opened bank? There is no doubt that this single action could elevate Linmu Bank to a highly sought-after status in the banking circle. And the key point is the attitude of the Maxwell Group, not just the $3 billion, but also that lineup of heavyweight new cars that have yet to be listed. Prior to this, as the highest-end models of the Maxwell Group, these cars were kept strictly confidential from production to testing. And today, these new cars are making their first unmasked appearance. At this moment, many car reviewers and enthusiasts who received the news hurriedly flocked into the live broadcast room. There was no way around it. As the leader of global electric vehicle brands, every new car release from Maxwell generates immense buzz, prompting competitors to scramble to imitate. Even competitors' new car launch events inevitably include segments that benchmark against Maxwell models. Therefore, with such a supergroup making an appearance and sending the senior vice president for global investments, DePaul, it seemed that whether the mayor, who was temporarily called to the capital for a meeting, showed up or not was no longer that important. When DePaul announced the figure of $3 billion, the public was momentarily stunned. A collective gasp echoed through the venue. Immediately after, thunderous applause erupted. At this moment, DePaul smiled slightly and snapped his fingers. The rear doors of the dozen or so new cars began to slowly open. They were all gull-wing doors, like the wings of a bird. As these doors opened, they flapped up and down in unison, almost as if applauding in celebration. This scene was incredibly shocking. Mu Qianyu looked at this sight and couldn't help but whisper, "It's really beautiful." DePaul turned slightly and said softly, "Miss Moo, our President Ross has asked me to convey his most sincere thoughts to Mr. Su on your behalf." Mu Qianyu's eyes glistened slightly. Even though she had already guessed the answer in her heart, she couldn't help but feel a wave of emotion at this moment. "Thank you, I will," she said, turning her back to the camera, gently wiping her eyes. Bai Shuyang took a deep breath and walked over to Vice President DePaul's side. He said, "Mr. DePaul, hello, I am Bai Shuyang from the Bai family in the capital of Huaxia. Previously, our Bai Enterprise contacted Maxwell to discuss the registration of a joint venture in the capital. You should have some impression." However, DePaul frowned and replied in fairly standard Huaxia language, "I don't remember." Bai Shuyang. DePaul continued, "Sir, I am currently speaking with Miss Moo. Your interruption is quite impolite." Being rebuffed like this, Bai Shuyang clearly felt a bit embarrassed. He turned his back to the mobile cameras and coldly said, "Mr. DePaul, I hope you understand that doing business in Huaxia requires some understanding of Huaxia's rules." DePaul turned his head and smiled at him. "Oh, should I also learn to stand up and toast?" Bai Shuyang's face immediately darkened. Clearly, DePaul was not unfamiliar with the social customs of Huaxia. The reason he rebuffed him was entirely to support Mu Qianyu. Bai Shuyang said in a deep voice, "All right, Mr. DePaul, I have received your attitude." Sheen Gillen, seeing his brother continuously being put down, also stepped forward to say, "DePaul, don't think that just because you are a foreign investor, you can do whatever you want. Being on good terms with us might not help you achieve anything, but if we want to ruin your plans, it would be too easy." This was indeed a blunt truth. But upon hearing this, Bai Shuyang's forehead creased even more. Was Sheen Gillen's brain soaked in water today? Could he really say such things openly? Even though Mu Qianyu was feeling a lot of emotional turmoil, she knew what to do at this moment. The conflict between her and Bai Shuyang was no longer worth mentioning. She smiled gently, "Mr. DeBoer, we are truly delighted that you could come. Please take a seat. The opening ceremony will begin shortly." DeBoer replied with a smile, "The president has stated that all our projects in Huaxia will fully cooperate with the Mu family business, not just Linmu Bank. Full cooperation with the Mu family. In the straight, Maxwell will be deeply tied to the Mu family." As soon as DeBoer spoke, it caused an uproar. the live broadcast rooms were buzzing. This was something that countless companies could only dream of. Even Mu Jiangming, who was already in power, couldn't help but feel a bit excited. He had previously thought that Mu Qianyu had a backup plan, but he never expected that this backup would be a nuclear bomb. This was the Maxwell Group, the world's top seller of electric vehicles. Even the head of this prefecture-level city, Mu Jiangming, didn't have the qualifications to negotiate investment with them in the United States. As for the elders in Mu Qingchang's family, their expressions were as if they had been choked. The full cooperation of the Maxwell Group with the Mu family was a great boon for the entire family, yet they couldn't feel happy at all, feeling a distinct sense of swelling pain in their faces. Young Master Bai, Young Master Qin, guests are always welcome. If you want to continue watching my jokes, why not just sit down and patiently watch the entire opening ceremony? What do you two think? Bai Shuyang snorted heavily. Fine, I want to see what else you, Mu Qianyu, can stir up. However, at that moment, several black Mercedes-Benz cars drove up to the end of the road. All these cars were emblazoned with the same 4 characters, Bikong Pharmaceutical. This was the Ninghai Bikong Group, a giant enterprise in the field of medicine in Huaxia. Bikong Group's original research drugs for mental and blood diseases have significant influence worldwide. My God, even Bikong Group is here? That legendary chairman of Bikong Group, Lin Aoshua, won't also make an appearance at this opening ceremony, will he? The crowd erupted again, all mobile phone cameras aimed at the Bikong convoy. From the front of the convoy, a plump middle-aged man stepped out of a Mercedes-Benz S-Class. Upon seeing this person, the crowd gasped in surprise. This was Chao Tianping, the then vice president of Bikong Group. He came from a frontline sales background and now managed Bikong's global supply chain. Chao Tianping had some outspoken views against overtime and internal competition, which had gone viral on short video apps. Chao Tianping walked up to Mu Qianyu and smiled. General Manager Mu, on behalf of Bikong Group, I congratulate you on the opening of Linmu Bank. Mu Qianyu smiled. Thank you, Mr. Chao. I didn't expect Bikong Group to come. It's truly a pleasant surprise. Chao Tianping said. Chairman Lin also asked me to convey that the public account of Bikong's Linjiang branch will also be opened at Linmu Bank, and we will initially deposit 5 billion in funds there. Although this 5 billion Huaxia coins was quite different from Maxwell Group's 30 billion US dollars, if Bikong's branch opened its public account here, the annual turnover would likely be astronomical. Many people felt that Ninghai's Bikong Group seemed unrelated to Linmu Bank, but Mu Qianyu understood very well what was going on. Perhaps, as time passed, many had already forgotten the once legendary Su family. They had also forgotten that the legendary strongest soldier, after returning to Huaxia, took his first job as a bodyguard at Bikong Group. All of this was related to Su Wujie. With the successive endorsements of these two super enterprises, Maxwell and Bikong Pharmaceutical, the atmosphere at the Linmu Bank opening ceremony had transformed from chaos to jubilation. Countless gazes were now focused here, and the better the atmosphere here, the worse Bai Shuyang's expression became. Qin Gillen poked Bai Shuyang and lowered his voice, saying, "How about we just leave?" This guy had come in with great bravado, but now he really felt like his face was swollen. Bai Shuyang's expression was extremely gloomy, forming a stark contrast to Mu Qianyu's cheerful laughter. Let's wait a little longer. Young Master Bai was still unwilling to give up. He had never really suffered any losses growing up, but now he kept stumbling in Linzhou, and that feeling was truly unbearable. Alright, then I'll just keep an eye on Mu Qianyu. No, let's see what kind of waves she can stir up. Qin Gillen made an excuse for himself and continued to gaze at that bright and beautiful face, clearly unable to look away. At that moment, several cars drove towards the opening ceremony. The leading car was surprisingly a police car. Qin Gillen felt a twist of fate. Shuyang, even the police car is here. Could it be that the establishment of this Linmu Bank is not in accordance with regulations and has been urgently halted by the police? Or are they here to arrest Mu Qianyu? However, Bai Shuyang's expression grew even darker. Is this something the police should handle? He said irritably. You should first look at the police car's license plate. Qin Gillen squinted and then slapped his forehead. Oh no, this is the car of the director of the Linzhou City Bureau? The police car's license plate was actually Lin A 0001 Police. Qin Gillen was quite puzzled. Why was the city bureau director's car here for a bank opening? This should just be passing by, right? He said. Passing by my ass. Bai Shuyang retorted angrily. Haven't you figured it out yet? This number 1 police car is just clearing the way. Using the city bureau director's car to clear the way? Then what kind of vehicles were following behind? Qin Gillen felt his brain was clearly not keeping up. He stood on tiptoe to look at a black sedan behind and couldn't help but feel a wave of dizziness. No way, right? Because the license plate of this sedan was Lin A 00001. This was the #1 car of Linjiang province, the entire province, and the second car was even more eye-catching. Its license plate was Ninghae 00001. Sheen Gillen was so flustered he could barely speak. This is the #1 car of Ninghae? Ninghae was a directly governed city. Located in the southern part of Linjiang province, it was an international supermetropolis. Who was sitting inside that car was naturally self-evident. Mu Qianyu was also slightly stunned, her pretty face flushing slightly, a sign of her racing heart. The impact of today was too strong, one wave after another. Even though she was usually very composed, she was clearly struggling to keep her emotions in check at this moment. As for the elders of the Moo family, after a brief moment of confusion, they quickly reacted and showed sincere smiles. They walked to the front of the stage, standing alongside Mu Qianyu to welcome the arrival of several administrative bigwigs. This harmonious scene formed a stark contrast to the previous tension. Seeing this, Mu Qianyu smiled gently. "Second granduncle, third granduncle, you're older now, you can take a seat and rest." Mu Chengcheng waved his hand and smiled. "No need, Qianyu, you've worked hard running around. Your third granduncle and I will accompany you to welcome the guests." Mu Chengcheng said with a beaming smile. "Yes, after all, this is a big event for our Mu family. We should work together. Even if we are older, we can still contribute to the family." Mu Qianyu really didn't know how such shameless words could be spoken. The fifth brother, Mu Sudong, still wore a serious expression and said nothing. It seemed he still needed to practice his ability to adapt to the situation. The fourth brother, Mu Zhangming, patted Mu Sudong on the shoulder and said, "Sudong, many times, you should let go when you need to. Take a step back, and you might find a broader horizon." Mu Sudong turned to look at his fourth brother. "Fourth brother, I'm afraid that if I take a step back, what I get in return is total annihilation." Mu Zhangming smiled and said, "The nature of your actions is far different from Mu Ziang hiring a hitman abroad. In the matters of the younger generation, you jumped the highest and charged the furthest. What does that mean?" Upon hearing this, Mu Sudong took a deep breath and nodded. He then glanced at his third brother, Mu Dongsheng, who was smiling and welcoming the leaders. On that day, the Linmu insurance that Mu Dongsheng was responsible for was taken away, and his son Mu Ziang was stabbed several times by Su Wuji, driven out of Huaxia, and suffered even worse than himself. "My ability to cultivate my temper is still not as good as that of my third brother," Mu Sudong said self-deprecatingly. Mu Zhangming patted his brother's shoulder again. "Such skills are too strong. It's not necessarily a good thing." Mu Sudong nodded deeply. "Thank you, fourth brother, I understand." At this moment, the two major leaders from Ninghae and Linjiang suddenly arrived at the ribbon-cutting ceremony, making Mayor Li, who had been temporarily called to the capital for a meeting, seem even more insignificant. Many people speculated about their relationship with Linmu Bank. The reason was quite simple: Maxwell's super factory in Huaxia was preparing to invest in Ninghae, and Baikan Pharmaceutical was a pharmaceutical giant that had grown up locally in Ninghae. Under such circumstances, the big boss of Ninghae naturally had to come and support the occasion. And with the big boss of Ninghae present, the top leader of Linjiang province naturally had to accompany them. If it weren't for the sudden incident, other relevant departments would have rushed over too. This chain reaction directly elevated the specifications of the Linmu Bank opening ceremony to the highest peak. From now on, the name Linmu Bank would become the hottest name in the financial circle. As Mu Qianyu and several big shots prepared to cut the ribbon, Bai Shuyang said in a deep voice, "Let's go." He really had no interest in watching any longer, stood up, and left without waiting for Qin Gillen. "Hey, aren't you going to watch a little longer? It's so lively." After Qin Gillen said this, he realized what he was there for, and helplessly stood up to follow quickly. As he left, he even covered his face with his hand to avoid being caught by the cameras. Once in the car, sitting in the back seat, Bai Shuyang's face was as cold as water. Today was truly a huge embarrassment. Qin Gillen nodded. Who would have thought that Mu Qianyu still had so many tricks up her sleeve? Bai Shuyang's voice was muffled. "This woman is not simple. We shouldn't provoke her easily in the future." He felt that his performance today was like that of a fool. Qin Gillen wholeheartedly agreed. "Yeah, not only is she beautiful, but she's also so capable. I even want to marry her back as the daughter-in-law of the Qin family." Bai Shuyang punched him on the thigh irritably. "Can't you have a bit of ambition?" However, after saying this, he leaned back in his seat, seemingly losing a lot of strength. Qin Gillen looked at him. "Isn't it just that DeBoer from Maxwell said something to you? Why are you so defeated?" Bai Shuyang said, "At that moment, I indeed hit a wall, but what bothers me is not that." "Then what is it?" Bai Shuyang sighed. "I'm not stupid. Actually, today, it was still Mu Qianyu who took a step back first." Qin Gillen was puzzled. "Do we need her to take the initiative to back down?" Bai Shuyang shook his head. With both top leaders present, if Mu Qianyu whispered a few words in their ears, "Do you think we would have it easy when we got home?" "That's true." Sheen Gillen thought for a moment and then said, "But we left so early, who knows if she would say something bad later?" Bai Shuyang pondered for a moment and couldn't help but recall the firm tone of Mu Qianyu when she called him after smashing the Tai Long Club. That call was tantamount to a declaration of war, yet this girl showed no fear at all. "She's not that kind of person," Bai Shuyang said. "You're underestimating her by saying that." Sheen Gillen was still relentless, saying, "But she hasn't apologized yet. This matter can't just be brushed aside." It was unclear if he wanted to take the opportunity to see Mu Qianyu a few more times. However, when Bai Shuyang's car passed 2 intersections and reached a bend in the road, he spotted an old, paint-chipped Santana parked by the river ahead. A young man in a flashy green suit was leaning against the front of the car, a lit cigarette dangling from his mouth. "Stop the car!" Bai Shuyang shouted immediately. The driver slammed on the brakes. The bodyguards in the cars behind also came to a sudden halt. Sheen Gillen asked, "Who is that guy dressed like a peacock?" Bai Shuyang replied in a deep voice, "That's Su Wuji. Is this the little punk who smashed the bar door you mentioned?" "He sure has some guts," Sheen Gillen said, rolling up his sleeves as he got out of the car. He glared at Su Wuji and sneered, "Kid, are you the one who had a conflict with Shuyang? Do you dare to block the road here? Have you thought about the possibility of getting beaten up?" Su Wuji, with the unlit cigarette still in his mouth, completely ignored Sheen Gillen, his gaze passing over him to focus directly on Bai Shuyang, smiling as he said, "Bai Xiao, you come to Linzhou and don't even let me know? I could have treated you to a meal, fulfilling my duty as a host." Before Bai Shuyang could respond, Sheen Gillen interjected, "I'm asking you a question. How are you going to respond? Do you believe I'll rip your mouth apart?" He was quite experienced in tearing others' mouths apart. In the circles of the capital, Sheen Gillen could definitely be called a rampant young master. Although he sometimes acted foolishly, he had never shied away from fighting. However, just as Sheen Gillen finished speaking, he suddenly found himself overshadowed by a looming figure. The over 2-meter tall Xiao Pang had already stood in front of him. The terrifying pressure instantly made Sheen Gillen's breath quicken. The other bodyguards, seeing this, quickly surrounded them, and the atmosphere became tense, swords drawn. Su Wuji smiled and said, "Bai Xiao, have your bodyguards step back. Trust me, this request is for their own good." Before Bai Shuyang could speak, Sheen Gillen waved his hand, "Don't listen to him, go for it." Bang! Just as a bodyguard standing slightly behind Xiao Pang took a step forward, he was kicked hard. Xiao Pang's kick didn't even involve any twisting or forceful movement, it was just a simple lift of his leg. The bodyguard flew backward like a cannonball, hurtling 7 or 8 meters before crashing into a roadside tree. The other bodyguards immediately halted in their tracks. The power on both sides was simply not on the same level. Sheen Gillen was dumbfounded, staring at Xiao Pang in disbelief. "Wow, this guy is too fierce." The next second, he found himself grabbed by the collar and lifted up by Xiao Pang. Sheen Gillen's feet left the ground, his legs flailing in the air, looking as awkward as could be. He truly regretted listening to Bai Shuyang and not bringing the strongest fighter, Xin Lang, along. He had underestimated the situation. "Xiao Pang, this isn't right. You're being so disrespectful to the guest," Su Wuji said. Sheen Gillen replied, "At least you know your place." Su Wuji continued, quickly put down by Xiao's lackey. As soon as he said this, Sheen Gillen's nose nearly crinkled in anger. "I'm not a lackey." "Ah!" Before he could finish, he let out a miserable scream. He was heavily thrown to the ground by Xiao Pang, feeling as if his butt was about to crack. "So, what are you doing blocking the road here? Want to show me some colors?" Bai Shuyang asked in a deep voice. "Mu Qianyu is my good friend," Su Wuji squinted, staring at Bai Shuyang. "If you bully her, I won't agree to it." "Am I bullying her?" Bai Shuyang was almost driven mad. "She smashed my place, and today she still disrespects me. Who's bullying whom here?" After saying this, Bai Xiao realized that his behavior resembled that of a wronged little wife, which made him feel even more aggrieved. Su Wuji put on a serious expression, and his tone became solemn. "As long as you don't trouble her again, I'm willing to apologize to you." Bai Shuyang looked at Su Wuji, clearly finding it hard to believe. After all, in the eyes of the young masters of their courtyard, bowing down to apologize was truly the most unacceptable thing. Face was more important than life. "Of course it's true," Su Wuji said. "Well, it's just an apology. What's the big deal? It's not like he has to pay money." At that moment, Bai Shuyang suddenly thought of Jiang Wanqing. He was sure that with Jiang Wanqing's straightforward personality, if she heard Su Wuji's righteous words, she would definitely appreciate it. Indeed, a man should dare to stand up for a woman and even more so, dare to bow down for her. Bai Xiao, who usually viewed bowing down to apologize as a great humiliation, suddenly felt he had been taught a lesson by the young man in front of him. After a long silence, Bai Shuyang shook his head. "Since you're also a man, let's just forget about this. From now on, we'll keep our distance as if we've never met." Su Wuji, is it really that simple? Millions in compensation, just like that, thrown away? Bai Xiao really is a fool. No, he's quite magnanimous. Bai Shu Yang said coldly, what else? Do you want me to punch you a couple of times to vent the anger caused by Mu Qianyu? Su Wuji puffed out his chest, sure. Bai Shu Yang hadn't really intended to fight, he just said it casually. But now he really wanted to see what Su Wuji could do for Mu Qianyu. You said it, Bai Shu Yang said, my punches are heavy. He stared at Su Wuji, trying to find some signs of guilt or fear on his face, but to his dismay, all he saw was honesty. It doesn't matter, Su Wuji said calmly. Let me do it. Qin Gillen got up, covering his butt, brushed off the dust, and then lifted his foot to kick Su Wuji in the stomach. In fact, this kick had no real force behind it. Qin Gillen often hung out in nightclubs, and while he looked somewhat muscular, he was actually quite weak. But when Su Wuji took this light kick, he staggered back several steps. It was just a matter of acting. The girl was willing to smash Bai's place for him. What did it matter to take a kick now? Qin Gillen wanted to kick again, but was stopped by Bai Shu Yang. He looked at the footprint on Su Wuji's green suit and frowned. Alright. The domineering Bai Shu Yang in the capital suddenly felt a bit disinterested. Su Wuji, despite having the advantage in strength, chose to apologize for the woman, which made Bai Xiao feel that in some aspects, he seemed to be outdone by Su Wuji. Qin Gillen dusted himself off. Barely counts as a man, but let me tell you, if it were in the past, with my temperament, you would at least have to kneel and slap yourself 100 times. Be grateful. This guy seemed to have forgotten how he was just picked up by Xiao Pang. Oh, thank you for your great kindness, Su Wuji grinned, not at all angry. Bai Shu Yang turned around and said coldly, I'm leaving. Remember, don't provoke each other in the future. However, just as he opened the car door to get in, Su Wuji suddenly rushed a few steps forward and kicked Bai Shu Yang hard in the back. Bai Shu Yang lost his balance from the kick and collided with Qin Gillen, both of them tumbling out together. They fell in a heap several meters away. Damn it, you sneaky bastard. Bai Shu Yang had thought Su Wuji was quite manly before, but now, why was he suddenly playing dirty from behind? However, before he could finish his words, a loud rumble echoed. Dust flew everywhere. The car they were in was suddenly struck by a speeding truck that came barreling down the road. The truck continued its momentum, severely deforming the car, pushing it several meters away, and both vehicles tumbled into the river. The severely deformed Mercedes was crushed under the heavy truck, slowly sinking, making rescue impossible. This river was a tributary of the Linen River, with a depth of at least 10 meters. Bai Shu Yang was momentarily stunned. Qin Gillen, pinned beneath him, turned pale with fear. If the two of them had just gotten into the car, they would surely have drowned at the bottom of the river by now. Xiao Pang, jump in and save them, Su Wuji shouted. There was still a driver in that Mercedes. Although the passenger side was crushed, the driver's cabin still had a basic frame. Perhaps the driver hadn't been killed on impact, and the driver of the truck might still be alive after falling into the water. To determine whether this person had intended to commit murder, they needed to capture him alive. Xiao Pang heard the order and dashed down in a few quick strides. However, Su Wuji was even faster than him. The master and servant leaped into the river one after the other. Bai Shu Yang and the bodyguards Qin Gillen had brought finally snapped back to reality, shouting, "Protect the young master." They surrounded the two, but none of them jumped into the water to save anyone. Get away from me! If I had to rely on you to protect me, I would have been dead long ago, Bai Shu Yang yelled, pushing the bodyguards aside and rushing to the riverbank. However, he hesitated for a moment and did not jump in. With Bai Xiao's swimming skills, which could only manage a few laps in a calm pool, if he jumped in, he would likely be swept away by the whirlpool created by the two sinking vehicles. In less than a minute, Bai Shu Yan's clothes were already soaked with sweat. Qin Gillen was in even worse shape, his lips were pale, and his legs were trembling, unable to get up from the ground. Bai Shu Yan looked into the water, the two vehicles were almost completely submerged, and Su Wuji and Xiao Pang had also disappeared from sight. His mind went blank as he took a few deep breaths and shouted, "Su Wuji." No one responded. Another minute passed. This brief time felt like an eternity to Bai Shu Yang, and he experienced a strong sense of dizziness. He truly disliked Su Wuji, just seeing the frivolous expression on his face made him feel nauseous. Yet, that person had just saved his life. Bai Shu Yang knew that when Su Wuji had kicked him in the back, he was also in the path of the truck's collision. He could have easily dodged and watched the show without caring, but this little punk still saved the person who had just kicked him. And now, Su Wuji had been the first to decide to jump into the river to save someone. Bai Shu Yang's feelings were incredibly complicated. Compared to him, what kind of man was he? Another minute passed. Qin Gillen finally managed to move to the riverbank with great difficulty. He looked down and felt even weaker. From here to the water's surface was at least 10 meters, 5 or 6 stories high. If he jumped down and his posture was wrong, he might even be knocked unconscious by the water. Sheen Gillen took 2 steps back, incredulously asking, "They just jumped down like that?" Bai Shu-yang remained silent, staring intently at the water's surface. The commotion attracted the attention of some passers-by, who stopped by the riverbank to watch the situation in the water, but none dared to jump in recklessly. Sheen Gillen wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. "They won't drown in there, will they?" Bai Shu-yang clenched his fists tightly. "They definitely won't." Sheen Gillen's face was pale as he continued. He jumped involuntarily. "If they drown, it has nothing to do with us. Are you fucking speaking human language?" Bai Shu-yang suddenly turned around, grabbing Sheen Gillen by the collar and delivering a heavy punch to his face. Sheen Gillen fell to the ground, rubbing his face and gasping for breath. "Why are you putting so much effort into it? I was the one who said the wrong thing. I wanted him to come up too, but it's been so long. If it were me, I would have suffocated by now." Bai Shu-yang's forehead bulged with veins as he shouted, "Shut the fuck up." 3 minutes passed. Finally, a head broke the surface. It was Xiao Pang. In his hand, he was dragging someone. Bai Shu-yang recognized that it wasn't one of his subordinates. It had to be the truck driver. If this truck driver was still alive, then it could be determined whether it was an accidental incident or intentional murder. However, the place where he had just fallen was too high, straight down, and even if Xiao Pang reached the shore, he couldn't come up. Bai Shu-yang turned his head and looked around, pointing 100 meters away, saying, "Swim over there are steps." As he spoke, he ran madly in that direction. The bodyguards all followed suit. Sheen Gillen also got up, weakly trailing behind. Just as Xiao Pang was swimming towards the shore, Su Wuji's head finally broke the surface. He gasped for air, and under his armpit was a person who had lost consciousness. This person was wearing a black suit. It was Bai Shu-yang's bodyguard. "Swim this way. Over here." Bai Shu-yang shouted from the steps. Su Wuji struggled to swim to the shore. Bai Shu-yang had already jumped into the water. The water was shallower at the shore, not reaching his thighs. Even for someone who couldn't swim, this depth posed no danger. "Grab me." Bai Shu-yang reached out and pulled Su Wuji. The bodyguards behind him rushed into the water like dumplings, trying to pull Bai Shu-yang up. "Don't worry about me, save him," Bai Shu-yang shouted, and together with those bodyguards, they pulled Su Wuji and the driver up. "Hurry, save him first." After reaching the shore, Su Wuji didn't rest for a moment and immediately began to press on the driver's chest. His actions were extremely professional, his expression very focused. Finally, after the driver spat out a large mouthful of water, he woke up. "Chong-gu, how are you?" Bai Shu-yang supported his shoulder and quickly asked. This was not an ordinary driver. He was Bai Shu-yang's personal bodyguard for many years, named Chung Chong. He had earned the trust of Bai Shu-yang's parents and sometimes gave Bai Xiao some advice, playing a role that was half advisor, half bodyguard, somewhat similar to Li Qingchen beside Mu Qianyu, though not as capable as the latter. After waking up for a dozen seconds, Chung Chong ignored Bai Shu-yang and turned to look for someone. Upon seeing Su Wuji, Chung Chong supported himself with one hand, knelt by the shore, and heavily knocked his head. Bai Shu-yang watched Chung Chong bow to Su Wuji, his expression complex, saying nothing more. He then walked back into the water because Xiao Pang had also swum to about 10 meters from the shore. "Hurry, swim over, grab me," Bai Shu-yang shouted. However, Xiao Pang ignored him, hoisting the truck driver and standing up directly from the water. At over 2 meters tall, the water at the shore no longer reached his head. This guy was truly a physical monster. Su Wuji had been underwater for a few minutes, his face red and gasping for breath, while Xiao Pang, having held his breath for so long, didn't even need to take a deep breath at that moment. Bang! Xiao Pang reached the shore and directly threw the truck driver onto the ground. Bai Shu-yang thought Xiao Pang would perform CPR on him, but unexpectedly, Xiao Pang then delivered a heavy punch to the driver's stomach. The driver doubled over on the spot, vomiting a large mouthful of water. He clutched his stomach, curled up on the ground, looking extremely pained. Bai Shu-yang shouted, "Quick, restrain him." A few bodyguards rushed over, pinning the driver down to the ground, firmly holding his hands and feet. At that moment, Su Wuji waved his hand at Chung Chong and said, "Don't make such a big deal out of it, no need to bow." As he spoke, he reached out to help the other up. However, halfway through his motion, he stopped, then carefully supported Chung Chong, helping him sit up because Su Wuji noticed that Chung Chang's ankle was severely twisted and deformed. Chung Chong completely ignored the injury to his ankle and said earnestly, "You are my savior. Bowing is really nothing." Su Wuji chuckled, "Then it would be better to give me some money." Chung Chong took him seriously. "As long as you say the word, all the wealth I've saved up can be offered with both hands." Su Wuji shook his head with a smile. "Oh, it's just a small effort." He said it lightly, but Bai Shu-yang's voice came from the side. "That's not just a small effort." There was clearly complexity in his tone. Su Wuji replied, "That's because you're too weak." By Xu Yang. Chung Chong continued, "I was conscious at the time, but my ankle and arm were broken, and my body was trapped under the deformed car frame. I couldn't break free at all. If it weren't for you." At first, Chung Chong was dazed from the impact, and after falling into the water, he tried to struggle but choked on several mouthfuls of water. After 2 minutes, his consciousness began to fade. However, before completely losing consciousness, he had half a minute where he watched Su Wuji desperately trying to pry open the car frame. In that half minute, Chung Chong had an unprecedented strong desire to survive. Yet, prying open a severely deformed car frame with bare hands is nearly impossible in an anaerobic environment underwater, even with tools on land. Watching Su Wuji trying to save him, Chung Chong finally lost consciousness, and when he woke up, he found himself on the shore. Su Wuji said to Chung Chong, "It was also a coincidence. That car frame was almost broken by the truck, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to pry it open." As for whether the situation was really like that at the time, only Su Wuji knew. Chung Chong said, "It was really too dangerous. The truck was pressing down on my car. If it had flipped over, you wouldn't have escaped either. I don't even know what to say to express." Su Wuji waved his hand, "Alright, no need to say that. I didn't think of anything in return when I was saving you." Bai Shuyan looked at Su Wuji. "Chomgo is very important to me. You saved him, should I also bow to you?" Su Wuji took off his shirt, wrung out the water, and chuckled, "Then forget it. If you bow to me, I still have to give you New Year's money." For this comment that took advantage of the hierarchy, Bai Shu Yang surprisingly didn't refute anything. However, immediately after, his gaze froze, because Su Wuji had finished wringing out his shirt, but the shirt had stained quite a bit with dark red. That was blood. Looking at Su Wuji's hands, they were already covered in blood. In his palms, there were several deep cuts. They must have been from prying open the deformed car frame. Cheng Chong glanced at his own chest. His shirt was also stained with dark red, but since it was a black suit, it wasn't as noticeable. But earlier, Su Wuji had used those bloodied hands to perform CPR on him with great force. How much pain must that have caused? Impressive. Bai Shu Yang took a deep breath. I can't afford your admiration, young master Bai, Su Wuji said. Bai Shu Yang, I served a few years in the military. I believe I don't have your willpower. In fact, I'm still far from it. Su Wuji, the soldiers I know have much stronger willpower than you. Bai Shu Yang. Sheen Gillen's voice finally rang out. Sorry about that kick just now. Su Wuji shot him a glare. If you hadn't kicked me in the stomach, I could have saved them faster. Sheen Gillen scratched his head, pulled out a cigarette case from his pocket, took out a cigarette, and handed it to Su Wuji. The latter took it and put it in his mouth. Sheen Gillen fished out a lighter and leaned in, eager to help Su Wuji light the cigarette. If this scene were to be seen by the young heirs of the capital's aristocracy, it would probably leave many of them dumbfounded. However, Su Wuji pushed the lighter aside and said, I don't smoke. What? Sheen Gillen was bewildered. Big brother, if you don't smoke, why are you holding a cigarette? Su Wuji glanced at him sideways. I'm just pretending. What's wrong with that? Sheen Gillen looked at the blood-stained wet clothes and recalled that his own footprints had been on them earlier, feeling a bit awkward. Earlier, I'm sorry about that, he said, feeling a bit guilty. I'll pay you for this outfit. Su Wuji replied, this outfit is quite expensive. Sheen Gillen asked, how much? I can afford it. Su Wuji, with the cigarette in his mouth, squinted, custom made from the most famous craftsman in Italy, Gasai, for 880,000. 880,000? Bai Shu Yan thought that number sounded familiar. Hadn't he also been a fool to pay that much before? Sheen Gillen's first reaction was, Gasai from Italy? Didn't he die several years ago? Su Wuji raised an eyebrow. I ordered it before he died. Does it concern you? At this moment, Sheen Gillen seemed quite straightforward. Fine, I'll pay. Su Wuji unceremoniously took out his phone, scanned the code, pay up. However, after Sheen Gillen scanned the code, his expression turned a bit ugly. Why is my card limited? I only have 28,000 left. Trying to back out? Su Wuji chuckled. Not at all, it's probably my dad's doing. Sheen Gillen said, how about this, when I get back to the capital? Don't wait until you get back, do it now, Su Wuji said, just give me the 28,000. Well, with that 28,000, he could at least make 27,800. That green suit jacket was bought for less than 200. Alright, Sheen Gillen promptly paid. At that moment, several police cars had already arrived. After all, such a serious traffic accident was rare in the entire Linjiang province. Bai Shu Yang initially wanted to suppress the matter and handle it himself, but it seemed impossible now. He thought for a moment and decided to call his father's old subordinate, Li Hongqing. Li Gu, I'm in Linzhou, and something happened. I almost got hit. What happened? Li Hongqing's voice immediately rose an octave. I've got the driver responsible under control. I'm not sure if it was attempted murder. I'll hand him over to you, and you can interrogate him. As Bai Shuyang spoke, he turned to glare at the truck driver, his eyes fierce. The driver seemed to have lost the will to live, not struggling at all, his gaze somewhat vacant. Good. Li Hongcheng immediately replied, I'm in a meeting at the provincial office. I'll head back right away. Give me your location, and I'll have the Hubin precinct take over the case immediately. If something happened to Bai Shuyang in Linzhou, Li Hongcheng really wouldn't know how to explain it to the old chief. 10 minutes later, Park Yenhui arrived at the scene with the criminal police team. Wow, this female officer is really beautiful. Shin Gillen's eyes lit up. She seems to be on par with Mu Qianyu. Indeed, at that moment, Park Yenhui was in uniform, exuding a refreshing aura, and even with her hat on, her stunning features couldn't be concealed. Bai Shuyang also felt that Shin Gillen was right. It seemed that after seeing this girl, his previously shaken heart had calmed down. Hello, officer, I'm Shin Gillen, 26 years old this year. Shin Gillen stepped forward first, enthusiastically extending his hand to Park Yunhee. I was a witness to the accident. The officer can ask me any questions. However, Park Yunhee did not shake his hand but instead raised her hand in a salute and then asked, where are the perpetrator and the injured? Immediately, she saw Su Wuji, bare-chested, holding a blood-stained suit. A look of concern instantly surged in Park Yunhee's eyes. Are you the injured? She asked. Su Wuji, noticing the worry in her gaze, shook his head. The car frame was deformed. When I pried it open, I cut my hand a little, but it's nothing serious. Park Yunhee said, so, you witnessed the whole thing? That's right, from start to finish, Su Wuji replied. Park Yunhee surveyed the scene and instructed, leave a team to examine the site. The rest of you come back to the station for questioning. Then she pointed at Su Wuji, you get in my car, I'll ask you personally. Yunhee, you're being too obvious with your act, aren't you? Su Wuji lazily sat in the back seat. His clothes were still dripping water. In fact, most of the police officers were unaware of the close relationship between Su Wuji and Park Yunhee. At the Lakeside Police Station, aside from Li Hongcheng, many officers in Linzhou still thought Su Wuji was just a playboy in a delinquent's guise. Otherwise, the reputation of Su Xiaochu as a great benefactor would have spread long ago. Park Yunhee glanced at Su Wuji in the rearview mirror, her eyes overflowing with concern. I never oppose you saving people, but you must first ensure your own safety. With you getting hurt every few days, how am I supposed to explain this to Sister Qian? Su Wuji grinned. Are you worried about me, deliberately using Su Qian as a shield? That's two different things, don't talk nonsense, Park Yunhee replied, pursing her lips. Her mix of worry and anger inadvertently revealed an even more captivating feeling. Su Wuji looked at the rearview mirror, feeling utterly mesmerized. At that moment, the image of Mu Qianyu's smiling eyes suddenly flashed in his mind. Why is everyone so good-looking? I don't know who to choose, Su Wuji thought to himself. He suddenly felt a bit like a scumbag. Then, images of Xiao Yinlei's legs and Su Jiayan's chest floated through his mind, along with the sofa stained red by Jiang Wanqing and the sound of water coming from her washing in the bathroom. When did I become unable to control these thoughts? Su Wuji slapped his forehead. He felt his mind was filled with a strong feminine scent, which was wildly escaping through his nostrils. Just then, they stopped at a red light, and Park Yunhee turned to look at Su Wuji, finding him bent over, his arms crossed over his abdomen. What's wrong? Park Yunhee asked, is your stomach uncomfortable? Su Wuji's expression was a bit awkward. Maybe I got cold after getting wet. Park Yunhee leaned over, directly took Su Wuji's hand, looked at the wound in his palm, and shook her head. Come to my place tonight. I'll put some medicine on it. You'll have to endure the pain again. While saying this, Park Yunhee was completely unaware that Su Wuji could actually clean the wound himself with either hand. Of course, Su Wuji wouldn't refuse. Sure, I'll sleep at your place tonight, not leaving. It was fine before, but now it's not very convenient. Park Yunhee thought for a moment and actually refused. Why? Isn't my bedroom on the second floor? Su Wuji was greatly puzzled. Park Yunhee smiled slightly. I don't want Qianyu to misunderstand. Su Wuji was displeased and muttered. What misunderstanding? Shouldn't she consider the order of arrival? Even if there's a seating arrangement, you should be in the main room. Park Yunhee happened to honk a few times and didn't hear clearly. What room? Su Wuji scratched his head and said, hey, it's nothing, I just expressed my good wishes. He had let it slip, accidentally revealing his true feelings. At that moment, the light turned green, and Park Yenhui started the car, asking, what happened with the car accident? Su Wuji looked at the rearview mirror, where Park Yenhui's charming face was reflected. Someone wants to kill Bai Shuyan or Qin Gillen. What do you think? Park Yenhui asked. The driver must have been bribed. From his expression, he might not even know the truth, Su Wujia said. He probably has a terminal illness and is resigned to death. After years of struggling in the gray areas, Su Wujie had seen too many similar situations. The conflicts in the capital have spread to Linzhou, you better not get involved. Park Yenhui initially wanted to say, you better not get caught up in this danger, but realizing that Su Wujie had already taken the initiative to involve himself, she swallowed the second half of her sentence. At the same time, the hint of worry in her clear eyes was deeply hidden away. Park Yenhui perhaps understood, or maybe she didn't realize half of her life's focus had already shifted to this younger brother. When they arrived at the lakeside substation, the interrogation results were just as Su Wujie had predicted. There was indeed a hired murder. The truck driver was in the late stages of colon cancer. Someone had offered him 3 million to run over by Xu Yang. The driver hadn't wanted to do it, but the other party had said if he didn't, then when the driver died from his illness, his wife and children would suffer. With no choice, he had to agree. However, the other party also gave the driver an additional condition: it had to be successful. If Bai Shuyang didn't die, he wouldn't receive the money. His wife and children would also be harassed every day. That was why he looked so pale after being rescued. At that moment, in the conference room of the lakeside substation, Bai Shuyang's expression was grim, while Qin Gillen kept stealing glances at Park Yenhui. Su Wujie was curled up on the sofa, his hands wrapped in bandages, already starting to snore. He was unbothered. After all, the target of the assassin wasn't him. Park Yenhui flipped through the interrogation records and said, Mr. Bai, you were being followed. The truck driver was remotely controlled the entire time. When to accelerate, when to crash, even how fast to go during the crash was all arranged in great detail. Director Li Hongchang had arrived, sitting at the conference table with a serious expression, and said in a deep voice, We've encountered a skilled opponent. Park Yenhui continued, the on-site surveillance wasn't tampered with. The criminal investigation team is checking all suspicious individuals, but the traffic near the bridge is too heavy, so the results may not be optimistic. Li Hongchang asked Bai Shuyang, have you offended anyone recently? Bai Shuyang and Qin Gillen exchanged glances, then both looked at Su Wujie. Seeing this, Li Hongchang immediately said, it definitely wasn't him. Bai Shuyang looked at Li Hongchang in surprise. This old subordinate of his father seemed to trust Su Wujie more than he trusted himself. I didn't say it was Su Wujie. After all, he did save me. It's just that we had a small conflict recently, Bai Shuyang said gloomily. However, Li Hongchang's next words shocked both Bai Shuyang and Qin Gillen even more. Shuyang, let me say something fair. Even if you had a conflict with Wujie, it's highly likely that you were at fault first. Bai Shuyang, just listen to how fair that sounds. Qin Gillen was about to retort, but thinking of how Su Wujie had saved his life, he closed his mouth. Li Hongchang looked at Bai Shuyang. So, think carefully, who else could your enemies be? Bai Shuyang fell into deep thought. It couldn't possibly be Mu Qianyu, who was still presiding over the bank's opening ceremony. Li Hongchang stood up and walked over to Bai Shuyang, patting him on the shoulder with a serious tone. Shuyang, there are no outsiders here, let me speak from the heart. Bai Shuyang just wanted Li Hongchang to stop talking. That so-called fair statement he just made was already quite unfair. If he spoke from the heart, would he still have any face left? Shuyang, you're not a kid anymore. We shouldn't be so impulsive in the future. It's really not good to make enemies everywhere for the sake of so-called brotherhood, Li Hongchang said. Bai Shuyang seemed not to have listened. He pointed at Su Wujie. I heard he often causes trouble. However, Li Hongchang replied directly, he's not like you. Bai Shuyang's expression turned a bit displeased. Li Gu, you're my dad's old subordinate, not his dad's. This was clearly a reminder for Li Hongchang to know his place. After all, in their circle, it was very important to choose sides. If one chose the wrong side, Li Hongchang's future could be ruined. Li Hongchang sighed. Shuyang, you should understand my character. If your dad knew you thought this way, he would definitely be very disappointed. Bai Shuyang lightly pounded the table, seemingly a bit annoyed. He glanced at Su Wujie, who was still sound asleep. It seemed that nothing had gone smoothly since he met him. At this moment, Bai Shao once again felt overshadowed. After a brief silence, he suddenly smiled in relief, stood up, and said to Li Hongchang, Li Gu, you've misunderstood me. He then pointed at Su Wujie, his tone serious. I haven't met anyone I admire for a long time. He's the only one. Hearing Bai Shuyang's statement, Li Hongchang seemed to breathe a sigh of relief and smiled. Good, the Bai family has no cowards. Bai Shuyang said, I'm still far behind my dad. Li Hongchang glanced at Qin Gillen, who was daydreaming, and said, you should spend more time with Wujie, it won't hurt. Try to avoid those so-called friends. Bai Shuyang was slightly taken aback but then nodded. Li Hongchang's friendly address towards Su Wujie once again caught his attention. Qin Gillen, hearing this, shifted his gaze from Park Yunhee and grinned. Li Ju, don't worry, Shuyang doesn't have any bad friends around him. he usually hangs out with me the most. Li Hongcheng gave him a look as if he were an idiot and then said, as long as you're happy. After saying that, he left the conference room to personally call the old leader and explain the situation. Sheen Gillen patted his good brother's shoulder. Don't be too down, I'm worse off than you, my dad even froze my bank card. Bai Shu Yang ignored him. He wasn't a fool, he was pondering why Li Hongcheng, known for his integrity, would place such importance on a young nightclub owner. Unless there was some special commonality between them. At that moment, Sheen Gillen had already moved closer to Park Yoon-hee. He opened the friend request interface on his phone and held it up to her. Hello, Officer Park, I'm single, can we be friends? Park Yoon-hee looked up and smiled lightly. Sorry, I'm not single. After saying that, her gaze subtly fell on Su Wooji before returning. You have a boyfriend? Sheen Gillen laughed. I want to see what he looks like. He thought this was Park Yoon-hee's excuse. However, a voice suddenly came from behind him. Her boyfriend looks like me. The owner of the voice was none other than Su Wooji, who had just been sound asleep. Sheen Gillen turned his face, awkwardly smiling. Come on, buddy, don't joke around. We're friends now. I was the one who had my eye on Officer Park first. Su Wooji glanced at him sideways and said, Who said we are friends? Sheen Gillen chuckled. We wouldn't know each other if we hadn't fought. You saved my life, so I will definitely repay you well. Su Wooji shoved his hands into his pockets and looked at him coldly. So your repayment is to pry into my woman? Park Yeonhui stood up and shot Su Wooji a gentle glare. Don't say that. That look was something only Su Wooji could decipher, a mix of reproach and playfulness. But it was definitely not anger. Hearing Park Yeonhui's denial, Sheen Gillen became even happier. I told you, Wooji, just by looking at Officer Park, you can tell she's not easy to pursue. Leave this tough nut to me. You? Su Wooji suppressed the urge to break Sheen Gillen's teeth and snorted coldly. Then what do I get to chew on? Sheen Gillen leaned in, opened a special group in his phone's contacts, and whispered, Look at these, all girls from Ninghai, Linzhou, and Jiangnan. Browse their social circles. As long as you like one, she can be in your room within 2 hours. And I guarantee, the photos and the real deal are absolutely the same. Su Wooji looked at him as if he were an idiot, then pointed at the camera in the corner. This is the police station, Big Brother. He then snatched Sheen Gillen's phone and walked out, handing it to the officer at the door, saying, Officer, I report that someone is running a brothel. Sheen Gillen, what the hell? Li Hongcheng's evaluation was still gaining weight. By the time Bai Shu Yang snapped out of his thoughts, the sky had darkened, and Su Wooji had vanished. He thought for a moment and sent Su Wooji a message. Where are you? Come on, let's grab a bite and chat. Su Wooji quickly replied with a text. I'm not hungry. Bai Shu Yang, then how about some drinks? Su Wooji, I don't drink at all. Bai Shu Yang's nose almost crinkled in frustration. You, who run a bar and often get drunk, grabbing the DJ's microphone to shout that all drinks are on Su Gongzi, now tell me you don't drink? Although Su Wooji saved him, this guy was still so annoying. After thinking for a moment, Bai Shu Yang swallowed his anger and asked, Then how about a walk by the river? Su Wooji simply replied with a voice message, his tone full of impatience. I'm currently enjoying some warm and soft company, don't disturb me. Bai Shu Yang took a deep breath, adjusted his frazzled mood, and sent another message. A life-saving grace must be repaid. Name your condition. Whatever you want, I will give it to you. He didn't mean to be charitable, he was just shocked by Su Wooji's act of saving him today. In their circle, there were plenty of refined egoists and backstabbers, but someone like Su Wooji was rare. However, Bai Shu Yang's message couldn't be sent because a red exclamation mark suddenly appeared. Along with a system prompt, turkey-flavored crispy rice had activated friend verification. You are not yet friends with the other party. Please send a friend verification request, and only after the other party approves can you chat. Su Wooji had actually blocked Bai Shu Yang. Bai Shu Yang's mindset was almost shattered. When had the esteemed Bai Shao ever been so humble? He thought for a moment and once again swallowed his pride to send a friend verification. Sheen Gillen had somehow crept over. He glanced at the chat content and said, Hey, Shu Yang, don't you think you look a bit like his lapdog? Bai Shu Yang weakly shot him a glance and said, I now feel that what Brotherly said about you was really spot on. Sheen Gillen was confused. When did he evaluate me? After the opening ceremony of Lin Mu Bank, the luncheon continued until 4 in the afternoon. By the time Mu Qianyu had sent off all the guests, the sun was already slanting in the west. She returned to the chairman's office of the headquarters, took off her high heels, and rubbed her sore ankles. After a busy half-day, she felt a bit weary, having had trouble sleeping last night. A wave of drowsiness washed over her at this moment, and all she wanted was to curl up on the soft sofa and take a good nap. Although a certain guy hadn't shown up in person, Mu Qianyu could genuinely feel his intentions. After some thought, she sent a message to Su Wooji. Today is the opening ceremony of Lin Mu Bank, and you're not coming? I saved a guest seat for you. Mu Qianyu had never been so proactive in messaging other men before, especially with a tone at the end of this sentence that was both playful and slightly reproachful. Su Wooji quickly replied, "Hey, I didn't have time, I've been too busy chasing girls." Thinking of Maxwell and Baiken Pharmaceuticals' strong support, a sweet smile appeared on Moo Qianyu's face as she replied, "The way you chase girls, no other girl could handle it, they'd be knocked out in an instant." The subtext of this sentence was, "You're chasing me. I can handle it. I'm not knocked out." After sending that message, Moo Qianyu felt her cheeks warm up, and she didn't feel so tired anymore. "Su Wooji, the girl next to me is really pretty, with an amazing figure. Do you want to come see?" "Moo Qianyu, that kind of thing isn't appropriate for me to join. I won't be your light bulb, never mind." After sending that message, she looked at the lot at the end and shook her head, muttering to herself, "This really isn't like me." Moo Qianyu set her phone aside, ready to take a nap, but at that moment, another message came in. Upon seeing the number, she immediately sat up straight, all drowsiness gone. The content of the message was, "That guy is really something." Moo Qianyu's gaze sharpened slightly because she had never seen this senior so actively compliment someone before. This was already the second time Su Wooji had received her praise. Moo Qianyu replied, "Senior, may I ask what happened?" The response was off-topic, "Your chessboard may not be able to accommodate him." Moo Qianyu's gaze sharpened as she pondered over the message for a while, then smiled and softly said to herself, "Isn't that a good thing?" At that moment, there was a knock on the door. "Miss, it's me." It was Li Qingchen's voice. Moo Qianyu immediately got up to put on her shoes. She knew that unless there was something special, Li Qingchen would never disturb her at this time. "Uncle Chen, what's wrong?" Li Qingchen handed her his phone and said, "Miss, take a look at this." It was a video of Su Wooji and Bai Shu Yang by the river. Li Qingchen said, although Su Wooji didn't make it to the ceremony, he's been waiting for Bai Shu Yang on his way. The video was shot from a nearby municipal surveillance camera, and the audio was very clear. She didn't know how Li Qingchen had gotten it. "Moo Qianyu is my good friend. If you bully her, I won't agree. As long as you don't trouble her again, I'm willing to apologize to you." Listening to this series of dialogues between Su Wooji and Bai Shu Yang, Moo Qianyu's gaze sharpened, her eyes shimmering. "He's actually willing to apologize for me." Moo Qianyu's lips moved, her gaze flickering. Li Qingchen said, "Yes, miss, for men of their age, faces everything, yet he's willing to bow to Bai Shu Yang. In fact, Su Wooji's actions were even more touching than confronting Bai Shu Yang and beating him up." Moo Qianyu softly responded, continuing to watch the video. Then, she instinctively clenched her fists tightly, because she suddenly saw Qin Gillen actually kick Su Wooji. The notoriously arrogant young master Su was kicked back a step and surprisingly did not retaliate. Moo Qianyu felt as if her throat was blocked by some emotion. There were words she wanted to say, but they simply wouldn't come out. Then, she let out a gasp, unable to control herself as she covered her mouth, because a horrific car accident had suddenly occurred. Su Wooji, after hitting the ground, immediately shouted for Xiao Pang and jumped off the edge of the bridge, which was over 10 meters high, disregarding the danger to save someone. In the following video, 2 cars sank to the bottom, and Su Wooji was out of sight for several minutes. During those minutes, the large chairman's office seemed to be devoid of even the sound of breathing. Finally, when Su Wooji's head surfaced from the water, Moo Qianyu let out a long breath. Her palms were already drenched in sweat. Moo Qianyu continued to watch the video, letting tears flow down her delicate cheeks, soaking her clothes, yet she had no heart to wipe them away. When she saw Su Wooji wring out his clothes, which had turned blood red, her tears surged forth even more. The video ended, and Moo Qianyu immediately dragged the progress bar back to the beginning to watch it again. Li Qingchen watched Moo Qianyu's tear-streaked face and sighed softly. He had seen Moo Qianyu grow up and knew that his young lady was stubborn. She had never cried so uncontrollably in her life. Shaking his head, Li Qingchen said nothing more and gently closed the door as he left. After an unknown amount of time, Moo Qianyu had watched the video at least 10 times before she sniffled and came back to her senses. She finally understood why that senior, who never praised anyone, would suddenly say, "That kid is really something." She must have witnessed everything unfold and was shaken by this young man. Standing in front of the bathroom mirror, Moo Qianyu then realized that her light makeup had completely run, and her eyes were slightly red and swollen from crying. She turned on the cold water and carefully washed her face clean. Afterwards, Moo Qianyu looked at her stunning reflection in the mirror, fell silent for a few seconds, then smiled gently to herself, saying, "Su Wooji, do you think I'm too ambitious and definitely don't want to get caught up in romance, so you've done so much for me but won't let me know? A man like you really makes one conflicted. I hate it." After saying a few words with a smile in the mirror, Moo Qianyu's tears flowed again. She calmed her emotions, used cold water to soothe her eyes, and the swelling subsided a bit. After a while, Moo Qianyu finally walked out of the bathroom. She opened the chat box with turkey-flavored rice crackers and typed a line, "I know everything that happened this afternoon. thank you for everything you've done for me. After thinking for a moment, Moo Qianyu didn't send it but deleted that line and typed a new one. You brought in Maxwell and Baikon Group, and helped me stop by Shuyang. I don't know how to repay you. How about you give me some advice? However, her finger hovered over the send button several times, and Moo Qianyu ultimately didn't send the message. She had never expressed her emotions like this before. She deleted that line too, and even though she had 1,000 words to say in her heart, it ultimately turned into 3 words in the chat box. What are you doing? After sending this message, Moo Qianyu kept staring at her phone, waiting for a reply. But after 10 minutes, there was still no message from Su Wuji. That guy is definitely playing mahjong, Moo Qianyu thought, and simply sent another message to Park Uni. I want to chat with you. In the past, whenever she had something on her mind, Moo Qianyu would always seek out Park Uni to talk. But today, her worries were heavier than ever. However, after waiting another 10 minutes, Park Uni still hadn't replied. What are you all doing? Moo Qianyu mumbled, looking at the darkened sky outside. She picked up her car keys and walked out the door. She planned to go directly to the lakeside branch to confide in Park Yunhee. Meanwhile, in the villa by Yunyan Lake, Su Wuji had just finished his shower and was sitting cross-legged on the living room sofa. This guy was casually bare-chested, wearing only a pair of loose shorts, happily watching television. His phone was tossed aside, charging, and he hadn't had the chance to see Moo Qianyu's message yet. Park Yunhee also came out of the master bedroom's bathroom, carrying a medicine box downstairs. She had just finished her shower, her hair still damp, and her shiny black locks were held up with a fishbone clip, revealing her smooth and delicate profile and her long, fair neck. The length of a girl's neck can greatly enhance her overall charm. Park Yunhee's neck was just so straight and not leaning forward, her skin delicate and smooth, with hardly a pore in sight. Su Wuji had always wanted to lean in and gently rub his stubble against her neck. However, he never dared to. Park Yunhee was wearing a tight black t-shirt that clung to her body, and on her lower half, she had on a pair of loose white shorts that barely reached mid-thigh. The neckline of her shirt was snug against her chest, revealing not a hint of cleavage. Even though black visually creates a slimming effect, Park Yunhee's chest still gave Su Wuji a sense of weight, especially when that peak was right in front of him. At that moment, Park Yunhee stood before Su Wuji, and when he looked up, he was met with her full curves. When he looked down, he saw her long, tender, and fair legs. Even with his eyes closed, the scent of body wash would still waft into his nose. This late at night, it's really hard to stay calm, Su Wuji thought to himself, unconsciously bending slightly at the waist, grabbing a cushion to hold in front of his stomach to avoid being seen by Park Yunhee. I'll apply the medicine for you, just bear with it, Park Yunhee said as she sat down beside Su Wuji, directly pulling his injured hand over to rest on her thigh. She then took out a bottle of alcohol and some cotton balls from the medicine box. The delicate touch from the back of his hand made Su Wuji feel both pain and pleasure. Perhaps it was because they were too familiar with each other, or perhaps it was due to the many times they had sat so close, but Park Yunhee seemed unaware that her leg was gently pressed against Su Wuji's. Park Yunhee carefully disinfected Su Wuji's wound, applying the powder, and seeing him break into a cold sweat from the pain, she couldn't help but feel a bit heartbroken. You need to be more careful in the future. Don't always put yourself in such dangerous situations. Su Wuji chuckled. Yunhee, you've reminded me several times now. It feels like a wife nagging her husband. Park Yunhee ignored him, lowering her head as she wrapped thick bandages around his hands, resembling the paws of a polar bear. The slight tilt of her head showcased a charm that Su Wuji couldn't get enough of. Park Yunhee lightly tapped Su Wuji's arm. Don't say such things, you already have Qianyu. When did that happen? How come I didn't know? Su Wuji raised an eyebrow. Trust me, until the Moo family establishes themselves in the capital, she definitely won't be dating. Park Yunhee smiled lightly. That's not necessarily true. Su Wuji looked at Park Yunhee's fair chin and suddenly felt a surge of mischief, reaching out to poke it. However, just as his hand was about to reach its destination, the doorbell suddenly rang. At that moment, the curtains in the living room were not drawn. The two of them looked through the glass door and saw a delicate figure standing outside in the yard. It was Moo Qianyu. Su Wuji's fingers instantly froze in front of Park Yunhee's chin. After seeing Moo Qianyu, Park Yunhee was clearly surprised. She immediately opened Su Wuji's hand that was propping up his chin, put on her slippers, and ran to open the door. Qianyu, what brings you here? She asked, seemingly delighted. Officer Park's face was slightly flushed, and her earlobes turned red, looking a bit guilty. Moo Qianyu's smile was quite natural. Sister Yenui, I sent messages to both you and Wu Jie, but you didn't reply, so I guessed you must be busy with something else. Not really busy, just finished showering and didn't check my phone. I was cleaning the wounds on Wu Jie's hands. Park Yenui felt that the more she explained, the more wrong it seemed. There was only one man and one woman in this room, and they had both just showered. They were sitting so close together, and wearing so little. Su Wujie was shirtless and even propped up his chin with his hand. Xian Yu must have seen all of this. If Su Wujie came here again in the future, he must be dressed properly. The more Park Yenhui thought about it, the hotter her face became. Su Wujie's skin was much thicker than Park Yenhui's. He didn't care at all about being shirtless, since Mu Qianyu had seen him like this last time anyway. He grinned and asked, "Qianyu, what brings you here? After all, adults don't make choices. It's good to let Mu Qianyu get used to the future way of interacting." Mu Qianyu looked at Su Wujie's bandaged hand, a flicker of unusual emotion passing through her eyes as she asked, "How did you get hurt?" Su Wujie grinned, "Oh, this little injury? It's just a common occurrence." Mu Qianyu stared closely at those hands, then raised her head to look directly into Su Wujie's eyes. "It must hurt, right?" Deep in her eyes, it seemed like sparkling starlight was flickering. Su Wujie chuckled. "What, feeling sorry for me?" Mu Qianyu also didn't answer directly. "Thank you for what you did today." Seeing this, Park Yenhui said, "You two chat first. I just remembered my phone is still charging upstairs. I'll go get it." After saying that, she quickly went upstairs. With this situation, Park Yenhui seemed to be fleeing in a hurry. Only the two of them were left in the living room. Mu Qianyu looked down again at Su Wujie's bandaged hands, whether it's the Maxwell Group or Baiken Pharmaceuticals, and, "Today, thank you." For some reason, when she was about to mention Su Wujie apologizing to Bai Shuyang on her behalf, she stopped mid-sentence, feeling a surge of wanting to cry, and had to lower her head to hide it. At that moment, Park Yenhui reappeared in their line of sight. She had actually changed into a police uniform. "Shen Yu, Wujie, I just received a call. The bureau is holding a case discussion meeting. I need to go to the office," Park Yenhui said. Mu Qianyu rubbed her reddened eyes, feeling both amused and helpless. "Sister Yenhui, I actually went to the substation to find you first, but they said you took a day off." Park Yenhui's pretty face turned even redder. "The case happened suddenly, I had to leave." "You two have a good chat." Su Wujie grinned. "Yenhui, every time you lie, your eyes tend to glance up to the left." Park Yenhui ignored him and quickly walked out, not giving Su Wujie a chance to get up and stop her. When she reached the door, she turned back and said, "Shen Yu, you've had a long day. Just sleep here tonight. I have clean nightgowns in my closet, and disposable shorts in the drawer. You can change into those. Also, I'll bring you breakfast tomorrow. The soup dumplings at the entrance of the substation are especially delicious." After saying this long sentence, Park Yenhui slammed the door shut. If she could, she really wanted to lock this pair of men and women inside the room. "Lock them in for me, sister." Mu Qianyu felt both amused and helpless. "Sister Yenhui is making me stay here overnight?" Su Wujie grinned. "Sounds like that's the case. She's just worrying for nothing, not considering whether it's appropriate for you, a young lady, to sleep here." Mu Qianyu asked, "Then where should I sleep?" Su Wujie replied. It wasn't until he caught a glimpse of Mu Qianyu's light laugh that he realized, asking, "Are you serious?" Mu Qianyu shrugged, her expression seemingly relaxed and natural. "What's the big deal? After today, in the eyes of half of Linzhou, will be seen as that kind of relationship, and it can't be explained." Su Wujie smiled. "Anyway, there are plenty of rooms here. Choose whichever you like, all the bedding is clean." "My bed is the cleanest." "Then I'll sleep in Sister Yanqi's bed," Mu Qianyu said. "I've shared a blanket with her before." Su Wujie immediately exclaimed, "Wow, I'm really envious of you." Mu Qianyu looked at him intently. Su Wujie quickly corrected himself. "Oh no, I'm really envious of Yanqi." He couldn't quite figure out who he actually wanted to sleep with first, mainly because both were equally beautiful, making it really hard to choose. Mu Qianyu didn't seem to feel offended. She looked at Su Wujie deeply again and said softly, "Actually, I know what kind of person you are. You really don't need to pretend to be a playboy in front of me." Su Wujie replied, "Huh?" Mu Qianyu added, "Still pretending." Su Wujie chuckled awkwardly. "I didn't expect you to discover my true nature so quickly. I have to admit, I am indeed a patriotic, family-loving, woman-loving young man." "That does seem to be quite accurate." Mu Qianyu got up to pour a glass of water, glanced at Su Wujie's two white bare paws, and then directly brought the cup to his lips. Su Wujie was greatly surprised. "You want to feed me?" This action was indeed too intimate. "Big man, why are you being shy?" Mu Qianyu slightly raised the cup. "Drink." "Oh." Su Wujie could only obediently tilt his head back, allowing Mu Qianyu to feed him the water. In truth, Mu Qianyu felt a strong sense of guilt regarding Su Wujie's injuries. If it weren't for him apologizing to Bai Shuyang for her sake, he wouldn't have gone into the water to save someone and hurt his hands. As for whether Bai Shuyang and Qin Gillen would be hit by a car, in Mu Qianyu's eyes, their lives were not as important as Su Wujie's hands. Su Wujie smiled and said, "So consider it. If I need to go to the bathroom, can you help me too?" Mu Qianyu replied, Didn't Sister Yenchi leave you 2 fingers on each hand? With both hands working together, it should be enough. It really is enough. Su Wujie raised his hands, looking like a crab holding up its claws in a peace sign. For going to the bathroom, 2 fingers would suffice. Seeing this, Mu Qianyu felt both heartbroken and amused. Then I'll go wash up first. If you're tired, you can go to sleep. After saying that, she turned and went upstairs. However, from Su Wujie's unseen angle, her eyes turned red again. Mu Qianyu was never the type to cry easily, but today, every time she recalled the scene of Su Wujie bowing his head to apologize for her, she felt a surge of emotion blocking her chest, making her uncomfortable. Once Mu Qianyu went upstairs, Su Wujie's phone, which was charging nearby, rang. He moved over with his bare paw, slid his finger across the screen to answer, and then tapped on speaker mode. Jiang Wanqing's voice came through. Are you in the Yunyanhai Villa area? Which building specifically? I'm not there, Su Wujie said, swinging his feet and chuckling. I'm at the Queen's Bar. Jiang Wanqing replied, I called your bodyguard, and he told me you were here. Damn Xiaopeng. Su Wujie said irritably, you're far away in the capital. What do you want my exact address for? Stop talking nonsense. Tell me, which building? Jiang Wanqing asked. Building 07. Su Wujie chuckled. What, do you want to fly in front of me? Jiang Wanqing said nothing and hung up directly. Su Wujie pouted. What a neurotic woman, daring to investigate my whereabouts. Just wait until next time, I'll spank you. A few seconds later, the doorbell rang. Su Wujie's eyes widened. A woman in military uniform stood at the gate, holding 2 large bags. Who else could it be but Jiang Wanqing? Su Wujie really didn't expect Jiang Wanqing to appear right in front of him like this. You, how did you come? Su Wujie immediately stood up, raising his white bare paw to point at Jiang Wanqing, his speech becoming quite stuttered. What was going on tonight, one after another? Couldn't they stagger their timings a bit? Jiang Wanqing walked in, not even glancing at Su Wujie's exposed chest and abs. Her gaze immediately fell on his hands. Your hands are injured so badly? Her voice was noticeably tense. In fact, the cuts on Su Wujie's hands weren't particularly serious. It was mainly because Pu Yenchi was worried about him and had used an extra roll of bandage, wrapping it a bit thick. Hey, it's just a small injury. No need to be nervous, Su Wujie said nonchalantly. You're in the military too. Is this little injury worth you flying all the way from the capital? It is worth it. Jiang Wanqing shook her head, an unknown emotion in her eyes. I watched the surveillance video from this afternoon. I'm here to thank you on behalf of Bai Shuyang. Su Wujie sat back on the sofa cross-legged, grinning. You're thanking me for him? What's that about? Jiang Wanqing's expression was serious. He's my childhood friend. He bullied you, yet you kept retreating, even putting aside past grievances and risking your life to save him. I know. What do you know? I know that you did all this for me, Jiang Wanqing said, to avoid putting me in a difficult position. Su Wujie was taken aback. Can one really think like this? Hey, that's really not the case. Su Wujie coughed twice. Don't get carried away. Jiang Wanqing, don't deny it. I know you've always done a lot silently, but you never say a word. Su Wujie felt a bit powerless. Well, whatever, think what you want. I don't need your thanks anyway. Jiang Wanqing's expression was serious. Whether you need it or not is your business. Whether I thank you or not is mine. Su Wujie scratched his head with his remaining fingers. He said, all right, I've received your goodwill. It's getting late. You should head back early. Mu Qianyu is still taking a shower. At this time, she's probably almost done. Jiang Wanqing didn't seem to have any intention of leaving after hearing Su Wujie's urging. She continued sitting on the sofa with her legs crossed, saying, I know you have issues with us courtyard kids. Bai Shuyang's actions are arrogant, making you feel upset, so you, Major Jiang, started to overthink again. Su Wujie was almost in tears. Sister, you're so good at overthinking. Why don't you write a novel? Hurry up and leave, don't ruin my good night. You should leave quickly, Su Wujie urged impatiently. I should get some sleep too. After all, saving someone in the water is exhausting, and I'm feeling a bit weak right now. Jiang Wanqing looked at Su Wujie's hands. Then I can't leave. Su Wujie, what? Jiang Wanqing looked around the large living room and asked back, you live here alone? Su Wujie didn't answer directly. What's the problem? Then I'll wash some fruit for you first. As Jiang Wanqing spoke, she unbuttoned her military uniform and took off her outer jacket. The hem of her shirt was tucked into her pants, highlighting the slender and flexible lines of her waist. Su Wujie thought to himself, you can wash the fruit, but why take off your clothes? Are you planning to stay? Jiang Wanqing unbuttoned her cuffs, rolled up her shirt sleeves, revealing her slender arms like lotus stems, her movements efficient. She then took out apples, oranges, and grapes from her bag and walked to the western kitchen next to the living room to start washing them. Just wait a moment, I'll be done soon, Jiang Wanqing said. At that moment, her phone rang. She picked it up, wedging it between her head and shoulder, washing the fruit while tilting her head to answer the call, her actions brisk and confident. Jiang Wanqing said, "Boss, I've arrived in Linzhou, and I'm taking a few days off." Su Wujie widened his eyes. "So you're really not leaving tonight?" Jiang Wanqing continued, "Yes, a friend of mine got injured and lives alone, so I'm here to take care of him." The corners of Su Wujie's mouth twitched. "Is your secret training department really that idle? No matter what, tonight's battlefield cannot be avoided." Mu Qianyu had already made up her mind to stay overnight. Many ambiguous things could have happened, but if Jiang Wanqing insisted on staying, all good things would be ruined, unless she was willing to share a bed. Jiang Wanqing hung up at that moment. Su Wujie suddenly remembered the instructions given by Park Yenhui before she left. He couldn't help but take a couple more glances under that nightgown. It wouldn't be one of those thin, almost transparent disposable travel outfits, would it? However, Su Wujie quickly realized that he had something more important to focus on. The battlefield had arrived. Mu Qianyu was frozen on the stairs, the smile in her eyes momentarily stiffening. Jiang Wanqing was the same, her pretty face showing clear astonishment. Let me introduce." Su Wujie coughed twice, forcing a smile. "Qianyu, this is." However, after a brief moment of surprise, Mu Qianyu seemed a bit delighted. She completely ignored Su Wujie's introduction and directly said, "Sister Wanqing, what are you doing here?" Su Wujie's expression froze. "Huh? You two know each other?" Jiang Wanqing turned to glance at Su Wujie before replying, "I heard Su Wujie was injured, so I came to see him." "Qianyu, why are you here too?" Mu Qianyu looked at Jiang Wanqing's military jacket that she had taken off, then at the fruit platter with the grape skins carefully peeled away, a complex look flashing in her eyes, before she smiled and said, "Sister Wanqing, I'm also here to take care of Wujie. I was planning to stay here tonight." "Oh, I see." Jiang Wanqing felt so awkward she wanted to bang her head against the wall. She glared at Su Wujie. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Su Wujie, feeling guilty, turned his head, pretending not to see. Jiang Wanqing glanced at Mu Qianyu's nightgown and then said, "Su Wujie said there are no blankets here. Are you planning to sleep on the sofa tonight?" "I'll go get a sleeping bag from the car. I can sleep on the floor." Mu Qianyu replied, "Sleep on the floor? There are well-prepared guest rooms upstairs, and not just one." Su Wujie suddenly shivered, because he saw that Jiang Wanqing's eyes had turned fierce. "Su Wujie." Jiang Wanqing glared at the man beside her, gritting her teeth. "With so many rooms in this villa, why are you only letting me sleep on the sofa? You said you wanted to sleep on the sofa." Su Wujie forced a smile. "I was actually hoping you'd leave quickly. You might as well not explain." Jiang Wanqing sneered. "Heh, you want me to leave so badly? You just want to have a two-person world with Qianyu, right?" The more she recalled her earlier conversation with Su Wujie, the more displeased she felt. However, when Mu Qianyu heard this, her smile turned even more radiant. She wanted to say something, but after pursing her lips, she remained silent, her gaze towards Su Wujie softening significantly. The corners of her lips couldn't help but curl up. Su Wujie raised his white bare paw and scratched his head with a finger. "Jiang Wanqing, I wanted you to leave early to avoid awkwardness. You don't understand my good intentions." Jiang Wanqing chuckled. "We're not in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship, and neither are Qianyu and you. What do I have to be awkward about?" Saying this, she directly turned to Mu Qianyu. "Qianyu, am I right?" This rhetorical question almost instantly reversed the situation. Mu Qianyu's smile slightly stiffened. She had to admit, indeed, Sister Wanqing is right. Qianyu and Wujie are currently not in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. Then that's settled. Jiang Wanqing looked at Su Wujie, smiling. "Then I'll just pick a guest room upstairs?" This statement sounded like she was seeking opinions, but in reality, she had already made a decision. It must be said that Jiang Wanqing's ability to adjust her emotions was quite fast. Su Wujie wore a big smile. "Feel free, treat this place like your own home. Then I'll go upstairs to take a shower first," Jiang Wanqing said, pulling Mu Qianyu's hand. "Qianyu, I'm not familiar with this place. Can you take me to the bathroom?" She didn't even give the couple a chance to be alone. "Oh, okay." Mu Qianyu was pulled upstairs, and as she climbed the stairs, she glanced back at Su Wujie. The look in her eyes was somewhat complex, containing a hint of helplessness after their little world had been disrupted. "You two sleep upstairs. Tonight, I'm sleeping on the sofa," Su Wujie shouted, lying down directly, his mind filled with questions. When did these two women get to know each other? After taking a shower, Jiang Wanqing came downstairs with a thin blanket. At that moment, she had changed into the black shorts and light green t-shirt she wore in the army. Although the outfit was not at all seductive, it looked particularly good on her. "Why did you come down alone?" Su Wujie asked. "Where's Qianyu?" "Qianyu is helping me make the bed," Jiang Wanqing replied, tossing the blanket to Su Wujie and sitting down on the sofa beside him. She playfully slapped his thigh and asked, "You and Qianyu are progressing quite fast. Are you secretly blaming me for ruining your good thing? Su Wuji raised his white bare paw. Look at me, all wrapped up like this, what can I do? I can't even rub. If Mu Qianyu heard this, she would probably cover her chest with both hands and flee in panic. Jiang Wanqing's pretty face quickly flushed red. What else do you want to rub? Pervert. As she spoke, she instinctively looked down at her chest. Su Wuji chuckled. I just accidentally let my thoughts slip out. I need to keep my distance from you, pervert, Jiang Wanqing said. However, despite her words, she didn't move her butt. The curve of her back was almost touching Su Wuji's exposed calf. In fact, with her keen senses, she couldn't possibly be unaware of this. Hey, let's talk about something serious, Jiang Wanqing said. Bai Shuyang told me that he won't go against you anymore. If anyone in the capital dares to bully you, they'll be going against him. Heh, childish, Su Wuji shook his head. I don't believe it. Jiang Wanqing replied, Bai Shuyang is quite reliable in this regard. He's not an ungrateful person, and he keeps his word. Su Wuji asked, what if I steal the woman he likes? You steal. Jiang Wanqing's face turned slightly red. That's unnecessary. The woman he likes doesn't like him back. Su Wuji stared at her beautiful profile. Then should I give it a try? Jiang Wanqing hit him again in annoyance. You men are all the same, always wanting what's in front of you while eyeing what's in the pot. After saying that, she got up to leave. Su Wuji immediately felt the warmth and softness of her presence leave his calf. Aren't you going to sit for a while longer? Su Wuji felt a bit reluctant. Let me tell you something I just heard, Jiang Wanqing said as she walked up the stairs. Dukkalo has suffered consecutive defeats in Huaxia and has hired agents from the Raymond Intelligence Agency at a high price to uncover the real reasons for their failures. Be careful. What does that have to do with me? Su Wuji was completely unfazed, still looking lazy. As long as these guys dare to come to Linzhou, I can make sure they go back empty-handed. Hearing Su Wuji's words, a fiery light flashed in Jiang Wanqing's eyes. Many men express their dominance through words. Bai Shuyang is a typical example, but his dominance leans more towards male chauvinism, which is completely different from Su Wuji's confident demeanor. This guy's temper really suits my taste, Jiang Wanqing thought calmly as she went upstairs, her pretty face slightly warm. She instinctively touched her backside, the spot that had been pressed against Su Wuji's calf earlier. Su Wuji pulled the thin blanket over himself, covering his head, but all his thoughts were related to the Raymond Intelligence Agency. The Raymond Intelligence Agency has been the most prominent private intelligence organization in the West for the past decade. It is said that the founder of the intelligence agency, Raymond, was once the assistant to the King of Intelligence in the Western Dark World, Pierre Hoff. After Pierre Hoff retired to enjoy his old age, Raymond went out on his own and established the Raymond Intelligence Agency, calling himself the director. This guy is quite powerful, with many big names backing him, and he even manages to secure substantial contracts from the CIA and FBI in the United States every year, making him the new king of intelligence. This Raymond Intelligence Agency is really asking for trouble, Su Wuji thought for a moment, then opened his phone in bed. After a series of complicated operations, he logged into a certain forum. He posted a message. The content was just one sentence: if the Raymond Intelligence Agency dares to collaborate with the Ducaro organization, then they are my eternal enemy. Signed, Ranger Shadow. As soon as this post was made, the entire forum erupted. Countless replies followed immediately. No way, am I seeing things? That signature just now. My god, is it the legendary Shadow? I thought he only existed in legends. It can't be a fake, right? There have been people posting in the name of Shadow before, and it turned out to be a fool. This time it's definitely not a fake, because the Ducaro organization has recently failed several times in Huaxia, and a lot of evidence confirms that this Shadow King really exists. In the Western Dark World, everyone said that the Ranger organization had 4 kings, but as time passed, some began to express doubts, thinking there were more than just 4, because there had been several extremely difficult tasks that the 4 kings did not participate in, yet the Ranger organization completed them excellently. And today, with this post, it has been completely confirmed that these 4 kings are actually 5. The 5th king. At this time, Jiang Wanqing was already lying in bed. She reached out, pulled the clothing that bound her upper body from the collar, secured 2 large bowls, and casually placed them beside her pillow. It was unclear how she managed to do this without taking off her t-shirt. At that moment, Jiang Wanqing's phone rang. Boss, it's so late. What do you need from me? Jiang Wanqing said, is there another urgent task? Check your phone, I just sent you a screenshot, at least it's good news. Okay, let me see. Jiang Wanqing said, switching to speakerphone and pulling up the WeChat interface. The director had sent her a long screenshot, and the content in the image was a post from a forum. Although it was all in English, Jiang Wanqing could understand it. Her eyes narrowed slightly as she said, the 5th king of the Ranger organization, Shadow, declares war on the Raymond Intelligence Agency? On the other end of the phone, the director said, I've heard that this fifth king might really exist, but I have a question. What question? Jiang Wanqing asked. The collaboration between the Ducaro organization and the Raymond Intelligence Agency was discovered by our informant by chance. Only the two of us in the entire top-secret training department know about it. Jiang Wanqing's expression stiffened. So, boss, you mean that Ranger Shadow King is among the two of us? Director, this shadow definitely isn't me. Jiang Wanqing's eyes flashed as she retorted, Boss, you've been hiding this deep? Jiang Wanqing, has your brain broken? The director said irritably, how could I possibly be Shadow? Jiang Wanqing, then it must be me? The director was about to go crazy. How could it possibly be you? Jiang Wanqing's tone was filled with innocence. Boss, the secret is known only to the two of us. If it's not you, then it can only be me. The director sighed on the other end. Alright, stop joking. This news definitely didn't leak from the training department. Jiang Wanqing asked, then did it leak from the informant? It is said that this Shadow King is the most powerful among the several kings of the Wanderers, so it's quite normal for him to have gotten news about the collaboration between Raymond and Ducaro. The section chief continued, for someone like him, not standing on the opposite side of the training department is ultimately a good thing. Oh, that's fine then. Jiang Wanqing chatted a bit more before hanging up the phone. She then tossed her phone aside and pouted, Boss, your brain must be malfunctioning. Why didn't you emphasize the need for confidentiality when you casually mentioned this to me? However, her expression soon turned serious, because she had indeed leaked this information. The two seemingly ridiculous remarks she made on the phone were, in fact, instinctively covering for a possible truth. Jiang Wanqing enlarged the screenshot and looked at the time the Shadow King posted, just 10 minutes ago. That was right when she had just returned to her bedroom. Oh my god, could it really be you? Jiang Wanqing looked towards the living room on the first floor, her gaze becoming much more serious, and her curiosity instantly piqued. Due to her work, she understood the Western dark world much better than Mu Qianyu and naturally knew some things about that Wanderer King. Remembering the sniper she encountered while chasing Ducaro's hyena, Jiang Wanqing felt this possibility was quite high. But, Su Wuji seems a bit too young. That shadow has been famous for several years, and the age doesn't seem to match. With a belly full of questions, Jiang Wanqing tossed and turned until late at night before feeling a bit sleepy. But she didn't go to sleep immediately. Instead, she quietly got out of bed, opened the door, and prepared to go downstairs to take a look. As a result, when Jiang Wanqing walked down the stairs, she happened to run into Mu Qianyu coming up from downstairs. This midnight encounter was awkward as hell, awkward to the max. Jiang Wanqing forced a smile and quietly asked, Why aren't you sleeping? Mu Qianyu smiled back, I'm not tired yet, just came to see how Wuji is resting. Jiang Wanqing said, Oh, then I'll go take a look too. But Mu Qianyu pulled her arm, No need, Wuji is sleeping soundly. I tucked him in well, let's go to bed early. Oh, okay then. Jiang Wanqing was helplessly pulled upstairs by Mu Qianyu but still turned her head to glance downstairs a couple of times. The rest of the night passed without incident. Neither Mu Qianyu nor Jiang Wanqing came to find Su Wuji in the middle of the night. This guy slept soundly until dawn, and the anticipated thrilling scenes never materialized. The two girls seemed to have a peculiar magnetic field between them, repelling yet attracting, maintaining a relative balance. At 8 o'clock the next morning, Park Yenhui finally returned. She was carrying soy milk, fried dough sticks, and small steamed buns, quietly opening the courtyard door. I wonder if those two had. I need to tell Sister Chi Yen this good news. Park Yenhui muttered to herself, her smile almost bursting forth. However, as soon as she entered, she saw two women and one man sitting side by side on the sofa. Why was there an extra person? Park Yenhui was instantly taken aback. At this moment, Mu Qianyu was still in her nightgown, while Jiang Wanqing was wearing the light green t-shirt and training shorts issued by the unit, which was her sleepwear in the army. Su Wuji was still bare-chested, and it seemed like the three of them had just woken up after sleeping together. When Jiang Wanqing saw Park Yenhui, she was equally surprised. Officer Park, what are you doing here? They had seen each other during the handling of the Finjie case, but at that time, Park Yenhui and Su Wuji had acted as if they didn't know each other at all. Now it seemed completely different. How was Park Yenhui so familiar with this place as if she had returned to her own home? Su Wuji felt overwhelmed, saying, Hey, we're all friends here. This is actually Yencher's place. Oh, is that so? Jiang Wanqing felt a bit embarrassed, realizing she had moved into Su Wuji's female friend's home without greeting the host. What was going on? She felt like she had fallen into the pit of female competition. After thinking for a moment, Major Jiang decided to go straight to the point and asked, Hey, Su Wujie, is Officer Park your girlfriend? Before Su Wujie could answer, Mu Qianyu said, Sister Yencher is not Wujie's girlfriend, but their relationship is closer than family. Jiang Wanqing shot a glance at Mu Qianyu, silently complaining, Why are you so eager to answer? Are you trying to block Officer Park's words? Officer Park smiled and said, "This is a long story. I've always regarded Woo-jae as my younger brother." As soon as she said this, the two girls seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, while a man let out an unhappy sigh. "Come on, let's eat. I bought enough breakfast for 4 people, Officer Park said with a smile. At the breakfast table, Officer Park listened to Moo Qianyu and Jiang Wanqing recount the events of the previous night, laughing until tears came out. Su Wujia pinched a Yotio with 2 fingers, eating quietly. Now that 3 girls were present, no one was feeding him anymore. "Major Jiang, this is actually Wujia's aunt's house. Whenever you come to Linzhou, you don't need to stay in a hotel," Officer Park said. "You can stay here." "Okay, thank you, Sister Yencher," Jiang Wanqing replied. "And don't call me Major Jiang, it feels too formal. Just call me Wanqing." Moo Qianyu remained silent, quietly adding a spoonful of soy milk to Su Wujia's bowl. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Yunyu Lake Villa area, 2 luxury cars arrived, a Mercedes-Benz G-Class and a BMW X7. Qin Gillen got out of the G-Class and said to Bai Shu Yang, who was sitting in the X7, "Is this the place? I had someone check with the Lakeside Police Station. Officer Park lives here, so the location is correct," Bai Shu Yang replied irritably. He had been dragged out of bed early by Qin Gillen and was feeling quite displeased. With some lingering complex emotions, Bai Shu Yang had wanted to chat with Jiang Wanqing last night, but he hadn't received any replies to his messages and had no idea what his goddess was busy with. Bai Shu Yang opened his phone, looking at the chat with Jiang Wanqing. The last message he sent was half an hour ago. "Good morning, Wanqing, what did you have for breakfast?" Still no reply. However, Jiang Wanqing's indifference to Bai Shu Yang had become the norm, and he had grown accustomed to it, not feeling particularly defeated. Maybe Wanqing is on some important mission and can't check her phone, Bai Shu Yang consoled himself. Qin Gillen chuckled. Officer Park comes from a good family. This villa in Yunyun Lake Wetland Park is said to be unattainable even with money. He then opened the passenger door and brought out a large bouquet of roses. Bai Shu Yang, with his hands in his pockets, looked disdainful. "When you saw Moo Qianyu, you were completely smitten, and now that you've seen Officer Park, you've immediately switched targets. You really are a scumbag. Both Moo Qianyu and Officer Park fit my aesthetic, but we've already offended Moo Qianyu terribly. There's no way I could pursue her. It's better to go for an easier target," Qin Gillen said, adjusting his tie. "I'm not getting any younger. I should give the Qin family a good-looking child, and Officer Park is quite suitable." Bai Shu Yang said, "I just feel like you won't succeed today. She hasn't even looked at you." Qin Gillen grinned. "Where there's a will, there's a way. I'm willing to move mountains for Officer Park." "Move a mountain, my foot." Bai Shu Yang spoke the truth. "You only know how to throw money at things." When they reached the entrance of Building 07, Qin Gillen cleared his throat and said to Bai Shu Yang, "Shu Yang, can you ring the doorbell for me? I'm feeling a bit nervous." "Nervous my ass." Bai Shu Yang stepped forward and pressed the doorbell. A few seconds later, they saw Park Yenhui pull back the curtain of the living room door and walk out, wearing a white t-shirt. "What are you guys doing here?" Park Yenhui seemed a bit surprised. Bai Shu Yang pointed to Qin Gillen beside him. "Officer Park, it's not me looking for you, it's him." "Hi, Yenhui." Qin Gillen straightened up, holding flowers, and walked in front of Park Yenhui, trying hard to make his gaze affectionate. "These are for you." Park Yenhui looked down at the flowers, then took a step back and said lightly, "I think I'd mentioned that I have a boyfriend." Qin Gillen smiled. "Yenhui, I asked your colleagues, and they said you're single." Park Yenhui replied, "They don't know my personal situation, so please go back." Bai Shu Yang stood by with his hands in his pockets, showing no intention of helping his brother confess. "Yenhui, I won't give up. I've never been so moved before," Qin Gillen said. "I must marry you." Park Yenhui frowned. "Young Master Qin, is your affection so hasty? You haven't even spoken to me much." "But even so, I still..." Before Qin Gillen could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by a voice. "Yenhui, who's so annoying this early in the morning?" It was actually Su Wuji's voice. Bai Shu Yang and Qin Gillen's eyes widened, because they saw a shirtless man and 2 women in pajamas walking out of the living room. Bai Shu Yang had never seen Jiang Wanqing like this. Just getting out of bed, her short hair was tousled, and her fresh beauty resembled a clear autumn morning. He was almost mesmerized. Meanwhile, Moo Qianyu, wearing a nightgown, had a different charm from Jiang Wanqing, exuding a unique beauty like the morning sun in midsummer. Just one glance at her would spread a soft, warm glow in one's eyes. However, the mood was spoiled by the shirtless Su Wuji standing in the middle. But Bai Shao quickly reacted. Why did these 3 look like they had slept together and just got up? His heart tightened instantly. He could hardly breathe. "My God, Wanqing?" Qin Gillen glanced at Jiang Wanqing's outfit. "What are you doing here?" Jiang Wanqing frowned. "Why can you come, but I can't?" Qin Gillen continued to dig his own grave. "Did you spend the night here?" Jiang Wanqing replied irritably. "Yeah, I slept here." "What's the problem?" "No problem. no problem. Sheen Gillen recalled the fear he felt as a child under this big sister's authority, forcing a smile and waving his hands. Bai Shu Yang quickly adjusted his mood and expression, watching, if you haven't had breakfast, we can. She already ate. Su Wuji raised the youtiao in his hand, with me. Bai Shu Yang felt as if his heart had been stabbed, his mouth twitched, just right, we haven't eaten yet. If you want to eat, go buy it yourself, Su Wuji chuckled, this place doesn't welcome freeloaders. Mu Qianyu glanced at Bai Shu Yang and Sheen Gillen, her unadorned pretty face clearly showing indifference. If it weren't for these two guys secretly sabotaging things, the opening ceremony of Linmu Bank wouldn't have gone wrong, and Su Wuji wouldn't have had to apologize and save someone from getting hurt. Let's go, we'll continue eating, Mu Qianyu said, pulling on Su Wuji's arm. The two then walked back inside. Bai Shu Yang watched the two of them leave, instinctively feeling that Jiang Wanqing should have nothing to do with Su Wuji, and he let out a slight sigh of relief. Wanqing, why are you living here? He asked. Jiang Wanqing replied, I'm here to take care of Su Wuji. Bai Shu Yang. The corners of his mouth twitched again, isn't Mu Qianyu already taking care of him? Jiang Wanqing looked impatient, I'm here to take care of Su Wuji, and it's not like I'm cleaning up after you all? If you don't know how to be grateful, that's one thing. But do you want to drag me into your ingratitude too? It's really embarrassing for the children of the courtyard. After being hit with several accusations in a row, Bai Shu Yang swallowed hard and said, well, you make a good point. Mainly, I didn't know Su Wuji was living here too, otherwise, I would have brought you guys some coffee. Sheen Gillen clicked his tongue and said, Shu Yang, you're being too exaggerated in your flattery. I can't even watch it. Park Yinhui then asked, how about you all leave? Sheen Gillen, still not giving up, asked, Officer Park, your boyfriend isn't Su Wuji, right? Young Master Qin, I'm not interested in you, Park Yenhui said, and I'm not interested in sharing my personal privacy with you. Even a fool could hear the rejection in her words. Then let's go smoke a cigarette at the door. Bai Shu Yang nodded at Park Yenhui and quickly pulled Sheen Gillen out. The two returned to the entrance of the villa area, and Sheen Gillen said angrily, why are these three exceptional girls all revolving around Su Wuji? It's really unbalanced in my heart. Bai Shu Yang shot Sheen Gillen an annoyed glance. Don't speak ill of Su Wuji, I don't want to hear it. Although Jiang Wanqing was close to Su Wuji, which made Bai Shu Yang feel a bit uncomfortable, he wouldn't forget that Su Wuji had saved his life. Even if he's a lifesaver, he can't pry into your woman, Sheen Gillen said. Bai Shu Yang's tone was firm. Wanqing and Su Wuji are not that kind of relationship, you're just being overly worried and talking nonsense. Sheen Gillen took a deep drag on his cigarette. I always feel like Yenhui is drifting away from me. You two were never close. This is purely unrequited love on your part. When Bai Shu Yang said this, it seemed he forgot that he was in the same situation. As he spoke, he opened his phone and tapped on the screen several times. Sheen Gillen put the bouquet of roses back in the car, planning to use them again at the nightclub that night. He then leaned over, staring at Bai Shu Yang's phone screen, and asked, what are you doing? Bai Shu Yang replied, ordering takeout for them, getting a few cups of coffee delivered. Sheen Gillen exclaimed, damn, you're really going overboard with the flattery. Bai Shu Yang squinted as he smoked, saying, seriously, remind those young masters who are close to you to keep their distance from Su Wuji in the future, otherwise, don't blame me for turning against them. Sheen Gillen looked at his serious friend and nodded, don't worry, I've already said that. Are we leaving now? Bai Shu Yang, I'm waiting for the coffee to be delivered so I can take it in for them. Sheen Gillen was left speechless, and then, you'll just watch your goddess in her pajamas drinking coffee with another man? Bai Shu Yang glared at him, I told you not to speak ill of Su Wuji, have you forgotten? Sheen Gillen, did I mention Su Wuji? After waiting for half an hour, the coffee finally arrived, and Bai Shu Yang really took it in. Sheen Gillen, enjoying the drama, followed along. However, when they reached the entrance of the courtyard, they found that several people had already dressed and walked out. Bai Shu Yang forced a smile, I bought you guys some coffee. Mu Qianyu remained silent, while Su Wuji asked expressionlessly, did you add sugar? Bai Shu Yang, yeah, it's fully sweetened. Su Wuji, full sugar? Are you still not satisfied with how sweet my life is right now? Bai Shu Yang felt an impulse to bang his head against the wall. Waking up with three super beauties, his life was way too sweet. Damn, it was suffocating. Jiang Wanqing noticed the awkwardness of the situation and took all the coffee, then said, Bai Shu Yang, we have important things to do now, you should go back to the capital. Bai Shu Yang immediately replied, what are you guys going to do? Can I help? Su Wujie, you would only hold us back. Bai Shu Yang earnestly explained, I have decent abilities. During my 4 years in the army, I often received the Outstanding Soldier Award. Su Wujie looked at him with mockery. That was given to you because of your dad's influence, right? Bai Shu Yang. Park Yenhui spoke up. Young Master Bai, we have some clues about the person who wants to assassinate you. Really? Bai Shu Yang's eyes immediately sparkled. Just a change in his gaze made him look like a true young master from the capital, completely different from the lovesick puppy he was just moments ago. The mastermind has offered a high price to hire a top assassin from the West, and this assassin might be a 5-star hunter from the Dakaro organization stationed in East Asia, Wuding. As long as it doesn't interfere with the organization's tasks, Dakaro's 5-star hunters can take on some private jobs. Upon hearing this, Bai Shuyang's expression turns serious. Then I must go. Qin Gillen quickly added, I'm going too. Let's kill him. This is a dangerous mission. Do you two think it's a joke? Jiang Wanqing said irritably, do you know what Dakaro's 5-star hunters do? Get back to the capital. Bai Shuyang and Qin Gillen fell silent under her scolding. However, when they reached the entrance of the community, Su Wujie looked at the BMW X7, walked around the car, touched it a couple of times, then squinted. Young Master Bai, is this your car? Bai Shuyang immediately replied, yes, it's my car. If you want it, I can give it to you. Su Wujie said impatiently, do I look like someone who was easily swayed by money? Bai Shuyang thought to himself, so you're not? It was Jiang Wanqing who first noticed Su Wujie's unusual behavior. She asked him, what's wrong? Everyone stepped back. Immediately, Su Wujie said in a deep voice, step back for what? Is there something wrong with the car? Qin Gillen didn't listen to the command and tried to move closer to take a look but was kicked back by Su Wujie. That kick was finally returned. Why do you hit people just because you disagree? Qin Gillen fell to the ground and wanted to say something, but was glared at by Bai Shuyang, who said in a low voice, shut up and listen to Su Wujie. Step back. Park Yenhui also pulled Mu Qianyu back, retreating several meters. At this moment, Su Wujie raised his wrist, showing Jiang Wanqing his watch, where a red dot was flashing on the large dial. What is this? Jiang Wanqing asked. Explosive detection, Su Wujie replied, there's a bomb planted in this car. He then pointed to the underside. It's probably here. Jiang Wanqing crouched down and indeed saw a flat metal box stuck to the chassis. Seeing this, Bai Shuyang gasped. Qin Gillen's face turned pale. He uncontrollably stepped back several times. Bai Shuyang gritted his teeth. Damn it, they actually planted a bomb on my car. If he drove this car back to the capital, he would definitely be blown to pieces on the way. In the past few days, the frequency of assassination attempts against Bai Shuyang had been alarmingly high. Su Wujie smirked mockingly, young Master Bai, did you mess around outside and get some girl pregnant, and now she's filled with hatred? Bai Shuyang immediately said, impossible, I've never touched another woman, my heart only belongs to Wanqing. Jiang Wanqing remained quite calm. She completely ignored Bai Shuyang and turned to Su Wujie, asking, Wujie, what's your assessment? Is the detonation method of this bomb timed or remote-controlled? Su Wujie replied, it's remote-controlled. My watch has already emitted a signal interference. Within the signal coverage area, the enemy can't detonate it. Qin Gillen breathed a sigh of relief. That's good, that's good. Su Wujie continued, but the interference coverage area is too small, so I can't leave the vicinity of the car for now. Qin Gillen hurriedly said, then you must stay by the car. Su Wujie glanced at him, idiot. Although Jiang Wanqing was curious, she didn't ask Su Wujie why he carried such high-tech equipment. Instead, she made a call. This is Jiang Wanqing from the Confidential Operations Training Department. We've discovered an unidentified explosive device by Yunyan Lake. Please dispatch the Special Operations Team from Linjiang Province for support. Then, she sought Su Wujie's opinion. I've called for help. Should we evacuate the crowd first? Su Wujie replied, no need for that. Let me try to disarm this thing. Saying that, he actually crawled under the car. Jiang Wanqing asked, aren't you going to wait for the bomb disposal experts from the Special Operations Team to arrive before disarming it? Mu Qianyu couldn't help but shout, Wujie, be careful. Although Park Yensher's eyes held worry, she said, don't worry, he can do it. Among everyone present, Park Yensher understood Su Wujie the best. She knew that compared to the dangers Su Wujie had faced before, this car bomb was nothing. Bai Shuyang watched as Su Wujie took the initiative to disarm the bomb, clenched his fists, and muttered, what a real man. At that moment, his eyes held admiration and envy. Qin Gillen pulled Bai Shuyang. What if it explodes? Shouldn't we run further away? Look at your cowardly face, just shut up. Bai Shuyang couldn't help but curse. Su Wujie's voice came, it's fine, it's magnetic, easy to disarm. In less than half a minute, he crawled out holding the flat box and dusted himself off. Qin Gillen shouted, you, don't come over, quickly throw that thing into Yunyan Lake. Su Wujie grinned and casually tossed it. The flat box was thrown directly to Qin Gillen. The latter instinctively reached out to catch it, cradling it in his arms. When he realized what he had caught, his legs went weak, and he collapsed to the ground. He was practically scared to death and didn't dare to throw it away, his voice trembling as he shouted with his eyes closed, quick, someone come take this bomb away from me. So useless, Jiang Wanqing walked over and effortlessly yanked the bomb from Qin Gillen's arms, her movements incredibly smooth. She examined the bomb, then looked at Su Wuji, somewhat surprised. You already disarmed it? On the side of the flat box, an opening had already been made, and several wires had been violently pulled apart by Su Wuji. Su Wuji clapped his hands and said, "This is an old-fashioned magnetic bomb from the British Army. As long as you pull all these wires out, it won't explode. Originally, this thing isn't very powerful. There's no need to evacuate the crowd." Qin Gillen patted his chest. "You really scared me. Luckily, it's not very powerful." Not very powerful? Jiang Wanqing looked at Qin Gillen as if he were an idiot. This thing was originally meant to blow up tanks on the battlefield. Ha! Qin Gillen was so scared he covered his mouth. His fingers splayed out. Bai Shuyang took a deep breath and then looked seriously at Su Wuji. "You saved my life again." Then, he heavily pounded his fist on his chest and said solemnly, "From today onwards, anyone who dares to oppose you is my enemy, Bai Shuyang." Su Wuji grinned and pointed at Jiang Wanqing beside him. "Don't say it so definitively. What if she wants to kill me?" Bai Shuyang's expression froze on his face. Jiang Wanqing pulled Su Wuji aside and said, "It's already not easy to recognize the British magnetic bomb. How do you know how to disarm it? In fact, this type of individual bomb is quite niche. If it weren't for Su Wuji's reminder, Jiang Wanqing might not have recognized it at all." Su Wuji grinned, "I'm a military enthusiast. I've loved these things since I was a child." Jiang Wanqing suddenly remembered the forum screenshot from last night. She looked deeply at Su Wuji, her gaze filled with meaning, but when she spoke, it was, "Thanks to you, the military enthusiast, today." "Oh, it's a small matter," Su Wuji waved his hand. "With something like this happening, the elders of the Bai family in the capital will definitely come to express their gratitude to you formally," Jiang Wanqing said. "I'm too introverted and not good at socializing. I get social anxiety whenever there are too many people," Su Wuji said. "If they come, you have to help me block them." "Shameless," Jiang Wanqing pouted. At that moment, the special operations team from Linjiang province had already arrived at the scene, and Jiang Wanqing immediately went to coordinate the work. With the Duca Luo hyenas being so rampant in Linjiang, various departments would inevitably start a joint investigation. Bai Shuyang walked over to Su Wujie. "Can I invite you to have a meal together?" Su Wujie replied, "This assassin has failed twice in a row and won't act again in a short time. If I were you, I'd hurry up and have my family send experts to pick you up, then take the high-speed train all the way back to the capital. Stay hidden in a deep courtyard until the real culprit is caught." Bai Shuyang thought for a moment and said, "Okay, thanks for the reminder, I'll arrange it now." Su Wujie then picked up the cup of coffee from the ground, opened it, and took a big sip. "The taste is okay. Don't add sugar next time." Watching Su Wujie drink the coffee he bought, Bai Shuyan let out a sigh of relief, as if he had put down a heavy stone. He smiled, "All right, I'll cover your coffee for the rest of your life." Bai Shuyan was picked up by the Bai family back to the capital. Jiang Wanqing personally participated in the follow-up investigation related to the Duca Luo hunting dogs. As for Mu Qianyu and Park Yenui, they also had work to attend to. Su Wujie's surroundings suddenly became quiet, so he went directly back to the top-floor suite of the Queen's Bar. "What do you call this? I used to love the hero saving the beauty, but I keep saving men instead," Su Wujie said, leaning back in his chair, annoyed. "I hope Bai Shuyang doesn't fall in love with my boss." Xiao Yinlei stood behind him, gently pressing on his temples. That enchanting fragrance once again invaded Su Wujie's nostrils. "Hey, Yinlei, what is that scent on you? What brand of perfume is it?" "It's really special," Su Wujie said, taking a deep sniff. Xiao Yinlei's eyes shimmered. "Boss, it's not perfume." Su Wujie hadn't reacted yet. "Then what is it?" "It's..." Xiao Yinlei's earlobes turned slightly warm. "It's the scent I've had since I was born." Su Wujie immediately sat up straight, his head bumping into something soft. He exclaimed in shock, "Wait, is this the legendary body fragrance?" Xiao Yinlei's cheeks also turned a bit red. "Maybe it is." "Goodness," Su Wujie looked Xiao Yinlei up and down. "But I have a question." "Please go ahead, boss." "Where does this scent come from?" Su Wujie asked. The usually outspoken Xiao Yinlei suddenly blushed. "Boss, I don't know either." However, as she spoke, her two plump white legs under the qipao drew closer together. At that moment, at the Special Operations Group's base in Linjiang Province, a middle-aged man in protective gear set down the square box in his hands and removed his goggles, saying, "Major Jiang, this is the Thunderno, 1-inch produced by the British Royal Military Industrial Group 20 years ago. The manufacturing cost was very high, and it once made a great impact on the battlefield in the Middle East, but there was a large-scale theft, reportedly stolen by an insider in collusion with a terrorist organization. Since then, this type of magnetic bomb has been discontinued." "Go on," Jiang Wanqing squinted. "The shell of this bomb is extremely complex. If not handled carefully during disassembly, it could trigger immediately. The bomb disposal expert shook his head. I don't know if this young man is exceptionally skilled or just lucky, but he didn't blow up, it's hard to believe. Jiang Wanqing looked at the bomb disposal expert from the Special Operations Group. He said he is a military enthusiast, so he understands these things. I've been in bomb disposal for 20 years, and even with a full set of tools, I can't guarantee to disassemble it within an hour. What kind of military enthusiast can disarm this bomb in just a few seconds? At this point, the bomb disposal expert's expression became noticeably more serious, emphasizing, moreover, this military enthusiast did it barehanded. Just as Su Wujie was about to call someone to play mahjong, there was a sudden knock on the door. Come in, Su Wujie said. Anyone who could reach this level and knock on this door was let in by Xiao Yinlei, so it was 100% safe. The door opened, and a heavy burden first caught Su Wujie's eye. Identifying the person, Su Jiayan had arrived. Her complexion had improved significantly, and her injuries seemed to be no big deal. At this moment, she was wearing a thin white trench coat that reached her knees. Quite modest, indeed. Seeing this, Su Wujie said, "Why are you dressed so conservatively today? It's not like your style." Su Jiayan smiled sweetly, then unzipped the coat and took it off. Su Wujie's breath caught. Underneath was a black camisole. This camisole was actually a one-piece, resembling a high-waisted swimsuit, with a triangular hem tightening into her denim shorts, exposing her slender waist on both sides, leaving much to the imagination. The shorts also had a distressed and scratched effect at the thigh, making one want to peer through the worn scratches and delve deeper into the subtly revealed areas. In fact, the exposed areas of this outfit weren't that much, but every detail was filled with alluring little tricks. Paired with Su Jiayan's unbeatable figure, it was universally appealing. Looks quite proper on the outside. Who would have thought it so provocative inside? Su Wujie said irritably. Su Jiayan sat down opposite Su Wujie, crossing her left leg over her right, the white flesh of her thighs pressing together. Are you commenting on my outfit, or on me as a person? Su Wujie replied grumpily. I actually don't really welcome you. Su Jiayan smiled, afraid you won't be able to control yourself? Su Wujie took a deep breath. Would it kill you to not be so provocative? Other men haven't seen me like this. Su Jiayan crossed her legs. By the way, this morning, Li Zuanyang came to the hospital to see me. He wanted to discuss the transfer of shares in Sihue Hospital. Su Wujie said, I gave them 3 days for the transfer, and it seems like that time has already passed, right? Su Jiayan nodded. Indeed, it has exceeded the time limit, so to show their sincerity, the transfer price they offered is far below market value. Just hoping this matter can end here. Su Wujie raised an eyebrow. After Xiaopeng threw those 3 into the sewer, why has Li Zuanyang's attitude changed so much? Su Jiayan shrugged, a simple motion that caused her upper body to sway slightly. Perhaps they've discovered the extraordinary qualities of young Master Su, she said with a gentle smile, casting a meaningful glance at Su Wujie. And I, as a surgeon, am merely basking in your glory, using your power to intimidate. Su Wujie grinned, his expression laden with meaning. The more agreeable someone is, the more hidden agendas they have. Su Jiayan leaned forward slightly. What should we do next? I'm listening to you. I'm broke, can't afford shares, so your Su family can fund the acquisition. Just put it under your name, and from now on, you'll be Director Su, Su Wujie said nonchalantly. In fact, this identity was also a form of protection for Su Jiayan. After all, no one would suspect that the new director of Sihue Hospital was actually an assassin from the Silver Moon organization. Su Jiayan clearly understood Su Wujie's intention, and a flicker of emotion passed through her charming eyes. Such a precious gift, I really can't accept it. If you don't want it, I'll give it to another woman, Su Wujie replied. That won't do. I don't care about other places, but in Ninghai, you can only have me as your woman, Su Jiayan pouted. This woman was truly a natural seductress, even her casual teasing made it hard for Su Wujie to resist. Su Wujie said irritably, now that we've finished discussing business, let's get going. We haven't finished yet. Li Zuanyang said his boss wants to invite you to dinner. I took the liberty of declining for you, Su Jiayan smiled. You won't blame me, right? Well done. It might have been a trap, Su Wujie asked. Have you confirmed the other party's true identity? Su Jiayan pointed towards Ninghai. Confirmed. He'll step back next year. His overall performance is good, and his reputation is decent. There are hardly any negative reviews from the public. Su Wujie shook his head. To pay such a high price to keep things quiet, he probably wants a smooth retirement. He might see me as a knife in the hands of some people in the capital. Su Jiayan blinked and smiled. I don't know if you're a knife, but I do know you'll stab someone. Su Xiaochu's face flushed slightly. You're really shameless. Alright, I should go, Su Jiayan said softly. She stood up, walked in front of Su Wujie, and opened her arms. Who knows when we'll meet again? Shouldn't we hug? Su Wujie pushed her hands aside. Just stay alive. Su Jian replied, I don't have any tasks lately. I'll live honestly and won't die. Su Wuji didn't fully believe her. I hope so. Su Jian stepped forward and hugged Su Wuji. By the way, I forgot to tell you, Zhuo Sichuan's injuries were too severe. He was sent to the ICU, and 2 hours later, he was gone. Su Wuji appeared indifferent. Oh, so soft. No sponge. I always feel that someone is helping me from the shadows, Su Jian said, gazing into Su Wuji's eyes with a light laugh. Su Wuji clearly saw through her probing. He chuckled and tugged at Su Jian's arm. Let's hurry up and not interfere with my plans to flirt tonight. By the way, I bought a kitten a couple of days ago, just as soft and cute as me, Su Jian said. If you have time, you can come to Ninghai to see it. Su Wuji thought for a moment, realizing that if he really went, the one opening the door for him might be Su Jian wearing cat ears. After Su Jian left, Su Wuji called Xiao Yinlei over. There's something I'm unsure about. You take Xiao Pang to Ninghai to find Su Qiyan, Su Wuji said. Let this female tyrant, no, let my dear good aunt, make the decision for me. Regarding that well-reputed and high-achieving behind-the-scenes big shot, Su Wuji decided to consult the elders at home. He had stood in the gray area for so many years, naturally understanding that many things are not simply black and white. One must consider the main aspects of the contradictions when faced with issues. After Su Jian left the Queen Bar and started her car, she made a phone call. Guardian, I want the specific report on the Zhuo Sichuan case. Can you help me hack into the Ninghai City Bureau system and adjust the files? After the conflict at the club that day, the more Su Jian thought about it, the more she felt something was off. After all, there were just too many coincidences. The person on the other end was still using a voice changer. I've investigated, it's classified as a gang fight. The participants have voluntarily turned themselves in, and the Ninghai City Bureau has closed the case. They turned themselves in? Su Jian immediately said, that's not right. I want to meet the person who turned themselves in. There must be a problem here. Her intuition told her that someone was definitely covering for someone else. The Guardian said, regardless of whether there's a problem or not, the end result is what Silver Moon wants. Guanji, a friendly reminder, don't waste your efforts. The more you do, the faster you'll be exposed. Su Jian replied, don't we need to investigate the truth? The Guardian responded, for Silver Moon, the result is more important than the truth. For assassins, the truth has never mattered. Su Jian's voice turned cold. I can choose not to inquire about this case anymore, but I absolutely do not agree with what you just said. After saying that, she simply hung up the phone. After driving for 2 hours, Su Jian returned to her top-floor apartment in Ninghai. As soon as she entered the room, she called out, meow meow, meow meow, come out to greet me. However, there was no response. After checking all the rooms, Su Jian confirmed that the little cat she had just adopted was missing. The balcony window was opened a crack of about 10 centimeters. Oh my god, it didn't fall off the building, did it? Su Jian's heart tightened. At such a high floor, the cat would surely die if it fell. But she clearly remembered that she had closed the doors and windows before leaving. She hurried downstairs to search but still found nothing. After searching the entire community, Su Jian couldn't find any trace of the kitten. She returned to her room and was about to change her shoes when she suddenly saw a piece of paper stuffed in the cat's nest. The paper had 2 lines of English written on it. Su Jian glanced at it, and her heart sank. The content on the paper read, Miss Guanji, don't worry, the kitten is with me. I will take care of her for a while. Signed Raymond Intelligence Bureau, S-Level Investigator, Rutsen, sending regards to Miss Guanji. Looking at this letter stuffed in the cat's nest, Su Jian felt a chill run through her. She couldn't imagine how she had been exposed. Her specific address was something even the Guardian, with whom she had a direct line of contact, didn't know. Su Jian carefully checked the room. Aside from the missing kitten, this S-Level Investigator Rutsen had indeed not disturbed anything else and left no fingerprints, only violently damaged the surveillance cameras at the door and in the living room. Su Jian's first reaction was to contact Su Wuji, but after thinking it over, she felt that the young man had already helped her a lot, and she shouldn't drag him into the whirlpool of the dark world any further. After sitting on the sofa and contemplating for a while, Su Jian decided to contact the Guardian. I've been exposed, she said. The S-Level Investigator Rutsen from the Raymond Intelligence Bureau came to my room, took my cat, and left me a letter. The Guardian was silent for a moment and said, I will report this immediately. It has been 5 years since there has been a leak of assassin identities in Silver Moon. The organization doesn't have much experience in handling this matter. Su Jian said, this Rutsen doesn't seem to have disclosed my information to the Dakaro organization. I'm a bit confused about what he wants to do. If this investigator really told DuCarlo the exact location of Su Jian, what awaited her would be a room full of hunters. The security officer's tone was somewhat serious. I suggest you leave Ninghai immediately. Su Jian said, since this investigator took my cat, he will definitely contact me again. The security officer continued, I must remind you that an S-level investigator is at the highest echelon within the Raymond Intelligence Agency, elusive and difficult to deal with. What you need to do is to go into hiding. But I want to get my cat back from him, Su Jian replied. The security officer said, as a Silver Moon assassin, you shouldn't have such feelings, it's just an ordinary cat. Alright, thank you for the reminder. Su Jian hung up the phone. She knew that even if she truly disappeared, the Su family was still in Linzhou, and this investigator could easily use the Su family to his advantage. Carlos hyenas were always ruthless and never afraid to involve the innocent. To vent their anger towards Silver Moon, they might very well unleash a massacre on the Su family. At this moment, Su Wuji was still unaware of Su Jian's situation. He was smoking a cigarette and playing mahjong when Xiao Yinlei walked in. Boss, someone is looking for you. Why are there so many troubles lately? I can't even enjoy mahjong, Su Wuji said. Who is looking for me? Are they good looking? Xiao Yinlei replied, it's a man, the chief steward of the Bai family in the capital, Bai Donghe. Su Wuji said, never heard of him. Xiao Yinlei continued, the Bai family was once prosperous in the capital, but after the leader passed away, they suddenly declined over 20 years ago. When the entire family was on the verge of collapse, a branch of the Bai family moved to the capital and stabilized the situation. Bai Donghe has been the steward of the Bai family since then. Let him go, don't ruin my luck. I'm doing well tonight, Su Wuji said. I've only lost 2,000. However, Xiao Yinlei said, I understand the boss's intention. I told Bai Donghe the same thing 2 hours ago, but he is still waiting. For many matters, Xiao Yinlei could handle them in a way that aligned perfectly with her boss's wishes without needing to consult him. He's been waiting for 2 hours? Su Wuji said nonchalantly while playing mahjong, then let him wait a little longer. Another 2 hours passed. Su Wuji reluctantly pushed away the mahjong tiles. Bad luck, I'm not playing anymore, it's pointless. He had lost 60,000. 3 girls in tight skirts smiled charmingly. Boss Su, we'll come back tomorrow. Thank you, young Master Su, tonight I can buy a new bag again. Young Master Su, when you need to have a child, remember to look for me, I can definitely give you a son. Su Wuji glanced at the girl's waist. Indeed, her curves were more exaggerated than the other 2 girls. He smiled dismissively. Heh, I prefer daughters. So what if you're big? Does your shape compare to Jiang Wanqing's beauty? Next time, I'll bring Jiang Mitao over so you can see for yourselves. At this point, it was already 3 in the morning. Xiao Yinlei walked in. Boss, Bai Donghe is still waiting downstairs. Let's go downstairs and meet him. Su Wuji stood up, flicked his finger, and the cigarette he had been holding for 4 hours without lighting was accurately tossed into the trash can 3 meters away. Bai Donghe looked to be in his 50s, with graying hair at the temples. He wore a plain gray jacket and sat in a booth, exuding an old cadre's demeanor that clashed with the atmosphere of the entire Queen's Bar. Even after waiting for 4 hours, there was not a trace of impatience on Bai Donghe's face. Upon seeing a man in a pink suit approaching, Bai Donghe stood up. He extended a hand and said, Boss Su, I am Bai Donghe. I rushed over after sending young Master Xu Yang back to the capital. Su Wujie frowned slightly. Actually, I don't really like shaking hands with men. Despite this, he reluctantly extended his hand and shook with the other party. Bai Donghe smiled. Boss Su is young yet quite remarkable. Su Wujie replied, You've only seen me for less than half a minute. How did you figure that out? You saved the young master but didn't want to associate with the Bai family, so you deliberately made me wait for 4 hours, Bai Donghe said with a smile. He had clearly seen through everything. If it were some people who happened to have a favor with young Master Bai, they would certainly do everything possible to take advantage of this opportunity and establish a connection with the Bai family in the capital. However, Bai Donghe saw no such trend in this young man. Oh, if you say so, Su Wujie crossed his legs. Bai Butler, if you have nothing else, you can go back now. It's getting late, and people your age need to take care of their health. Bai Donghe, however, showed no intention of leaving. I watched the video of Boss Su saving people and was greatly impressed. Later, I heard the young master mention the car bomb incident. If it weren't for Boss Su, the Bai family's sky would have collapsed. Su Wujie said, To me, it's nothing. I don't need any thanks from the Bai family. Bai Donghe replied, but the matriarch said, whether you want to accept our gratitude is your business, but our Bai family cannot be ungrateful. The matriarch he referred to was Mu Qianhua, Bai Shuyang's mother. The Mu family had always been a prestigious family in Yunnan and Dian, and when Bai Shuyang's father was still rising, Mu Qianhua married him. Therefore, as the Bai family rose again, Mu Qianhua's status within the Bai family grew higher, and her voice carried significant weight. Su Wujie asked, And then? How much are you planning to give me? I brought 2 million this time, as a token of the Bai family's appreciation, Bai Donghe said. Su Wujie chuckled, Oh, In the eyes of Bai Shuyan's mother, is her son's life only worth 2 million? Bai Dongha's smile remained unchanged. A life-saving grace is heavier than the sky and cannot be measured in money. The matriarch also said that in the future, all of the Bai family's business in Linjiang province can cooperate with Boss Su. There's no need for that, as I'm not interested, Su Wujie replied. Then, may I ask if Boss Su is married? The matriarch specifically mentioned that if Boss Su has no one in mind, the Bai and Moo families have some excellent young ladies who are of suitable age, and we hope. Do I look like someone who lacks women around me? Su Wujie seemed disinterested in continuing the conversation. He yawned. Manager Xiao, see our guest out, then help me take a bath and sleep. Xiao Yinlei smiled brightly at Su Wujie, then extended a hand to Bai Dongha, indicating, Mr. Bai, this way please. Bai Dongha's gaze lingered between Su Wujie and Xiao Yinlei for a moment before he smiled and said, then I won't disturb you two any longer. Manager Xiao, please stay, farewell. Once Bai Dongha left, Xiao Yinlei chuckled lightly and teased, Boss, you talk a lot but don't act. Su Wujie replied sulkily, it's all my master's fault for insisting on teaching me those 7 moves, saying I must remain a virgin until I master them. What kind of broken technique is that? Xiao Yinlei laughed even more happily, Boss, actually, you have many ways to enjoy that kind of pleasure without affecting your practice. Su Wujie's eyes lit up. What? Teach me. But he saw that Xiao Yinlei had already turned to leave, leaving behind a mature and alluring silhouette. At that moment, Bai Dongha had already reached a capital-licensed Alfred, opened the passenger door, and sat inside. After waiting so long, finally seeing someone? This guy really has quite the attitude. A woman's voice came from the back row. I've already taken 2 naps. Trying to act humble is really quite exhausting. It affected the young lady's rest, Bai Dongha said. I met Su Wujie. He is quite the personality and doesn't want to befriend the Bai family, rejecting all the conditions we offered. The young lady's voice carried an unknown emotion. Regardless of whether he has ulterior motives, he saved my brother twice. How should the Bai family repay such a life-saving grace? Immediately after, her tone seemed to sharpen. A great kindness feels like a grudge. Bai Dongha felt a chill run down his spine. Although he slept late, by 7:30 the next morning, Su Wujie had already finished his morning exercises. Xiao Yinlei knocked on the door and brought in breakfast. Others thought Su Wujie was just a good-for-nothing slacker, but only Xiao Yinlei knew that her boss was often incredibly diligent except in matters of romance. Boss, I'm going to Ninghai with Xiao Pang soon. She set down the breakfast and said, do you have any instructions for me? Alright, when you see my aunt, remember to ask her to support us a bit more. Su Wujie wiped his sweat. There are just too many places where we need money. Xiao Yinlei chuckled lightly. Your aunt said before that if the boss could marry Miss Moo sooner, she would give a large sum of money. She can forget it. I haven't had enough of my single life yet. Su Wujie laughed. Besides, even if I wanted to get married, Mu Qian you wouldn't be willing. Xiao Yinlei smiled. That may not be the case. Su Wujie showed a very melancholic expression. The key point is, I haven't even thought about who I want to marry. This was indeed a very honest statement. Xiao Yinlei chuckled. By the way, your aunt called me yesterday. Su Wujie immediately became alert. What bad idea does she have now? Aunt said, Song Jiyu is not bad, Xiao Yinlei said. Song Jiyu? Su Wujie was confused. When did Su Qiyan meet Song Jiyu? Did she sneak into Linzhou? Why does this woman always have her eyes on the women around me? Xiao Yinlei shook her head, not sure. However, Aunt also said that if the boss could be a bit nicer to Song Jiyu, she would invest more money in our bar. Su Wujie slapped his thigh. Let's invite Song Jiyu to dinner today. After a pause, he added, I want to emphasize, this has nothing to do with Su Qian's investment. Of course, Xiao Yinlei smiled and asked, should I send a car to pick up Song Jiyu now? I'll go pick her up, Su Wujie said. Since this girl came to Linzhou for school, she probably hasn't had time to see Yunyan Lake. Today is just right. I'll take this mountain girl for a walk by the lake. Xiao Yinlei's gaze softened. The boss always has a sharp tongue but a soft heart. Soon after, Su Wujie called Song Jiyu. Wo Jie Gu. On the other end of the line, Song Jiyu's voice was filled with obvious excitement, though the background noise was a bit loud. Where are you? Su Wujie asked. Song Jiyu replied with a laugh. It's the weekend. I'm doing tutoring. I'm on the bus right now. Tutoring? How much can you make in an hour? Su Wujie said irritably. Don't go. I'll give you that money. Song Jiyu's laughter was very pleasant. Then I have to be self-reliant. How about this? After your tutoring ends, I'll take you to Yunyan Lake for a stroll. Su Wujie didn't bother to ask for her opinion and directly issued the order. Remember to send me your location, it's settled. After saying that, he hung up the phone. At that moment, Song Jiyu was squeezed onto a bus. Looking at the disconnected call, she huffed, so domineering. After a light pout, a smile blossomed in her eyes. When she smiled like that, the entire carriage seemed to be filled with the colors of spring, leaving the men and women around her stunned. An elderly lady couldn't help but say, "This girl is simply a beauty that could bring disaster to the country." Song Ji-Yu's face turned slightly red. "Grandma, you flatter me too much. Girl, do you have a boyfriend? If you're single, I can introduce you to my grandson," the old lady said with a smile. "He just graduated from Lingda and is now a lawyer, very outstanding." The face of Su Wuji floated in Song Ji-Yu's mind, and her gaze softened a little. "Thank you, Grandma, but I'm not single anymore." The old lady sighed. "Oh, what a pity. I wonder which lucky guy gets to date a girl like you." Song Ji-Yu chuckled. "Exactly, he's lucky. This girl only dared to show off when Su Wuji wasn't around." In fact, at that moment, all the men in the carriage were lamenting their misfortune, as they had all thought they had encountered love when Song Ji-Yu smiled. After getting off the bus, Song Ji-Yu arrived at a high-end residential community, where all the units were over 200 square meters, with an average price exceeding 10 million. Her tutoring student was a primary school girl with average grades. The child's mother was young and beautiful, spending her days shopping in various malls and beauty salons, buying clothes, doing her hair, and getting massages. Song Ji-Yu had been here many times and had never seen the child's father, who was said to be doing business out of town and rarely came back. However, today, after entering the house, Song Ji-Yu found that there was a man inside. Upon seeing Song Ji-Yu, the man's eyes immediately lit up with astonishment. He looked to be in his 40s, with a fair complexion and gold-rimmed glasses, giving off an air of sophistication, though there was a hint of arrogance in his gaze. However, he had 2 band-aids on his forehead and cheek, likely from a scratch, which looked somewhat comical. "Who is this?" the man asked. "This is a tutor for Xiaoxi, a student from Lingda." Song Ji-Yu, the hostess, Zhang Liqing, replied. She turned to Song Ji-Yu. "Ji-Yu, this is Xiaoxi's father, Mr. Liu." Song Ji-Yu said, "Hello, uncle." "Hey, no need to call me uncle, just call me brother Liu," the man said, putting away his arrogance and speaking warmly. In fact, he was at least 20 years older than Song Ji-Yu. "Okay, brother Liu, I'll go tutor Xiaoxi now," Song Ji-Yu said. After saying that, she entered the study. The male host's gaze lingered on Song Ji-Yu's youthful figure until she was out of sight. Then he withdrew his gaze. "This tutor is a good find." The hostess, Zhang Liqing, said bluntly, "Lu Jiwen, back then, I was also tutoring your daughter when you took advantage of me, and I still haven't gotten a title." This short sentence carried a lot of weight. At that moment, Song Ji-Yu had just closed the study door, and this sentence reached her ears. She turned to the little girl sitting at the desk playing with a tablet. "Xiaoxi, come, let's start class. This might be the last lesson I teach you." In the living room, Lu Jiwen said irritably, "You have money to spend, a house to live in. What title do you want? Can a title fill your stomach? When you slept with me back then, you said you would divorce your yellow-faced wife at home. Now I've been living alone for over a decade, and Xiaoxi is living a single-parent life every day." Zhang Liqing was very dissatisfied. "Are you going to divorce or not? Give me a clear answer today." Lu Jiwen slammed the sofa. "Can you stop making a fuss? The old leader is retiring next year, and I must advance further before he retires. If I divorce now, it will seriously affect my career." Zhang Liqing crossed her arms and chuckled. Career, after all these years, I haven't seen your career go anywhere." A cold glint flashed behind Lu Jiwen's glasses. "Zhang Liqing, I warn you, if you dare to cause any trouble during my critical promotion period, from now on, I will cut off your financial support. You and Xiaoxi, don't even think about getting another penny from me." Zhang Liqing shouted. "Lu Jiwen, are you even human? Xiaoxi is your own daughter. What are you shouting about?" Lu Jiwen raised his hand as if to slap Zhang Liqing, but he held back and lowered it instead. "Just wait a bit longer. You've always been a smart woman, you know what to do and what not to do." Zhang Liqing glanced at Lu Jiwen's hand that had not come down and bit her teeth, comforting herself. "Forget it, I've waited all these years, what's one more year?" Lu Jiwen was too lazy to say anything more and walked to the full-length mirror to change the band-aid on his face. Zhang Liqing sneered again. "Which woman scratched you?" Lu Jiwen replied irritably. "What woman scratched me? A couple of days ago, I was thrown into." Realizing he had said too much, he immediately shut his mouth. 2 hours later, Song Ji-Yu finished her tutoring. She walked out of the study, and Lu Jiwen's eyes lit up again. This middle-aged man, who had seen many young women, couldn't help but feel his heart racing. Zhang Liqing took out 120 yuan in cash and handed it to Song Ji-Yu. For some undisclosed reasons, Zhang Liqing's family had a lot of cash, but there wasn't much in their bank account. Lu Jiwen frowned. "Why so little?" Zhang Liqing replied, "The market rate for college students as tutors is this." Lu Jiwen said directly, "It's not easy for her to get into Lingda. From now on, pay her 500 per hour, no, make it 1,000, that's settled." After saying that, he stared at Song Ji-Yu's delicate face, adding in his mind, "Today's college students are really cheap, what a value." Lu Jiwon thought Song Ji-yu would be stunned by the skyrocketing tutoring fees, but unexpectedly, she smiled apologetically. Ignoring Lu Jiwon's birding gaze, Song Ji-yu said, "Sister Liqing, Brother Lu, the schoolwork is too heavy. I might not have time to tutor Xiaoxi anymore." Zhang Liqing asked, "You won't be coming anymore?" Song Ji-yu nodded, "I'm sorry, Sister Liqing, there really is too much going on at school." A strange light flashed in Lu Jiwon's eyes. "I have to go back to Ninghai. I'll just drop you off at school." Zhang Liqing's eyes flared again, "But you just got here. You haven't even had a chance to talk to Xiaoxi." Song Ji-yu also said, "Brother Lu, I have a friend coming to pick me up." Lu Jiwon had already changed his shoes and was heading out. "At the elevator," he said, "then I'll take you downstairs and meet your friend." "Boyfriend?" Song Ji-yu hesitated for a moment and nodded, "Yeah, sort of a boyfriend." In the elevator, Lu Jiwon's gaze scrutinized Song Ji-yu, and the more he looked, the more stunning he found her. When Zhang Liqing was a college student, she was also beautiful, but in front of Song Ji-yu, she immediately became a faded, ordinary woman. Thinking that the other party still dared to try to push her way up, Lu Jiwon felt disgusted. "Ji-yu, where are you from?" Lu Jiwon asked kindly. His tone was completely different from when he was arguing with Zhang Liqing earlier. "Brother Lu, I'm from Liangshan and Sichuan," Song Ji-yu replied. "Oh, from Liangshan? It's really not easy to come out from such a remote place." Lu Jiwon looked at Song Ji-yu's simple jeans and white t-shirt, feeling even more satisfied. In his view, girls from such backgrounds often haven't seen much of the world. As long as you introduce them to a life of indulgence and show them the power of money and authority, they will never return to their original path. Lu Jiwon asked, "You've only been in college for a few days, and you're already in a relationship?" This question was crucial. As he grew older, Lu Jiwon began to realize that a certain obsession was becoming stronger. He didn't want someone like Song Ji-yu to give her first time to anyone else. Song Ji-yu thought about how Su Wuji always pretended to be impatient with her and smiled. "Strictly speaking, we haven't established a relationship yet, but I've long." She intended to say that she had long been infatuated with him. However, before she could say it, Lu Jiwon interrupted, "Haven't established a relationship? That's good." He felt extremely pleased, confident that the stunning girl before him would soon be his. It was just a matter of time. Saying this, he pulled out a thick stack of cash from his briefcase. "Ji-yu, take this money and spend it." It had to be at least 20,000. What kind of good person carries so much cash around? Lu Jiwon didn't want to daze Song Ji-yu with a large sum of money right away. After all, if he gave too much at the start, her threshold for satisfaction would be raised, just like Zhang Liqing, who gradually became restless and wanted to climb higher. Song Ji-yu immediately waved her hand. "Brother Lu, I really can't accept this. I'm telling you to take it, so just take it." Lu Jiwon smiled warmly. "You're my little sister, you should listen to your big brother." Song Ji-yu felt as if she had been splashed with oil. Lu Jiwon wanted to stuff the stack of money into Song Ji-yu's canvas bag, but she stood in the corner of the elevator, refusing to take it no matter what. "Well, you're really a girl with principles," Lu Jiwon said with a smile. "I'll call Lingjiang University and tell them you're my sister, so the teachers will take good care of you. You'll experience the taste of money and power. I don't believe you won't fall for it." "Brother Lu, really, no need. Thank you for your kindness." Song Ji-yu continued to refuse. At that moment, the elevator door finally opened, and she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief as she quickly walked out. Here, there were still 200 meters to the community entrance, and Lu Jiwon quickly followed, walking alongside Song Ji-yu. "Is that male friend of yours a student?" Lu Jiwon asked. Song Ji-yu shook her head. "No." "Oh." Lu Jiwon, still not giving up, asked, "What does he do?" Song Ji-yu suddenly remembered the alias Su Wuji had used before and said, "He works as security at a bar." "Oh, security, like a guard," Lu Jiwon chuckled. "How much can a guard earn?" Young people should have a financial foundation before dating. Ji-yu, you need to keep your eyes open to avoid the sorrow of poor couples. Lu Jiwon felt that everything he said was the truth of life. However, just as he was waiting for Song Ji-yu's response, his eyes suddenly lit up, as if a vibrant spring scene had unfolded before him, because Song Ji-yu suddenly smiled. That face, which could be deemed a disaster for the country, suddenly came alive. Song Ji-yu stood on her tiptoes and waved her hand ahead. Her joyful mood was clearly not feigned. Watching this scene, while Lu Jiwon was amazed, a strong sense of jealousy surged within him. This beautiful smile was not for him. Such a pretty girl should belong to him. No other man could touch her. Song Ji-yu had unexpectedly stirred Lu Jiwon's competitive spirit. However, when Lu Jiwon followed Song Ji-yu's gaze, his expression immediately turned to mockery. An old Santana was parked at the entrance of the community. "Is that your friend's car?" Lu Jiwon asked. "Yes." Song Ji-yu then jogged towards the car. Each step was filled with impatience. Lu Jiwon sneered, "Heh, after all, she's from the mountains, really hasn't seen much of the world. A piece of junk like that Puzang can win her over. In his view, if he were to compete for Song Ji-yu, it would be a complete downgrade for this young man driving the Puzang. Su Wooji, wearing sunglasses, leaned out from the driver's seat. Come on, get in the car. The moment he saw Song Ji-yu, he instinctively felt a sense of amazement. This girl, truly a beauty in the making. In a couple of years, when she matures a bit more, she would be stunning enough to take one's breath away. Alright, Song Ji-yu quickly walked to the passenger door. However, just as she was about to open the door, Lu Jiwon's voice rang out, wait. He stood next to the driver's seat, looking down at Su Wooji with a cold smile. So you're Ji-yu's boyfriend? Get out of the car, I need to talk to you. At first glance, Su Wooji felt Lu Jiwon looked somewhat familiar. Who is this old guy? Song Ji-yu whispered, he's the father of the girl I tutor, but the child's mother isn't his wife. Oh, this old lecher probably has his eyes on you. Su Wooji saw through the truth and then opened the door to get out. Lu Jiwon also thought the man in sunglasses looked a bit familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere, but couldn't recall at the moment. Su Wooji, with an unlit cigarette in his mouth, asked sideways, what do you want? Lu Jiwon couldn't imagine how a good girl like Song Ji-yu could be fooled by this slick guy in front of him. Lu Jiwon scrutinized Su Wooji, his eyes filled with arrogance, and got straight to the point. You should leave Ji-yu, you're not worthy of her. Hearing this, Su Wooji squinted and laughed. What kind of position do you have to say that to me, being a man with a wife, a mistress, and children? Just based on the fact that you drive such a broken car, you probably can't even afford gas, so how can you provide Ziyu with a good life? A girl as good as her deserves better. As his inner possessiveness grew stronger, Lu Jiwon became angrier, which was indeed out of character for him. A few days ago, he had been thrown into a sewer, soaking in countless filth, and he hadn't calmed down from that yet. Now, being confronted by a young man trying to steal his love, he was about to explode. Song Ji-yu had walked over. Brother Lu, you don't understand my situation. You can't say that about him. However, before she could finish her sentence, her body suddenly stiffened, because Su Wooji suddenly reached out and wrapped his arm around her slender waist. The action was too abrupt, and after a brief moment of shock, a sweet smile immediately appeared in Song Ji-yu's eyes. Look, I'm holding her. Are you mad? Su Wooji grinned. Song Ji-yu leaned into Su Wooji's embrace. In fact, at that moment, Su Wooji also felt a moment of daze. The girl's waist was simply too beautiful, slim, soft, and with a grace and elegance that could only be felt by touch, not seen. Watching Su Wooji's actions, Lu Jiwon was furious, and he said harshly, Kid, what's your name? I don't change my name or my surname. Listen carefully. Su Wooji patted his chest and chuckled. My name is Yen Xiaopang. Alright, Yen Xiaopang, I'll remember you. At that moment, Lu Jiwon suddenly felt that the name Xiaopang seemed familiar from somewhere, but he didn't think too much about it and coldly said, if you keep bothering Jiyu, you'll regret it. He opened his phone and took a picture of the Puzang's license plate. This guy is already preparing to use his personal connections to investigate this Yen Xiaopang thoroughly. Logically speaking, with Lu Jiwon's psychological resilience, he shouldn't have lost his composure after a few provoking words. But it was precisely because Song Ji-yu was too beautiful, her bright eyes and white teeth, every frown and smile tugged at his heartstrings, making his deep-seated possessiveness unprecedentedly strong. Su Wooji glanced at the administrative jacket Lu Jiwon was wearing and asked, do you work in the government office? Lu Jiwon snorted coldly, young man, I have 100 ways to ruin you. Su Wooji extended a finger, hooked his sunglasses, and pulled them down to take a closer look at the band-aid on Lu Jiwon's forehead, as if recalling something. Then, he pushed his sunglasses up and smiled. Alright, I work at the Queen Bar in Linzhou, remember to come find me. Lu Jiwon gritted his teeth. Fine, I will definitely go. By then, not only you, but the bar you work at will be in trouble. Su Wooji directly took Song Ji-yu's hand. Ji-yu, do you have your ID? I've already booked the room. Ha, ID? Song Ji-yu's eyes widened slowly, her mouth slightly agape. I didn't bring it. The girl who came out of the mountains was too innocent. Even though she had cooperated well before, she almost couldn't catch up this time. The school beauty song was caught off guard by teacher Su's boldness. Su Wooji looked at her with disdain. Idiot, you need an ID to book a room. Don't you know this basic knowledge? Lu Jiwon sneered. He believed that Song Ji-yu would definitely refuse Yen Xiaopang's request to book a room. Unexpectedly, the girl blushed and said softly, then I'll go back to school to get it. Lu Jiwon panicked. Song Ji-yu, if you dare to go, I will make sure Ling University expels you. Try it. As he spoke, he reached out to grab Song Ji-yu's arm. However, Su Wooji suddenly raised his hand and slapped Lu Jiwon hard across the face. The force was considerable, and Lu Jiwon's ears buzzed as he staggered back several steps before falling to the ground. His face immediately showed a clear imprint of 5 fingers. He didn't even know where his glasses had flown off to. Song Ji-yu saw Su Wooji hit someone and wasn't scared. Instead, her bright eyes seemed to shine even brighter. After slapping him, Su Wooji didn't stop. He grabbed Lu Ji-won by the collar, lifted him up, and slammed him down hard onto the ground. Bang! Lu Ji-won screamed in pain. "Ji-yu, let's go, let's book a room and sleep." Su Wooji pulled Song Ji-yu towards the car. "Oh, okay." At this moment, Song Ji-yu's cheeks were flushed, even her earlobes turned rosy, and her shy gaze seemed to condense into droplets ready to fall. Lu Ji-won's eyes flashed with resentment, enduring the pain as he shouted, "Yen Xiaopeng, you're dead. I will ruin you." After getting into the car, Su Wooji looked at Lu Ji-won in the rearview mirror and said, "The reason I just acted was that I remembered who this guy is. A few days ago, in Ninghai, Xiaopeng had thrown 3 people who were making things difficult for Su Jian into the sewer, and one of them was Lu Ji-won. The world is really too small." Upon hearing this, Song Ji-yu's thoughts were abruptly pulled from the dreamy pink haze. She asked, "Who is he?" "A certain leader's secretary in Ninghai," Su Wooji replied. "If a secretary is this arrogant, then the person behind him, no matter how good their reputation is mostly just a facade." Su Wooji knew that the houses in this community started at least in the millions. How could Lu Ji-won afford it just on his salary? Could he even keep a mistress lavishly? Song Ji-yu nodded. "He just casually gave me 20,000 yuan in the elevator." Su Wooji asked, "You didn't take it?" "Of course I didn't." Su Wooji looked regretful. "Why not take the corrupt official's money? Just accept it and donate it to Tianji Middle School, isn't that fine?" Song Ji-yu was somewhat surprised. "It can be done like that?" "Of course," Su Wooji grinned. "As long as you have thick skin, there are plenty of ways to make money. Just look at those debtors, living so well. It's only the creditors who suffer." Song Ji-yu's eyes brightened, her smile crescent-shaped. "All right, I've learned it. I'll accept it next time." A good school beauty, and before long, she would be led astray by Su Wooji. Looking at that smile, Su Wooji's heart involuntarily raced. He seemed to understand what it meant to have eyes like stars, a smile that could topple cities. Su Wooji swallowed hard, forcibly pulling his thoughts back, and made a phone call. "Yinlei, you and Xiaopeng don't go looking for Su Qiyan anymore. I've changed my mind." Xiao Yinlei smiled. "Boss, I'm already here, right next to my aunt. She guessed you would do this." Immediately, a woman's voice came from the other end of the line. "Wujie, Ji-yu is a good child. You just hugged her waist, so you have to take responsibility for her, understand?" "What era is this? Hugging someone's waist means responsibility? I was just playing around." "Where are you?" Su Wujie's words stopped, and he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. That was Su Qian's voice. Could it be that every move he made was being watched by his aunt? He immediately pulled over to the side of the road, turning his head to look around, but saw nothing unusual. "A friend happened to pass by and saw you hugging Ji-yu," Su Qian said with a laugh. "That excuse is unbelievable," Su Wujie replied irritably. "Anyway, you can't monitor me." Su Qian continued to smile. "I'm not monitoring you, just occasionally observing the candidates for the future leaders of the family from a bystander's perspective." Su Wujie chuckled. Don't. Our Su family is just a fallen household, a phoenix that has fallen to the level of a chicken, and we still need to choose a leader? Isn't that ridiculous? Whoever wants the position can have it, just don't give it to me." Su Qian changed the subject. "The target you want to deal with, the family won't interfere." Su Wujie said, "If that old guy doesn't provoke me, I wouldn't bother him. But then I thought, if he can choose Li Zuanyang and Lu Jiwon as his spokespersons, he probably isn't a good person himself. Without this person's indulgence, how could Lu Jiwon be so arrogant?" Su Qian said, "Just a reminder, although he's about to retire, he's definitely not someone who will suffer losses, and he might even bring you danger." Su Wujie was displeased. "You elders clearly know that many things could bring me danger. Why can't you just handle it yourselves?" Su Qian replied, "The old man has long said that he wants to train the children of the Su family. Your dad went through the same process." Su Wujie was very dissatisfied. "My dad is my dad, I am me. I haven't even lived a day as a rich third generation. Why should my dad make me suffer?" Su Qian laughed even more happily. "Anyway, as you said, the Su family has long been a fallen household. Not many in the capital remember our family. If we elders had the ability, would the Su family have fallen to this point? The family's second rise has to rely on you youngsters. The elders are old and have long since laid flat." Su Wujie sneered. "Heh, I don't believe a word of it." Su Qian chuckled. "Next time, bring Ji-yu along to have some tea with me." Su Wujie's mood instantly improved a lot, grinning. "That'll cost extra." Su Qian was also in a great mood. "You bring Ji-yu over, I have a pretty bracelet here, I'll show it to her then." Why does it sound so awkward? As if I'm about to meet the parents. This must be my unreliable dad's idea. Su Wujie said. However, a man's voice came from the other end of the phone. You little brat, are you itching for a beating? If I don't hit you for 3 days, you dare to talk bad about me behind my back? Listen, take Shiyu to your aunt's house, and also, what the hell, Dad? Su Wujie widened his eyes and immediately hung up the phone. Song Jiyu was sitting in the passenger seat, turning to look at him. She had clearly heard the words "meet the parents." In her clear eyes, there seemed to be a mix of anticipation, nervousness, and calmness. Su Wujie felt that those eyes held 1,000 words, and he couldn't look any longer. If he did, he would truly be unable to tear his gaze away. This girl, why does she have to be so beautiful? A disaster for the country, he thought to himself, then silently started the car. The car was silent for a few minutes until Song Jiyu finally pursed her lips and couldn't help but say, "Wujie-gu, it seems like you're going the wrong way." Su Wujie didn't look at her, his tone full of impatience. "Where am I going wrong? Do you know Linzhou better than I do?" There was no choice, Su Wujie could only express his impatience. Otherwise, he was really afraid of getting lost in the starry eyes of the girl beside him. Song Jiyu's earlobes turned red, her hands folded on her thighs, she slightly lowered her head and said softly, "Aren't we going back to school to get your ID?" Bang! Su Wujie's mind went blank, and the front of his car directly bumped into the rear of a purple Xiaomi SU7. The owner of the purple Xiaomi was also quite beautiful. Even though she wore large sunglasses that hid her eyes, the lips and bridge of her nose that were visible were exquisitely beautiful, making it easy to tell she was a stunning woman. She wore a light purple professional suit, her hair of medium length just reaching her shoulders, with a perfectly oval face and delicate, striking features that were extremely photogenic. The Xiaomi owner got out of her car, first looking at the rear of her car, noticing a dent, and gently inhaling. "So serious." She knocked on the Santana's window. "I was just waiting for the red light here. How did you drive?" Su Wujie quickly got out to apologize. "Hey, beautiful, I'm really sorry, I got distracted. Whatever your loss is, I'll pay for it." This was the benefit of driving a junk car. After the crash, he didn't even glance at his own old car, showing no sign of regret. The Xiaomi owner stomped her foot, then looked at the impact site, clearly distressed. "I waited in line for 7 months, just picked up the car yesterday, and today you crashed it." Su Wujie leaned in to touch the dented rear. "This rear is really nice, firm and perky." Seeing Su Wujie's flippant words and actions, the Xiaomi owner frowned. She instinctively felt that this young man dressed like a peacock wasn't just complimenting the car. After all, there were often people online praising her for being perky, even giving her the nickname Sister Perky. For a moment, she wasn't sure if the Santana owner recognized her. After all, he just complimented the car's rear. Could he really not be teasing her? The two moved their cars to the side of the road, and the Xiaomi owner said coldly, "Contact your insurance company." "Sorry, I don't have insurance," Su Wujie grinned. "This junk car could be sold for scrap metal. It's not worth buying insurance for." The Xiaomi owner's brows furrowed, displeased. "Are you trying to skip out on this?" Clearly, in her mind, someone who wouldn't even spend money on insurance for their car would definitely try to dodge responsibility after an accident. "I really am a bit tight on cash lately, but I absolutely won't skip out on it." Su Wujie grinned and said, "Anyway, jot down my contact information. Just let me know how much the repairs cost, and call me then." Upon hearing financially strapped, the owner of the Xiaomi car became even more convinced that the other party wouldn't compensate her. In fact, she had insurance and wasn't short on money, but the car she had just picked up was damaged so soon, she was genuinely heartbroken. "Alright, give me your contact information," the Xiaomi car owner said. Su Wujie provided a number. "You can add me on WeChat with this number." "I won't add you on WeChat, I'll just call you," the Xiaomi car owner replied. In her view, her personal WeChat absolutely couldn't be leaked to a scruffy young man like him. Fortunately, the girl didn't impulsively search for his WeChat ID, otherwise, she would have been left speechless upon seeing turkey-flavored crispy rice later. After noting down the number, the Xiaomi car owner made a quick call to confirm that Su Wujie's phone rang before hanging up. After all, this seemingly rogue guy could easily give a fake number. The Xiaomi car owner took a few more photos of the impact site and was about to get into her car when her eyes suddenly lit up. She had just spotted Song Jiyu standing by the Puzang. Even though she was used to seeing various celebrities in her daily life, the Xiaomi car owner couldn't help but feel a strong sense of awe. This girl, even dressed simply and without makeup, was worthy of countless compliments. My goodness. She walked over to Song Jiyu. "Sister, how are you so beautiful?" Song Jiyu had intended to apologize alongside Su Wujie but was taken aback by the Xiaomi car owner's words. She immediately replied, "Thank you, sister. I really am sorry about earlier." The Xiaomi car owner asked, "How old are you? Still in school?" Song Jiyu replied, "Almost 19, studying at Linjiang University." The Xiaomi car owner continued, "At Linjiang University? That's impressive. What major are you studying?" Hey, what are you doing? Su Wujie approached with his hands in his pockets. Why are you asking so many details? Are you checking her household registration? The car owner turned to glance at Su Wujie, her sunglasses revealing a hint of disdain. What is your relationship with her? Su Wujie replied irritably, what business is it of yours? Song Jiyu, however, looked at Su Wujie with a serious gaze, her cheeks slightly flushed. Seeing Song Jiyu's expression, the Xiaomi car owner immediately understood and sighed, unable to help but say, it's really like flowers growing in cow dung. This was the second time Su Wujie had encountered such a situation today. Sister, please don't evaluate him like that. Song Jiyu's expression turned serious, her eyes even showing clear seriousness. Alright, I apologize to you, the woman said straightforwardly. Anyway, girls must protect themselves when out, especially since you're still so young. Song Jiyu insisted on vouching for Su Wujie, he's a good person. Okay, let's not talk about this. The Xiaomi car owner quickly changed the subject, focusing on Song Jiyu's stunning face, and asked, have you ever thought about entering the entertainment industry? Song Jiyu immediately shook her head. I've never thought about it. However, the woman slipped a business card into Song Jiyu's hand. I own a talent agency. If you want to enter the entertainment industry or look for internships at a TV station, remember to contact me. Trust me, with your looks, as long as you're willing to debut, you'll definitely become a nationwide sensation. After saying this, the woman glanced at Su Wujie, huffed, and got into her car to leave. Song Jiyu looked down at the business card, which only had a name and phone number on it. Su Wujie leaned over to take a look. Long Qinghe, that name sounds a bit familiar. I think I've heard it somewhere. Song Jiyu directly stuffed the business card into Su Wujie's pocket. Wujie, I really don't want to enter the entertainment industry. Su Wujie casually replied, but you might want to seriously consider it. With such a beautiful face, relying on your looks is indeed the easiest way to make a living. Song Jiyu's eyes lit up instantly. Wujie, you think I'm pretty too? Seeing her so delighted, Su Wujie was a bit taken aback. Huh? Doesn't anyone usually compliment you on your looks? Song Jiyu blurted out. Compliments from others and compliments from you are different. After saying that, she realized she had misspoken, quickly covered her mouth, lowered her head, blushing, and hurried back to the passenger seat. Su Wujie watched her retreating figure and smirked. What's the difference? Women are just so complicated. After having lunch with Song Jiyu and taking a boat ride on Yunyan Lake, Su Wujie drove his old Santana back to Linjiang University. During those few hours, Song Jiyu was asked for her number at least 10 times. And both men and women. What annoyed Su Wujie was that those asking for her number completely ignored his presence. Su Wujie rubbed his chin, feeling frustrated. Am I really that unremarkable? Just standing next to you and I'm treated like air? Song Jiyu pursed her lips and laughed. That's not true. Wujie is the brightest star. That metaphor doesn't suit me. Su Wujie turned to look at the beautiful girl beside him, glanced at her starry eyes, and subconsciously repeated in his heart, the brightest star. Get out of the car. Su Wujie, realizing he had been lost in thought, showed his impatience again. Okay, goodbye Wujie. Song Jiyu smiled and stepped out of the car. Now, Su Wujie's impatient expression no longer made her feel any gloom. Su Wujie watched Song Jiyu's figure, feeling a bit dazed again. The simple white t-shirt and jeans on her not only looked youthful and vibrant but also exuded a blend of innocence and budding maturity. Clearly, the girl had a great figure. The loose clothing couldn't hide her curves if she wore tight high-waisted jeans that lifted her hips. Su Wujie felt he shouldn't think about it. This feeling of being on the verge of maturity, with a mix of sweetness and youthful tenderness, was simply exquisite. It wasn't until Song Jiyu disappeared around the corner that Su Wujie withdrew his gaze. He didn't rush to leave. He got out of the car, leaned against the hood, and, with a cigarette in his mouth, stared at the inscription on the school gate, slightly lost in thought. However, his old Santana was really out of place compared to the luxury cars parked nearby. At that moment, a group of students walked out of the school gate, and one girl, passing by the Santana, took a good look at the man dressed like a peacock. A few seconds later, she uncertainly asked, Su Wujie? Su Wujie also looked at her, his eyes lighting up. Wow, Zhuo Lingyu, long time no see. This girl was quite pretty, with a ponytail, a jasmine hairpin, and wearing a chiffon dress that looked very high-end. Her figure was just right, slim where it should be and not too thin where it shouldn't be, even. The curves of her body had a touch of mature charm compared to girls of the same age, easily making boys who had never seen the world lose control. Especially since she wore a subtle, thoughtful no-makeup look, which formed a stark contrast to the sunburned faces of other freshmen who had gone through military training. This girl named Zhuo Lingyu looked at Su Wujie, then at the Santana beside him, took a gentle breath, and said, I didn't expect you to come to Ling University to find me, and you even dressed in a suit. I'm very touched, but... Su Wujie's cigarette fell from his mouth. What are you talking about? Zhuo Lingyu was Su Wujia's classmate in middle school. Who hasn't had a crush during their youth? Even the seemingly carefree Su Wujia had such moments. He had gone through a normal student life, but due to his parents always hiring strange teachers and assigning him odd tasks, Su Wujie often skipped classes, even missing exams, which left him with a total score of 0, consistently placing him at the bottom of the class. During Su Wujie's middle school years, the top student was always a girl named Zhuo Lingyu. Boys in their teenage years tend to follow the crowd blindly in everything they do, whether it's smoking, fighting, idolizing sports stars, or liking the same girl. Back then, Zhuo Lingyu was truly dazzling. She was a good student, beautiful, and came from a well-off family, making her the darling of the school. In the first year of high school, boys flocked to write her love letters, and Su Wujie also wrote one, persistently catering to her for half a semester. Every day he would buy her breakfast and sanitary pads. What decent girl has her period every day? However, at that time, Su Wujie genuinely thought Zhuo Lingyu was great. After all, he hadn't seen much of the world and hadn't met Song Jiyu yet. Well, he hadn't met Mu Qianyu, Pu Yanxi, Jiang Wanqing, or Xiao Yinlei either. After Su Wujie wrote his love letter, the other boys temporarily turned their feelings for Zhuo Lingyu into secret crushes. There was no way they could compete with Su Wujie. But from the very beginning, Zhuo Lingyu made her stance clear to Su Wujie: I don't want to date right now. I promise you, once I get into college, you'll be the first one I consider. Even so, she accepted everything Su Wujie bought for her without hesitation. Zhuo Lingyu didn't know that this money was saved from Su Wujie's limited allowance. His unreliable father, who reportedly grew up in an orphanage and suffered a lot, insisted on raising his son in poverty. However, after the first half of the second semester of high school, Su Wujie hardly came to school anymore. At first, Zhuo Lingyu wasn't used to buying her own breakfast, but after a few days of hunger, the void was quickly filled by other boys. This girl was quite clear-headed. She really hadn't dated anyone in high school. When she took her college entrance exam in her first year, she performed well, basically meeting the score lines of the 2 top universities in the capital, but she overestimated her abilities, stubbornly applying only to those 2 popular majors and refusing to accept any adjustments. Unsurprisingly, she failed to get in. Thus, Zhuo Lingyu had to repeat a year, and the second year, she didn't score as high as the first, ultimately ending up at Nanda. This year, she passed the graduate entrance exam from Nanda to Linda University, majoring in management science and engineering. Zhuo Lingyu said, Su Wujie, I did say before that when I got to college, you'd be the first I'd consider for dating. But, she actually remembered what she said back then. Su Wujie picked up the cigarette he had dropped on the ground and tossed it into the nearby trash can, casually asking, but what? After graduating from high school, I left all the class groups, and most of my classmates lost contact with me, but I didn't expect you to be so persistent, following me all the way to Linda. Su Wujie hadn't been so flustered by someone's words in a long time. Isn't this just a coincidence? Standing next to Zhuo Lingyu were several boys and girls, seemingly her classmates. The looks from this group of classmates were mostly filled with gossip, and some were watching the show. Zhuo Lingyu glanced at the old Santana. Is this your car? Su Wujie smiled. Yes, it's my car. It drives quite smoothly, just a means of transportation. But when these words fell on the ears of some students, they felt that only those who couldn't afford a good car would keep saying, a car is just a means of transportation, constantly emphasizing it. A girl said, well, at this age, being able to buy a car for yourself is pretty good. Su Wujie replied, isn't it? Especially sturdy. Zhuo Lingyu, do you want to hop in for a ride? It's been a while, let me take you for a spin. As he spoke, he cheerfully patted the car body. Bang! The rearview mirror was jolted off. Zhuo Lingyu's classmates immediately burst into laughter. Su Wujie didn't feel embarrassed. He bent down, picked up the mirror from the ground, and found a roll of wide tape from the car, starting to tape the mirror back onto the door. Judging by his skill, it was clear this wasn't the first time he had done such a thing. Classmate, if you take Lingyu for a ride next time, you should drive a better car. A female classmate laughed. What if the rearview mirror falls off while driving? That's not safe at all. Su Wujie nodded seriously. That makes sense. I'll weld it back on when I get home. It definitely won't fall off again. This statement drew another round of light laughter. Zhuo Lingyu gently shook her head, looked at Su Wujie's suit, and said, this color combination doesn't suit you. It's too bright and doesn't match this car very well. Su Wujie looked down and said, it's fine, I quite like this combination. In fact, he was only being polite because they were old classmates. If it were someone else, he would have shot back with a what's it to you. Zhuo Lingyu shook her head again. Our tastes are too different. Hey, are you still in school? A boy nearby asked. Hi, I haven't really been to school since high school. I've just been messing around, and I've been in society for several years now, Su Wujie said. Well, he's been in the underworld for several years. Another female classmate asked, then you must have saved up quite a bit of money, right? Su Wujie thought about the call he made to his Aunt Su Chien at noon and replied honestly, right now, my expenses exceed my income, I still have to rely on my family. In fact, he really didn't want to show off in front of these college students. He had experienced too much. He was no longer competitive, and even when faced with the malicious rumors about him, Su Wujie had never bothered to explain, let alone in front of a few students. At that time, if it weren't for Jiang Haobing and Su Jia's persistent harassment, Su Wujie wouldn't have bothered to conflict with them at all. However, as soon as Su Wujie said this, a few people showed a mocking expression. In reality, it's hard for current students to imagine the difficulties of entering society. Before graduation, they always think that relying on their family is something that could never happen to them. Zhuo Lingyu shook her head. Su Wujie, focus on your work. I think before a man establishes himself, he shouldn't think about romance. In this society, a solid economic foundation is really important. She sighed softly in her heart, having spoken quite frankly, hoping Su Wujie would understand. Su Wujie surprisingly nodded in agreement. You're right, everywhere needs money. I wake up every day feeling anxious. Seeing Su Wujie so honestly admit he was broke in front of his classmates, Zhuo Lingyu shook her head again. Lingyu, we should go, let's visit my dad's company, a tall boy said. We're all studying management, and I specifically asked my dad to arrange for some senior executives to have a discussion with us and share their management experiences. However, after saying this, he glanced at Su Wujie, the corners of his lips curling up with a smile. Zhuo Lingyu felt it was awkward to stand there any longer. She looked at her old classmate and said flatly, then we'll be leaving. Su Wujie, you should work hard and stay grounded. After speaking, Zhuo Lingyu waved her hand and turned to get into that male classmate's BMW 530. She didn't even ask Su Wujie for his contact information. Once in the car, the male classmate from a family with a business said, Lingyu, he doesn't deserve you. You're a top student from Lin University, and he probably doesn't even have a proper job. The gap between you two will only widen. Another boy chimed in, that old car is really something. It must have reached its scrap age long ago. It's older than I am, how can it still be on the road? A female classmate remarked, I actually think this big boy is quite cute. He agrees with everything we say, seems really honest. In all of Linzhou, apart from Su Wujie himself, it was the first time someone praised him for being honest. Reflecting on the ostentatious Su Wujie and that Santana that could only be sold for scrap, Zhuo Lingyu turned to look at the words Linjiang University above the school gate and gently shook her head. Forget it, after all, we are not on the same path. By the way, let's get to the point, the driving boy said. After dinner today, I'll treat everyone to go out. Let's head to the most popular place in Linzhou, the Queen's Bar. As he spoke, he glanced at the pretty girl sitting in the back seat through the rearview mirror. Lingyu, what do you think? Zhuo Lingyu, who had never dated during her undergraduate years and had always been waiting for the right one, looked at the girl sitting next to her. I'll go with what everyone decides. The girl immediately asked in the class group chat and then said, unanimous approval. Let's go to the Queen's Bar. Su Wujie didn't expect Zhuo Lingyu to appear at Linzhou University. In fact, if it weren't for today's chance encounter, this scumbag would hardly remember that he once had any connection with this girl. He staggered back to the Queen's Bar and received a call from Jiang Wanqing. Major Jiang, are you so free? What's up with your secret department? Why can you often contact the outside world? Su Wujie asked. Jiang Wanqing replied seriously, we are investigating the case of Ducaro and the international trafficking group. After all, you are involved, so it's our duty to get in touch with you. Using public service for private gain, who can't do that? Su Wujie said, then let me see your thigh first. Jiang Wanqing replied, no way, you pervert. Then let's do a video call, so you can see mine, Su Wujie said. Jiang Wanqing replied, have you seen the news? I never watched the news, just tell me directly, Su Wujie said. Jiang Wanqing continued, the Fenjie case has started public hearings, and it's causing quite a stir online. Many parents of the trafficked children want to meet you, this anonymous living Buddha. Tell them I'm socially anxious and can't meet people, Su Wujie said. He was very unhappy about the provincial department exposing his involvement in this matter. Well, you, the social anxiety type, only want to meet women, Jiang Wanqing said. Last time, the top host of Linjiang TV wanted to interview you, but you turned her down. Now many people are petitioning her on Weibo, asking her to find you and do a special interview. She has agreed. Su Wujie said irritably, why is this host making such a fuss? What's her name? Jiang Wanqing replied, you don't even know Long Qinghe? She's currently known as the most popular female host in the country. Su Wujie raised an eyebrow, that name sounds so familiar. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a business card with just a name and number on it. It clearly read Long Qinghe, the owner of that purple Xiaomi SU7. Jiang Wanqing said, her fame is quite significant, you must have heard of her. Su Wuji replied, indeed. Not just heard of her, but he had also bumped into her sexy car. After finishing the serious talk, Jiang Wanqing suddenly changed the subject. By the way, have you seen Mu Qianyu these days? Su Wujie said, I haven't seen him. Why are you asking this? Jiang Wanqing thought to herself, that's good, and then said, it's nothing, I was just thinking that since you are all in Linzhou, it's easy to meet up. Sigh, the old lady's loss is all about the distance. Su Wujie chuckled and said sternly, I'm also a busy person with a career. How could I meet with a girl every day? Hearing this, Jiang Wanqing felt a bit relieved and added fuel to the fire. Then you must keep your word. After having a bowl of beef noodles cooked by Xiaoyinlei at the bar, Su Wujie went downstairs, driving his Santana with a dented front along the lakeside road to enjoy the breeze. Along the entire Yunyan Lake, there were many restaurants, clubs, and night venues, and it was a time when guests were coming and going. Even though it was already 10 o'clock at night, the cars were still flowing continuously. At this moment, a Porsche Cayenne was slowly driving along the lakeside, looking for a parking space. However, several parking lots were full, and the Cayenne had to circle around the lake road for quite a distance before it could barely park in a secluded corner. The car door opened, and a woman in a light purple dress stepped out. The dress was very form-fitting, falling to mid-thigh, clearly outlining her beautiful curves, exuding a mature charm, especially the undulating curves below her lower back. With such a body shape, if she wore a slightly shorter and tighter bodycon dress, she would truly be unbeatable, definitely a showstopper at night venues. She was none other than Long Qinghe, the #1 female anchor of Linjiang TV, known as Sister Chow Chow. She got out of the car, turned her head to look at the huge sign of the Queen Bar in the distance, at least 2 kilometers away from here. Parking so far away, I should have just taken a taxi. Long Qinghe helplessly closed the door of the Cayenne and stood by the car to make a phone call. This call was to Li Hongchang, the director of the Lakeside branch. Director Li, I'm near the Queen Bar. Could you help me call Mr. Su, who bravely caught Fin Jie, to make an appointment? I don't need a formal interview, just want to chat as a private person. Li Hongchang said helplessly, Qinghe, it's not that I don't want to help you, but Su Wujie has been refusing all interviews. Even telling you his name privately goes against his wishes. This kid always says he has social anxiety. Long Qinghe replied, I can understand his thinking. The better the person, the more low-key they are. If he is willing to step forward, he would definitely have a place in this year's top 10 touching figures of China. Li Hongqing said, little Su doesn't care about that, he does good deeds without expecting anything in return. Long Qinghe said earnestly, I genuinely admire this person, so I really want to meet him. Anyway, Su Wujie works at the Queen Bar, I've already told you the place. As for whether you can find him, just take a chance, Li Hongqing said, and let me emphasize again, you must not betray me. In fact, from Li Hongqing's perspective, he also wanted someone like Su Wujie to step out of the shadows and into the sunlight, to clarify all the rumors and misunderstandings surrounding him, and to receive the respect and attention of everyone. So, this time, he revealed Su Wujie's name to Long Qinghe with this little thought in mind. Long Qinghe smiled, don't worry, I'll just pretend it's a coincidence, make friends first, and I won't mention the interview for now. After hanging up the phone, Long Qinghe muttered to herself, if I can really manage to do the interview in the future, the ratings will definitely explode. However, at that moment, a business vehicle pulled up right next to the Cayenne. 6 or 7 young men got out. They were all tall and strong, with tattooed arms and crew cuts, dressed like typical members of society. These guys used to work as security at the Eastern Beauty Club, but after that club was forcibly taken over by Su Wujie, they all lost their jobs and now wander aimlessly in various bars every day, drinking and flirting with girls, and racking up tabs. As soon as they got out of the car, Long Qinghe caught a strong whiff of alcohol. During dinner, each of them had drunk more than half a gin, and they had driven here while still intoxicated. Long Qinghe intended to bypass them, but unexpectedly, a few young men from the streets spotted her, their eyes lighting up. Indeed, in this dimly lit corner by the lake, under the influence of alcohol, Long Qinghe's looks and figure, comparable to a top star, magnified her primal allure. Especially since these guys were already skirting the edges of the law, they were quite experienced in bullying women. Hey, beautiful, where are you headed? The group surrounded Long Qinghe, each of their gazes fixated on her curves, openly sizing her up. Long Qinghe felt a bit anxious and took a step back, coldly saying, get out of my way. This parking spot was too secluded, with tall trees blocking the view, and the surveillance cameras couldn't capture anything. If these people had ill intentions, Long Qinghe dared not think further. Hey, don't be upset, let's be friends. The leader, a tall and sturdy young man, chuckled, you're the most beautiful woman I've ever seen. Besides having a floral tattoo on his arm, his neck was covered in tattoos, and even a small skull was inked on his chin, giving him a rather fierce appearance. Get out of my way, Long Qinghe gripped her phone and said, or I'll call the police. At that moment, She wasn't wearing the heavy makeup she usually did for appearances, but rather a look that altered her facial features, making her resemble the elegant and striking Long Ching-ha from before. It must be said that some girls' makeup skills could rival a complete transformation. Coupled with the dim lighting, the group didn't recognize the provincial TV station's top female host standing before them. When had these thugs ever encountered such a good-looking woman? However, just as Long Ching-ha finished speaking, her phone was snatched away. Call the police? Ha! If you dare bring the cops here, we'll make sure to haunt you for the rest of your life, coming to your door every day. This statement sent a chill down Long Ching-ha's spine. She had thought that the security level in Linzhou had long ranked among the best in the country. She had just finished a call with Director Lee, yet she had run into these scumbags. In fact, this was also because Long Ching-ha rarely frequented nightclubs. If it were 10 years ago in Linzhou, there would have been plenty of young men who got drunk and ended up cracking each other's heads open, often waking up in the hospital the next day, not even remembering who had chopped off their pinky. The group stared at Long Ching-ha's curvy figure, drooling. They were at the peak of their youthful vigor, and after drinking, they were particularly eager to push into certain places. Brother Lewin, you sleep with this woman first, and then we'll take turns. How about that? Why don't we all play together? It's more fun with more people. Can this beauty handle all of us? How many holes does she have? The surrounding comments grew increasingly vulgar, and Long Ching-ha felt more and more terrified. The leader, Brother Lewin, had already reached out his hand, about to touch the most prominent part of her body. At the moment Long Ching-ha faced an unprecedented crisis. At Linzhou International Airport, a flight from Europe had just landed. Two older men walked down from first class. One wore a casual jacket and looked slightly pale, appearing to be in recovery from an illness. The other man wore a black tang suit with golden cloud patterns, his face somewhat gaunt, his temples graying, but he looked quite spirited, especially his eyes, which were very bright. The air quality in the country has really improved a lot compared to a few years ago. The man in the tang suit took a few deep breaths and then said, Moo Lao Air, you praise your daughter every day. I have to meet this girl. The Moo Lao Air he mentioned was none other than Mu Qianyu's father, Mu Yuanming. I haven't seen your big nephew in a long time either. I wonder how things are progressing between him and Qianyu, Mu Yuanming said with a smile. The old man in the tang suit was playing with the jade ring on his thumb when he suddenly said with interest, Let's not tell them about our return just yet. Mu Yuanming immediately became intrigued. You want to observe secretly? A Rolls-Royce Phantom was waiting at the airport entrance to pick them up, driving straight towards Yunyan Lake. Slap! The crisp sound of a slap echoed in the night sky. Long Ching-ha reacted quickly. Just as those thugs' hands were about to touch her, the beautiful host raised her hand and slapped back. The leading young man was momentarily stunned by the slap, then a cold smile appeared on his face. Dare to hit me? You've got some personality, he said, directly picking Long Ching-ha up by the waist and shouting, You guys stay by the car. I'm going to take care of her inside. Long Ching-ha struggled desperately, but she couldn't break free. Her heart was filled with despair. The leading thug held Long Ching-ha's slender waist tightly, sneering, I'm Louis Lewin. Ask around in the nearby places. When have I ever shown mercy to a woman? You better not struggle, or I'll ruin your face. This guy was also drunk, and he revealed his name without thinking. Long Ching-ha couldn't help but shiver. Disfigurement posed a huge threat to any woman. Long Ching-ha shouted, Let me go, I can give you money. With a beauty like you in my hands, what do I need money for? Louis Lewin laughed heartily. With someone like you, I could play for at least a year. At that moment, Long Ching-ha's legs, which were flailing in the air, were also caught. The thugs were all strong and powerful. Once they grabbed her ankles, she was completely immobilized. In fact, if they exerted just a little force and pulled her legs apart, the most private parts of Long Ching-ha, which she was most unwilling to expose, would be completely compromised. Although she was wearing safety shorts, they provided no real protection at this moment. In the eyes of these thugs, this woman was simply too beautiful. Both her face and her curvy figure were one in a million, intoxicating them even more than alcohol, making them unable to hold back their desires. Feeling the cool breeze blowing under her skirt to her thighs, Long Ching-ha was utterly panicked. But just then, the thugs shouted, Watch out! The unpleasant sound of an engine roared, and then, bang! A dilapidated Santana, barely fit for scrap, came careening in, crashing heavily into the back of the business vehicle. The second-hand Buick business car was pushed several meters forward, crashing sideways into the bushes. At such a moment, a car accident actually happened. The scene fell silent, and Long Ching-ha forgot to struggle. Damn it! How the hell did you drive? Louis Lewin, the leader, set Long Ching-ha down and walked up, kicking the Santana's door hard. Get out of here. Long Ching-ha's heart calmed slightly. She looked at the car that had crashed into them and felt it look somewhat familiar at first glance. Her reaction was quick, and she immediately prepared to find an opportunity to escape. However, two thugs grabbed her arms on either side, sneering, don't think you can sneak away. In Linzhou, no matter where you run, we can find you. Long Qinghe's heart sank again. The door of the Santana opened, and a flamboyant man stepped out from the driver's seat. Long Qinghe's eyes suddenly lit up. At this moment, the left headlight of the Santana was still on. Using the light from the headlight, Long Qinghe looked at the car owner's attire and the dilapidated vehicle, her mouth slightly agape. She would absolutely not mistake it. It was this peacock man who had crumpled the rear of her little rice car at noon. Help! Long Qinghe immediately wanted to cry out for help. However, before her words could escape, two thugs tightly covered her mouth. Oh dear, I got distracted while driving. What a coincidence to crash into you. After Su Woji got out of the car, he glanced around and chuckled. Long Qinghe, hidden behind the crowd, felt anxious. This lame excuse he had just used on her that afternoon. Luiluen grabbed him by the collar. Pay me back. Otherwise, I'll stab you. He had been in high spirits, but this sudden car crash nearly scared him into a functional disorder. He wished he could throw this guy in front of him into Yunyan Lake to drown. As he spoke, Luiluen had already pulled out a spring knife and pressed it against Su Woji's throat. Seeing this, Long Qinghe's eyes widened. Panic surged uncontrollably from her eyes. Run! She wanted to shout a warning, but her mouth was still tightly covered. However, even with a knife at his throat, Su Woji showed no fear, instead sneering, Lu Sandog, don't you recognize who I am? Luiluen, nicknamed Lu Sandog, was from Jinyang, had dropped out of elementary school to mix in society, had served 3 years in prison, and had lost count of how many times he had been in detention. Luiluen stared at Su Woji, his rage gradually fading, replaced by fear. Why you? The knife in his hand slowly loosened, the alcohol suddenly wearing off. In the night scene of Linzhou, who didn't know this young master? Su Woji extended his hand, handed over. To Long Qinghe's astonishment, the once arrogant Luiluen actually trembled as he handed the knife to the peacock man. Su Woji sneered, Lu Sandog, you should have heard what I hate the most. At that moment, a tall and strong thug stepped forward, grabbing Su Woji's shoulder. Where the hell did this idiot come from, daring to talk to Brother Luen like that? As he spoke, his other hand was about to slap Su Woji's face. In Long Qinghe's eyes, the sizes of the two sides were completely disproportionate. Su Woji seemed to be at a total disadvantage. Luiluen wanted to stop it, but it was too late. Whoosh! That was the sound of a knife piercing flesh. Long Qinghe was shocked to see a knife embedded in the face of the tall thug. The blade had entered from one side of his jaw and exited from the other. The knife blade spanned his entire mouth. This was the first time Long Qinghe had witnessed such a bloody scene. But this was just the beginning. Su Woji's movements didn't stop. He grabbed the knife's handle and twisted it violently. The knife immediately churned a bloody hole in the thug's face. His gums and tongue were all shredded. He knelt on the ground, trying to let out a painful roar, but when he opened his mouth, half his tongue and several teeth fell out. Su Woji kicked him squarely in the forehead. The thug, looking tall and strong, was sent spinning 360 degrees by the kick, then crashed heavily to the ground. Given the force of that kick, this thug would at least suffer a skull fracture and cervical dislocation. Whether he could wake up in the second half of his life was uncertain. The other thugs, who often fought, had never seen someone stabbed through a face like this. Long Qinghe looked at Su Woji, her eyes filled with disbelief, feeling he was completely different from the young man she had despised. Seeing his underling beaten to such a state, Luiluen didn't dare to make a sound. Su Wujie walked up to Luiluen and asked, "What were you doing when I just arrived here?" Luiluen lowered his head, beads of sweat dripping down his face. His heart was filled with extreme panic. "Quick! Let her go, let her go!" Luiluen shouted. The two thugs had already released Long Qinghe's mouth and arms, standing there at a loss. Long Qinghe had escaped danger but didn't know whether to leave or stay. In fact, since getting out of the car, Su Wujie seemed to have not even glanced in her direction. There was a distance of 7 or 8 meters between them, and the car lights couldn't reach Long Qinghe, leaving her in the dark. Su Wujie probably hadn't recognized that the protagonist of this incident was the owner of the Xiaomi SU-7. Su Wujie pointed to the trunk of the Santana and kicked Luiluen, saying, "You go, open it." Luiluen had no idea what Su Wujie was planning and could only obediently walk over to open it. Inside the trunk were baseball bats, batons, steel pipes, long knives, chainsaws, and 2 or 3 dozen bricks. What kind of normal person keeps these things in their car? "Choose one," Su Wujie said. Luiluen glanced at the chainsaw, shivered, and then picked up a brick. Among these, it seemed that the brick had the least lethality. Su Wujie put his hands in his pockets and said, "All right, use this brick to smash your brothers' heads. Stop when you've smashed all the bricks. Is the brick hard, or is the skull hard? Don't be fooled by those tough guys on TV who often chop bricks. It seems like the quality of red bricks isn't that great, but friends who often use bricks to kill know even the lightest and most ordinary aerated brick can easily give someone a concussion. Louis Lewin walked up to one of the thugs and said, "Bear with it. Brother Lewin, do we really have to smash our own people?" The thug raised his hand and pointed at Su Wujia. "We have more people, can't we deal with him? Are you looking for death? Do you know what you're saying?" Louis Lewin suddenly raised his hand, and the brick in his hand smashed down on his subordinate's forehead. He actually held back a bit, not too hard, but with one hit, the thug crouched down, holding his head, a trickle of blood already running down his face, while the brick remained intact. "Continue," Su Wujia said expressionlessly. Louis Lewin could only grit his teeth and keep smashing. However, after several hits, the thug was seeing stars, dizzy, nearly losing consciousness, and the brick still hadn't cracked. Su Wujia cursed, "You're really useless, put in a bit more effort." Louis Lewin could only grit his teeth, using all his strength, swinging his arm, and the brick came crashing down on the thug's head. The thug fell to the ground with a thud. He was already covered in blood, and after such a heavy hit, his skull must have cracked open in many places. That one brick finally broke into 2 pieces. The bloody scene made Long Qingha's heart race, but she also felt a sense of relief. She looked at the man dressed like a peacock, her eyes filled with complexity. This was such a stark contrast to the guy who had been constantly apologizing to her in the afternoon. Su Wujia said, "There are 29 bricks left. Continue, don't stop." Louis Lewin's heart raced again. At that moment, the thug who had covered Long Qingha's mouth finally couldn't bear the fear any longer and turned to run. But at that moment, Su Wujia suddenly kicked out. The half-broken brick on the ground was kicked up by him, accurately hitting the thug on the back of the head. The thug fell heavily, face first into the dirt, blood already pooling at the back of his head. "Did I tell you to run?" Su Wuji chuckled and walked over leisurely, grabbing the thug by the ankle and lifting him upside down. Then, with a sudden swing, the thug was flung sideways and his head crashed heavily against a tree. A large number of leaves were shaken off. The dull thud made everyone's heart skip a beat. After this impact, the thug was left bloodied and unconscious. If one looked closely, they would see that his entire facial structure had been severely distorted. One side of his face was clearly sunken in. Only then did Su Wuji release the thug's ankle, casually tossing him onto the ground, and clapped his hands. "This guy has a hard head. He must be worth at least 5 bricks. Lu Sandog, did you understand? Is hard head used like that?" Long Qingha couldn't help but chuckle slightly. Thus, Louis Lewin could only brace himself and walked over with 5 bricks, smashing them one after another onto his brother's head, hitting him forcefully over 20 times before he finally shattered all 5 bricks. The thug's head was deformed, and it was uncertain if he would survive. Long Qingha watched the scene, her expression tightening a bit, and could only take deep breaths to calm the turmoil in her heart. She was not a saint, so it was impossible for her to criticize Su Wuji for being too harsh at this moment. But, did this young man not fear the consequences of possibly taking a life? After all, according to current laws, even acts of bravery and self-defense have strict and subjective boundaries for judgment. If one were to consider the standards of certain judges from a few years ago, Su Wuji's actions could not even be classified as mutual fighting, but rather as malicious injury. After about 10 minutes, the only ones still standing were Louis Lewin and Long Qingha. Su Wuji, with an unlit cigarette in his mouth, leaned against a Santana that didn't even have airbags and said, "There are still 11 bricks left. They're all yours." Louis Lewin fell to his knees with a thud. "Boss Su, I beg you, spare me. I will never do this again," he cried bitterly. Su Wuji replied indifferently, "Last time at the Oriental Beauty Club, if you hadn't run fast, you probably wouldn't be standing here talking." At that time, the incident involving the shareholders of the Oriental Beauty Club forcing female college students was something Louis Lewin could not have been uninvolved in. He was undoubtedly one of the accomplices. "Brother, I really won't do it again. I will turn over a new leaf. Su Wuji shook his head and smiled broadly, "But I don't believe you." His smile made Louis Lewin cry even louder. This group of brothers had been beaten half to death, and whether they could wake up in the second half of their lives was uncertain. Louis Lewin knew well how much strength was needed to smash bricks on someone's head. If he took a few hits, he would definitely end up a vegetable. "If I had come a little later, that woman might have already fallen victim to your hands. How would you have let her live the rest of her life? You. Hey, what the hell? The world is too small." As Su Wuji spoke, he glanced at Long Qingha and suddenly felt a jolt. The phone call from Jiang Wanqing had already informed him that this woman was the top star of Linjiang TV. Long Qingha looked deeply at Su Wuji, her heart racing a bit. She pressed her hand against her heaving chest, trying to suppress her emotions with external force, and then said seriously, "Thank you so much today. I will take care of repairing your car." "That's fine, but if you insist on fixing my car, could you also replace the seats with genuine leather?" Long Qingha replied, "Huh? Repairing the car isn't urgent. I need to fix the person first. As Su Wooji said this, he picked up a brick and walked over to Lu Iluan's side. Lu Sandog, kneel straight. Lu Iluan was terrified to the extreme but could only kneel upright. Su Wujie said, I see that skull tattoo on your chin is quite unpleasant. Why tattoo your face of all places? As he spoke, he swung a brick upward. It struck right on the chin. Lu Iluan's chin immediately emitted a cracking sound. The pain brought tears to his eyes. Although his chin was deformed from the blow, the skull tattoo remained intact. Su Wujie shook his head. Not enough, still not enough. Long Qinghe glanced at Su Wujie, hesitated for a moment, and finally said, how about we call the police? Su Wujie replied, what do you know? Don't butt in. Long Qinghe. She had always been very rule-abiding, doing everything within the confines of regulations, but today, if Su Wujie beat someone half to death and then just walked away, if the police pursued it later, he would definitely go to jail. If she concealed it for him, wouldn't that be considered perjury and deceiving the police, and she would get implicated too? But that thought was fleeting. Long Qinghe felt ashamed for having such a thought. Su Wujie pulled a dagger from the mouth of the thug with a pierced cheek and walked up to Lu Iluan, saying, kneel properly, and if you move, I'll kill you. Lu Iluan looked at the dagger pressed against him and couldn't help but shiver. Su Wujie's hand moved, and the knife fell. Lu Iluan let out a miserable scream as his chin instantly became drenched in blood. The flesh on his chin was completely sliced off by Su Wujie, and the skull tattoo that was originally on his chin finally disappeared completely. Blood everywhere. Su Wujie patted Lu Iluan's face. Call the police yourself and say these people were beaten by you, understood? Lu Iluan thought Su Wujie was going to let him go, and immediately nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Got it, I understand. Bro, don't worry. He endured the excruciating pain in his chin and began to make the call in front of Su Wujie, taking all the blame upon himself. Bro, I finished the call, the police will be here in 10 minutes. Lu Iluan forced out a smile that looked worse than crying. Bang! A brick came crashing down on his head. The brick shattered on impact. Lu Iluan collapsed to the ground. Su Wujie showed no mercy and smashed a few more bricks onto Lu Iluan's head before finally stopping. This guy's head was caved in. He would either become a vegetable or a fool. Su Wujie clapped his hands and looked at Long Qinghe, feeling relieved. Long Qinghe pressed down on her heaving chest, unsure how to respond. Looks like it's still not enough relief. Right, we need to confiscate his tools of the crime. Su Wujie said, then kicked hard at Lu Iluan's lower abdomen. Even though Long Qinghe was a woman, she felt her legs tighten at the sight, almost unable to hold her urine. Immediately after, Su Wujie took out his phone and switched to speaker mode. Brother Honchang, there are a few social scum fighting like dogs at the southeast corner of Hubin. Can you send someone from the precinct to clean up the mess? Li Hongqing's hearty laughter came through the phone. Good kid, you're eliminating harm for the people again. I'll treat you to drinks another day. Long Qinghe heard that voice and her delicate body trembled violently. She was shocked to the core, her legs went weak, and she stumbled back a couple of steps before falling to the ground. Su Wujie hung up the phone and glanced sideways at Long Qinghe, who was on the ground. Why are you so scared? Long Qinghe got up, not bothering to brush off the dust from her bottom, took a deep breath, and asked, was that Li from the Hubin precinct who just called you? Yeah, Su Wujie admitted directly. Long Qinghe's throat moved, and she said with difficulty, but you actually contacted the police. Aren't you afraid they'll arrest you? In her view, once that Lu Iluan called the police to take responsibility, this matter seemed to be able to come to an end, at least logically. But this young man just had to call Li Hongqing directly, unless they were exceptionally close. In Long Qinghe's impression, Li Hongqing was an extremely outstanding police officer, upright and never biased. But how could he be so familiar with this young man who was so ruthless? Su Wujie smiled and said, we police and citizens are of one heart, always like a family. Long Qinghe stood there, looking at the people sprawled on the ground, momentarily unable to digest the information in that statement. Su Wujie opened the door of the Puzang car, tried to start it, and it still worked, though the hood was dented and slightly obstructed his view. He simply jumped onto the hood, stomped down with both feet, and flattened the raised part. Long Qinghe was stunned. It was the first time she realized a car could be fixed like this. This old car is quite sturdy. Su Wujie backed the car out and said to Long Qinghe, actually, the area around Yunyan Lake is usually very safe. Today is just your bad luck to encounter something like this. You should head back early. However, Long Qinghe opened the passenger door and took a seat. Su Wujie was taken aback. What are you doing? Just because I saved you once, you're falling for me? Long Qinghe hesitated and said, the person I'm looking for hasn't been found yet. Can you take me to the Queen's bar? Su Wujie chuckled and locked the car door. With you looking this good, aren't you afraid I might do something to you in the car? Long Qinghe immediately replied, you're not that kind of person. Yet, as she spoke, she instinctively pressed her too plump, fair thighs together a bit. Su Wujie remarked, those legs are nice. Long Qinghe tightened her legs even more, placing her hands on her skirt to eliminate any last chance of exposure. Su Wujie coughed twice. Forget it, I'm heading that way anyway, I'll take you. Thanks to Jiang Wanqing's reminder, he certainly knew who Long Qinghe was looking for. But if he really accepted this damned interview, wouldn't love letters from all over the country flood into the Queen's bar afterward? It would be so annoying. By the way, you saved me, but I still don't know your name. Long Qinghe turned to look at the young man beside her, still feeling a bit dazed. Su Wujie replied, my name is Yin Xiaopeng. Long Qinghe said, oh, that's a cute name. Su Wujie glanced at her, if you have no words, don't force a compliment. Long Qinghe, a renowned host, was actually at a loss for words at this moment. After 2 minutes of silence, Long Qinghe looked at the huge sign of the Queen's Bar. I heard this place is very popular, it's my first time here. Su Wujie grinned, yes, this is the gathering place for beauties in Linzhou. The quality of beauties in all the night spots in this city combined doesn't compare to this place. Long Qinghe asked, are you very familiar with it? Su Wujie smiled even more happily. I come here almost every day. Long Qinghe had grown up with traditional education. Although she had stepped into the entertainment industry, she still believed that men who liked to go to nightclubs were not very serious. She felt that Su Wujie's smile at this moment was filled with lewdness, and thinking about how this guy had such a stunning girlfriend made Long Qinghe instinctively uncomfortable. Although you saved me, but... She hesitated for a moment and still advised, that girl looks at you with all her heart, you shouldn't let her down. Su Wujie lazily replied, what does it have to do with you? Long Qinghe said seriously, you're actually a good person. If you want, I can introduce you to a job. Su Wujie responded irritably, you're also a good person, just stupid to death. Long Qinghe bit her lip. She had intended to argue a bit, but thinking about how this annoying guy had just saved her life, she held back. Fortunately, the Queen's Bar was just ahead. Long Qinghe let out a sigh, I've arrived, thank you. How about I treat you to a meal another day? She actually wanted to buy something to thank Su Wujie. After all, without him, she would surely be enduring hellish pain at this moment. Su Wujie said, I don't want to have a meal with a stupid woman. Long Qinghe gently clenched her fist. Be clear, where am I stupid? Su Wujie chuckled, you can't even tell whether I'm in a relationship with Song Jiyu, and you come at me with a lecture full of paternalism, and you say you're not stupid? That girl is called Song Jiyu, so she likes you unilaterally? Long Qinghe realized, then immediately apologized, I'm sorry, I thought you were a scumbag. Su Wujie sneered, it's fine, there are plenty of people who think I'm a scumbag, you're not the only one. I'm sorry, Long Qinghe said again. But apologies aside, Long Qinghe still couldn't understand what this scumbag had that made Song Jiyu like him. After thinking it over, she could only conclude that the girl was too young and hadn't seen many successful men. Stop talking nonsense, we're here, get out of the car, Su Wujie said. However, in Su Wujie's eyes, this woman recognized her mistake and was quite sensible, making her less annoying. Thank you. While speaking, Long Qinghe noticed several luxury cars worth millions parked at the entrance of the Queen's Bar, all making way to leave the widest parking space at the entrance for this Santana. At that moment, Long Qinghe couldn't help but feel that the Queen's Bar had great hospitality. The reception staff really didn't judge people by appearances. Even a car that could only be sold for scrap metal received the same parking treatment as a Ferrari. Immediately, 2 staff members came over to open the car door, even raising their hands to the door frame to prevent Long Qinghe from bumping her head. She was astonished to see that when Su Wujie turned off the engine and kicked open the driver's door, the staff at the entrance all bowed in unison. Long Qinghe couldn't help but say, the service here is really good, it makes one feel at home, mainly because the owner here is talented and manages well. Su Wujie chuckled, tossing the car keys to the valet, then said, you find your people, I'll have my drink, and we'll each do our own thing. After saying that, he was the first to walk into the bar. Long Qinghe followed closely behind. However, she was soon taken aback. She noticed that when other luxury car owners entered the bar, they did not receive the same bowing treatment from all the staff and security at the entrance. Could it be that these staff recognized me? Long Qinghe thought of this idea immediately, but after considering it, she felt this reason was a bit flimsy. After all, she had put on makeup that almost changed her appearance. To be safe, she took out a pair of yellow polarized sunglasses from her bag, put them on, and covered her current appearance a bit more. In such a large bar, finding one person is a bit difficult. Long Qinghe was still thinking of creating a chance encounter to befriend the one called Su Wujie. However, the bar was crowded, and the music was deafening. Where to start? Standing in front of the security at the entrance, Long Qinghe asked, excuse me, do you know someone named Su Wujie? The security guard, who was about 1.9 meters tall, widened his eyes. Miss, are you looking for our boss? Weren't you just getting out of the car with him? Long Qinghe was stunned. your boss? The nearby staff quickly nudged the security guard. The guy immediately changed his tune. Sorry, what's Su Wooji? I don't know him, never heard of him. Miss, why don't you try looking for someone else at another bar? In their eyes, it was clear that the boss was using a fake identity to pick up girls. Long Ching-ha wasn't as easily fooled as Song Ji-yu. After a brief moment of confusion, she scanned the faces of the two and understood everything. She stomped her foot, a bit annoyed. This annoying guy had actually deceived her all the way. No wonder luxury cars gave way to the Santana, no wonder everyone at the door bowed. The security and the waiter, realizing they had misspoken, immediately looked down at their toes and fell silent. Long Ching-ha angrily asked, "So, who is Yin Xiaopeng?" The loose-lipped security guard casually replied, "He's my master and also our boss's bodyguard, over 2 meters tall, very easy to recognize." The waiter next to him quickly stepped on his foot again. Long Ching-ha suddenly smiled. She pulled out 2 bills from her bag and stuffed them into the security guard's hand. "Thank you for your honesty." The waiter watched Long Ching-ha walk into the bar and cheerfully said, "Xiao Wang, maybe this lady is our future boss's wife. If she takes a liking to you and whispers sweet nothings to the boss, you could be on your way to success." The security guard, named Xiao Wang, was tightly clutching the 200 yuan tip, his palms sweaty, almost in tears. As Long Ching-ha reached the booth area, she spotted Su Wooji, who was standing next to a large booth with a somewhat strange expression. So, Long Ching-ha circled around to his back. Inside the booth sat a dozen or so young men and women who looked like students. A pretty girl was slightly frowning, looking at Su Wooji. "You followed me all the way here just to find me?" At that moment, standing by the booth was Zhuo Lingyu. She really didn't know how to evaluate Su Wooji's behavior after all these years, still secretly in love with her. A man who remains so devoted is indeed rare. So, should she encourage him? Having someone pursue her was certainly a good thing, but Zhuo Lingyu was sure that the current Su Wooji was not her type. They were all adults now. It was time to consider more practical issues. Su Wooji glanced at her sideways. "Who followed you?" A guy whose family owned a company patted Su Wooji on the shoulder and said, "Bro, to be honest, you and Lingyu are just not meant to be. There's no need to deliberately create such coincidences." This sounded quite earnest, but it was laced with smugness. This guy was Yuan Nienda, who had taken a dozen classmates for a tour of his family company in the afternoon, and now they were at the Queen's Bar, having booked a large booth to show off their financial strength. "Coincidence my ass, I work here." Su Wooji pushed Yuan Nienda's hand aside. "By the way, I don't like men touching me." Zhuo Lingyu shook her head. "Su Wooji, that excuse is really too far-fetched. I actually made things clear this afternoon. You are not my type right now." Su Wooji thought this woman was crazy and replied irritably, "You're not my type either." This statement had zero impact on Zhuo Lingyu. She gently bit her lip. "You don't need to disguise your emotions with that attitude. I know my rejection will hurt you, but if I keep you hanging, it will only prolong your pain." Hearing this, Su Wooji chuckled. "Zhuo Lingyu, that actually sounds somewhat human. Didn't you say you have work to do? Then go ahead." Zhuo Lingyu's face flushed, and she stopped arguing, sitting back down. Long Ching-ha stood at a diagonal behind, watching the scene, secretly amused. She could clearly see that this reckless bar owner was speaking nothing but the truth at that moment, yet no one believed him. But at this moment, Long Ching-ha still couldn't connect this violent man dressed like a peacock with the heroic image that had taken down Fengjie's human trafficking gang. However, she still had an interview to complete. Long Ching-ha suddenly remembered what she had said to Li Hongcheng on the phone before coming here: make friends first, and then think about the interview later. And right now, wasn't this a great opportunity to build a relationship? At that moment, Yuan Nienda grinned and put his arm around Su Wooji's shoulder. "Bro, why don't we sit down and have a drink together? Today, it's on me, drink as much as you want." Su Wooji had been a bit impatient, but upon hearing this, his eyes lit up. "Are you serious? Some drinks in this Queen Bar are quite expensive. Can you really afford it?" After finally getting such a good setup, Yuan Nienda couldn't let him off easily, so he said, "We're all here to have fun, so let's drink freely." Seeing Su Wooji sit down, Zhuo Lingyu frowned again. She leaned over, sitting next to Su Wooji, and whispered, "Do you really have to sit down and drink? Can't you see?" Although Zhuo Lingyu was very purposeful in her actions, she didn't have bad intentions. She wanted to remind Su Wooji that Yuan Nienda was deliberately trying to embarrass him, but at that moment, a beautiful woman wearing yellow polarized sunglasses approached their booth and asked, "I'm also a friend of Su Wooji. Can I sit down with you?" Upon seeing this woman, the 7 or 8 boys present immediately brightened up. Although the lighting was still quite dim, making it hard to see her features clearly, the combination of her intellect and maturity was simply captivating. Zhuo Lingyu's first reaction was, how could someone as poor as Su Wooji have such a beautiful friend? However, Su Wooji covered his forehead and said irritably, "Did you mistake me for someone else?" He didn't even realize when his disguise had slipped. "Wooji, what are you joking about? I just came here in your car, Longqing has said with a smile. Yuan Nianda instinctively felt that this mature woman looked a bit familiar, but he couldn't recall where he had seen her, so he immediately called out, come on, sit down. Since you're here, we're all friends. He made room for her, but Longqing has sat right next to Su Wuji. Thus, on Su Wuji's left was Zhuo Lingyu, and on his right was Longqing, making him the most envied man in the booth. However, Zhuo Lingyu wasn't feeling great at the moment. She felt that all her spotlight had been overshadowed by this mature sister. In terms of temperament, looks, and figure, she felt she couldn't compete at all. Yuan Nianda said, come on, everyone, let's see what drinks we should order. A few of them picked up the bar's tablet and browsed the drink menu. In fact, the average price of drinks at the Queen Bar wasn't too high, but for these graduate students still in school, it was a bit beyond their budget. Yuan Nianda was also eager to perform, emphasizing again, everyone, feel free to drink. Whatever you drink today, it's all on me, Yuan Nianda. Zhuo Lingyu was flipping through the price list, appearing calm on the surface, but inside, she felt a bit unsettled. She never came to nightclubs mainly because her living expenses didn't allow for such spending. Although with Zhuo Lingyu's looks, she could easily find a long-term sponsor, she had higher aspirations and didn't want to sell herself short so soon. She only ordered a cocktail that cost 100 yuan. Meanwhile, Longqing nudged Su Wuji with her elbow, a familiar gesture like old friends. Hey, what do you want to drink? Su Wuji ignored her, grinning as he asked the few students around, have you ever had the Shunlong set? The students shook their heads in unison. Not only have we never had it, we've never even heard of it. They had all been focused on their studies before, at most visiting some small quiet bars. Where would they have encountered something like the Shunlong set with the black spade? Longqing almost couldn't hold back a laugh and said, I haven't had it either. Su Wujie turned to Yuan Nianda and said, this classmate, I haven't had the Shunlong set yet, can I get a set? Yuan Nianda's facial muscles stiffened a bit. He replied, sure, the Shunlong set has the small Shunlong and the big Shunlong. How about we get a small one? The small Shunlong costs 38,000. Su Wujie immediately took over the conversation. Since we have a lot of people, let's get a big Shunlong set. The students still didn't know how much that was. Su Wujie grinned, but this one costs 88,800. A bit pricey, forget it. A group of students showed expressions of astonishment, and they echoed, yeah, that's too expensive. We don't need to drink such expensive wine. Yuan Nianda, not realizing Su Wujie was trying to elevate himself, gritted his teeth and said, alright, waiter, bring us an 88,800 Shunlong set. The waiter beamed, sure, sir, what's your surname? My surname is Yuan Nianda. Yuan Nianda knew that asking for a name was for what purpose, and he reminded, make sure the DJ doesn't call it wrong later. A minute later, the DJ on site began to shout, congratulations to Mr. Yuan Nianda at table 3 for winning the 88,888 big Shunlong set. Cheers erupted in the bar, and beautiful ladies lined up to deliver the drinks to the table, making Yuan Nianda feel quite pleased. He suddenly thought that spending this money was worth it, and he felt a bit grateful to Su Wujie. At this moment, Longqing looked at the row of beautiful women in high-slit kipeos delivering drinks and leaned close to Su Wujie's ear, whispering, Boss Su, you were right, the quality of the beauties here is a notch above our Lingxiang TV. Su Wujie turned to glance at her. What exactly do you want by getting so close to me? However, they were too close, and Su Wujie's whisper almost brushed against Longqing's cheek. Seeing them so close and whispering, Zhuo Lingyu suddenly felt a sense of being neglected. She raised her glass and took a big gulp. As a result, she drank too quickly and ended up choking on her tears. Yet, even though Zhuo Lingyu was coughing heavily, Su Wujie didn't glance her way at all, continuing to chat with Longqing. At this moment, Yuan Nianda clinked glasses with his classmates while observing Zhuo Lingyu's expression. He had spent so much money, thinking he could win a smile from the beauty, but Zhuo Lingyu seemed to be in a low mood, sitting there expressionless and drinking alone. On the second floor, Xiao Yinlei leaned against the railing, which bore the soft pressure, while Xiao Pang stood beside her. Manager Xiao, what is the boss doing? Xiao Pang asked. The boss is helping the bar make money, Xiao Yinlei replied with a smile. Xiao Pang was puzzled. Can you really make money being squeezed by two women like that? Xiao Yinlei cleared her throat and still answered, sometimes it can work. Xiao Pang asked, when? How can I answer that in detail? Xiao Yinlei gently rubbed her forehead, then turned to the supervisor under her and said, go tell Mr. Yuan that today we have a recharge event for the Shunlong set VIPs, recharge 3 million and get 200,000, recharge 5 million and get 500,000, ask him if he needs it. The supervisor was taken aback. Manager Xiao, when did we have this event? Xiao Yinlei smiled, just now. Come on, Lingyu, let's have a toast. Yuan Nianda said, leaning over the tea table to clink glasses with Zhuo Lingyu. Zhuo Lingyu downed half a glass of wine in one go, seemingly lacking much interest in conversation. The girl had a decent tolerance for alcohol, having already consumed more than half a bottle alone. Her cheeks were only slightly flushed. At that moment, Long Qinghe nudged Su Wuji with his elbow. The girl next to you seems to be in a bad mood. Su Wuji replied irritably, what does that have to do with me? Long Qinghe asked, I want to hear some gossip. It feels like there's definitely something going on between you two. But we're not close, Su Wuji dismissed him lazily. I suspect you have ulterior motives for getting close to me. Long Qinghe decided to reveal her true intention. I want to do an exclusive interview. I want to hear about your heroic journey in capturing Frenjie. Su Wuji chuckled, turning to look at her. Dating me is fine, but discussing this isn't. Long Qinghe asked, what do I need to do for you to agree? Su Wuji glanced at her chest, then at her thighs, chuckling as he pointed at the golden bottle of wine in front of them. If you can finish this bottle, I'll give you the interview. Long Qinghe surprisingly showed no hesitation, grabbing the bottle to pour it into her mouth. Hey, even if the Shillong set is expensive, you can't just chug it like that. Look at how inexperienced you are, Su Wuji said with a look of disdain, stopping her. Yuan is going to be worried. I won't worry. What's there to worry about? We're all out to have fun, right? Yuan Nienda's vanity was being satisfied like never before. Sister, drink up. Once you finish, we'll open another set. Long Qinghe wiped the wine from the corner of her mouth and glared at Su Wuji. You're deliberately setting me up. Su Wuji glanced at her thighs. When have I ever set you up? Long Qinghe caught the double meaning in his words and closed her legs a bit. Xiao Lei, watching anxiously from upstairs, stomped her foot. Why is the boss stopping her? Let her chug it. If she gets drunk, it'll be easier. Just then, the front hall manager of the bar approached, saying, Mr. Yuan, I'm the manager of the Queen Bar. We have a promotion for Shenlong set customers. Recharge 3 million and get 200,000. Recharge 5 million and get 500,000. Would you like to consider it today? Yuan Nienda had already drunk half a bottle and was feeling a bit tipsy, but upon hearing the recharge amount, he hesitated. Su Wuji glanced upstairs and saw Xiao Yinlei leaning over the railing, waving at him. He then asked, Hey, manager, our young master Yuan doesn't care about the bonuses. Do you have any other complimentary services? For example, after recharging, can young Master Yuan's name be flashing on the big screen continuously? The manager smiled warmly at his boss, this handsome guy. Yes, as long as the recharge exceeds 5 million, we can make young Master Yuan's name shine for an hour. Su Wuji slapped his thigh. Then what are we waiting for? Young Master Yuan, come on, let's recharge. Zhuo Lingyu watched this scene with a calm expression, feeling a bit unhappy. She said to Su Wuji, you don't need to flatter him like that. Su Wuji grinned, young Master Yuan is treating us to drinks. Shouldn't we provide him with some emotional value? Where else can we find such a wealthy and kind-hearted person? Zhuo Lingyu was silenced by his retort and took another sip of her drink. Although Yuan Nienda's family owned a company, he was raised with strict discipline and couldn't easily come up with that much money. He clearly felt a bit awkward. I usually focus on studying and rarely come to nightclubs, so I can't spend much even if I recharge a lot. How about I recharge 3 million first? Sounds good. The manager said, recharge 3 million, and I can try to get your name to shine for half an hour throughout the bar. I guarantee you will be the brightest star of the night, the whole queen. Please wait a moment, I'll ask the boss. He then glanced at Su Wujie. After consulting, with a loud clap, Su Wujie excitedly shouted, Great, it's done. Yuan Xiao is a real man. Long Qinghe's expression was somewhat resentful. Why are you hitting my thigh? This guy really has a heavy hand. Yuan Nienda also slammed his glass down on the coffee table, shouting boldly, Alright, let's do it. He didn't even consider that if his dad found out about this, he might beat him half to death. A dozen classmates applauded. After swiping the card to pay, all the screens in the bar lit up simultaneously with the words, Congratulations, Mr. Yuan Nienda on becoming a gold card member of the Queen's Bar. The crowd erupted in cheers again, and at that moment, Yuan Nienda felt this was the peak of manhood. He couldn't help but glance at Su Wujie a couple more times, his eyes filled with pride. Zhuo Lingyu watched this scene, shook her head, and softly said, Immature. Long Qinghe looked at the red fingerprints on her snow-white thigh and felt that Su Wujie was really unpredictable, leaving her a bit unsure of how to respond. She picked up her glass, clinked it with Su Wujie's, leaned closer to his ear, and whispered, Congratulations on making another profit. Boss Su really knows how to make money. Su Wujie chuckled, There are too many places to spend money. You big stars definitely don't understand the struggles of us small vendors. It must be said that Long Qinghe was too close to him, especially when speaking. The warm breath from her mouth tickled his ear, and combined with the influence of alcohol, it made him a bit restless. Su Wujie held back and didn't reach out to wrap his arms around Long Qinghe's soft waist. No wonder people always say that when drunk, everyone is gentle. Once the alcohol kicked in, even Zhuo Lingyu's looks skyrocketed, rivaling first-line female stars. Zhuo Lingyu saw Long Qinghe and Su Wujie whispering to each other while she was completely ignored, and her feeling of displeasure was magnified. Then, she stood up and sat next to Long Qinghe. Sister, I toast you a drink. My name is Zhuo Lingyu. I'm a first-year graduate student at Linjiang University. Impressive, Long Qinghe said. I'm He Qinglong. I run a media company. Since the other party didn't recognize her, Long Qinghe said her name backward. Su Wujie leaned in. Sister Long is even more skilled at using a pseudonym than I am. It seems you're also a flirt. Long Qinghe, feeling tipsy, playfully slapped Su Wujie's thigh. I'm not. Zhuo Lingyu looked at this action, frowned slightly, and asked, Sister Long, what is your relationship with Su Wujie? Long Qinghe smiled. Lingyu, are you very concerned about this question? I'm not. Zhuo Lingyu shook her head. I just think you're very beautiful, with great temperament, and I want to know why you're so close to him. Zhuo Lingyu's intuition was sharp. She instinctively felt that this He Qinglong was not a foolish woman, but why was she so close to Su Wujie? What was she after? Su Wujie grinned and answered proactively, because she's pursuing me. Long Qinghe's eyes widened. Shameless. Zhuo Lingyu, however, explained to Long Qinghe, Sister Long, Su Wujie has liked me for many years, so you shouldn't pursue him, you won't succeed. Oh, I see. Long Qinghe smiled so happily. So, Mr. Su is so devoted. Now it was Su Wujie's turn to widen his eyes. He really couldn't understand Zhuo Lingyu's thought process. Su Wujie gritted his teeth and said, Zhuo Lingyu, let me emphasize, I am not pursuing you. Zhuo Lingyu, you did. You deliberately created 2 encounters today. Su Wujie, bullshit. Even if I really pursued you, did you refuse me? Zhuo Lingyu, yes. You refused me, yet you won't let me get close to other women? Are you out of your mind? Zhuo Lingyu bit her lip, feeling a bit wronged, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Although I refused you, it's only for now. I never said I wouldn't give you a chance in the future. I might change my mind. Damn. Su Wujie gritted his teeth. At this moment, he really wanted to call Xiao Pang over to shut this self-satisfied little fairy up. At that moment, in a corner booth of the Queen Bar, Mu Yuanming's expression was somewhat displeased. I wanted to see how far this kid and Qianyu have developed, but instead, he's just hugging and flirting with girls? Su Wuxian, can't you manage your dear nephew properly? The man in the tang suit showed no embarrassment, chuckling, can't manage it, it's in his bones, just like his father. Mu Yuanming took a gloomy sip of his drink. Your Su family really excels at branching out. Xiao Yinlei had been watching the boss flirt with girls from the second floor, but now she noticed 2 older men sitting in the corner, one of whom was gritting his teeth in the direction of the boss. Oh my, I didn't expect these 2 old gentlemen to show up. This is going to be hard to explain. Xiao Yinlei said, Xiao Pang, if the boss gets criticized by them, we're definitely going to have our wages docked. They dare to criticize the boss? Xiao Pang didn't even glance at Su Wuxian and Mu Yuanming's position, turning around to head downstairs. Where are you going? Xiao Yinlei shouted. Xiao Pang, I'm going to knock them out. Knock out Su Wuxian? This was the boss's uncle. Xiao Yinlei's delicate figure swayed, nearly fainting. She quickly caught up with Xiao Pang, gripping him tightly. If you knock them out, our boss will definitely get beaten up afterward. The consequences are that serious? Then I won't knock them out, Xiao Pang said. Xiao Yinlei felt a bit relieved. Well, that's more like it. Xiao Pang, filled with killing intent, I'm going to take them down. At that moment, 3 black business cars stopped at the entrance of the Queen Bar. The doors opened, and a group of men in black suits stepped out. However, the suits on them gave off a thuggish vibe. Each one had crew cuts or shaved heads, exuding a fierce aura. Some even had obvious scars on their faces. Seeing this, the security at the entrance of the Queen Bar immediately surrounded them. They were quite experienced with such situations, but in the past, it was usually the boss leading them to take down others, rarely becoming the passive side. What are you here for? Xiao Pang's apprentice asked. His name was Wang Dazhou, standing at nearly 2 meters tall, exuding an imposing presence. The leader of the group, a middle-aged man in his 40s with rough, dark skin and a fierce look in his eyes, replied coldly, We're here to dance, is that okay? Wang Dazhou responded gruffly, No. The middle-aged man sneered, Then we'll take you too. At this moment, Xiao Yinlei had already received the news through the intercom. She immediately called the fiercely determined Xiao Pang and hurried downstairs. Meanwhile, Su Wujie, sitting in the booth, also noticed their actions. It was rare for Xiao Yinlei and Xiao Pang to appear together at the Queen Bar, and seeing them hurry, Su Wujie realized trouble was coming. Although Long Qinghe was a bit tipsy, she still had some judgment and asked, What's wrong? Is something happening? Su Wujie grinned, If you came to watch the fun today, you might just have a treat for your eyes. Long Qinghe straightforwardly denied, I'm not interested in watching the fun. I'm here to be friends with you. Zhuo Lingyu heard this and still wore an unhappy expression on her pretty face, saying, Sister Long, you don't need to keep pestering Su Wujie. Long Qing has secretly found it amusing that this girl, several years younger than her, was actually wary of her. She decided to have some fun. Wu Jie already said, he's not yours. Clearly, Long Qingha realized that this female classmate must not know Su Wujie's true identity, otherwise, she wouldn't have such an attitude. Zhuo Lingyu insisted, but his heart can't possibly be on you, you don't need to waste your efforts. Who says so? Su Wujie interjected, then boldly reached out and directly wrapped his arm around Long Qingha's shoulder. Long Qingha's body stiffened slightly, but she still smiled at Zhuo Lingyu. To Zhuo Lingyu, that smile felt like a provocation. Su Wujie, even if you're sad about being rejected, you shouldn't use this way to irritate me, Zhuo Lingyu said, taking a gloomy sip of her drink, on the verge of tears. Seeing her red-rimmed eyes, Su Wujie couldn't help but feel much better. His hand slid from Long Qingha's shoulder down to her waist, holding her tighter. Zhuo Lingyu suddenly burst into tears. In the corner diagonally opposite, Mu Yuanming's pale face after surgery had clearly darkened. Su Wuxian, did you sneak here just to watch Su Wujie hug other women in front of me, your old father-in-law? Su Wuxian coughed twice, took a sip of his drink, and chuckled. Mu'er, at your age, you should know better. I'm still your elder brother. How can you just call my name? Mu Yuanming's anger couldn't subside. Are we talking about this now? Look where your good nephew's hands are. Su Wuxian raised an eyebrow. Mu'er, do you dare say you've never wrapped your arms around those girls' waists in the club? Mu Yuanming was momentarily dumbfounded. What they? Su Wuxian, you're not following the script. Su Wuxian sneered coldly. Keep messing around, and I'll tell your daughter about your embarrassing moments when you were drunk. Mu Yuanming instantly wilted. Brother, I was wrong. As he said this, he was still a bit puzzled. Clearly, he was in the right. So how did he get cornered by Su Wuxian with just a few words? Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Queen Bar, tensions were high. The middle-aged man at the forefront took out a photo from his pocket and placed it in front of Xiao Yinlei. We are from the Ninghai National Security Bureau's major case team, looking to take this person away for questioning. Ninghai National Security Bureau? Xiao Yinlei squinted and smiled. Where's your identification? The middle-aged man immediately pulled out his ID, waved it in front of Xiao Yinlei, and then put it away. Xiao Yinlei just glanced at it and called Su Wujie. In front of the group in black suits, she directly said, Boss, a group claiming to be from the Ninghai National Security is here looking for you, but I can't confirm their identity. Should I just throw them into the river? Throw them into the river. The middle-aged man was slightly taken aback. Do bar owners play this big? Then he sneered, Go ahead, try it. Trust me, the more you resist, the more we will see the results we expect. Su Wujie's voice came from the phone. Wait for me at the door. Xiao Yinlei received the order and signaled to Xiao Pang, get the weapons. Xiao Pang complied and quickly ran toward the basement. This group of people who call themselves national security still do not understand the specific meaning of the words searching for weapons from Xiao Yinlei. If they knew that they were about to have a sniper rifle pointed at their heads, I wonder if their legs would go weak on the spot. After hanging up Xiao Yinlei's call, Su Wujie stood up. Are you leaving? Yuan Nianda asked. It was hard to come by such a loser control group, and he was reluctant to let Su Wujie leave just like that. Su Wujie patted Yuan Nianda's shoulder. Yuan, I represent the Queen's Bar to thank you. Someone is looking for me at the door, so I'll be leaving first. For this big fool, Su Wujie was genuinely grateful and hoped he would come by more often. Yuan Nianda laughed heartily, saying, Dude, stop pretending, you're not the boss here. How can you represent the Queen's Bar? Zhuo Lingyu surprisingly stood up as well and said, I want to go back too. Tonight, due to Long Qingha's appearance, she had completely lost her interest. Yuan Nianda was still far from drunk, and seeing the goddess wanting to leave, he immediately said, Then let's see Su Wujie off first. Naturally, Long Qingha could not stay here. She still wanted to find opportunities to probe into Su Wujie's background. This young bar owner presented such a stark contrast to her expectations that Long Qingha still felt it was unreal. As Su Wujie reached the door, a middle-aged man claiming to be from Ninghai National Security approached him. Su Wujie, we are from the Ninghai National Security Serious Crimes Unit. Come with us, we suspect you are related to a malicious injury incident. Upon hearing this, Zhuo Lingyu and Yuan Nianda, along with a few classmates, took a step back, creating some distance from Su Wujie. Surprisingly, it was Long Qingha who spoke first. You must be mistaken. The incident has nothing to do with Su Wujie. You should investigate the cause and effect of the matter. She thought these national security officers had come because Su Wujie had injured a few thugs while saving her earlier. The middle-aged man chuckled coldly. The evidence is conclusive. the injured have provided me with evidence. How could we be mistaken? Long Qinghe insisted, I am a witness and a participant. I can testify. In her view, since Su Wuji saved her, it would be too inhumane to remain silent at this moment. Su Wuji looked at Long Qinghe, shook his head, and smiled. What are you standing up for now? You're a good person, but just too foolish. Long Qinghe insisted, I'm not foolish. I can't just stand by and watch a righteous person be slandered. You still don't believe you're foolish, Su Wuji said. This matter should be handled by the police, but the ones who came are claiming to be from Ningxi National Security. Don't you think that's problematic? Long Qinghe clearly hadn't grasped the crux of the matter. What do you mean? Take them all away. The middle-aged man waved his hand. The security at the Queen's Bar immediately blocked Su Wuji's path. Xiao Yinlei, however, turned her head to glance upstairs. At that moment, Xiao Pang was already lying on the rooftop of the Queen's Bar. The middle-aged man's head had appeared in his scope. As soon as Xiao Yinlei waved her hand, Xiao Pang would immediately pull the trigger. But Su Wuji pushed aside the men blocking him and sneered, All right, I'll go see if you're really from National Security. Saying this, he voluntarily walked towards the business vehicle. The middle-aged man sneered coldly, daring to doubt national security? This is the first time I've seen such an arrogant suspect. Yuan Nianda tugged at Zhuo Lingyu's arm and whispered, This old classmate of yours might have gotten into big trouble. We should avoid dealing with him in the future. Zhuo Lingyu remained silent, just watching Su Wuji's back as he got into the vehicle, her expression complex. Long Qinghe shouted, I'm going too. I'll testify for him. After saying that, she surprisingly also got into the car, sitting next to Su Wuji. The car door slammed shut immediately, and the vehicle started to leave. Su Wujie was almost speechless. You drag, really? So stupid. Long Qinghe was filled with righteous indignation. I can't let them wrong good people. Not even the national security. Rein in your sense of justice. Su Wujie leaned back in his seat, explaining weakly, the director of the Ningxi National Security Bureau is Su Zhanhuang. If they were really from the Ningxi National Security Major Crimes Unit, would I not know? Long Qinghe didn't understand. Who is Su Zhanhuang? At that moment, a voice came from the third row. You're right, we are indeed not from the Ningxi National Security, and now that you've gotten into this car, don't expect to come back alive. 2 gun barrels were already aimed at the back of Su Wujie's and Long Qinghe's heads. Several business cars quickly left, and at this time, Su Wuxian and Mu Yuanming had also arrived at the bar entrance. Looking at the cars, Mu Yuanming said, Big brother, can you just stand by while they take Su Wujie away? Su Wuxian shook his head and chuckled. He's not my son. For such trivial matters, shouldn't they find his father? After saying that, he made a phone call. Where are you? I just saw your son being taken away. Which son? Su Wujie. The voice on the other end sounded indifferent. Don't worry, that kid is very slippery. He must have been caught on purpose. Even if he really gets caught, it's not a big deal. Just help him get out. Su Wuxian said irritably, I remind you, even if you're raising a child freely, there should be a limit. You're his biological father. You're still his biological uncle. The voice on the other end replied, I'm with Su Qiyan, can't get away, busy. Su Wuxian gritted his teeth and hung up the phone. Mu Yuanming smiled at the scene and didn't add fuel to the fire. He knew that every time the Su brothers met, they had to bicker a bit. Looking at the red-faced Uncle Su, Xiao Yinlei hesitated for a moment, then stepped forward and said, Uncle Su, the ones who took our boss should be impersonating national security personnel, and they might even be professional killers returning from abroad. Su Wuxian suppressed his displeasure and asked, What did you do in the past when you encountered such things? Xiao Yinlei succinctly replied, The boss uses himself as bait, and we wait for the right moment to act. Su Wuxian shook his head. Although the Su family generally raises the children freely, I am still an elder. Since we happen to encounter this today, then I'll take care of this kid's mess. When the gun was pressed against her head, Long Qinghe's body suddenly tensed. She never expected that in the land of Huaxia, in a provincial capital like Lingzhou, there would be criminals daring enough to impersonate national security. Su Wujie chuckled, See, I told you before that you were foolish, and you insisted on following. However, despite saying this, he had already taken Long Qinghe's hand. Even though he couldn't see through this young man from beginning to end, feeling the warmth radiating from his palm made Long Qinghe's racing heart finally slow down a bit. Watching the car drive out of the city, Long Qinghe took a deep breath, trying to make her voice calm. I am a public figure. If something happens to me today, you will all be in big trouble. This matter will attract a lot of attention online. The middle-aged man in the passenger seat laughed. Well, that's quite fitting. We have a lot of experience in making public figures disappear. The gunman in the third row also sneered. Last year, 2 politicians in Africa died under my gun. Long Qinghe's heart suddenly raced, and she clenched her fists. You should be clear, this is Huaxia. This is a country governed by law. Su Wujie still held her hand, calmly explaining, Huaxia is known as a forbidden land for mercenaries. The fact that these guys dare to come here means either they are well prepared or they have a powerful backing, and more likely, they have both. They are mercenaries? After hearing this term, Long Qing has still found it hard to believe. It seemed that what was unfolding before her was a dark side of the world that had never been revealed. Su Wujie said, their passport information is definitely all fake, but the machines can't detect it when they go through customs. Fake identities, real passports. Long Qing took a deep breath again. She heard a lot of critical information in this statement. If fake identities can fool customs checks, then who could be the big shot behind creating those fake identities? Could it be top down? For us, the middle-aged man in the passenger seat turned his head and scrutinized Su Wujie. How did you figure it out? Su Wujie chuckled. There's a wildness about mercenaries. It's a disregard for life. The middle-aged man asked, have you seen mercenaries? Su Wujie's voice was calm. I've killed. The middle-aged man sneered. Killed? Just you? Ha, I could easily blow your head off right now. Su Wujie grinned. Then go ahead. What are you waiting for? This was the first time Long Qing had experienced such a situation. She didn't know where Su Wujie's confidence came from and could only grip the other man's hand tighter. The middle-aged man indeed did not order to shoot, his expression showing a hint of amusement. I thought the boss specifically sent us back to use a sledgehammer to crack a nut, but now it seems things might actually be a bit interesting. Su Wujie glanced at him. You can still run now. I've been abroad for so many years. I've seen many smart people get themselves into trouble by being too clever. The middle-aged man fiddled with the gun in his hand. You're so young and too smart. That's actually not a good thing. After saying this, he fell silent. The gun pressed against the back of Su Wujie's head remained unmoved. The convoy drove out of Linzhou and into the jurisdiction of Jinyang City, arriving at Ningyang County. This used to be a strong industrial county, but in the past 2 years, as polluting enterprises gradually relocated to the northwest, the local economy had noticeably declined. The vehicle entered a chemical industrial park, surrounded by closed factories, with bumpy roads and dim streetlights, all shrouded in darkness. As the car moved deeper, a pungent sour smell and foul odor began to permeate the area, clearly indicating that some small chemical factories were secretly discharging waste at night. Su Wujie looked out the window and said, this is truly a good place to dispose of bodies. Ningyang County Chemical Industrial Park, Jishir Road, Weishir Road. Long Qing read the road signs in the direction of the headlights. While speaking, she glanced at Su Wujie, her eyes darting to her pocket. Su Wujie understood her hint, smiled and shook his head, but his gaze held a hint of encouragement. The middle-aged man also saw this action in the rearview mirror and chuckled. No need to announce the place so clearly. I'm not afraid of your phone's location, nor am I afraid of your call being on, because this car is equipped with a signal jammer. Upon hearing this, Long Qing's face turned pale. She immediately took out her phone to check, and indeed the call had been cut off. Her phone had no signal at all. In fact, from the moment she chased out of the bar, Long Qing had already dialed Li Hongqing's number and stuffed the phone into her pocket to relay information while on the call. This quick-thinking female host from the variety show was not just a pretty face with no brains, but she had greatly underestimated the professionalism of this group of mercenaries. Now, relying on the police for rescue seems impossible. The car drove up to the entrance of an abandoned chemical factory, and then the large iron gate of the factory opened automatically, allowing the car to continue inside. With the light from the headlights, Su Wujie suddenly saw a middle-aged man in an administrative jacket standing in front of the factory door, his expression gloomy, with 2 band-aids on his forehead. I guessed right, the world is really small. Su Wujie squinted and smiled. This middle-aged man was actually Lu Jiwen, the chief secretary of a certain retiring big shot from Ninghai. Su Qiyan was indeed right. That big leader was never someone who would suffer losses. He had previously promised Su Wujie sincerely to withdraw his shares, but now it seemed that was just a tactic to relax the other party's guard. More ruthless measures had long been arranged. Su Wujie and Long Qing were forced out of the car, their hands bound with zip ties. Kid, didn't expect this, did you? Lu Jiwen stepped forward, coldly laughing as he patted Su Wujie's face. I got beaten by you at noon, and now I've been tied up here at night. Secretary Lu's efficiency is really impressive. Su Wujie smiled. Now you finally recognize who I am? You told me your name was Yan Xiaopeng. If it weren't for the big boss having everything arranged, I might have really been fooled by you, Lu Jiwen said. It's a pity that the real Yan Xiaopeng couldn't come, otherwise, I would definitely throw him into a cesspit and let him eat his fill before he dies. Previously, being thrown into the sewer by Xiaopeng, covered in excrement, had become an indelible shadow in Lu Jiwen's heart. Su Wujie said, has your big boss come? I want to meet him. Lu Jiwen sneered. The big boss is not someone you can just meet whenever you want. For a small fry like you, I'm enough. As he spoke, he punched Su Wujie hard in the stomach. Su Wujie didn't react much, but Lu Jiwen shook his hand, wincing in pain, feeling as if he had just hit a steel plate. He angrily said to the middle-aged mercenary leader, "Old Wolf, take him inside. I want to interrogate him properly and see who is behind the schemes against our big boss." Su Wuji said playfully, a chief secretary so familiar with a group of mercenaries who kill and loot. "This is getting more and more interesting." Old Wolf waved his hand, and two subordinates pushed Long Qinghe and Su Wuji into the factory. Ahead, there was a large tank over 5 meters high, with 2 metal staircases leading directly to the top. At this moment, Lu Jiwen pressed a button, and the entire tank emitted a rumbling sound, releasing a series of unpleasant, irritating odors from the opening. Lu Jiwen looked at Su Wuji. "Do you know what's in this tank?" Su Wuji smiled. "It must be something that can corrode me to the point where not even bone fragments are left." Lu Jiwen said, "Good, so when I ask you something later, you just answer." Su Wuji countered, "What if I don't?" Lu Jiwen sneered, "If not, I will use these solutions to corrode your body bit by bit. You will see your toes disappear first, then your calves and thighs. But even if your stomach is corroded, as long as your heart is still beating, you can still live for a while." "Quite interesting." Long Qinghe couldn't help but shiver. Su Wuji said, "If I'm not mistaken, several disobedient people must have already died in that tank." Lu Jiwen laughed heartily, pointed at Old Wolf, and then rolled up his sleeves. "In the past, he handled these things, but today, I'm going to deal with you personally." Su Wuji smiled slightly. "Then it's truly my honor." Lu Jiwen waved his hand and coldly shouted, "Take them up." Thus, Su Wuji and Long Qinghe were pushed up the stairs by several mercenaries. Standing over 5 meters high, watching the solution bubbling in the tank, the sour smell had become so intense that it was hard to breathe, and Long Qinghe's legs were uncontrollably weak. She was extremely concerned about her appearance and body, unable to imagine being fully immersed in acidic liquid. But now, with her hands bound, at the mercy of others, it seemed there was no chance of escape. Lu Jiwen looked Long Qinghe up and down a few times, then grinned. "If I'm not mistaken, you're that host, right? The makeup is a bit different from what I see on TV. My wife really likes you." Long Qinghe didn't respond, but the rising and falling of her chest was enough to show her nervousness. Su Wuji stood beside her and asked, "Do you regret getting on that vehicle?" Long Qinghe shook her head. "I don't regret it, but I feel some regret that these bastards can't be punished." Su Wuji smiled. "That's good. I'm definitely keeping you as a friend." Long Qinghe was slightly taken aback, unsure of Su Wuji's true intentions at that moment. "Still being tough before you die?" Lu Jiwen sneered. "Right now, there's the strongest Chinese mercenary team in Africa guarding this factory area, with at least 3 snipers watching from the shadows. Even if the special police from Linzhou came, they wouldn't be able to break in within an hour." At this moment, Old Wolf had left 4 armed mercenaries in the factory while he went out to personally command the defense. He seemed rough but was actually very cautious, otherwise, he wouldn't have survived so long in the chaotic battlefield of Africa. However, after inspecting all the defense points, just as he reached the factory gate, he suddenly saw 2 rectangular headlights shining at the end of the road ahead. Old Wolf was very familiar with various vehicle models and immediately recognized that the car was a Rolls-Royce Phantom. In Lu Jiwen's view, with Su Wuji and Long Qinghe bound and held at gunpoint by 4 mercenaries, it was clearly impossible for them to stir up any trouble. In the massive tank just a step away, yellow liquid was bubbling, and the smell of chlorine was growing stronger. Long Qinghe was already feeling nauseous from the heavy odor, her face growing paler. After all, if the other side just gave her a gentle push, she would fall directly into it, turning from beauty to skeleton. Lu Jiwen stood in front of Su Wuji and said, "Who sent you to target our boss? If you cooperate, I can make it less painful for you. Otherwise, you'll see your flesh slowly corroding away, and that feeling is quite wonderful." Su Wuji did not hesitate this time and directly said, "The Yu family from the capital." He casually pulled a surname that often appeared in the evening news. You gave that up so easily?" Lu Jiwen was a bit skeptical. After all, this guy had been so tight-lipped before, so why was he suddenly willing to talk? Something felt off. Su Wuji grinned. "Yeah, I'm afraid of dying. Why does the Yu family want to deal with my boss?" Lu Jiwen asked again. "He's retiring next year. He can't possibly pose a threat to that person from the Yu family." Su Wuji chuckled. "How would I know? Maybe they have some life and death grudge from many years ago. How can I prove whether what you said is true or not?" Lu Jiwen asked coldly. He suddenly thought of the big leader behind him, who had worked with the big shot from the Yu family in the capital many years ago in Yuntang City in Jiangbei. Perhaps that was when the grudge was formed. With this thought, Lu Jiwen basically believed that what Su Wuji said was true. "You can just send a message and ask the person behind you, can't you?" Su Wuji said, "You're just a secretary. The truth of the matter needs to be judged by that big boss behind you. Don't make decisions for him." it sounds like you understand how to be a secretary better than I do. Lu Jiwon had already taken out his phone and typed a line of text in the message box. Boss, the interrogation is done, it's the Yu family. This guy clearly wasn't good at interrogation. He thought that a normal person would confess everything upon seeing a canister of bubbling corrosive solution. However, Lu Jiwon's message failed to send, always showing a sending failure. It was then he remembered that Old Wolf must have set up a signal jamming device in this chemical factory area. Lu Jiwon simply put away his phone. He wasn't in a hurry to send it anyway. After all, once he dealt with Su Wuji, he could report in person to the big boss, making it easier to take credit. Tell me the details of your cooperation with the Yu family, Lu Jiwon said. Who contacted you, the specific methods targeting our boss? Spill everything. Su Wuji smiled slightly, but if you make me stand next to this canister, I'll be so scared that I won't remember anything. Lu Jiwon grabbed Su Wuji by the collar. Kid, don't play tricks with me. Su Wuji's smile remained unchanged, but even if I tell you, can you guarantee I'll walk out of here alive today? I've seen your true colors, I'll definitely be silenced. Lu Jiwon was stumped by this statement. Indeed, all his tricks had been seen through by Su Wuji. If you speak up quickly, I can negotiate some. Lu Jiwon began, but before he could finish, 2 gunshots suddenly rang out from outside. At that moment, the 4 armed mercenaries clearly froze. They all knew that the defenses outside were personally commanded by Captain Old Wolf, which should have been foolproof. Could it be that the local SWAT team arrived so quickly? Wind Wolf, Maggot Wolf, keep an eye on the hostage. Fox Wolf, come with me to provide support. 2 mercenaries jumped down from the canister's ladder and rushed towards the factory's exit. However, before they could even open the factory door, 2 gunshots rang out behind them. Bang! Bang! After the gunfire, both men fell to the ground. They were shot in the back. Their hearts exploded, dead beyond recovery. Long Chingha had never felt gunfire so closely before and was startled. She suddenly realized that the mercenary named Wind Wolf was now empty-handed. His assault rifle had somehow ended up in Su Wuji's hands. Wind Wolf seemed unable to believe this fact. After all, just 2 seconds ago, Su Wuji's hands had been bound with plastic ties. Could a normal person break free from those ties? Bang! With a gunshot, all of Wind Wolf's doubts were abruptly silenced. He was shot in the head. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. The last armed mercenary hadn't even had time to aim his gun at Su Wuji before the latter's bullet had already pierced his chest. The bodies of the 2 mercenaries fell from the high metal stairs. They hit the ground heavily. And at the scene, only Lu Jiwon remained. How could you handle a group of wolf mercenaries? Lu Jiwon's legs began to tremble. Why was this young man more professional in shooting than those seasoned mercenaries? Su Wuji pulled Long Chingha over, and with one hand, he yanked, breaking the plastic ties that bound her wrists. At this moment, several gunshots rang out in the factory, but the mercenaries outside did not rush in to provide support. Undoubtedly, they were too preoccupied with their own troubles. You've killed 4 people, you're facing the death penalty. Stop now, and you might still live. Lu Jiwon stuttered in fear at Su Wuji's actions, afraid that the other would pull the trigger right at his forehead. Su Wuji grabbed Lu Jiwon and sneered, "Who says it can't be explained? Isn't this a perfect place to dispose of bodies?" With that, he yanked Lu Jiwon directly into the acidic solution. A horrific, inhuman sound began to echo. However, Lu Jiwon had just flailed a couple of times when a swirling force emerged from the tank, pulling him entirely beneath the surface of the solution. A few bubbles surfaced, but Lu Jiwon did not reappear. Su Wuji looked down and said, "There is a shredder in this tank. It's likely that this secretary has been ground into meat paste." With 5 people dead in an instant, Long Chingha felt her mind go blank with shock. "Don't panic, it's tit for tat," Su Wuji said. Long Chingha bit her lip. Yes, evil begets evil. Su Wuji, gun in hand, pulled Long Chingha along as they slowly descended the metal staircase. Meanwhile, outside, a Rolls-Royce Phantom was still slowly advancing, about to reach the factory gate. From the moment the first gunshot rang out until now, not even a minute had passed. Old Wolf crouched behind a car, holding his assault rifle, his gaze filled with uncertainty. He did not shoot at the Rolls-Royce because he had already given the order to fire. In this small factory area, he had preemptively ambushed 3 snipers, each a seasoned mercenary capable of delivering a fatal shot to the driver of that Rolls-Royce. However, the order to shoot had been given, and gunfire had erupted. Yet, it was his snipers who had fallen. The 3 of them had been well positioned, yet they were still taken out with a single shot. At this moment, gunfire also erupted inside the sealed factory. Old Wolf began to call out, "Wolf Hunter, Fox Wolf, what's the situation inside the factory? Report immediately." However, 10 seconds passed without any response. Could it be that everyone inside was dead? Old Wolf's heart began to sink as he shouted into the communicator, "Anyone still alive, report your name immediately. Earth Wolf, Blue Wolf, Cockroach. A mercenary group, including the leader Old Wolf, was down to just 6 people. Besides the 4 in the factory, where had the other 8 or 9 gone? A total of 3 or 4 shots had been fired outside the factory. It couldn't be that each shot took 3 lives, could it? The pitch-black night filled even this battle-hardened Old Wolf with an indescribable fear. He growled, "Hold your positions. No one is allowed to act without my orders." Another minute passed. Every second felt unbearable for Old Wolf. The Rolls-Royce arrogantly parked at the factory gate, its high beams blindingly bright, as if it were certain that Old Wolf wouldn't dare to shoot at the car. Old Wolf shouted again, "Now, report your names again, start." However, after waiting several seconds, not a single person spoke on the channel. Old Wolf's back instantly went cold, every hair on his body standing on end. No gunfire, yet everyone was dead? Was he the only one left? Whoosh! A sound of slicing air suddenly rang out. Relying on years of combat instinct, Old Wolf quickly turned his head. A dagger flew through the air, grazing Old Wolf's head and embedding itself in the car door. Old Wolf felt a sharp pain on his cheek and touched it, finding his hand covered in blood. One of his ears had been sliced off by the dagger that had come from the air. Seeing this, Old Wolf immediately threw his assault rifle far away, clasped his hands over his head, and dropped to the ground. This mercenary leader, who had fought and survived on the African battlefield for many years, surrendered outright. After all, Old Wolf knew very well that even if he stabbed the car door with the dagger 1,000 times, it would never penetrate. Faced with such a super strong opponent, what was the point of not surrendering? At this moment, Su Wuji, pulling Long Qinghe, had already opened the factory door. 2 middle-aged men in black stand-collared jackets were waiting at the entrance. Upon seeing them, Su Wuji immediately smiled, "Uncle Chuang, Uncle Finghua, I didn't expect it to be you too. For such a small matter, you actually troubled my uncle to take action. Isn't this using a cannon to shoot a mosquito?" These two were Lu Chuang and Lu Finghua, the bodyguards who had followed Su Wuxian for many years, and they were a pair of biological brothers. Despite Su Wuxian always complaining about Su Wuji's terrible name, he was extremely fond of this nephew, having let Lu Chuang and Lu Finghua play with him since he could just walk. These two brothers, with their exceptional skills, had also served as human sandbags during Su Wuji's youth. Lu Chuang laughed. The boss happened to come to Linzhou and was a bit worried, so he came to take a look. Su Wujie said, "After all, he is my dear uncle. By the way, did you leave any survivors?" Lu Finghua replied, "Don't worry, we did." As he spoke, he raised his hand. A 50-centimeter long short knife flew through the air for more than 10 meters, directly spinning and piercing through the old wolf's thigh, pinning him to the concrete ground. The old wolf trembled in pain and shouted, "I will surrender honestly, and I will not resist at all." At that moment, the factory gate opened, and a Rolls-Royce Phantom switched to low beam, slowly driving in. The car stopped, and the 2 electric doors in the back opened. As the back door of the Phantom opened, a gray-haired man stepped down. It was not Su Wuxian, but Mu Qianyu's father, Mu Yuanming. "Hey, Mu Lao Air, Uncle Mu, why is it you?" Su Wujie grinned widely, full of warmth. At this time, with the night covering them, it was hard to tell if Mu Yuanming's face had darkened. "I was worried, so I came to see if you were safe." His tone was flat, revealing no emotions. However, Su Wujie did not see Su Wuxian come down. Where's my uncle?" Mu Yuanming said, "Your uncle really cares about you. He insisted on taking action himself today. When it comes to protecting his own, he has never lost to anyone." Su Wujie chuckled, "Mainly because I'm likable." Wujie, the boss, has personally gone to Ninghai to deal with the follow-up. His exact words were. Lu Chuang hesitated in his wording, still somewhat hesitant, so he nudged Lu Finghua, "You repeat the boss's exact words." Lu Finghua was straightforward, even mimicking the tone somewhat. "That bastard Su Rue, not caring for his own child. Does Wujie's path need to encounter such an old fox so early? I'm going to Ninghai, first to deal with that old fox, then to deal with my scoundrel brother. What a bunch of nonsense." Su Wujie listened and nodded in agreement. "My uncle's assessment of my dad is too accurate." Lu Chuang said, "Wujie, leave the aftermath to us. You and Miss Long should leave by car first." Sensing the smell of blood and gunpowder in the air, Long Qing had deeply bowed and sincerely said, "Thank you, thank you." Tonight, she undoubtedly witnessed another side of the world, bloody, cruel, ruthless, cold-blooded, which left this well-known host feeling somewhat dazed. Whether intentional or not, Mu Yuanming got into the car first, sitting in the back right seat. This meant that either Su Wujie or Long Qinghe had to sit in the front passenger seat. The two of them sat diagonally, but there was no chance to hold hands or embrace. Su Wujie didn't want to sit so close to Mu Lao Air, so he directly took the front passenger seat, while Long Qinghe sat in the back. She had already picked up from Su Wujie's earlier address that this man was the influential second master of the Mu family, a true big shot in Linzhou. Su Wujie turned his head and asked, "Uncle, how is your health now?" Mu Yuanming said lightly, much better. I've been staying at the European Life Sciences Center of Baikan. This time I came back mainly to see how you and Qianyu are doing. Su Wujie chuckled, you're so eager to marry Qianyu off to me, huh? Mu Yuanming laughed, I did think that way before, but now I'm a bit uncertain. In fact, Mu Yuanming was in such a hurry to return not only to accompany Su Wujie but also for another reason. Mu Qianyu actually arranged for Li Qingchen to take action and smash by Shu Yang's club for Su Wujie. Such a thing happening to his own daughter was simply outrageous. This girl had never been one to get lost in love, and now she was doing this, she was most likely head over heels. As a result, when Mu Yuanming arrived at the Queen's bar, he saw Su Wujie being so intimate with the woman beside him, hugging and cuddling. How could he feel good about it? Mu Yuanming glanced at Long Qingha and then said, you're the host Xiaolong from Linjiang TV? Uncle Mu, that's me, Long Qingha nodded. Usually very composed, she didn't know what to say in front of this big shot. How long have you known Su Wujie? Mu Yuanming asked again. Long Qingha could only answer truthfully, we just met today. Mu Yuanming smirked, just met and already hugging at a bar? Long Qingha was at a loss for words. There are too many misunderstandings. It can't be explained in just a few words. In short, Su Wujie saved my life, but we are not in that kind of relationship, and he is not interested in me. Please rest assured about that, Uncle Mu. Mu Yuanming was no fool, his insight was sharp, and he could see that Su Wujie was intentionally trying to provoke a few college students nearby at the bar. But Mu Lauer was still displeased. He said sternly, in the future, be mindful of the boundaries between men and women. I say, Mu Lauer, you're being a bit too controlling. Su Wujie grinned, you don't understand young people's matters at your age, so stay out of it. Well, when you're being polite, I'm Uncle Mu, but when you're not, you start calling me Old Mu and Mu Lauer? Mu Yuanming's face darkened, feeling stifled and unsure of what to say. Long Qingha remained silent. In her eyes, Mu Yuanming from the Mu family in Linzhou was a super big shot, yet Su Wujie could talk to him so casually and even without respect. Was this due to his own strength or the backing of his family? But Long Qingha had indeed never heard of the Su family. Su Wujie continued, with that time, you might as well deal with your brothers in the Mu family, they're in such disarray. Mu Ziyang even dared to hire mercenaries from abroad to deal with your daughter. At the mention of this, Mu Yuanming shook his head. Although he was far abroad at the time, he told Li Qingchen he wasn't worried about his daughter, but he was still quite angry about Mu Ziyang's actions. Actually, your uncle is right, Mu Yuanming said, raising children requires a balance. Some matters indeed need the older generation to step in and resolve. Su Wujie grinned, unfortunately, my unreliable biological father doesn't have your insight. Uncle Mu is truly far-sighted. Alright, enough of that. Come visit my home when you have time, Mu Yuanming said. I wouldn't dare go to the Mu family. I'm afraid I'd get beaten out by your family. Su Wujie laughed. After Mu Yuanming left, Su Wujie moved to the back seat and asked Long Qingha, where do you live? I'll take you back. At Yunlian Mountain Apartments, Long Qingha replied, thank you. No need to be polite, Su Wujie smiled. When you said you don't regret it, I already recognized you as a friend. In the past, many men had licked their way into wanting to be friends with her, but Long Qingha had never given them a second glance. However, when the word friend came out of Su Wujie's mouth, she surprisingly felt a subtle yet clear sense of honor. The Yunlianshan apartment was filled with spacious units over 200 square meters, considered high-end housing in Linzhou, with mountain views right outside the window and the distant Yunyan Lake in sight. When the Rolls-Royce arrived at the community entrance, Long Qingha hesitated for a moment and said to Su Wujie, can you come up for a bit? You can have a glass of water before you leave. It was late at night, and a woman was inviting you to her home? Su Wujie told his driver, Brother Cohen, you can head back first. The driver smiled and said, alright, Wujie, get some rest early. He even winked at Su Wujie, sharing a knowing look that only men understood. Let's go. Su Wujie looked at Long Qingha as she got out of the car. Do you need support? Long Qingha replied, taking the initiative to link her arm with Su Wujie's. She clearly leaned her weight onto him, otherwise, her legs felt weak, and she couldn't walk steadily. After a night filled with two heart-stopping experiences, having witnessed several people being shot, anyone else would probably need psychological therapy. Perhaps it was because there were cameras in the elevator, but neither of them spoke. Long Qingha lived on the 21st floor, with a great view. The apartment was 280 square meters, and if the walls were taken down, they could play soccer inside. Do you live here alone? Su Wujie asked. There's an aunt who comes during the day to cook and clean, but she doesn't live here, Long Qingha replied. I usually prefer living alone. She bent down to take off her shoes, her rounded curves lifting her skirt, making Su Wujie understand how she earned the nickname Sister Chow Chow. Pouring a cup of hot water for Su Wujie, Long Qingha said, I'm going to take a shower first. Can you stand at the door? Which door? Su Wujie asked. The bathroom door of the master bedroom. Long Qingha replied without looking back, I'm a bit scared. Indeed, she had felt fear when standing next to that canister of corrosive solution, but at that moment, her adrenaline was surging, and her sense of justice filled her with courage in front of those mercenaries. But now, once she had escaped that dangerous environment, an indescribable fear began to fill every cell of Long Qingha's body, and the bloody image of the mercenary's head being blown apart lingered in her mind. Long Qingha entered the bathroom, but there was no sound of the door locking, perhaps due to her absolute trust in someone. As soon as Su Wujie pushed the door, he could see a scene whiter than the clouds in the sky. However, he just sat on the floor of the master bedroom, leaning against the doorframe, listening to the rustling sounds from inside, and asked, Have you taken off your clothes? I've taken them off. Long Qingha replied, starting to run the water. Su Wujie continued, Who would have thought that the #1 anchor of Linjiang TV is just behind a glass wall, taking a shower? It's really something to think about. Long Qingha responded promptly, Then you might as well think about it well. Su Xiaochu said, Then how about you change your name to Fei Fei? Long Qingha replied, What a lame joke. Su Xiaochu searched for Long Qingha's detailed information on his phone and asked, Sister Qiao Qiao, what size is your chest? Long Qingha paused for a moment, 36D. Wow, I couldn't tell from the outside. Su Xiaochu said, What about your hip measurement? Long Qingha, she didn't directly reveal the answer that all the viewers wanted to know but said, I understand that you bring up such open topics to help me ease my tension. Su Wujie coughed twice and said, Women are too smart. That's not necessarily a good thing. But I really want to know the answer to that question from earlier. Everyone online is guessing. It was indeed a secret. Everyone was interested in Sister Qiao Qiao's real hip measurement, and some even magnified and analyzed the program photos, yet no one knew the actual number. The sound of water in the bathroom stopped, and a voice came through, 86. Su Wujie replied, Huh? Immediately, Long Qingha added, I only told you. The sound of water continued. Clearly, after tonight, Long Qingha had already considered Su Wujie as someone she could absolutely trust. When she walked out wearing a pure white gauzy nightgown, she didn't even consider that the young man sitting at the bathroom door was also a normal man. What are you doing sitting there? Get up, Long Qingha said. Su Wujie glanced up and quickly averted his gaze, scrambling to his feet. The hem of Long Qingha's nightgown was not long, and with that one glance, Su Wujie almost caught a glimpse of the most mysterious scenery. The scent of shower gel wafted into his nose, and the beautiful woman was right beside him. The allure was indescribable. However, Su Wujie was unaware that the small expression he made when he averted his gaze was clearly noted by Long Qingha. Indeed, even the position that might have been exposed was turned away from. What a gentleman! After all, as the host known for the quickest reactions on stage, Long Qingha had a keen eye for detail. You seem pretty stable emotionally. I should be leaving, Su Wujie said. However, Long Qingha hesitated for a moment and asked, How about you just sleep here tonight? Su Wujie's eyebrows raised. Are you sure? You're dressed so lightly, and we're a man and a woman alone in a room. Aren't you afraid I might do something to you? Long Qingha tucked her damp hair behind her ear, revealing her flawless profile and delicate, long neck. But you're not that kind of person. What would happen if you slept alone? Su Wujie reluctantly shrugged. Even though your house is big, it wouldn't be appropriate for me to stay here, right? We just met a day ago. Not to mention the house was huge. It felt like this master bedroom alone was nearly 50 or 60 square meters, enough to fit 7 or 8 beds. If I sleep alone, I would be very scared. I already messaged my mom. She's coming over tomorrow to keep me company, Long Qingha said. If you hadn't kept using those jokes to help me relax while I was showering, I might have uncontrollably cried. Su Wujie understood that feeling very well. If Long Qingha stayed here alone tonight, even if she could fall asleep, she would be scared half to death by nightmares in the middle of the night. Then I'll have someone bring over some clothes for you, Su Wujie said, calling Xiao Yinlei and clarifying the address. He sniffed his jacket, which still carried the scent of gunpowder from earlier. If Jiang Wanqing's keen nose were here, she would probably suspect something again. Then I'll go run you a bath. You've worked hard all night, so you should soak a bit, Long Qingha said before turning to head toward the bathroom. Su Wujie looked at her back, his gaze landing on the area where the measurement was 86. Even though the loose nightgown only lightly draped over her, it still revealed a sense of fullness, roundness, and smoothness. It was like a bowstring that was taut yet soft, appearing to be drawn into a full moon, with a powerful curve that was also gentle. Only Major Peach, Jiang Wanqing, could compete with her. The bathroom door was not closed. Long Qingha bent down to fill the tub, and this action caused the hem of her nightgown to barely cover her. If Su Wujie had been standing behind her, he would have seen Sister Qiao Qiao's most alluring features clearly. A few minutes later, Long Qingha came out and said, I've filled the tub, you can go take a bath now. Su Wujie wasn't shy about it. he tossed his phone to Long Chingha and said, "My manager Xiao will bring the clothes later, remember to let her in." About 10 minutes later, Su Wujie's phone rang. Long Chingha, leaning against the bathroom door, immediately answered. "Boss, I'm downstairs, please open the door for me," came Xiao Yinlei's voice. Long Chingha replied, "Manager Xiao, I'll open the door for you remotely, just come up to the 21st floor. Xiao Yinlei didn't seem surprised that a woman answered the phone. She smiled and said, "Okay, Miss Long." 2 minutes later, the doorbell rang, and Xiao Yinlei was already waiting at the door with a bag of clothes. "Manager Xiao, please come in and have a seat," Long Chingha invited. Xiao Yinlei didn't enter but asked, "Miss Long, where's our boss?" "He's taking a bath," Long Chingha said, her pretty face involuntarily flushing. Indeed, this series of actions could easily lead to misunderstandings. She even added an explanation, "Because something happened today, I don't really dare to sleep alone." Xiao Yinlei laughed, "Then I wish the boss and Miss Long a pleasant evening." After Xiao Yinlei left and closed the door, Long Chingha's face felt a bit hot. She placed the clothes at the bathroom door and then made a bed on the floor of the bedroom. After Su Wujie finished washing up and changed into his pajamas, he found Long Chingha already sitting on the floor next to the big bed. She said, "I'll sleep on the floor, you take the bed." Su Wujie asked, "You have several guest rooms, there's no need for us to squeeze into one room, right?" Long Chingha gently bit her lip, "I don't really dare to stay alone in this room. It's too big." "The bedroom shouldn't be too big, look at where emperors sleep, it's always cramped." Su Wujie grinned, standing barefoot on the floor and playfully kicking Long Chingha's smooth calf with his toes. "There's no reason for a girl to sleep on the floor, you should sleep in the bed." "What girl? I should be several years older than you," Long Chingha replied. After saying that, she surprisingly lay down on the floor. "You go sleep in the bed." As Long Chingha lay down, the height of her body beneath the nightgown changed softly, a natural curve that was clearly innate. Su Wujie laughed, "Alright, the bed of the #1 female host of Linjiang TV, I'm truly lucky." After turning off the lights, Long Chingha rested her hands behind her head. "Shall we chat a bit before sleeping?" Su Wujie asked, "How many relationships have you had?" Long Chingha replied, "None." Su Wujie exclaimed, "No way? You're still a virgin?" The words virgin and chaste sound the same, and Long Chingha naturally understood the implication, but she had long since gotten used to Su Wujie's flowery way of speaking and didn't find it impolite. "I really haven't had any relationships. Although I've had many admirers, my manager was quite strict when I was younger, and in recent years, I've been focused on my career, so my desire for romance has faded." Long Chingha casually asked back, "What about you?" Su Wujie replied, "Me? I change brides every night, there are just too many girls chasing after me, and I'm exhausted every day." Long Chingha didn't mind whether this was true or not. After all, a bar owner surrounded by such temptations would find it hard to resist. But she instinctively felt that Su Wujie was just joking. This man had the chance to glance under her skirt before but had avoided it, and that instinctive evasion couldn't be deceiving. "Can you tell me how you managed to win over Fenjie?" Long Chingha asked. "I heard Director Li say you spent several years and invested a lot of effort for that." Su Wujie gritted his teeth. "Why is Li Hongqing's mouth looser than my belt? How do you know so much about firearms? It feels like those professional mercenaries were completely outmatched by you." Long Chingha asked again. Su Wujie chuckled. "I've played a lot of shooting games." Long Chingha. She wasn't in a hurry to know the whole truth. The two chatted about various topics for another hour, and Long Chingha realized that she couldn't extract much truth from Su Wujie's words. Her so-called professional interview skills were completely ineffective on him. "Although we've known each other for less than a day, it feels as natural as if we were old friends," Long Chingha said sincerely. With such a man sleeping beside her, she felt her mental state was quite relaxed. She smiled gently, tucked herself under the covers, and turned to face her large bed. "Good night, Mr. Su." Due to the sleeping position, white light spilled out from her collar in a cascading manner. This was a spectacle unique to 36D. "Mr. Su, that title feels a bit awkward." "Just sleep," Su Wujie said, turning his back to Long Chingha, arching his back, struggling to hold back. When Long Chingha woke up, it was already 8 in the morning. She had dreamt no dreams. Those frightening scenes did not appear in her sleep. Stretching lazily, Long Chingha felt her mental state was unprecedentedly full. She noticed that Su Wujie was no longer in bed. Hearing heavy breathing from the living room, Long Chingha walked out and found him doing push-ups. However, Su Wujie's push-ups were a bit different from others. He supported himself with only 2 fingers on each hand. Moreover, he alternated his fingers. First, he used his thumb and index finger for a round, then switched to his middle and ring fingers, and so on. Long Chingha was quite shocked. This man's finger strength was incredible. She usually exercised too, but compared to Su Wujie's intensity, her Pilates and jogging felt like kindergarten level. "There's breakfast on the table, I had Xiao Yinlei bring it over." It should still be warm, Su Wujie said without looking up. He didn't look up because it was the vigorous morning, and Long Qingha was in a nightgown, her bare legs exposed. He could easily get distracted. Long Qingha walked to the dining room and took a look, astonished. Zuji's crab roe soup dumplings, Sister Lee's seafood wontons, and beef vermicelli soup from Old Changnan? They're all my favorites. Su Wujie continued doing push-ups, panting as he said, I had Xiao Yinlei look through your previous interviews last night and found out you mentioned loving these dishes. Mr. Su really knows how to win a woman's heart. He must be a seasoned player in the romance game, Long Qingha said, running barefoot to the bathroom. I'm going to brush my teeth, then eat. Just from her footsteps, one could tell how joyful she was. While having breakfast, Long Qingha asked for a leave from the TV station leaders, as there wasn't much recording work in the next couple of days, allowing her to relax a bit. Su Wujie stuffed a crab roe soup dumpling into his mouth, glanced at his phone messages, and mumbled, the matter is settled, you don't have to worry about retaliation. You can go back to your previous life with peace of mind. Long Qingha was taken aback. I don't quite understand what you mean by that. She found it increasingly difficult to see through the young man before her and couldn't guess what the Rolls-Royce from last night truly signified. Su Wujie placed his phone in front of Long Qingha and said, remember that secretary who fell into the jar? The big boss behind him has already taken the initiative to report the issue to the disciplinary inspection department. On the phone was a brief internal notice. Such notices often have one characteristic, the fewer the words, the bigger the issue. Long Qingha gasped as she looked at the name that appeared on the screen. This efficiency is too high, she exclaimed in shock. Su Wujie smiled. Who told him to try to silence things directly last night? Once some rules and balances are actively broken by him, then that person is not far from being besieged by the crowd. After saying this, he called Xiao Yinlei, arrange for a car to pick me up. Let Xiao Peng take the finance team to Ninghai, and contact Su Jiayan along the way. Don't let Li Zuanyang get away. Over the years, Li Zuanyang had managed quite a few gray industries for that behind-the-scenes big shot, and now was the time to seize all the valuable assets. Xiao Yinlei smiled and said, another big sum will come in, the finance team will definitely be happy. Long Qingha asked, why are you sending them to raid? Su Wujie grinned, it's not every day you encounter a fat sheep, shouldn't we just slaughter it directly? Don't worry, I'll give you 1/10 of the cut. Long Qingha's beautiful eyes sparkled, so I would become a canary kept by Boss Su? This time, Su Wujie didn't plan to take action himself, he just wanted to see Su Jiayan's overall condition. With Xiao Peng and Xiao Yinlei, they were enough to deal with Li Zuanyang. Plus, sending that sharp-tongued finance person over, even if the other party hid the money in a piggy bank for their illegitimate child, it could still be dug out. Just thinking about the big sum coming in made Su Wujie's mood exceptionally good. He laughed, not bad, this boss has enough money to keep you. Hey, with a 86 centimeters hip circumference, it needs to be well taken care of. You keep it, I don't lack money, Long Qingha chuckled, my annual income is quite high too. Then I'll leave later, Su Wujie said while slurping beef vermicelli soup. By the way, about what happened yesterday, don't mention it to anyone. The overall environment in Huaxia seems safe, but in certain gray dimensions, there can still be some troubles. Long Qingha replied, I'll keep it to myself. Hearing that Su Wujie was leaving, her eyes showed a hint of complexity. Then, you can come by often in the future. Sure, Su Wujie grinned, you can also come to the Queen's place to play mahjong with me often. Those little vixens always have ulterior motives when playing mahjong with me, trying to trick me into bed, their thoughts are all impure. Long Qingha almost burst out laughing. Didn't you say you change brides every night? Aren't you willingly being tricked by them? Su Wujie chuckled, I have high standards, if they look like Long De, I might reluctantly accept. After saying this, Su Wujie went into the bathroom to take a shower. Long Qingha stood in front of the floor-length mirror, spun around, and watched the hem of her nightgown float to her waist, exposing the roundest and most perky part to the air, her pretty face showing a hint of defiance. Reluctantly? When Su Wujie finished showering, changed clothes, and was ready to leave, Long Qingha opened her arms. I won't see you off. There are too many people outside. Can we hug here? She wasn't afraid of being seen, although she wasn't a celebrity. If paparazzi caught her and posted it online, it would still be troublesome, especially for Su Wujie, as her rumored boyfriend. His normal life would be disturbed. Su Wujie looked wary. You're not falling for me, are you? Not at all. Long Qingha's arms remained up. So much has happened today. I just want to hug you to express our camaraderie. In the past, Long Qingha would have thought her mind was going crazy, spending a night in the same room with a man she had known for less than a day and wanting to hug him goodbye. And all these requests were initiated by her. Su Xiaochu glanced at his nightgown and the bare white legs exposed, reluctantly agreeing. All right then. What was supposed to be a light hug turned into a lingering embrace. Long Qingha was 1.7 meters tall, burying her face in Su Wujie's shoulder. If I had been violated by those thugs yesterday, I would have definitely chosen to commit suicide. It was you who saved me. Su Wujie wrapped his arms around her slender waist. This feels really good. Long Qinghe said, I suddenly understand why you put so much effort into catching Fenjia, and why you put bricks in the trunk. It all comes from your kindness. Su Wujie asked, what's your waist size again? Long Qinghe smiled gently. You don't need to deliberately change the subject, trying to hide your kindness with a casual demeanor. Su Wujie replied, I really just don't know your waist size. After hugging Su Wujie tightly, Long Qinghe released her grip and looked seriously into his eyes, saying, meeting you is the biggest surprise in my weary life these past few years. As her soft body left his chest, Su Wujie felt a bit reluctant. Then let's hug a few more times when we meet in the future. Long Qinghe smiled brightly. Okay. Even she didn't notice the immense expectation rising in her eyes. Life under the spotlight seemed glamorous, yet it left Long Qinghe physically and mentally exhausted, sometimes even wanting to escape for a while. But perhaps, starting from last night, everything would become different. At that moment, Xiao Yinlei's call came in. Boss, we've arrived in Ninghai. Su Jiayan said she has surgery this morning and doesn't have time to see you. Su Wujie instinctively sensed something was off and immediately pushed the door to go downstairs. Then let's go directly to Zihue Hospital to find her. This woman has too many secrets hidden in her. We must dig them all out. Long Qinghe quickly went to the window, waiting to see Su Wujie walk out of the building. It wasn't until he got in the car and it disappeared from view that she withdrew her gaze. What kind of person are you? Long Qinghe murmured to herself, her brow slightly furrowed. However, her frown soon relaxed. No matter what kind of person you are, you're a good person. Long Qinghe opened her phone and posted a Weibo. The content read, last night, you healed me. With Long Qinghe's fame, this Weibo post undoubtedly meant trending topic guaranteed. Su Wujie's side split into two groups. Xiao Pang and the finance team went to block Li Zuinyang, while he and Xiao Yinlei rushed to Zihue Hospital. After inquiring, they found out that Su Jiayan had only scheduled one surgery in the morning, and now that surgery was over, she had taken leave to go home. Her phone is off, Xiao Yinlei said, we can't reach her. Su Wujie squinted, let's check her home. However, when they arrived at the apartment where Su Jiayan lived, no one answered the door. Su Wujie directly picked the lock and went in. The place was empty. Xiao Yinlei walked over to the bedside table. She didn't take her phone. This idealistic foolish woman, I hope she's not off executing some Silver Moon mission again, he said, his brow furrowed deeply. At that moment, Su Wujie's phone rang twice. It was a notification for a special email. He opened his phone and his eyes immediately released two dangerous glints. The content of the message was startling. The Ducara organization had released a performance report, and with the assistance of the Raymond Intelligence Agency, they had captured a Silver Moon assassin in Huaxia. Xiao Yinlei leaned over to look at the screen and then said, Boss, don't worry just yet. The Silver Moon organization should have arranged for more than one assassin in Huaxia, and the one captured might not necessarily be Su Jiayan. Su Wujie gently shook his head, his voice filled with a strong sense of righteousness. This Raymond Intelligence Agency really doesn't know what's good for them. He had previously posted a declaration of war against the Raymond Intelligence Agency, yet they still chose to cooperate with the Ducara organization. Xiao Yinlei searched the room and then said, there's a cat bed, cat food, but no cat. Su Jiayan and her cat had both disappeared. Su Wujie immediately called Jiang Wanqing. Can you use your connections to help me find someone in Ninghai? Jiang Wanqing didn't ask much and quickly responded, tell me all the clues you have, and I'll get you results within half an hour. Su Wujie explained all of Su Jiayan's characteristics and the time she left the hospital. However, 10 minutes later, Jiang Wanqing called back. The person you're looking for took a bus to the southern suburbs of Ninghai after leaving her residence, but I didn't see her come out from the southern suburbs bus terminal. I had someone check all the surveillance along the route, and she didn't get off at any other stops. Jiang Wanqing continued, she might have changed her outfit on the bus, she's quite skilled. Unfortunately, I'm not in Ninghai. Do you need me to send someone to assist you? Su Wujie replied, not for now, I just need to know her approximate location. I'll call you if I need help. After saying that, he hung up. In the hotel suite, Jiang Wanqing pouted, using people when you need them, and forgetting them when you don't. Only thinking of me to help another girl, how annoying. Although I said I'm not in Ninghai, I'm still in Linzhou, so close. Jiang Wanqing, is this the handsome guy you mentioned before? I haven't had a chance to check him out since I got to Linzhou. A voice came from the cloakroom. Do you want your aunt to share some tips on how to catch a man? Jiang Wanqing replied gloomily, you haven't even gotten married yet. I don't want those tips. Fang Qianxue responded, then come in and help me pull this dress up. My chest is just too big, it's so annoying. Every time I eat a little, the flesh just grows here. This dress fits everywhere else, but it's stuck here. Jiang Wanqing said, I can't be bothered with you, I have to go out for a bit, I'm leaving. Fang Qianxue, holding the dress with one hand and covering her exposed chest with the other, chased after her. Hey, you haven't told me that handsome guy's number yet. Jiang Wanqing ignored her and made a call. Notify the Linzhou Special Operations Team, Level 1 Combat Readiness. At this moment, Su Wujie was on the phone. You are the liaison officer for Silver Moon. You should know that the Ranger organization saved your assassin last time in Huaxia. Yes, it was me who saved him. His tone was filled with authority. I want all the information on Silver Moon's assassination target this time. If you don't cooperate, don't expect anyone from Huaxia to help you next time. Also, tell me the information about the assassin you captured from the Ducaro organization. I'll give you 5 minutes. After saying that, Su Wujie hung up. Finally, a few minutes later, his phone received a new email, which contained 1. Currently, assassins Dawn and Guan Ji are both missing, and it cannot be determined which one was captured by the Ducaro organization. 2. Silver Moon's new target is the Eastern businessman Shaoshan Liangjie, who has already arrived in Ninghai, ostensibly to inspect business, but may actually be personally involved in human trafficking. Su Wujie replied with a message understood. The other side replied again, thank you, Shadow King. Su Wujie responded, don't call me that, that's not me. At this moment, the liaison officer from Silver Moon sent another message, which made Su Wujie's eyes flash with cold light. We received a report from the Ninghai security officer that 2 days ago, S-level investigator Ruitzen from the Raymond Investigation Bureau went to Guanji's home and took away a cat. Xiao Yinlei also saw this line and immediately gasped. The Raymond Intelligence Bureau found Su Jiayan so quickly? Su Wujie turned to her and said, make arrangements to investigate all the factories within 5 kilometers of the south suburb bus station. I want results in an hour. Xiao Yinlei replied, boss, most of our people are in Linzhou. I've already called them back, but it will take at least half an hour for them to arrive. Even if we pull Xiao Pang's team over, we might not have enough manpower. Let Xiao Pang take the finance team to block Li Zuinyang. We don't need him here. Su Wujie shook his head. My uncle is right. At times like this, we need to leverage the connections of the previous generation. Relying solely on oneself without borrowing strength is foolish. He then made a phone call. An Ziwei, I've arrived in Ninghai and would like to borrow some manpower. Upon hearing that name, Xiao Yinlei's lips parted slightly, her eyes filled with curiosity. She knew that the An Ziwei on her boss's phone was Zhang Ziwei, who once led the #1 gang in Ninghai's underground world, the Qinglong Gang. It was said that she was one of Su Wujie's father's close confidants. One of them. Later, the Qinglong Gang was cleaned up and transformed into the Qinglong Group, seemingly distancing itself from the underground world, and its leader, Zhang Ziwei, gradually disappeared from public view. In today's Ninghai, although there are still people like Li Zuinyang operating in the gray areas, compared to other cities across the country, Ninghai's gray order has calmed down significantly. People today hardly remember that 30 years ago, there was a Qinglong gang that could command the winds and rain in Ninghai. In fact, at this moment, Su Wujie could also contact the Ninghai National Security for help, but in such matters, the efficiency of the national security might not match that of the former local power brokers. The car drove towards the south suburb, with Xiao Yinlei in the driver's seat. She turned to glance at her boss in the passenger seat and couldn't help but ask, Boss, you've been in Linzhou for so long without relying on the elders' power. Now that you're in Ninghai, are you finally ready to borrow the influence of the Qinglong Gang? Su Wujie answered her question with a complaint. Qinglong Gang, that name is so outdated. It sounds just like the Axe Gang from the Republican era in Ninghai. Xiao Yinlei's tense mood relaxed a bit because of this. Boss, you know I'm not asking about that. Su Wujie gently rubbed his forehead and sighed. An Ziwei has always treated me well. She's still quite beautiful, and it feels like she hasn't changed much since her youth. Xiao Yinlei said, I've met An Ziwei. It's hard to imagine that such a graceful person could once control the Qinglong Group by herself. She and Uncle Su. This woman insisted on steering the conversation towards gossip. Su Wujie sincerely remarked, such a beautiful flower, determined to be planted in my father's cow dung for so many years, it's really a pity. Xiao Yinlei knew that the boss and his father were always bickering, and she chuckled, it must be Uncle Su's personal charm. However, with An Ziwei's help this time, we should soon have news about Su Jiayan. Su Wujie glanced at her. Xiao Yinlei, you've gone around in circles just to use this gossip to help me relax, haven't you? Xiao Yinlei smiled lightly and said nothing. Her concern was subtle and often went unnoticed by Su Wujie. This Su Jiayan really keeps everything to herself. If she had told me earlier, we wouldn't have to go through all this trouble, Su Wujie said, feeling displeased about the matter. Xiao Yinlei gently patted her boss's arm. Boss, I know Su Jiayan's thoughts. She doesn't understand your true strength and is afraid of bringing the dangers of the dark world to you. Su Wujie chuckled. So, she still cares about my feelings? Xiao Yinlei replied, "Boss, I understand women better than you do." The boss can't even see through the figure of Boss Qian Yu's wife, yet he prides himself on understanding women. You can't even see through the woman sitting next to you right now. Oof. Finally, when Su Wuji and Xiao Yinlei arrived at the southern suburbs of Ninghai, Zhang Ziwei also called. "Wuji, my people have found out that after Xiaoshan Liangjie got off the plane, he went straight to the Dongli Automobile Trading Company located in the southern suburbs of Ninghai. This is a company that specializes in the import and export of complete vehicles, and Xiaoshan Liangjie is the behind-the-scenes boss." Zhang Ziwei's voice was gentle, even coming through the microphone. It felt like a spring breeze, very pleasant to hear, making it impossible to discern her real age. "Then this must be the human trafficking group disguised as a trading company," Su Wuji said. "And Ziwei, thank you." Zhang Ziwei chuckled lightly. "Wuji, I know that with your abilities, you could handle this without calling me, but you still thought of asking for my help. I'm very happy that you remembered Auntie at such a critical time." There was a clear affection in her words. Su Wuji smiled. "It's all my dad's fault. He used to repeatedly tell me not to ask you guys for help." "Don't believe him. What era is it now? His way of teaching through hardship is already outdated," Zhang Ziwei said. "I've sent the contact information to your phone. Be careful, and come to Ninghai to visit Auntie often when you have time." "Thank you, Aunt Ziwei. You're the most beautiful and kind-hearted." Su Wuji had a way with words that could make people happy. After hanging up, Su Wuji said, "Let's see how far this trading company is. It's less than half an hour's drive." "I hope Su Jiayan can hold on," Xiao Yinlei said. Su Wuji looked at the speedometer, double the speed. Xiao Yinlei focused intently, suddenly pressing the accelerator to the floor. On the elevated road leading to the southern suburbs development zone, the car's speed had already reached 180 kilometers. Dongli Automobile Trading Company. The gate opened, and a Toyota Alphard slowly drove in. This million-yuan business vehicle was inconspicuous in the Dongli company's parking lot because there were at least over 100 Alphards and Velfires parked here. Su Jiayan sat in the back seat and sent a message. "Ruitzen, I've entered the Dongli Trading Company as you requested. What are your next arrangements?" She was clearly in a state of being remotely commanded by that S-level investigator. Disguised, after leaving the southern suburbs bus terminal, Su Jiayan got into the business vehicle that had stopped in front of her. During the mission, she had left her phone at home, blocking all external contact, and the phone she was using to contact Ruitzen was one that he had specifically left for her in the car. As a Silver Moon assassin, Su Jiayan was certainly not a fool overflowing with compassion. She wouldn't be manipulated by others just because a little cat was taken away. The reason she agreed to cooperate with Ruitzen's request this time was mainly because the Xiaoshan Liangjie happened to be a target for assassination by Silver Moon. At this moment, she still didn't know that her colleague Dawn had already been captured alive by the Dakara organization. However, even if Su Jiayan knew, she wouldn't be too nervous. Silver Moon assassins only had one-way contact with the liaison officers, and assassins did not know each other's true identities. At this time, Su Jiayan received a message on her phone. "Beautiful Miss Guanji, I'm right in front of you." Su Jiayan looked at the driver, who had taken off his hat and mask, revealing a Caucasian face. A typical high nose, blue eyes, blonde hair, quite tall, wearing black-framed glasses, and his beard was not cleanly shaven. Just from his appearance, he looked like a well-off tech enthusiast. "Hello, Miss Guanji. Let me introduce myself. My name is Ruitzen. I come from Northern Europe, and I once served in the CIA. Later, I switched to Blackwater Security Company, and now I am being highly paid by the Raymond Intelligence Agency." Su Jiayan took off her sunglasses. "Where's my cat?" Ruitzen said, "Don't worry, I've taken good care of that little kitty. She has already adapted to life in my home." Su Jiayan replied, "After today's business is over, you can return the cat to me." Ruitzen grinned. "Why doesn't Miss Guanji ask how I found out where you live?" Su Jiayan said, "There's no need, because you can't get the truth out of someone like you, an investigator. An S-level investigator must have some exceptional qualities. Since Miss Guanji isn't interested in knowing, let's get down to business," Ruitzen said. "I know that your Silver Moon's next target is this Koizumi Ryoji." "You know quite a lot," Su Jiayan sneered. "I'm starting to suspect that there might be a liaison or mission officer betraying within the Silver Moon organization. I deduced it. After all, regarding some human trafficking information, I might have gathered more intelligence than what your Silver Moon possesses," Ruitzen continued. "And this Dongli Trading Company is using the opportunity of importing Eastern cars and exporting Chinese cars to send girls trafficked from the East to China, while sending Chinese girls to the East and Southeast Asia." Su Jiayan said, "You don't need to state information I already know." Her expression was emotionless, her tone cold, mainly because she couldn't yet determine whether Ruitzen was friend or foe. Ruitzen said, "It seems Miss Guanji doesn't trust me. Why should I trust a thief who entered my home? Besides, hasn't the Raymond Intelligence Agency already collaborated with the Decaro Hyenas? The Raymond Intelligence Agency is also divided into factions. I would never collaborate with an inhumane organization like Decaro. The reason I want to cooperate with Miss Gwanji is mainly because Ruitsun paused and said, I want to take down Koizumi Ryoji's human trafficking group to avenge my first love. Su Jiayan frowned slightly. My first love is from the East. After we broke up, she started working for Koizumi Ryoji's company, but she didn't know the company's dirty secrets until a year later when she sent me a message with just one word, save me. Su Jiayan's hand tightened slightly. And then? Then I never heard from her again. I haven't seen her since, Ruitsun said. That's why I've chosen to focus my investigations in Asia these past few years, specifically to investigate Koizumi Ryoji. The more I investigate, the more shocking it becomes. Su Jiayan said lightly, I reserve my trust in you. Ruitsun looked at the few people walking towards his car and quickly said, in terms of intelligence investigation, you are not as good as I am, but in the skills of making people disappear, I am far inferior to you. Su Jiayan said, the defenses here are tight. I won't make a move today. She had already taken in the layout of the entire factory area when the car drove in. This Donley company covers more than 300 acres, with only 2 indoor parking buildings and an office building, while the rest of the open space serves as an outdoor parking lot. The company's patrolling security guards are all strong, burly men. Su Jiayan was too familiar with the eyes and demeanor of such high-level bodyguards. Just a glance was enough to tell that they were well-trained and might even be hiding real weapons. In that large area of Alpha in the parking lot, Su Jiayan also vaguely saw a few hidden figures. There were even concealed sentries. In Ninghai, they can still be this rampant. Su Jiayan gently shook her head, thinking, if there's no insider, this is simply unbelievable. She then asked Ruitsun, how did your car manage to come in so smoothly? Ruitsun grinned, I'm one of today's buyers and have already paid a deposit of 200,000 huaxia coins in advance. Su Jiayan's gaze sharpened. Today, is there going to be a human trafficking transaction here? Ruitsun put on a mask and hat, getting out of the car with Su Jiayan. She put her sunglasses back on, hiding her restless eyes. As a child who had once been abducted, learning that she was about to encounter a crime scene involving human trafficking made it hard for Su Jiayan to calm her emotions in a short time. Mr. Sam, Miss Emily, welcome, a man in a gray suit approached, speaking respectfully. Clearly, when the deposit was made, Ruitsun had casually given Su Jiayan an English name for the guest registration. The man in the gray suit said in English, my name is Song Yisun, and I'm in charge of today's reception. He was short and thin, his frame unable to fill out the loose suit he wore, but his steps were noticeably steady. Su Jiayan looked through her sunglasses, studying the man a bit more. Ruitsun asked, is the girl I wanted ready? She's all cleaned up. As long as Mr. Sam is satisfied after seeing her in person, we can exchange money for her right away. Song Yisun smiled. At that moment, several more cars drove into the factory area, clearly more buyers for the day. Ruitsun asked again, how is the girl's huaxia identity arranged? Song Yisun's eyes flashed with light. That depends on you. If it's in Southeast Asia or in the East, we can provide identity services, but in huaxia, I'm sorry, we must be cautious to avoid attracting official attention. In fact, buyers who could come here were all well connected and had already arranged their escape routes, so they generally wouldn't ask about identity arrangements. Su Jiayan noticed the flash of light in Song Yisun's eyes and smiled elegantly, saying, Sam, you really don't understand huaxia. Arranging a legal identity is incredibly easy. As long as you find the right person, even settling in the capital is quite simple. Song Yisun smiled. Miss Emily is right. He then glanced between the two of them and asked, may I ask what the relationship is between Mr. Sam and Miss Emily? After all, the two of them did not seem like a couple at all. Su Jiayan adjusted her sunglasses, stared at Song Yisun, and coldly replied, you're prying into our privacy. I can refuse to answer. Song Yisun still wore a smile, but his tone became sharper. Miss Emily may be here for the first time. For safety reasons, if you choose not to answer, we will have to ask you and Mr. Sam to withdraw from this transaction immediately. Ruitsun immediately said, we are close friends with common interests, often hanging out together. As for what kind of common interests, I believe Mr. Song understands very well. Song Yisun grinned, so that's how it is. People who come here generally share similar interests. Ruitsun quickly took the lead, his tone serious. But I must ensure that the one I want hasn't been touched by anyone. Song Yisun replied, absolutely no one has touched her. This girl's parents are teachers, and she has excellent upbringing. Ruitsun asked, 11 years old, right? Song Yisun's smile grew more pronounced. Yes, 11 years old. She had her first period yesterday. For some clients, this kind of first experience is the most delicious pure brew in the world. A wave of nausea surged in Su Jiayan's heart, and she barely managed to suppress the urge to vomit. She had already planned to memorize the appearance of all the buyers, intending to investigate their true identities afterward and confront them one by one. Upon entering the factory, which had been converted into a parking lot, Soo Jae-in felt a slight sweat forming in her palms. Behind the door stood 4 Eastern security personnel, each with a handgun at their waist. Ni Kang-hee-sun bluntly stated, "There are multiple detectors in the factory. Any recording devices carried by the buyers will be detected in advance." Soo Jae-in asked, "What if someone secretly records?" Ni Kang-hee-sun smiled, "They will die." Soo Jae-in adjusted her sunglasses, "But this is Hwaxia." Ni Kang-hee-sun pointed to the ground, "But this is the Donli company of the Easterners." Soo Jae-in replied coldly, "You Easterners are like this, you seem polite, but in reality, you hide daggers behind your smiles." Ni Kang-hee-sun still responded with a smile, "Miss Emily is right." However, Soo Jae-in did not get to see the other buyers as she had hoped. Each buyer was received individually, and the Donli company protected their clients' privacy very well. They were led to a private room that was at least 100 square meters, with a glass wall at the front. A petite girl, less than 1 meter tall, stood helplessly on the other side of the glass, wearing a princess dress and white knee-high socks. She had a delicate appearance, her eyes swollen from crying, clearly having wept countless times. Ruitsun nodded in satisfaction. "Turn around, let me see." Ni Kang-hee-sun pressed a button. The turntable beneath the girl began to rotate slowly, showcasing her from all angles. She dared not move, trembling uncontrollably, unable to do anything else. It was evident that during the days of her kidnapping, this girl had faced countless threats and intimidation. Soo Jae-in watched this scene, her anger reaching a boiling point. The plight of this Eastern girl reminded Soo Jae-in of her own past. She had been trafficked at the age of 4. Although she had memories, her perception of pain was certainly not as intense as that of this 11-year-old girl. If she were not rescued, this girl would spend the rest of her life in endless suffering. Witnessing human trafficking firsthand had a far greater impact than what was reported in the news. "What's her name again?" Soo Jae-in asked, trying to maintain a calm tone. "Chio Yurayuko," Ni Kang-hee-sun replied. "We have checked, her body is intact, her skin is delicate as jade, rated as a first-class product by the committee." Soo Jae-in's heart tightened again. She couldn't help but ask, "Once purchased, whether she lives or dies, you won't care, right?" Ni Kang-hee-sun's smile grew more pronounced. "Of course, once you tire of the product, you can either throw her into the sea or sell her off. Everything will be according to your wishes." After a pause, Ni Kang-hee-sun added, "Of course, to reduce the trouble for our clients, we can also buy back the product, but the buyback price will be much lower than your purchase price." Soo Jae-in's stomach churned, the surge of anger making her blood rush to her head, leaving her feeling unwell. "Pay up and take her away," Soo Jae-in said. In her view, at least today, she could use money to save one. Ruitsun said, "The final payment is in the trunk of my car, you can send someone to get it." Saying this, he tossed the key to the Alpha to Ni Kang-hee-sun. Ni Kang-hee-sun handed the key to his subordinate and then said, "After all, this is Mr. Sam's first transaction with us. To enhance our mutual trust, besides the payment, we still have a process that hasn't been completed." "What process?" A bad premonition rose in Soo Jae-in's heart. Miyazawa Yashin tapped his hands. The large turntable in the glass room slowly rose, stopping at over 1 meter high, revealing a large round bed. "Mr. Sam and Miss Emily, please enjoy Chio Yurayuko right here," Miyazawa Yashin said with a smile. Soo Jae-in's gaze behind her sunglasses suddenly became sharp. Rutsun then said, "Is that really necessary? I don't like leaving such visual evidence." Clearly, this S-level investigator's intelligence work was lacking. He had no idea that the first transaction required doing this in person. Miyazawa Yashin said, "Please rest assured, we will not record anything, we only need to see with our eyes, as this is the most important step to enhance our mutual trust." Soo Jae-in coldly replied, "What if we don't do this?" Miyazawa Yashin smiled, "Then we must ask our boss. If he doesn't let you leave, you won't be able to get out of here today." At that moment, a short man with a buzz cut opened the back door and walked in. He was Koyama Ryosuke. "Mr. Sam, Miss Emily, you registered with fake names. How can we be sure you really want to buy someone?" Koyama Ryosuke smiled slightly. "This is a necessary procedure for every client on their first purchase, of course. It's also my fault for not informing you in advance." Soo Jae-in coldly said, "Then we'll leave, we're not buying." "That won't do." Koyama Ryosuke still wore a smile. "What if you sell us out after you leave?" He then added, "Miyazawa Yashin, please continue to introduce our service philosophy to Mr. Sam. I'll check if the other clients are satisfied." After Koyama Ryosuke finished speaking, he walked out. Soo Jae-in assessed the combat power of both sides. Besides Miyazawa Yashin, there were 2 other people in the room, both likely armed with handguns. Just then, the excavators and drilling machines outside suddenly started working, creating a huge noise. Su Jian immediately understood that such a loud noise was meant to cover up any gunfire that might erupt. The Easterners were preparing to act. She sneered, "You really are well prepared." Miyazawa Yashin's gaze wandered between Su Jian and Rutsun's faces, not urging them, just smiling and waiting. However, at that moment, his walkie-talkie suddenly crackled with Eastern language. "Attack. The outer security team 2 has been attacked. All personnel are missing." Team 2 had 6 people, and they're all gone? Miyazawa Yashin shouted at the 2 subordinates in the room, "Keep an eye on these 2 buyers." After saying that, he quickly ran outside. This was a huge crisis that Donli Trading Company had never encountered. Now, only 2 Eastern security personnel remained in the room, and they kept lifting the curtains to look outside, their minds clearly not on the 2 buyers. However, one security guard lifted the curtain, and after just 2 seconds of looking, a blood flower exploded above his head. His body uncontrollably collapsed to the ground. Blood and brain matter splattered everywhere. Su Jian reacted quickly, immediately picking up the fallen guard's gun and firing the trigger repeatedly. 3 bullets hit the chest of the other Eastern security guard. Rutsun said, "You protect that little girl, I'll go check outside." "There's a sniper, there's a sniper!" Miyazawa Yashin shouted loudly, and the entire factory area descended into chaos. He had just stepped outside when he saw one of his subordinates running past him, shot through the stomach. "I wonder if that stupid woman Su Jian is inside," Su Wuji said, continuing to pull the trigger. Xiaoyinlei, holding binoculars beside him, saw another blood flower splatter and said, "Boss, that's the 11th one." After Su Wuji and Xiaoyinlei arrived, they had just crouched down on the roof of the factory across the way to observe when they saw an adult man tightly holding a little girl with her hands bound, walking towards a car. The little girl was struggling and continuously suffering from brutal beatings. Without hesitation, Su Wuji opened fire. At such a moment, the truth was right in front of him, and there was absolutely no need for mercy. Under continuous gunfire, his sniper rifle had already suppressed those Easterners, making them too afraid to show their faces. Several buyers, whose faces were tightly wrapped, were shot dead on the spot. Su Wuji suddenly shouted, "That stupid woman Su Jian is indeed here." Because he had already seen through the scope that Su Jian was holding a little girl in front of the window he had just shattered, actively pulling back the curtain and waving her hand a few times. She was very clever. This was a signal to their people. "You keep an eye from a distance." Su Wuji stood up, exuding killing intent, and shouted, "I'm going in." Xiaoyinlei took the sniper rifle. "Boss, be careful." Su Wuji jumped down from the opposite factory, started the car, and circled around to the side of Donli Company. At this moment, Su Jian was still hiding in that room with the little girl, not daring to rush out, otherwise, her back would be exposed to the guns of those Easterners. The 2 factories were already in chaos, and Kozumi Ryo shouted, "Take away all the goods, suspend all transactions, evacuate immediately." Evacuate immediately. With such a commotion, their cross-border trade business was likely to be completely ruined. Mitsang Yeshuan, holding a handgun, rushed to the door of the room where Su Jian was. Su Jian was already prepared and fired 2 shots in quick succession. Unexpectedly, Mitsang Yeshuan had a strong sense of anticipation. As soon as Su Jian made the move to shoot, he had already rolled to the side, moving extremely fast. Su Jian's 2 bullets missed, and Mitsang Yeshuan's gun was already aimed at her. Su Jian immediately rolled on the ground with Chiyoda Yuko to evade. Mitsang Yeshuan only fired 1 shot. He was afraid of accidentally killing the girl who could still be sold, so he threw away his gun and lunged at Su Jian. After rolling, Su Jian hadn't had time to get up when a fierce gust of wind came from behind her. She instinctively tilted her head. Clang! Mitsang Yeshuan was holding a short knife, and the blade plunged directly into the wall. If Su Jian hadn't dodged quickly, her head would have been pierced. Upon closer inspection, what was embedded in the wall was not a short knife, but a shuriken. Su Jian exclaimed, "You are an Eastern ninja." No wonder, when she first saw Mitsang Yeshuan, she felt that although he was thin, his steps were extremely steady, definitely a trained fighter. However, at that time, Su Jian did not associate him with being an Eastern ninja. Su Jian's reaction was also extremely quick. Before the opponent had time to pull the shuriken from the wall, she directly raised her leg and kicked fiercely at the critical area below his abdomen. However, Mitsang Yeshuan's left hand shook, and another shuriken fell from his sleeve into his palm, directly stabbing towards Su Jian's calf. If Su Jian had insisted on kicking out, her calf bone would have definitely been pierced. At that moment, Su Jian had no choice but to give up the attack, retract her leg, and rolled backward, narrowly avoiding the opponent's knife. After seeing Su Jian display such skills, Mitsang Yeshuan coldly said, "Indeed, today is your doing. You are all dead." After saying that, he raised his two shurikens high and lunged at Su Jian again. Don't be fooled by this guy's thin frame. When he lunges, it's like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, exuding immense power. At this moment, Su Jian has been forced into a corner, with a thick glass wall behind her, leaving no room to evade. It seems that in the next second, her body will be pierced by the sharp shuriken in his hand. However, Neat Song Yi-sun did not manage to land on Su Jian. His body abruptly halted in midair, defying all expectations, because a figure, like a ghost, suddenly appeared behind Neat Song Yi-sun, grabbing his ankle. Su Jian's eyes lit up. Su Woji. That's right, at this moment, Su Woji, who had circled around from the side of the factory, finally arrived. He seized Neat Song Yi-sun, exerted force from his waist, and swung him fiercely. Boom! This Eastern ninja was slammed hard onto the ground, his nose flattened, blood splattered all over his face. Su Wuji twisted his body and swung Neat Song Yi-sun up again. He continued to smash him down. The back of his head hit the ground. The dull thud of his skull meeting the floor was enough to make one shudder. Bang! 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 Su Wuji struck several times until Neat Song Yi-sun's head was completely deformed before he finally stopped. However, Su Jian still felt unsatisfied. She picked up the gun from the ground and shot repeatedly at Neat Song Yi-sun's heart, emptying the magazine. These guys deserve to die 1,000 times, Su Jian said, turning to Su Wuji, her gaze radiating a sense of thrill. Every time you appear before me like a savior, do you know how much surprise it brings me? Facing Su Jian's eyes filled with boundless surprise, Su Wuji replied irritably, if you ever do something this dangerous again, you must tell me. Su Jian nodded earnestly, her eyes sparkling with tears. Just moments ago, she was not in a life or death situation, but she was certainly in great danger. At least 2 knife wounds were inevitable. At such a moment, Su Wuji's sudden arrival undoubtedly had a profound psychological impact on her. Yet, perhaps due to Su Jian's own temperament, even her grateful gaze felt intensely provocative. Outside, several vehicles had already started, especially in the factory's backyard. Since today was the transaction site, Donley Trading Company had stationed at least 100 personnel in this factory, and they were now preparing to retreat. Su Wuji pulled out his handgun, glanced outside, then turned to Su Jian and shouted, "You stay hidden here." In the room they were in, there were no more assassins around. Ko Ryoji was leading his men in a full retreat. Su Jian wanted to say she would fight alongside Su Wuji, but seeing Chio Yurayuko in his arms, she could only say, be careful. Su Wuji looked at the underage girl and then turned to rush out. There were nearly 100 people on the opposite side. He couldn't block them all alone, but every person he could hold back was a victory. Xiao Yinlei's voice came through Su Wuji's communicator. Boss, the reinforcements from Linzhou will arrive in 5 minutes. The advance team has a total of 20 people. Su Wuji shouted, okay, from now on, if any vehicle starts, shoot it immediately. Due to the time constraints, Xiao Yinlei couldn't find a more suitable sniping position. From her vantage point, a large area of the backyard was blocked by 2 factory buildings. Understood, boss. Xiao Yinlei could only do her best to aim at the vehicles within her line of sight in the backyard. As soon as someone got in, they would be shot. Ko Ryoji was now extremely furious, anxiously pacing back and forth. Among their 100 or so people, they only had 20 or 30 handguns. In terms of shooting accuracy, they were no match for the sniper on the opposite factory. They could see each other's shooting positions, but they just couldn't hit. Have all the goods been loaded? Koyama Ryoji shouted cautiously from behind the factory wall. This position was completely in the sniper's blind spot of Xiao Yinlei. Boss, we missed 4. These 4 girls, besides Chio Yurayuko, were 3 others who had been rescued by Su Wuji with gunfire from the very beginning. However, those 3 girls were still too scared to move. Lying outside, one of them had already fainted from the sight of a nearby headless corpse. Damn it! Koyama Ryoji cursed angrily. He had suffered heavy losses this time. However, just as he finished cursing, a gunshot rang out. Bang! The subordinate who had just spoken to Koyama Ryoji had his head blown off by a bullet. It was Su Wuji who fired from 20 meters away. After he finished shooting, he had already flashed to the back door of the factory. A distance of 20 meters was almost a leap away. Koyama Ryoji surprisingly had some skills. He retreated immediately, stumbling several steps but managed to dodge Su Wuji's attack. Su Wuji intended to rush forward and seize him, but at that moment, several shurikens flew towards him. Another ninja. The attack was very precise, and Su Wuji could only roll to avoid it. Ding 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 ding. All 4 shurikens were embedded in the ground. This showed how much force was behind them. Boss, you go first. A figure rushed over. The 4 shurikens had all come from his hand. This level of skill would at least make him a high-ranking chunin among ninjas. His strength was not inferior to the previous Mikoyama Yosuke. Seizing this opportunity, Koyama Ryoji ran towards a business van. However, just as Koyama Ryoji closed the car door, he was shocked to see that the high-ranking Chunin had already collapsed on the ground. His body was twitching uncontrollably. Su Wuji held a shuriken, which he had plunged deep into the ninja's eye. This ninja never understood how the weapon at his waist ended up in Su Wuji's hands before he died. In just one round of combat, this young man from Huaxia had crushed him and taken his life in a flash. Koyama Ryoji shuddered violently, his heart filled with shock. How strong must this young man from Huaxia be to kill a high-ranking Chunin in an instant? Hurry up, hurry up. He glared at Su Wuji while slapping the driver's seat back, cursing, if we don't leave now, we'll die here. However, Koyama Ryoji was unexpectedly surprised to find Su Wuji actually did not pursue them but crossed his arms, leaning against the factory wall, pulling out a cigarette from his pocket and putting it in his mouth, looking relaxed. This was clearly not the state one should be in at such a time, and Koyama Ryoji felt something was wrong, immediately turning to look outside the factory. Boss, we can't get away. The driver also looked outside, as if he had lost all strength. On the road behind the factory, several rows of black business vans were driving in, densely packed. These vehicles filled the road, at least 100 of them, and all these vans were uniformly painted with 4 large characters, Qinglong Group. The feeling of relying on others is really good, Su Wuji said, looking at the dense convoy with emotion. If it weren't for his father messing around every day, insisting on assigning so many tasks to train him, Su Wuji felt that he would definitely be a laid-back second-generation rich kid now, drinking, dancing, playing mahjong every day, and having fun among women. Not wanting to be a playboy, just wanting to have fun. At this moment, the doors of more than 100 business vans opened simultaneously, and a group of aggressive men walked out. They were all wearing black shirts, holding batons and short knives. Each vehicle can seat 7 people, which means nearly 1,000 people. It has been almost 20 years since such a large-scale conflict occurred in the gray area of Ninghai. Seeing this sea of people tactic, Ko Ryoji was truly panicked. After all, even if each person on the other side threw just one punch, they could smash them into meat paste. Quick, turn around, Ko Ryoji shouted, charge out through the front door, through the front door. After all, there was only one sniper rifle blocking the front door. Even if that sniper fired all his bullets, it was impossible to take them all down. However, just as the driver turned the wheel, he slammed on the brakes. His voice was filled with despair. Boss, there are more in front, then behind. At this moment, the dual-direction 8-lane road at the factory's main entrance was already filled with vehicles. At least 2,000 to 3,000 people densely surrounded the factory from the front. There was no way to escape. After a brief moment of panic, Ko Ryoji's eyes immediately filled with fierce determination, and he roared, Eastern warriors, we would rather die than surrender. Kill! With that, he was the first to open the car door, brandishing a long Eastern warrior's sword, and charged out. The owner of this trading company actually had a samurai background. The other Easterners responded in kind, drawing their long swords one after another. However, at that moment, over 100 figures had already leaped over the walls and pounced forward. These were all elite members of the Qinglong Group's security department. Over the years, even though the Qinglong gang had transformed and cleaned up its image, it had always placed great importance on martial power. The group has spent huge sums of money to train its elite team for years, and in the past decade, the Qinglong Group has boldly ventured into domestic and international security businesses, thriving in the field. In just the first round of clashes, at least half of Ko Ryoji's hundreds of subordinates had already fallen. More Qinglong thugs surged directly into the main entrance. Like a raging tide rushing through the Linen River, they instantly overwhelmed the remaining Easterners. At this moment, 3 helicopters had already flown from Linzhou to Ninghai. Fully armed, Jiang Wanqing looked down from the helicopter at the densely packed scene below and couldn't help but feel a tingling sensation on her scalp. This is Ninghai, she said incredulously. With this scale, many tribal wars in Africa can't compare, right? She was at a top-secret training facility, primarily dealing with foreign security affairs, but Major Jiang never expected that the conflicts in the gray area of this international metropolis could reach such a level. It was too unreal. Looking at the vast sea of people below, the pilots of the 3 special operations helicopters were momentarily stunned, completely unsure of whom to attack. Jiang Wanqing did not rashly land. While holding up her binoculars to observe below, she called Su Wujia, where are you? Su Wujia's surroundings were incredibly noisy. I'm at the vegetable market buying groceries. It's a bit loud here, I can't hear clearly. Bang! Before he finished speaking, Su Wujia lifted his foot and kicked an Eastern person who was fleeing toward him, sending him flying. The latter's chest caved in, his head tilted to the side, blood pouring from his mouth, and it was uncertain if he would survive. Jiang Wanqing's voice came through the phone, you can still fight at the vegetable market? That kick of yours was quite powerful. Su Wujia, huh? Jiang Wanqing said irritably, I'm above you. Su Wujia, there's no one around me. Jiang Wanqing gritted her teeth, you're taking advantage of me. Su Wujia looked up at the helicopter in the sky and grinned. You came all this way to help me. I don't know how to thank you, so I can only offer myself. I'll wait for you after my shower tonight. As he spoke, he raised his hand again, grabbing a security guard's hair and smashing his head hard against the factory wall. The helicopter's altitude had already lowered, and through the telescope, Jiang Wanqing observed Su Wuji's every move. Listening to the dull sound of a head hitting the wall on the other end of the phone, she helplessly said, I see, I'm just being overly sentimental. Clearly, you can handle everything yourself, yet I still have to come and help. At this moment, a mix of sentiment and curiosity swirled in Jiang Wanqing's heart. She was still young and didn't understand the former glory of the Qinglong group, so looking at the dense sea of people below, she felt that Su Wuji's identity and background were simply unfathomable. The more she wanted to uncover his true self, the more she discovered that this man was shrouded in layers of mystery. Peel one layer away, and just when you think you understand him, you find there are countless more beneath. Su Wuji casually tossed aside the bloodied Oriental man and grinned. You're not being overly sentimental. After all, this time it caused such a big commotion. I still need the special operations team to clean up after me. Jiang Wanqing almost lost her words. You always make me clean up after you. When will you help me out? The last time they captured Fenjia, Su Wuji's use of a sniper rifle was later taken on by the Linjiang Special Operations Team. But this time, with the surging sea of people below, he expected her to clean up after him again? Major Jiang had no idea how to write the case report afterward. Su Wuji was taken aback, then immediately said decisively, then remember to call me next time you have your period. Jiang Wanqing suddenly realized the ambiguity in her previous statement, and her pretty face instantly flushed. She turned to look at her colleagues in the Special Operations Team, only to find everyone staring at her with strange expressions. Clearly, her easily misunderstood comment had been overheard by those around her. At that moment, Major Jiang wanted to jump down in embarrassment. Her face turned crimson, and gritting her teeth, she whispered, if you take advantage of me again, you're dead. Quickly tell me what you're going to do next. Su Wuji replied, I'll borrow your helicopter afterward. I suspect we'll have to go to international waters. Jiang Wanqing bluntly said, my helicopter can't go to international waters, and the Linjiang Special Operations Team can't carry out missions abroad without approval. I don't even know what happened today. However, although she was verbally refusing, her mind was already racing to figure out how to help Su Wuji smooth over this incident. This is a large human trafficking group from the east, and they are currently engaged in the sale of girls. I'll talk to you later. I need to catch someone. Su Wuji hung up the phone, suddenly accelerating, leaping into the sea of people. Because he had spotted the figure of Koyama Ryosuke, the true strength of the head of this trafficking group was actually not inferior to that of the Chunin, Miura Nozomi. He had taken several hits from a baton, but the samurai sword in his hand had already injured more than 10 people. A trafficking group disguised as a trade organization had an alarming number of Eastern warriors and ninjas. This was absolutely abnormal. I will kill you all, Koyama Ryosuke roared, already blinded by rage. However, he soon felt a sharp pain in his body. Koyama Ryosuke's body straightened violently, letting out a scream that didn't sound human. Because 2 shurikens were embedded in the kidney area of his lower back. Both kidneys were pierced at the same time. The pain was so intense it felt like it reached his soul. Yet, Su Wuji's movements did not stop. He still held the shurikens in his hands and twisted them fiercely. Poor Koyama Ryosuke's kidneys were instantly turned into a bloody mess. Blood, mixed with kidney fragments, gushed out from the 2 bloody holes in his lower back. The excruciating pain made him completely lose the strength to stand, uncontrollably collapsing to the ground. But even so, Koyama Ryosuke still struggled to crawl forward. Su Wuji picked up the samurai sword from the ground and, with a swift motion, directly severed the Achilles tendons of Koyama Ryoji's left and right feet. Koyama Ryoji screamed in pain, flipping over as he tried to strangle himself. However, Su Wuji had already positioned himself in front of him. Koyama Ryoji only saw a flash of the blade, and then felt warm blood spraying onto his neck. As the warm blood flowed down to his chest, the intense pain finally registered in his mind. Koyama Ryoji was horrified to see that both of his hands were severed at the wrists. You've done so much evil. If I let you die just like this, wouldn't that be too easy for you? Su Wuji sneered. Koyama Ryoji's eyes were still filled with resentment and hatred. All the women of your huaxia should be sold to brothels by me. Swish! The blade flashed. The samurai sword was already embedded in the ground. Koyama Ryoji's body trembled violently. The area around his groin had turned a deep crimson. Su Wuji coldly said, for that statement alone, it wouldn't be too much to castrate you 10 times. Despite his injuries, Koyama Ryoji still held his ground. Even if I die, our organization will still exist, and your women will continue to be sold abroad in droves. Su Wuji did not strike again. He leaned in closer and said coldly, don't worry, before you die, I will make you witness the day your organization is uprooted. For some reason, Su Wuji's expression at that moment filled Koyama Ryoji with a sense of terror. It seemed that this man could truly deliver on his words. You will never succeed. You will die a miserable death. He gritted his teeth. Su Wuji ignored Koyama Ryoji and stepped on his face, raising his hand to wave at the helicopter in the sky. Jiang Wanqing, seeing this, ordered, everyone, land. She had been holding binoculars, capturing all of Su Wuji's actions. The way he severed Koyama Ryoji's tendons and hands was incredibly skilled and precise, clearly not the first time he had done such a thing. Humph, do you believe I will capture you too? Jiang Wanqing lightly huffed. What a violent man. However, the next second, her gaze suddenly narrowed, and she couldn't help but exclaim, I'm just being redundant, because a voluptuous and sexy woman suddenly appeared in the view of the binoculars. She was holding a little girl's hand, walking up to Su Wuji, and wrapped her arms around his neck, pressing her red lips directly against him. Hey, what are you doing, woman? At the moment Su Jian embraced Su Wuji, he quickly tried to break free, but his face was still marked with a red lip print. I can't help it, I'm just in such a good mood right now. Su Jian clung to Su Wuji's arm, her chest pressed tightly against him. Indeed, with Koyama Ryoji eliminated, it meant that Silver Moon had completed a highly difficult mission, and Su Jian had been saved by Su Wuji at a critical moment, making her feel like she was flying. This woman adjusted her emotions incredibly quickly. Now that she had achieved a great victory, all her previous frustrations seemed to have vanished. Let go, it won't be good if others see us. Su Wuji seemed to sense two unfriendly, icy glares coming from above and quickly tried to pull his arm away. However, just as he managed to pull it out a little, Su Jian yanked him back, and they continued to tug back and forth, looking like they were playfully grinding against each other. Just as the helicopter was still several meters above the ground, fully armed Jiang Wanqing jumped down. She could no longer bear to watch this pair of lovebirds. Holding an assault rifle, Jiang Wanqing approached Su Wuji and Su Jian, lifted her helmet visor, looked Su Jian up and down, then turned to Su Wuji's face, which bore the lip print, and asked, Who is this beautiful girl? Suspect? Although Su Jian and Jiang Wanqing had faced Du Carlos hyenas that night, they had not actually met. At this moment, Jiang Wanqing only revealed her brows and eyes, yet her heroic spirit radiated without reservation, forming a stark contrast with Su Jian beside her. Su Jian's mouth was quite sweet. Are you asking me, officer sister? Jiang Wanqing didn't even look at her but instead focused on Su Wuji, her eyes clearly filled with annoyance and displeasure. I'm asking him. This is a female rogue who just saved a little girl from being trafficked from the east. Su Wuji patted Su Jian's shoulder and said, although she's a bit indecent, she can barely be considered a good person. Su Jian stomped her foot and retorted, That's nonsense. Was I indecent? Even if I was, it was only towards you. Su Jian's flirtatiousness was overwhelming, and Jiang Wanqing found it hard to tolerate her provocative demeanor. However, noticing the dust on Su Jian, she guessed that she had also been through a thrilling fight. None of Su Wuji's companions had simple identities. Thus, Jiang Wanqing said to Su Jian, You go rest first. I'll interrogate the others and come back to ask you about the situation. Displeased as she was, Major Jiang had never been unreasonable in any situation. Su Jian smiled charmingly. Thank you, officer sister. You're really understanding. Su Wuji said irritably, Don't call her sister so sweetly. She might not be older than you. Su Jian looked down at her chest. Oh, that might be possible. Hearing this exchange, Jiang Wanqing felt her nostrils flaring with anger. Why had she rushed over in such a hurry? To find trouble? Anyone who can still breathe, separate them for interrogation on the spot. Jiang Wanqing looked at the special operations team and coldly said, Don't let any potential suspects escape. To be fair, Major Jiang was indeed a bit furious. It was a serious dereliction of duty for such a human trafficking group to have been lurking in Ninghai for so long. Su Wuji pointed at the bloodied Koyama Ryoji. Just pry this guy's mouth open. Jiang Wanqing said, All right, let's interrogate him. Then she glanced at Su Wuji. You come over and interrogate with me. Su Wuji said, I'm afraid I might be too rough during the questioning, and if they want to punish you later, what will we do? Jiang Wanqing was straightforward and decisive. You just focus on prying his mouth open, regardless of the outcome. I'll write the interrogation report. All responsibility is on me. You just do your job. I'll take the responsibility. All right. Su Wuji directly dragged Koyama Ryoji up from the ground. Su Jian watched their backs, pouting and muttering to herself, What do you mean interrogate together? It's just that you don't want me to get close to Wuji. But this officer's sister is really impressive, simply a universal favorite, a goddess in the circle. Immediately after, her brows furrowed tightly. Wait, where did Rutsun go? After the exchange of fire, Rutsun had rushed out and was now nowhere to be seen. A dignified S-level investigator can't have been killed, right? Su Jiayan was somewhat puzzled and began to check the bodies one by one. However, after searching through all the deceased, she still couldn't find Rutsun. Soon after, Su Jiayan received a message on her phone. This phone was given to her by Rutsun. The message read, "This cooperation was pleasant, looking forward to the next meeting, and please do not disclose any of my information. Your cat is still in my hands, and I believe you will comply." Whoever complies is a fool. Su Jiayan had no intention of being led by the nose this time. Holding her phone, she stood still, deep in thought, the seductive glint in her eyes completely fading, replaced by a chilling sharpness emanating from her gaze. At that moment, Koizumi Ryoji had already been dragged into the factory. His whole body ached, his brows furrowed tightly, eyes shut as if he had made up his mind not to speak. Su Wuji pulled 2 shurikens from his lower back, blood gushing out once more. "I'm starting the interrogation, do you want to step back?" Su Wuji said, "The scene ahead might get a bit bloody." "I don't need to step back, I've seen plenty of this kind of thing." Jiang Wanqing glanced at her watch and said, "By the way, the special operations teams from Linjiang and Ninghai have all assembled. I will do my utmost to cooperate with your upcoming actions." "Good," Su Wuji replied. He really liked this determination in Jiang Wanqing. Jiang Wanqing continued, "I won't interfere with your actions, but I have one request." "You say it, I will definitely do it." Su Wuji sensed the seriousness in her words. Jiang Wanqing looked directly into Su Wuji's eyes and said earnestly, "Don't always act alone. Please consider me a trustworthy comrade." "Of course." Su Wuji nodded seriously, suddenly recalling her ability to hold her own against Long Qinghe, then grinned. "We could actually be more than just comrades. What else could we be?" Jiang Wanqing thought Su Wuji was going to say girlfriend, so she pushed him lightly. "You should be mindful of the occasion when flirting. You handle the interrogation." After saying that, she turned and walked out, her earlobes slightly warm. Once outside, Jiang Wanqing called the director. "Boss, we've discovered a Japanese trafficking group. I want to apply for the special operations team to go abroad for a mission. The timing is uncertain, the objective unclear, and the enemy situation unknown. Please grant me the authority." Jiang Wanqing, do you hear how you sound? You want to go abroad for a mission, but the timing and objective aren't even set, and the enemy situation is unclear. You haven't even submitted a battle plan. Why do you need the authority so early? The director replied irritably, "What if something goes wrong?" Jiang Wanqing said, "I don't care, grant me the authority immediately. If something goes wrong, you take responsibility." The director replied grumpily, "I must have owed you in my past life. Who is the superior here?" However, Jiang Wanqing didn't wait for him to finish and threw out, "Hurry up, don't delay things." Then she hung up the phone. 10 minutes later, Su Wuji had finished interrogating Koizumi Ryoji and walked out. During those 10 minutes, the screams from inside had not ceased. "Finished?" Jiang Wanqing was somewhat surprised. "So fast?" She had given Su Wuji great freedom, not interfering with how the interrogation was conducted, even though the Japanese man inside had become a bloody mess. The efficiency of this interrogation was astonishing. Using traditional methods, it might have taken several days to pry open the mouth of a brainwashed warrior. However, Jiang Wanqing had never been one to follow the rules. She had always admired Su Wuji's ability to handle matters in a special way. In Jiang Wanqing's view, Su Wuji's performance today was increasingly resembling that of the legendary rogue Shadow, whom, basically got most of it out. Su Wuji nodded. "The person inside needs to be dealt with. I'll contact Ninghai's national security." "No need for national security to intervene. I'll handle it." An old man's voice sounded from the side. Su Wuji looked up and was momentarily taken aback. The man appeared to be in his 50s or 60s, his hair completely white, meticulously styled with gel. Although his face had wrinkles, there were also clear signs of cosmetic procedures. He looked in good spirits and shape, dressed in a double-breasted suit, with a silk scarf around his neck and a Richard Mille watch on his wrist. An elegant and stylish old man. Su Wuji felt that this man looked somewhat familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before. The latter approached and extended his hand. "Wuji, let me introduce myself. My name is Li Yang, former chairman of the Qinglong Group, and I was quite familiar with your father." This was an important figure from the former Ninghai Qinglong gang, the predecessor of Zhang Ziwei. He was also the legendary gangster boss. It was said that the Qinglong gang's transformation and laundering in the business sector had a lot to do with this boss Li. Over the years, the rapid development of the Qinglong Group's security business both domestically and internationally was also due to Chairman Li's decisions. At that moment, Su Wuji really thought it might be better to just lie flat and rely on his parents. "Hello, Uncle Li, I've long admired your name," Su Wuji said. "I really appreciate your help this time." Li Yang replied, "Don't mention it. I'm basically retired now, not involved in much, but I still have some connections in Ninghai. Wuji, if you encounter any problems again, be sure to contact me. That's for sure, Su Wuji smiled. By the way, that guy inside is on his last breath. There's no need to trouble the authorities, whether to sink him with stones or just kill him and bury him. Uncle Li, you decide. Li Yang waved his hand. Hey, Wuji, don't worry, we have plenty of channels for this kind of thing. For dealing with such scoundrels, we can just grind him up in a shredder and throw him into a concrete mixer. Do you think I don't exist? Jiang Wanqing said irritably. Were these two discussing murder and dismemberment as if she, a major officer, was heir? Su Wuji grinned. Special circumstances require special handling. Just keep one eye open and one eye closed. I really owe you from my last life, Jiang Wanqing said, echoing a line from a director. She paused, then added, so, what was the result of your interrogation? What's next? There's a ship in international waters, the Shaoshan family's maritime base, which should still be unaware of what's happening here, currently anchored 300 kilometers away. Su Wuji asked, Major Jiang, would you dare to join me for a little sea trip? Jiang Wanqing's eyes sparkled, and she pointed outside, saying, I've already prepared the tickets for you. With this gesture, the propellers of 3 G-20 helicopters began to spin simultaneously. As these 3 helicopters took off from the Dongli Trade Factory area, 5 helicopters also flew towards the coastline of Ninghai from the Ninghai Special Operations Group's base. 8 G-20 helicopters, fully loaded with Special Operations soldiers, formed a formation over the Yellow Sea. All helicopters are equipped with auxiliary fuel tanks, with a flight radius of 500 kilometers, Jiang Wanqing said. That's enough. Su Wuji glanced at the soldier from the Linjiang Special Operations Group beside him and grinned. Buddy, can I borrow that big guy in your arms for a bit? The soldier was loading bullets into a magazine, the bullets measuring about 10 centimeters long. He said, this thing has quite a kick, every shot makes your face hurt. If you've never used it, you might get hurt. I can't just lend it to you. Although the Linjiang Special Operations Group had stormed into Xiyang town last time and captured Fenjie, most of the soldiers didn't know that this overly young man was the overall commander of that operation. Jiang Wanqing was looking out the window and said without turning her head, lend it to him. The soldier was taken aback for a moment, then resolutely complied, yes, Group Leader Jiang. Su Wuji smiled and said, the domestic QUB-10 sniper rifle, one shot and its pieces everywhere. I like this kind of brute force. The soldier's eyes lit up. Brother, you know your stuff? Which department are you from? Su Wuji laughed heartily, unemployed drifter. The soldier nodded, so it's a matter of high confidentiality, and we can't be told, I understand. Su Wuji asked. Jiang Wanqing gently rubbed her forehead, feeling a bit anxious about her subordinate's intelligence. At that moment, Su Wuji's phone received an image. He enlarged the picture and said to the Special Operations Team soldiers, let me say a few words about today's mission. Seeing Su Wuji take the initiative to speak, Jiang Wanqing pulled her gaze back from the porthole, sat up straight, and immediately activated the all-channel communication. This way, the Special Operations Team soldiers from the other 7 helicopters could receive the information simultaneously. Jiang Wanqing was used to the slick-tongued Su Wuji of the past, and now she was adapting to this incredibly professional version of him. If only he could wipe off the lipstick mark on his face, he would be even more likable. Today, our mission is to raid this passenger ship, the Genji Glacier Maru. The enemy numbers about 70 to 80, slightly more than us, but their firepower consists mainly of around 20 handguns and a dozen AK-47s. Su Wuji continued, this Genji Glacier Maru serves multiple roles. It is usually a gambling ship on the high seas, involved in human smuggling, and also serves as a training ground for the Koyama family of Eastern warriors. In our previous battle with Dongli Company, we discovered that many of them are ninjas and samurai, indicating that ninja clans and samurai families are deeply involved in human trafficking. Therefore, when we board for close combat, we must be cautious of those ninjas' unconventional tactics. Jiang Wanqing, who had always supported the Silver Moon organization emotionally and detested human trafficking, said, this criminal network must be dismantled. She didn't ask Su Wuji how he had gathered so much intelligence in such a short time. She simply expressed her firm support. Zhang Yuantong, the deputy leader of the Linjiang Special Operations Team, said, we can leverage the helicopter's mobility advantage and use long-range firepower suppression. Su Wuji replied, that's possible, but we need to be cautious. We don't know if there are hostages on board. If hostages were being held, they couldn't directly destroy the ship. At that moment, Su Wuji's phone received another message. He glanced down, his tone becoming more serious. Time waits for no one. We don't have time to ascertain the specific situation on the ship. The Genji Glacier Maru must have already learned about the changes here in Ninghai and is now speeding towards Xintian port. Jiang Wanqing said fiercely, take down this ship and do everything to prevent it from returning to the east. An hour later, the Genji Glacier Maru appeared in the Special Operations Team's binoculars. From the outside, it looked like an ordinary 3-deck passenger ship, frequently traveling between Xintian Port in the east and Ninghui Port in Huaxia. However, most of the time, this ship was anchored in international waters, engaged in some unspeakable activities. In modern society, many samurai families in the east have declined. They cannot keep up with the pace of modernization economically and can only earn enough development funds through some gray market channels. Every gray business on this Genji Glacier Maru represents enormous profits. Su Wujie said, open the hatch. Jiang Wanqing replied, it's still at least 2 kilometers away, do you want to swim over? Su Wujie picked up the domestically produced sniper rifle from the previous soldier's arms. Let's first take advantage of the long-range firepower. Jiang Wanqing directly signaled the pilot to open the hatch while telling the soldier from earlier, Shaoli, you will be the observer. No need, I can do it myself, Su Wujie said as he lay on the cabin floor, setting up the sniper rifle. The entire side of the Glacier Maru was in full view. His hand was on the trigger as he said, if this shot causes any international disputes, let the top-secret training department explain. Jiang Wanqing replied irritably, what's there to explain? These people should all be thrown into the sea to feed the fish. Before her words had finished, Su Wujie had already pulled the trigger. A gunshot rang out. The soldier Shaoli, holding a telescope, exclaimed, 1,500 meters. Hit! This was from a helicopter in high-speed flight. At such a distance, without the need for an observer, he hit the target with a single shot. On the top deck of the Genji icebreaker, a dozen men dressed in samurai attire stood in a row, with one at the front giving them a speech. Su Wujie's shot was aimed at that leader, and the 10-centimeter-long bullet shattered half of his body. His arm flew off on the spot, his chest cavity was mostly destroyed, and his innards spilled everywhere. The other Eastern warriors on the deck immediately ducked for cover. Beautiful! Su Wujie's shot instantly drew admiration in the cabin. Earlier, Shaoli had felt somewhat unconvinced when he handed over the sniper rifle, but now, Su Wujie's shot had made him fully convinced. Shaoli sincerely said, no wonder group leader Jiang brought in outside help from the top-secret department, they are truly impressive. He seemed to have forgotten what the confidentiality level of his own unit was. Jiang Wanqing heard this and said nothing, but felt a sense of pride. Su Wujie did not respond and pulled the trigger again. The second bullet crossed 1,400 meters and directly blew off the head of an Eastern warrior. This warrior was fleeing in search of cover when his head suddenly exploded. The headless corpse fell to the ground with a thud. Shaoli shouted excitedly, that shot was incredible. At the same time, Jiang Wanqing's voice echoed across the channel, form an encirclement formation, advance to 600 meters, and allow snipers in each group to fire at will. After a pause, she added in a deep voice, they are all human traffickers. It's better to kill the wrong person than to let one escape. Better to kill the wrong than to let one escape. This statement clearly should not have come from someone of Jiang Wanqing's official status, but she understood that this was a life and death struggle. If these cross-border human trafficking operations did not cease, even more children and women from Huaxia would suffer misfortune. At such times, results are all that matter. Su Wujie heard Jiang Wanqing's order and couldn't help but say, I really love your personality. Jiang Wanqing pursed her lips and leaned close to Su Wujie's ear, saying, hey, I told you to be discreet when flirting. Can you keep it down next time? This demeanor seemed to be a far cry from the earlier Major Jiang, who had insisted on killing the wrong person if necessary. Those who could enter the Special Operations Group as snipers were all former top snipers from various special forces. Once they began to fire freely, it was a complete bloom of gunfire. In no time, the Genji icebreaker was awash in blood. The ship was indeed only equipped with handguns and AK-47s, a few were firing back, but at several hundred meters away, their bullets couldn't reach, having long since gone who knows where. Meanwhile, the snipers from the Special Operations Group shot calmly, sending away all the Eastern warriors who dared to show their heads and fire back. Jiang Wanqing's strategy didn't need to be particularly complex, they just had to use long-range firepower to exhaust the enemy's elite as much as possible before launching a ground assault. The ship was already sailing at full speed, but in contrast to the highly maneuverable helicopter, it still moved as slowly as a turtle. As the helicopter lowered its altitude, Su Wujie fired again. This shot went straight into the passenger ship's cockpit. The helmsman was immediately shot through the chest. The impact of the sniper rifle bullet was so great that it actually pierced through and broke the neck of a short East Asian man standing nearby. This guy, with his little braid, had his wide-open eyes roll out of the cabin door. Child, my child. In the cockpit, a man in his 50s immediately lunged forward, holding his son's headless corpse, wailing in agony. Young master, Other samurai also gathered around. It turned out that Su Wuji's shot had directly killed the young master of the Koyama family, Koyama Guwang. All the business of this ship had been personally managed by the young master Koyama Guwang, while the visible smuggling and human trafficking were handled by his cousin Koyama Ryosuke. However, the Koyama family was unfortunate this time, as their old master Koyama Ichiro had decided to board the ship to inspect their business. Both the old and young masters were on the ship. At this moment, Koyama Ichiro's eyes had turned blood red, his expression ferocious. His son Koyama Guhwang had an extraordinary talent for martial arts, and over the years, Koyama Ichiro had invested great effort in his training, believing that the family could thrive under Koyama Guhwang's leadership, but this sniper bullet had undoubtedly buried Koyama Ichiro's lifelong efforts. A panicked samurai said, "Master, this is a helicopter from the Chinese military. According to new information from Ninghai, Koyama Ryosuke has been captured, and there is no way to salvage any of the business." At that moment, several more bullets shot into the cockpit, claiming the lives of 3 samurai. The cabin was drenched in blood. Everyone was on edge. Koyama Ichiro gritted his teeth and shouted, "Bring all the goods on this ship out. Let these Chinese people have a good look. If they dare to fire another shot, kill one of the goods." At this moment, Jiang Wanqing's communicator rang. It was the director's call. Jiang Wanqing asked, "Boss, what are the instructions?" "The Genji Ice River has requested assistance from the East Asian Maritime Defense Force half an hour ago. The Foreign Affairs Department's calls have all come to me. You need to resolve this quickly, don't delay too long." Jiang Wanqing replied, "Okay, I will do it as soon as possible." The director continued, "There's one more piece of news to tell you. A surface combat group centered around the eastward helicopter destroyer is less than 100 nautical miles away from you. The goods that Koyama Ichiro mentioned were, of course, the women who had been trafficked." Once his order was given, the East Asian samurai escorted 7 young girls, dressed only in tight-fitting clothing, onto the deck. These girls had only been brought onto the ship a few days ago and had not yet been sold. Among them were 2 East Asians, 2 South Koreans, and the remaining 3 were Chinese girls studying in East Asia. The girls bore very obvious scars on their bodies. Clearly, the experiences of the past few days had been a lifelong nightmare for them. As the 7 hostages appeared on the ship, the sniper fire from the Chinese side immediately ceased. The East Asian samurai either held their blades against the girls' necks or pointed their guns at their heads. Most of the samurai's bodies were hunched behind the hostages, out of the sniper's line of sight. Koyama Ichiro shouted through the loudspeaker, "Chinese, if you attack again, I will kill all these people. For every shot you fire, I will kill 1 hostage." Seeing this, Jiang Wanqing clenched his fists and said, "These guys deserve to die 100 times over. All teams, cease fire and prepare to board." In the recent round of free sniping, about 20 members of the Koyama family had been taken out. If Koyama Ryosuke hadn't lied during interrogation, then the number of Special Operations Team soldiers had already surpassed the samurai on the ship. Although victory seemed within reach, the only concern was that the eastward helicopter destroyer should not send its air support too early. With Jiang Wanqing's command, the remaining 7 helicopters began to swiftly approach the passenger ship. Jiang Wanqing glanced at Su Wuji, who was already equipped with a Type 19 assault rifle slung over his back, 4 military knives at his waist, an oxygen mask on his face, and an underwater propulsion device in his hand. "You all hold them off," Su Wuji said. "I'll board the ship first to assess the situation." Alone in the enemy camp, the initiative and courage he displayed at this moment reminded Jiang Wanqing of that passionate young man who had expended great effort to track down Fen Jie. In response to Su Wuji's request, Jiang Wanqing fully cooperated, and then the helicopter began to rapidly lower its altitude, until it was only 2 or 3 meters above the sea surface. As a wave surged beneath the helicopter's cabin, Su Wuji flipped and then vanished from sight. Seeing Su Wuji's figure disappear into the waves, Zhang Yuantong, the deputy leader of the Linjiang Special Operations Team, couldn't help but ask while strapping on his propulsion device, "Wanqing, where did you recruit this powerhouse? He's really something, charging in all by himself. Is he some kind of super ace from a special forces unit? I can't say, it's a secret." Jiang Wanqing didn't answer old Zhang's question because she didn't know the answer herself. She put on her oxygen mask, slung the assault rifle and boarding gear on her back. "Old Zhang, you take command here. Try to rescue all the hostages while ensuring not a single criminal escapes." In that statement, Jiang Wanqing prioritized the rescue of hostages. After all, rescuing 7 hostages simultaneously from this group of beast-like warriors was an incredibly difficult task. Zhang Yuantong was taken aback. "Wanqing, why don't I go instead? You stay back and command." The situation on the ship was complex, and the warriors of the Shaoshan family were skilled in close combat with cold weapons, making boarding extremely dangerous. He knew Jiang Wanqing's family background, A girl from such a privileged family could have taken a desk job and, even if she stayed safe until retirement, could have been promoted to a decent level. Yet, this girl still rushed to the front lines, which was truly admirable. Jiang Wanqing looked at the passenger ship hundreds of meters away, where Su Wuji's figure was already lost in the waves. "I'll go. I have a better synergy with him." After saying this, she gave Zhang Yuantong no chance to argue and directly jumped into the sea, her form slicing through the water like a sailfish, swiftly approaching the glacier Maru. Zhang Yuantong couldn't fathom the relationship between Jiang Wanqing and Su Wuji, feeling that the former's concern for the latter exceeded that of ordinary comrades. Shaking off his thoughts, old Zhang immediately took over the command, speaking into the communicator, "All teams, pay attention, boarding team is entering the water. Once I give the order, board immediately." 2 minutes later, Su Wuji had already appeared in the waves beneath the stern of the ship. "There are 4 guards at the stern, I'll draw their attention." Zhang Yuantong's voice came through the communicator into Su Wuji's ear. Then, a helicopter swooped down to within 100 meters of the stern, its 12.7mm machine gun aimed and ready for a strong assault. The 4 warriors immediately turned their attention, raising their AKs in unison. However, at this moment, the Huaxia side could not open fire. As soon as a gunshot reached the bow, it would result in a hostage being shot. Just then, Su Wuji pressed a button, and a black grappling hook shot up from the boarding gear bag on his back, landing precisely on the first level of the railing. The grappling hook was covered with a soft leather wrap, making no sound upon colliding with the railing. Then, Su Wuji pressed the button on the strap across his chest, and the grappling hook rope quickly retracted, lifting him into the air and directly flying out of the waves. As Su Wuji soared high over the railing, with his feet yet to touch the ground, he swung his hands. 2 military knives were flung out, flying over 10 meters, precisely embedding themselves into the back of 2 samurais' necks. As Su Wuji's feet landed, those 2 samurai also fell to the ground with a thud. This happened almost simultaneously. When the other 2 samurai saw their fallen companions, still feeling bewildered, they instinctively turned to look, but Su Wuji had already lunged swiftly in front of them. The 3 of them fell to the ground at the same time, but only Su Wuji's figure instantly sprang back up. The heads of the other 2 hung limply to the side, their necks completely severed. "So beautiful." Zhang Yuantong, who had been observing the scene, couldn't help but cheer. Su Wuji gave a thumbs up towards the helicopter, then bent down and quickly swept past the rear deck, rushing into the cabin. At this moment, Jiang Wanqing also arrived at the bottom of the ship, the grappling hook bouncing high, the second to board. Su Wuji entered the first-floor cabin, while Jiang Wanqing, bold and skilled, said into the communicator, "I'm going to the second floor to clear the enemies." As soon as she finished speaking, Jiang Wanqing grabbed the railing, performed a beautiful flip, and leaped directly to the second floor. Jiang Wanqing's assault rifle was equipped with a silencer. Although there was still sound, it could be masked by the waves. As soon as she entered the corridor, she quickly fired, taking out 4 samurai before they even had time to raise their handguns. Su Wuji did not fire on the first floor, but occasionally the sounds of fighting filtered through the cabin floor into Jiang Wanqing's ears. Jiang Wanqing began to clear the cabins one by one, but almost all the cabins were empty, and she found no other hostages, with only about 40 Easterners left, most concentrated on the first-floor bow deck. Zhang Yuantong ordered the helicopter to maintain a distance of 100 meters, maximizing pressure on the group led by Xiao Shandong, while issuing commands. "Clearing team, board the ship collectively from the stern, time is tight, try to ensure the safety of the hostages." More than 20 figures were already waiting in the waves. Upon hearing the order, all grappling hooks sprang out. Watching the helicopter hovering 100 meters away, Xiao Shandong's heart was taut to the extreme. If the enemy's cabin door machine gun opened fire at this moment, they would surely be turned into a sieve. He shouted to his subordinates, "Notify all alert samurai to prevent the Huaxia people from boarding from the stern. Hold on a little longer. The Maritime Defense Team's helicopter is about to arrive." However, his subordinates, holding the walkie-talkie to relay the message, received no response. The people on this ship were mere warriors, completely clueless about how to defend against maritime vessels. Without hostages in hand, they would have surely been wiped out by now. "Damn it, the Huaxia people must have boarded from the stern." Xiao Shandong yelled, "Kill a Huaxia hostage for me. Throw her body into the sea." A Eastern warrior's knife was poised at a Huaxia girl's throat. Upon hearing the order, the blade immediately slashed toward the girl's neck. Despair filled the eyes of the Huaxia girl. Bang! A gunshot suddenly rang out. The Eastern warrior's knife could no longer descend, because a bullet had already shot down from the third-floor deck, directly drilling into the back of his head. Su Wuji's figure had appeared at the railing of the third floor. After clearing the first-floor cabin, he had directly ascended to the third floor, arriving just in time to save the hostage. Bang bang bang! Before these warriors could react, Suwuji fired several more shots. The remaining 6 samurai controlling the hostages all had their heads blown off from above. After all, from the 3rd floor to the 1st floor deck, the distance was barely 20 meters. Gunfire hit its mark. These warriors, not being a well-trained special forces unit, were caught off guard by the sudden attack, forgetting that they even had guns in their hands, and neglecting to control the hostages. Instead, they immediately sought cover to evade. Their only cover was the ship's cabin. As long as they reached the walls of the cabin on the 1st floor deck, they would be in the shooting blind spot of the 3rd floor. However, the 3rd floor blind spot was the best shooting angle for the 2nd floor deck. A figure had already rushed out from the 2nd floor cabin, gun pointed down, and shot several warriors in the head. It was Jiang Wanqing. She and Suwuji had already taken the lives of 11 warriors from the Shaoshan family with their coordinated shooting. This was the power of elite soldiers to turn the tide of battle. The reactions of the few hostages were quite good. Taking advantage of the warriors being unable to protect themselves, they rushed to the edge of the railing on the 1st floor deck. Charge! Jiang Wanqing shouted. With this command, over 20 boarding team members quickly began their clearing operation. With their professionalism, the warriors didn't even have time to engage in close combat before they were taken down by the bullets from the assault rifles. However, just as Jiang Wanqing was about to continue shooting, a bright flash of cold light suddenly rose from below, slashing towards her. Clang! Jiang Wanqing blocked it with her assault rifle, but the force behind the opponent's blade was so great that it nearly knocked her gun from her hands. Chinese, I will kill you, the young warrior from Shandong roared, lunging onto the 2nd floor deck. Jiang Wanqing was now under the threat of the fierce blade. The young warrior swung his katana wildly, each strike incredibly sharp, and the speed of the attack put Jiang Wanqing in a perilous situation. After blocking several strikes with her assault rifle, Jiang Wanqing rolled on the ground, while the young warrior's long blade shattered the deck beside her. Danger upon danger. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Wanqing discarded her rifle, drew her tactical folding knife, and spun on the ground, slicing a gash on the young warrior's calf. Her quick thinking in this crisis was impeccable. The young warrior's skill with cold weapons was clearly superior to Jiang Wanqing's, but the death of his son had thrown him into a rage, causing his fighting to lose its form, allowing Jiang Wanqing to land a blow. This strike evidently enraged him further, and his attacks became even more ferocious, infused with a strong sense of malice. If it weren't for Jiang Wanqing's timely evasive maneuvers, the young warrior's blade would have injured her several times already. In this brief half-minute of frenzied slashing, Jiang Wanqing was clearly at a disadvantage. Her shoulder took a solid kick from the young warrior. She was sent rolling away. The young warrior seized this opportunity, swinging his long blade suddenly towards Jiang Wanqing's throat. If this strike landed, Jiang Wanqing would surely be in grave danger. However, Major Jiang's reaction was also extremely quick, positioning her tactical folding knife horizontally in front of her neck. Just as the folding knife reached its defensive position, the warrior's long blade came crashing down. The two blades clashed, producing a violent sound of metal grinding. Sparks flew. The young warrior had rich combat experience. The moment his blade was obstructed, he swiftly lifted his foot and kicked hard at the back of Jiang Wanqing's head. Faced with this fierce attack, Jiang Wanqing had exhausted her momentum and could no longer defend herself, staring down the barrel of serious injury. However, at that moment, the young warrior's body suddenly jolted. A burst of blood erupted from his head. From Jiang Wanqing's perspective, the young warrior fell, revealing the figure of a young man. Suwuji stood 3 meters behind him, holding an assault rifle. Jiang Wanqing fell to the ground, looking at the young man holding a gun with one hand, and let out a long breath. This figure reflected in Major Jiang's eyes struck her heart, filling her with a strong sense of security. At this moment, with the assistance of more than 20 commandos and the long-range sniping from the helicopter, the situation was completely under control, and the battle was nearing its end. Fortunately, all 7 hostages were still alive. Thank goodness for you, Jiang Wanqing said, extending her hand. Suwuji walked over, gripping her hands tightly and pulling Jiang Wanqing up from the ground. You were too weak, Suwuji grinned, you should practice more. This dense man, he didn't even think to ask if the girl who had just walked out of the gates of hell was hurt. Thankfully, Jiang Wanqing was not a delicate person. She agreed, saying, I really need to practice, I'm still far from good. After saying that, she glanced at Suwuji again. I think you're pretty impressive. How about you train me from now on? Suwuji grinned, sure, once a teacher, always a father, call me daddy. Jiang Wanqing certainly didn't call him daddy. She playfully hit Suwuji and picked up the assault rifle from the ground. Looking at the several knife marks on it, she shook her head. This old guy is really impressive. He must not be a nobody in the Eastern martial arts world. It was really thanks to you just now. Then, she pressed a button on the recorder on her chest and took a few photos of the young man from the Shaoshan family, with the data syncing in real time to the top-secret training department's backend. A few seconds later, a technician from the training department's technical reconnaissance unit connected to the communicator. Team leader Jiang, the deceased, is named Xiaoshan Donglang, the current head of the Xiaoshan family. He made quite a name for himself in the Eastern martial arts world with his knife skills when he was young and is a major advocate for the revival of the samurai spirit. Hearing this identity investigation, Jiang Wanqing's spirits lifted, and she swung her fist heavily. Great, we took down the head of the trafficking group. Su Wuji said thoughtfully, with this guy dead, the Eastern martial arts world will definitely feel a small tremor. On the top deck of the Glacier Maru, a helipad was ready for a Huaxia helicopter to land. The final task was to safely bring the hostages back. Major Jiang, 2 samurai have knelt down to surrender, and the rest who resisted have all been shot dead. A soldier ran up to report, we searched all the cabins and confirmed there are no fish that slipped through the net. Good. Bring the hostages on board, Jiang Wanqing commanded. Then, she looked at Su Wuji, her expression becoming a bit serious, and in a voice only he could hear, she whispered, I'll handle the explanation afterward. If anyone has to take off their military uniform, it should be me. I can't let these soldiers get punished because of me. After all, this incident involved serious foreign affairs, and if it escalated, the consequences could be significant, potentially leading to a large-scale diplomatic dispute. If external pressure became too great, some people might even face punishment or have to take off their uniforms. Despite Jiang Wanqing's seemingly decisive actions, she was quite meticulous. If it were just a remote pursuit of human traffickers, it would be fine, but now the Eastern Maritime Defense Forces had also intervened, and the aftermath would undoubtedly be considerable. However, Su Wuji gently patted her shoulder, don't think too much. In the past, our country wasn't that strong, and we had to endure many things, but now, those things that made our people suffer will definitely not happen again. After a pause, Su Wuji pointed in the direction of a certain island nation and said, especially when facing them. However, before the hostages could board the helicopter, several black dots appeared in the distance, quickly approaching. 6 helicopters. 4 of them were Mi-style Chokot helicopters, and the other 2 were armed helicopters developed by the Eastern domestic weapon manufacturer Dongling Military Industry Group. On the Huaxia side, the 8 G-20 helicopters were clearly at a disadvantage when facing armed helicopters. Jiang Wanqing stamped her foot and said unhappily, we came too hastily. If I had known there was an Eastern water surface combat group nearby, I would have brought 10 armed helicopters. Su Wuji laughed, they don't dare to fire. If they really make a move, it would give us a reason. Jiang Wanqing looked up and asked, what reason? Su Wuji chuckled, a reason to send troops to the island. A flash of brilliance passed through Jiang Wanqing's eyes, and then strands of battle intent began to emerge as she smiled and said, your idea is very dangerous, but it really suits my taste. After Su Wuji's jest, Jiang Wanqing's tense mood eased considerably. If those 6 Eastern helicopters hadn't come, she could have calmly returned with Huaxia's 8 G-20s and just submitted a report later. But now that they had crossed paths, with Major Jiang's temperament, she really wasn't in a hurry to leave. So what if it escalated? Who's afraid of whom? Regardless of whether there would be any consequences later, I'll take you down first. The 6 Eastern helicopters were blocked by Huaxia helicopters when they were a few hundred meters away from the Genji Glacier Maru. The two sides were in a standoff in the air, and the atmosphere seemed a bit tense. The eastern side had 2 armed helicopters, which looked fierce and intimidating, but no one gave the order to fire. I am Major Fukada Yukino of the Eastern Maritime Self-Defense Force. Please immediately retreat to the Huaxia territorial waters. Do not interfere with our mission. Below is an Eastern passenger ship, and if an international dispute arises, all responsibility will fall on Huaxia. The broadcast from the Eastern helicopter sounded, a woman's voice, cold in tone, yet surprisingly using fairly standard Huaxia language. Zhang Yuantong said into the communicator, damn it, what are you pretending for? If you dare to threaten me and don't move, let's see if you dare to fire. I have to say, at this moment, the warlike genes of the Huaxia people were ignited. None of the special operations soldiers present felt any fear of battle. Each one was eager for the eastern side to fire the first shot. That way, we could claim self-defense, right? The two sides remained in a standoff for another 5 minutes before Fukada Yukino's voice rang out again. The Eastern Maritime Self-Defense Force is here to protect the safety of Eastern citizens. Huaxia, please immediately clear the way. Clear the way at once. Do not deliberately delay. Su Wuji glanced at Jiang Wanqing and said with a smile, let one in, let's take her down a notch. So, 1 G-20 slightly ascended and cleared the way. 1 Eastern helicopter finally flew in, hovering above the deck, and lowered a rappel line. One by one, Eastern Maritime Self-Defense Force soldiers slid down, a total of 8 people. The last to descend was a short-haired woman, a major. This must be Fukada Yukino, who had broadcasted from the helicopter earlier. She was tall, about 1.7 meters, holding an assault rifle, wearing a helmet and goggles, with a mask covering most of her face. Her features were mostly obscured, but from the eyes visible behind the goggles, it was clear that this major was quite good-looking, her deep and bright eyes resembling fragments of ice floating on a lake in winter. Even in combat gear, Fukata Yukino's exceptional figure was not concealed at all. The belt at her waist accentuated her slender and flexible waist, perfectly combining feminine grace with military competence. Looking at the corpses and blood on the ground, Fukata Yukino furrowed her brow tightly. Huaxia Special Forces, slaughtering on the Eastern passenger ship? All personnel, combat readiness. All personnel, combat readiness. With her command, the other 7 defense team members raised their assault rifles in unison. This is something that Yukino Fukata has never encountered in her 10 years of military service. Have these Huaxia people gone mad? This is simply a massacre of an entire ship. Just as Su Wujie was about to speak, he felt Jiang Wanqing tug at him, and then the girl took the initiative to step forward. I am a major of the Huaxia Special Forces. Upon investigation, this Genji Iceberg Maru is the headquarters of an international trafficking group. While we were rescuing hostages, we encountered fierce resistance from these Eastern criminals. Jiang Wanqing continued, all resistors have been eliminated, and we will continue to pursue all participants and accomplices. The Eastern side must not interfere, otherwise, you will bear the consequences. You have killed dozens of people. This is a disregard for the lives of our citizens and a trampling of human rights. How can you expect us to bear the consequences? Yukino Fukata's voice was icy. As for whether there is human trafficking involved, we need to investigate the truth. We cannot just trust your side's explanation. Major Fukata, you are mistaken, Su Wujie sneered. This is not an explanation, it is a notification. This is a notification. We have killed dozens of you, and we reluctantly inform you. Yukino Fukata's brows furrowed tightly. Does Huaxia really have to be this aggressive? Su Wujie smiled slightly, his eyes shining with intensity. Whoever obstructs will die. As his words fell, at least 4 Z-20 helicopters had their door-mounted machine guns aimed at the heads of the 8 Eastern soldiers on the ship. As long as Su Wujie snapped his fingers, Yukino Fukata and her subordinates would be mercilessly torn apart by 12.7mm machine gun bullets. The strong attitude displayed by Su Wujie and Jiang Wanqing made Yukino Fukata feel somewhat stifled and headache-ridden. After all, she couldn't really order the armed helicopters to open fire, could she? She coldly said, "You say you rescued the hostages, where are they?" Su Wujie waved his hand, and the 7 girls were brought up. As soon as Yukino Fukata saw them, all covered in scars, she almost immediately guessed what had happened, and her brows twitched. These hostages were rescued from the Eastern cruise ship, so this case should be taken over by the Maritime Self-Defense Force. I need to take all the hostages away for questioning. Her first reaction was family shame must not be aired. None of your business, you can take back the 2 Eastern hostages, but you don't need to worry about the others, Su Wujie sneered. Yukino Fukata felt a bit overwhelmed by Su Wujie's crude words. She took a deep breath to calm her rising anger and said, I want to talk to the hostages alone. No, Su Wujie firmly refused. Yukino Fukata frowned and asked, why? I don't trust you. What if after talking to you alone, the hostages receive your instructions and start to distort the truth? Su Wujie replied, we won't distort the truth. A girl among the Eastern hostages, who could understand Huaxia language, said proactively, I know it was the Huaxia people who saved me. You are my benefactors for life. After saying this, she and another Eastern girl deeply bowed to Su Wujie and Jiang Wanqing. Due to their revealing attire, as they bowed, parts that shouldn't be exposed were revealed. Su Wujie directly turned his head away, not looking at them at all. His action was also noticed by Jiang Wanqing and Yukino Fukata. Yukino Fukata shook her head, clearly lost in thought. Obviously, since the Eastern hostages had shown such an attitude, the trafficking activities on this ship must be substantiated. You can question the hostages, but our side must be present, Su Wujie said. Yukino Fukata did not insist further, nodded, and said, all right. After Yukino Fukata finished talking with all the hostages, Su Wujie mockingly asked, Major Fukata, as a woman, how do you feel right now? Are you ashamed of these traitors from your own country? Fukata Yukino's voice remained cold. This case is of great importance. I cannot make a decision and must report to my superiors. Su Wujie chuckled, then hurry up, we're still waiting to go back. Fukata Yukino immediately stepped aside to report. The other hostage girls also gathered around Su Wujie and Jiang Wanqing, repeatedly expressing their gratitude. After several minutes, Fukata Yukino returned with instructions. She said, I have received directives from my superiors. There are too many dead Orientals on this ship. The Huaxia side cannot leave entirely. Someone must return with us to cooperate with the investigation. From the Oriental perspective, this was indeed the right course of action, and Fukada Yukino did not feel her request was excessive. In fact, her superiors had been even more extreme on the phone, and Fukada Yukino had already softened the language in her translation. However, Jiang Wanqing listened and refused without hesitation. No. Fukada Yukino's voice was cold. This is the bottom line requirement from the Oriental side. If Huaxia does not cooperate, I really cannot make any concessions. Just after finishing her conversation with the hostages, the experiences of those girls left Fukada Yukino, as a woman, feeling complicated. If you won't back down, then let's fight, Su Wujie grinned. He seemed to have anticipated this situation long ago. Jiang Wanqing directly issued an order to the Special Operations Team in front of the Oriental soldiers, all personnel, prepare for battle. Fukada Yukino's attitude seemed to soften a bit as she shook her head. I hope Huaxia can treat this case with a serious and cautious attitude. Just imagine, if a passenger ship full of corpses returns to the Orient, it will cause a huge uproar internationally, which would be extremely disadvantageous for Huaxia as well. At that moment, Fukada Yukino's communicator rang again. After she connected, a deep voice came through. Major Fukada, this is Kondo Keita. Fukada Yukino was somewhat surprised and immediately stood at attention. General Kondo. Kondo Keita was a rear admiral in the Naval Defense Force and the overall commander of this surface combat group. Kondo Keita said, I have just contacted the diplomatic department. The Koyama family on the Genji Ice River is an outstanding representative of the Oriental business community, and the head of the family, Koyama Taro, is a key figure in the Oriental martial arts world. The Huaxia people feared the revival of Oriental martial arts and want to plunder the Koyama family's vast wealth, which is why they premeditatedly arranged for special forces to bloodily attack the Genji Ice River. Upon hearing this, Fukada Yukino instinctively glanced at Su Wujie and Jiang Wanqing, then at the hostages. She said, but there are 7 rescued female hostages on site. I have already spoken with them. Kondo Keita's tone became colder. Major Fukada, understand your identity. Those hostages are all actors that Huaxia arranged in advance. If you did not see the Huaxia special forces rescue the hostages with your own eyes, how can you judge whether their words are true or false? Hearing this, Fukada Yukino's expression became much more serious. She said, General Kondo, I cannot leave the Huaxia people behind. Before we set off, Captain Matsumoto specifically emphasized not to open fire on Huaxia people. It was unclear whether she thought Su Wujie could not understand the Oriental language, but Fukada Yukino did not avoid the other party while communicating with her superior. Is Captain Matsumoto's order more important, or is my order more important? Kondo Keita's voice suddenly rose. Fukada Yukino's gaze flickered as she said, please give your instructions, General. You do not need to open fire on the Huaxia people, just bring back those actors who are posing as hostages. Kondo Keita said in a deep voice, or find an opportunity to eliminate them all. Fukada Yukino clearly heard the implication of a silencing from this statement. She stood at attention, a fierce light flashing in her eyes. Yes, please rest assured, General Kondo. After cutting off the call, Yukino Fukada walked up to Jiang Wanqing and Su Wujie. I want to negotiate with you about taking the hostages. I've already said, you can take the eastern hostages, Jiang Wanqing replied coldly. The hostages from the other 2 countries have nothing to do with you, so don't meddle, and don't think you can use this as an excuse to provoke a dispute. Yukino Fukada glanced at Su Wujie and Jiang Wanqing, saying, this matter is extremely important, I must speak to you alone. Jiang Wanqing said, I remind you, there can be no concessions from the Huaxia side. However, Su Wujie reached out to stop her and then said, I'll talk to this Fukada alone, you don't need to come in. Just be ready to evacuate with all the hostages. Yukino Fukada keenly caught a certain word in Su Wujie's statement, her gaze flickering, and she did not interrupt. Jiang Wanqing also heard Su Wujie's mention of all the hostages, and she believed this was definitely not a slip of the tongue. Given Jiang Wanqing's character, she wouldn't ask too many questions, she simply reminded him, be careful. Su Wujie waved his hand dismissively, hey, my safety is fine. With this little Eastern girl's small frame, I could knock her back home crying for her mother with one punch. Before he finished speaking, 2 cold glances shot over. Su Wujie seemed to have forgotten that this Yukino Fukada could also understand Huaxia language. Go to the top deck, Su Wujie said, directly flipping himself up to the 3rd floor deck. Yukino Fukada took a small run up, grabbed the lower edge of the railing with one hand, and her slender, flexible waist unleashed a powerful core strength, twisting her body and flipping up. This action was crisp and clean. Even Jiang Wanqing could only manage this level at best. Watching the 2 figures disappear into the 3rd floor cabin, Jiang Wanqing spoke into the communicator, protect all the hostages and be ready to evacuate at any time. Then she pointed to the 2 Eastern girls, you two, come with me, I have questions for you. Thus, Jiang Wanqing led the two girls into the cabin, down the stairs, directly to the top helipad. With Yukino Fukada not present, the remaining Eastern soldiers, whose ranks were not high, could only wait in confusion at the spot. In the third-floor cabin, Su Wuji looked at the female officer across from him. "State your demands." Yukino Fukada said, "You must take all the hostages, including the Eastern hostages." However, before saying this, she had completely turned off her communicator. Even the other soldiers who came with her could no longer hear Yukino Fukada's voice on the channel. Su Wuji smiled slightly. "Major Fukada, can you tell me why you can do this?" Although he couldn't hear what General Kondo was saying on the other end of the line, he had already guessed the general idea, so he had warned Jiang Wanqing in advance. All of Yukino Fukada's expressions were hidden beneath her mask as she said, "I don't want to cover up the truth, nor do I want to kill innocents indiscriminately. If I take the hostages back, they won't see tonight's sunset at all." Su Wuji's expression became more serious. "I salute you. There are not many clear-headed people in the Eastern military." The Eastern High Command clearly wanted to minimize the negative impact of this incident by silencing the hostages, but it was a bit too ruthless. Yukino Fukada said coldly, "Thank you, but our positions are different. I don't need your praise." Su Wuji asked, "If I take the people away, how will you explain it later?" This was the most critical question. Yukino Fukada thought for a moment, then removed her helmet. "Be gentle." This seemed to be the only way. Su Wuji suddenly felt that this cold Eastern girl was somewhat interesting. At least her exposed eyes were bright like the sun at that moment. There was paper and a pen in the cabin, and he quickly wrote down a number. "If you encounter any danger that you can't resolve in the future, remember to call this number." Fukada Yukino glanced at the number but did not take it. "There's no need. It makes me feel like I'm colluding with the enemy, and besides, I'm far away in the east, so I could never ask for your help." Su Wuji replied, "I'm not your enemy, it's those unkind bastards who are." Fukada Yukino thought for a moment, then took the number, looked at it a couple of times, and directly stuffed it into her mouth, swallowing it. Su Wuji widened his eyes in shock. "Why did you eat it?" "This is the safest way," Fukada Yukino said, her voice still devoid of any emotion. "I've already memorized it." She turned around, facing away from Su Wuji, and coldly reminded him again, "Be gentle." Bang! Before her words had finished, she received a heavy blow to her neck. To make it more realistic, Su Wuji did not catch the fainting Fukada Yukino but watched as she collapsed to the ground. Her head struck the cabin floor with a heavy thud, sending a jarring sound that made one's heart race. Su Wuji searched Fukada Yukino's pockets and found 2 zip ties, binding her hands and feet completely. He then exited the cabin and made his way directly to the helipad on the top floor. The helicopter's rotor blades had already begun to spin, fully prepared for takeoff. "Let's go!" Su Wuji jumped into the cabin, and the door immediately closed. The helicopter took off with all the hostages on board, returning to Ninghai. Seeing the helicopter filled with hostages ascend, the Eastern soldiers on the ship finally reacted, hurriedly searching for Fukada Yukino in the top cabin, completely neglecting to intercept the Chinese helicopter. Of course, they never intended to intercept it. Even though the Chinese side did not deploy armed helicopters this time, the aircraft carrier battle group was no joke. If China truly wanted to provoke a conflict, those 6 Eastern helicopters would easily be caught by carrier-based aircraft and missiles. By the time the Chinese Z-20 had turned into a distant black dot, Fukada Yukino, bound hand and foot, was finally found. A few hours later, the Chinese Foreign Affairs Department held a press conference to announce the results of the investigation, with 7 injured female hostages appearing to testify. The evidence from the Chinese side was overwhelming, leaving the Eastern diplomatic spokesperson with no explanation, only able to bow and apologize repeatedly at the press conference. In an instant, international condemnation surged like a tidal wave across the Pacific, overwhelmingly directed at the East, as if they wished to shatter the island nation solely through public opinion. Customs in various countries increased their scrutiny of Eastern cargo and passenger ships, uncovering multiple smuggling cases. In response, various departments in the East found themselves at a loss. The Maritime Defense Team received severe criticism from the Defense Minister, and the furious Major General Kondo Keita could only direct his anger and responsibility towards Fukada Yukino, who was in charge of the on-site command. This major was disciplined and relieved of her position as action team leader. Originally with a bright future ahead, she would clearly find her life path shadowed by this incident. After reflecting alone in her cabin for 3 days, Fukada Yukino's door was finally knocked on. "Major Fukada, General Kondo wants to speak with you," a second lieutenant said. "Okay." Fukada Yukino stood up expressionlessly. She tidied her appearance in front of the mirror and rubbed her still painful neck, telling him to be gentle, and yet 3 days later it still hurt so much. She had a large bruise on her forehead. What a bastard. Seeing this, the lieutenant couldn't help but remind her, "Major Fukada, please be careful." General Kondo is not in a good mood, and we all know this isn't your fault. Hearing this, Yukino Fukada nodded. Thank you. Perhaps this is our last day as colleagues. She then walked towards General Kondo Keita's office. The lieutenant was taken aback, then stood at attention and saluted Fukada's back. For the next 10 minutes, Kondo Keita berated Yukino Fukada, who remained silent, not giving any response, seemingly taking on all the responsibility herself. After leaving the office of the Brigadier General, Yukino Fukada began to pack her belongings, and soon a helicopter took her away from the eastward destroyer, flying towards the mainland of the east. Where is Major Fukada going? The earlier lieutenant asked. Is she leaving active duty, taking off her uniform? Standing next to him was Kondo Keita's former secretary, who had now taken over Fukada's captain position, also holding the rank of major. He whispered, I heard she's going to the Maritime Staff Office for an investigation. The lieutenant took a deep breath, almost exclaiming, the Maritime Staff Office? For an investigation? Doesn't that mean? The major nodded. If Major Fukada's charges are confirmed, she could very well be sentenced. The lieutenant was clearly indignant. She was knocked out by a surprise attack from the Huaxia people. What's there to sentence her for? Those generals are too cowardly to fire at Huaxia themselves, yet they vent their anger on a major. That's not what a man would do. In the past 3 or 4 days, Su Wuji had mostly stayed in Ninghai. Well, mainly holed up in Su Jian's room, hoping to catch that S-level investigator, Rutsun, off guard. Jiang Wanqing was busy and rarely had time to talk, but she would occasionally call Su Wuji to discuss the case's progress. As for Su Jian, she had just finished showering and was standing opposite Su Wuji, drying her hair. She was only wrapped in a bath towel, barely covering her chest and thighs, large areas of her skin exposed, quite alluring. Today, we caught 2 informants of Shaoshan Liangjie at the Ninghai Customs, Jiang Wanqing called again. People like this should be locked up for life. Su Wuji shifted his gaze from Su Jian and squinted. If they can smoothly complete smuggling every time, there might be more than just 2 informants. Jiang Wanqing said, the case has been handed over to the Ninghai Special Operations Team. I'll have them dig deeper. She changed the subject. I have a feeling that the East's naval major might be a scapegoat for the higher-ups in the defense force. That girl is quite pretty, Su Wuji remarked. Although she seemed a bit annoying at first, I didn't expect her to have a kind heart. He knew that Yukino Fukada would definitely face punishment and suppression. After all, she was the action team leader at the time. On a smaller scale, it was a serious mistake in on-site command, and on a larger scale, it could imply treason. I hope Yukino Fukada is okay. We can't help her for now, Jiang Wanqing said with a hint of regret. She had already used connections in the East to inquire about Yukino Fukada's situation, but due to the high level of confidentiality from the Maritime Self-Defense Force regarding this matter, there were no results yet. By the way, I'm heading back to the capital tonight, Jiang Wanqing said. That 5-star hunter, Muta Chuichi, hasn't shown up yet. I don't know if he will appear in Linzhou again. Bai Shuyang has been holed up in his old house every day. Su Wuji said, the Bai family's connections are still quite solid. Give them some time, and they should be able to uncover the truth. I'm worried about you, Jiang Wanqing said, revealing her true thoughts helplessly. This fool, did he really need her to spell it out so clearly? Su Wuji was taken aback. What do I have to worry about? The bomb left by Muta Chuichi was destroyed by you. The first time he commanded the truck driver to crash into Bai Shuyang, it was because you were present that it didn't succeed, Jiang Wanqing said, her tone growing serious. I had experts profile this person, and they all believe that before Muta Chuichi makes his third move against Bai Shuyang, he will definitely come after you first. That's really terrifying, Su Wujie laughed heartily. Can I apply to the Confidential Operations Department for Major Jian to personally protect me? Su Wujie had made the joke casually, but to his surprise, Jiang Wanqing actually thought about it seriously. I think that's possible. I'll explain this to the director when I get back. If he dares to refuse, I will. Hey, I was just joking, Su Wujie quickly interrupted as he sensed Jiang Wanqing getting a bit too serious. Jiang Wanqing continued, alright, I'm hanging up. You should go to bed early. It's only 7 o'clock. Why go to bed so early? Su Wujie retorted without hesitation before hanging up. On the other end, Jiang Wanqing was used to Su Wujie's way of speaking, but a woman beside her couldn't help but speak up for her. Jiang Wanqing, tell me, are you stupid? You have such a beautiful face and an even prettier backside. How come you can't win over this little man? This was Feng Qianshue's voice. She was packing her luggage, preparing to return to the capital with Jiang Wanqing. Originally, she had come to Linzhou for business and wanted to take the opportunity to see Su Wujie, but Jiang Wanqing and Su Wujie had gone abroad for a trip, leaving Feng Qianshue still without having met her future nephew-in-law. Feng Qianshue, your backside is even prettier than mine, and you still don't have a man, do you? Jiang Wanqing replied irritably. You always act like you have so much experience. I'm talking about you. Why are you dragging me into this? Fang Qianxue said, exasperated. Bai Shuyang has been pining after you for so many years, and you don't want him. Now you insist on finding someone who doesn't care about you at all. You were in Ninghai for 3 days, and he didn't even mention coming to see you once. It's really infuriating. Jiang Wanqing smiled and said, he must have his own things to be busy with. You wouldn't understand. Fine, I don't understand, only you do. Fang Qianxue stomped her foot. One of these days, I have to have a serious talk with this little Su. Jiang Wanqing warned, Fang Qianxue, if you dare to sneak off and do something like that behind my back, do you believe I will tell Su Wujie that my aunt has a crush on him? Fang Qianxue was almost driven to the brink by her own niece. However, when she angrily went downstairs with her suitcase, she found a business car already parked at the hotel entrance. A woman in a qipao and a bodyguard over 2 meters tall were standing by the car door. Fang Qianxue's gaze immediately fell on the woman in the qipao, and she couldn't help but exclaim, wow, this sister is stunning. Those legs could kill a man. Just as she was about to pull Jiang Wanqing over to discuss the woman's legs, she saw her niece's eyes suddenly light up with surprise. Xiao Pang, Manager Xiao, what are you doing here? Jiang Wanqing asked. Xiao Yinlei chuckled lightly, Miss Jiang, the boss specifically instructed me to escort you to the airport with Xiao Pang. Jiang Wanqing's face lit up but she declined, no, we have a car to take us. Manager Xiao, you and Xiao Pang should head back. Who knows, Wu Jie might still need your help. Fang Qianxue's eyes were filled with gossip, but she stood by with her arms crossed, sneering inwardly, Jiang Wanqing, look at that worthless smile of yours, you're about to give yourself away. Xiao Yinlei said, Miss Jiang, please rest assured, the boss doesn't need us for now. Xiao Pang added in detail, the boss is with Miss Su right now. We would disturb his good fortune if we went. Jiang Wanqing's smile froze slightly. Fang Qianxue was also a bit confused. She often attracted men and seemed experienced, but she couldn't understand Su Wujie's current actions, sending a subordinate to the airport with one woman while he personally accompanied another. Xiao Yinlei felt extremely awkward and stepped on Xiao Pang's foot, quickly explaining, Miss Jiang, don't listen to Xiao Pang's nonsense. The boss is investigating a case related to the Raymond Intelligence Agency, and that Miss Su is the person involved in the case. By the way, you must have heard of the Raymond Intelligence Agency. As soon as the words Raymond Intelligence Agency left Xiao Yinlei's mouth, Jiang Wanqing's expression suddenly became animated. The doubts she had about Su Wujie's identity were all cleared up in that moment. Jiang Wanqing's smile blossomed as she softly said to herself, hello, Shadow King. I'm getting jealous seeing you two flirting on the phone in front of me, Su Jiayan said as she walked over and sat down next to Su Wujie. It was just a 2-seater sofa, and with 2 adults sitting on it, there was hardly any space between them, whether intentional or not. Su Jiayan's thigh was already pressed against Su Wujie's leg. She had just taken a shower, and the lingering fragrance on her skin and hair wafted into Su Wujie's nose, making him uncontrollably want to look up in admiration. Su Jiayan, this exquisite beauty, had a seemingly casual demeanor that could create a strong allure with every move. Jealous of what? You're not my woman, Su Wujie said irritably, trying to get up and move away. But I've already taken you as my man. Just imagine, if my sexy body were to be taken by another man, wouldn't you feel a bit unwilling? Su Jiayan said, reaching out to hook her arm around Su Wujie's, pulling him back. Due to this action, a significant portion of her soft body, wrapped in a towel on her left side, rested on Su Wujie's arm. Su Zhao's demeanor immediately became obedient. Let's talk business, stop being flirtatious, Su Wujie said, pulling his arm away but not succeeding. He then asked, what do you think the investigator's true purpose is? The S-level investigators of the Raymond Intelligence Agency have highly confidential identities. I can't find out if this Ruitzen is really from the agency, Su Jiayan replied. I also don't know what that guy wants from me. He can't have fallen in love with the idea of helping me take care of my cat, right? Su Wujie shook his head. But no matter what, you can't stay here any longer. Guanji's residence had already been exposed. Su Wujie had been waiting here for 3 whole days without catching Ruitzen, but he was almost certain the latter would come again. Su Jiayan agreed wholeheartedly. Her tone became more serious. If you're not here, I definitely don't want to stay here alone. The sense of dependence had formed unconsciously. Saying this, Su Jiayan leaned against Su Wujie's shoulder and tentatively asked, although my dependence on you is growing stronger, I'm also becoming more curious about your identity. You're so capable. You must have a particularly powerful master, right? On that day at the Dongli trading factory, Su Wujie had showcased his skills, and just dealing with the Eastern ninjas was a level Su Jiayan could never reach in her lifetime. Su Wujie pushed Su Jiayan's head aside, lowered his head to scroll through his phone emails, and said, my identity is just a bar owner, remember that. A bar owner with great skills. unbeatable against Eastern ninjas, Su Jian added. Then, she leaned closer, gazing directly into Su Wujie's eyes, her expression becoming somewhat dreamy, her red lips glistening. Before we move out, shall we do something to leave a little memory of this house? No need for that. I just hope you'll think of me a bit more in the future, instead of just flirting with your words and then going silent when something happens, Su Wujie replied irritably. That day, if I had been even a little late, you would have lost your life. Su Jian knew that Su Wujie genuinely cared for her. A hint of tenderness flashed in her eyes, and her voice became soft and delicate. I know I was wrong, but I was just afraid of bringing the dangers of the dark world to you. Am I afraid of the Western dark world? Su Wujie scoffed. He closed the email interface on his phone and said, 3. Su Jian looked confused. What? Su Wujie, 2. Su Jian, are you counting down to push me over? 1. Su Wujie snapped his fingers. At that moment, Su Jian's phone, which she had thrown on the bed, began to vibrate. Then, Su Wujie stood up and said, I'm going out for some air. You tidy up and we'll move you to another place. Su Jian immediately jogged to the bed, sticking her bottom out to grab her phone, because the vibration was a special email alert she had set. Opening her phone, she saw that she had received 200,000 euros in an account abroad. This money came from a psychiatric hospital under the European Charity Medical Group. Su Jian certainly knew that this was one of the hidden accounts of the Silver Moon organization. This 200,000 euros was likely the reward given to Guanji after Shaoshan Liangjie was captured by the Chinese authorities. Su Jian herself didn't lack money. Joining Silver Moon wasn't about making more. In fact, most of the rewards she received from Silver Moon had been used to support orphans who had lost their parents. What left Su Jian utterly shocked was Su Wujie's countdown. It truly baffled her. Why did she receive the Silver Moon reward just as his countdown ended? Did Su Wujie know about this before her? Remembering Su Wujie's earlier remark, am I afraid of the Western dark world? A light bulb went off in Su Jian's mind. She finally recalled the sound of the sniper rifle she heard when she was chased by De Caro's hunting dogs. And during the fierce battle at Dongli Trade, there was also a sniper rifle that made a significant impact. The two events corroborated each other. It seemed that Su Wujie had saved her when De Caro was pursuing her. Su Jian's cheeks flushed, and she covered her head with her hands. My God, this is just too crazy. By the time Su Jian finished packing, Xiao Yinlei's car had already arrived downstairs, and Xiao Peng came up to help carry the suitcase. Did Jiang Wanqing say anything before she left? Su Wujie asked. Miss Jiang didn't say much, but she was clearly very happy that the boss thought to send a car for her, Xiao Yinlei replied. Xiao Peng chimed in with a deep voice, but the woman next to Miss Jiang wasn't very happy. Su Wujie's eyebrows raised. There's another woman beside her? What does she look like? Xiao Peng, very curvy. Su Wujie, is she fat? Xiao Peng, only fat in the right places. Su Wujie chuckled. Alright, Xiao Peng, you've grown up. You actually understand aesthetics now. Xiao Yinlei laughed lightly. That's Miss Jiang's aunt, Fang Qianxue. Su Wujie responded with an oh, I've heard that name. She's a rich woman, the kind that can save someone 50 years of hard work. Xiao Peng, boss, Fang Qianxue also scolded you. Su Wujie slapped the armrest of his chair. What did she scold me for? Did I provoke her? Manager Xiao, tell me what's going on. Xiao Yinlei had no choice but to sell Xiao Peng. Xiao Peng said the boss is with Miss Su and doesn't want us to disturb your good fortune, so he didn't go to see them off. Su Jian suddenly laughed, her delicate smile exuding a strong brightness. That's more like it. I'm not jealous anymore. She looked at Su Wujie, her eyes sparkling, full of softness. Su Wujie said irritably, Manager Xiao, have the finance department check how many years of salary Xiao Peng has been advanced. If this keeps affecting my dating, I'll deduct 10 years from now on. Xiao Yinlei pursed her lips. Boss, just half an hour ago, the finance department advanced all of Xiao Peng's salary for the next 10 years. Su Wujie's eyes widened. What is she doing? Xiao Peng replied, the finance department said they were afraid the boss would be distracted while dating, so they advanced it. Better safe than sorry. For the past 3 days, Xiao Yinlei and Xiao Peng had been busy forcibly taking over Li Zuinyang's assets, and the Queen Bar made a significant profit, finally forcing the finance supervisor to put away her sharp tongue. What finance department doesn't help the boss exploit employees? This finance department is too incompetent. I need to let her know who the real boss is at the Queen Bar. Su Wujie was so angry his nostrils flared. Xiao Peng, transfer the excess back to me. Hurry. Xiao Peng replied, yes, boss. He immediately opened his phone, ready to transfer. However, Su Jian reached out to block his phone screen, glanced at Su Wujie, and playfully chided, be nicer to Xiao Peng. I just made some money. How about I cover Xiao Peng's salary? Su Wujie said, forget it. How can I take a woman's money? Su Jian's voice was sweet and irresistible. My people are all yours. Why make such a clear distinction? Xiao Peng said, Miss Su, the boss has said before that he can't take your money. it's all earned through life and death. Xiao Pang had said the same thing to Jiang Wanqing before, and it had worked wonders. This time, it was the same. A layer of mist suddenly covered Su Jiayan's clear eyes. She fell silent, slightly lowering her head to look at the floor of the car, occasionally raising her hand to wipe the damp corners of her eyes. Su Wuji turned his head and glared at Xiao Pang, shaking his head, and pulled out a tissue, handing it to Su Jiayan. Xiao Pang was confused by the glare and asked Xiao Yinlei, "Manager Xiao, did I say something wrong?" Before Xiao Yinlei could stop him, Su Jiayan asked again, "Xiao Pang, what else did your boss say at that time? I want to hear the exact words." Xiao Pang said, "The boss also said that if he took Miss Su's money, he would be completely stuck to this woman. With her figure so sexy, he'd be drained dry sooner or later." Su Wuji was extremely annoyed and simply closed his eyes to pretend to sleep. Su Jiayan laughed so hard she trembled, her entire body vibrating, almost confirming Xiao Pang's earlier words. Half an hour later, the car arrived at the East 4th Ring of Ninghai. Looking at the buildings outside, Su Jiayan said, "A resort hotel? You can't be serious about making me stay here?" Su Wuji pointed at the gate irritably. "What kind of eyes do you have? Look more closely." Su Jiayan exclaimed, "It's actually a nursing home?" Su Wuji replied, "The place is quite nice, it's just a bit far for you to get to work." What appeared outside the car window was indeed a nursing home, with 4 large characters written on the gate: Bikong Nursing. This is a high-end nursing center under the Bikong Group. The overall architecture resembled a large resort hotel, nestled by mountains and water, serene and quiet, as if completely isolated from the bustling and prosperous Ninghai. Su Jiayan couldn't help but exclaim, "The environment here is really good, perfect for hiding a beautiful woman." Su Wuji retorted, "Can't you just not be flirtatious for once?" However, at that moment, a Rolls-Royce Phantom came driving from the opposite direction, brushing past the Buick business car that Su Wuji was in. Both cars came to a stop simultaneously, and the windows were rolled down at the same time. A man dressed in a tang suit was sitting in the back seat of the Rolls-Royce, his white hair glinting in the sunlight. It was Su Wuxian. Su Wujie smiled broadly, "My dear uncle, it's so good to see you, but you really need to dye your hair again. Next time, get a better quality dye." After arriving in Ninghai, Su Wuxian surprisingly came to this nursing home as well. He glanced at Su Wujie and chuckled, "You little rascal, the commotion you caused this time was quite something. Your uncle had quite a bit of trouble cleaning up after you." Although Su Wuxian often complained about the name Su Wujie, which sounded like a peer, he was genuinely good to Su Wujie. After all, by age, Su Wuxian could indeed be considered a distant relative. Su Wuxian had always had some criticisms regarding his brother's hands-off parenting style and educational methods. "My uncle treats me well, my dad is so unreliable, never caring about me," Su Wujie said as he opened the door and got out of the car. Xiao Pang, Su Jiayan, and Xiao Yinlei also got out, standing respectfully by the car. Su Wujie leaned into the window of the Phantom, smiling as he called out, "Uncle Moo, you're here too." Sitting next to Su Wuxian was still Mu Yuanming. The two brothers had a very good relationship. However, Mu Lauer's expression was quite unpleasant. Previously, Su Wujie hugging and cuddling with Long Qinghe had already made him, who fancied himself as the future father-in-law, very unhappy. And now this kid's car was also occupied by 2 strikingly beautiful women. Su Wuxian did not get out of the car but looked at Su Jiayan with a face full of approval. This must be Jiang Wanqing, right? She performed quite well this time, bravely teaming up with Wujie to deal with the Japanese. Not bad, not bad. Su Wujie chuckled, "Uncle, are you getting old and confused? Her name is Su Jiayan, not Jiang Wanqing. One so peachy, the other so flirtatious, and he could mix them up?" Su Jiayan smiled sweetly, "Hello, Uncle Su, I'm Su Jiayan. I work as a doctor at Ninghai Tsihui Hospital and am also Wujie's friend." Su Wuxian didn't feel any embarrassment. He smiled, "Oh, a doctor. That's a respected profession. By the way, it seems no one in our Su family has become a doctor yet. We could really use a doctor in the family." Mu Yuanming's face darkened. Is Su Wuxian here to pick a niece-in-law? Even choosing a profession? And who was that Jiang Wanqing he just mistakenly called out? Is she also Su Wujie's close friend? Mu Lauer couldn't help but feel a strong sense of crisis for his daughter. Su Jiayan immediately understood the underlying meaning of this statement, and her pretty face turned bright red. Her little heart was beating a bit fast. "Thank you, Uncle Su, but Wujie always keeps his distance from me and shows no interest at all. I've been proactive for so long, but there's been no result." Su Jiayan's eyes sparkled, and her tone clearly revealed a hint of feigned grievance. Upon hearing this, Mu Yuanming's mood surprisingly improved a lot. Well, it seems Su Wujie is quite reliable. He can still hold his ground in front of such a beautiful girl. Not bad, not bad. He would be suitable to be my Mu family's son-in-law. Su Wuxian immediately shot Su Wujie a glare, then said to Su Jiayan, "Su girl, if he dares to make you suffer, come find me. I'll help you teach this kid a lesson." A girl as good as you should not be chasing after him. He's getting too much face. Mu Yuanming crossed his arms. Damn it, Su Wuxian. Su Wujie replied, Uncle, your affection for me never lasts a minute. Are you planning to let this girl stay here? Su Wuxian asked. Yes, Su Wujie replied, it's safer for her here. Upon hearing this, Su Wuxian looked at Su Jian a bit more. That's fine, I see this girl has quite a sweet tongue, living here. She can chat with these old men every day. After saying that, he glanced at Xiaopang. Xiaopang, have you been bullied by Su Wujie? Xiaopang replied, no, we only bully others. Su Wuxian said, that's good. You're a straightforward kid. I was really worried this guy would exploit you every day. Su Wujie smiled broadly. How could that be, uncle? Am I that kind of unscrupulous capitalist? Su Wuxian chuckled. Aren't you? Su Wujie spread his hands. I don't have any capital. Well, he only admitted he wasn't a capitalist but didn't acknowledge being unscrupulous. Xiaopang said to Su Wuxian, the finance department told me yesterday that if I see you, I must tell you that the boss always deducts my salary. Su Wuxian raised an eyebrow. Is that so? Su Wujie laughed awkwardly. That's not true. I was just joking. I never really deducted it, just sometimes borrowed a bit from Xiaopang's salary when I was short on cash. That's best, but if I find out you dare to deduct Xiaopang's salary, I'll have Su Qiyan cut off your pocket money. Su Wujie then said to the driver, Akun, drive. Once the van drove out of the nursing home's gate, Su Wujie's smile suddenly faded. He turned to Xiao Yinlei and gritted his teeth, saying, I'm going to deal with the finance department when I get back. This time, no one can stop me. The nursing home has 2 main buildings and a separate courtyard area, clearly indicating a significant price difference between the 2 sides. The Buick van drove to a secluded little courtyard in the corner. Su Wujie said, You'll live here from now on, okay? Su Jian looked at the small building. This house is so big, won't it be too wasteful? I can just stay in a single room. Su Wujie glanced at her and said irritably, You have too many secrets. A separate courtyard is more convenient for you. You're so considerate. I'm really going to fall in love with you. Su Jian couldn't help but kiss Su Wujie's face again. Xiao Yinlei pulled out a wet wipe and silently helped the boss wipe off the red lip print from his face. Su Wujie said irritably, Of course, it's not free for you to stay. As for the rent, just give a 30% discount. 30%? Su Jian immediately said, I can pay full price. I can't let you suffer a loss. That's not necessary. Su Wujie pointed to the small courtyard next door. There's an elderly couple living next door. If you have time, you can help take care of them. Sure, I'm the best at taking care of people. Su Jian's voice was so sweet it was almost sickening. Su Wujie carried Su Jian's luggage inside and showed her around the various rooms. Can you manage living here? I'm very satisfied. The only downside is that the house is too big. It would be even better if you could live here with me, Su Jian said, linking her arm with Su Wujie's. Come out. I'll take you for a walk to meet the neighbors. Su Wujie pulled his arm out from that soft embrace. This woman is really annoying, always launching milk attacks on him from time to time. Su Wujie took Su Jian to the courtyard next door. A woman dressed in a light blue practice outfit was watering the flowers. Her hair was as pure white as snow, simply pinned up with a fishbone clip with a few strands of hair gracefully falling on her cheek. Even though the practice outfit was loose, it was still evident that her figure was graceful. Standing amidst the blooming flowers, the whole scene resembled an elegant ink painting. Su Jian's heart skipped a beat. Just seeing this scene made her feel as if the yard was hiding the tenderness and vicissitudes accumulated over the years. What made Miss Sue's heart race even more was that she found herself unable to judge the true age of the woman before her. Her hair was clearly very white, yet her face bore no particularly deep wrinkles. At most, it showed some traces lightly kissed by time. Even those fine lines resembled the veins of flower petals, natural and gentle. At that moment, a phrase flashed through Su Jian's mind: time never defeats a beauty. Su Wujie stepped forward, took the watering can, and said, Grandma, is the old man not home? This address surprised Su Jian once again. Grandma? He went out to play chess with old Lu. He probably won't be back for a while. The woman in white looked at Su Wujie, her lips curving slightly, as if smiling. Your dad came by yesterday, and your uncle just left. Su Wujie smiled and said, Grandma, this time I brought someone for you to meet. This girl is called Su Jian. If I can't come often in the future, let her keep you company. Su Jian immediately stepped forward and respectfully said, Hello, Grandma. The woman examined Su Jian and nodded slightly. Although it's a bit late, and her talent can only be considered average, if she's willing to put in some effort, she can improve significantly in a short time. Su Jian was taken aback, finally understanding why Su Wujie wanted her to change her place of residence. This little man had found her a teacher. He must have felt that her skills needed improvement to reduce the risks of future actions. At that moment, a deep sense of gratitude filled Su Jian's heart. This man always spoke with disdain towards her, yet everything he did represented his concern. Thank you, Grandma. Su Jiayan immediately bowed deeply. The woman in white slightly tugged at the corners of her lips, managing a smile, her expression softer than usual. From now on, just call me teacher. I'm getting old, and I don't know how many more disciples I can take. Teacher. Upon hearing this, even Su Wuji looked visibly surprised. Su Jiayan's face, however, was filled with joy. She could certainly see that this senior was extraordinary. The overall aura seemed somewhat aloof, but in reality, it was a kind of transcendence and detachment, definitely not an ordinary person. Grandma, my dad is your student. If Su Jiayan calls you teacher, Su Wuji said with a bitter smile, then my generation will drop another level. Su Jiayan actually didn't know much about Su Wuji's father's past or the old Su family, but she could still feel the weight of Su Wuji's words. The woman smiled at Su Wuji. You are the old man's disciple. Doesn't that make you my student? Su Wuji smiled awkwardly. Of course it counts, but I haven't fully mastered those 7 moves yet, so I feel embarrassed to flaunt my master's name when I go out. At that moment, Su Jiayan finally understood that the old man living in this small courtyard was Su Wuji's master. Don't rush. Once you master all 7 moves, it will be like standing above the skyline. How old are you? There's plenty of time ahead, take it slow. Su Wuji nodded deeply. I understand. But understanding was one thing. He certainly didn't want to reach a certain age without experiencing the joys of being a man. Su Jiayan didn't quite understand, especially that phrase standing above the skyline. The woman in white walked to the tea table in the yard, brewed 2 cups of tea, looked at Su Jiayan, and said, Girl, in the martial world, one must show great respect when apprenticing. Here, you can skip that. Just offer a cup of tea. What are you still dawdling for? Hurry up. Su Wuji was clearly a bit excited, gently pushing Su Jiayan. Su Jiayan could guess that the grandmother in front of her must have extremely strict criteria for accepting disciples. After so many years without a closed-door disciple, she was willing to take Su Jiayan as her apprentice just for Su Wuji's sake. Who exactly is Su Wuji? Why does he have such great influence? Su Jiayan came back to her senses and immediately knelt on one knee, holding up the teacup. Master, please allow your disciple to pay my respects. The woman in white took the teacup, took a sip, and said, Good. Su Jiayan's heart finally settled. However, she quickly thought of a question and asked with some difficulty, Jiayan has yet to inquire about master's name. Wuji didn't tell me either. The woman in white said, A name is just a symbol. My reputation in the Jianghu of Huaxia wasn't that great either. As a master and disciple, you only need to know that I am your teacher. Su Jiayan immediately replied, Yes, disciple remembers. The process felt so surreal that deep down, she still felt a bit dazed. That intense sense of unreality made Su Jiayan feel as if she were floating in the clouds. After all, her previous identity was a surgeon at a foreign-funded hospital and a mysterious assassin for an international organization. Now, she suddenly became the disciple of a hidden master in the Jianghu world. This transition was quite abrupt. Get up, just kneel this once. You don't need to kneel again in the future. After the woman in white said this, she plucked a branch over a meter long from the osmanthus tree in the courtyard. Su Wuji's eyes lit up at the sight. Grandma, are you going to directly teach her a powerful move? The woman in white said, This girl's strength is too weak. Let her learn a few basic moves for self-defense first. Su Wuji smiled and said, Then I'll take my leave and visit the other old men's rooms. After saying that, he closed the courtyard door. The woman in white merely waved her hand lightly. The movement seemed slow and gentle, but the osmanthus branch in her hand left behind trails of afterimages. From Su Jiayan's perspective, those afterimages reflected the light of the sky, seemingly forming a luminous fan. It was beautiful yet extremely dangerous. Whoosh! As the branch swung in the air for a full circle, that luminous fan seemed to transform into a complete sun. Although Su Jiayan firmly believed that what she saw was an illusion, she was still stung by the concentrated light, causing her eyes to ache. It felt as if a blazing sun truly hung in the sky. When the woman in white put away the branch, the air seemed to tremble slightly. The leaves on that osmanthus tree began to fall in a flurry, as if autumn had arrived early. Yet the woman in white stood beneath the tree, and those leaves did not fall onto her white attire at all. They all cleverly avoided her body. This scene was so beautiful that it left Su Jiayan speechless. She opened her mouth, astonished to the point of forgetting to breathe. Su Jiayan knew that this was a realm she could not comprehend. She couldn't even understand what she was seeing. No wonder her master had just evaluated her talent as average. Compared to her, she was worlds apart. This is the heavenly heartblade technique, the woman in white said. You have too many fundamentals to work on. I'll give you 2 years to see if you can learn that move I just showed. An unprecedented surge of emotions welled up in Su Jiayan's chest. If the first move was this powerful, how strong would she become if she learned the entire set of techniques? Su Jiayan's imagination couldn't even match up to this blade technique, but without a doubt, a brand new door had opened in her world. Su Jian asked, "Master, what was that move called?" The woman in white replied lightly, "Blazing sun in the sky." Su Wujie left the small courtyard and went to another one, pushing an elderly man in a white tracksuit in a wheelchair, strolling by the artificial lake and chatting for over half an hour. The old man was quite advanced in age, and his spirits didn't seem very high. After a while of conversation, he would doze off. Just as Su Wujie finished talking about recent events, he noticed the old man had begun to snore softly. He took a thin blanket from under the wheelchair and carefully covered the old man. Worried about waking him, Su Wujie simply sat beside the wheelchair, keeping him company in the sun for another hour, before gently pushing the wheelchair back to the room. Although every resident here had professional caregivers taking good care of them, Su Wujie still washed the old man's cup, cleaned and dried his personal clothes, and even watered the flowers in the courtyard before leaving. Before he departed, he made another trip to Su Jian's small courtyard. She was staring blankly at a branch of the osmanthus tree. "I feel so stupid, it's just too hard." Su Jian looked at Su Wujie, a bit dejected. In the past hour, she had been trying to recall the previous technique. The woman in white hadn't taught her the details, only encouraging her to try to understand and reflect. Su Jian had always been a top student. Even while studying abroad, she had received a full scholarship and maintained a GPA in the top 10 of her school. After choosing to join the Silver Moon organization, she quickly grasped the essential skills of a killer. Otherwise, she wouldn't have become the capable Guanji in just a few years. But now, the more she recalled, the more her mind felt like a muddled mess. The light gathered on the osmanthus branch was so brilliant, yet she couldn't even glimpse the doorway to understanding. Su Wujie smiled and said, "Take your time, even Senior Tianqin can't expect you to become an expert overnight. She will help you build a solid foundation, but you'll have to work hard in your spare time." Su Jian asked, "What did you say the teacher's name was?" "Lu Tianqin," Su Wujie replied. "The Tianqin blade technique is named after her." After returning to Linzhou from Ninghai, Su Wujie unexpectedly received a call from Long Qinghe. "Hello, I haven't seen you around these days, and you haven't replied to my messages," Long Qinghe said. Su Wujie replied, "Hey, I've been too busy these past few days. I saw the messages but forgot to reply. If you have time tonight, let's have dinner together?" Long Qinghe laughed. As expected of the top host at Linzhou TV, even in casual conversation, her voice was pleasant, like a spa for the ears. "Are you really that free as a host?" Su Wujie said, "If I have dinner with you and get photographed, wouldn't that create a scandal for you?" Long Qinghe laughed. "Do I like scandals? Haven't you seen Weibo these past few days?" Su Wujie replied, "I don't have Weibo on my phone." "Oh, then forget it, Weibo is all gossip, and you probably wouldn't be interested," Long Qinghe said. "I've booked a relatively secluded club. The chef there is particularly good at Huayang cuisine." "Alright, then you drive to the Queen and pick me up," Su Wujie said. "What an attitude! I'm inviting you to dinner, and you want me to pick you up," Long Qinghe huffed. "Come or don't, if you don't pick me up, I won't go." Su Wujie chuckled and hung up the phone. "What kind of person is this? Other men eagerly invite me to dinner, and I never go," Long Qinghe pouted, hitting the cushion in her arms. After saying this, Long Qinghe took off her nightgown, wearing only a fitted garment, and walked barefoot to the cloakroom. Just from these few steps, she shouldn't only have the nickname Sister Chow Chow, but at least another one like Sister Shaking or Sister Trembling. Which one should I wear? At this moment, Long Qinghe's level of entanglement was even greater than when she attended the red carpet ceremony. "Boss, Long Qinghe posted a Weibo 3 days ago, and it trended for 2 days, Xiao Yinlei said, her eyes sparkling with gossip as she placed her phone in front of Su Wujie. "That night, you healed me." Su Wujie read the Weibo post aloud, then raised an eyebrow. "She slept with another man? This woman is so bold, she can publicly post about such things?" Xiao Yinlei chuckled. "Boss, your reaction is exactly the same as the netizens." Sure enough, there were still several Weibo posts related to Long Qinghe trending, all speculating about who her rumored boyfriend was. Who could Long Qinghe's rumored boyfriend be? Su Wujie scrolled through the posts. Is it that male host from Linzhou TV who partnered with her? Xiao Yinlei looked at her boss, her eyes barely containing laughter. "Boss, why don't you guess some more?" Su Wujie said, "Could it be their station director? After all, powerful and wealthy older men are quite attractive." "Put!" Xiao Yinlei nearly spat out her drink. "Boss, think about it. Where did you sleep 3 days ago?" Su Wujie pondered for a moment, then his expression turned to one of constipation. "Is she talking about me? Who else could it be?" Xiao Yinlei laughed. "Boss, it seems you left quite a deep impression on Long the host that night." Su Wujie's expression was innocent. "Even though we slept in the same room, I was on the bed and she was on the floor. I didn't touch her." "You were in the same room?" Xiao Yinlei was almost frantic. Long Qinghe has an excellent reputation in the entertainment industry. She has never had any scandals, yet she actually let the boss sleep in her bed. and the next day she posted on Weibo saying she had a deep impression of that night. Isn't that enough to indicate something? Su Wuji replied, so, what does that indicate? Xiao Yinlei stamped her foot on the floor of the car. Boss, think again. A look of horror crossed Su Wuji's face. Wait, does that mean she climbed into my bed in the middle of the night and slept with me? In the evening, the just-repaired purple Xiaomi SU7 appeared in front of the Queen's bar. Long Qinghe, wearing a mask, got out of the car and waved to Su Wuji. Hi, get in. Today, Long Qinghe had clearly dressed up intentionally, wearing a baseball cap, her hair in a ponytail, a sporty white jacket on top, and black yoga pants on the bottom. However, over the yoga pants, she wore a short sports skirt, which did not fully reveal the curves that belonged to Sister Chow Chow. This mature and voluptuous urban beauty, once out of her professional attire and into sportswear, instantly exuded a different kind of allure. Su Wuji sat in the passenger seat, sulking and silent, seemingly lost in thought. What's wrong? Long Qinghe started the car and asked, Boss Su seems a bit down today? Su Wuji turned to look at her. I saw your Weibo. Oh. On the surface, Long Qinghe appeared calm, but in reality, her face was already heating up. She parted her red lips. I was just. Su Wuji interrupted. You secretly slept with me? Long Qinghe suddenly slammed on the brakes. She widened her eyes, staring at Su Wuji for several seconds, confirming that he wasn't joking. Then, her strong sense of variety show humor surged up. The slight embarrassment on her face became the best disguise for her acting. I didn't want to tell you, but you were sleepwalking, walked over to my floor, and crawled into my. Su Wuji's eyes widened. Crawled into your body? What crawling into the body? Crawled into my blanket. Long Qinghe's pretty face instantly turned bright red, and then she started the car, pursing her lips and remaining silent on the way. However, seeing Su Wuji so nervous, Long Qinghe suddenly had a bold guess. This bar owner who claimed to party every night couldn't really be a virgin, could he? After more than 10 minutes, Su Wuji hesitantly asked, it doesn't matter if we got under the covers, but did I actually get into your place? Where? You might as well say body. Long Qinghe glanced at Su Wuji with a flushed face and said irritably, whether you did or not, don't you know yourself? You said I was sleepwalking, how could I know? Su Wuji replied, what if I sleepwalked in, finished with you, pulled up my pants, and went back to bed until dawn? This whole process he imagined was quite smooth. What do you mean by finished with me? Long Qinghe silently complained in her heart, then, suppressing her strong sense of awkwardness, she asked with a slight blush, if we really did that, when you woke up the next morning, would you notice anything unusual about your body? What could be unusual? Su Wuji asked. I don't know. Long Qinghe bit her lip. She couldn't exactly tell him. Did you feel sticky? You don't know? Haven't you experienced it? Su Wuji asked, subconsciously glancing at Long Qinghe's legs. Long Qinghe's hosting skills began to take effect. She didn't answer the question but chose to counter-question. Isn't Boss Su quite experienced in this area? I have no experience at all. Su Wuji immediately changed his tune. Every time I was dead drunk. I don't remember anything the next day. Oh, I see. There was a clear smile in Long Qinghe's eyes. I've heard that if a man drinks to the point of blackout, he definitely won't have the strength to do that kind of thing. Real drunken chaos is always conscious, just half pushed by the alcohol. That makes sense. Su Wuji thought for a moment and said seriously, if I really did, I would take responsibility for you. You're so beautiful, I wouldn't be at a loss. Long Qinghe chuckled. What do you mean by did? I was just teasing you, nothing happened between us. Su Wuji, then what does that Weibo post you made mean? Long Qinghe couldn't help but feel a bit overwhelmed. It was to express a certain feeling. Women are very emotional creatures. Do you understand? She was a bit unsure whether Su Wuji was truly innocent or just pretending to be. However, despite having gone through two dangerous situations, her relationship with Su Wuji had drawn significantly closer, and future interviews didn't seem so difficult anymore. I kind of understand some, but not everything. I don't know if you're emotional or not, but you are indeed quite sexy. Although Su Wuji said this, he couldn't help but think that women are just too complicated. Long Qinghe smiled and said, thank you for the compliment, Boss Su. Su Wuji then looked at Long Qinghe's leg on the gas pedal and asked, aren't you afraid your suitors will get jealous if you post something like this? The reason I can stay single until now is that none of those suitors have caught my eye. Long Qinghe shook her head. In fact, being pursued too much can be quite annoying. Last year, the son of the richest man in Linjian was madly pursuing Long Qinghe, sending flowers, luxury cars, and mansions in various ways, but she remained unmoved. By this year, a certain big shot fell from grace, and the richest man was implicated in an insider trading case and taken away for investigation. His son then fled to the United States, and only then did Long Qinghe find some peace. Along the way, the two chatted casually until they finally arrived at a serene clubhouse located at the foot of Yunlian Mountain. Stepping through the entrance of the club, It felt as if one had entered a slowly unfolding painting. The pavilions, towers, and corridors were all intricately arranged, with precious trees and flowers interspersed, creating a poetic and grand beauty that enveloped the senses. "The owner is my friend," Long Ching-ha added, "a woman." Oh, Su Wuji got out of the car, glanced at the garden's layout, and remarked, "The sense of layering in this scenery is quite good. The designer must have great taste. This gentleman has a keen eye." A woman's voice came from ahead. She was about 1.65 meters tall, wearing a brightly colored long dress adorned with large blooming peonies, a bold beauty. However, the woman wore almost no makeup, just a light layer of foundation and some lipstick, which made her vibrant appearance overshadow her striking dress. "My good friend, Ying Luo," Long Ching-ha introduced. "She is the owner here and studied landscape architecture at Louisiana State University. This entire garden was designed by her alone." "Hello, beautiful, my name is Su Wuji." At first glance, Su Wuji felt a sense of familiarity in Ying Luo's features, as if he had seen her before, but upon looking again, he felt uncertain, wondering if it was just his imagination. Ying Luo sized up Su Wuji and extended her hand to shake his. "Mr. Su, hello. Ching-ha has never brought a male friend here for a meal before." Long Ching-ha said, "Ying Luo, let's have a few classic dishes from your side, and you can join us for a chat later." Ying Luo chuckled lightly. "Isn't this a man who healed you all night? If I sit next to you, will I become a third wheel?" "Oh, come on, don't joke around. Wuji is quite sensitive," Long Ching-ha playfully hit Ying Luo. Su Wuji grinned. "My skin is not thin at all. If Missy dares to come, I might just heal you too." This remark seemed a bit frivolous. Ying Luo's expression remained unchanged, but her gaze towards Long Ching-ha showed a hint of surprise. She knew Long Ching-ha's character too well. He had always despised such frivolous words and loathed the behavior of scumbags who flirted with his friends in front of him. Yet, at this moment, Long Ching-ha showed no sign of anger. This left Ying Luo momentarily unsure of the true relationship between Long Ching-ha and Su Wuji. Could it be that, if one likes someone, they can tolerate everything? Long Ching-ha looked at the empty parking spaces at the entrance and asked, "Ying Luo, are there no other guests today?" "None today, I'm focusing on serving your table," Ying Luo replied with a helpless smile. "One of my regulars used to come here every week from Ninghai, but it seems he was taken away for questioning by the disciplinary inspection department a few days ago." Su Wuji raised an eyebrow. He knew that such an exquisite private club often only served one-table meals, and certain sensitive individuals who couldn't appear in restaurants would choose to dine in such more private settings. Even if the disciplinary inspection department sent people to check high-end hotels, they wouldn't find anything on this private club. "The regular you mentioned wouldn't be Zhou Ziyuan, would it?" Su Wuji asked. This Zhou Ziyuan was Lu Jiwen's former superior. The shares that Li Zuanyang held in Sihue Hospital were held on his behalf. Ying Luo showed a look of surprise, then nodded and said with a wry smile, "Actually, his secretary used to sign the bills, and there are still over 300,000 that haven't been settled." Su Wuji thought about the large sum of money he had obtained from Li Zuanyang and then called Xiao Yinlei. "Tell the finance department to come to the Yinxian Club at the foot of Yunlianshan when they have time to settle an account, about over 300,000. This action resembled when he initially took over the Oriental Beauty Club from Bai Shuyang, using his own money to compensate those female college students who had been bullied. The voice from the finance department came through. "It must be a bill paid for the women." Su Wuji, Ying Luo and Long Ching-ha were both surprised. They couldn't make sense of the logic behind it. Ying Luo said, "Mr. Su, this is money owed by Zhou Ziyuan. You don't need to pay it for him." Long Ching-ha's gaze was ambiguous. "You don't mean to say you find our Ying Luo beautiful and want to spend money to pursue her, do you?" This was the only reason she could think of. However, upon seeing Su Wuji's expression as if he were looking at a fool, Long Ching-ha suddenly realized how slow she had been. The order for her and Su Wuji to be caught in the chemical factory had come from Zhou Ziyuan. She just hadn't connected the name at the time. Realizing this, Long Ching-ha's smile grew wider. "Ying Luo, since Wuji is willing to settle this bill, just accept it." This left Ying Luo even more confused. She even began to suspect whether the young man before her was Zhou Ziyuan's illegitimate son. "Beautiful Yi, don't overthink it. I have some grievances with Zhou Ziyuan's secretary and extorted some money from him. Paying for this meal is more than enough," Su Wuji said. This simple sentence conveyed an enormous amount of information. As Long Ching has said, the Huayang cuisine here was indeed excellent, each dish surpassing what Su Wuji had eaten in restaurants before. "The chef here is a disciple of a national banquet chef. Ying Luo paid a high price to bring him here," Long Ching has said. The bowl of crab meat lion's head in front of Su Wuji was already empty, and he had also consumed a large portion of the wensi tofu, while the braised shark fin was almost entirely in his stomach. Seeing Su Wuji eat happily, Long Ching-ha's eyes sparkled with joy. She had to maintain her figure, so she only took a small taste of each dish. This made Su Wooji feel that Long Chingha was truly blessed by heaven. She ate so little, yet the places that should have meat were still not thin at all. In comparison, men seemed to be at a disadvantage in this regard. No matter how much they ate, they wouldn't change at all. Why was the amount of food consumed unrelated to that? Su Wooji thought about it and felt irritated. The taste is indeed good, but it's too expensive. Otherwise, I could come here often for a meal. Su Wooji wiped his mouth and said, "If you come again, I won't charge you." Ying Luo walked in gracefully with a bottle of red wine. "If you want to eat the dishes here, I'll bring the chef to cook for you." Every move she made exuded elegance, giving off a feeling of being born into a prestigious family. A completely different aura from those who graduated from socialite crash courses. Long Chingha looked at Su Wooji and smiled. Ying Luo has always been single. No matter how many rich second-generation heirs pursued her, she never agreed. "It seems like she might be smitten with you now." "That won't do. I don't want to be the one who digs into my best friend's love life," Ying Luo said. Su Wooji chuckled. "Then you can dig boldly. I love playing with my girlfriends. It's thrilling." Ying Luo smiled slightly. "Mr. Su has such heavy tastes?" "There are even heavier tastes." Su Wooji was about to joke further when his phone suddenly rang. "I need to take a call." Su Wooji stood up and walked out. "What do you think of him?" Long Chingha propped her chin on one hand, looking at Su Wooji's back, and asked softly. Ying Luo looked at her best friend's expression and chuckled. "You have feelings for him? I've never seen you like this." Long Chingha shook her head. "I can't explain it. It's just a very strange feeling. Being with him gives me an inexplicable sense of security." In fact, she had only known Su Wooji for a few days, which made Long Chingha feel a bit crazy. "But I always thought he wasn't your type," Ying Luo said. "Immature, unstable, and he doesn't have much depth." Meanwhile, Su Wooji had already connected the call, and that frivolous voice came through again. "Hi, dear Shadow King, what are you doing?" "Don't call me that. Just get to the point," Su Wooji replied irritably. "I heard that the Wolfpack mercenary group suffered heavy casualties in Huaxia a few days ago." "Was that you?" Su Wooji said lightly. "What does that have to do with me? I've never even heard of that mercenary group." The voice on the other end said, "Oh, let me inform you that the vice captain of the Wolfpack, the Demon Wolf, is back in Huaxia, claiming to seek revenge for his fallen brothers. This person is arrogant, extremely dangerous, skilled in assassination, sniping, and camouflage, and is the strongest asset of the Wolfpack." "When did he come back?" Su Wooji asked, his brows furrowing deeply. "A day ago. He's probably already in Linzhou, and he might have accomplices." Su Wooji replied, "Thank you, Runny King. My name is Cui Shi. I don't like that nickname you gave me. I had an upset stomach during the last mission. It's not like that happens every time." Su Wooji ignored the ranting on the other end and hung up, muttering to himself, "It's come true, sure enough. When playing with my best friend, something thrilling has to happen." He sent a voice message to Xiao Yinlei, sharing my location with you, bring Xiao Pang to find me, and grab some weapons. Then, Su Wooji walked over to the dining table and grabbed Long Chingha's hand. "Come with me, now." "Where to?" Long Chingha was in the middle of discussing a certain little man with her best friend and was quite into it. "I don't know. Just leave first." Su Wooji pulled Long Chingha out. He wasn't lying. He really didn't know where to go, but anywhere was safer than staying at the foot of Yunlian Mountain. The traffic around was sparse, and there was another clubhouse a kilometer away, secluded to the extreme, perfect for an ambush. Su Wooji knew all too well the combat power of these battle-hardened mercenaries. For ordinary people, being targeted by such a combat machine was undoubtedly a disaster. Hey, you guys are leaving already?" Ying Luo shouted in confusion from behind. "We haven't even finished the drinks." At that moment, the chef personally brought in a plate of layered oil cake, just as he brushed past Ying Luo. Bang! A gunshot rang out. The loud sound startled Ying Luo. Immediately after, she felt warm liquid splatter on her neck. The chef was shot in the shoulder, blood spraying everywhere as he fell heavily to the ground. "Get down!" Su Wooji shouted. He pressed Long Chingha's neck down to the floor and then suddenly yanked Ying Luo's ankle. She was pulled onto her back, her head hitting the floor hard. Bang! Another gunshot. The large vase nearby shattered into pieces. It was Su Wooji's pull that narrowly saved Ying Luo from the second shot. Otherwise, she would have surely been shot in the stomach. Su Wooji pressed against the floor, moving to the window, and pulled the curtains shut. At that moment, he had already spotted the sniper's position, just 100 meters away in the woods. Su Wooji quickly moved to the wall and yanked down the circuit breaker. The entire hidden pavilion clubhouse was suddenly plunged into darkness. It was nearly 8 o'clock, and the sky was already dark. With the lights out, the sniper had lost his target. "Call the police. Call an ambulance," Su Wooji said. The chef beside them had already fainted. He had been shot in the shoulder, rendering his left arm useless. He would never be able to wield a spatula again. Yi Ingluo surprisingly maintained her composure. Disregarding the pain from her bumped head, she crawled to the edge of her seat, picked up the phone on the table, and began dialing for help. Long Qingha had experienced gunfights before. Although she was nervous and her heart raced, the presence of Su Wujie instinctively filled her with a sense of security. After all, during their previous ordeal in the abandoned chemical factory, Su Wujie had managed to turn the tide against overwhelming odds. The current situation seemed less dangerous in comparison. She asked Su Wujie, "What should we do now?" "Stay calm. The mercenaries we encountered at the chemical factory are associates of this guy. He's here for revenge and is probably already closing in," Su Wujie replied, turning to Yi Ingluo. "How many exits are there?" They absolutely could not exit through the front door, as the building was angled against the mountainside, and the area in front, including the small parking lot, was fully exposed to the sniper's line of sight. This guy had some nerve to use a sniper rifle in Linzhou. From the few shots just fired, it was clear he had no intention of precisely eliminating his enemies. He wanted to send everyone in the clubhouse to their graves. "The only way out is the front door. There are no other routes," Yi Ingluo said. "But the storage room and the back kitchen downstairs is relatively concealed. If we hide in there, the bandits shouldn't find us." Her thinking was quite clear. "You take Qingha and hide in there," Su Wujie instructed, dragging the unconscious chef to a relatively safe corner. Long Qingha immediately asked, "What about you?" Su Wujie's voice revealed no emotion. "I'm going to take care of that guy. But he has a gun. It's dangerous for you." Long Qingha's tone was filled with concern. "It's more dangerous to be passive," Su Wujie replied. He reached the other side of the window and was about to leap down when suddenly the yard lit up. It was Long Qingha's car. It was on fire. The entire vehicle was engulfed in flames. Not only that, but the flames also spread through the front door, crossing a distance of 10 meters and igniting the most precious tree in the yard. Yi Ingluo shouted, "There's another mercenary in front using a flamethrower." Damn it! Su Wujie felt it was utterly ridiculous. The intel from the King of Chaos was indeed accurate. This mad wolf was too arrogant. Not only had he brought a sniper rifle to Linzhou, but now a flamethrower had also appeared. A man with a flamethrower was recklessly spraying fire, and the entire garden had turned into a sea of flames. There was no way to break through the front door. Su Wujie raised his hand, pointing to a window in the corner. "You wait for me there." That window was in a corner. If the sniper was still waiting in his original position, he definitely wouldn't be able to shoot at that angle. They were now surrounded. If Long Qingha and the others hid in the storage room on the first floor, it would clearly be a death sentence. After saying that, Su Wujie leaped down the stairs from the second floor and dashed into the kitchen on the first floor. Just a few seconds later, Su Wujie was back on the second floor. In his hands, he carried a knife rack, bone saws, cleavers, sharp knives, at least 7 or 8. Su Wujie pulled out a cleaver and a bone saw from the rack, just as the mercenary with the flamethrower was about to reach the entrance of the clubhouse. Watching her carefully designed garden turn into a sea of fire, Yi Ingluo's eyes clearly showed signs of distress. Yet, her overall demeanor remained remarkably calm. She showed no signs of panic, nor did she cry or scream. It was unclear whether it was due to her past experiences or her inherently strong mental fortitude. Su Wujie opened the window on this side, swung his arm, and the kitchen knife and bone cleaver in his hand flew out in a spin. The mercenaries below were so engrossed in their fire that they didn't notice someone throwing a kitchen knife at them from 20 meters away. By the time this guy felt the sharp cold wind rushing towards him, excruciating pain enveloped his entire head the next second, because the 2 knives thrown by Su Wujie had precisely embedded themselves into the mercenary's skull. Even the hard skull couldn't withstand this blow. 2 sprays of blood erupted directly from the mercenary's head. He raised his hand to touch the knife handles on his head, then swayed and collapsed to the ground. Su Wujie had already reached the window, wrapping his arms around Long Qingha and Yi Ingluo's waists, whispering, "Hold on tight to me, jump with me." The 2 women reacted quickly. One wrapped her arms around Su Wujie's neck, while the other held onto his waist. Just as they tightened their grips, Su Wujie leaped out of the window. He landed steadily. However, Su Wujie did not let go, still holding onto the 2 women, taking a running start, and leaping over the wall. The combined weight of the 2 women exceeded 200 pounds, yet the 2-meter-high wall posed no obstacle for Su Wujie at all. Bang! A bullet hit the wall. Clearly, the sniper was getting closer to the clubhouse, but he didn't expect Su Wujie to leap over such a high wall, causing his bullet to miss. Yi Ingluo watched Su Wujie's astonishing move, her eyes filled with obvious surprise. "Go!" Su Wujie continued to hold the 2 women as he ran into the night under Yunlian Mountain. In front of Yunlian Mountain, there were parks, walkways, and temples, but the back of Yunlian Mountain was undeveloped, with only woods and rocks, rarely visited by tourists. To reach the busier front of the mountain, even by car, one would have to take a detour of over 20 minutes. Su Wujie, relying solely on his legs, would need at least an hour and a half. However, for Long Qinghe and Yi Yingluo, it was mostly psychological tension. Their bodies were not tired. The two women clung to Su Wujie, who had adjusted his arm position so that they were essentially sitting on his forearms. At this moment, where they connected with Sister Xiaoxiao's most prominent part, it was unclear how Su Wujie felt. At least, in this life and death situation, even if they were rubbing against Su Wujie's arm, the two women had no lewd thoughts. "You can put us down, you must be too tired like this," Long Qinghe said. After running through the woods for 5 or 6 minutes, the physical exertion was indeed too great. If it were an ordinary person, they would have collapsed by now. Yet Su Wujie's speed had not slowed much. "No need," Su Wujie said, turning his head to glance back, where shadows of the woods loomed behind him. Even if the sniper was following, he wouldn't find any shooting angle within 100 meters. Right now, Su Wujie just hoped that the sniper was the so-called demon wolf, but there was no information to prove that this revenge team had a third person. Yi Yingluo clung to Su Wujie's neck. "It seems we become your burden." She had seen Su Wujie throw the kitchen knife. That was definitely not something an ordinary person could do. If it weren't for her and Long Qinghe, the opponent would have been much more at ease. "Not a burden, you were dragged into this by me and Qinghe." Su Wujie slightly slowed down, taking a few deep breaths. Long Qinghe, fearing Su Wujie would tire, quickly asked, "How do you feel now?" "I feel very soft," Su Wujie replied. Long Qinghe was taken aback, realizing he was commenting on her backside. "That's not what I meant." Long Qinghe wanted to hit Su Wujie but couldn't free her hands, so she squeezed Su Wujie's waist tightly with her legs. She thought this was a declaration, not realizing it was actually a reward for the other party. However, after Su Wujie made a joke, Long Qinghe's tense mood relaxed considerably. Just then, Su Wujie suddenly hugged both women tightly and rolled to the ground. Bang! A gunshot rang out. The bullet struck a tree beside Su Wujie. Bark flew everywhere. The bullet came from the front. It was not the sound of a sniper rifle, but a handgun. Su Wujie did not get up immediately. He protected the backs of the two women's heads with his hands, and the three of them rolled out for more than 10 meters. As they rolled, several more gunshots rang out. "Sure enough, there are more than two," Su Wujie said. They were trapped in front and pursued from behind. Traps connected to traps. It was indeed the attack method of professional mercenaries. After rolling so many times, Long Qinghe's sportswear was still relatively intact, but Yi Yingluo's bright long dress was torn by branches at the waist, leaving only the upper half. The gunfire ceased, and no footsteps could be heard. Su Wujie lay behind a rock on the hillside, holding the two women. Long Qinghe's breathing was somewhat rapid, her heart racing, completely unable to control her breathing rate. Yi Yingluo was half lying on Su Wujie's body, maintaining the posture from just rolling over, not moving at all, clearly worried about making noise and attracting the killer's attention. Having just narrowly avoided a bullet, Yi Yingluo's mindset was surprisingly stable at this moment, surpassing Long Qinghe, who had experienced 2 life and death crises. At this time, the moon had emerged from behind the clouds, and the light was somewhat better than before. Su Wujie signaled Yi Yingluo to take her legs off him, glanced at her bare legs without the dress covering them, took off his jacket, and threw it to her. Yi Yingluo did not expect that Su Wujie would think of avoiding her exposure at such a critical moment, and for a moment, complex emotions filled her eyes. She nodded, tying Su Wujie's jacket around her waist, covering her tight low-waisted lace-trimmed shorts. Su Wujie then said in a low voice, "You two stay here and wait for me. Don't run around without my command." After saying that, he pounced out like a cheetah. The moment he leaped, the blurry figure holding the handgun was already locked in Su Wujie's sight. This person was the Wolf Demon. The Wolf Demon had returned to the country without any arrogance. Instead, he had devised a meticulous revenge plan. He first sent 2 subordinates to attack the hidden pavilion club while he waited on the only possible escape route for them. In fact, according to his predictions, with a sniper rifle and a flamethrower, both the front and back doors of the club were firmly sealed by these 2 weapons, making it nearly impossible for his 2 enemies to escape, either being burned to death or shot. However, this man and 2 women had managed to break out. Even the 2 seasoned mercenaries had failed to keep them. But even more outrageous things were yet to come. The Wolf Demon had already spotted Su Wujie leaping out. The 2 were about 20 meters apart. He intended to shoot immediately, but as the opponent was in mid-air, he suddenly raised his hand. Whoosh! A cold light flashed suddenly under the moonlight. The Wolf Demon felt a sharp pain. A combat knife flew in, and 4 fingers from his right hand, which held the gun, were severed. The heart is connected to the fingers. Just as the Wolf Demon let out a scream, Su Wujie's figure had already pounced in front of him, his fist crashing heavily into his chest. The speed was so fast that the Wolf Demon couldn't react at all. Bang! The Wolf Demon was nearly 6 feet tall and weighed 220 pounds, but with Su Wujie's punch, he was sent flying several meters. That tall and strong body crashed through several trees. The demon wolf collapsed on the ground, feeling as if several ribs had been shattered by Su Wujie's punch, and his lungs were definitely severely injured. This seasoned mercenary could not fathom how that guy's speed could be so extraordinary. It was as if he had arrived in front of him in the blink of an eye. The demon wolf thought he had given due regard to his opponent's strength, but he had greatly underestimated it. He considered himself a skilled close combat fighter, yet in the face of this young man's fierce attacks, he had no means to defend himself at all. Moreover, that punch contained an overwhelming force, like crashing waves against the shore, not just a single blow but a continuous impact that surged through his chest, relentlessly battering his insides. The demon wolf could not suppress the urge to spit blood, and fresh blood kept spilling from his mouth. How could he have provoked such a master? However, at this moment, what appeared before the demon wolf was an excessively youthful face. Who are you? The demon wolf asked. His other hand reached for the dagger at his waist, hoping to find an opportunity to counterattack, but the young man picked up a military knife from the ground and struck down directly. The demon wolf's left hand was severed at the wrist. Haven't you heard? China is a forbidden zone for mercenaries? Su Wujie squinted and said, with a sniper rifle and a flamethrower, you old man really know how to play. As he spoke, he raised the military knife and casually swiped it. The blade sliced through the bend of the demon wolf's left leg. Muscles and ligaments were all cut open. If you're going to kill me, just do it. Why torture me like this? The demon wolf howled. Su Wujie narrowed his eyes. When you fire that flamethrower, how many innocent people will die at your hands? What's wrong with torturing you? As he spoke, he struck down again, the military knife plunging directly into the demon wolf's right calf. Su Wujie gripped the knife, the blade pressed against the bone, and pulled sideways. The demon wolf immediately trembled in pain. A large chunk of muscle from his calf was brutally severed. At this point, all his limbs were severely injured, and he could not escape at all. I ask, you answer. This will lessen your pain a bit, Su Wujie said. Ask quickly. The demon wolf feared another knife strike but also hoped to buy some time for his sniper to notice the situation here. How many people do you have left? Su Wujie asked. There were originally 3, now only 1 sniper remains, the demon wolf said, pointing to his communicator, adding, he can hear all our conversation. Su Wujie yanked the demon wolf's communicator over, held it to his mouth, and said coldly, you're dead. This indifferent statement was filled with an invisible killing intent, causing both the demon wolf and the sniper on the other end to shiver uncontrollably. At that moment, the sound of a helicopter echoed in the night sky. A 4-seat civilian helicopter appeared through the clouds, then immediately lowered its altitude, skimming the treetops, rushing over at great speed. As the helicopter flew over Su Wujie's head at a height of 7 or 8 meters, a tall figure jumped down directly. Bang! Little Pang landed heavily. He was still holding an M200 sniper rifle produced by the American Chaitak Tactical Company. After Little Pang landed, the helicopter immediately ascended into the sky. Boss, I'm here. Little Pang directly shoved the gun into Su Wujie's arms. You take those 2 women and leave, head back to the queen. Su Wujie pointed in a certain direction. Yes. Little Pang ran over, one arm under each of Long Qinghe and Ying Luo, hoisting them onto his shoulders and running off. Even while carrying 2 people, Little Pang ran through the rugged mountain forest as if it were flat ground. At this moment, Ying Luo had Su Wujie's coat tied around her waist, but due to the speed at which Xiao Pang was running, the coat fluttered like a skirt, allowing the night wind to fill the garden entrance. The helicopter descended towards the direction Xiao Pang had left, meeting him 100 meters away. Su Wujie, holding his sniper rifle, took a simple run-up and leaped directly to the treetops. The movement was so light that the demon wolf watching below almost forgot the pain. He couldn't help but feel a bit regretful, wondering why he had provoked such a freak. Just then, the tree shook, and when the demon wolf focused again, Su Wujie's figure had vanished from the treetops, completely disappearing into the night. Such an opponent was truly a sniper's nightmare. At this moment, the demon wolf was rendered helpless, unable to run or die. He could only hope the sniper would discover Su Wujie's whereabouts and quickly take him out. However, just as this thought crossed his mind, the demon wolf's body suddenly jolted, because a gunshot had already sounded 20 meters away. Su Wujie fired first. 500 meters away, behind a rock on the hillside, a sniper rifle fell. A head was blown apart, and a corpse collapsed to the ground. The demon wolf's watch was connected to the real-time life data of the other team members. He glanced at the red light flashing on the dial, closed his eyes, and let out a heavy sigh. 3 seasoned mercenaries had been completely overpowered by a single opponent, utterly defeated. His 3-man team was actually very elite, and that sniper was particularly seasoned, having always been the long-range attack support for the Wolf mercenary group. Yet this time, they had been sniped in such a short time. Half a minute later, Su Wujie returned. The demon wolf looked at him in despair and asked, "Your close combat skills are powerful, your sniping level is unmatched, and your assault techniques are flawless. Who exactly are you?" In the demon wolf's eyes, someone like Su Wujie should have long been famous in the international mercenary world. China was indeed a forbidden land for mercenaries. Su Wujie chuckled and did not answer. Instead, he said, "Hand over all your savings, and I can spare your life." The demon wolf did not expect Su Wujie to ask this. "What? Savings? Mine? A young master like you shouldn't be thinking about such worldly matters, yet here you are, thinking about robbery? I don't want to live anymore, just kill me directly," the demon wolf said in a deep voice. Either way, you have to pay. If you don't cooperate, it doesn't matter, I have plenty of ways to make you cooperate." As Su Wujie spoke, he thrust the military knife into the demon wolf's chest. A stab, a flick. The demon wolf's eyes widened instantly. "You're such a freak. You insult me," he roared. Su Wujie's knife had sliced off the demon wolf's nipple, taking a small piece of chest muscle with it. Although a man might not know what use that was, missing it would make him feel incomplete. "I just insulted you, what's the problem? This is just the beginning," Su Wujie mocked, using the military knife to skewer the piece of flesh he had just flicked off and stuffed it into the demon wolf's mouth. The demon wolf chewed on his own flesh, his mouth full of the taste of blood, and he felt like exploding on the spot. "You're a freak," the demon wolf mumbled incoherently. Su Wujie chuckled, "Yeah, if you don't pay, the next thing stuffed in your mouth will be your own organs. I'll transfer the money right now, all of it to you." The demon wolf could hardly imagine that scene and couldn't help but shiver. "I want not only your money but also your mercenary group's money," Su Wujie sneered. "I know you're the vice captain, in charge of the entire team's finances." Under this twisted threat, the demon wolf could only obediently comply. However, his phone and bank account were both fingerprint locked, so Su Wujie could only pick up a few fingers from the ground, pressing the remaining stubs against the screen one by one. It wasn't until the fourth severed finger that he finally unlocked the screen. Damn! Seeing Su Wujie's bizarre actions, the demon wolf felt so humiliated that he wanted to die immediately. The cross-border transfer was a bit troublesome, and it took Su Wujie over 10 minutes to transfer out more than $400,000. Damn it, what bad luck! After all that hassle, I ended up with a bunch of broke losers. Su Wujie kicked the demon wolf in annoyance. Was that not enough? The demon wolf felt wronged. Most mercenaries lived for the moment, spending their meager commissions on weapons and women, leaving no money saved. The more than $400,000 was what he had saved since he started in the business, and it included the entire team's working capital. He considered himself quite good at managing his finances. At that moment, the fire at the hidden pavilion had been extinguished by the firefighters. The criminal police and special police arrived promptly, with Park Yoon-hee being the first to jump out of the car, and surprisingly, the second to get out was the district chief, Lee Hongchang. After all, with a shooting and an arson incident, such a serious public security case required Lee Hongchang to suppress the situation immediately, otherwise, the surging public opinion would severely impact the city image of Linzhou. Fortunately, this conflict occurred on the less visited backside of Yunlian Mountain. If it had happened around the bustling temples on the front side, the leaders of Linzhou would have had a sleepless night. Who gave you the guts to create such a big mess? Su Wujie squinted. Zhou Ziyuan, the demon wolf, provided an answer that did not surprise Su Wujie. "How many dirty jobs has your pack of wolves done for him?" Su Wujie asked. The demon wolf replied, "That's really hard to count. He supported us for several years back in the day. He was only caught just before retirement. What a bargain for that old guy. Of course, there are plenty of things you've done for him that you can slowly remember." Su Wujie stared at the demon wolf and then knocked him out with a punch. He then descended the mountain, glancing back at the burnt hidden pavilion, feeling a bit regretful. Su Wujie did not meet with the police. After sending a message to Park Yoon-hee, he turned to leave. This time, let Brother Lee and Sister Park handle the cleanup. After all, they were quite familiar with this kind of work, especially Sister Park, who did it so comfortably. When Su Wujie returned to the Queen's Bar, Long Qinghe and Yi Ingluo were waiting in his suite. The two women had rolled down the mountain several times, their clothes torn and unwearable, especially Yi Ingluo's dress, which was in tatters, turning a perfectly good long dress into a strapless one. Now, having finished washing up, Long Qinghe and Yi Ingluo were only wearing bathrobes, with some small cuts on their bodies treated with medicine. Along with Xiao Yinlei, the three beautiful women shared the room, the air filled with the scent of shower gel and Xiao Yinlei's body fragrance, making Su Wujie feel a bit dazed, as if he had entered a spider's lair. Except for Xiao Pang, who stood expressionless at the door, showing no feelings. "Are you okay?" Seeing Su Wujie enter, Long Qinghe and Yi Ingluo immediately stood up, especially the former, whose eyes showed clear concern. This was already the third time Long Qinghe had experienced life and death situations with Su Wujie. Xiao Yinlei smiled at Long Qinghe and then poured a glass of warm water for Su Wujie. The situation has calmed down, you two should rest here tonight. Tomorrow, you'll probably have to go to the precinct to cooperate with the investigation. Su Wujie finished the water and then sniffed in front of Xiao Yinlei. Smells really good. Xiao Yinlei silently sat back on the sofa, her legs crossed tightly, with no gap in between, as if afraid that some scent might escape. Yiying Luo pressed her lips together and said, Mr. Su, I'll wash your coat and return it to you. At that moment, she was wearing a bathrobe, with only her smooth calves exposed. Even without makeup, her vibrant aura felt even stronger. You don't need to wash the coat, you're involved too, Su Wujie said. I've seen it, your club's garden was severely burned, the plants are all scorched, but the small building didn't catch fire, just the outer wall got slightly blackened. A wash will make it clean again. Xiao Yinlei instinctively felt that the boss's words sounded strange, as if he were talking about the club and the garden, but also hinting at something else. It's fine, Yiying Luo hadn't finished speaking when she was interrupted by Su Wujie. Manager Xiao, arrange for the finance department to cover the renovation costs of Yin Xian Club from my personal account, Su Wujie said. He had brought over $400,000 from the Magic Wolf side, enough to replant the garden, and even if he bought fewer expensive varieties, it wouldn't cost a third of that. Also, arrange for finance to order a purple Xiaomi SU7 and send it to Long Qinghe. Su Wujie truly had good character, he never liked to skimp when it came to beautiful women. At that moment, Long Qinghe's expression clearly showed her gratitude. She had several cars, but her favorite was this sunproof Xiaomi, which unfortunately had been destroyed by a flamethrower last night. And Su Wujie actually remembered this. I have other cars, you really don't need to buy one for me, Long Qinghe said, looking at Su Wujie, her eyes sparkling with an indescribable emotion. Xiao Pang spoke up, the finance department is right, the boss spends all his money on chasing girls. There was a moment of awkwardness in the room. Su Wujie angrily said, count for me, how many have I actually chased? Xiao Pang pointed his finger a few meters away at Long Qinghe and Yiying Luo, too. Long Qinghe laughed so hard she doubled over, holding her stomach. Mr. Su has already saved my life. Yiying Luo shook her head and smiled, saying, whether it's the renovation or the chef's medical expenses, I'll take care of it myself. Su Wujie looked at her, non-committal, then asked, after such an incident, you seem completely unfazed, your mental state is quite good. Have you ever fired a gun before? Yiying Luo nodded, a fleeting complexity in her eyes. When I was studying abroad, I often went to the shooting range, but that's not the main reason. Long Qinghe then explained, there was a school shooting at Louisiana State University, and Ying Luo was a witness. Is that so? Su Wujie was a bit surprised. After all, the school shooting in Louisiana back then had shocked the world, with two antisocial elements storming into the university and shooting over 30 students and faculty. I watched my classmates fall right in front of me. If the police hadn't arrived in time, I would have been the next one with a blown head, Ying Luo said. That year, she narrowly escaped death, taking a year off from school to barely recover. Su Wujie changed the subject. After such an incident, you must not feel sleepy, right? Hearing this, Xiao Yinlei immediately realized what the boss was planning and got up to tidy the mahjong table. Long Qinghe asked, do you want me to give you an exclusive interview? She felt like she was going to burst. So many exciting things had happened in succession, and as a journalist, she couldn't report on any of it, which was truly frustrating. An exclusive interview? There are just the right number of people in this room. Su Wujie chuckled. How about we play a few rounds of mahjong, the kind where we bet money? Long Qinghe felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. This young brother's nerves are simply adorably thick-skinned. Just having struggled back from the brink of death, and now he wants to start gambling? A little gambling is a pleasure. A little gambling is a pleasure, Su Wujie said. This kind of thing is the most enjoyable, the best way to relax the nerves. Xiao Yinlei listened, pursed her lips, and the corners of her mouth lifted slightly, but she said nothing. If it weren't for the two female guests present, she would have definitely said something. Boss, there are things that are even more enjoyable and can relax the nerves better than this, but unfortunately, you can't do them. The four of them played mahjong until 3 in the morning before wrapping up. During this time, under Su Wujie's special arrangement, Long Qinghe and Yiying Luo both had a bit to drink to relax their nerves. Under the influence of alcohol, their mahjong skills indeed declined a bit, and the usually defeated Su Wujie surprisingly won over 3,000 yuan that night. After finishing mahjong, Long Qinghe and Yiying Luo fell asleep in bed, while Su Wujie made do on the newly bought sofa for the night. It wasn't that Su Wujie wanted to sleep on the sofa, it was just that after experiencing such an event, Long Qinghe still felt a bit insecure and insisted on sharing a room with Su Wujie, not allowing him to leave. In Xiao Yinlei's words, the number of women who had slept in the boss's bed suddenly became 3. By 10 in the morning, Park Yoon-hee brought the criminal police from her team to take statements from Long Ching-ha and Ying Luo. They borrowed an office from the Queen Bar, and it took over an hour for Park Yoon-hee to finish asking all the details. She said to the 2 women, Miss Long, Miss Yi, this matter involves too much, so we hope you won't mention it to anyone else. We will, please rest assured, Officer Park, Long Ching has said. Ying Luo nodded in agreement, stood up, slightly bowed, and turned to leave. Park Yoon-hee then said to the young police officer beside her, you go out and organize the statements. Director Lee wants to talk to Boss Su alone. 2 minutes later, Su Woo-jae walked in wearing a bathrobe. In the past hour, he had seized the opportunity to practice for over 50 minutes, just finished showering, and his hair was still wet. Park Yoon-hee proactively locked the door and then said, is your internal injury all healed? Not at all, Su Woo-jae grinned. Dealing with that mercenary yesterday was like chopping vegetables. Park Yoon-hee directly grabbed the front of Su Woo-jae's bathrobe and turned him around. Let me see how your back wound is doing. Hey, you're a police officer, how can you just take off someone's clothes? Su Woo-jae protested. However, he was directly pressed against the wall by Park Yoon-hee, who yanked off the bathrobe's belt and grabbed the back of his collar, causing the bathrobe to be pulled off completely. Park Yoon-hee was momentarily blinded by the bright light and immediately took a big step back. She whispered, why aren't you wearing anything underneath? Can you blame me? I just finished showering and hadn't had time to grab my shorts before your people called me here, Su Woo-jae said, turning around with an innocent expression. Seeing Su Woo-jae transform into Su Yoo-ji at that moment, Park Yoon-hee quickly covered her eyes. Damn, I saw everything. Su Woo-jae looked down at himself and hurriedly covered Su Xiaoji. Park Yoon-hee was defeated by Su Woo-jae's shamelessness, gave up on saying any more concerned words, covered her eyes with her hand, and fled through the door. Xiao Yinlei happened to pass by and saw Su Woo-jae bending down to tie the belt of his bathrobe. Boss, did you offend Officer Park? Xiao Yinlei asked with a smile. It was purely a slip-up, but capturing Sister Park is just a matter of time. Su Woo-jae gestured for Xiao Yinlei to close the door, beckoning her with his finger. Come here, let's talk for a bit. Xiao Yinlei walked over and asked, is the boss trying to ask me about my opinion on Ying Luo? The two of them had an incredibly high level of tacit understanding. Often, a single glance from Su Woo-jae would let Xiao Yinlei know what to do. If it were someone else, seeing Su Woo-jae in a bathrobe, beckoning with his finger and closing the door, they would definitely think he was about to do something only adults could do. Su Woo-jae nodded slightly. Yes, I always feel that when faced with gunfire and flames, her composure is beyond imagination, and her emotions afterward don't fluctuate much. Xiao Yinlei said, I've already looked into the Louisiana State University shooting. Miss Yi was indeed studying there at the time. Let's set that aside for now. Su Woo-jae shook his head and added, we can continue to observe. He couldn't quite articulate why, but he felt inexplicably that Ying Luo's psychological resilience at the brink of life and death was somewhat unreasonable, even though she had experienced similar dangers a few years ago. Xiao Yinlei smiled slightly. Boss, you want to investigate Ying Luo for Miss Long, don't you? Su Woo-jae remained non-committal. Long Ching-ha is a good person, but she has a bad luck aura. Ever since she met me, she hasn't had many peaceful days. Xiao Yinlei smiled. Then the boss should take full responsibility for her. Responsibility? I'm more afraid she'll cling to me, Su Woo-jae said. By the way, do you know what kind of clientele this Incheon club caters to? Such a high-end private club primarily serves high-end business receptions, but those who dine here often can't be seen in hotels, Xiao Yinlei replied. The answer was already becoming clear. Even that big tiger from Ninghai often comes here to eat, so some local officials from Linjiang probably frequent this place as well, Su Woo-jae said. In Huaxia, the greatest resource for doing business is political resources. At this point, he smiled slightly. Such a woman should be a social butterfly, adept at navigating connections. Quite interesting. Xiao Yinlei added casually, Boss, you've never pursued a social butterfly before. Su Woo-jae squinted and laughed. Such flowers may seem like anyone can pick them, but in reality, they all have thorns. One careless move can leave you feeling chilled to the bone. The Wolf mercenary group has been completely uprooted. There shouldn't be any more problems. You two can live normally from now on, Park Yenhui said to Long Ching-ha and Ying Luo. Thank you, Officer Park. Ying Luo shook hands with Park Yenhui. Long Ching-ha's professional habit kicked in again. Officer Park, you're so beautiful. Have you considered resigning and developing in the entertainment industry? Park Yenhui smiled. Thank you for your kind suggestion, Miss Long, but I still prefer being a criminal police officer. What she loved most were actually two things, being a criminal police officer and taking care of a certain younger brother. Su Woo-jae interjected, what are your plans next? Long Ching-ha replied first, I have a few variety shows to record, with locations in Ninghai and the capital. Then, her eyes sparkled as she looked at Su Woo-jae, if you need a live audience, should I get you a ticket? The host's eyes were filled with obvious anticipation. Su Wuji didn't refuse. Alright, if I can make it, I'll go see the excitement. Long Qing has said, then I'll come pick you up tomorrow. Looking at the eagerness in her eyes, Su Wuji said irritably, let's talk about it tomorrow. He then turned to Ying Luo. What about you, Miss Yi? Planning to renovate your club? Ying Luo shook her head. I previously put too much effort into the garden landscape design, spending a lot of time maintaining it. Now that a fire has suddenly burned most of it down, although I feel heartbroken, I also feel quite relieved. I can leave the renovation to a construction company. I'm planning to go travel and clear my mind. Long Qinghe patted Ying Luo's hand. Dear, you need to come out of it sooner. Su Wujie nodded. Anyway, you have my contact information. If anyone bothers you again, you can call me. I'm quite good at solving problems with violence. Okay, thank you, Mr. Su. By the way, the money you transferred to me, I've returned it. I can't repay your life-saving grace, and it would really be inappropriate to ask for your money again. Ying Luo smiled as well, but if one looked closely, there was a hint of loneliness deep in her eyes. Alright then, just in time, I need money too. Su Wujie didn't refuse any longer. Long Qinghe blinked, her smile charming. Sister, I have money. I can support you, either by the day or by the month. This sounded half true, half false. Then let's count it by the occasion. I'm in good shape. Maybe I can bankrupt you, Su Wujie said. By the occasion? Long Qinghe realized, her pretty face instantly flushed. Su Wujie turned to Xiao Yinlei. Manager Xiao, send a car to take them back. I still need to catch up on sleep. I'll take them. Park Yanhui volunteered. She wanted to learn more about the two girls on the way back to see if they would be suitable to be her sisters-in-law. After the three women left, Xiao Yinlei said, by the way, boss, that girl named Zhuo Lingyu came to the bar looking for you the other day and even called here. Su Wujie, what? What did she come for? To be honest, ever since that day they met, Su Wujie hadn't thought of Zhuo Lingyu at all. At that time, weren't you taken away by someone claiming to be from the Ninghai National Security? Zhuo Lingyu specifically asked if you had returned, Xiao Yinlei said. What did you tell her? Su Wujie asked. You didn't expose my cover, did you? I don't know where Zhuo Lingyu got the number, but she called directly to the finance manager's office. When this was mentioned, a smile couldn't help but appear on Xiao Yinlei's face. The finance department told her you had been fired. Su Wujie said, that's good, that's what she should be told. Hey, but hearing that from the finance department's sharp tongue, why do I feel a bit uncomfortable? Xiao Yinlei asked, do you have any plans today, boss? Su Wujie thought for a moment. I'll go to Lin Moo Insurance to see Mu Qianyu. I haven't seen her for several days, and she still owes me a meal. Alright, the boss lady must be eager to see you too. Xiao Yinlei smiled. By the way, Tianji Middle School sent us apples grown by the teachers and students. Should we bring some for the boss lady? Xiao Yinlei understood very well that ever since Mu Qianyu took the initiative to smash by Shuyang's club, the boss's attitude towards her had uncontrollably changed. Just right, pack more, Su Wujie said. Pack a bag for Song Jiyu too. I'll drop it off on the way. Xiao Yinlei left with a smile, adding, boss, it seems like it's not on the way at all from Lin Moo Insurance to Linjiang University. A few minutes later, Su Wujie changed clothes and came downstairs with 2 large bags of apples, just in time to see a taxi pull up in front of the bar. The back door opened, and out came Zhuo Lingyu. The girl was wearing high-waisted jeans that accentuated her curves, paired with a white sun-protective jacket that conveniently covered the most prominent part of her figure. This seemingly simple and plain outfit, like a no-makeup look, had its own little tricks. It appeared non-revealing but maximized curiosity about her figure from the opposite sex. Su Wujie, you finally came back, Zhuo Lingyu said. Looking at her expression, she seemed to visibly breathe a sigh of relief. You? Su Wujie frowned. What are you here for? Every time he faced this neurotic old classmate, he felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Zhuo Lingyu glanced at the 2 large travel bags in Su Wujie's hands. Detention's over? Lost your job too? Came back to pack your bags? Su Wujie knew it was the 2 bags of apples that had caused the misunderstanding. Faced with this legendary thought process, he weakly replied, detention my ass. Fine, you say so. Seeing Su Wujie's reaction, Zhuo Lingyu said, I know, detention isn't pleasant. You probably don't want to talk about that experience. Su Wujie, huh? So what are you planning to do next? Zhuo Lingyu asked. Su Wujie shot her a sideways glance. Whatever I do has nothing to do with you, right? Please move aside. With that, he squeezed past Zhuo Lingyu, opened the trunk of the Santana, and placed the 2 large bags of apples inside. Zhuo Lingyu pursed her lips, walked to the car, directly opened the passenger door, and sat down. Su Wujie was stunned. He turned to look at Xiao Yinlei, who was standing at the bar's entrance, signaling her to pull Zhuo Lingyu away. However, Xiao Yinlei clenched her fist, as if to say, go for it, boss. Su Wujie gave Xiao Yinlei the middle finger, then sat in the driver's seat, grumpily saying, what are you doing in my car? Zhuo Lingyu replied, you're taking me back to Lin University. I've talked to our advisor, the school security team is short on staff, and you can work there for now. Su Wuji's eyes widened. What kind of bizarre operation is this? You rejected me, yet you want to find me a job? Is this to make it convenient for me to lick you every day under your nose? Zhuo Lingyu, I didn't realize you were actually quite nice, Su Wuji said irritably. Zhuo Lingyu shook her head. You don't need to be too touched, after all, I'm only doing this because you're my old classmate. Moreover what? Su Wuji truly felt drained. Damn it, one thing conquers another. He never expected that a shameless bastard like him could actually be dealt with by someone so peculiar. Moreover, a man should have ambition, you can't be a security guard for life. Zhuo Lingyu turned to look at Su Wuji, her eyes filled with seriousness, and said, haven't you heard? There's a security guard at Capital University who self-studied for years and nearly got a perfect score on the TOEFL. I hope you can become that kind of person. Su Wuji collapsed onto the steering wheel. After a long pause, he said, Zhuo Lingyu, go find a TOEFL test paper. If I score higher than you can stop bossing me around from now on, deal? You want to take the TOEFL test? Hearing Su Wuji's request, Zhuo Lingyu bit her lip. If you score better than me, I won't boss you around anymore. Is that what you mean? Su Wuji, not just that. It's best if you never show up in front of me again. Zhuo Lingyu sighed softly. To put it the other way around, if you can't score higher than me, then I must interfere in your life from now on. Is that what you mean? Su Wuji's eyes widened. What kind of bizarre thought process is this? However, at that moment, Zhuo Lingyu's expression was one of I've seen through your thoughts long ago. Actually, you've been working hard for so long, you can just say what you mean. Why beat around the bush? Zhuo Lingyu said. Su Wuji slammed the steering wheel. I'm not beating around the bush. Get the TOEFL test paper. Let's see if you can keep your word. Zhuo Lingyu thought for a moment and said, alright then, let's go to Lin University. I'll buy a set of TOEFL papers. Su Wuji started the car, flooring the accelerator as if he couldn't wait to take the test. However, in Zhuo Lingyu's eyes, this was a gamble that Su Wuji was bound to lose. He just wanted to lose on purpose to have more opportunities to stay in touch with her. Hee, just a little trick from a man. Zhuo Lingyu applied a light makeup and paired it with a mature style rarely seen among college students, which could easily qualify her for the top 10 campus beauties. Having been pursued by boys since childhood, she believed she had a sharp eye for seeing through men's little thoughts. It must be said that the reason Zhuo Lingyu's self-awareness has become what it is today is largely due to Su Wuji, who used to buy her sanitary pads every day back then. The boomerang Su Xiaochu threw during middle school finally hit her squarely in the forehead as an adult. The broken Santana, which had already been repaired by Xiao Yinlei, drove all the way to Linjiang University. Parking the car at the school gate, Su Wuji pushed the car door open with annoyance. Get out! Zhuo Lingyu got out of the car, and when she walked to the driver's side, she noticed that the rearview mirror that had fallen off last time was now welded back on. She couldn't help but purse her lips. You are indeed very attentive. Thank you for thinking about my safety. Last time they ran into each other at the school gate, Su Wuji had slammed the car door, causing the rearview mirror to shake off. At that time, Zhuo Lingyu's female classmates said that the next time Su Wuji came to find Zhuo Lingyu, he should drive a car with a rearview mirror that wouldn't fall off, at least that would be safer. Su Wuji, damn it. Come with me, Zhuo Lingyu said, and then walked towards the school gate. Su Wuji looked up at the inscription on the school gate, feeling like crying without tears. Old man, the school you founded back then, why does it only recruit some self-satisfied fools? After saying that, a smile flashed through his mind, and he quickly added, except for Song Jiyu. At that moment, Su Wuji completely forgot that Park Yunhee and Mu Qianyu were also graduates of Linjiang University. Zhuo Lingyu always walked a few steps faster than Su Wuji, seemingly not wanting to walk side by side with this guy in a flashy suit, perhaps fearing that others would misunderstand their relationship. Su Wuji couldn't be bothered with such little thoughts. He shoved his hands in his pockets and lethargically followed behind. Leading Su Wuji to a bookstore on campus, Zhuo Lingyu said, wait for me here. Su Wuji plopped down on the steps, pulled out a cigarette from his pack, and put it in his mouth. At that moment, he suddenly wanted to buy a lighter, take a couple of puffs, and smoke away his troubles. A few minutes later, Zhuo Lingyu came out with a set of exam papers. You dropped out in your first year of high school, and the TOEFL is too difficult for you, so I bought a set of English level 6 papers. Su Wuji, still holding the cigarette, couldn't be bothered to look. Whatever, as long as you can fulfill the bet. But then, Zhuo Lingyu took the cigarette out of his mouth. She threw the cigarette into the trash can. Don't smoke, it's bad for your health. Even someone as worldly as Su Wuji was stunned by this bold move. Could it be that goddesses treat their admirers like this? A little concern here and there could warm him for an entire day, occasionally giving him a glimmer of hope so he could keep chasing after her? Damn, Zhuo Lingyu, which eye of yours saw me smoking? Su Wuji said irritably, did I even light it? Zhuo Lingyu replied, just holding the cigarette in your mouth, even if it's not lit, still affects your image. Su Wuji, you must be full and have nothing better to do than worry about my image. This statement had zero impact on Zhuo Lingyu, who had already recognized certain truths. You arranged this bet just to lose on purpose, so I would have to take care of you in the future? Su Wuji was completely convinced, wishing he could finish the level 6 exam right now and throw it in Zhuo Lingyu's face. At that moment, a few young men and women walked over, who were Zhuo Lingyu's graduate classmates, including Yuan Nianda. Coincidentally, they had all participated in the gathering at the Queen's Bar and had witnessed Su Wuji being taken away by Ninghai's national security. Lingyu, what are you doing here? Yuan Nianda was the first to shout. However, when he saw Su Wuji, his expression became momentarily awkward. The other boys and girls stood 3 meters away, maintaining a considerable distance out of politeness. After all, this guy had been taken away by more than a dozen national security personnel. He might be a dangerous person. Zhuo Lingyu said, Su Wuji wants to test his English level, so I bought him a set of level 6 exam papers, preparing to find a self-study room to take the test. Yuan Nianda walked over to Su Wuji and asked with a somewhat complicated expression, brother, you shouldn't come looking for Lingyu anymore. Your life is too complicated, while Lingyu's life is simple and pure. I don't want you to bring your complexities to her. Su Wuji nodded seriously, what you said makes a lot of sense. I've already made a bet with Zhuo Lingyu that as long as my level 6 score is higher than hers, she can't meddle in my life anymore. Moreover, if I win, she can't appear in front of me at all, not even once. Su Xiaochu got angry just thinking about this. However, upon hearing this, Yuan Nianda's face darkened. You haven't even graduated from high school. How can you take the level 6 exam? Yuan Nianda couldn't help but say, if you want to keep appearing in front of Lingyu, just say it directly. Why go around in circles? Isn't it troublesome? That day, after returning from the Queen's Bar, Yuan Nianda was scolded by his father for a long time, having spent over 3 million in one night. How much family wealth was enough for him to squander like that? Now all of Yuan Nianda's cards were frozen, and he was only given 6,000 yuan as a monthly allowance, though this amount was quite a lot for other college students. Averaging out to 200 yuan a day was simply not enough for Yuan Nianda, who was used to spending lavishly. Just on fuel for his BMW 530, he spent nearly half of that allowance each month. Su Wuji looked at him intently, then patted his shoulder heavily and said seriously, to be honest, you and Zhuo Lingyu are really a perfect match, simply made for each other. Although Su Wuji swore, Yuan Nianda felt a surge of joy upon hearing this. Really? You really think so? Su Wuji replied, yeah, you two are really too compatible. Just lock it down. Yes, lock it down for me, and don't go harming others anymore. Yuan Nianda smiled broadly. Thank you, I appreciate your good words. Zhuo Lingyu frowned. Su Wuji, why do you have to say so many harsh words? No more talking. I'm going to take the exam, okay? Su Wuji rolled the exam papers into a tube and pointed at Yuan Nianda and Zhuo Lingyu. If I score higher than you, don't show up in front of me anymore. Damn it, I don't believe I can't shut you up. After saying that, he stormed off towards the teaching area. Boss Su's mentality collapsed. The other classmates also said, since we don't have classes in the afternoon, why not accompany Lingyu to see the excitement? Sure, let's go together. If anything unexpected happens, we can help Nianda out. They were still somewhat wary of Su Wuji, thinking he had returned from detention, but these students were more in the mood to watch the show. After all, a person who had just come out of high school and claimed he would take the level 6 exam was indeed a bit ridiculous. The group found an empty classroom, and Yuan Nianda even kindly lent his headphones to Su Wuji to listen to the listening comprehension. Let's start. This is a set of past level 6 exam papers, with a full score of 710 points, and the exam time is 2.5 hours. Forget it, I'll give you 3 hours. Yuan Nianda said, do I need that long? Su Wuji replied, then put on the headphones, preparing to start the listening questions. At this moment, he sat in the center of the classroom, while the other students sat around him, monitoring him like stars surrounding the moon. Yuan Nianda was determined to watch the show, saying, right, to prevent you from cheating, hand over your phone. Su Wuji. He casually tossed his phone onto the desk behind him. Behind him sat Zhuo Lingyu. You even intentionally handed your phone to me for safekeeping. Zhuo Lingyu thought to herself. Yuan Nianda began playing the listening test for Su Wuji on his own phone. The latter, wearing headphones, leaned over the desk, showing a rare focus. Zhuo Lingyu watched Su Wuji answer questions seriously, a complex light flashing in her eyes. Meanwhile, the students had temporarily created a discussion group. A girl typed, "His speed is so fast, he can't be just scribbling, right? I can't reach that speed." Other classmates in the group, +1, "I can't reach it either." +10,086. A boy in the group sent a joke. Maybe it's the result of being single for many years. The speaker was casual, but the listener took it to heart. Zhuo Lingyu's gaze slightly tightened as she quietly thought, "For me, single for many years." Yuan Yenda typed, "Can't tell for now, we'll know when we check the answers later." That said, he had already made up his mind that Su Wujie was completely just guessing and would definitely score below 50. "Lingyu, why did you bet with Su Wujie?" a girl asked in the group. So, Zhuo Lingyu shared the case of a security guard from Capital University who had passed the TOEFL. The group fell silent, clearly thinking that Su Wujie was overestimating himself and being foolish. A girl hesitated for a moment but still expressed her true thoughts in the group. Even if Su Wujie wants to win Lingyu's favor, there's no need to use such a stupid method, right? Isn't that exposing his own ignorance? Just over an hour and 10 minutes had passed. Su Wujie slapped his paper onto the desk beside him. "I'm done, you all go check the answers." Meanwhile, at the entrance of Lingda University, Song Jiyu had just finished tutoring and got off the bus. A shabby Santana caught her eye. "Wujie is at Lingda?" Song Jiyu's bright eyes were filled with surprise. "So fast?" He finished the exam nearly an hour and a half early. Seeing Su Wujie's speed, everyone was astonished. After all, the level 6 exam had a large volume of questions and was not easy. How could he finish so much ahead of time? For most students, that amount of time wouldn't even be enough to complete the reading comprehension section. "I'll grade it," Yuan Nianda volunteered. He was afraid Zhuo Lingyu would go easy on Su Wujie when grading. Su Wujie couldn't be bothered, walking to the side, hands in his pockets, looking out the window. At that moment, his phone rang. The phone was still beside Zhuo Lingyu. She glanced at the caller ID. The name was Song Jiyu. "It's a girl's name." Zhuo Lingyu's first reaction was this, then she called out, "Su Wujie, your phone." Zhuo Lingyu felt the name was somewhat familiar. It seemed the most famous freshman beauty recently was named that, but she wouldn't connect the names in Su Wujie's contact list to that stunning girl who captivated the entire Lingda. Su Wujie walked over and answered, "What made you think to call me?" "Wujie, I saw your car parked at the school gate. Are you here to find me?" Song Jiyu's pleasant voice came through. Just hearing that voice made Su Wujie's mood lighten considerably. Thankfully, there was someone as wonderful as Song Jiyu, or he would really be driven mad by this group of foolish college students. For some reason, seeing the smile on Su Wujie's face while he was on the phone made Zhuo Lingyu inexplicably a bit unhappy. "Who else would I be looking for?" Su Wujie said, "By the way, I brought you something. It's in the trunk." "Did you bring me something?" The excitement in Song Jiyu's voice grew stronger. "Wuji Gu, where are you now?" Su Wuji walked to the classroom door and glanced at the sign. "Teaching Building C, Block 1, Classroom 103. "Teaching area? Wuji Gu, what are you doing over there?" As Song Jiyu spoke, she had already started to jog, reluctant to hang up the phone. Su Wuji replied gloomily, "Taking the English Level 6 exam." "Ha?" Song Jiyu found this hard to believe. "Anyway, you'll know when you get here. Just in time to help me deal with these idiots," Su Wuji said. He then hung up the phone and entered the classroom. At that moment, Yuan Nianda was frowning tightly. "Impossible, this is absolutely impossible." He had already finished the listening, reading comprehension, and closed test, and Su Wuji had only gotten 2 questions wrong. "My God, that's amazing," a girl exclaimed uncontrollably. "How can the accuracy rate be so high?" Yuan Nianda still refused to believe the facts before him. Although he was a minor rich second generation, being able to get into Lin University for graduate studies meant he was also a top student. However, when he took the level 6 exam back in the day, he only scored over 610 points. How could someone who hadn't even graduated from high school possibly score better than him? He even got 2 wrong? Su Wuji was quite surprised, hands in his pockets, leaning over to take a look, then said irritably, "The question setter is sick. Why make a simple tense change so convoluted? Who talks like that in foreign countries?" He could guarantee that if a Native American took this exam, they wouldn't score high either. Just the translation questions would be enough to stump them. However, Su Wuji's words sounded too much like deliberate show-off to others. Zhuo Lingyu glanced at Su Wuji and then said, "Let's revise it a bit more and check the translation and essay." At this moment, the group of students all gathered around. "The translation is correct. All the necessary words were used properly. It could easily get full marks. Both the semantics and context are fine. I feel it's even more standard than the model answer. The essay is well written too, incorporating current political events, even predicting the impact of the American election on China's economic direction. This depth, this height, It's incredible. This essay, even if I were to write it in Chinese, I might not be able to write it this well. Many of the words used are beyond the syllabus, employing another meaning of polysemous words. A significant difficulty in the graduate English exam lies in frequently testing the other meanings of words. The English Level 6 exam rarely tests this way, yet Su Wuji happened to use it in his essay. He could have chosen simpler words and sentence structures, but he didn't. It felt more like a display of skill. Yuan Nienda didn't even recognize several words. He raised his head, looking as grim as if he had just lost a parent, weakly asking his classmates, "What do you think this essay could score?" "Full marks. Full marks. This is better than the model essay." Su Wuji shrugged. "So, what's the final score?" 698. A girl shouted first. 710 points is the full score. Zhuo Lingyu took the test paper, carefully reviewing it in disbelief, and fell silent. Su Wuji's score was almost at the level of the top student in the entire Lin University. Yuan Nienda thought for a moment but couldn't help saying, "After all, these are past exam questions. You didn't memorize the answers in advance, did you?" A girl couldn't help but retort, "The model answers aren't even at this level." Another girl began to speak up for Su Wuji. "Look, this is a few years worth of past questions, but Su Wuji's essay is all tied to current events. Even if you were to cheat, could you predict things years in advance?" In fact, Su Wuji originally wanted to write about how the U.S. election would affect the nightclub business in Huaxia, but after seeing the word count exceed the limit, he was too lazy to elaborate further and simply put down his pen. To shake off Zhuo Lingyu's entanglement, Su Wuji had indeed put in a lot of effort today. He couldn't just drag this self-satisfied girl out and beat her up, could he? Well, that could work. At that moment, Zhuo Lingyu walked up to Su Wuji with her exam paper in hand. There was an unknown emotion in her eyes as she shook her head and said, "Su Wuji, I didn't expect your English to be so good. You dropped out so early. How did you learn to this extent?" "I scored over 630 in the CET6, and that was already." Su Wuji, uninterested, interrupted her, saying, "Anyway, I've won now. You said you would keep your word, so you can't show up in front of me and point fingers anymore." As soon as he said this, Yuan Nienda's disappointed expression instantly turned into surprise. What a good thing! He was afraid Su Wuji would go back on his word, so he immediately stood up and said, "Okay, don't worry, Lingyu will definitely keep her word." However, Zhuo Lingyu looked at Su Wuji deeply and said, "Su Wuji, you're starting to impress me a bit." "Su Wuji, huh? My dear aunt, what are you imagining now?" In fact, if Zhuo Lingyu hadn't taken the initiative to help Su Wuji find a security job earlier, he really wouldn't have bothered with this whole situation. His style has always been to take the soft approach rather than the hard one. Zhuo Lingyu said, "Are you thinking that you can secretly work hard and then amaze me and everyone else? Su Wuji, congratulations, you did it." Zhuo Lingyu's gaze turned serious. "At least you have this determination, you will definitely achieve greater things." Listening to her felt like a primary school teacher encouraging a child, and he wanted to bang his head against the wall. At that moment, a pleasant voice finally came through. "Wuji Gu." It was Song Jiyu. She finally arrived. The savior. At that moment, everyone in the classroom felt a bright spark. A strong sense of amazement hit them. The moment Song Jiyu appeared, it was as if the entire classroom was illuminated. Her stunning beauty seemed to make the afternoon sun shine even brighter. "My God, is that Song Jiyu?" Some boys began to excitedly say, "She really is the new campus flower of our Lin University. This is the first time I've seen her up close. She's even more beautiful than the rumors." At this moment, Zhuo Lingyu truly understood the meaning of that saying, people can be infuriatingly different. The moment Song Jiyu appeared, she was no longer the focus of her classmates' attention. It was as if a relatively bright star had encountered a full moon shining down on the world. All eyes automatically converged on Song Jiyu. However, that wasn't all. Among the girls, the most dreaded scenario occurred: wardrobe malfunction. Song Jiyu was also wearing jeans and a white sun protection jacket. Although her jeans weren't high-waisted and her jacket didn't accentuate her figure, and despite the lack of any clever styling, on Song Jiyu, it looked stunning. A wardrobe malfunction isn't scary. Whoever looks bad is the one who feels awkward. Although Zhuo Lingyu was already quite beautiful, she now felt her own brilliance dimmed and wanted to escape. At that moment, Zhuo Lingyu suddenly remembered the caller ID on Su Wuji's phone just now. That name was Song Jiyu, this campus flower. It wasn't a coincidence, but how could Su Wuji know her? Moreover, they seemed so familiar, even obviously very close. "I haven't had lunch yet, how about you?" Su Wuji asked. Song Jiyu smiled and said, "I've eaten, but I'm not full. I could eat another meal." "Let's go, I'll treat you to a big meal. Let's have some Sichuan hot pot," Su Wuji said. "The school cafeteria is fine, I have a scholarship. I can treat you to a stir-fry." "Wuji good," Song Jiyu replied. "Alright, then you treat today, Su Woojie said. After seeing Song Ji-yu, he finally understood what it meant to feel relaxed and happy. His mood was simply excellent. The two walked out, chatting and laughing, completely ignoring the few graduate students present, and Su Woojie didn't even glance back at Zhuo Lingyu. Did I see that wrong? Is that really Song Ji-yu? Yuan Nyenda snapped out of his daze, still unwilling to believe the fact. That's Song Ji-yu. Can we find anyone else at Lingda who's more beautiful than her? Seriously, is there no justice left? This guy's level of living off a woman is too high, making Song the campus beauty treat him? I heard that since the start of the semester, Song the campus beauty has had to refuse several dinner invitations every day. And so far, no guy has successfully had a meal with her. But now, such a cold campus beauty was actually willing to take the initiative to treat a social youth to dinner, even showing him a genuine smile that others can only dream of. Zhuo Lingyu stood there, each comment felt like a slap, hitting her face hard. She clenched her fists, her eyes red, on the verge of tears. At that moment, Yuan Nyenda slapped his thigh and said, I get it now. No wonder people always say that the good girls in school are the easiest to be wooed by the guys from society. Song Ji-yu is a typical example. In the Lingda cafeteria, after listening to Su Woojie recount the whole story, Song Ji-yu laughed so hard she almost fell onto the table. It felt as if spring had filled the entire cafeteria. Su Woojie frowned and said, who hasn't been foolish when they were young? Song Ji-yu couldn't help but tease, but I haven't seen any guy buy sanitary pads for others every day. After making that joke, her face suddenly turned red. The girl realized that this was definitely the most daring thing she had ever said to Su Woojie. Talking about such a private matter concerning girls, how could she have blurted it out? So embarrassing. Her expression truly made Su Woojie understand what it meant to be a feast for the eyes. He hadn't eaten much for breakfast, and now, with Song Ji-yu's delicate appearance, his stomach began to rumble. Su Woojie wanted to eat fish. However, this senior sister is quite cute, actually agreeing to help you with your English. Song Ji-yu, enjoying the spectacle, added, if she knew that Woojie-gu, you were teaching us English when you were volunteering. Su Woojie shook his head. I just can't understand how Zhuo Lingyu can have such a good self-image. In fact, by today's standards, Zhuo Lingyu's character evaluation during her middle school years wouldn't be very high. After all, she accepted gifts from others but didn't agree to any confessions, which was really inappropriate. But now, who knows if Zhuo Lingyu has improved? She actually rejected Su Woojie the moment they met. After Su Woojie was taken away by someone impersonating national security, she even went to the Queen's bar to look for him a few times, and even asked her mentor to arrange a campus security job for him. For this series of actions, Su Woojie believed only 4 words could sum it up: she's got a screw loose. Woojie-gu is still soft-hearted. If Zhuo Lingyu knew you were the type who seems cold on the outside but is warm on the inside, she would definitely be even more attached to you. Song Ji-yu laughed. Now she was also standing tall, daring to joke with Su Woojie. You've got some guts. Su Woojie lightly tapped Song Ji-yu's head with his chopsticks. This tap was very gentle, and the smile in Song Ji-yu's eyes spread again. Within that smile, there seemed to be a clear sense of nostalgia. Woojie-gu, I remember back in the day when you used the teaching stick to hit those mischievous classmates on the head, Song Ji-yu said. Hey, I was just putting on a show back then. I never really hit anyone, Su Woojie replied. Well, with his strength, if he really wanted to hit someone, one strike could probably send their brains flying. There seemed to be a glimmer in Song Ji-yu's eyes as she spoke softly. They've all gotten into college now, and they think of you every day. The word also revealed a bit of the girl's hidden feelings, but unfortunately, Su Woojie didn't catch the underlying meaning. By the way, it seems like there are still 2 students from your class studying in Linzhou, right? Yes, one is at Linzhou University of Technology, and the other is at Linzhou Normal University, Song Ji-yu smiled. We can meet up with them. Her eyes curved like crescent moons, filled with gentle laughter, and her fluttering eyelashes exuded liveliness and tenderness. Why are you smiling so happily? Su Woojie asked. At that moment, Song Ji-yu's smile was like the blooming flowers of early summer, bright and captivating, making Su Boss, who was used to being surrounded by flowers every day, unable to look away. What this dense man didn't realize was that Song Ji-yu had just secretly used the word we, and her mood was exceptionally good. It was like a young couple inviting old classmates to dinner. Song Ji-yu continued, Woojie-gu, I've been in touch with those 2 old classmates. They also have the same scholarship for impoverished students as I do. It's from a kind-hearted person who wishes to remain anonymous, specifically wanting to support them. Song Ji-yu knew that it was this young man before her who allowed a group of children, whose futures were obscured by mountains, to step out of the heavy mountains and see more beautiful rivers and lakes. Su Woojie forcibly shifted his gaze away from Song Ji-yu's face, waving his hand dismissively. Hey, it's no big deal, not worth mentioning. Song Ji-yu's gaze was pure and untainted. She gently said, but you think those seemingly insignificant things are filled with all of our youth. This sentence, combined with Song Ji-yu's extremely pure appearance, was simply a super invincible weapon. Is the food not ready yet? Your school chef is really slow. Su Wooji shifted his gaze from Song Ji-yu's face, awkwardly changing the subject, then stood up and said, I'll go check if the food is ready. This girl was just too beautiful. If he kept looking, he was afraid he wouldn't be able to help himself. Wooji-gu, you're the guest, sit down, I'll go get the food. Song Ji-yu grabbed Su Wooji's arm and pulled him back to his seat. At this time, since it was past mealtime, there weren't many people in the cafeteria, but at least there were still 20 or 30. The school beauty, who usually never wanted to eat with boys, was actually laughing and chatting with a man, and even having such intimate contact, which was truly surprising. Song Ji-yu, when she smiled, was just too beautiful. It was hard to tell how many gazes were filled with envy and jealousy. The food is here. Song Ji-yu ran back and forth 3 times, bringing a small pot of sauerkraut fish, a small pot of boiled pork slices, and a dish of twice-cooked pork. All were dishes that went well with rice. Su Wooji grinned, not bad, you still remember my taste. Song Ji-yu chuckled, Wooji-gu, back then, you told the cafeteria chef that you liked these dishes and that they had to be served every day at noon, or you would go on strike and not attend class. Yeah, I have a strong taste, I just love Sichuan cuisine, Su Wooji said. But we're not stupid. One time you got drunk and told the chef that we were at the age of growth and needed to eat more meat, so there was big fish and meat at every meal. Song Ji-yu pouted slightly, seemingly with a hint of playful reproach. Wooji-gu always treats us like children, but we all know that none of those other schools that receive donations can eat this well every day. After not seeing you for a few years, you kids have all grown up. Su Wooji looked into Song Ji-yu's eyes, then his gaze unconsciously dropped, sliding down to her chest. Indeed not kids anymore. Su Wooji was stuffing a large piece of twice-cooked pork into his mouth. The taste is quite average, not as authentic as that from Tianji Middle School. Song Ji-yu picked up a few pieces of fish for Su Wooji's bowl and said, I heard there aren't many good places to eat in Linzhou. Our school cafeteria is already considered a culinary paradise in the area on Zaya-Hongshu. Speaking of this, Su Wooji had a lot to say. Linzhou is not just bad, it's a culinary desert. Next time, I'll take you to try the vinegar fish from Yunyan Lake. Song Ji-yu's eyes sparkled with memories, and she chuckled, Wooji, if you take me to eat the vinegar fish from Yunyan Lake, I'll secretly add some wild ginger to your bowl next time. During those years of teaching in the mountains, what Su Wooji found most unbearable was not the harsh conditions, but rather the wild ginger that everyone there couldn't live without. Why couldn't he taste that refreshing flavor? I really can't get used to that stuff. I seriously suspect I lack the genes for it, Su Wooji said. I heard there's even American coffee made with wild ginger juice now, my goodness. At that time, in the entire school, only 2 people couldn't stand the taste of wild ginger. One was Su Wooji, and the other was surprisingly a local from Liangshan, Song Ji-yu. Now, looking back on those mountain years, they were truly peaceful and beautiful, and even Su Wooji, who lived in a world of lights and wine every day, thought so. Being thrown into the deep mountains by his father to escape disaster was definitely the most unforgettable time of his life. Thinking about the trouble he got into abroad, Su Wooji's arms suddenly broke out in goosebumps. Song Ji-yu had indeed eaten, but she usually only had a vegetarian dish with chili sauce, eating meat only once every few days. During this meal, she occasionally moved her chopsticks, but most of the time, she was serving Su Wooji, looking like a virtuous little wife. Unknowingly, more and more people had gathered in the cafeteria. All eyes were on their table. We become the center of attention, Su Wooji said, raising his head to see so many people secretly taking photos with their phones, feeling a bit speechless. You look so good. We should find a corner with fewer people. I did it on purpose, Song Ji-yu said, her lips curling up. The way she ended that sentence with on purpose was simply perfect, her tone playful and soft, wrapped in a hint of petulance, like candy coated in honey. The talent Song Ji-yu casually displayed at such times was enough for Zhuo Lingyu to study for several years. What? Su Wooji's brows furrowed, forcing his tone to sound fierce. Little girl, you have some guts, you dare to use me. Wooji, just let me use you once, Song Ji-yu said. Every day, boys ask me out for meals, and I'm so annoyed. You just have to work hard and be my shield, okay? The way she ended with okay was filled with clear sweetness and expectation, making it hard for Su Wooji to refuse, even though he knew she was hiding her little thoughts. Su Wooji forcibly pulled his mind back and continued to eat, mumbling, I can be a shield, but absolutely no physical contact. Can I hold your arm? Song Ji-yu asked. Su Wooji tapped her head with his chopsticks. Be pure, don't just think about taking advantage of me. Can you believe this is human talk? In fact, he was afraid that if Song Ji-yu held his arm, he wouldn't want her to let go. If such a beautiful girl could be married, he would rather eat wild ginger every day. But what if he accidentally married Mu Qianyu too? What if she made him eat vinegar fish from Union Lake every day? Su Wujie felt he was really suffering from decision-making paralysis. At this moment, a boy finally couldn't hold back any longer. He quickly walked to the table and said to Su Wuji, "Why did you hit Jiyu on the head with chopsticks?" Su Wuji raised an eyebrow. "Oh?" Then, he extended his left hand and gently patted Song Jiyu's head. Su Wuji grinned, "See, I not only hit with chopsticks, I can also hit with my hand." Hand hitting fish balls? Not really. The intense jealousy was about to explode this boy. However, Song Jiyu softly said, "Wuji gu, you can hit other places too." This tender remark surpassed any form of coquetry in the world. This boy was a junior, the vice minister of a certain department in the student council, and had been pursuing Song Jiyu relentlessly, but she showed no interest at all. He had been in class just moments ago, but when he heard classmates mention what was happening in the cafeteria, he skipped class and rushed over. Hearing Song Jiyu say this, the junior's emotions were on the verge of collapse as he shouted, "Jiyu, tell me, what do I lack compared to him? Why should I lose to him?" Song Jiyu stood up, looked at the boy, and spoke with a serious and firm tone, "Just because all my beautiful memories are related to him. All my beautiful memories are related to him." This statement was softly spoken, but at that moment, Song Jiyu revealed a sharp aura in the eyes of the crowd. That sharpness was undeniable and unstoppable. This aura was so different from the usual Song Jiyu that many people thought it was their own illusion. Su Wuji was just about to put a piece of fish into his mouth when he heard this, causing him to shake his chopsticks and drop the fish onto the table. Following the principle that he could still eat it within 3 seconds, he immediately picked it up with his hand and tossed it into his mouth. The onlooking students shook their heads at this action, unable to understand why Song Jiyu would like such a person. Despite their childhood friendship, there were so many outstanding individuals at Linzhou University, and Song Jiyu's filter for him would eventually shatter. "So you were childhood friends, no wonder I lost." This boy was about to make himself sick with jealousy. He said defiantly, "I'm sorry, I was just making a fool of myself, but I will never give up." Su Wuji also stood up, smiling slightly, "No, for your own sake, I must advise you to give up soon." The boy completely ignored Su Wuji and continued to look at Song Jiyu. "Jiyu, matters of life and death must be taken seriously. I hope you can see clearly and not let such a man take advantage of you." However, before he could finish, Song Jiyu suddenly grabbed Su Wuji's hand. Without Su Wuji's consent, she directly intertwined her fingers with his. Su Wuji's heart trembled instantly. This hand was so soft, so tender, so delicate. The key was that Su Wuji's hand had just touched fish, and it was still oily. But Song Jiyu didn't care at all. Not a bit of disgust. "You're wrong, it's not him taking advantage of me. From the beginning until now, it has always been me taking the initiative between us," Song Jiyu said. There was no hint of hesitation in her words, no shyness or testing. Every word seemed to be carefully considered, carrying a sentiment confirmed repeatedly through time. In the face of Song Jiyu in this state, no one dared to think she was acting, except for the person involved. But even those who believed there was a significant acting component in Song Jiyu's impromptu performance felt Su Wuji's heart tremble uncontrollably. He felt like he was drawn into a scene, as if struck by a gentle current. A complex emotion surged within his chest. "God, this is so touching. I didn't expect the school beauty song would be so brave. If only Jiyu could say this to me, I would gladly die for it." The cafeteria was already buzzing with discussions. The junior boy simply couldn't bear such a blow and turned to run away. Under Song Jiyu's firm declaration, he looked like a clown. "Wuji go, let's continue eating," Song Jiyu said. The moment she used the word we, her brows and eyes lit up with a smile, and the sharpness that had briefly flashed before vanished completely. She hadn't even pulled her hand away from Su Wuji's yet. However, Su Wuji took the initiative to let go of her hand, pulling out a piece of paper from his pocket to wipe the grease off her hand. "How was my performance just now?" Song Jiyu looked at Su Wuji, her eyes filled with anticipation. "Full marks for acting," Su Wuji grinned and said, "I bet no one will dare to bother you again." Song Jiyu chuckled, "Alright, Wuji go, if anyone pursues me again, I'll call you, and you can help me fend them off." Su Wuji coughed twice, "You don't have to call me every time. I'm actually quite busy." "Oh," Song Jiyu laughed lightly, "then I'll just bring my suitors to find you." After gauging Su Wuji's temperament, she became bolder, her previous timidity completely gone. "Are you asking for a beating?" Su Wuji said irritably, "You little girl, so disrespectful." After finishing their meal, he took Song Jiyu back to his car, opened the trunk, and pulled out a large travel bag. "Apples sent from Tianji High School," Su Wuji said. "They're a bit heavy. I'll carry them to your dorm." "Great." In the past, Song Jiyu would have snatched it away to carry herself, but now she couldn't wait to hold onto him and wander around the campus while he was still there. However, when they reached the girls' dormitory, they unexpectedly ran into Zhuo Lingyu. What bad luck, Su Wuji shook his head. Seeing this, Song Jiyu took the initiative to grab Su Wuji's hand and whispered, "Then let's put on another show." Su Wuji didn't shake her hand off. Mainly because the girl's delicate hand was incredibly soft, her fingertips exuding a tender pink. Just a gentle grip felt like a gentle warmth. Zhuo Lingyu walked straight up to Su Wuji, glanced at their intertwined hands, and said, "Su Wuji, are you deliberately trying to provoke me by finding someone to act with?" Su Wuji's mouth twitched. "Tell me, where am I acting?" He was genuinely exasperated by Zhuo Lingyu. Zhuo Lingyu said, "You weren't holding hands just now, but now that you see me, you hold hands, and you say it's not acting?" Her eyes turned red again, entering that tearful state. Su Wuji felt overwhelmed. He placed the bag at the door. "Jiyu, you take it upstairs, I'm leaving." "And you, Zhuo Lingyu." Su Wuji turned to leave while shouting, "You better keep your word and fulfill the bet. Don't come to bother me again." Zhuo Lingyu, feeling wronged, said, "He said such heavy words just to irritate me." Song Jiyu pursed her lips, feeling a bit sympathetic towards her Wujigu. "Senior, have you ever considered that what Wujigu said might be his true feelings?" Zhuo Lingyu looked at the face in front of her, which was charming even without makeup, and spoke somewhat rudely, "Jiyu, what benefits has he given you to make you willing to play along with this act?" Zhuo Lingyu had long heard that Song Jiyu came from the Liangshan region of Sichuan, and her family was extremely poor. Wasn't it easy for such a girl to be bought off? As this thought crossed her mind, Zhuo Lingyu seemed to forget that her own family background was also quite ordinary. Song Jiyu smiled slightly. "Lingyu, I've known Wu Jigu for a long time." Zhuo Lingyu was relentless. "Alright, then tell me, how did you meet Su Wuji?" Song Jiyu deliberately did not answer. "That's a secret between me and brother Wuji, I can't tell you." Zhuo Lingyu bit her lip, tears welling up in her eyes. "You still say it's not an act. Can't you come up with something better?" Song Jiyu shook her head and smiled. She walked to the door, picked up the heavy luggage bag, and turned back to say, "Lingyu, you're excellent, but please let brother Wuji go." Zhuo Lingyu was still unwilling, chasing after her and asking, "Why should I?" Song Jiyu's eyes were filled with seriousness. "Just because neither of us, in our current states, deserves him." Deserve him. Upon hearing this, Zhuo Lingyu's body felt as if struck by lightning. She trembled violently. She could see that Song Jiyu's expression at this moment was absolutely genuine, and had nothing to do with acting. Why? How could I possibly not deserve him? Zhuo Lingyu thought of that 6-level exam paper on which she had only made 2 mistakes, and finally lost control of the emotions surging within her, unable to help but squat down and cry out loud. However, she still refused to admit defeat, looking up at Song Jiyu with tear-filled eyes. "He must have promised you some benefit, you have to tell me." Song Jiyu shook her head and smiled. "What you said seems to be correct. Brother Wuji indeed gave me benefits." A glimmer of light flashed in Zhuo Lingyu's eyes. "See, I told you, he must have given you something." Song Jiyu's gaze began to grow distant, but her voice was clear and firm. "He gave me a real future." At this moment, Ying Luo had returned to her hidden clubhouse. Indeed, as Su Wuji had said, the plants had been burned bare, and the white walls of the clubhouse had turned charred black. Restoring it would definitely be no small project. If it's gone, then it's gone. Ying Luo gently picked up a charred branch, rubbed it casually, and fragments fell down like snow. She looked at her fingers, now stained black, and murmured to herself, "Having stayed in Linzhou for so long, it's time to change places." However, after walking halfway around the garden, Ying Luo heard some movement coming from the backyard. She lightened her footsteps and cautiously walked to the backyard, only to see a man in a janitor's uniform using a shovel to clear the ground of dead branches and leaves. He was not tall, wearing a hat, and had his back to Ying Luo. "Isn't it very sad that your hard work has been destroyed?" The janitor did not turn around but knew who had come. Ying Luo stared at his back, took a deep breath, and said, "It is indeed very sad, just like how you all destroyed my childhood." "Your childhood was not destroyed by me." The janitor still did not turn his face but continued to sweep the garden. "At that time, I was just a boy myself. It was your organization that did it, and you joined that organization, so it makes no difference." Ying Luo shook her head. "I should have had a carefree childhood, but then everything changed. But your starting point in life has already surpassed that of most people." The janitor turned to look at Ying Luo. "Since then, you have had a comfortable life, with prestigious adoptive parents. Others would be grateful to us. But have I not given you enough in return over the years?" Ying Luo said, "How much information has this clubhouse sent back to my adoptive parents? Do they treat me as a daughter or as a tool? I know better than anyone." The janitor said, "You need to understand your parents. Their biological daughter is also on the front lines of the maritime defense team, risking her life, and if she fails in her tasks, she will be punished. This is the family tradition of your family." Ying Luo did not argue. She shook her head and said, "Wu Tian, I'm tired, really tired. These years in Linzhou have felt like walking on a tightrope every day. My mind is always tense. If I could, I would gladly swap lives with my good sister. I would rather be on the front lines of Haifeng. The cleaner named Wu Tian spoke again, his tone seemingly turning stern. Your way of thinking is dangerous. Don't forget, your name will always be Shintian Luo. Su Wujie left Linjiang University, filled with anger. He directly called Mu Qianyu. At Lin Mu Insurance? No, at Lin Mu Bank. Mu Qianyu chuckled lightly. Are you coming? Su Wujie replied, yeah, I brought you something. Mu Qianyu's eyes sparkled with a smile. I still get this treatment? What else? Su Wujie said, just wait patiently in the office. Mu Qianyu's voice was as smooth as milk, surrounded by beautiful women. I thought you had forgotten about me. Su Wujie chuckled, it's only been a few days. Why is Chairman Mu so fond of small talk? When you arrive, I'll let you see my tea art properly. Mu Qianyu laughed. After hanging up, she told her secretary, quick, wash my handmade tea set. Make sure it's all clean. Wu Jie is coming over later. Seeing the chairman's spirited demeanor, the secretary was clearly surprised. After all, the chairman had personally spent a month in Jingdezhen, crafting that entire tea set, with all the designs drawn by her own hand. Since bringing it back, she hadn't used it even once, treating it like a treasure. Never mind, I'll wash it myself. Mu Qianyu suddenly felt that having the secretary wash the tea set would make her hospitality towards Su Wujie seem insincere. The secretary, looking somewhat troubled, said, but, Chairman, the guests from the capital are still waiting in the reception room. Then let them wait a little longer, Mu Qianyu said, already rolling up her sleeves and bending down to take the tea set from the cabinet to wash it by the sink in the back room. The secretary was a bit worried because those guests from the capital were not easy to deal with. It was unclear whether it was a habit from certain circles in the capital, but these people came to discuss business not in a straightforward manner. They always had to mention their close relationships with certain politicians or who they had dinner with the night before. It seemed that without mentioning these names, no business could be done. The superiority they exuded during their conversation made Mu Qianyu feel uncomfortable all over. After chatting with them for over 10 minutes, she excused herself, saying she had something urgent, and let the vice president of the headquarters take over the reception. The beautiful chairman watched the tea set while saying, Xiao Duan, don't worry about those people. Go downstairs and help me welcome Wu Jie. The secretary replied, okay, I'll go down now. She could clearly see that in the chairman's heart, those guests from the capital were not as important as Su Wujie. After a few minutes, that old Santana arrived at the bank's entrance. The secretary had already been waiting downstairs. She had been with Mu Qianyu for 2 years, mainly responsible for coordinating financial business. Other business sectors were handled by different secretaries. Mr. Su, hello, this way please. Seeing Su Wujie open the trunk, the secretary proactively went to lift the luggage, only to find it unexpectedly heavy, causing her to lose her balance in her high heels and nearly fall. Fortunately, she was falling towards Su Wujie's direction. Su Wujie quickly supported her waist. Hey, I can handle this myself. The secretary's pretty face flushed slightly. Sorry, I didn't expect it to be so heavy. Su Wujie took the large travel bag. This isn't our first meeting. What's your name again? Mr. Su, my name is Duan Yuhan. Yuhan is in rainwater and cultivation. Oh, that's a name with a lot of water. Su Wujie chuckled. Did your parents consult a fortune teller and say you lack water in your 5 elements? Half of Su Gongzi's reputation as a scoundrel could be blamed on his mouth. Duan Yuhan's eyes lit up. Mr. Su, you're so clever. You guessed it. The master who named me said I was like a seedling on a dry plateau, out of balance in yin and yang, needing water to nourish me. Su Wujie, of course, I'm cultured. It's just that it doesn't show on the surface. He casually made a comment and surprisingly hit the mark. Duan Yuhan agreed wholeheartedly. Mr. Su has depth. Upstairs, Mu Qianyu was watching the scene from the window. Humph, he dares to put his arm around my secretary. Mu Qianyu huffed and started making tea. A few minutes later, Duan Yuhan walked in with Su Wujie. Chairman, Mr. Su has arrived. Mr. Su, please take a seat. Mu Qianyu glanced at Su Wujie, intending to maintain a neutral expression, but couldn't help the slight smile that rippled in her eyes. The moment Su Wujie saw Mu Qianyu, he felt a spark. Today, Mu Qianyu was wearing a white professional suit, and with her bright and gentle eyes, she seemed to radiate a soft halo. The suit was exquisitely made, perfectly tailored to outline Mu Qianyu's graceful figure, showcasing her slender waist and noticeably curvy chest, embodying feminine beauty and charm. Su Wujie dropped his bag heavily on the floor. It's autumn, the apples from Liangshan are ripe. I brought you some. Mu Qianyu casually asked, are they hand-picked by the teachers and students of Tianji Middle School? Su Wujie's eyebrows raised. Oh? How do you know about Tianji Middle School? How do you know the teachers and students there would handpick apples? Mu Qianyu suddenly realized her slip of the tongue. Last time, when she visited Tianji Middle School, she had seen the vast orchards behind the school. But Su Wujie clearly didn't know she had been there. How careless. Didn't I hear Ji Yu mention it when I saw her at the Queen's event last time? You drink tea first, I'll wash a couple of apples. To cover her embarrassment, Mu Qianyu hurriedly said, Did Ji Yu mention it last time? I don't remember. Su Wujie looked at Mu Qianyu's delicate hands. Washing apples is such a small task, let your secretary and assistant do it. Hands as beautiful as yours shouldn't touch water. I can do it myself. Mu Qianyu glanced at her hands. The slight upward curve of her lips clearly showed her satisfaction with Su Wujie's compliment. However, she added in her heart, I don't want you eating apples washed by other girls. After washing the apples, Mu Qianyu took a big bite and said, delicious. Su Wujie also said, yeah, very juicy and sweet. He suddenly thought that the secretary who lacked water should eat more Liangshan apples. You should supplement what you lack. What a lame joke. After that thought crossed his mind, Su Wujie immediately rated it himself. But this evaluation, he said it out loud. Mu Qianyu raised an eyebrow. What lame joke? Nothing. Cough cough, this tea is nice. Su Wujie took a sip of tea, forcibly changing the subject, then held the cup up to examine it. It's just that this cup is a bit ugly. The smile in Mu Qianyu's eyes instantly froze. Is the cup very ugly? It is quite ugly. I feel the thickness is uneven, the craftsmanship is clearly subpar, and the workmanship is very rough. However, that's not the main issue. Look at the painting above. It's so abstract that I can't even tell what it's supposed to be. This designer should really have 10 years' worth of salary deducted. Su Wujie said, suddenly feeling a murderous gaze from across the table. He immediately stopped and awkwardly asked, This designer isn't a relative of yours, is he? Mu Qianyu replied, No. Su Wujie let out a sigh of relief. That's good. Mu Qianyu added, It's me. Su Wujie's expression was as if he were constipated. He then picked up his cup and looked at it a few more times, awkwardly saying, well, the more I look at it, the better it seems. Mu Qianyu's expression was somewhat defeated. Su Wujie continued, Art is always up for debate. What was that painter's name? Right, Van Gogh. He was poor and miserable while he was alive, and those paintings were only recognized after he died, weren't they? The corners of Mu Qianyu's mouth twitched slightly, a bit helpless. Does that mean my work will only be praised after I'm dead? Su Wujie quickly replied, No. I'm giving you a good review right now. Look, the painting on your cup is so good. This bowl of corn and egg soup looks so appetizing. Mu Qianyu felt utterly wronged. I'm painting a starry sky. Who have you ever seen paint corn and egg soup on porcelain? The more Su Wujie spoke, the more he got it wrong, nearly in tears. I'll shut up. I'll kneel for you, okay? Mu Qianyu suddenly burst into laughter. At least this scatterbrained guy still cared about his feelings. She forgave him. At that moment, Secretary Xiao Duan's voice came from the doorway. Everyone, the chairman is meeting with important guests. Please wait a moment, you can't barge in here. Voices of argument came from the entrance. I want to ask Mu Qianyu what she means. We never discuss business with the vice president in the capital. It's always the chairman of the head office who receives us. Yeah, we came all the way from the capital just to support Linmu Bank, and we didn't expect to be treated this way. If Linmu Bank continues like this, won't you be unable to operate in the capital in the future? Mu Qianyu, come out. Our big project is being fought over by major banks in the capital and Ninghai. If you miss out, you won't have time to regret it. Several men pushed Duan Yuhan aside, and the door to the chairman's office was roughly pushed open. When they entered and saw what Mu Qianyu was doing, they were instantly furious. Good heavens, while ignoring a bunch of important guests, she was here munching on an apple with another man. Mu Qianyu stood up and said calmly, Mr. Jean, it's not appropriate for you to barge into my office like this, is it? Su Wujie didn't even stand up, squinting at them while taking a big bite of his apple, which was really crunchy. The leader was a man in his 50s, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and slightly plump. He was Jin Jihao, the owner of a small loan company in the capital. To put it bluntly, this guy was a financial broker, often using personal connections to help businesses with financing, and he himself could extract a considerable commission each time. He questioned, Mu Qianyu, you let a vice president without decision-making power talk business with us. This is a sign of disrespect. The corners of Mu Qianyu's lips curled up slightly, but her words were unyielding. Oh, so it's disrespecting you, Mr. Jean, what do you plan to do about it? Miss Moo didn't even realize that she was starting to sound more and more like Su Wujie. Every word was infuriating. Jin Jihao realized he was having trouble dealing with Mu Qianyu's retorts. He coldly snorted, "The Fong family in the capital has already contacted your second grandfather, Mu Changchang. This financing has received unanimous approval from your Mu family's elders. You, Amir Jr., should know your place." Mu Qianyu glanced at him lightly. "Mr. Jin, you may not understand one thing." "What thing?" Jin Jihao frowned. Mu Qianyu replied, "The Mu and Lin Mu Bank is not the Mu of the Mu family, but the Mu of Mu Qianyu." Mu Qianyu knew that most men do not like strong women. Her earlier performance in front of Jin Jihao and the others was clearly too dominant. But from the beginning, Mu Qianyu didn't mind showing this side of herself in front of Su Wuji. After all, for many people, this deliberately showcased side might just be to cover up another side. Who knows if Miss Moo is also considering this? "The Mu of Lin Mu Bank is Mu Qianyu's Mu?" Jin Jihao repeated, his face full of mockery, sneering repeatedly. "Chairman Mu, your elders at home probably don't know that you, the good girl, can say such arrogant words, right?" This guy clearly had no idea about the events that had transpired in the Mu family. Good girl? Su Wuji nearly choked on the apple bits in his mouth. Aside from looking quite obedient, where was she good? She was the one who dared to smash the Bai family's clubhouse. Oomph! Love struck. Unexpectedly, Jin Jihao turned to Su Wuji and glared at him fiercely. "What are you laughing at?" "Interesting." Su Wuji snapped his fingers and casually said, "Xiao Pang, tell him what I am." Silence fell. "Xiao Pang didn't come today." Mu Qianyu. Jin Jihao. Su Xiaochu shook his head, put the apple aside, stood up, and stretched his wrist. "Next time we go out, we still need to bring Xiao Pang. Otherwise, we have to do it ourselves, which is a hassle." However, Mu Qianyu smiled gently, pressing on Su Wuji's shoulder. "You sit down first. Don't be in a hurry to throw people out the window." Thus, Su Wuji, having his thoughts seen through, obediently sat back down. Their conversation undoubtedly intensified the anger in Jin Jihao and the others. Jin Jihao said in a deep voice, "Mu Qianyu, your Mu family is so uncooperative. Aren't you afraid of offending the Fong family?" Mu Qianyu smiled lightly. "Since the Fong family has called my second grandfather, then let my second grandfather handle the financing. Lin Mu Bank will never get involved in his matters." "Alright, Mu Qianyu, since you say so, I will let your second grandfather teach you a good lesson." Jin Jihao gritted his teeth, but had no way out, only able to take out his phone and call Mu Chengchang. "Hello, Mr. Mu." Mu Qianyu is unwilling to finance this project and even speaks arrogantly to us. This project involves several prominent families in the capital. If it fails at the financing stage, I think the Mu family will have to find a way to bear the wrath of the major families in the capital. This sounded like a complaint, but every word was a threat. Mu Chengchang said in a deep voice, "Mr. Jin, let Mu Qianyu take the call." Mu Qianyu remained indifferent, even taking a bite of her apple. Jin Jihao directly switched to speakerphone. "Mr. Mu, you can talk to her directly. I've put it on speaker." Mu Qingchang's voice carried anger. "Mu Qianyu, this project is a collaboration between our Mu family and the major families in the capital. Lin Mu Bank must also hold shares. It concerns the Mu family's expansion in the capital's financial sector. You better wake up and hurry up with the funding." Leaning against the desk, Mu Qianyu chewed on her apple and said slowly, "Second grandfather, do you know how much they want? The first phase of funding is 3 billion, and there isn't even a specific plan or risk assessment done. Can this money just be released?" "What risk assessment? Maxwell and Baiken Group have deposited so much money with you. What's wrong with you using it first?" Mu Chengchang said, "If this works out, the Mu family won't have to worry for the next 50 years. Mu Qianyu's smile remained undiminished. "Great, since second uncle is so concerned about the future of the Mu family, why don't you personally fund it? After all, I won't be contributing a single cent." "Mu Qianyu, you keep dragging the Mu family's reputation through the mud. You have no sense of family honor at all. You are not worthy to be the spokesperson for the younger generation." Mu Chengchang was furious, cursing loudly. "Alright, Mu Qianyu, you really aren't afraid of offending the Fong family," Jin Jihao said, and began making a phone call. "Young Master Dingyang, I'm very sorry, it's my incompetence. This time, Lin Mu Bank is being uncooperative and absolutely refuses my financing request." Su Wuji and Mu Qianyu exchanged a glance, both seeing the amusement in each other's eyes, because this call was to Fong Jingyang. Previously, several elders of the Mu family had been trying to arrange a marriage between Mu Qianyu and Fong Jingyang. After Su Wuji made a grand mess of the Mu family's garden, the marriage proposal seemed to have been dropped, and Fong Jingyang appeared to have calmed down significantly, not causing any more trouble. Fong Jingyang's reputation in the capital wasn't great. He liked to frequent nightclubs and was a notorious playboy, always bringing different female companions when he went out drinking, almost like the capital's version of Su Wuji. Of course, the biggest difference was that he always managed to avoid fights as much as possible. Jiang Wanqing's assessment of her cousin was he was not a hypocrite, but a true villain. However, despite his questionable private life, Fang Jingyang's business acumen was impeccable. He had long been thriving in the investment field. On this point, he had already left Bai Shuyang and Qin Gillan far behind, especially that young master from the Qin family, who was still thinking every day about what project to undertake to prove his capabilities. Put it on speaker. I want to say a few words to Qianyu, Fang Jingyang said from the other end of the line. Mu Qianyu crossed her arms and leaned closer to Su Wuji, smiling as she watched the performance of the people across from her. At that moment, their proximity made them look very much like a couple. Qianyu, Fang Jingyang's voice came through. I invited you to dinner last time, and you rejected me again. When will you give me a chance? The voice sounded quite steady at first, if one didn't know about Fang Jingyang's past flings. I have a boyfriend now, Mu Qianyu replied, so there's really no need to have dinner with you. As she spoke, she glanced at Su Wuji. The latter gave a thumbs up and then pointed inward, indicating his own chest. Even if he was just pretending to be her boyfriend, hearing it from Mu Qianyu's mouth made Su Wuji feel secretly pleased. Hey, Mu Qianyu's acting skills are quite comparable to Song Jiyu's. Oh, I know, you and that guy are just putting on a show. You might have some interests aligned, but as for being a couple, I absolutely don't believe it, Fang Jingyang said. The key point is, that guy is not worthy of you. Su Wuji silently mouthed, damn it, how dare he speak ill of me in front of my future girlfriend? Don't you believe I can charm your peach blossom cousin? Mu Qianyu said, I don't like hearing others speak ill of Wuji. If you think he isn't worthy of me, then let me tell you, my view is that, at this moment, I am not worthy of him. Su Wuji felt great, even if Mu Qianyu said this to deliberately provoke Fang Jingyang. It sounded so damn good to his ears. However, what Su Xiaochu didn't know was that today was already the second girl who said he wasn't worthy of her. Although the outcome was the same, each had their own reasons. Fang Jingyang, don't belittle yourself like that, Qianyu. Today, let's not talk about feelings or romance, but about this project. How about it? Even if we can't become a couple, we can still team up to make money. Mu Qianyu smiled faintly. I'm more interested in teaming up with Su Wuji. In any case, Linmu Bank will not participate in your project. Fang Jingyang, then you must give me a more suitable reason, right? You can't just refuse to cooperate because you don't like me. The profit margin here is very high. This isn't a normal business model. Your project is absurdly like money laundering, Mu Qianyu said. I know that in the capital, you've done a lot of such things, but this is Linzhou, and I won't get involved. The mention of money laundering left Fang Jingyang speechless. He sighed heavily. Qianyu, many things are beyond our control. In this circle, what you want to do often can't be done, and what you don't want to do, you have to risk your life and fortune to do. Fang Jingyang's words undoubtedly proved that Mu Qianyu's previous statement had hit the nail on the head. But why do you insist on bringing Linmu Bank into this? Mu Qianyu's smile remained unchanged. With young Master Fang's strength, you wouldn't lack this financing from Linmu Bank. That's what I find most puzzling. Because it's the entry ticket, Fang Jingyang said. If Linmu Bank wants to open a branch in the capital, it must show some sincerity. This isn't my original wording, I'm just relaying it. This statement surprised Jin Jihao and the others, clearly indicating that they were unaware of the true reason behind the project. Mu Qianyu's eyes narrowed slightly, a sharp glint emanating from them. So, I need to spend 3 billion to buy an entry ticket to the capital's financial circle? Su Wuji fell silent. If he had previously listened to Fang Jingyang with a playful attitude, at this moment, his expression became extremely serious. He suddenly understood why the elders at home wanted to assign the younger generation the task of the Su family returning to the capital. Su Wuji remembered that Park Yenhui had once told him that his unreliable father had once been a sharp knife in his grandfather's hand. Back then, his father, this sharp knife, entered the capital and shattered the tangled web of interests among the aristocratic families, revitalizing the economy and society for another 20 years. And now, the so-called class has shown a tendency to be solidified by the aristocratic families working together. The so-called upward channels are also showing signs of being blocked. Fang Jingyang's phone call was the best proof. Hearing Mu Qianyu's silence, Fang Jingyang spoke earnestly. Qianyu, trust me, once you enter this circle, you'll find that your 3 billion is worth every penny. How to choose is up to you. Mu Qianyu glanced at Su Wuji's expression, a flicker of battle intent appearing in her eyes. She stated the answer she had long thought of. In that case, Linmu Bank must enter the capital even more. If you don't allow it, I will insist on entering. You don't allow it, I will insist on entering. The subtext of Mu Qianyu's words was, the rules are set by you, but I will break them. Even Fang Jingyang on the other end of the phone sensed the battle intent in her words. No wonder I'm so captivated by Miss Moo. Just based on this sentence, I'm willing to die under your pomegranate skirt, Fong Jingyang laughed. However, he quickly retracted his laughter, changing his tone. But I must emphasize that since this invitation has already been extended to you, even if you have a change of heart later, there will be no retreat. You want me to pay 3 billion and still have the nerve to call this an invitation? Mu Qianyu was not afraid at all and smiled lightly. What? Are you prepared to eliminate me just because I don't obey? They are best at dealing with those who don't listen, Fong Jingyang sighed. Qianyu, I'm just a messenger. Unless you are willing to marry into the Fong family, I have no reason to protect you. Otherwise, you really have no way out. Clearly, this 3 billion was no longer just about whether Linmu Bank could develop in the capital, but had become, in a sense, a life-saving money. If you don't pay, it not only means you can't enter the capital, but you might even lose your life. Then young Master Fong shouldn't think about it anymore. I already have someone I care for. Mu Qianyu's gaze slightly hardened, her voice firm. She glanced at Su Wuji, who seemed lost in thought and did not notice her words. I'm not using this matter to force you to marry me, nor do I disdain to do so, Fong Jingyang said. But apart from that, I can't think of any other solution. Moreover, I'm already caught in the problem myself. Even if I wanted to jump out to help you, it's impossible. Thank you for the reminder, young Master Fong, Mu Qianyu said. I will consider it seriously. This call can end now. After saying that, she looked at Jin Jihao and the others. You all take care, no need to see you off. Before hanging up, Fong Jingyang shouted on the phone, wait for me to find you in Linzhou. After Jin Jihao and the others left, Mu Qianyu drank the lukewarm tea in her cup in one go. Then, she smiled self-deprecatingly. I always wanted to bring the Mu family into the capital, but now, the first step of Linmu Bank has encountered such great resistance. In fact, when Mu Qianyu managed to get the approval to establish Linmu Bank from the capital, the hardships of the entire process were known only to her. So, I now think that Jiang Wanqing staying in the army is quite a wise choice, Su Wuji said. The interests there are relatively simple, without so much filth and corruption as outside. Mu Qianyu pursed her lips, thinking, this idiot, why does he have to suddenly mention another woman's name at such a time? She shook her head and sighed lightly. Isn't the knight slaying the dragon just a legend? Su Wuji said, the capital has a special symbolic significance. It's not just the financial circle, but other circles as well. As long as you want to get a piece of the pie, there will always be some self-important people jumping out to block you. These words were something her aunt Su Qiyan had occasionally mentioned to Su Wuji before, but at that time, Su Wuji was too young to take them to heart. Mu Qianyu said, but since I've taken this step. Before she could finish her sentence, Su Wuji interjected, I know, you never fight an unprepared battle. From their acquaintance until now, Su Wuji always felt that Mu Qianyu had a backup plan for everything she did. Every matter was well thought out, and he could never figure out her bottom line. Mu Qianyu shook her head and smiled, but now, the enemy is too strong. In some ways, it could even be said to be a dimensional strike. If everyone was in the same chess game, she could confidently make the opponent lose without a complete body. However, some people's hands could descend from the sky and directly crush the entire chessboard. But I only see fighting spirit in your eyes, not any sign of retreat, Su Wuji said, standing opposite Mu Qianyu, looking directly into her eyes. Those eyes were like the brightest stars in the night sky, shining brilliantly, unaffected by any clouds or mist. Mu Qianyu was already beautiful, but at this moment, the look in her eyes gave her beauty a penetrating power. With a gentle smile, Mu Qianyu said, so, you really understand me. Su Wuji nodded in agreement. Exactly, Fong Jingyang doesn't understand anything. Then, Mu Qianyu gently opened her arms. My good partner, how about a hug? To give each other a bit of courage to resist authority? Undoubtedly, this was a moment of immense pressure for Mu Qianyu, but fortunately, with this young man by her side, she felt less alone in her battle against the world. Looking at the bright person in front of him, Su Wuji said, a hug is a hug, who's afraid? He also opened his arms and closed his eyes. Come on. Mu Qianyu was amused by his shy demeanor, and the tension in her heart was significantly eased. But the atmosphere had already built up to this point. So, she gently hugged the man in front of her. This action was quite meaningful. It seemed to be their first embrace. However, before the hug could last 2 seconds, Su Wuji didn't even have time to carefully feel Mu Qianyu's curves when the office door was pushed open. Secretary Duan Yuhan hurried in. Chairman, I have something to report. Oh no, I didn't see anything. She immediately covered her eyes and turned around. Come back. Mu Qianyu blushed and released Su Wuji. She forced herself to remain calm. What is it? Speak. However, Duan Yuhan stuck out her tongue and pointed behind her. Outside the door stood an old man in a black jacket. It was Mu Yuanming, his face dark as thunder. Mu Qianyu's embarrassment instantly peaked. Dad, what are you doing here? She forced a smile, her earlobes turning red. What? can't I come to see my daughter's new office? Mu Yuanming walked in with a stern expression, his voice heavy. Just a few days ago, he had seen Su Wujie hugging Long Qinghe at the bar, and now this guy was hugging his daughter. I didn't say you couldn't come, just didn't give you a heads up, Mu Qianyu said, but, coincidentally, Wujie is here too. Mu Yuanming, Wujie? You're calling him so affectionately? Mu Qianyu, being sharp-witted, had already noticed her father's unusual behavior. She asked, Dad, what's wrong with you? Mu Yuanming sat on the sofa, irritated. What do you think is wrong with me? Mu Qianyu asked seriously, did the doctor prescribe you the wrong medication? Mu Yuanming. Su Wujie burst out laughing. Mu Yuanming, what are you laughing at? My daughter has been led astray by you, just like you, becoming more and more unreliable. Mu Qianyu blinked and smiled, her tone carrying a rare hint of coquettishness. Dad, when you insisted I go on a blind date with Wujie, you didn't say it like that. Mu Yuanming felt deeply that his little cotton-padded jacket was leaking air. She hadn't even gotten married yet, and her elbows were already starting to turn outward. Mu Yuanming said irritably, I used to know people by their faces but not their hearts. I thought this kid was a good person, who would have thought? Su Wujie chuckled, Mu Lauer, you should take it easy. How old are you? Still throwing a tantrum like a child. Mu Yuanming? Damn, now he's directly calling him Mu Lauer? The last time they met, this kid was still calling him Uncle Mu. Mu Yuanming was completely out of patience, and he said to Su Wujie, you go back first, I have something to say to Mu Qianyu. Su Wujie didn't intend to stay longer, then I'll leave, but you mustn't criticize Qianyu. If you dare to criticize, I'll. Mu Yuanming glared, what are you going to do? Su Wujie awkwardly smiled, forget it, I won't say it, I'm afraid it'll make you mad, I'm outta here. It's better not to say anything, it definitely wouldn't be anything good. Mu Yuanming was directly entering a state of rage. He looked at his daughter and said with a hint of annoyance, Qianyu, this kid hasn't even married you yet, and he dares to talk to me, your father-in-law, like this. If he really becomes part of our family, won't he be riding on my neck? However, Mu Qianyu smiled gently, Dad, are you so critical of Wujie because of Long Qinghe? Mu Yuanming was taken aback. You know about it? He thought his daughter was unaware of the situation between Su Wujie and that host. Mu Qianyu sat beside him, linking her arm with her father's. Dad, a few days ago, Zhou Ziyuan from Ninghai suddenly attacked Wujie, and Long Qinghe got caught up in it. They were kidnapped to a chemical factory in Mingyang County and almost lost their lives, right? Mu Yuanming snorted. That host is ambiguous with this kid. Mu Qianyu chuckled lightly. How is it ambiguous? That was only their first day meeting. I know, but even if it was just a game, they were still hugging each other. Mu Yuanming was even more displeased. The young people nowadays are too open. Mu Qianyu smiled gently, seemingly unconcerned about the matter. 4 days ago, Wujie took down a human trafficking group from Dongyang and Ninghai, rescuing several abducted girls. It said that there were even ninjas and samurais from Dongyang at the scene, and it was very dangerous. How do you know so much? Mu Yuanming was a bit surprised and asked, did that kid Su Wujie tell you? No, I have my own sources of information. Mu Qianyu didn't elaborate further but continued, then, Wujie and Jiang Wanqing, along with a special forces team, chased them to the high seas, destroying the headquarters of this human trafficking group and even confronting the Dongyang Maritime Defense Force. Mu Yuanming didn't say anything. In fact, he wasn't fully aware of all these details himself. His daughter's excellence seemed to have far exceeded his imagination. Mu Qianyu gazed thoughtfully, Dad, based on these points, do you think he is unworthy of me, or am I unworthy of him? Mu Yuanming's heart skipped a beat. He had never seen his daughter display such a lack of confidence before. Of course, that kid is unworthy of you, Mu Yuanming said irritably, flirting around, just like his father. But Mu Qianyu smiled gently, Dad, you also said before that the person you admire the most is Wujie's father. Mu Yuanming muttered, one thing at a time. Mu Qianyu slightly turned her body, looking towards the west. I have already started working towards a whole new field. One day, I will give him a surprise. Watching the direction his daughter was heading, Mu Yuanming's heart tightened, and his gaze sharpened. I warn you, don't take such risks for Su Wujie, Mu Yuanming said solemnly. Mu Qianyu shook her head with a smile, her eyes shining with clarity. Dad, it's not just for Wujie. There are people in the capital who want to crush the chessboard I'm on, so I can also jump out of this chessboard and stand at a higher dimension to crush them. The next morning at 10 o'clock, a black business car appeared at the entrance of the Queen Bar. Long Qinghe, wearing a hat and sunglasses, got out of the car and said to the tall security guard at the door, Hi, nice to see you again. Where's your boss? Although Wang Dazhou had received a 200 yuan tip from Long Qinghe last time, he was still haunted by the near deduction of his salary due to his loose lips. He warily asked, What do you want with our boss? Long Qinghe laughed, Why are you so defensive? I wouldn't harm your boss. Wang Dazhou took a step back. That's not certain. Long Qingha found his demeanor quite amusing and decided to tease him. Why, do I look so unpleasant? No, you're too beautiful. Wang Dazhou said, my master once said, a beautiful woman is a disaster. Women are like tigers, you must keep your distance. Your master is quite interesting, Long Qingha laughed and said, then you must stick to this principle for the rest of your life. Wang Dazhou nodded, as long as they don't deduct my salary. What's the big deal about not interacting with women? Long Qingha gently supported her forehead with one hand, feeling that there seemed to be very few normal people in this queen's bar. At that moment, Xiao Pang came down. Miss Long, our boss asks you to come up. Wang Dazhou immediately stood at attention and said, Master, good. Xiao Pang looked at his disciple and seriously instructed, from now on, when you see Miss Long, you can call her boss lady. Long Qingha? How come I didn't know about this? Wang Dazhou, huh? Hearing this, he almost cried again. He had just stopped the boss lady at the door. Was he going to have his salary deducted again? Why didn't his master say this earlier? Wang Dazhou said aggrievedly, Master, you previously told me that women are like tigers, and I mustn't get involved. Xiao Pang's expression was very serious. Women are like tigers, but the boss lady is an exception. The sight of this 2-meter-tall giant educating a giant over 1.9 meters was truly quite comical. Long Qingha suppressed the absurdity within her and said, her face slightly flushed, you must be mistaken, I'm not your boss lady. However, absurd as it was, deep down, she surprisingly didn't mind the title. Xiao Pang shook his head. Manager Xiao said, even if Miss Long isn't the boss lady now, she will be in the future, so it's fine to call her that in advance. Long Qingha's earlobes turned a bit red, and she smiled as she asked, why is Manager Xiao making such a joke? I didn't even know my relationship with your boss had developed to this extent. You two have already slept together, Xiao Pang said. That day, when Manager Xiao went to Yunlianshan apartment to deliver pajamas to the boss, I was the one driving. Even if we slept in the same room, it doesn't mean anything substantial has happened. I'm just a close friend with your boss. After explaining, Long Qingha realized she was being redundant. Wasn't this just making it more suspicious? Anyway, you don't believe my explanation, do you? Long Qingha asked. Xiao Pang nodded seriously. The boss said, a woman's words are deceiving. Forget it. I'm going upstairs first. Long Qingha stomped her foot and quickly walked inside. This was Long Qingha's first time entering Su Wuji's suite. The latter was only wearing boxers, doing a handstand with 2 fingers. Your fingers are really strong. Long Qingha couldn't help but say. Of course, but I'm not just strong with my fingers. Su Wuji said, using his fingers to support his handstand as he moved towards the bathroom. Make yourself comfortable, wait for me a few minutes, I'll take a shower. I went to Ninghai to record a program today, and I came to get you as my support team, Long Qingha said. Remember to dress handsomely later. Su Wuji's voice came from the bathroom, but I haven't agreed to be your support yet. A glint of cleverness flashed in Long Qingha's eyes as she said, I don't care. I've been encountering danger lately, you have to come with me, or I'm worried about my personal safety. This was clearly a fabricated reason, but it was very much in line with the facts. Last night, after returning home, Long Qingha found that she seemed unable to adapt to a normal pace of life. Although she hadn't known Su Wuji for long, they had experienced so many thrilling events together that even when she returned to her luxurious flat, it felt dull. Even though she had called her mother over to keep her company, as soon as Long Qingha lay down, her mind was filled with the image of a certain young man. Su Wujie was indeed persuaded. It seemed that he had really brought a lot of danger to Long Qingha. He said, alright then, I'm also on my way to Ninghai to take care of some matters. Indeed, the 5-star hunter Wuding Zhengyi had not yet been caught, and the S-class investigator Rutensen had also disappeared without a trace. Su Wujie was indeed a bit worried that with Long Qingha's unfortunate tendency to frequently encounter danger, things might once again affect her. After taking a shower, Su Wujie and Long Qingha went downstairs side by side. Xiao Pang followed behind, carrying 2 large suitcases. A few times when they went out without Xiao Pang, Su Wujie found it quite inconvenient, especially when it came to fighting. He had to do it himself, which was exhausting. How long are you going out for, carrying such big suitcases? Long Qingha asked. Su Wujie replied, who said the suitcase has to be filled with clothes? I also brought some tools for work. I see. Long Qingha didn't ask too many questions. After all, who could guess what a man capable of fighting against top foreign mercenaries had in his suitcase? The phrase tools for work already explained a lot. Long Qingha felt Su Wujie's trust in her, and she couldn't help but feel a sense of joy at being able to share in his little secrets. Xiao Pang, you drive a car and follow behind, Su Wujie instructed. Xiao Pang replied, got it, boss. Manager Xiao has instructed that I shouldn't disturb the boss and the boss lady's world. Long Qingha pursed her lips. She really didn't know how to explain. Su Wujie said, Asperger's patient, single-minded, please be more understanding. With that, Long Qingha understood, and a feeling of sympathy welled up inside her. She smiled. It's okay, he's very cute. Xiao Pang said, thank you for the compliment, boss lady, but the boss has said that calling a man cute is not a good thing. Just as Long Qinghe was laughing, a voice came from the car. Hey, big guy, you can't just shout boss lady. If a paparazzi records that, it would be a big deal. You can't say that again in the future. The tone was quite serious, not just a reminder but almost a warning. A woman got out of the passenger seat. She was about 1.68 meters tall, with a tall and upright figure, and a neat appearance, sporting short hair that framed her face. Every strand seemed to be tamed by her personality, neat and shiny. Although the woman's brows were slightly furrowed, it didn't particularly affect her looks. On the contrary, the slightly furrowed brows made her appear extremely capable, and paired with her sharp, stylish almond-shaped eyes, she seemed decisive, as if she could instantly see through people's hearts. Long Qinghe pulled her arm and said, let me introduce you, this is my current manager, Tong Yuru. Wujie, you can just call her Ruji. In this circle, I trust her the most. Long Qinghe had briefly discussed the recent events with Tong Yuru, which had made her manager quite worried, feeling that Long Qinghe had gone a bit crazy and insisting on coming to see for herself today. Long Qinghe's previous manager had been very strict with her, quite different from Tong Yuru's delicate caring style. Ruji, this is Su Wujie, the one I mentioned to you. Tong Yuru stared at Su Wujie, sizing him up several times, her eyes showing a hint of surprise. She found it hard to associate the man in the pink suit before her with the image of the strong man who had rescued Long Qinghe from the mercenaries. Moreover, this person was actually the famous owner of the Queen's Bar. Oh, Ruji, I've heard a lot about you, Su Wujie said with a smile, completely unconcerned about her scrutinizing gaze. Tong Yuru, hello, no need for formalities. You don't have to be polite with me. After all, the things you've heard about me aren't exactly flattering. Indeed, the name Tong Yuru did not match her personality at all. This agent was too tough, too assertive, and her words were sharp, making some collaborators wary of dealing with her. However, the artists liked her very much. After all, when Tong Yuru negotiated on their behalf, she was relentless and would not give an inch. At 32, Tong Yuru had gone to South Korea as a trainee in her teens. After debuting in a group, she didn't make much of a splash, and upon returning to her home country at 22, she reluctantly transitioned into an agent, where she thrived. Although she was the agent for Long Qinghe, the two were like sisters and also business partners, with Long Qinghe being one of the shareholders of Yuran Entertainment, the agency Tong Yuru owned. For this reason, when Long Qinghe was astonished by Song Jiyu's talent, she introduced herself with a business card, saying, I own an agency. At that time, Long Qinghe firmly believed that with Tong Yuru's ability to cultivate artists, she could make Song Jiyu famous in no time. Sister Ro has the same trait as me, Su Wujie grinned. My reputation in Linzhou isn't great either. Tong Yuru, I'm being modest, are you serious? Let's talk in the car, otherwise, if the paparazzi catch us, it'll be troublesome, Tong Yuru said. Those paparazzi and self-media outlets really disliked Tong Yuru. They never hesitated to smear her name whenever they could, mainly because her strong personality often led to conflicts with them, and after such conflicts, she would rather fight it out in court than apologize. Because of this, there was a time when Tong Yuru earned the title of King of Lawsuits in the entertainment industry. After saying that, Tong Yuru glanced at Xiao Pang and said, Big guy, don't call me boss lady randomly in the future. If I hear it, Qinghe won't be allowed to meet your boss anymore. Xiao Pang, shut up, I only listen to the boss. Being retorted like that almost made Tong Yuru's brows furrow. After all, in this day and age, very few in the entertainment industry dared to retort her directly. Su Wujie laughed. Xiao Pang, good job. I'll give you a raise when we get back. Xiao Pang seemed to realize something. Boss, does arguing with women lead to a raise? Long Qinghe clutched her stomach, laughing so hard she bent over. As she bent, her curves became even more pronounced, turning her into curvy sister. Su Wujie couldn't help but steal a few more glances. Tong Yuru noticed Su Wujie's gaze, stomped her foot, and turned to get into the passenger seat first. Long Qinghe also pulled Su Wujie to sit in the second row of the business car. Just as Su Wujie fastened his seatbelt, he heard Tong Yuru's displeased voice, Xiao Su, don't stare at Qinghe's but like that in the future, especially in public, got it? Long Qinghe was taken aback, a blush quickly creeping up her cheeks. She couldn't help but smile, though she tried to suppress it, the curve of her lips hiding her delight. It seemed that Su Wujie's few extra glances had made curvy sister very happy. At that moment, she didn't think of the saying, a woman beautifies herself for the one she loves. Su Wujie began to appreciate the power of this agent, but he was the type who preferred soft approaches over hard ones. He grinned and said, fans across the country are looking at her, why can't I? If you don't want me to look, I'll look even more. Then, he patted Long Qinghe's slim waist. Turn around, let me take another look. Turn around, let me take another look. Long Qinghe's first reaction was to turn around and let Su Wujie have another look. After all, he was the only one who knew her measurements. Just as she turned halfway, she suddenly remembered that Sister Ro was still in the car and immediately stopped. The driver, a young girl who usually assisted Ton Yuru, couldn't help but smile when she saw the strong-willed Sister Ro at a loss. Su Wujie's unexpected comment almost made Ton Yuru's nose smoke with anger. She could only turn to Long Qinghe. Qinghe, can you be a bit more careful when making friends? You're already surrounded by rumors. Long Qinghe seemed to enjoy seeing someone challenge Ton Yuru and laughed happily. Sister Ro, I've never cared about rumors. That depends on who the rumors are about. Ton Yuru's tone was still filled with displeasure. If you cared about rumors, you wouldn't have posted that Weibo full of misunderstandings and implications. Many entertainment reporters interviewed manager Ton Yuru because of that Weibo post, and she herself was completely bewildered, not knowing what had happened. At that time, many speculated that Ton Yuru was deliberately trying to hype things up to boost Long Qinghe's popularity. Unable to do anything about Long Qinghe, Ton Yuru reminded her, anyway, when you film the variety show this time, you must be careful when bringing Xiao Su along as your support group. There are cameras everywhere at the recording site, and you two must keep a good distance. Long Qinghe smiled. Don't worry, Sister Ro. With so many support group members present, Wujie won't stand out, and the gossip reporters won't be able to dig up anything. After a pause, she added, of course, Wujie and I are completely innocent, so we're not afraid of them digging. Ton Yuru scoffed. Heh, you've already shared a room, even that big bodyguard knows you two aren't innocent. Long Qinghe bit her lip, her pretty face slightly flushed. Ton Yuru turned to Su Wujie, and you, Xiao Su, I remind you to be careful when there are many people. Su Wujie directly interrupted. Ton Yuru, have you been single all this time? Ton Yuru retorted, what's wrong with being single? Long Qinghe laughed and asked, Sister Tong is indeed a single noblewoman. Wujie, how did you guess so accurately? Su Wujie chuckled, isn't it easy to guess? With that temper, controlling everything, which man likes to be treated like a son by his wife? The young girl driver and assistant finally couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. Long Qinghe gave Su Wujie a playful slap on the thigh. Actually, Sister Ro has a sharp tongue but a soft heart. Although she's strict with the artists, she genuinely cares about their development. Su Wujie leaned back in her seat, casually saying, I know, otherwise I would have just thrown her out of the car. Ton Yuru, where did Long Qinghe find such a violent guy? She didn't want to bicker with Su Wujie anymore and started reviewing the work plan for the past week, holding a conference call with other artists' publicity managers. Her speech was extremely fast and professional, often getting straight to the point in one sentence. To be fair, Ton Yuru truly lived up to her debut in a girl group. Her looks were indeed striking, especially that professional and capable aura of a strong woman, which was rare among most girls. Many internet celebrities would deliberately imitate the strong woman style, but the imitation felt completely different from Ton Yuru's genuine strong woman vibe. The so-called approachable had nothing to do with her. After listening to the conference call for over half an hour, Su Wujie couldn't help but look at Ton Yuru with new respect. With such a professional and strict manager guiding the artists, it would be hard for them to fail. At the end of the meeting, Ton Yuru spoke to the phone screen. For the last item of today's meeting, let's discuss the recent rumors about Long Qinghe. What are your opinions? The publicity agents began to chatter among themselves, but most of their opinions were either to not respond and handle it coldly, or to directly refute the rumors, while also requiring Long Qinghe to hand over her personal Weibo account password to the company. There's nothing new about this, Su Wujie commented irritably after listening to the discussions of the publicity agents and PR team. Ton Yuru shot him a glare. Long Qinghe smiled, not interjecting at all. Although she was career-driven, there were many times when emotions triumphed over rationality. Ton Yuru remarked, what you all said is not wrong. It's also the method we've been accustomed to in the past, but this time, we can make some changes. Make changes? Everyone in the video conference was taken aback. Long Qinghe, who had been relaxing in her seat, immediately sat up straight upon hearing this. Ton Yuru's voice was calm. Artists can't remain unmarried for life. If dating and marriage are off the table, then this is an unhealthy and unsustainable model. You all need to understand that Long Qinghe has come this far not because of male fans. Long Qinghe has suddenly realized what Ton Yuru was aiming for, and a look of emotion appeared in her eyes. But she still gently said, I never said I wanted to date right now. One of the publicity agents said, but if news of Qinghe dating gets out, her business offers will definitely decline. Ton Yuru replied straightforwardly, then let them decline. This decline in commercial value would affect the agency's revenue, but Ton Yuru spoke those words without a hint of hesitation. Su Wujie, listening from the back row, began to admire this woman's courage. If Long Ching-ha's relationship is really exposed in the future, then the only thing we need to say to the media is congratulations, Tong Yuru added. Everyone remember that. The meeting concluded. The freedom Tong Yuru granted Long Ching-ha in this regard was something other artists could only dream of. Sister Ro, you're so good to me, Long Ching-ha said emotionally. Why don't you just be my husband? Tong Yuru shot her a look and replied irritably, isn't that just cleaning up your mess? Long Ching-ha smiled, no, I feel like this time you're different. Tong Yuru shook her head, this time, you're also different. Having known each other for 10 years, their relationship was as close as sisters, and Tong Yuru knew very well how this promising host treated other men privately. She could clearly sense Long Ching-ha's significant dependence on Su Wuji. In the past, how could Tong Yuru risk rumors by letting Su Wuji get into this car? In the afternoon, all the artists participating in the variety show recording need to have a meeting to assign tasks and familiarize themselves with each other's lines and scripts, Tong Yuru said. You have to handle the warm-up and transitions, you'll have the most lines and the heaviest tasks. Okay, Long Ching-ha replied, no problem. As a host, she was least afraid of these transition lines. However, Su Wuji foolishly asked, wait, do variety shows really have scripts? Some things are secrets outside the industry but common knowledge within it. As soon as the words left his mouth, the three women in the car burst into laughter. Long Ching-ha said, variety shows not only have scripts, those interesting lines are designed by the director team long in advance. Some funny scenes that seem to happen by coincidence might have been res-hot many times. So that's how it is. Su Wuji shook his head. I've been fooled by you all for so many years. I thought your variety show scenes were really that funny. Tong Yuru couldn't help but chuckle, the corners of her mouth twitching slightly, barely managing to smile. The assistant driving couldn't help but say, you're so cute. As soon as she said this, Long Ching-ha, sitting right behind her, glanced up and then lowered his head to send a message to Su Wuji. This little assistant seems to really like you. Su Wuji replied, if she likes me, what does it matter? Go ask around. Which of the Queen's women doesn't like me? Long Ching-ha responded, she's a graduate of a prestigious university, cute and sweet. You two are about the same age. Why not try getting to know each other? Su Wuji replied, I prefer older. Long Ching-ha glanced at the man beside him and continued typing. How much older? Su Wuji succinctly replied, 36 and 86. Long Ching-ha's pretty face turned bright red. Unable to help herself, she raised her hand and hit Su Wuji's thigh. Su Wuji also raised his hand and slapped back. The sound was a bit loud, and Long Ching-ha immediately sat up straight, pretending nothing had happened. Tong Yuru occasionally glanced at the rearview mirror, taking in the scene of the two playfully hitting each other's thighs, then let out a gentle sigh. She couldn't help but pull out her phone and send Long Ching-ha a message. Why choose such a frivolous guy when there are so many excellent men pursuing you? You just ignore them. Although Long Ching-ha had talked to Tong Yuru about how Su Wuji saved her, Tong Yuru had not witnessed the danger firsthand. What she saw in Su Wuji now was filled with frivolity and immaturity, far inferior to Long Ching-ha's previous suitors. But despite her dissatisfaction, she wouldn't forcibly interfere with her good friend's choice. Long Ching-ha's reply came quickly, Rojia, don't talk nonsense, I'm not dating Su Wuji. Tong Yuru typed back irritably, just now when you got in the car, he said one casual thing, and your butt was already sticking up. Long Ching-ha looked at her phone screen, her cheeks starting to burn. At that moment, Su Wuji was also looking at his own phone, his brow slightly furrowed. There were two new emails on his screen. The first email read, intercepted a confidential letter from the Raymond Intelligence Agency. The Ducaro organization is planning a major operation in Huaxia to retaliate against the annihilation of the Shaoshan family. The second email was a supplement to the first, stating, it has been confirmed that Ducaro's operation has the cooperation of Huaxia's aristocratic youths. Upon reading this, two sharp glances shot from Su Wuji's eyes. At that moment, an invisible chill seemed to lower the temperature in the entire car. Long Ching-ha was lost in her embarrassment and didn't notice Su Wuji's change in demeanor, but Tong Yuru was keenly aware of it. She looked at the pensive Su Wuji in the rearview mirror, then typed a message in the chat with Long Ching-ha, the little man you're interested in is a bit dangerous. In the afternoon, they arrived at the recording site in Ninghai. Long Ching-ha went to a script meeting, while Tong Yuru walked up to Su Wuji and handed him a cup of coffee. Thank you, Rojia. Su Wuji grinned, you're really beautiful and kind-hearted. This wasn't wrong, Tong Yuru was indeed beautiful, and her heart wasn't bad, but her words weren't very pleasant, each having their own sharpness like the Queen's sharp-tongued financial officer. Do you have something on your mind? Tong Yuru asked directly. Su Wuji glanced at her and smiled faintly. Rojia, your insight is quite sharp. My concern is, when will you agree to let me openly admire Long Ching-ha's backside? However, this time, this crude remark surprisingly didn't make Tong Yuru explode. In fact, she wasn't angry at all. Tom Yuro looked deeply at Su Wuji. There's no need to use vulgar language to cover up your true self. When you get serious, the previous frivolous feeling completely disappears. I know many excellent male actors in this circle, but it's hard for them to portray your kind of temperament. At most, they can only resemble you in form, not in spirit. Su Wujia laughed. Sister Ro, you misunderstood me. I'm not as impressive as you say. Ton Yura shook her head. Of course, my judgment might also be biased. Su Wujia replied, that's more like it. But I can only underestimate you, Ton Yura said. Su Wujie. Tonight, the sponsors are inviting us to dinner at the Ninghai Ocean Voyage building. Ton Yura had no expression. As a member of your entourage, do you want to join? It seemed this was the main reason she came to find Su Wujie. You guys are having dinner with the sponsors. What do I need to join for? Su Wujie showed little interest. I won't toast, and I definitely won't say any formalities. Alright then, I'll book the next private room. You and you sure can eat next door, in case anything happens. It's good to have someone to rely on. As she said this, a glimmer seemed to flash in Ton Yuru's eyes. It felt like there was something more to her words. Su Wujie asked, who is you sure? Ton Yuru replied, the little assistant who praised you for being cute. Ji you sure? Fine. Su Wujie didn't mind who he had dinner with, especially since that little girl was quite pleasant to the eye, like a delicate and sweet little lily. The top floor of the Ocean Voyage building housed a high-end restaurant with a view of the Ninghai waterfront. The scenery was stunning. Although the food at this restaurant was excellent, the social significance was clearly more pronounced, especially with the average cost of 5,000 to 6,000 per person, making guests feel that being invited here was a sign of respect. The waitstaff were used to seeing celebrities, so they didn't show much surprise at the arrival of the variety show crew. The first sponsor of this variety show was Dongxing Automobile, a well-established East Asian car manufacturer that has had a joint venture in Huaxia for over 30 years. However, in the past 2 years, Dongxing Automobile has been struggling due to the impact of new energy vehicles. Moreover, with the Maxwell Group planning to establish a factory in Huaxia, the situation for traditional fuel vehicles has undoubtedly worsened. The one hosting the dinner for the program crew today was Yu Tongyu, the vice president in charge of the marketing department at Dongxing Automobile's Ninghai branch. Yu Tongyu was from the capital, and after graduating from university, he came to Ninghai. At 36 years old, he had already worked at Dongxing Automobile for over a decade. Holding such a position at this age clearly indicated exceptional ability. Su Wujie and Ji Yushur were sitting in the next private room, chatting and eating, feeling quite relaxed. Oh my, you opened the Queen's Bar? Ji Yushur's eyes sparkled. I've been there a few times, the business is booming, and I can't even book a spot 2 days in advance. Yes, there are more beautiful women, so it looks like business is good. Su Wujie thought of the bar's financial situation and couldn't help but say, but we sell our drinks at reasonable prices, so we've been losing money. If the finance department were here, they would probably complain, are you losing money because your drink prices are too low? Just play a few less rounds of mahjong and help a few less girls. Ji Yushur looked at him with admiration and asked, running such a big business must be very hard, right? Su Wujie nodded, it's not just hard, I often work all night, and I can only sleep when the sky is about to brighten. Those few girls in tight skirts must have felt this deeply. That sounds tough, Ji Yushur said. If Rojia and I go dancing at the Queen's Bar in the future, can we ask you to help us book a spot? Su Wujie smiled and said, of course you can. If you all go, the drinks will definitely be free. If the waiter dares to make you pay a single cent, this bar will close down the next day. Fortunately, this statement wasn't heard by the finance manager. That curse was just too harsh. However, Su Wujie then caught a more crucial piece of information from that statement and asked, wait, can that tomboy Ton Euro still dance? Ji Yushur laughed and said, Sister Ro used to debut as the center of a South Korean girl group, you know, but that group really didn't gain much attention before disbanding. To be honest, even though she has been a manager for 10 years, those popular girl group members in the country still lag behind her by a long shot in terms of basic skills. The two of them ate quite a bit, and the dinner party next door seemed to be harmonious, with no sounds of disputes coming through. At that moment, Ji Yushur's phone rang. Looking at it, it was a call from Long Qingha. Sister Ro has had too much to drink. You and Wujie should come and take her back. By the time Su Wujie arrived at the next private room, the dinner party was almost over. Sitting in the main position was Yu Tongyu, dressed in a light yellow suit. He was quite handsome, with a long face, a high nose bridge, and facial features that exuded a sense of composure, especially his eyes, which occasionally revealed a sharpness that seemed to see through people's hearts. Ton Yuru was sitting between him and Long Qingha. At this moment, the manager's face was flushed, propping her forehead with one hand, her gaze somewhat dazed, clearly unable to handle her liquor. Yu Tongyu had a good tolerance for alcohol. After downing half a gin of white liquor, he looked as if nothing had happened. Long Qingha, on the other hand, hadn't touched a drop, while the other artists participating in the variety show had all drunk a bit. "Come on, Woojie, you take Sister Ro back," Long Ching-ha said to Su Woojie. At this moment, Su Woojie appeared to everyone as just an ordinary assistant. "What about you?" Su Woojie asked as he helped Tong Yuru up. "I'll stay and sit with everyone for a while longer," Long Ching-ha replied. "Just let Yusher stay here and wait for me." After all, the investor's representative was present, and since everyone was still there, it would seem too disrespectful to leave first. "That's fine," Su Woojie said, "but won't it be a bit inconvenient?" He had already instructed Xiao Pang to be on standby next door. Long Ching-ha smiled and said, "Don't you trust me?" At that moment, they were in the same room, and this guy clearly had the chance to catch a glimpse of her skirt, yet he deliberately averted his gaze. From that moment on, Long Ching-ha was certain that this guy was a gentleman. Su Woojie replied, "I'm just afraid that Tong Yuru drinks too much and turns into a female ruffian. What if she does something to me? Then you just have to take Sister Ro down." Long Ching-ha playfully tapped Su Woojie's shoulder. This affectionate gesture was noticed by everyone present. "Alright, I'll have Xiao Pang wait next door. If you need anything, just contact him," Su Woojie said as he helped Tong Yuru out. Yu Tongyu, listening to this conversation, looked slightly surprised at Su Woojie's back and then asked Long Ching-ha, "Ching-ha, is this young man your assistant?" Long Ching-ha smiled and replied, "He's a friend." Yu Tongyu was even more surprised. He had never heard of Long Ching-ha having such a male friend, but from the way Su Woojie and Long Ching-ha interacted, it was clear that they were very familiar with each other. "Now that Tong Yuru is gone and without a manager to supervise you, Ching-ha, how about having a drink?" Yu Tongyu asked. A female artist chimed in, "Yes, Ching-ha, have a drink. Mr. Yu has been persuading you all night." The director also said, "Ching-ha, just have a drink for Mr. Yu's sake. If he's happy, he might continue to sponsor our show next time." Everyone present could see that Yu Tongyu's attention was focused the most on Long Ching-ha. Earlier, when arranging the seating, Long Ching-ha was originally placed next to Yu Tongyu, but Tong Yuru insisted on sitting between them. Yu Tongyu didn't say much about it. During that time, he chatted happily with Tong Yuru, and they both drank quite a bit. Finally, Tong Yuru couldn't hold on any longer and left first. Seeing that everyone was trying to persuade her, Long Ching-ha didn't want to ruin the atmosphere, so she reluctantly stood up and said, "Then I'll toast to President Yu." With a tilt of her snow-white neck, she downed a glass of white liquor in one go. Due to her profession as a host, she rarely drank white liquor to protect her voice. As the liquor went down, her fair and delicate face seemed to instantly flush with a light rosy hue, like peach blossoms blooming in early spring. "Good, good, good." Yu Tongyu glanced at Long Ching-ha's exquisite features, downed his drink, and then filled her glass again, saying, "Come on, let's have a second one." Long Ching-ha immediately waved her hand. "President Yu, I really can't have a second one." However, Yu Tongyu smiled and said, "I have a reason to drink a second cup with you, and it has to do with my old lady at home. You might want to hear it?" "All right." Long Ching-ha knew that since he even brought up his mother, there was no escaping this second cup. So, Yu Tongyu took out his phone, opened a chat window, and played a few voice messages. "Tongyu, are you having dinner with Long Ching-ha today? Mom likes her the most. If you see her, you must drink a glass of wine for me. Ask Long Ching-ha if she wants to work at the capital station. If this girl is willing, with her current popularity, I can totally push her onto next year's Spring Festival Gala. Sigh, Tongyu, if you could find a daughter-in-law like that, it would be great. Mom wouldn't have any worries anymore." Once these voice messages from the old lady were played, even a fool could tell that Long Ching-ha had already become a candidate for the Yu family's daughter-in-law. At the scene, several female artists showed quite obvious expressions of envy. That was the Yu family in the capital. In the capital Yu family, Yu Tongyu still carried the Yu surname, and among his generation, most of his younger siblings no longer carried the Yu surname. After all, the pillar of the family had advanced further in the political arena, and to keep a low profile and avoid suspicion, some descendants, even if their birth certificates had the Yu surname, later changed it to their mother's surname. Previously, when Su Wuji was caught by Lu Jiwan at an abandoned chemical factory, he casually mentioned that he was targeting Zhou Ziyuan at the behest of the Yu family. At that time, Lu Jiwan actually believed him. However, Su Wuji didn't really understand the Yu family, he was just randomly throwing out a surname that often appeared in the evening news. But it was enough to show the Yu family's immense influence now. Since the old lady had said so, Long Ching-ha couldn't really refuse any longer. She raised her glass and said, "Thank you, Auntie, for your fondness. I will continue to work hard." Then, with her snow-white chin slightly raised, she downed another glass in one go. Seeing this, Yu Tongyu smiled in satisfaction. "Alright, I'll just persuade you to drink these 2 cups. I'm really happy today." Long Ching-ha let out a sigh of relief. Clearly, Yu Tongyu had high emotional intelligence. Through the old lady's words, he subtly expressed his fondness for Long Ching-ha, and after persuading her to drink 2 cups, he immediately stopped. After all, if he pushed for a 3rd cup, it could easily lead to Long Ching-ha's aversion. As the gathering was about to disperse, the group walked out, and the director had already noticed Yu Tongyu's interest in Long Ching-ha, immediately signaling others to hurry up and give Long Ching-ha and Yu Tongyu some space. Yu Tongyu asked, "Ching-ha, can I give you a ride home?" Ji Yushir was right next to Long Ching-ha, even holding her arm. This little assistant was quite perceptive. She knew that Long Ching-ha didn't want to have too much contact with other men, so being this close was like a light bulb, making it inconvenient for Yu Tongyu to speak. "No need, thank you, mister. My car is downstairs." "Ching-ha, my mom really likes you. I can't count how many times she's nagged me to bring you home for dinner, but she doesn't know when you'll grace us with your presence," Yu Tongyu said half-jokingly. "She's even urging me to find a daughter-in-law like you." This diamond bachelor, with good looks, a great family background, and wealth, indeed had a strong impact in the dating scene. But Long Ching-ha was not interested. She planned to refuse directly. However, before she could speak, a deep voice came from behind. "Don't have ideas about my boss's wife, or I'll kill you." A tall figure had already caught the attention of several people. The towering height of over 2 meters naturally exuded a strong sense of oppression. Yu Tongyu frowned slightly. He rarely encountered someone speaking to him so rudely. "Who are you?" Yu Tongyu asked. The voice of the big guy, Xiao Pang, was rough. "I am my boss's person." Yu Tongyu felt like a scholar meeting a soldier. "Who is your boss?" "Xiao Pang, the boss is the man of my boss's wife." "Yu Tongyu, your boss's wife is." Xiao Pang pointed at Long Ching-ha. Well, the logic closed the loop. However, after this round of questioning, although Xiao Pang seemed to have answered all the questions, he had revealed no useful information. Yu Tongyu usually had good manners, but these simple words left him feeling frustrated. This big fool was here to mess with him. Long Ching-ha smiled. "Xiao Pang's boss is the handsome guy who just took Sister Ro back to the hotel, my good friend." Yu Tongyu, "I see. Handsome? What a joke." However, he felt slightly relieved. After all, although Long Ching-ha seemed familiar with that young man, they probably weren't in a romantic relationship. But it was still worth being cautious. The way these two interacted was too natural and smooth, almost as if they had known each other for years. "How long have you known each other?" Yu Tongyu asked again. "Almost a week," Long Ching-ha replied with a smile. This smile mainly reminded her of the misunderstanding when she first met Su Wuji, but to Yu Tongyu, this smile completely captivated him. "Oh, I see," Yu Tongyu said. "I happen to be a bit free these days. Since you are recording a program in Ninghai, I can come and visit the set." Long Ching-ha said, "Mr. You're busy with work, you don't need to distract yourself for us." Yu Tongyu replied, "Actually, I'm not busy. In my position, I mainly make some macro decisions. Many details can be handed over to others to execute." At this moment, Xiao Pang's rough voice sounded again. "The boss's wife doesn't want you to go." Goodness, his comprehension ability had actually improved at this moment. Yu Tongyu's brow furrowed deeply. He was indeed rarely disrespected, but today, this big fool had been confronting him one after another. Yu Tonyu's secretary spoke first, pushing Xiao Pang. "Who do you think you are? How dare you speak to Mr. You like that?" However, the next second, he found his feet off the ground. This over 2-meter tall giant had directly grabbed him by the collar and lifted him up with one hand. The secretary's feet were flailing in the air, grasping Xiao Pang's hand, trying to break free, shouting, "Put me down. Mr. You and Miss Long are talking, how dare you interrupt?" However, the next second, Xiao Pang expressionlessly retorted, "Interrupt? What's there to be afraid of?" At this moment, he raised his left hand, inserting his index and middle fingers directly into the secretary's mouth. Gag! The secretary's eyes widened, the whites of his eyes instantly filled with bloodshot veins. At that moment, the secretary had only one feeling: this big guy's fingers were really damn thick, long, and hard. How could they go in so deep, right down to the depths of his throat? He was about to choke himself to death. Damn it, do tall people really have everything so long? Xiao Pang expressionlessly released his grip, his fingers almost stretching the secretary's mouth. The secretary fell to the ground, retching violently, looking incredibly pained. Yu Tongyu saw this and helped the secretary up, frowning fiercely, and coldly said, "Do you know what you're doing?" Xiao Pang replied, "Yes, I'm interrupting." Yu Tongyu suddenly felt all his strength drain away. He was usually smooth and sociable, but in front of this big oaf, it seemed all his experience had completely failed. Xiao Pang looked at Yu Tongyu and said, "If you dare to flirt with my boss's wife again, I'll interrupt you too." Yu Tongyu swallowed hard, feeling his throat starting to ache. From the far voyage building to the hotel where they were staying, Su Wuji drove for over 20 minutes. Tan Yura sat in the passenger seat, already fast asleep. During the drive, when he made a left turn, Tan Yuru's head was thrown forward by inertia, and Su Wuji unceremoniously pushed her back. But when they reached the hotel's underground parking lot, no matter what he did, he couldn't wake her up. He even slapped her face twice, but she still showed no signs of awareness, mumbling something incoherent. So, Su Wuji had no choice but to unbuckle her seatbelt, intending to carry her out. However, while unbuckling the seatbelt, he discovered that this bad-tempered lady was quite substantial. Su Wuji felt around Tong Yuru and found a room card. So heavy, Su Wuji said as he carried Tong Yuru on his back, supporting her thighs with his hands, and entered the elevator. At that moment, Tong Yuru was completely unaware, her head drooping on Su Wuji's shoulder. In the elevator, there was a man and a woman. The woman had drunk quite a bit and could barely walk. When the man saw Su Wuji enter, he flashed a fellow traveler smile. Su Wuji said irritably, "Don't look at me like that. I'm not in a relationship with this tomboy." The man immediately nodded with a big smile. "Neither are we. Who plays like that with their boyfriend or girlfriend?" Su Wuji. He wouldn't offer any comments. After all, he had seen plenty of similar behavior in bars. Since Tong Yura was leaning on Su Wuji's shoulder, the man couldn't see what she looked like, but after sizing up her figure, he couldn't help but say, "Dude, yours is quite explosive. Nice legs, nice waist, nice, but how about we all play together?" "Play your sister." Su Wuji raised a hand. "Ah." The man immediately covered his eyes and fell in the elevator, crying and shouting, "I compliment your woman a couple of times, and you poke my eyes? Who the hell told you to look around? Keep looking, and I'll poke your eyes out," Su Wuji retorted, carrying Tong Yuru to room 1229. It was a big bedroom. Su Wuji directly tossed Tong Yuru onto the bed, pulled the blanket over her, and covered her with it. In fact, given Tong Yuru's current state, no matter what Su Wuji did to her, she wouldn't feel a thing. Su Wuji initially intended to get up and leave, but suddenly thought that some drunk people might choke on their vomit and suffocate, leading to death, so he sat back down on the sofa. At this moment, Tong Yuru seemed to feel a bit hot, and she suddenly threw off the blanket. Then, she turned over, lifted her thigh, and crossed it over the blanket to continue sleeping. From Su Wuji's perspective, this action of Tong Yuru made a certain part of her body appear even more prominent. He couldn't help but think that the man's comment about Sister Rose's figure in the elevator was completely accurate. After sleeping for about 10 minutes, Tong Yuru suddenly sat up. She groggily walked towards the bathroom. As she stumbled along, she unbuttoned her coat and casually tossed it on the floor. Underneath the coat, she was only wearing a white camisole. Following that, Tong Yuru also unfastened her pants, but before she could fully take them off, she had already entered the bathroom and closed the door behind her. Su Wujie stared at the coat lying on the floor, his eyes wide open. Inside the bathroom, Tong Yuru looked at herself in the mirror, her face flushed, and an unknown light flickered in her eyes. Where was the drunken look from earlier? He's a decent man, but he hasn't completely passed my test yet. Next, let's see if he comes to the bathroom to take advantage of me, Tong Yuru thought to herself. At that moment, the bathroom door was indeed pushed open. Tong Yuru immediately pretended to be weak in the legs and fell to the ground, accidentally bumping her head against the edge of the sink. It was so realistic. Su Wujie rushed in and pulled Tong Yuru up. However, she struggled, saying, "I want to take a shower. I want to take a shower. I haven't taken off my clothes yet." Bang! Su Wujie's hand came down like a knife. A swift chop struck Tong Yuru's neck, causing her head to droop to one side. The two peaks in her white camisole also tilted and collapsed to one side, already spilling out of the low neckline of the camisole. "Finally, it's quiet," Su Wujie said irritably. "You've drunk this much, and you still want to take a shower? Women are so troublesome." The next day, the variety show recording began. The filming content for that day was quite simple. The artists first put on natural makeup, had their hair styled in a fluffy, messy way, and lay in bed pretending to have just woken up, filming scenes of other artists knocking on the door to wake them up. The biggest highlight of this scene was the stars' bare faces and pajamas. As part of the friends and family group, Su Wujie also observed the filming, and when he saw Long Qingha in long-sleeved pajamas, he almost burst out laughing. Sister Qiao Qiao at home certainly didn't dress so conservatively among everyone present. Only Su Wujie had seen what her short nightgown looked like. The filming was divided into several groups and continued until noon before all the artists were finished. However, the usually punctual Tong Yuru was surprisingly absent for the entire morning shoot. According to the little assistant Ji Yushir, Tong Yuru had drunk too much and was sound asleep. After lunch, Long Qingha and Su Wujie knocked on Tong Yuru's door. Ji Yushir opened the door and put her finger to her lips. "Shoo. I've never seen Sister Rose sleep so well," Ji Yushir whispered. "She hasn't even turned over this whole morning. It seems she really drank too much yesterday." Long Qingha nodded in agreement. The alcohol yesterday was indeed strong, but with Sister Rose's drinking capacity, she shouldn't be sleeping this long. She might be too tired lately. Su Wujie glanced at his right hand, maybe I used too much strength. A few minutes later, Yuru finally turned over. She slowly woke up, groggily opened her eyes, and immediately rubbed her neck. Why does my neck hurt so much? Yuru frowned and said. Yusher quickly brought her a glass of water. Sister Ro, did you sleep in one position for too long and get a stiff neck? It's possible. Yuru replied, completing a gaze with Su Wujia. All the memories from last night surged into her mind. What a stiff neck! It was that bastard who knocked her out. He hit so hard. However, Yuru absolutely could not reveal the truth. That would be too embarrassing. Yesterday, she had a sudden whim to pretend to be drunk to test Su Wuji's self-control, to see if he was really interested in Long Qinghe for her beauty. Yuru considered her own attractiveness in this regard to be quite decent and thought Su Wuji would definitely fail the test of human nature. When Su Wuji escorted her back to the hotel and poked fun at others in the elevator, Sister Ro almost couldn't hold back her laughter. But after all, she came from a girl group and her acting skills were passable, so she ultimately didn't give herself away. However, for some reason, throughout the whole time, Su Wuji showed not the slightest interest in her, which made Yuru inexplicably a bit annoyed. Sister Ro, since you have a stiff neck, do you want to find a therapist to give you a massage? Long Qinghe asked. Forget it. As Yuru spoke, she instinctively glanced at Su Wuji and found him looking at her with a half smile, causing her face to heat up. By the way, how did the dinner go after I left yesterday? Yuru immediately changed the subject. Yusher couldn't help but laugh when this topic came up, and it took a while for her to stop laughing and explain what happened with Xiao Peng interrupting. After hearing this, Yuru's expression became a bit complicated. She always felt that this boss and his bodyguard were so fond of resorting to violence. Would Qinghe also be subjected to such rude interruptions in the future? Was today's shoot smooth? Yuru adjusted her mood and asked. Most of it went quite smoothly, but we were delayed a bit at Chi-Chi's place. She kept complaining that the director made her look bad when she got up, and she alone had to reshoot over 20 times. Long Qinghe shook her head, clearly a bit disgruntled. Where there are female stars, it is the ultimate battleground of competition. Yura said, I've heard that Chi-Chi has been quite difficult on set. This afternoon, we have to record the water-based name tag tearing. According to the script, Chi-Chi is supposed to win in the end, and I will lose to her in the final round, Long Qinghe said. Tearing name tags means that each participant has a name tag with their name on their back, and whoever can tear off the other's name tag wins. The little assistant Yusher complained. What kind of sugar daddy has Chi-Chi found recently? Why is she winning again in this episode's script? There are many tricks in variety shows. Some artists go to great lengths to grab the spotlight and compete for positions. Besides those like Chi-Chi, who use some behind-the-scenes connections, there are also quite simple and direct methods to harm others for one's own benefit. For example, if Long Qinghe is deliberately interrupted by other artists every time she tries to speak during the recording, making it impossible for her to express herself completely, then in the final editing, those interrupted shots of Long Qinghe won't be usable, and the overall footage will be very limited. This Chi-Chi interrupted other female artists many times this morning. Water-based name tag tearing. Su Wuji grinned. This director team is full of old perverts. They are deliberately making you all wear swimsuits. The audience loves to see two women tearing at each other, especially if they are in swimsuits. Yuru still felt uneasy and reminded, when tearing name tags, be sure to avoid any wardrobe malfunctions. Your swimsuit can't be too revealing. Don't worry, I'll be covered up. Long Qinghe shook her head, but swimsuits are so tight-fitting that even if they aren't revealing, the specifics of the body are still obvious. This is all part of the director team's little schemes. When the trailer for swimsuit name tag tearing comes out, it will definitely be a huge hit, ensuring solid ratings. Yuru is indeed very professional and immediately thought of a crucial question. Did you shave clean? Long Qinghe, huh? Su Wujia was still present, and this question made the popular host blush deeply. Come on, let me check again. If any rebellious threads pop out, it will become your dark history, Yura said, pulling Long Qinghe towards the bathroom. Su Xiaochu hadn't reacted yet. He thought they were talking about clothes. What threads? I can help check. Long Qinghe's cheeks were already flushed, and she shot a reproachful glance at Su Wujia. You wait outside. The little assistant, Yusher, grabbed Su Wujia's arm, her pretty face slightly reddened, and asked, You really don't understand? Su Wujia replied, What threads? What are they talking about? Yusher looked at Su Wujia deeply, suddenly finding this innocent big boy a bit adorable. She bit her lip and whispered in his ear, We're all adults, so it's okay to tell you. It's just that many girls have to shave certain areas when wearing swimsuits. Some female artists even have to do full-body hair removal. Su Wujia suddenly understood and casually asked the little assistant, So you girls all do this? Yusher never expected Su Wujia would direct the question at her. She slightly lowered her head, her gaze evasive, her cheeks flushed like a rosy sunset, and softly said, "Not all of us. I can't swim. I've only done my armpits." Su Wujie, "Oh, which shop did you go to? Take me there another day." "Gee, you sure, huh?" At that moment, from the bathroom, Tong Yuru's voice came, "Okay, pretty clean. You didn't have much to begin with." "Long Chingha, Sho Ruji, keep your voice down, this is my secret." The afternoon recording took place at the hotel's outdoor swimming pool. Long Chingha wore a beautiful light yellow one-piece swimsuit, her mature and voluptuous figure clearly outlined, especially that ultra-deep neckline that didn't need any squeezing, giving her a sense of superiority in the beauty-focused entertainment industry. Although in the director's script, In Chi-chi had the most significant role, as if everyone was boosting her popularity, in this pool name-tag tearing activity, Long Chingha became the biggest winner. After all, the nickname Sister Chow Chow is not just for show. The back of the swimsuit featured crisscrossing thin straps that fully exposed her smooth back, and at the end of those straps was a curve leading to a certain 86-dimensional starting point. The name tag with Long Chingha's name was stuck to the thin strap of her swimsuit. In Chi-chi shot a few displeased glances at Long Chingha. Her figure was also decent. With a little effort and a deep V swimsuit, she could be quite alluring, but her limbs were relatively thin, making her less attractive to men compared to Long Chingha's naturally healthy physique. A group of handsome men and beautiful women gathered together, playing and splashing, creating a visually pleasing scene. Su Wujie, wearing sunglasses, sat on the spectator platform by the poolside, holding a support banner that read, "Chingha Shining, Long Fans Accompany." His gaze never left Long Chingha, and the more he watched, the more he felt that Sister Chow Chow was quite charming. After 2 hours of high-intensity shooting, due to In Chi-chi's poor expression management in a few shots where she tore others' name tags, the director requested a reshoot. The other actors had to cooperate and tear a few name tags again. Even if they felt a bit displeased inside, they still had to act cheerful on the surface. The so-called reality show was essentially still a performance. At this moment, Yu Tongyu unexpectedly came to visit the set again, and whether it was intentional or not, he sat next to Su Wujie. "Chingha looks really beautiful in this outfit," Yu Tongyu said. Su Wujie did not respond. Yu Tongyu glanced at him and said nonchalantly, "Little brother, your big bodyguard is quite rough. He almost took out my secretary's tonsils." Su Wujie's gaze remained fixed on Long Chingha, not even looking at Yu Tongyu, and casually replied, "That's normal, he tends to be reckless. I apologize on his behalf." "Yu Tongyu, are you still on the same side?" He had come to express his displeasure, but the other party immediately apologized, making him feel as if he had been building up a punch for a long time only to hit a cotton ball. However, Su Wujie's tone of apology didn't sound very sincere. It was clearly a bit perfunctory. "What does your little brother do for a living?" Yu Tongyu asked again. "I work as a security guard at a bar," Su Wujie grinned. "Little brother, that's not very sincere." Yu Tongyu shook his head. "I've always admired Chingha, and my family likes her too, but I've been too busy to formally pursue her." Su Wujie raised an eyebrow. "What does that have to do with me?" "Ha!" Yu Tongyu was a bit thrown off by this unexpected response and said, "You won't stop me from pursuing Chingha?" Su Wujie turned to look at him. "If you can win her over, that's your skill. Why should I stop you? If Long Chingha truly likes you, can I really intervene?" "Little brother, you're quite something." Yu Tongyu smiled slightly. "I haven't met someone so interesting in a long time." Su Wujie chuckled, "But I can tell that Long Chingha isn't interested in you. I suggest you don't waste your efforts. She doesn't like older men." Yu Tongyu. At this moment, the filming took a break. Long Chingha walked over wrapped in a bath towel. The sunlight illuminated her fair skin, making her seem to glow, and the way she casually brushed her hair revealed a charm that seemed to warm the air around her. Most of the friends and family present had their eyes on Long Chingha. Even In Chi-chi's supporting guests were the same. Yu Tongyu couldn't take his eyes off her either. Seeing that Long Chingha had attracted all the attention, In Chi-chi's lips curled in displeasure. Under everyone's gaze, Long Chingha, in her swimsuit, walked straight to Su Wujie's side, ignoring the eager Yu Tongyu, and said, "Wujie, I twisted my shoulder a bit, can you help me massage it?" At that moment, even Su Wujie began to doubt whether Long Chingha was doing this on purpose. After all, being so close to a man in front of everyone was clearly not her usual style. However, since phones weren't allowed on set and the audience had signed confidentiality agreements, perhaps that was why Long Chingha felt so fearless. "Next time, don't move so vigorously." Su Wujie noticed that Long Chingha wasn't acting. She really seemed to have a slight strain. He placed one hand on Long Chingha's shoulder to massage it while using the other hand to gently stretch her arm with a few movements. Seeing Su Wujie's hand making such close contact with her fair skin, Yu Tongyu's face changed colors, alternating between green and white, his mood fluctuating. He had come for Long Chingha, and now she was ignoring him, being so intimate with another man, which sent his spirits plummeting. The director, noticing the situation, quickly jogged over. "Mr. You're here," he said with a smile. Dongqing Motors was the biggest sponsor of the show. What if Yu Tongyu got upset and decided to withdraw funding? Yu Tongyu nodded, remaining silent, clearly showing no interest in talking. Meanwhile, Su Wuji continued to massage Longqing's shoulder, showing no signs of stopping. Seeing this, the director felt overwhelmed and immediately reminded gently, "Qinghe, about your shoulder, do you want to see the medical team? After all, they are more professional." Longqinghe smiled, "Thank you, director, I don't have any major issues, I can continue recording in a bit." The director, "Please, you two, stop it already. If you keep getting this close, our show's sponsorship might fall through." In Chi-Chi then walked over, huffed, and with a hint of petulance in her tone, said, "I think it was just that Long Jia was too serious when she tore my name tag just now, pulling so hard that it strained my arm. When we reshoot later, Long Jia, you have to be a bit gentler with me, or people might think we're fighting over something as trivial as a name tag." There was a somewhat ambiguous tone in her words. Long Qinghe shook her head and said lightly, "Chi-Chi, don't use too much force either. Let's keep our movements small, getting injured isn't good for anyone." Just now, her arm had almost been seriously sprained because In Chi-Chi had deliberately pressed it against the edge of the pool. And this scene couldn't be passed, they had to reshoot. In Chi-Chi continued, "Is Long Jia blaming me now? Every guest on this show is quite tough. Being too delicate isn't suitable. Why don't you see if there are other variety shows that suit you better?" Her teasing words made Long Qinghe quite unhappy. Previously, during the water name tag tearing, In Chi-Chi had been overly aggressive, almost causing Long Qinghe to lose her balance. As she spoke, In Chi-Chi sat down next to Yu Tongyu, smiling brightly. "Oh, Mr. Yu is here." Yu Tongyu glanced at In Chi-Chi's slender legs as she leaned over and shifted slightly to the side without saying a word. Su Wuji, however, said, "Qinghe, you really need to be gentler during the reshoot. After all, with all the enhancements on her body, if something gets damaged, it'll be a hassle to refill." This guy was so nonchalant, hearing such words from him seemed quite normal. The rivalry among stars was nothing, but Su Wuji directly mocking someone's cosmetic surgery on set was rare. In Chi-Chi pouted, wiped her eyes, and said pitifully, "How can you slander me like that? So uncivilized." Su Wuji shot her a sidelong glance. "What, can't I talk about your surgery? With that nose of yours, it looks like it was molded from clay, and your chin is sharp enough to stab someone. Can a normal person look like that?" In Chi-Chi burst into tears. "Director, get this jerk away. How can he insult me like this?" In Chi-Chi stomped her foot and shouted, "If he keeps this up, I'll quit recording." "Then you can leave," Su Wuji said impatiently, "but before you go, remember to pay the penalty for breach of contract." After a whole day of recording, In Chi-Chi had already been quite dramatic multiple times, making a scene that several female artists couldn't stand. Although the script had arranged for her to win, this woman was constantly stealing lines, frequently interrupting others, with a strong desire for attention and competitiveness. At this moment, Su Wuji's direct mockery made many people on set feel relieved. In Chi-Chi immediately cried even louder. Her manager rushed over. "Director, Chi-Chi is the main guest of this show. If she quits, we can compensate the penalty in full, but her fans will ruin your program. Your show's reputation will be tarnished. Think about the consequences." Su Wuji chuckled, "In Chi-Chi is the main guest? Who decided that? Did you negotiate that privately with the production team? If that's the case, our Qinghe should quit too." As soon as these words were spoken, other artists and managers frowned as well. After all, this variety show has always claimed that all the artists are equal in status, with no distinction between main and supporting roles. However, in the recent scripts and shots from the director's team, the weight of In Chi-Chi's presence has indeed been greater. "I will definitely sue you." The female manager avoided the main issue, forcefully changing the topic, and pointed at Su Wuji's nose, cursing, "Not only will I sue you, but I will also blacklist Long Qinghe." Su Wuji replied, "I'm the one cursing you. What does Long Qinghe have to do with this?" The manager, used to being domineering, said, Long Qinghe is really too scheming. To compete for status, he deliberately brought you here just to insult our Chi-Chi." "Insult? What are you joking about?" Su Wuji looked at her and snapped his fingers. "Xiaopeng, come teach her what real insult means." "Yes, boss." A tall figure immediately stood in front of the female manager. She felt as if a shadow had blocked the sun at that moment. An indescribable fear began to rise from the depths of her heart. What are you going to do?" The female manager quickly stepped back, but Xiaopeng suddenly reached out, grabbing the manager's hair with one hand and dragging her toward the edge of the pool. No matter how much the woman struggled, Xiaopeng would not let go. Let go quickly, or, "Ah!" The female manager screamed as she was thrown directly into the pool. Her clothes were instantly soaked. The woman struggled to break the surface, wiped the water from her face, and her makeup was completely ruined, looking utterly ridiculous. However, as the manager struggled to reach the shore, just as she was about to climb up, Xiaopeng yanked her back and threw her in again. Climb up, thrown back. This repeated back and forth 7 or 8 times. The scene was violent yet filled with absurdity. Those present found it somewhat outrageous, but more could not help but laugh. This manager was indeed very unreasonable, often making absurd demands of the production team, and Xiaopeng's actions felt quite satisfying. The manager finally stopped, no longer daring to crawl toward the pool's edge, standing in the water about a meter deep, wailing, "You can't bully people like this, woo woo woo. It's too much." In Chi-Chi was completely stunned. She didn't even dare to speak up for her manager. Su Wuji looked at In Chi-Chi with a cold smile. "Can you still record properly? If not, you'll end up like her, taking a bath too." In Chi-Chi bit her lip, wiped her tears. I'll record. Su Wuji smiled, "That's good, but if you dare to plot against Qinghe again, I'll throw you into boiling water." Boiling water. In Chi-Chi shivered again. She could never have imagined what kind of reputation this smiling young man had in the nightlife of Linzhou. Long Qinghe happened to like Su Wuji's unreasonable demeanor, and she teasingly said, "Alright, don't scare Chi-Chi too much. She's so timid that if she faints, it'll be your fault." Su Wuji chuckled, "Then let's just scare her to death." In Chi-Chi ran away crying. In the past, she often caused all sorts of trouble on set, frequently breaking down emotionally and taking at least half an hour to recover. Su Wuji looked at the director and said lightly, "Start recording within 10 minutes. If you continue to indulge the scene Chi-Chi, I'll hit you too." The director nodded repeatedly, casting a complex glance at Su Wuji, then said, "Buddy, you should be careful too. I don't dare offend In Chi-Chi. Her backer is not someone to mess with." Su Wuji replied, "You just focus on your work." He then patted Long Qinghe on the shoulder. "Remember to treat me to a meal later." Long Qinghe chuckled, "I knew bringing you out would be the right choice." Yu Tongya's expression surprisingly relaxed a bit. He glanced at the carefree young man, a hint of a smile in his eyes. "This guy is somewhat interesting," he thought to himself. In fact, although Yu Tongyu had always maintained a single persona, he was not lacking in women. However, the girlfriends he had secretly dated were not favored by the old lady at home. The old lady had retired in the past 2 years and spent her days watching television, particularly enjoying the programs hosted by Long Qinghe. In the past, Yu Tongyu was not in a hurry regarding his marriage. After all, with his status, even without getting married, there would be plenty of girls willing to have his children. But now, as his mother grew older and his father's position rose higher, the power within the family was at a critical point of redistribution. Winning his mother's favor had become very important. However, it seemed that winning over Long Qinghe would not be easy. "Little brother, this In Chi-Chi has a backer. Do you know who it is?" Yu Tongyu smiled. Su Wujie shrugged. "I can't be bothered to know. It's Xiang Junliang from the Xiang family in the capital," Yu Tongyu said. "He seems to care quite a bit for this In Chi-Chi." Su Wujie remained expressionless. "Never heard of him, don't know him." Yu Tongyu shook his head. Xiang Juliang's grandfather came from humble beginnings, but now the Xiang family has grown big. To be honest, they are quite skilled at doing dirty work, so little brother, be careful. If he dares to cause trouble, I'll make sure he can't return to the capital, Su Wujie said with a narrowed-eyed smile. Seeing this, Yu Tongyu's eyes flickered as he said, "But what if he causes trouble for Qinghe? After all, it wouldn't take much to fabricate a few negative stories, and Qinghe's reputation could be tarnished. The Xiang family has always been good at this kind of thing." Su Wujie thought for a moment and said, "Thanks, your reminder is timely." After saying this, he made a phone call. "Hello, Xiang Juliang's woman has offended me. Tell him to come apologize, or you can just kill him." He then hung up the phone. Yu Tongyu watched this scene, feeling that the other party was talking nonsense. Asking Xiang Juliang to apologize was not that simple. It was too ridiculous. But this young man didn't seem like a brainless show-off. He couldn't help but ask, "Who did you just call?" Su Wujie replied, "By Xu Yang. Do you know him?" Bang! Yu Tongyu's hand slipped, and his phone fell to the ground. The recording efficiency that followed was very high, and In Chi-Chi did not cause any more trouble. In the evening, Yu Tongyu once again treated everyone to dinner. This time, his main invitee had changed from Long Qinghe to Su Wujie. Of course, In Chi-Chi had no face to attend the dinner. Her manager had already spread the word after crawling out of the pool that they would ruin Long Qinghe's reputation. Brother Su, I toast you." At this moment, a female artist raised her glass. "Your performance today was really impressive. Brother Su, I also want to toast you. I've never liked that In Chi-Chi." In fact, most of the people present were older than Su Wujie, but the title Brother Su was sincere. There were many oddities in the entertainment industry, and direct confrontations were quite common, but someone as bold as Su Wujie was rare. The other stars did not know the confidence behind Su Wujie's actions, but they were curious to see how he would deal with In Chi-chi's backer. However, Yu Tongyu knew that this task, which would be difficult for others, had already been resolved. A male artist who was unaware of the specifics cautioned, "Brother Su, you need to be careful. For In Chi-chi to be designated as the main guest by the production team, her backer must have exerted some influence. If you mess this up, then..." Before he could finish his sentence, the door to the private room was opened. The director walked in. He sighed and glanced at Su Wujie. "Brother Su, I am also under external pressure and had no choice but to change the variety show script. But I came this time to give you a heads up." Su Wujie replied, "A heads up? Just say what you need to say." Yu Tongyu gestured for the director to take a seat. The director sat at the table, poured himself a glass of white liquor, and downed it in one go, seemingly trying to suppress the panic in his heart with alcohol. The backer behind In Chi-chi is actually Xiang Junliang from the capital's Xiang family. Young Master Xiang dotes on her very much. Su Wujie smiled slightly. "Oh, to what extent does he dote on her?" The director said, "Brother Su, to be honest, the day before the first draft of the variety show script was finalized, I received 2 suitcases. The first suitcase contained 300,000 in cash, and the second suitcase had a knife." Su Wujie had already guessed the answer. "Xiang Junliang gave you that, threatening you to change the script or else?" Upon hearing this, the artists at the table collectively gasped. The so-called entertainment industry has always been intertwined with gray areas. The director wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. "I had no choice, I could only choose the cash." Saying this, he raised a glass. "Dear artists, I feel a bit sorry for you regarding this script change, so I will drink one for myself." After finishing, the director laughed self-deprecatingly. "Who would have thought that being a variety show director would actually threaten my personal safety?" Clearly, if he hadn't chosen the 300,000, the knife in the suitcase would have been plunged into his stomach. Yu Tongyu shook his head and sneered. "This Xiang Junliang is really getting more and more unruly. Outside the capital, he's so arrogant." Su Wujie glanced at him sideways. Which young master from the capital isn't like this? Indeed, although he was currently on good terms with Bai Shuyang and Qin Gillen, it was because Su Wujie had saved their lives. Otherwise, the arrogance of those 2 young masters would have been no less. Yu Tongyu smiled self-deprecatingly, raised his glass, clinked it with Su Wujie's, and said, "In this regard, you resemble the young masters of the capital even more. No one else's arrogance can compare to yours." Yu Tongyu really couldn't see through this young man's depths. The fact that a single phone call could make Bai Shuyang obedient was truly absurd. How many fights had those young masters from the capital had with Bai Shuyang and his group? Even if they won, Bai Shuyang had never shown any respect. Yu Tongyu was never a reckless person. Since he couldn't see through Su Wujie, he wouldn't rashly confront him. "I resemble the young masters of the capital?" Su Wujie said irritably, "Don't insult me." Yu Tongyu looked at him deeply and emphasized, "It's the truth." The other artists at the table also agreed with this statement. The director said, "Everyone, let's pause the filming for the next few days. I need to avoid the limelight. I'm really afraid that young Master Xiang will vent his anger on me." However, Su Wujie waved his hand and seemingly nonchalantly said, "No need, everyone has adjusted their schedules for this matter, so let's finish recording it all at once." The director looked troubled and said, "It is said that this young Master Xiang is different from other young masters of the capital. The Xiang family seems to have started by doing dirty work for a certain big shot, and later, when that big shot fell, they managed to cut ties perfectly, not only avoiding any repercussions but also growing stronger. However, they never let go of those dirty jobs." The director continued, "So, this young Master Xiang prefers to use some unconventional means to achieve his goals. These methods are unethical, but they are very efficient." Su Wujie grinned. "If he easily takes others' lives, then of course the efficiency is high. Coincidentally, the young master of Linzhou also excels at doing this. Moreover, he is even more unconventional than Xiang Junliang." "But I heard that young Master Xiang has been in Ninghai recently." The director wanted to say something more, but then saw Yu Tongyu extend his hand. "This project is sponsored by Dongxing Automobile. I won't make it difficult for you regarding Xiang Junliang, and with young Master Su here, there won't be any problems," Yu Tongyu said. The director's expression immediately lit up with surprise. Clearly, Yu Tongyu's statement meant he would take responsibility for this matter. However, why did Yu's words place the young man beside him in a position even more important than his own? Su Wujie added, "If Xiang Junliang dares to express any dissatisfaction, I'll have his tonsils removed." Upon hearing this, Yu Tongyu thought of his secretary, who had been dry heaving for a day and night after being rudely interrupted by Xiao Pang. Her tonsils were swollen, and it hurt even to drink water. The director looked at Su Wujie's calm demeanor and, for some reason, felt a significant amount of his tension dissipate. At that moment, the private room door was opened again. In Chichi and her manager stood at the entrance. Most people in the room thought In Chichi had come to cause trouble. However, upon closer inspection, it seemed otherwise. In Chichi's eyes were swollen from crying. Her manager looked the same, continuously sobbing. In fact, both of their faces bore red marks, as if they had been slapped. Behind these two women appeared a man. He looked to be in his 30s, with a buzz cut, thin and lanky, wearing tight narrow pants and loafers, his body lacking any flesh, with a slightly forward-leaning neck, clearly someone whose vitality had been drained by indulgence, resembling a spirited young man. It was Xiang Junliang. This guy actually came to the restaurant's private room in person. Upon seeing him, the director who had come to deliver the news couldn't help but shiver. The other artists were also a bit tense, fearing that this arrogant young master from the capital might draw a knife at any moment. Xiang Junliang walked in and scanned the room, first spotting Yu Tongyu. "I didn't expect you, brother Tongyu, to be here too." Xiang Junliang forced a smile. Yu Tongyu shook his head. "Today's main character is not me." Saying this, he pointed to Su Wuji sitting beside him. At that moment, some people in the private room held their breath. They thought that the next second would bring a fierce confrontation. Xiang Junliang stared at Su Wuji for half a minute, seemingly confirming the other's identity, then suddenly bent down and bowed. "Mr. Su, I was wrong." Xiang Junliang looked down at the floor and shouted, "These two blind women offended you, and I have already taught them a harsh lesson. Please forgive me, Mr. Su." The gazes of all the artists towards Su Wuji instantly changed. They had initially thought that Xiang Junliang was apologizing due to Yu Tongyu's influence, but it turned out there was another reason. Su Wuji chuckled, "But how come I heard that this manager beside you boasted about ruining Long Qinghe's reputation? Qinghai is a good friend of mine, and I can't stand to see her wronged." Upon hearing this, Long Qinghe's gaze was almost glued to Su Wuji, her eyes sparkling with genuine joy, extremely captivating. Yu Tongyu noticed this and felt a bit jealous, but at least for now, it seemed that this young master from the capital was not very competitive in front of this kid, and it appeared he had little hope of catching up to Long Qinghe. Xiang Junliang walked over to the manager's side, his arm suddenly raised. Slap! A heavy slap landed. The manager was directly knocked down to the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. In Chichi trembled in fear beside her. Su Wuji said, "It's just a small conflict. There's no need to put on a show of self-pity in front of me. Just apologize and admit your mistake, and we can turn the page on this matter. But if there's a next time." Xiang Junliang slapped In Chichi's face again. "Mr. Su, please rest assured, if there's a next time, I'll take care of these two women first." A group of people found it hard to believe the reality before them, especially the director. How could Xiang Xiao, who usually acted so forcefully, so readily back down this time? He had just been preparing to pack up and run. Su Wujie continued, "Xiang Xiao, I heard you gave the director a knife?" Upon hearing Su Wujie mention him, the director's forehead broke out in a cold sweat. Xiang Junliang forced a smile. I was really confused. I promise I won't do it again." He then walked over to the director, raised a glass of wine, and said, "Director, I toast to you." "I apologize." The director trembled as he accepted the drink. At that moment, Xiang Junliang's phone rang. Seeing the caller ID, he immediately put on a big smile and said to Su Wujie, "It's a call from young Master Bai." He then answered the call and switched to speakerphone. "Young Master Bai, I've already apologized to Mr. Su. Really, this time it was like a flood washing away the Dragon King's temple. We didn't recognize our own people." Bai Shuyan's deep voice came through. "Xiang Junliang, who the hell do you think is your own person? You're really getting ahead of yourself, thinking you're untouchable just because you're out of the capital, aren't you?" Yes, I was wrong. I guarantee I won't make the same mistake again." Xiang Junliang kept saying, slapping himself on both sides of the face, the sound echoing. After finishing, he said, "Young Master Bai, did you hear my sincerity?" Bai Shuyang replied in a low voice, "Xiang Junliang, I know what kind of person you are. Su Wujie is my brother. If you dare to take revenge secretly afterward, I'll wipe out your entire family." Xiang Junliang shivered, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. "I wouldn't dare. Absolutely wouldn't dare." "Young Master Bai, please rest assured," Bai Shuyang said, "let Wujie talk on the phone." Su Wujie's voice came through. "I'm on speakerphone, I can hear you." Bai Shuyang changed to a softer tone and said, "I told you, anyone who dares to bully you is my lifelong enemy." Xiang Junliang shivered again. Yu Tongyu revealed a meaningful look. Su Wujie smiled. "Young Master Bai is a bit arrogant." Bai Shuyang continued, "Wujie, if you're still not satisfied with today's matter, just kill this Xiang Junliang in Ninghai. His worthless life counts on me." Hearing Bai Shuyang even mention killing, Xiang Junliang couldn't help but shiver. The elders of the Xiang family had done plenty of dirty work in the past, and they had quite a bit of experience in making someone disappear. But because of this, the Xiang family had never been well regarded in the aristocratic circles of the capital. At least, they had never truly been respected. Hearing Bai Shuyang say such things, Yu Tongyu looked at Su Wujie in surprise, his eyes filled with deeper meaning. Su Wujie said, "Alright, you can tone it down. There's no need to kill over such a small matter." Bai Shuyang replied, "Okay, then how about crippling him? You decide which hand to break." Xiang Junliang was on the verge of tears. Su Wujie said irritably, "Enough, Bai Shuyang, you've ruined my reputation." Bai Shuyang almost laughed, saying, "Big brother, you really don't have a good reputation at all." With a curse, it only made their relationship seem closer. The corners of Su Wujie's mouth twitched. A dog's mouth can't spit out ivory. If there's nothing else, hang up. Then Bai Shuyang said something that left everyone stunned. "Haven't seen you in a while. I've missed you quite a bit." Su Wujie, "I don't do that, get lost." Yu Tongyu was acquainted with Bai Shuyang. He was several years older than him. In the past, during fights, Yu Tongyu had also bullied the younger ones, but they were definitely not close, so he didn't interject. However, beneath his calm exterior, a storm was raging in his heart. What kind of background does this young man have that makes Bai Shuyang value him so highly? Taking advantage of a trip to the restroom, Yu Tongyu sent a message, "Have my family look up a person named Su Wujie." When Yu Tongyu exited the restroom, Tong Yuro happened to come out of the adjacent one. The two washed their hands, and Tong Yuro said, "Hello, President Yu." Yu Tongyu, with a hint of implication, remarked, "This male friend of Qinghe's is quite something." Tong Yuro wholeheartedly agreed. Indeed, today, Su Wujie had directly pressured the young master of the Xiang family into apologizing, which had genuinely shocked her a bit. Otherwise, Tong Yuro would have had to expend considerable resources to settle this matter. In fact, when she had tried to seduce Su Wujie yesterday, Tong Yuro had genuinely wanted to test human nature. Her figure was quite good, yet throughout the entire encounter, Su Wujie remained indifferent, even clenching his fists while carrying her, not once attempting to touch her thigh. Yu Tongyu shifted the topic, "But no matter what, I still don't want to give up on Qinghe. I think I should still have a chance. That depends on who Qinghe leans towards. President Yu, I can't interfere with her choice in this matter," Tong Yuro replied. "What if?" Yu Tongyu smiled and said, "Dongqing Automobile invites Qinghe to be their next spokesperson. What do you think?" Dongqing Automobile spokesperson. Tong Yuru's breath quickened. After all, Dongqing Automobile was a global brand. Although it had been severely impacted by new energy vehicles in recent years, giving a sense of decline, its sales in East Asia and Europe and America were still quite impressive. If Long Qinghe could become one of Dongqing Automobile's global spokespersons, her status in the entertainment industry would undoubtedly soar. Other business expenses would surely increase significantly as well. After all, nowadays, those star artists only had a chance to be considered for car brand endorsements after achieving phenomenal success. As Tong Yuru's manager, she would also be able to earn an astonishing share from this endorsement. Yu Tongyu stood by, observing the changes in Tong Yuru's expression. He added fuel to the fire. "I think Miss Tong should be able to see the impact this matter would have, both on Qinghe's career and on your income, as well as your influence in the management circle, which would be a qualitative leap." However, Tong Yuro did not hesitate and directly said, "President Yu, I know you have feelings for Qinghe, but if Qinghe accepts this endorsement, then you will become the man behind her, which is not her character." Yu Tongyu smiled and waved his hand. "Hey, I admit I have some selfish motives, but this endorsement is a company action. You and Qinghe don't need to tie it to my personal feelings, and I certainly don't want to put pressure on Qinghe because of this. In the end, I still have to respect Qinghe's opinion," Tong Yuro said. In fact, if this matter were not pushed by Yu Tongyu, with Long Qinghe's current status, it would be unlikely for her to be chosen as Dongqing Automobile's spokesperson. However, in the face of enormous profit temptation, Tong Yuro remained exceptionally calm. Yu Tongyu nodded slightly, a hint of disappointment in his eyes. "Then I'll wait for good news from Miss Tong." This olive branch from Dongqing Automobile, if thrown to any artist, would surely make their management company ecstatic. After the dinner ended, on the way back to the hotel, Tong Yuro informed Long Qinghe about the endorsement. Just as Tong Yuro had anticipated, Long Qinghe firmly refused. "If I take this endorsement, wouldn't I become Yu Tongyu's person?" Long Qinghe shook her head. "It's not about the money." Tong Yuro said, "Then I'll turn him down." Su Wujie's voice chimed in from the side. "What a pity, that's a lot of small change lost." Long Qinghe smiled, while Tong Yuro shot him an annoyed glare. "Qinghe is doing this all because of you." Su Wujie replied, "Huh? Because of me?" Long Qinghe's pretty face flushed slightly as she said, "Sister Ro, don't say that. I just don't want to get too close to Yu Tongyu." Su Wujie didn't notice Long Qinghe's change of heart and asked, "What endorsements is Qinghe mainly doing now?" The three main endorsements are for a home goods brand, a women's clothing brand, and a snack brand, The rest are just some minor endorsements, Tongyuro explained. Oh, sounds like the car endorsements don't pay as much, Su Wujie remarked. Tongyuro replied, the gap is huge, but I respect Chingha's choice. Yu Tongyu has his own ulterior motives. There's nothing to regret about this. Long Chingha laughed. Yeah, if he didn't have other intentions towards me, with my current influence, I wouldn't even be able to get the Dongqing automobile endorsement. Hey, there's really no need to endorse such an outdated car brand. If you don't want to, then don't, Su Wujie said. Tongyuro huffed in annoyance. You make it sound so easy. Do you know how many talent agencies are fighting over endorsements at this level? Back when audits weren't so strict, just the kickbacks from endorsement fees could make some marketing heads financially free overnight. Su Wujie shrugged. Aren't you the agent? With the marketing costs for new energy vehicles so high every year, aren't you thinking of getting Chingha a few endorsements for those brands? Tongyuro was almost infuriated by this outsider's remark. Do you think I can just get them if I want? If you have the ability, why don't you try to get one for me? Tongyuro said irritably. Su Wujie grinned. Alright, let's make a bet. If I really get Chingha a car endorsement, what will you give me? You decide, anything is fine. Tongyuro was also getting into the spirit of it. Clearly, she didn't believe Su Wujie could secure an endorsement. Su Wujie's eyes lit up, raising an eyebrow. Hey, you said anything is fine? Tongyuro smirked. I'm afraid you won't dare to agree. She didn't think Su Wujie would have any ideas about her. After all, last night, this guy had passed the test of humanity. Long Chingha also laughed. Wujie, don't get too worked up over this. It's just losing an endorsement that never belonged to me in the first place. What about Maxwell? Su Wujie suddenly asked. Maxwell? Tongyuro gasped. What are you joking about? Su Wujie replied, I'm not joking. I just want to ask, with Chingha's temperament, would she fit as the spokesperson for this brand? That's the #1 brand for electric vehicles globally, Long Chingha said, speechless. How could I dare to think about whether I fit or not? Although Long Chingha had long believed that Su Wujie's background was unfathomable, she still didn't think he could secure the Maxwell endorsement. That was even a bit absurd. Moreover, prior to this, Maxwell had never done advertising and had never signed any celebrity as a spokesperson. Su Wujie looked at Tongyuro. By the way, what was your bet just now? You can propose any bet. As long as you dare to propose it, I'll dare to agree. Tongyuro completely didn't believe it, smirking. I'm waiting to see your performance. Su Wujie said, alright, if you really lose, you can wash yourself clean and wait for me in bed. He said this casually. After all, in the bar's atmosphere filled with bright lights, wine, and beautiful women, the words spoken daily were at least 10 times more frivolous than this. Long Chingha shook his head helplessly and smiled. You two are so childish, why bother competing over something like this? Tongyuro sneered. Fine, let's make a deal. If I lose, I'll wash myself clean and give myself to you. If you lose, you have to run downstairs naked for an hour. Do you dare? Su Wujie slapped his thigh. Great, it's settled. Long Chingha's expression was somewhat resentful. Why are you slapping my thigh again? He always did it so forcefully. Tongyuro was confident she would win. Little boss Su, I'll have to take a picture of your glorious image then. Ready to make you famous online. Su Wujie ignored her and made a phone call. Hey, I need to talk to you. A delicate voice came through. Hi, dear Wujie, what do you need? Ever since you supported Linmu Bank last time, you haven't contacted me. I'm feeling wronged. What are you feeling wronged about? Su Wujie replied irritably. I noticed your Maxwell group has never had a spokesperson. How about I recommend one? Ross's voice was sweet. Our Maxwell has never hired any spokesperson before. But if you want to personally endorse, I can break that tradition. Just because you haven't before doesn't mean you can't now, Su Wujie said. I have a friend with a great image and temperament, and you're looking to expand into the Huaxia market. I think it's perfect. Ross's voice showed displeasure. Is it another woman? Su Wujie replied, of course. I didn't think of any other car brands. I thought of you guys first. Ross was particularly fond of this approach. He immediately said, since you thought of me first, I'll have someone connect with her. What's the girl's name? Su Wujie replied, Long Chingha, from the Yuran agency. She's currently the top host in Huaxia. Long Chingha quietly reminded him, that's a bit exaggerated. At most I'm the top host of Linjiang TV. Alright, the endorsement fee will definitely satisfy her, Ross said cheerfully. Of course, it has to satisfy you too. You can handle this little matter as you see fit. Su Wujie hung up the phone and said, it's done. Tongyuro, sitting in the passenger seat, hummed, you acted pretty convincingly, your English is quite good. Su Wujie chuckled, just wait for your loss. Tongyuro raised an eyebrow, I'll be watching. When Tongyuro returned to her hotel room, her phone suddenly chimed with a notification. She looked and saw a text message from the bank where the company account was held. Looking at the words, Tongyuro's eyes widened. $5 million? From the Maxwell Group? and the note clearly stated Long Ching-ha's endorsement fee advance. Tong Yuro sat on the bed, took a long time to recover, and then went to take a shower. Usually decisive, she was quick in the shower, but this time, she unknowingly took over an hour. It wasn't because she was meticulously washing every corner due to some bet, but rather she couldn't help but zone out. She knew that once the news of Long Ching-ha endorsing Maxwell was released, it would be a seismic bombshell for the entertainment industry. From then on, Long Ching-ha's status would be elevated to a whole new level. Rubbing herself hastily with a towel, Tong Yuro looked at her reflection in the mirror with a complex expression, still feeling it was all incredibly unreal. After being an agent for 10 years, reaching out to resources to support artists, nothing was as effective as a single phone call from Su Wooji. She couldn't care less about getting dressed, grabbed her phone, and called the company's finance department, asking her to get out of bed and verify the account numbers and transfer sources. Thus, Tong Yuro heard the finance department scream, Sister Ro, it's really the Maxwell Group. We're about to soar to great heights. Tong Yuro rubbed her ears, which hurt from the screaming, and hung up the phone. She looked at herself in the mirror, at her 32-year-old body that was still young, healthy, and full of feminine beauty. The steam in the bathroom was like a dreamy veil, gently enveloping Tong Yuro, her damp long hair lazily draping over her shoulders. A few droplets of water slid down from the tips of her hair, cascading over her rounded shoulders, traversing the undulating hills, until they fell into the valley below, disappearing into deeper depths. It's like a dream. She shook her head and called Long Ching-ha next door. Come to my room, you have my room card, just let yourself in. Long Ching-ha didn't know the news yet, her voice carried a hint of laziness. Sister Ro, it's so late, why are you keeping people from sleeping? You might not be able to sleep tonight, and neither will I. Tong Yuro paused, sighed inwardly, and added, not only can I not sleep, but I'm also going to be slept with. 2 minutes later, Long Ching-ha swiped the card and entered. Sister Ro, why aren't you wearing any clothes? She exclaimed in surprise upon seeing Tong Yuro looking in the bathroom mirror. What are you surprised about? You've seen me like this when we were soaking in the hot springs together, Tong Yuro replied. Oh my, your waist, your curves, so beautiful. Long Ching-ha said, surprisingly lifting her right hand to gently poke. The little polar bear had quite a bounce, shaking and jumping a few times in place. Duan. To be fair, Tong Yuro's figure was indeed excellent. Her years as a trainee in South Korea had laid a solid foundation for her, and even after more than 10 years, her allure had not diminished. Instead, her feminine charm had only intensified. When wearing loose suits, her good figure wasn't as apparent, at most looking a bit streamlined, but now it showcased what it meant to look slim in clothes, and curvy when undressed. That slender waist was barely graspable, creating a charming contrast with her ample upper and lower curves. Her legs were also smoothly contoured, with skin that was incredibly delicate, radiating a lustrous glow. Get your hands off, you little rogue, Tong Yuro said. To come back from being a trainee in South Korea without any enhancements, maintaining your natural self all over, Sister Ro, you're truly rare. Long Ching-ha reached out again to tap the curve at her waist. Another, Duong. However, this area was noticeably firmer, and the bounce was smaller than in other places. Tong Yuro paid no mind to Long Ching-ha's actions. She looked at her reflection again, her expression somewhat complex. She wrapped herself in a bath towel and sighed. Sister Ro, what's wrong? Do you have something on your mind? Long Ching-ha asked. Tong Yuro placed her phone's text message interface in front of her. A message from an hour ago. Take a look for yourself. This time, it was Long Ching-ha's turn to breathe rapidly. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. My God, it really is the Maxwell Group. Tong Yuro said self-deprecatingly. At first, I even thought this message was a prank from Su Wooji. Who would have thought it was real? Long Ching-ha took a deep breath. $5 million in advance. Maxwell is really wealthy and bold. They haven't even agreed on the contract terms, and they just said to transfer the money. This efficiency is too high. Tong Yuro said, a phone call from Su Wooji was enough to make the Maxwell Group change their marketing strategy and quickly settle on a brand spokesperson. I used to mock him. She wished she could find a hole to hide in. She didn't know if it was because she had taken too long in the shower, but her face was now flushed. I always thought Su Wooji was not simple, but I didn't expect him to have such great power. Long Ching-ha shook her head, apologizing to Xiang Junliang while making international automotive giants so obedient. Who exactly is he? At this point, Long Ching-ha slapped her thigh. Oh right, Rojia, you even made a bet with Wooji. Then, she looked at the delicate figure wrapped in a bath towel across from her with a smile. Rojia, are you going to clean yourself up and wait for him in Su Wooji's bed? If I really did that, the first one to get jealous would probably be you, right? Tong Yuro clearly felt helpless. She sat on the bed, her two fair legs gently overlapping, the hem of the towel covering her secret. What would I be jealous of? Long Ching-ha's eyes sparkled with gossip. I can't wait to find a man to conquer Rojie. What bet? It was just a joke. Ton Yuro sighed heavily, feeling extremely melancholic. If I really fulfill the bet, how will I face you in the future? She had always been strong-willed, never one to go back on her word, but at this moment, the thought of backing out made her feel a bit ashamed. Long Chingha looked like she was enjoying the drama. Well, at least you have to show some attitude. You can't just sneak away like this. Not just Long Chingha and Ji Yushir, but everyone at the Uran agency was eager to see a man take Ton Yuro off the market. Ton Yuro leaned against the headboard. Yeah, you're right. He helped us so much. We can't just accept such a huge gift without gratitude. Forget it. I'll go. At worst, I'll just apologize to him. Ton Yuro gritted her teeth, put on shorts and a tank top, wrapped herself in a bathrobe, and went to knock on Su Wuji's door. Long Chingha didn't follow her. She turned back to her own room as soon as she stepped out. What if Su Wuji really got interested and wanted to take Ton Yuro? Wouldn't she be a third wheel? However, secretly watching from the sidelines didn't seem like a bad idea. This thought surprised even Long Chingha herself. After all, she had always been a very conservative woman. How could such a bold idea appear at this moment? Was it because her feelings for Su Wuji weren't deep enough, or her feelings for Ton Yuro were too strong? Seeing Long Chingha sneak away without loyalty, Ton Yuro couldn't help but stomp her foot. At that moment, Su Wuji's door opened. At this late hour, I thought it was someone else. After opening the door, Su Wuji saw Ton Yuru's flushed face and said in surprise, Rojia, what's wrong? Why is your face so red? Did you drink too much? Ton Yuru, you're the one who drank too much. She pursed her lips, averted her gaze, and said softly, let me in. Su Wuji stepped aside, and Ton Yuro squeezed into the room beside him. Why are you sneaking around like a thief? Su Wuji laughed. The more he said that, the more embarrassed Ton Yuru felt. I'm here to fulfill our bet, Ton Yuru said. Saying this, she directly lay down on Su Wuji's bed, her hands tightly gripping the belt of her bathrobe. Su Wuji was taken aback. What bet? What did we bet on? Why are you lying on my bed? It wasn't that he was trying to act cool, he genuinely hadn't taken it to heart. That flippant bet was just something he said offhand, far less serious than his daily banter at the bar. Ton Yuro was extremely shy and angry. You're still pretending. After several seconds, Su Wujia finally reacted. Are you talking about the bet we made because of the endorsement? I can't believe Ross's efficiency is this high. Damn, just to show off, he owed this guy a favor. I accept the bet, and once I'm clean, I'll wait for you in bed, Ton Yuro repeated Su Wujia's wager. At that moment, she wished Su Wujia could be like he was when she pretended to be drunk that day, a virtuous gentleman who remained unperturbed. Why did she have to be so mouthy back then? Underestimating this little man had serious consequences. Su Wujia chuckled. You really remember it so clearly, huh? Alright, Sister Ro, you have quite the spirit of contract, not throwing a tantrum or acting unreasonable. Ton Yura said seriously, I'm not that kind of person. She added in her heart, wanting to cry without tears, I really want to be that kind of person. Su Wujia walked over, sat on the edge of the bed, and smiled at the person lying beside him. So shall we fulfill the contract? It must be said that Ton Yuru, after taking a shower, was indeed completely different from her usual strong woman image, possessing a unique charm. In fact, many men secretly harbor the desire to conquer strong women. A few years ago, on a Chinese forum that required a VPN to access, there was a survey titled Which Woman Do You Most Want to Conquer at Night? The voting results were shocking. A host known for her sharp and assertive interviewing style surpassed a host of sweet and spicy female stars, winning by a landslide. Well, Su Wujia initially intended to vote for a daringly dressed actress, but after seeing this host's option, he was first taken aback, thinking it was a bit absurd, but the more he thought about it, the more brilliant it seemed, and the more he pondered, the more he got into it, so he cast a vote for her. This host was a senior to Long Qinghe, still single and active in the interview front lines, but due to her overly spicy interviews, her popularity with the public remained consistently poor. At this moment, Tong Yuru was the same. Her usual decisive and commanding strong woman demeanor actually became her greatest allure. Sister Tong had no idea what Su Wujie was thinking at that moment. She lifted the quilt and burrowed in, leaving only her head exposed. Truly, one suffers for the sake of pride. No, she was indeed a person of her word. If we fulfill the contract, then we fulfill it. Who's afraid of whom? Tong Yuro closed her eyes. Inside the quilt, her hands tightly gripped the front of her bathrobe, her palms sweating. And in the next second, her body suddenly tensed up, because Su Wujie reached out and gently pinched her chin. At that moment, Tong Yuru's whole body was tense, even her toes were straining. She never imagined that the first time she would give herself away would be in such a scenario. However, the other party had helped her agency secure the endorsement from the Maxwell Group, a significant gift for which she couldn't find anything of equal value to reciprocate. Forget it, if it happens, it happens. Anyway, the other party is young and in good shape. I won't be at a loss, Tongyuro thought to herself. She could only comfort herself this way. Suwoojia's hand gently stroked her chin a few times, then slid down her neck. At this moment, he was only using his nails to touch her skin, not even the pads of his fingers. Sister Ro, your neck is quite long, a rare swan neck, Suwoojia commented. Tongyuro still didn't speak. Her heart was about to leap out of her chest. No, it was about to leap out of her throat. Due to her rapid heartbeat, the quilt was thumping inside, but unfortunately, it was blocked by the quilt, so Suwoojia couldn't see. 2 seconds later, Suwoojia's hand had slid past her neck and landed on Tongyuro's collarbone. The collarbone flowed smoothly and naturally, the exquisite dip resembling a delicately carved bay, adding an indescribable touch of sensuality to this strong woman. Suwoojia suddenly noticed that Tongyuro's forehead was already beaded with sweat. Her eyes remained tightly closed, seemingly resigned to not resisting, allowing Suwoojia to take whatever he wanted. After all, following the collarbone downwards, it led to her chest. At that moment, Suwoojia's hand lifted. He did not reach into the blanket again. Tongyuro felt a bit puzzled, unsure of what Suwoojia intended to do, and after a few seconds, he still made no move. Finally, Tongyuro opened her eyes. Suwoojia teased, Sister Ton, why are you so nervous? Please don't tell me you're still a virgin? Tongyuro pursed her lips, feeling a bit dry in her throat. The young man's brief teasing seemed to have ignited some flames within her. How old do you think I am? Still a virgin? How ridiculous! Tongyuro scoffed. Suwoojia replied, then why are you so tense? Didn't they say 30 is like a wolf, 40 like a tiger? Tongyuro retorted without backing down, I'm a normal person. Aren't you afraid that Boss Su has too much experience and is too perverted? Suwoojia chuckled, even if I don't play those tricks, just the normal stuff, I'm still worried you can't handle it. Tongyuro shot back, how could I not handle it? My physical condition is great. I exercise every day and practice dance every week. The more she spoke, the more off it felt, as if she was trying to prove she could withstand Suwoojia's antics. Suwoojia was indeed struggling to hold back. With a beauty before him, not being able to indulge was quite a pity. I'm not available these days, how about you owe me one for now? Suwoojia suddenly said, not available these days? Tongyuro could hardly believe her ears. Was she really being let off the hook? Truly a gentleman who wouldn't take advantage of someone in a vulnerable position. This was exactly what Long Qingha had said. Tongyuro suddenly felt a bit awkward. She had even prepared herself mentally and crawled into his blanket, and he just said no? Well, not only am I not available these days, but I might not be for a while. Suwoojia felt that his real reason was so absurd it couldn't hold up. What era was it? Modern medicine was so advanced, yet there was still such a thing as virginity? He always thought his father might be trying to scare him, but he didn't dare to verify the truth. What if he found out his father was right? That would be a huge loss. It would be better to use his hands, saving time and effort without the risk, and without having to consider the woman's satisfaction. Not available in the future? Tongyuro also found it a bit ridiculous. Could it be that this young man had some unmentionable male issue? Forget it. This bet was just a casual remark anyway. Suwoojia shook his head. You can go, just owe me for now. It's fine if you don't pay me back later. Tongyuro asked, so generous? Suwoojia's heart was bleeding. Tongyuro sat up from the blanket, leaning against the headboard. You've done me such a big favor, I have to repay you somehow, but I really can't find anything that matches this endorsement, whether it's money or something else. Suwoojia thought for a moment. How about you dance a girl group dance for me? Tongyuro found it hard to believe. Dance? Right here? Suwoojia nodded. Yes, I'm the only audience. Tongyuro looked at Suwoojia seriously, thought for a moment, and then said, I just feel like you're losing out big time. A dance in exchange for a global top electric car brand endorsement? Even a fool would know which was the better deal. Although the biggest beneficiary is Long Qingha, as an agent, Tongyuro can also gain tremendous benefits in terms of money and fame. At this moment, Sister Ro suddenly felt that Suwooji was too honest. Forget it. I'll dance for you a few more days. She really couldn't think of any better way to repay him and proactively said, how about a week? No, a month? Even if it were a year of dancing, it was clear that it wouldn't make up for such a huge favor. With Tongyuro's personality, she would never have danced alone for a man in a room before, let alone that the girl group dances contained many suggestive movements. However, when the stakes shifted from her body to dancing, Tongyuro truly felt she was making a big profit. It's just dancing. What's the big deal? But if any investors at the table dared to make Tongyuro dance, she would definitely splash her drink in their face. If Long Qingha were here, he would surely think the world was too crazy. Suwooji lay back on the sofa, crossing his legs, and said, Dance, Sister Ro. Tom Yuru, wearing a bathrobe and barefoot, stood in the center of the room. She thought for a moment and said, I need something else. Then, she opened the fridge, took out a small bottle of red wine, and poured it into 2 glasses. Tom Yuru handed 1 glass to Su Wuji, to liven things up. She then downed her drink in one go. Su Wuji grinned, is this what wine does to boost courage? Who's scared? Tom Yuru retorted, aren't you the one who can't handle it at a critical moment? Su Wuji. However, Tom Yuru indeed needed a little help from alcohol at this moment. After finishing 1 glass, she downed a second before opening her phone to find a song. It was one of Girls' Generation's most popular songs from South Korea. Having debuted as a girl group back then, Tom Yuru always dreamed of her team becoming a top Asian group like Girls' Generation, but unfortunately, her team never made a splash and quickly disbanded. Every year, countless girl groups like hers debut in South Korea. If you think about it, my appearance fee this time is much higher than that of Girls' Generation back in the day, Tom Yuru said self-deprecatingly. Then, she began to move. Just the opening move looked incredibly professional. Clearly, even after returning to the country for 10 years, her skills had not diminished. Every late night, in the company's dance practice room, Tom Yuru would practice in front of the mirror, as if picking up her youthful dreams anew every day. This dance was lively, and the movements were quite alluring. When Tom Yuru bent sideways and arched her back towards Su Wuji, the playful vibe formed a stark contrast to her usual strong woman persona. At first, Tom Yuru was a bit reserved, but as she danced, it felt as if she had returned to her youth. The movements became lighter, more cheerful, and more captivating. Su Wuji was left stunned. As she danced, Tom Yuru's bathrobe belt had loosened, and the front had come undone. Finding it bothersome, she simply took off the bathrobe and tossed it aside. However, underneath, she wore a form-fitting camisole that barely passed for sleepwear and a pair of tight shorts. These shorts were not even boy shorts. Moreover, Tom Yuru's loose top did little to restrain her. Su Wuji's breath suddenly became heated. Damn it, when will I master these 7 moves? Su Wuji's head was also getting hot, and for a moment, he forgot which step he was on. However, Tom Yuru seemed oblivious to Su Wuji's gaze, still immersed in her memories of the past. She chose the C-position dance move of Lim Yuna. Perhaps, during her years of chasing dreams in South Korea, she had dreamed countless times of standing at the height of her senior, Yuna. Su Wuji's expression gradually became serious, as if he sensed Tom Yuru's state of mind. The song ended, but Tom Yuru's movements did not stop, as the playlist on her phone continued to play the next song. It was Tiara's Day by Day. Su Wuji had heard this song before, but at this moment, paired with Tom Yuru's dance, it felt entirely different. After finishing this song, it was another track, Girls' Generation's The Boys. One song followed another, and before she knew it, Tom Yuru had danced to 10 songs. A full 10 songs, each movement nearly perfect. The presentation of beauty was simply impeccable. At least, from Su Wuji's perspective as an outsider, Tom Yuru had not made a single mistake in her movements. Not a single step was wrong. These girl group dances looked captivating, but the physical exertion was indeed considerable. Sister Ro took a few deep breaths, looking slightly tired, yet her eyes were noticeably brighter than before, and the breath she exhaled seemed to carry the passion of her dance. Sweat beaded on her skin, causing her tank top to cling tightly, illuminated by the spotlight, creating a striking aesthetic. Another piece of clothing she wore glistened slightly from the sweat, contrasting beautifully with her flushed skin. At that moment, Tom Yuru seemed to radiate light. At least, in the eyes of her sole audience, Su Wujie, she was even more dazzling than the former Girls' Generation. It really looks good, Su Wujie clapped and said sincerely. Tom Yuru slowly pulled herself out of her previous immersion, feeling quite satisfied with her performance. However, at that moment, Sister Ro realized she was indeed wearing too little. She hurriedly picked up a bathrobe from the floor, put it on, and tied the belt tightly, covering herself completely. Su Wujie smiled and said, "We agreed, a month of continuous dancing, and you owe me this favor." Tom Yuru nodded earnestly and replied, "Okay." Even if it wasn't to repay a favor, she was willing to do this to find her former self. "Get some rest early, you look quite tired," Su Wujie said with a smile. In fact, there was a clear seriousness behind his smile. Before Tom Yuru left, Su Wujie added, "I have to thank you, tonight was a visual feast." Tom Yuru didn't say anything, but a hint of a smile flickered in her eyes. She returned to her room, leaned against the door, closed her eyes, took a few deep breaths, and then said, "Oh my, tonight was really crazy. I felt like I was going insane." However, a voice suddenly rang out in her room. Where was the craziness? Sister Ro, why not elaborate? It was Long Ching-ha. She and her assistant Ji Yushir were in the room. These two gossiping women. Looking at Tom Yuru, who was glistening with sweat, Long Ching-ha felt a complex emotion in her heart. but it was fleeting. She quickly made her expression natural and teased, "Sister Ro is so tired? Looks like you had quite a workout." Ji Yushir also covered her mouth and giggled, "Over an hour. Su Wujie is really impressive, so young, and his body is just great." Indeed, it was no wonder they misunderstood. At that moment, Tong Yuru's appearance was easy to misinterpret. Her hair was slightly disheveled against her cheek, carrying a hint of dampness, which did not diminish her charm but rather added a casual and alluring quality. Tong Yuru's cheeks were flushed with a vibrant rosy hue from the heat of dancing, resembling beautiful peach blossoms, and her eyes sparkled with satisfaction, as if hiding a pool of shimmering autumn water. All the performances above perfectly coincide with a certain aftertaste. "Anyway, it's not what you think," Tong Yuru said. Although she had a very good relationship with Long Qinghe, and little assistant Ji Yushir was not an outsider, Tong Yuru instinctively realized that she did not want to tell anyone about what happened in Su Wujie's room. "It must be just like that," Ji Yushir said, extremely happy. Long Qinghe's pretty face actually turned slightly red. "Sister Ro, I want to hear the details." Tong Yuru directly pulled the two of them and pushed them toward the door, saying, "My relationship with Su Wujie is definitely not what you think. We didn't do that kind of thing. It's getting late. We have to record tomorrow. Hurry back and go to sleep." Just before closing the door, Ji Yushir dropped a line, "Sister Ro, you must remember to take the pill for your first time." Tong Yuru almost wanted to curse. She stomped her foot and shouted the phrase that Su Wujie liked the most, "Ji Yushir, I'm deducting your salary." The next morning at 5:30, Su Wujie personally drove Long Qinghe to the recording site. Xiao Pang drove behind with the equipment for work. They got up very early, but it took at least 40 minutes on the road. After arriving, the artists had to spend an hour on makeup, plus time for the script and rehearsing lines, so by the time they actually started recording, it was already 10:30 in the morning. The recording location was chosen in a shopping mall, and they recorded for a whole day, shooting 3 episodes in a row. Long Qinghe didn't even know how many name tags she had torn. That's how variety shows work. It's not that one episode is aired right after it's filmed. The artists' schedules are hard to coordinate, and when they finally gather, they have to shoot several episodes in one go. Su Wujie waited on set, feeling drowsy. He had 3 boxed meals throughout the day, and by 10 o'clock at night, the mall was cleared out and closed, leaving only the production team. Yu Tongyu didn't come to visit today. It seemed that after realizing his competitiveness was not as strong as Su Wujie's, he wisely chose to retreat for the time being. Xiao Pang had not shown up all day after driving to the mall. During the day, Long Qinghe wanted Su Wujie to call Xiao Pang to eat boxed meals together, but was rejected with a casual remark from the latter, "That big fool will just grow taller if he eats more." Long Qinghe didn't think much of it. After the mall's doors closed, the late-night name-tag tearing activity officially began. The director team, filming crew, and support team, along with the artists and assistants, numbered over 100 people, but the vast mall still felt empty. Su Wujie's vigilance had already risen to the highest level. Late at night, in the mall, there were dead corners everywhere. Losing 1 or 2 people would be hard to notice, and it was too easy to stir up some trouble. Long Qinghe had already started tearing name tags, but this episode added a hide-and-seek segment to the name tag tearing process. This variety show did not have a script for every specific segment. The director team specifically allowed the artists to improvise during the hide-and-seek segment to see what bizarre places they could hide in. Each artist was followed by 2 cameramen. However, an hour passed, and as this part of the filming was about to end, it was discovered that one artist had not appeared at all, and the 2 cameramen following him were also unreachable. The missing artist was named Zhang Yanjie, who had always been the comedic relief of the entire production team. Zhang Yanjie, Zhang Yanjie. The director shouted several times through the intercom but could not reach him no matter what. The 2 missing cameramen, one named Zhang Xiaolong and the other Li Quanlian, also had intercoms on them, yet no one responded. Filming paused. "Everyone go find him," the director shouted, a bit flustered. "2 people come with me to check the surveillance." The remaining people gathered in the mall's first-floor lobby. Even though it was brightly lit, it still gave an inexplicable chill down their spines. Everyone caught a whiff of something unusual. Su Wujie glanced at Long Qinghe, signaling her to come closer. "I wonder what's happening," Long Qinghe said, her eyes filled with a hint of confusion as she looked at Su Wujie, who nodded in response. "No way?" Long Qinghe's eyes widened slowly. Su Wujie patted her shoulder and whispered, "Your bad luck might be kicking in again. Since I met you, how many times have we faced danger?" Long Qinghe wasn't overly panicked, just a bit resigned. "The 4th time? There might be many more in the future. There seems to be a magnetic field between us that triggers danger," Su Wujie joked. "If we want to stay safe, we can only avoid each other for life, and I'm not willing to do that." Long Qinghe surprisingly smiled, not feeling too tense. After experiencing several dangers with Su Wujie, her mental fortitude had been thoroughly tested. Su Wuji said, let's get through this first. After this, things should calm down for a while. Hearing this, Long Qingha asked in surprise, did you guess it already? Su Wuji shook his head. Guessing doesn't mean we can prevent it. We have to open a gap for the enemy to come in. Long Qingha was even more surprised. So, from the moment you agreed to accompany me for the variety show, you started luring the enemy in? I didn't notice anything these past few days. Just as she finished speaking, the mall's rolling shutter suddenly fell. All the elevators stopped, most of the lights went out, and the emergency power kicked in. In that instant, a chilling sense of horror filled the air. There's no signal on my phone. I can't call the police. People began to murmur in panic, and a few tried to open the rolling shutter, but the switch had failed. No matter how hard they tried to lift it, the door wouldn't budge. Am I going to die here? I don't want to, I want to get out. In Chi-Chi cried out repeatedly, her emotions on the verge of breaking down. The director and 2 crew members who went to check the surveillance had yet to return. Long Qingha instinctively pressed close to Su Wuji and whispered, what do we do now? Su Wuji squeezed her hand. Don't worry, I'm here. Long Qingha had grown accustomed to holding Su Wuji's hand tightly in moments of danger. She unconsciously adjusted her grip, intertwining her fingers with the man beside her. At that moment, the mall's intercom suddenly blared, hey, good evening everyone, you're unfortunate enough to be chosen as hostages. The voice dripped with strong mockery, speaking in very standard Huaxia language, even carrying a hint of a capital accent. However, the speaker had clearly used a voice changer, making it impossible to discern their true tone. The scene erupted into a chaotic murmur, with a few people trembling uncontrollably from fear. Everyone, let's play a game. You're all big stars in Huaxia. Wouldn't it be interesting if you disappeared from this mall tonight? In Chi-Chi cried even louder, and several female staff members couldn't hold back their tears. Tonight, I want to put you in endless terror. Likewise, I want to take this opportunity to tell Huaxia that this is not a no-go zone for mercenaries. We can come and go as we please. The voice carried a playful tone. Alright, the game is about to begin. Let me announce the rules. First round, everyone sit on the ground. The slowest one to move will get shot. Go! Everyone scrambled to sit down. Everyone except Su Wuji. He remained standing, giving the speaker the middle finger. You need to sit down. Long Qingha urgently pulled on Su Wuji's hand, desperate to get him to comply. Su Wuji shook his head at her and said gently, don't worry. The teasing tone in his voice grew stronger. Hee, you have quite the nerve. But I must tell you, the consequence of breaking the rules of the game is erasure. Su Wuji sneered, a rat hiding in the gutter. If you have the guts, come out. Of course, I won't fall for your provocation, the man replied with a smile. When my countdown ends, your life will soon end as well. 3, 2, 1, die. Bang! The gunshot rang out. The crowd below was so frightened that they closed their eyes. But Long Qingha had already stood up in advance and lunged at Su Wujie. Long Qingha instinctively wanted to shield Su Wujie from the bullet. In that critical moment, she didn't even think about whether this would bring a bullet upon herself. However, when Long Qingha opened her eyes, she found that Su Wujie was still standing there perfectly fine, even smiling at her. I'm fine, don't do something so foolish. If it weren't for Long Qingha insisting on getting in the car back then, the wolf mercenary group wouldn't have kidnapped her as well. But it was precisely because of her sense of justice that Su Wujie was willing to genuinely treat her as a friend. The mall's announcement echoed again, clearly filled with astonishment. How is this possible? As his words fell, a man with a gun fell from the top floor of the mall, crashing heavily to the ground. He was supposed to shoot Su Wujie, but before he could pull the trigger, he was shot dead by someone else. Except for the first floor, the lights on the other floors had already gone out, so the crowd had not noticed the presence of the gunman on the top floor. A member of the filming crew, gathering his courage, leaned in to take a look and shouted, "My God, it's the missing Zhang Xiaolong." Yes, the person who fell was indeed a member of the filming crew who had gone missing along with Zhang Yanjie, but why was he holding a gun? Long Qingha was the first to react, shouting, "He's a mole." Only then did everyone realize that this Zhang Xiaolong had likely been lurking in the production team for a long time, just waiting for today to create an opportunity in collusion with the outside. In an instant, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. How could a perfectly good variety show turn into an undercover operation? How could this happen? How could this happen? The announcement echoed again. The development of reality was not following the script, leaving him visibly flustered and off balance. He had originally planned to enjoy a good entertainment, but now, just as the first round of the game had begun, he was thrown off his game. It felt as if he had completely fallen into the trap set by the man below. Su Wujie looked coldly at a certain camera and smiled faintly, saying, "Huaxia is a forbidden land for mercenaries. Every year, there are always those who don't believe in evil, thinking that collusion between inside and outside can break this understanding. The announcement sounded again, each word dripping with malice. Alright, since that's the case, I'll play with you to the end. I've memorized your appearance. I will make sure you never have a moment of peace. Alright, I'm waiting for you, Su Wujie smiled. But did you just remember my appearance now, or have you known me for a long time? The other end of the broadcast did not answer this question but said, from now on, the small, no, not just the small, the entire Ninghai will become a hunting ground. All of you present will be attacked by elite killers from Huaxia. Then, the other side fell silent, and the broadcast did not sound again. The entire Ninghai had turned into a hunting ground? In Chichi began to cry. Doesn't that mean we won't have a peaceful life anymore? Ah, I don't want to be targeted by killers. Su Wujie walked up to In Chichi, raised his hand, and slapped her. Shut up. Slap. A crisp slap landed, and the corner of In Chichi's mouth immediately drew blood. She timidly glanced at Su Wujie, and her loud crying quickly turned into soft sobs. Long Qingha asked, Wujie, will Zhang Yanjie and the others be in danger? No, Su Wujie replied, they've already been rescued, but I didn't inform the director team. We need to confuse the enemy for a while. Su Wujie didn't elaborate. In fact, the longer they could keep the enemy confused, the greater the chance of holding them off. They've already been rescued? A glimmer of surprise flashed in Long Qingha's eyes. This little man seemed to have everything under control. In her eyes, Su Wujie's image shone even brighter. He had been by her side all this time, and she hadn't realized when he had made so many arrangements. In fact, 2 days ago, Su Wujie had already received intelligence that the Ducaro organization might take action, and if they chose to passively endure at such a time, it wouldn't be the style of the rogue shadow. Previously, Su Wujie thought Ducaro would choose to make a move during the name-tag tearing at the pool, but now it seemed that the nighttime mall was the most suitable time to act. Are the director and the others okay? Long Qingha asked again. Earlier, the director had gone to the monitoring room with 2 assistants, and there had been no news since. Su Wujie nodded. The monitoring room is very safe. We've been keeping a close watch on it for a long time. Long Qingha let out a sigh of relief, and that strong sense of security and reliance surged back in her heart. In Lei, report the situation. Su Wujie adjusted his earpiece and said, the waiting these past few days was all to wrap up this operation. Xiao Yinlei was on the 19th floor of the opposite office building, her sniper rifle already set up. The bullet that had just taken out Zhang Xiaolong had come from the gun in her hands. Boss, Xiao Peng led a team to capture 4 people, all Chinese mercenaries returning from abroad, Xiao Yinlei reported. They are being interrogated on site. They were hired temporarily and are not the instigators of this incident. The real instigator was the Ducaro organization, and the 5-star hunter Mutachuchi, along with the hyenas lurking in China, had yet to be found. Good, Su Wujie said, let Xiao Peng continue searching the area. There must be no omissions. A few live captives are enough. Too many would be a burden. The Ninghai National Security Major Crimes Unit has connected to the communications, Xiao Yinlei said. Boss, you can talk to them now. Before this shoot, Su Wujie had already communicated with Ninghai National Security. This was a joint operation. Have the National Security control all roads around the mall. All vehicles and pedestrians must stop for inspection, Su Wujie instructed. Leave the procedural tasks to them. We'll handle the unconventional matters. Xiao Yinlei laughed. Ninghai National Security must want to swap roles with you. Wujie, why? A rough voice came through the communication channel. Blocking roads and inspecting vehicles, such a tedious task. How can the Major Crimes Unit do it? Isn't that using a cannon to shoot a mosquito? Su Wujie chuckled. Brother Xiao, this time we are likely facing ruthless criminals from the dark side of the West. You shouldn't rush in. Otherwise, if something goes wrong, your dad, the military district commander, will surely come after me. You jinx! When have I not been at the front line? I became the head of the Major Crimes Unit without relying on my dad, came the voice from the other end of the line. Xiao Yongyang, now 31, was already the head of the Ninghai National Security Major Crimes Unit. At this age, holding such a position meant either a powerful background or exceptional ability and rich experience. Xiao Yongyang had both. His father was the current commander of the capital military district, holding the rank of general. The members of the production team looked at Su Wujie, who was commanding with such confidence, and found it hard to believe, struggling to connect him with the arrogant young man from the pool yesterday. At that moment, a few more people were thrown down from the 3rd floor. Bang! 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 Several people crashed to the ground, their bodies convulsing, blood spreading widely beneath them. These individuals had been thrown down by Xiao Peng. He was strictly following Su Wujie's order of just capture a few alive. More than that is a burden. The others in the production team were too scared to make a sound, and In Chichi was suppressing her sobs. Boss, half an hour ago, 2 business vans parked at the side entrance of the mall and haven't turned off their engines. They are preparing to leave now, said Xiao Yinlei. Just shoot, there's no mistake, Su Wuji replied directly. Gunfire erupted continuously. The driver's side windows of the two vehicles were all shattered. The drivers died on the spot, blood splattering everywhere inside the vehicles. On Su Wuji's side, there was more than just Xiao Yinlei as a sniper. The car doors opened, and several strong men were pushing out with guns. They were all returning mercenaries, waiting outside the mall. However, how could these sniper rifles give them a chance to survive? Flashes of gunfire lit up, and these mercenaries didn't even have time to raise their guns before their bodies were riddled with bullet holes. The mastermind behind this game clearly did not anticipate that the Huaxia side was already prepared. This was simply a one-sided trap. They severely underestimated the intelligence control capabilities of Ninghai National Security. Those returning mercenaries who entered the country through special connections, whoever came, died. Meanwhile, 10 kilometers away in the Ninghai 4th Ring, in a hotel suite, more than a dozen laptops were running simultaneously, displaying the situation in the mall. Even Su Wuji's face was clearly visible. Obviously, the mall's surveillance cameras had been remotely connected here. A man in his 30s was sitting at the table, with a microphone placed on it. As long as he spoke into the microphone, his voice would echo in the mall 10 kilometers away. This guy would never dream that I'm not even in the mall, the man said. But who the hell can explain to me what the hell is going on tonight? The first phase hasn't even started, and the whole game has already fucking collapsed. His expression was extremely sinister. What was supposed to be a nearly perfect hunting game had ended up like this. On the sofa beside him sat a thin man. This man was bare-chested, holding a naked woman in his arms. He stared intently at the screen. Bro, it's this guy who bullied my in Chi-Chi and made by Xu Yang force me to apologize. If I don't kill him today, I won't be satisfied. This guy was actually Xiang Junliang, who had slapped himself at the dinner table yesterday. He was one of the participants in this game. These rich second-generation heirs, born with a silver spoon, had grown tired of many games. Their threshold for excitement kept rising, and the more they sought to satisfy their thrill-seeking nerves, the bigger the games they played. Shut up! I told you long ago to play less with female celebrities. The man at the table said irritably, what if someone suspects you when you run to Ninghai at this time? They don't have that strong of an associative ability, Xiang Junliang sneered. Even if those mercenaries are captured, they won't know our true identities. They can't even sell us out. Yes, the Xiang brothers, Xiang Juanzhong and Xiang Junliang, were both here at this moment. Years ago, Xiang Juanzhong had been abroad handling some dirty work for the family, and he had a wealth of mercenary and assassin resources at his disposal. This time, with the assistance of Ducaro's organization, they planned to create a big stir together. But unexpectedly, those mercenaries faced the outcome of almost total annihilation. At that moment, they suddenly saw Su Wuji in the screen turn towards the camera. The young man smiled slightly, his hand brushing across his neck, making a throat-cutting gesture. Damn it, I'll kill you. Watching Su Wuji make a provocative throat-cutting motion, Xiang Junliang picked up the teacup in front of him and smashed it violently against the nearest laptop screen. The screen shattered instantly. The woman sitting on his lap immediately hugged Xiang Junliang. Young Master Xiang, don't be angry. If it doesn't work, use me to vent your frustration. Xiang Junliang pressed her head down, growling with a twisted face. Fine, use your mouth to help me vent. However, although the boss Xiang Juanzhong was shocked, he did not explode in anger. He stared at Su Wuji on the screen, feeling an inexplicable sense of foreboding. Given the confidentiality of his operations, neither the police nor the national security could possibly trace anything back to this place. Although the computers had connected the surveillance signals to the hotel's monitoring room, this was all done with the help of super hackers hired at a high price from abroad, with several misleading program barriers set up in between. With the level of domestic computer experts, how could they possibly trace the signal back here? Watching his brother still messing around with that woman, Xiang Juanzhong felt increasingly troubled. The loss of money and mercenary resources from this failed game was not the main issue. What mattered was that his threshold for pleasure was not satisfied, but instead, he had experienced a significant blow. This was more distressing to Xiang Juanzhong than losing a life. At that moment, a knock on the door suddenly sounded. Knock, knock, knock. On such a night, the sudden knocking made the Xiang brothers in the room tense up. Who? Xiang Juanzhong asked gruffly. Please open the door, the police are conducting a routine check. A woman's voice rang out. This was a suite. The Xiang brothers were in the bedroom, while two bodyguards stood in the living room. Police check? Xiang Juanzhong's expression darkened, and his bad premonition grew stronger. Xiang Junliang pushed the woman's head aside and cursed, Is this police officer sick? They've never checked before, and they have to come at this time to ruin the mood? The woman began to dress while wiping her mouth. Xiang Juanzhong stood up and said to the bodyguards, Go see what's going on. The bodyguard immediately looked through the peephole and confirmed that a woman in police uniform was indeed standing outside. However, she was wearing a mask, obscuring her face. "Hurry up and open the door." The female police officer's tone had become somewhat impatient. "Young Master Juin-jong, it's a female police officer, and it seems there's only one," the bodyguard whispered. "Just one?" A glint of ruthlessness appeared in Xiang Juin-jong's eyes. He didn't think this female police officer could find anything in this house, but it was a bit coincidental. If this police officer was indeed related to the case at the mall, then they wouldn't mind playing a more ruthless and thrilling game here. "Wait 2 minutes before opening the door, don't let her in yet," Xiang Juin-jong said, quickly putting away the laptops in the room into a cabinet. After he had tidied everything up, the bodyguard opened the door. A female police officer appeared in their line of sight. "Routine check, please cooperate." The police officer did not show her credentials but walked to the center of the living room, glanced at the bedroom, and said, "Take out your ID cards." There were 4 men and 1 woman in the room. One man was shirtless, and the woman was dressed so scantily, with a blush still on her face, anyone who saw this scene would think twice. The 2 bodyguards took out their ID cards. The female officer looked over each of them one by one before returning their belongings. "Yours," she said to the only woman in the room. The woman had just put on some form-fitting clothes and was bending down to wear open-crotch stockings, not yet having the chance to put on her pants and coat. It wasn't that she was slow, rather, the fitted clothing was too complicated. Although the overall fabric was minimal, the various lace patterns and lines had to be arranged properly, or else it would be a struggle to wear. Yes, all of it was quite suggestive. "Officer, I didn't bring my ID," the woman said in a delicate voice. The female officer glanced at her and replied, "Then you go outside and wait in the lobby downstairs while I ask you some questions." The woman hesitated for a moment, seeking the opinion of the Xiang brothers with her eyes. After receiving their consent, she didn't even bother to put on her pants and simply wrapped herself in a thin windbreaker before leaving. The female officer turned to the Xiang brothers. "It's your turn, take out your IDs." Xiang Juin-jong wore a serious expression, feeling quite miserable. He actually wanted to pull the officer over and give her a good beating, but thinking it better to avoid trouble, he took out his ID. After the officer looked at Xiang Juin-jong's ID, she turned to Xiang Junliang, who was still sitting on the sofa bare-chested. "Where's your ID?" Xiang Junliang didn't even make an effort to shift his position. He lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, squinted as he exhaled the smoke, and smiled. "Officer, you have a great figure. I wonder if you have a boyfriend." Indeed, the female officer's figure was quite impressive. Even with a formal uniform on, it couldn't hide her graceful form. "ID, show it." The female officer's voice became much more serious. Xiang Junliang gestured towards the coat on the bed with his chin. "Officer, my ID is in the pocket of my clothes. Could you please find it yourself?" The female officer coldly replied, "You go get it." Xiang Juin-jong did not stop his brother's arrogant behavior. Xiang Junliang took a puff of his cigarette, showing no intention of cooperating, his lecherous eyes brazenly sizing up the officer, while he commented, "Tisk tsk, officer, with a look like yours, it's such a waste to be a cop. How about I introduce you to be a model instead? Especially a swimsuit model, then you can wear a bikini every day, just for me to see." However, before he could finish his sentence, the female officer had already lunged forward, her baton striking Xiang Junliang's face with a heavy thud. He fell back onto the sofa, blood filling his mouth. The 2 bodyguards standing in the living room hadn't had time to rush over due to the suddenness of the incident. "Damn it, can cops just hit people like that?" Xiang Junliang cursed fiercely. Yet, the next second, the female officer lifted her foot and kicked him hard in the chin. With a crack, Xiang Junliang's jaw was dislocated from the force of the kick. The female officer's ruthlessness far exceeded the Xiang brothers' understanding. But this was not the end. The female officer raised her foot again and stomped down hard on Xiang Junliang's face. Another crack. His nasal bone was broken. The arrogant young master was in agony, his vision darkening, unable to close his mouth or speak, tears, mucus, and blood all pouring out. "What are you doing? Do you still want to wear that uniform?" Xiang Juin-jong shouted. The 2 bodyguards finally rushed into the bedroom. "This is the consequence of not cooperating with the investigation," the female officer said coldly. "Were you just threatening me with that remark? The more you act like this, the more I suspect there's something fishy in this room." As she spoke, she tapped the body camera on her chest, sneering, "The video here is being recorded in real time. You boast about wanting to take off my uniform. I want to see if you have that kind of power." Then, she walked over to the wardrobe, her hand already on the doorknob. A fierce glint surged in Xiang Juin-jong's eyes, because in this wardrobe, there were more than a dozen laptops. As soon as the cabinet door was opened, everything would be exposed. Officer, we were wrong. Xiang Juanzhong immediately changed his attitude, picking up his brother's coat. I'll take out his ID right now. It's too late, the female officer said, directly pulling open the cabinet door. Why are there so many laptops? Her brows furrowed slightly. However, at that moment, the fierceness in Xiang Juanzhong's eyes finally reached its limit. He waved his hand, and 2 bodyguards immediately lunged at the female officer. 2 strong men against 1 female officer. The combat power on both sides seemed completely disproportionate. It looked like a single punch from the bodyguard could crush the female officer's skull. However, the female officer suddenly ducked, avoiding the heavy punch. Then, she spun around sharply, her baton smashing hard against the bodyguard's elbow. The bodyguard's elbow was immediately fractured. Before he could make his next defensive move, the female officer's baton had already struck him hard on the temple. The sound of his skull cracking clearly reached Xiang Juanzhong's ears. The movement was incredibly fast. The bodyguard couldn't even withstand one move before his head hit the ground. The thinnest part of the human skull is located just beneath the temple. A heavy blow here could very well be fatal. The female officer didn't stop. With a beautiful flip, she kicked another bodyguard hard in the face. Her seemingly delicate frame unleashed an astonishing impact. The bodyguard was sent flying, completely losing his balance, and his head slammed against the wall. He also fainted. Xiang Juanzhong watched the scene, his brows furrowed deeply. You're a police officer? How can a police officer have such skills? The female officer shook her head, her voice calm. I'm not a police officer. The skills of a police officer are much better than mine. Xiang Juanzhong couldn't help but shiver. You're not a police officer? Then what are you here for? This is malicious injury. He took a step back towards the bedroom door. That's right, I'm here to cause malicious injury, the female officer said sarcastically, realizing it now is a bit too slow. At that moment, Xiang Junliang, covered in blood, crawled up from the sofa. He was about to launch a sneak attack from behind, but the female officer didn't even turn around. Her baton struck hard at his groin. This blow could crack a skull. How could a man's most vulnerable spot withstand such an attack? Terrifying pain spread from his groin throughout his body, and Xiang Junliang fainted. Boss Xiang Juanzhong felt a chill all over. Do you know who I am to use such violent means against me? The female officer sneered. I know who you are, Xiang Juanzhong, the young master of the Xiang family in the capital, 34 years old, who has done dirty work for certain big shots abroad for several years. If she had said she didn't know, Xiang Juanzhong would have felt there was still a chance to turn things around. But the other party had directly called out his name and revealed his background. This was information that couldn't be found on an ID card. Xiang Juanzhong's face turned pale. Cold sweat dripped down in large drops. He felt his legs go weak, lacking the strength to even run away. What do you want? Xiang Juanzhong stammered. The female officer stepped forward, removed her mask, revealing a stunningly beautiful face, and coldly said, Xiang Juanzhong, you have participated in 7 cases of human trafficking, personally imprisoned 6 women. Silver Moon has sentenced you to death, and I am here to carry it out. An hour later, Su Jiayan walked out of the room. She had put on the female officer's uniform inside out, not wearing a hat, and her long hair was stuffed into the collar, making it look like she had short hair. The police uniform, when turned inside out, turned out to be a white suit. The fabric of the suit was pristine white, completely concealing the bloodstains on the back. The woman, dressed only in the coat, was still sitting on the sofa in the lobby downstairs, waiting. However, she had already fallen asleep, perhaps due to the exhaustion from being drained by Xiang Junliang in the room earlier. Clearly, this woman had no idea that Su Jiayan was not a real police officer. Su Jiayan walked a kilometer to a small alley before getting into an old Volkswagen Bora parked there. Then, she drove to the Baiken nursing home. Dear boss, everything is taken care of, Su Jiayan said. She had indeed become clever, discussing everything in advance with Su Wuji. I'm not your boss, Su Wuji replied. If it's all done, go back and rest. What about you? Aren't you coming to find me? Why don't we do something we enjoy to celebrate this victory? Su Jiayan suggested. Su Wuji replied irritably, can you not be so flirtatious for 3 sentences? Su Jiayan answered seriously, I would die. Su Wuji chuckled. What kind of death? Su Jiayan, from itching. Su Wuji, damn. He was genuinely defeated by this woman. Be careful, there's more than one hyena still at large, Su Wuji warned. Previously, the Ducara organization had deployed hunters lurking in Huaxia to deal with Guanji, and this person had yet to make a move. This 5-star hunter would definitely seek him out before taking action against Bai Shuyang. It was truly unfortunate that this fishing operation had not managed to reel in Wuding Zhangyi right away. This guy's cunning was beyond imagination. I can't wait for that hyena to come find me, Su Jiayan chuckled. Dear, you found me a great place. I don't even want to leave the nursing home now. Then you might as well become a doctor at the nursing home, so you don't have to travel all the way to Sihue Hospital every day, Su Wuji casually suggested. Then wouldn't I be relying on you? Su Jiayan asked. Do you want to be my master? Su Wuji was truly no match for Su Jiayan in this regard. He coughed lightly. After you get back tonight, don't take a shower right away. Su Jiayan's voice was laced with charm. Does the master prefer the original flavor? Su Wuji, I'm worried the hyena might target you while you're showering, so you'd better stay on high alert. Su Jiayan laughed. The master is right. If we want to lure the hunting dogs out, tonight is the best opportunity. Upon hearing her say this, Su Wuji immediately sensed a certain truth. Did you deliberately leave a bait? Su Jiayan chuckled. Of course, if I hide too well, how would Ducaro's hyenas find me? Su Wuji laughed. A woman being too clever isn't good either. Su Jiayan said, they say big breasts mean no brains. You can tell how smart I am at a glance. Su Wuji, you have 2 brains. At this moment, the production team was at the Ninghai National Security Office. All witnesses to the incident were interviewed and signed confidentiality agreements. After such a big commotion, the variety show could no longer continue recording and would rely entirely on post-editing. The visual shock the artists experienced was too intense. They would likely have to stop working for a long time and undergo daily psychological counseling. Following this incident, Long Qinghe's unfortunate streak had once again been confirmed. During the investigation, Tong Yura stayed by Long Qinghe's side, fearing her good friend might develop psychological issues. However, unexpectedly, Long Qinghe was in surprisingly good spirits, showing no signs of fear, and one could even find a lingering sense of excitement in her eyes. Are you not afraid after so many people have died? Tong Yura asked in disbelief. Although she hadn't witnessed the fierce battle herself, just imagining those scenes made her heart race and her breath quicken. Hundreds of people were taken hostage, gunshots rang out one after another, and living people were thrown down from the building. Such a horrifying scene, and Long Qinghe actually wanted to experience it a few more times. Tong Yura understood that this popular host had been completely led astray from a normal life by Su Wuji. I was a bit nervous at the time, but now I feel like it was nothing, Long Qinghe said. It seems like normal life is just bland. Qinghe, you can't always be in danger, Tong Yura said with a complex expression. Long Qinghe didn't think she had a problem at all, smiling as she said, but there's this magnetic field between me and Su Wuji. Every time we meet, something happens, sparks fly. Tong Yura retorted, sounds like you're quite proud? What sparks? If someone didn't know better, they'd think you were describing something else. Long Qinghe's smile grew even wider. Sorry, I can't compare to Sister Ro. You were the one really making sparks fly last night. Tong Yura. Long Qinghe lowered her voice. By the way, does it hurt down there when you walk today? Down there? Where? Tong Yura knew that even if she had 100 mouths, she couldn't explain it clearly. Besides, she didn't have that many mouths to begin with. Long Qinghe, let me emphasize again, I am not competing with you for a man. Tong Yura couldn't help but say, who's competing for whose man? At that moment, a voice came from outside the car. Su Wuji had finished his call and plopped down into the seat. Tong Yura instantly wilted. The investigation is done, let's head back early. I'm tired and sleepy. Su Wuji fastened his seatbelt and casually patted Long Qinghe's slim waist. Turn around, let me enjoy the view. Long Qinghe, just like last time, turned around. For some reason, this time she didn't stop halfway. Thus, her perfect waistline and hip line were clearly displayed in front of Su Wuji. That waist was like a willow branch swaying in the wind, soft yet resilient, and the most prominent part was rounded, full, and had a strong sense of firmness. Not bad, Su Wuji commented with a smile. Long Qinghe's face turned slightly red, and after a few seconds, she turned back and, whether intentionally or not, asked, how does it compare to Sister Rose? Su Wuji? Tong Yura never expected Long Qinghe to blurt that out. She immediately shouted, what are you comparing with me for? Long Qinghe, do you believe I? However, before she could finish, she heard Su Wuji seriously comment, Sister Rose is also quite beautiful, perky and fair, very appealing. Who said 32 is old? In fact, it's the most wonderful age. With Su Wuji's description, both Long Qinghe and Ji Yushir gasped in surprise, while Tong Yura completely surrendered, her pretty face burning. Su Wuji, mind your words, she shouted angrily. Sister Ro couldn't help but recall how she had crawled into Su Wuji's bed yesterday. At that time, his hand had slid from her chin to her collarbone, filling Tong Yura with tension. The tingling sensation spread throughout her body from his fingertips. Then, she danced 10 dances, sweating profusely, her 2 pieces of clothing soaked through. But when Tong Yura went back to take a shower, she discovered that it wasn't just sweat that had soaked one of her garments. When they returned to the hotel, Tong Yura took a shower and then headed straight to Su Wuji's room. She wasn't nervous at all. In fact, She was looking forward to what was about to happen next. Are we going to dance 10 more dances tonight? Su Wujie asked. Tan Yuru pursed her lips. I'll do whatever you say. Just based on her endorsement of the Maxwell Group, even 10,000 dances wouldn't be enough for an equivalent exchange. Today, she wore a white sports jacket, underneath which were hot pants and a fitted tank top. This youthful and vibrant outfit was something the usual Tong would never choose. Su Wujie settled into a comfortable posture and said, "Alright, let's start dancing." Tong Yuru didn't begin immediately but looked deeply at Su Wujie. Who exactly are you? Su Wujie replied, I am whoever you think I am. Tong Yuru suddenly said, after we finish dancing, I want to go for a walk with you, is that okay? Su Wujie, only couples with ambiguous relationships go for evening walks together. I've already taken the initiative to crawl into your bed, doesn't that count as ambiguous? Tong Yuru frowned slightly, staring directly into Su Wujie's eyes. If that line came from someone else, I might believe it a little, but Sister Ro, you're a strong woman. Su Wujie smiled slightly. Although strong women have a soft side, that definitely can't be your true intention. Alright, Tong Yuru had no choice but to say, I want to try and see if only when you're with Qinghe will you encounter danger. Her probing of Su Wujie had not ceased. Su Wujie chuckled, if you must be so curious it's fine, but you have to promise me that once we go out, you'll listen to me completely. Let's dance first, then we'll talk. Okay, I'll do whatever you say today, Tong Yuru said. Su Wujie pointed at her clothes. First, take off your jacket. Meanwhile, as Su Wujie admired Tong Yuru's enchanting dance, Su Jian had returned to the Baiken nursing home. In the courtyard of her small building, a woman in white was quietly waiting for her. It was Lu Tianxin. The bright moonlight cast a serene glow on her, exuding a sense of transcendence over time. Teacher, have you been waiting for me all this time? Su Jian asked. Lu Tianxin glanced at Su Jian, her voice calm, you smell a bit, go change your clothes, then practice with the knife for 2 hours. Clearly, she had already guessed what Su Jian had gone out to do. Waiting here was to prevent her from encountering any accidents. Su Jian felt her teacher's cold exterior but warm heart, and couldn't help but feel touched. She rubbed her slightly damp eyes and then bowed deeply. Thank you, teacher. She sniffed. At this moment, the woman who had been chased to the hotel lobby by Su Jian was already brought to the hotel's surveillance room by a man dressed in a chauffeur outfit. The security guards in the surveillance room had all been knocked out. This chauffeur was not tall, had a buzz cut, dark skin, and an ordinary face. On the large screen, several screenshots were displayed simultaneously, showing the female police officer entering Xiang Julian's room and the woman in a white suit exiting the lobby, among other scenes. In Guanji's untraceable style, the surveillance had not been tampered with, which was itself an unusual occurrence. The woman in the trench coat looked somewhat terrified. What are you bringing me here for? Do you know I'm Xiang Xiao's person? Your Xiang Xiao is already dead. The chauffeur pointed at Su Jian on the screen. Do you recognize her? Xiang Xiao is dead? The woman trembled, pointing at the screen. Did this police officer do it? The chauffeur looked at the man in a suit sitting in the corner and smiled. Another Silver Moon assassin has been dug up, thanks to the Raymond Intelligence Bureau. It's truly a pleasure to cooperate with you. The man in the suit stood up and said with a smile, then let's go take her out, and give the rogue shadows a good slap in the face. In Su Wujie's room, Tong Yuru finished dancing, her complexion flushed, with fine beads of sweat on her charming face. In fact, a woman is not only charming after a thorough wash, the scent after exercise also possesses endless allure. Right now, Tong Yuru is just like that. She is tall, practices dance every day, and her figure is already excellent. Coupled with the sexy scent at this moment, it seems as if she is glowing all over. Su Wujie glanced at her a couple of times, feeling a bit unsettled, and tossed her a towel. Wipe your sweat and let's go for a walk. Okay. Tong Yuru took a deep breath, walked to the bathroom, and began to lift her tank top to wipe the beads of sweat from her chest and back. The entire room was filled with bright light. After washing her face, Tong Yuru looked at herself in the mirror and suddenly felt a considerable expectation for what was about to happen. I wonder if I will really encounter a dangerous gunfight, she murmured softly. At that moment, Tong Yuru realized that not only had Long Qinghe's focus in life changed, but she too had been led off course. The two went downstairs and casually hailed a taxi at the door. Once inside, Su Wujie said, driver, just circle around Ninghai for an hour. The taxi driver laughed. Hey, it's late at night. You young folks have some romance going on, huh? Su Wujie smiled. My friend hasn't seen Ninghai at night, so I brought her to take a look. Tong Yuru remained silent. It was already past 4 in the morning, the quietest time in Ninghai, and she didn't know if any danger would still occur. Yet, Tong Yuru always felt that Su Wujie agreeing to come out with her was not without reason. The driver said, young man, your girlfriend is quite beautiful, like a star, but her expression is a bit serious. She looks like she has a bad temper. Driver, it's not appropriate to judge others like that. Before Tong Yuro could finish her sentence, her body tensed up suddenly because Su Wuji casually wrapped his arm around her waist. Laughing, Su Wuji said, "Huh, there are plenty of women with good tempers. I just like those with bad tempers. I have to say, the feel of her waist is really nice." Just from her dance movements, Su Wuji could tell that Tong Yuro's waist flexibility was simply incredible. At certain moments, could she unlock some difficult moves? Su Xiaochu felt she couldn't think any further. Recently, these thoughts kept surfacing uncontrollably in her mind, and sometimes it felt like she was about to explode from pent-up desire, not knowing if her little self was about to burst. The driver glanced at the two of them in the rearview mirror and asked, "Is this a May-December romance?" Tong Yuro frowned. "Don't you think that's quite rude?" At that moment, her strong woman aura was released, and the driver chuckled awkwardly. "Sorry, I tend to speak too directly. I can tell you're a bit older than this young man, but that doesn't affect your status as a great beauty." Su Wuji smiled. "Driver, you don't understand, older sisters have their charm." The driver laughed. "What do you mean I don't understand? I like women over 40 now. You're still young. When you reach my age, you won't feel anything seeing girls in their 20s. Su Wuji gave a thumbs up. "Your taste is still high." Tong Yuro shot him a glare and frowned. "You should let go of your hand first." Su Wuji just wouldn't let go. "You said it yourself. You follow my lead when we go out." Tong Yuro closed her mouth. The taxi driver smiled and said, "A well-behaved sister is even more charming." Tong Yuro turned to Su Wuji, her voice cold. "I came out with you, not to be teased with you wrapping your arm around my waist." Su Wuji smiled. "But think about it, compared to your action of crawling into my bed last night, what does this waist-holding even count as?" Tong Yuro wanted to retort, but it was the truth. The more they listened, the more intense it became. The driver revealed a gossipy glint in his eyes, wishing that the young couple in the back seat would be a bit more daring in their actions. However, Su Wuji made no further moves, and Tong Yuro remained silent. After the car had circled the third ring road for quite a while, the driver's phone rang. "Hello, who is it?" He answered, putting it on speaker. At this late hour, aside from ride-hailing clients, no one would usually call him. Zhang Huayu, taxi driver, license plate number Ning B89643, 17 years of driving experience, divorced for 8 years, has a daughter who is in her second year of high school at Dongning High School, am I right? The voice on the other end was deep and clearly altered. The distortion had a chilling effect, and the taxi driver suddenly tensed up. "Who are you? How do you know so much about me?" Tong Yuro glanced at Su Wuji, her brows furrowing deeper. Her intuition told her that when this late-night call came in, danger had already arrived. She had truly asked for trouble. Su Wuji gently nodded, tightening his arm around Tong Yuro's slender waist. Feeling the warmth radiating from Su Wuji's palm, Tong Yuro's tension inexplicably eased a bit. In Huaxia, it's actually quite simple to do these things. You just need to hack into the police's system. The low voice spoke again. "Zhang Huayu, your daughter is in my hands. If you want to ensure her safety, you must follow my instructions from now on, do you understand?" Before Zhang Huayu could respond, a girl's voice came from the other end. "Daddy, help me. Daddy, save me." The voice was filled with sobs, causing the driver, who had just been joking with Su Wuji, to burst into tears. "My daughter was sleeping peacefully at home. Why did you kidnap her? If anything happens to her, I will kill you." The driver shouted hysterically, his emotions clearly spiraling out of control. At this point, it had been over 40 minutes since Su Wuji and Tong Yuro got into the car. This was Tong Yuro's first close encounter with a kidnapping case, and goosebumps instantly rose on her skin, a chill creeping up her spine and spreading across her back. "Do as I say, your daughter will be fine. Now, take the man and woman sitting in your car to the southern campus of Ninghai Medical Vocational School." "If I take them there, will my daughter be safe?" the driver asked. "Yes." The driver asked again, "But the southern campus has been abandoned and is about to be demolished. What do you want to do there?" "You're asking too many questions, and that's going to make me lose my patience." Heh. Before the words had even finished, a scream erupted from the other end of the line. Tong Yuro's breath hitched, instinctively grabbing Su Wuji's hand. She had no idea what means this person was using to torment the girl, but after the scream, the girl was crying so hard she could barely speak. "Bastard, what have you done to my daughter?" the driver yelled, his heart taut to the breaking point, nearly losing his grip on the steering wheel. "Nothing much, I just shoved a toothpick into her fingernail," the altered voice replied again. "Bastard," the driver cursed. Su Wuji spoke calmly. "Who are you, and why are you targeting me?" Although Tong Yuro was very nervous, she was trying hard to keep herself calm. She took out her phone, intending to call the police, but Su Wuji saw her action and shook his head, signaling her to hang up. "Why am I targeting you? Su Wuji, whether intentionally or not, you have disrupted several of my plans. To prevent you from causing any more variables, I have decided to eliminate you first." Su Wuji shook his head and smiled. What are you talking about? I don't understand. You can choose to jump out of the car, you can choose not to go to the medical vocational school in the southern suburbs, but if you do that, this little girl might end up in a terrible situation, the voice said. She's quite pretty, tall enough, just my type. Upon hearing this, the driver immediately panicked and shouted, he won't jump out of the car. I will take him to the place, please don't harm my daughter. As he spoke, he pressed the lock button on the car door several times, seemingly trying to lock Su Wujie and Ton Yuru inside. Su Wujie shook his head. Don't worry, master, your daughter will be safe. Shut up. If it weren't for your involvement, how could my daughter have been kidnapped? The driver yelled at Su Wujie. Su Wujie said seriously, I'm very sorry, I will save her. Ton Yuru looked at Su Wujie's profile and noticed that his serious demeanor was vastly different from his usual brashness. The driver shouted, fine, you can exchange yourself for her. If you dare not go, I'll kill you first. Ha ha ha, I'm very satisfied. The voice on the other end of the phone laughed. He then said, Su Wujie, when the time comes, if I let this driver strangle you, otherwise he won't release his daughter, do you think he will obey? Su Wujie's voice was cold. This has nothing to do with anyone else. You only need to target me. But if you hadn't brought a woman with you, I wouldn't have acted against you today. By the way, this woman must also be present, otherwise, the driver's daughter will die too. After saying this, the call was disconnected. Ton Yuru listened, her expression slightly complicated. She had truly become the bait now. Sister Ro, thank you, Su Wujie said. Why are you thanking me? As long as I'm not a burden to you, that's enough, Ton Yuru replied clearly. I finally understand why you emphasized that I should listen to you before we came out. Su Wujie said, Sister Ro is very understanding. Ton Yuru shook her head and asked, with such strong methods on the other side, why don't we call the police? Su Wujie's eyes released a stern light. The police would only hinder us. Just as the taxi drove towards the abandoned campus of the medical vocational school, 2 black sedans arrived at the entrance of the Baikan nursing home. In the security room, 4 security guards were playing cards, seemingly unaware of their presence. The Ninghai Medical Vocational School had already relocated to a new site, and the southern suburb campus had long been auctioned off, preparing to be demolished for commercial housing. It must be said, this was indeed a good place for hide and seek. Even if Ninghai dispatched enough police forces, it would be difficult to find the suspects, and it was even possible that due to the terrain, a small-scale street battle could break out in those classroom corridors. We're almost there, the driver said in a deep voice. Although he was extremely worried, he had calmed down a lot. Brother, I shouldn't blame you, this isn't your fault. Su Wujie patted his shoulder. Don't worry, I will definitely save your daughter. The driver asked again, do we really not need to call the police? Su Wujie replied, calling the police might be more dangerous. Trust me, your phones are already being monitored, and even your car's computer might have been hacked. Everything we say could be heard by the other side. Ton Yuru couldn't help but shiver, feeling as if she had encountered terrorists. This was her first experience with such a situation, and her psychological quality was already quite good to react this way. But at this moment, she couldn't help but feel a similarity to Long Qinghe's experience back then, that is, a dark door belonging to another dimension of the world was slowly opening before her eyes. The taxi that Su Wujie hailed was not called through a ride-hailing app. In this situation, for the other party to find the driver's home and kidnap his daughter just 40 minutes after they got in the car was indeed no easy feat. Moreover, this entire process could not possibly have been accomplished by one person alone. In the past, old-fashioned cars might have had air conditioning as their most advanced feature, but now, taxis in Huaxia are mostly high-tech electric vehicles. If one encounters a computer expert, hacking into the driving computer is not very difficult. Sure enough, as Su Wujie's words fell, a voice altered by a voice changer echoed from the car's speakers, "You're really clever. I'm becoming more and more interested in your identity. It seems that your ability to repeatedly disrupt my plans is no coincidence." Su Wujie sneered, "But what I'm more concerned about is why you have an anti-tank bomb produced by the British Royal Military Industrial Group 20 years ago in your possession." "I'll answer your questions when you get here," the voice replied coldly. Su Wujie said, "We're about to enter the school gate." However, the speakers fell silent. The gate of the medical vocational school was wide open. The previous mobile gate had been dismantled and sold for scrap metal, and all the windows of the teaching buildings had been removed. On such a night, those window openings looked like the gaping mouths of ferocious beasts waiting to devour. The driver circled the internal roads of the school but did not see his daughter's figure. He parked the car in the center of the campus and shouted, "Where's my daughter? Bastard, give me back my daughter." "Ah!" A girl's scream echoed from the car's speakers. "You'd better show me some respect, or I'll stick a toothpick into her fingernail like I did just now." The driver immediately dared not shout anymore. He said, "I brought the person to you. Can you let my daughter go?" Su Wujie did not wait for him to answer. pulling Ton-yuru and directly opening the door to get out of the car. The early autumn night breeze already carried a chill, and at this moment, the unknown eeriness and terror made Ton-yuru feel a deep sense of coldness. "Are you nervous?" Su Wooji asked. "A little, but with you by my side, I'm actually okay," Ton-yuru replied, speaking from her heart. In her view, this young man had been able to lead Long Chingha through danger several times, so he could surely help them get through this crisis as well. "Sister Ro, even if you stop being a manager in the future and switch to something else, you can still achieve great things," Su Wooji said with a smile. "Although I don't know all your plans, I feel that you came prepared today and must have hidden strategies to turn the tables." Looking at Su Wooji's smile, Ton-yuru felt much more at ease. Su Wooji shook his head and smiled. "Today, if I hadn't brought you along, the other party wouldn't have taken the bait. He's more cautious than I imagined, so you've made a significant contribution. Afterward, I'll explain this matter to the relevant departments and commend you." Ton-yuru asked, "Are you also part of the relevant departments?" Su Wooji looked disdainful. "They've always wanted me, but I find their salary too low." At that moment, the driver's phone rang. "Turn on the speakerphone. Now, the three of you, walk forward to the center of the playground. I'll show you something interesting." Without hesitation, Su Wooji led the driver and Ton-yuru forward. The playground was quite spacious, surrounded by 2 dormitory buildings and a teaching building, offering excellent shooting positions. When he saw the center of the teaching building, Su Wooji narrowed his eyes. Ton-yuru, with her keen eyes, immediately pointed and shouted, "There's a person hanging over there." A figure was tied by the feet, hanging upside down outside the teaching building. Upon seeing this, the driver immediately shouted, This was his daughter, Zhang Yi. The teaching building is 6 stories tall, and at this moment, the girl is hanging head down. If she falls, she won't survive. Su Wooji's voice was carried far away by the night wind. "I'll take her place. Let the woman next to you come too. I'm more interested in beautiful women." That voice rang out amidst the driver's hands-free call, filled with mocking laughter. However, he was still using a voice changer. I'll go. Ton-yuru was quite courageous. As she spoke, she stepped forward. Su Wooji did not stop her but followed a few steps behind. "I'll go with you." The closer Ton-yuru got, the tighter her fists clenched, her palms sweating. She looked up at Zhang Yi, whose sobs were now clearly audible. However, when they reached the bottom of the teaching building, Su Wooji suddenly grabbed Ton-yuru and raised his other hand. A dagger was thrown high into the air. Crack! The rope binding Zhang Yi's feet was cut instantly. Zhang Yi instinctively let out a scream. Her body fell downward. Everything happened too quickly. Even Ton-yuru couldn't react in time. Seeing his daughter suddenly plummet, the driver Zhang Huayu's breath was nearly stopped. But Su Wooji's figure had already leaped into the air. With one bound, he jumped to the second floor, stepped against the wall, and soared to the third floor, catching the falling girl in midair. At that moment, a sudden surge of killing intent filled the air. Ton-yuru looked up and saw several masked figures in black already appearing at the edge of the rooftop on the 6th floor. They all raised their hands, and dozens of silver darts shot down from the top floor, heading straight for Su Wooji. At this moment, Su Wooji was holding Zhang Yi, about to land, seemingly unable to free his hands to block those darts. Immediately after, the 7 or 8 black-clad figures raised their hands again. Several darts shot directly at Ton-yuru. Ton-yuru had no time to react. Under this fierce assault, her legs felt as if they were filled with lead, completely unresponsive, and she could only watch as several silver streaks drew closer. Given the intensity of the attack, both she and Su Wooji were bound to be severely injured if not killed today. The chilling killing intent was overwhelming, and Ton-yuru had stopped thinking. However, just at that critical moment, a purple light suddenly appeared in Ton-yuru's line of sight. That purple seemed to emanate from a sword, and the hilt was held in Su Wooji's hand. The purple sword light swept across the air, and a series of clashing sounds filled the air. Those darts were all deflected away. Not a single one hit. Ton-yuru instantly turned danger into safety. She had never seen Su Wooji carrying a sword before. However, when Su Wooji landed with Zhang Yi, he turned around, and the sword glowing with purple light vanished without a trace. He grabbed Ton-yuru and retreated swiftly. The speed of this retreat was so fast that Ton-yuru felt as if a flash of light passed before her eyes, and she was already 20 meters away in a safe zone. The inertia from the sudden rush and stop gave her a strong sense of dizziness, akin to motion sickness. The 7 or 8 black-clad figures clearly did not expect Su Wooji to evade this ambush. After a brief moment of shock, they leaped down from the 6th floor. Each of them wielded glinting long knives. To jump down from such a height without fear of injury, they were evidently specially trained assassins. This was a meticulously arranged assassination plot aimed entirely at Su Wooji. However, just as the 8 black-clad figures descended to the 3rd floor of the teaching building, a flurry of blade light suddenly appeared. This blade light clearly did not come from just one person. A piercing cold light slashed out from the balcony on the 3rd floor, spreading under the night sky, instantly engulfing the 8 black-clad figures within. Swish, swish, swish. The blade light surged, and blood splattered. The 8 men in black screamed in agony. The flashes of blades were not immediately fatal, but they caused them to lose control of their falling bodies, landing in completely deformed positions, equivalent to falling directly from the 6th floor. Bang, bang, bang. A series of dull thuds. 2 of them hit the ground headfirst, bleeding from their 7 orifices, motionless. 4 others were convulsing uncontrollably, clearly not far from death. The last 2 continued to groan in pain, but they couldn't get up, their calves and arms severely twisted and deformed from the fall. Ton Yuru's eyes sparkled. It turned out that Su Wuji had long arranged an ambush in this abandoned teaching building of the medical vocational school. The danger seemed to have been lifted in an instant. The experience of those few seconds was so quick that it felt like a dream to Ton Yuru. The driver and Zhang Yi were tightly embracing each other, both crying heavily. Su Wuji waved his hand towards the 3rd floor. 7 figures jumped down directly. After landing, they faced Su Wuji, raised their right hands with their fists inward, and struck their left chests. To Ton Yuru, this seemed to be a special form of etiquette, somewhat like the knightly salute of medieval Europe. Although she didn't understand the details, she could feel the deep respect these men had for Su Wuji from the gesture of raising their hands. In the next second, the left knees of these 7 men bent simultaneously, kneeling on one knee on the ground. Their right hands remained on their hearts as they shouted in unison, "We pay our respects to the king. We pay our respects to the king." The corners of Su Wuji's mouth twitched, and his face darkened slightly. However, he didn't say a word, and the 7 men did not lift their heads, their knees still kneeling on the ground. Ton Yuru looked at Su Wuji, her eyes shining with an indescribable light. This strong-willed woman, seeing a man with even greater prowess than herself, couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration for strength. Moreover, the sudden turn from defeat to victory filled her heart with an indescribable wonder. Ton Yuru knew that the overwhelming killing intent, the piercing blade light, and those men in black kneeling on one knee had completely overturned her understanding of the world after 32 years. At that moment, 5 more figures in black leaped down from the abandoned teaching building, rushing to Su Wuji's side, saying, "King, the battlefield has been cleared, and no one else has been found." "Who told you to call me that?" Su Wuji finally spoke, his tone irritable. "Damn king, it sounds terrible. The president said that the Ranger organization will be restructured, no longer a loose organization, but to be united as one, re-establishing a framework to become one of the most competitive forces in the Western Dark World," the leading man in black said. Su Wuji scoffed, "I can't be bothered with this. That old guy isn't trying to turn the Ranger organization into a Ranger temple, is he?" The leading man in black replied, "Yes, tomorrow, the Ranger temple will be officially established, and you will be the 5th king of the temple." Previously, the kings of the Ranger organization were appointed by well-meaning individuals and had not received official recognition from the organization. Starting tomorrow, the Ranger organization's status in the Dark World would be completely different. Su Wuji complained, "What temple? What king? These ridiculous names one after another, they're so tacky, I really can't stand it. It feels like the people who came up with these names have no culture." He then turned to Ton Yuru, "What you saw and heard today, don't tell anyone." Ton Yuru's eyes were still sparkling. "Don't worry, I won't." Su Wuji walked up to the driver, Zhang Huayu, and patted his shoulder. "Brother, take your daughter home, it's safe there now." Zhang Huayu was very excited. "Little brother, thank you. I don't even know how to thank you. Today was like filming a movie." "No need to thank me so early," Su Wuji grinned. "We haven't caught the main culprit yet." Zhang Huayu asked, "Huh?" He looked at his phone. He had already hung up when he saved his daughter. Ton Yuru was also surprised. "Are you saying that the person who called us earlier isn't here?" Su Wuji smiled. "A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. Someone who uses a voice changer to make a phone call will never show up in person." Zhang Huayu's expression darkened again. "Then what do we do? Will I ever get my home back?" Su Wuji shook his head and smiled. "Of course you'll get it back, right now. Your home is completely safe now." Ton Yura said to the driver, "If he says it's safe, then it definitely is. Trust him, he's right." At that moment, Zhang Yi walked over. Her face was still wet with tears, and she bowed. "Brother, thank you." This girl was surprisingly pretty, not at all like her father. Su Wuji asked, "They didn't bully you, did they?" Zhang Yi raised her left hand, the nails of her middle and index fingers still oozing blood. She said, "Other than this, they didn't force me." Zhang Huayu breathed a sigh of relief. "Go to the hospital and get those nails removed," Su Wuji said. "Let the doctor clean the wounds carefully. Don't leave any hangnails inside." Zhang Yi nodded earnestly. Thank you, brother. My full name is Zhang Tianyi. Brother, what's your name?" Just as Tong Yuru was about to speak, Su Wuji interjected, "I'm Yan Xiaopang." "Tong Yuru? Okay, I remember. Xiaopang brother, how can I become as strong as you guys?" Zhang Tianyi asked. Su Wuji replied, get into college first, and then we'll talk. Remember to go to the hospital early tomorrow. At that moment, the driver's phone rang. Seeing the caller ID, he instinctively shivered. It's that guy again, Zhang Huayu shouted. Su Wuji took the phone, switched it to speaker mode, and said mockingly, I've been waiting for your call for several minutes. You're really slow. I was waiting for my subordinates' calls too. I didn't expect you to survive in this situation, came the voice, still using the voice changer. Your people are too weak, Su Wuji sneered. The Rinfeng group from Dongyang is really declining. If it weren't for the hostages, I would have covered this place with firepower. The voice on the other end was clearly astonished. How did you recognize it was the Rinfeng group from Dongyang? Su Wuji chuckled, Fengmu Hushui, I killed him. The voice on the other end immediately exclaimed, impossible. Fengmu Hushui is the chief instructor of the Rinfeng group. How could he die at your hands? Then there was silence. Indeed, the chief instructor of the Rinfeng group had not been heard from since he visited Huaxia 6 months ago. The Rinfeng group had intended to expand its influence into Huaxia, but Fengmu Hushui's disappearance abruptly halted that plan. I didn't expect to accidentally stumble upon such a big fish. After a full minute of silence, the voice on the other end said fiercely, all right, I've set my sights on you. You're dead. I will make sure you have no peaceful days left in your life, and I will make everyone around you regret knowing you. Su Wuji replied calmly, Wuding Zhongyi, don't be too confident. Hearing Su Wuji call out his name directly, the other side fell silent for another minute before asking, how do you know it's me? Ducaro's 5-star hyena is not even as good as a rat in the gutter, Su Wuji said. You'd better keep hiding behind the screen for the rest of your life. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Tong Yuro asked, what should we do next? He will definitely come looking for you again. Su Wujie replied, the best defense is a good offense. Upon hearing this, Tong Yuro suddenly understood all of Su Wujie's actions today. Taking the initiative to appear, seemingly wandering aimlessly, was actually a tactic to lure the enemy into action. All the plans had long been perfectly devised. The encirclement had already been set up, just waiting for the opponent to charge in with Zhang Yi. Tong Yuro even believed that Su Wujie had a detailed and comprehensive plan to deal with Motochuchi. At that moment, Su Wujie walked up to Zhang Huayu and said, brother, about what happened today, not a word about my part should be spoken outside. Zhang Huayu patted his chest in assurance, don't worry, little brother, I definitely won't say anything. Su Wujie grinned, I don't trust anyone's guarantees, so let me put it bluntly. If you do say anything, you might end up in trouble. Zhang Huayu shivered and, after several assurances, hurriedly left with his daughter. Watching Su Wujie threaten Zhang Huayu, Tong Yuro shook her head and smiled, muttering to herself, bluffing. Su Wujie made another phone call, Xiao Pang, wrap it up and head home. Tong Yuro was surprised again, Xiao Pang came today too? Su Wujie pointed to the tall building across from the school. This high ground must be occupied in advance. Tong Yuro recalled the program team's terrifying experience in the mall and instinctively asked, does Xiao Pang have a sniper rifle? Su Wujie replied non-committally, since these Eastern warriors have come, I can't let them leave. Even if the Ranger organization doesn't take action, they will definitely be shot in the head by Xiao Pang. Tong Yuro didn't expect that while Su Wujie was watching her dance, he could accomplish so much. How does this man think? She took a gentle breath. Indeed, my judgment was not wrong. You little man are a bit dangerous. Su Wujie chuckled. Dangerous men are the most charming. You better not fall in love with me. Tong Yuro replied, don't worry, I don't like younger men. Su Wujie grinned. What a coincidence, we're the same. I also don't like younger women. What do you mean? Are you talking about me? Tong Yuro felt she was not small at all, whether in age or figure. Su Wujie said, so, someone like Sister Ro is quite in line with my aesthetic. At this moment, the two cars had already circled the internal road of the bike and nursing home twice, then stopped in the parking lot, waiting for more specific news. The Silver Moon assassin was right in front of them, but they did not act rashly. The designated driver sat in the back seat, a black crocodile combat knife resting across his knees. This knife hasn't been used since I infiltrated Huaxia, he said. Today, I'll use the blood of the Silver Moon assassin to fill its belly and restore the reputation of the Ducaro hunters. He recalled the series of painful defeats Ducaro had recently suffered in Huaxia, and his gaze became much more sinister. The man in the suit next to him said, it would be best to dig out the shadow as well. The Ranger Temple is about to be established, and taking out this Shadow King would be a painful blow to the Ranger organization. The designated driver shook his head. Unfortunately, the shadow is too deeply hidden, undetected. It's too difficult to dig him out. At that moment, the car stopped, and a man in a black suit opened the door and got into the passenger seat. He turned to the man in the back seat and said, Investigator Webster has confirmed that the Silver Moon assassin's residence is at No. 17 ahead. She is in the yard waving a branch, and an old woman with white hair is sitting next to her drinking tea. This man in the suit was Webster, an A-level investigator from the Raymond Intelligence Bureau. The man in the suit snapped his fingers. Great, let's take her out. Completing this job will surely allow Mr. Hook to be promoted from a 4-star hunter back to a 5-star. The driver, Hook, shook his head, a fierce glint appearing in his eyes. Whether I am a 4-star or a 5-star is not important. What matters is that I want to ensure the Silver Moon assassin has no place to be buried. I will make sure they never dare to come to Huaxia again. This Hook had previously lost his star rating due to ineffective resistance against Silver Moon, causing a significant impact on the human trafficking business in Huaxia, and was demoted from a 5-star hunter to a 4-star by the Dakaro organization. Wishing Lord Hook success, Webster said with a smile. If you need more manpower, my people can help. No need, I can handle it alone. Hook then got out of the car with his black crocodile battle knife and walked towards the small courtyard where Su Jiayan lived. Webster leaned out again and reminded him, by the way, there's an old lady in the courtyard. You might as well take care of this witness too. Hook did not turn back, simply gesturing an OK sign with his hand. Although dawn was only 2 hours away, Su Jiayan showed no intention of sleeping. With her eyes closed, she waved the branch of the osmanthus tree repeatedly, as if she had already immersed herself in that atmosphere. Time flowed by unknowingly, and throughout this process, Lu Tianqin sat in the courtyard, slowly savoring her tea. The bright moonlight fell upon her shoulders, making Lu Tianqin seem like the very essence of time itself. Finally, Su Jiayan opened her eyes. At that moment, there was no fatigue in her gaze, instead, she was radiant. Have you realized something? Lu Tianqin set down her teacup and spoke. Master, it turns out you have always been by my side, Su Jiayan said, a mix of surprise and emotion in her voice. She had just entered a state of forgetting both herself and her surroundings, losing all perception of everything around her. Yet, Lu Tianqin had not left, clearly there to protect her. I have indeed realized something, though I can't quite articulate it. It feels like, when I wield the sword, I have found a completely new way to harness power, a method that gives me a sense of achieving more with less effort, Su Jiayan said. If I were to engage in combat, I should be able to last longer than before. Very good, Lu Tianqin said with little expression, do it a few more times. Su Jiayan was very happy to receive her master's brief praise and continued to swing the osmanthus branch. It seemed like a simple action, but after repeating it thousands of times today, it subtly carried a profound feeling, most intuitively expressed as, there seemed to be a stronger sense of the beauty unique to the martial world. Lu Tianqin nodded slightly. Very good, your talent and comprehension are stronger than they appear. A smile danced on Su Jiayan's pretty face. Thank you, master. However, at that moment, her expression suddenly stiffened, the smile vanishing, because, around the corner of the small path outside, a figure dressed in a driver's uniform appeared. Su Jiayan recognized him at a glance. He was the same guy who had appeared in front of the Count's Club. He was a high-ranking hunter from the Dakaro organization lurking in Huaxia. At that time, Su Jiayan had been injured and weak, forced to give up such a good opportunity. Hook approached silently, holding the black crocodile battle knife, his steps unhurried, as if victory was assured. Fixing his gaze on Su Jiayan, a murderous intent surged in his eyes. Master, I'll go take care of this, Su Jiayan said, first turning to Lu Tianqin and bowing slightly, feeling a bit guilty. I disturbed your rest because of my matters. Lu Tianqin shook her head, picked up her teacup, and took a gentle sip. Su Jiayan placed the osmanthus branch on the table and picked up a dagger. The Silver Moon assassin actually lives in a nursing home. This really surprises me. No wonder it took so long to dig you out. Hook sneered, I've lost to you several times, and if it weren't for you dealing with the Xiang brothers today, I would have had a hard time tracking you down. However, Hook was unaware that this so-called trace was intentionally leaked to him by Su Jiayan. Su Jiayan shook her head gently. The Dakaro organization, like those trafficking groups, should not exist in this world. Hook chuckled. Morning Dawn has already been captured. If I kill you now, then Silver Moon will not dare to send assassins into Huaxia for a while. Su Jiayan said, then, before you make a move, can I ask which S-level investigator from the Raymond Intelligence Agency you are collaborating with this time? She still wanted to find Retsun's whereabouts. S-level investigator? No, we can't afford the mysterious S-level investigator, Hook said with a cold laugh. An A-level investigator is already the top elite that ordinary people can access in the Raymond Intelligence Agency. With their abilities, it would be too easy to dig you out. As he spoke, Hook unsheathed his knife and tossed the scabbard aside. I've said enough, it's time to send you to your death. With that, he leaped forward, directly lunging at Su Jiayan. Hook's speed was fast, the blade of the black crocodile war knife glimmering with a cold light, enveloped in a strong killing intent. The edge of this knife had a unique double-layered serrated design, and those who were cut would find their wounds difficult to heal, as if bitten by a crocodile. At least, from the perspective of their weapons, Su Jian was clearly at a disadvantage. Compared to the fierce black crocodile war knife, Su Jian's dagger appeared too small and gentle. Unexpectedly, facing Hook's fierce attack, Su Jian was able to defend herself with the dagger. Just when Hook thought his war knife could slice open Su Jian's throat in the first strike, she raised her hand, and the petite dagger precisely blocked the black crocodile war knife before her throat. In Hook's view, combat had never been the strong suit of Silver Moon assassins. They were better at various assassinations and staging scenes. However, this time, his lethal strike was unexpectedly blocked, leaving the hunter very surprised. At that moment, Su Jian lifted her right foot and delivered a whip kick directly to Hook's ribs. The transition from defense to offense was incredibly smooth, and her timing in combat was quite precise. As she counterattacked, Su Jian stepped forward, and the dagger slashed toward Hook's chest. 2 attacks at once. Faced with such an assault, Hook could only quickly retract the black crocodile war knife to block in front of his chest. He had to choose to block the opponent's strongest attack. A loud clang. The 2 weapons clashed, sparks flying. At the same time, Su Jian's long leg struck fiercely at Hook's ribs. Bang! With a muffled sound, Hook was forced back a large step. His clothes were even torn by Su Jian's kick. He felt humiliated, his expression darkening to the extreme. "Your close combat ability is much stronger than that captured Morning Dawn," Hook said, suddenly swinging the black crocodile war knife, his momentum even greater than before. A flurry of black knife light surged like a storm, enveloping Su Jian. Indeed, her fighting ability was inferior to Hook's, and faced with this relentless and fierce attack, she could only barely fend off with her dagger. For a moment, Su Jian was in grave danger, with her clothes being cut in several places by Hook's blade. Hook's storm-like assault lasted for 2 minutes, yet he still couldn't take down Su Jian, which infuriated him to the extreme. Is the intelligence from the Raymond Intelligence Agency wrong? This was Hook's first thought. After all, the grappling strength Su Jian displayed at this moment was far superior to what the A-level investigator Webster had provided. In a fit of rage, Hook intensified his assault, the black crocodile battle knife clashing continuously with the dagger in Su Jian's hand. The ferocity of the blows caused the skin on Su Jian's palm to crack, blood flowing freely. Under such circumstances, it seemed that Su Jian could barely hold onto her dagger, yet she stubbornly maintained her grip and continued to fight Hook. In fact, her ability to endure until now was due to the power circuit she had comprehended from the Heavenly Heartsword technique. Although she couldn't yet unleash the stunning move Blazing Sun in the Sky, the insights she had gained had already provided her with a significant boost in a short time. Hook gradually gained the upper hand. He felt that if he gave himself 5 to 10 more minutes, he could surely crush the Silver Moon assassin, who was not as formidable as the intelligence suggested. However, he did not want to prolong the fight. There were other ways to eliminate the opponent quickly. Hook swung his knife at Su Jian, who swiftly retreated. Seizing the opportunity, he stomped hard on the ground and leaped forward. The direction of his attack was aimed at Su Jian's small courtyard, and in that courtyard sat the white-haired woman, leisurely sipping tea. Hook planned to take her out first, then find an opportunity to finish the battle while Su Jian rushed to her aid. The courtyard's walls posed no obstacle to Hook. His black crocodile battle knife was about to strike the white-haired woman's head. It seemed that a bloodbath was imminent. However, when the white-clad woman lifted her head, Hook was momentarily stunned by her face. Previously, according to the intelligence from Webster's subordinate, Su Jian was in the courtyard with an old white-haired lady, but the woman before him, aside from her completely white hair, bore no resemblance to an old lady at all. She was an absolute beauty. "Teacher!" Su Jian shouted. Yet, despite his surprise, Hook's knife did not pause for a moment. "Die for me!" he roared. However, Hook saw that the white-haired woman did not flinch at all. She simply extended her hand and picked up a branch of osmanthus from the tea table. Her movements appeared leisurely, yet they were incredibly swift, creating a visual illusion that sent a surge of danger through Hook's heart. Lu Tianxin held the osmanthus branch, her wrist flicking gently. The branch struck the blade of the black crocodile battle knife. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Lu Tianxin's actions were light and casual, yet they carried the force of a thunderbolt. Hook felt an irresistible power emanating from the black crocodile battle knife. The skin on his palm split open, and the battle knife was knocked from his grip, spinning high into the air. Hook did not see that the moment the black crocodile battle knife made contact with the osmanthus branch, cracks immediately spread across the blade made of high-strength steel. Following that, Lu Tianxin raised her finger. The osmanthus branch gently poked at Hook's chest. This seemingly simple move left Hook with no thought of evasion. He felt as if he had been immobilized, watching helplessly as the tip of the branch landed on his chest. Hook's heart raced with tension. However, to his surprise, the osmanthus branch merely tapped lightly, not even piercing the reflective strip on his jacket. Bluffing, Hook couldn't help but mutter. Just as he was about to step forward and strangle the white-haired woman, his stout body suddenly trembled. He couldn't control himself as blood gushed from his mouth. This is impossible. Hook slowly knelt to the ground. He could clearly feel that the lightly poking osmanthus branch had, through his chest muscles, directly caused his heart to explode within his chest cavity. As Hook's body fell to the ground, the black crocodile battle knife that had soared into the air also crashed down. However, at this moment, the blade of the knife had already shattered into more than a dozen pieces. Hook lay on the ground, blood still oozing from his mouth. His eyes were still open, but it was forever impossible for him to close them by his own strength. My God! Su Jiayin was deeply shaken. This scene had clearly surpassed her understanding. Lu Tian said, "You contact the property center of the nursing home and have them come to handle the body." Then, she gently placed the branch of the osmanthus tree that had pierced Hook's heart back on the tea table.